Chapter 1. The Necromancer in the Apocalypse. Kirsty spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately took out a small bottle to collect it, not wanting to waste a drop. Necromancers like her were stingy with their own blood. Every bit saved was precious. Even the blood inside a squashed mosquito had to be collected for future use. After collecting the blood, Kirsty finally had a chance to observe her surroundings. She seemed to be in a narrow and dark space with only a small window above, letting in a few rays of light. She ended up here because, when being pursued without a way out, she used a random teleportation scroll. The most important feature of the random teleportation scroll was its unpredictability. It was rumored that some people had been teleported into the core of the earth or into dragon sanctuaries. Both of these unfortunates met terrible fates. Being teleported high into the sky or deep into the sea was commonplace. If not in a desperate situation, Kirsty wouldn't have resorted to this method. Desperately wanting to confirm if she was safe, Kirsty pulled out a gemstone lamp from her pocket and began surveying her surroundings. The tiny room contained 2 rows of shelves cluttered with bottled water and instant food. Although Kirsty didn't recognize the types of food, the labels on them were familiar. It seemed she had been teleported to an out-of-the-way place. Her luck wasn't too bad. With that thought, Kirsty found the door and pulled it open with a creak. A flurry of snow accompanied by a whiff of blood hit her face. Kirsty was very sensitive to this scent. With caution, she took a half-step outside. There came a snap, and a half-decayed body dropped from the roof, its ruined face almost touching hers, close enough to see maggots wriggling in the rotting flesh. Ordinary people might have screamed at such a sight, but Kirsty quickly pulled on a pair of gloves and grabbed the decaying face. After a quick examination, she reluctantly let go, allowing the remaining half-corpse to fall. The corpse was neither intact nor fresh, it was no longer of much use. The moment she sensed a live human presence, the wandering zombies silently turned their heads, revealing faces at various stages of decomposition. The more decayed ones had half their faces reduced to white bone, with only bits of meat hanging on. The less decayed ones still had clear facial features, though they were pale and stiff. It looked like a typical zombie siege scene. Wow! Kirsty's eyes widened, nearly tearing up, and she stifled a sob. Not from fear, but from greed. For a necromancer, this scene was equivalent to finding a gold mine. And it was unclaimed. Thank you, nature. Kirsty swiftly opened a portal to another dimension and retrieved her tools. She then calculated whether so many corpses could fit inside. The zombies, having smelled fresh flesh, moved even faster than Kirsty, as if afraid of missing out on a meal. There were systems within the necromancer world, but there were only 2 main branches. One controlled corpses, the other controlled souls. In earlier years, the 2 factions fought, and the soul-controlling branch even changed their name to Deathmags, declaring separation from the necromancers. After both sides endured many beatings and relentless pursuits, their numbers dwindled. If they continued fighting each other during such dire times, necromancers might have ceased to exist. Reconciled, necromancers like Kirsty now specialized in one branch while dabbling in the other. Kirsty had a natural talent in this regard, even combining both schools into a new system. By imprisoning souls within corpses, she created false resurrection, producing servants capable of independent thought. Much better than mindless skeletal minions. However, during the chase, all her minions had been destroyed, so she freed their souls, planning to find replacements later. Thus, at the moment, she could only summon 2 skeletal minions she usually disdained. With clinking sounds, the skeletal minions bravely rushed forward, restraining the zombies and carrying them into Kirsty's dimensional space. Though the zombies left shallow bite marks on the skeletons, they couldn't cause any harm. Except for 2 blue flames in the eye sockets, the skeletons were entirely bone-white. The greatest threat from zombies was their infectious capability, turning bitten humans and animals into more of their kind. But they couldn't infect skeletons. Some of the zombies also tried to leap over the 2 skeletal minions and attack Kirsty, but she was surrounded by a black protective barrier. They could do nothing except gnash their teeth in frustration. But zombies were brainless creatures. They didn't know fear or the idea of fleeing, they simply crowded around, scratching at the air near Kirsty. One by one, they were bundled up by the skeletal minions and stuffed into Kirsty's dimensional storage space. Kirsty felt a surge of joy as if she had reaped a bountiful harvest. She quickly took out the blood she had collected earlier, drew a simple array, and selected a few less intact zombies from her recent acquisitions. Using the simplest method, she transformed them into new minions. For a necromancer, having such an inexhaustible supply of raw materials right before her was like being in a paradise where anything could be taken freely. This was something that only happened in dreams or heaven. If she didn't collect more, she would feel she was betraying her ancestors and letting down those colleagues who, due to lack of materials, had been reduced to secretly digging up graves and crawling away after getting beaten up. The quality of relationships among necromancers could be seen through the gifts they gave. Sending flashy scrolls, plastic friendships, sharing research notes, true brothers and sisters, giving raw materials, lifelong friends. Kirsty thought that if she could bring all these materials back home and share them with her companions, she would become a god among peers on social media. If ever pursued again, her fellow necromancers would certainly risk their lives to save her. She even began regretting that her dimensional space was too small, unable to hold more zombies. If only she had known, she would have borrowed money to expand it infinitely long ago. Heartbroken but determined, Kirsty pushed forward with her skeletal minions, cramming as many as possible. She would deal with the rest later. With this thought, Kirsty resembled a farmer rejoicing over a bumper harvest, moving forward with a broad smile. She rearranged everything in her dimensional space, squeezing in as much as possible. Even if she had to push like a bus conductor, cram in more, there's still room, she managed to fill it completely. Yet more zombies, attracted by the human scent, kept rushing towards her direction, making her catch her breath. What a waste. I'm such a squanderer. So many fresh materials. In this moment of indulgence, Kirsty noticed a Grayson who had completely lost his ability to struggle. Initially distant and preoccupied with collecting zombies, she didn't fully understand what was happening. She saw a car speeding by, and then a Grayson was pushed out. He was instantly surrounded by countless zombies even before he hit the ground. A pale arm flashed momentarily, then he was swallowed whole. He was alive. Kirsty usually had no interest in living humans, even if he looked particularly handsome, especially with his narrow, slightly upturned eyes and a faint beauty mark near his eye corner. When his gaze became vacant, losing the will to live and gazing blankly at the sky, he looked like a beautiful doll about to break. How pitiful. Humans always love to kill each other, this trait never changes. Kirsty sighed and passed by, but returned after a few seconds. She keenly observed that the Grayson's aura was changing after falling into the zombie crowd. Initially a regular living person, within seconds, as he was bitten and torn apart, revealing white bones, his aura changed. It became more corpse-like than human. But this change wasn't because he was dying, rather, it was as if he was being assimilated by the surrounding zombies. He was becoming like them yet remained subtly different, as if beneath the decaying flesh was a still-beating heart. Despite the flesh rotting, the heart stubbornly persisted, undergoing further changes that Kirsty couldn't immediately see. Brecken had already prepared for death, not harboring any hope, and clearly recognizing the fact that he had never been loved by anyone. Perhaps his place was in hell, not this world. At that moment, amidst his blooded vision, a young girl appeared. Her gentle eyes seemed almost compassionate. Would you like to come with me? About 10 minutes later, a Desiree appeared here in a hurry. She was with two companions, seemingly searching for something. However, after a long time, she still found nothing. Her companion couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are you looking for? There's clearly nothing here. Just a large crowd of zombies." Everly muttered to herself, "Impossible. That devil, that man who would become the nightmare of the whole world, should appear here at this point in time. Only at this moment was he at his weakest, capable of being killed. She had to kill him, before he became the Lich King." Chapter 2, She looks delicious. Kirsty gradually realized something was off as she led Bram away. Tall buildings surrounded them, but there were none of the clock towers and sanctuaries Kirsty was accustomed to seeing. That didn't make sense. No city lacked a sanctuary, otherwise, necromancers wouldn't have to live in remote mountains to avoid being captured. Moreover, these buildings were incredibly tall. Buildings considered short still had over a dozen floors and differed greatly from what she remembered cities looking like. Where on earth had she been teleported? A calmed-down Kirsty looked at countless zombies wandering the streets, strange metal boxes parked by the roadside, familiar yet foreign characters, and towering skyscrapers. Her heart was filled with confusion. Mostly, she had no idea how to get back home. She glanced at the unconscious Bram, found an open house, and went inside. There were some bloodstains left on the ground leading from the door into the living room, showing dried black marks where flesh had rotted. Two small, hard-working skeletons quickly found brooms and rags, cleaning out a spot for her. Kirsty left the unconscious Bram behind, ordered the skeletons to tend to his wounds, and began exploring the rooms. Photos still decorated the walls. A young couple and their child had lived here. But apart from the bloodstains and signs of struggle, little remained. Kirsty could only guess based on faint traces and the zombies outside that a disaster struck this city, turning people into undead. The city turned into a dead one quickly, trapping humans who hadn't become zombies within its confines, unable to escape. Such sudden disasters always brought much pain, some from unknown monsters, others from humanity itself. Bram seemed to fall into the latter category. After circling the house, Kirsty reaffirmed that she was in a very unfamiliar place. The language here had subtle differences from what she knew, making it seem both familiar and alien. Furthermore, everything around exuded a technological vibe, lacking any magic. Unlike her place where magic dominated, technology here had developed independently. There were two possibilities. 1, there was a new region she'd never known about and she'd been teleported here. 2, she'd been sent to another world entirely. Haha, that couldn't be possible. It must be the first option. Yet, Kirsty had a hunch she might really be in a different world. This thought plunged her into deep contemplation. She instinctively refused to believe it but couldn't deny it either. At this moment, Bram regained some consciousness. He felt burning hot in some areas and icy cold in others, as if something deep within was devouring him, causing unnatural changes wherever it went. He even wondered if he had entered hell. As he gradually recovered, Bram slowly opened his eyes. He saw a skull face covered in bones. Strangely, it looked concerned. It was a skeleton wearing a maid outfit. Yes, a maid outfit. The maid-outfitted skeleton seemed excited by his awakening, calling another similarly dressed skeleton over. One held water, the other bandages, and they circled around Bram, inspecting him closely. He was definitely in hell. Bram closed his eyes calmly. After 2 minutes, a sweet voice echoed, "You're awake? Still alive?" Bram reopened his eyes. The two small skeletons had moved aside, and now a girl stood before him, draped in a black cloak. She looked slim, around 1.6 meters tall. Lifting her head slightly, the hood revealed a round, cat-like face with slightly drooping eyes that looked innocent and adorable, enhanced by her baby fat. Family threw him into hell, while strangers cared about his survival. This contrast made Bram laugh sardonically, then felt Kirsty poking his cheeks. She poked him with a regretful tone. "Ah, you're still alive. Bram." Something seemed off. "Forget it, being alive has its advantages too," Kirsty comforted herself. Bram was different from the other zombies she had encountered. He was the most special one. Whether dead or alive, he was valuable for research, and being alive was certainly better. This way, after he died, Kirsty could study him again. With this thought, Kirsty's mood improved significantly. She poked Bram's cheeks, her head held high with pride. "I rescued you, so from now on, you belong to me." Bram's response. That didn't matter. Kirsty wasn't asking for his consent but merely announcing her decision. Bram was severely injured, with bite marks all over his body, wounds so deep they revealed bone. His appearance was ghastly, and he was undergoing a crucial transformation that would take 2 to 3 days to complete and stabilize. Before that, Kirsty decided to stay here temporarily until Bram completed his transformation and could move freely before leaving. It would be more convenient this way. Bram's awakening lasted only briefly before he fell back into a deep sleep. Kirsty touched his skin, which felt icy like a corpse, yet he was sweating profusely in his coma. His sweat had a faint red tint, quickly soaking the carpet beneath him. He would occasionally regain consciousness, but soon lapse back into unconsciousness. After observing him for some time, realizing the transformation would take a long while, Kirsty went about her own business. Uncertain if she was in a new world, she was definitely in an unfamiliar place, making self-protection paramount. Most necromancers were physically weak after all. Wasn't it normal for wizards who didn't specialize in melee combat to be frail? Kirsty was slightly stronger than average necromancers, but she couldn't compare to true warriors. In this unfamiliar place, not knowing what she might encounter next, enhancing her combat power became very important. She had brought back a bunch of zombies and took advantage of this time to cultivate some minions. Kirsty carried enough materials, letting one skeleton care for Bram while sending another to gather food. She stayed in the room, beginning mass production of her minions. Ordinary corpses contained no souls. It was precisely because the soul had left the body that humans truly died. So, skilled in creating puppets from corpses, necromancers lacking materials often secretly dug up graves. Necromancers adept at manipulating souls either learned spirit summoning or spent their days lingering near dying people, waiting to collect fresh souls. The latter, due to their white cloaks, were called white crows. Kirsty specialized in both methods. While creating her minions, she also observed carefully, as zombies were completely unfamiliar materials to her, different from anything she had used before. For example, during her creation process, she discovered that zombies seemed to still contain souls. The sensation was vague, almost there yet almost not. It was quite intriguing. She could only first use the method for turning corpses into puppets to ensure her safety. As for deeply exploring the secrets of zombies, that would have to wait. Soon, Kirsty had a squad of zombies, around 30 to 40, whom she sent out to catch new ones and serve as her eyes and ears to observe the city. She needed to determine if she was really in a new world. After a busy afternoon, Kirsty felt hungry. She patted her small belly, slumping onto the sofa. Skeleton 2 quickly came forward, placing a cushion behind Kirsty. Skeleton 1 returned, dragging a sack. Opening the sack, it let Kirsty choose what she wanted to eat. The contents were plentiful, and after much deliberation, Kirsty finally picked out what interested her most. When Bram woke up again, he smelled something peculiar, a stench that was somewhat pungent. He struggled to turn his head and saw Kirsty eating at a nearby coffee table, and a skeleton wearing an apron diligently peeling fruit for her. This scene felt surreal, even for Bram, who had experienced the end of the world and a zombie siege. For a moment, he couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream, feeling as if being so close to the zombies was a distant memory. In his daze, Zhong Chungan saw Kirsty holding a bowl of, leaning over to ask him, "Are you hungry?" Note, is a type of Chinese noodle dish, specifically named luocephane. Bram's response was delayed by a second. He indeed felt hungry. His gaze slowly fell on Kirsty's round face. She looked like a little squirrel, happily slurping down her luocephane, with a bit of broth lingering at the corner of her mouth, completely unaware that at this moment, Bram felt an urge. He was very hungry, and he wanted to eat her. Chapter 3, The person she's looking for is you. Hey. Kirsty suddenly leaned in closer, her cat-like eyes narrowing slightly, looking fiercely adorable. What are you thinking about? Brecken. He couldn't quite describe the impulse that had hit him just now. This kind of eating wasn't the type that carried any sensual connotation, it was a literal consumption. Blood, organs, entire bodies. The thought made his throat itch, and he even hallucinated for a moment, seeing flesh tear apart, blood splattering, warm liquid sliding down his esophagus. Wait. Brecken held his head, dispelling the R-rated thoughts from his mind. He wasn't stupid. Recalling what happened before he lost consciousness, he clearly understood why he had become like this. He was about to turn into a zombie, just like those outside. They had no reason, no minds, only driven by instinct to eat people. Brecken didn't want to become one of them. Being like this was worse than death. And the cause of his transformation was his own family. Lost in his thoughts, hatred and despair took over him, boiling his soul. If this continued, he would either cool down into ashes or lose himself entirely, crossing all lines. However, Brecken didn't do either of these things because Kirsty suddenly tapped his head, quite forcefully. Brecken was dazed for a moment and looked up at Kirsty. Seeing that he wasn't unconscious, Kirsty pondered for a bit, then suddenly handed the bowl of spicy snail rice noodles to a little skeleton, while another promptly passed her a steel rod. Kirsty glanced at it, suspecting Brecken's skull might not be hard enough, so the little skeleton calmly searched and replaced the rod with a rolling pin. Brecken watched helplessly as Kirsty raised the rolling pin and knocked him out. Brecken. Kirsty tossed the rolling pin aside, muttering quietly, "Sleeping means no more aimless thoughts, right, little idiot." Humans always have many complicated emotions, especially when faced with strange and incomprehensible situations. Kirsty had seen it all and learned the simplest solution. It was to keep them too busy to have idle thoughts. Without the time to dwell on problems, most troubles would diminish by 2/3 or more. Over the next day, Brecken would occasionally regain consciousness. Each time he was about to spiral into dark thoughts, a figure would silently appear behind him, wielding a rolling pin. Eventually, whether due to concussion or a shift in mindset, Brecken stopped obsessing over negative thoughts. When he was conscious, he simply stared at Kirsty, letting his mind go blank as he sensed the changes within his body. His behavior pleased Kirsty, who gave him a thumbs up. By the second night, Brecken no longer felt his cells burning. His body gradually cooled, to the point where he had no surface temperature left. He could sense an immense power within him, ready to burst forth. More importantly, he hadn't lost his reason. He could still think clearly and hadn't been knocked into amnesia by Kirsty. This was good. When his full mutation was complete, Kirsty was right beside him, watching him with a fascinated look. Brecken noticed she was eating instant noodles, specifically sour pickled cabbage flavor. Kirsty slurped loudly, mumbling through her mouthful, "Let's test your condition. If there's no problem, we'll leave this place." If not for Brecken's ongoing transformation, Kirsty would have already carried him away from the city. She was eager to confirm if the anomaly was citywide or worldwide. If it was the latter, she could be sure she was in a different world. Then they'd need to plan their next move. "How do we test?" Brecken's voice was hoarse, and he could still taste blood lingering in his throat. Kirsty quickly finished her noodles, praising the flavor. Such convenient and delicious food was practically divine for necromancers like them. If this truly was a different world, she'd find a way back and bring a bunch of zombies and a stockpile of instant noodles with her to share with her recluse friends. Of course, it's tested this way. Kirsty pulled out a fruit knife and stabbed a hole in Brecken's abdomen. Brecken silently looked down at the hole in his stomach. No blood flowed out. About 5 seconds later, it had almost completely healed. Looks like he wasn't human anymore. Kirsty conducted a few more simple experiments, her eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. The young girl paced back and forth, looking at Brecken with such deep affection that one might have thought he was her lover. "More detailed experiments can't be done right now. We'll talk about it after we leave this place," she said as she pricked her own fingertip and used the drop of blood to mark Brecken simply. Then she asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Dazedly, Brecken recalled hearing these words while lying among the corpses, his body battered and torn by bites. Kirsty was an odd person, but she had saved him from the zombie crowd, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he was no longer human. Thinking of this, Brecken glanced at the two skeletons in maid outfits, his heart suddenly filled with complex emotions. Yes. He was a lost soul, with nowhere else to go. It didn't matter where he ended up. As for certain people, he would never forgive them. This thought had just surfaced when Brecken instinctively clutched the back of his head. Kirsty gave him a puzzled look and said, "Let's go then." The reactive Brecken. Kirsty's little followers tidied up their belongings, and the zombie minions marched into her interdimensional portal, having to stack themselves awkwardly due to limited space. The remaining third spread out, some clearing the way ahead, others surrounding Kirsty like professional bodyguards. Brecken found himself in unfamiliar territory, unsure how this young girl could control zombies. After the disaster, some people did awaken strange abilities, but most were normal, super strength, impenetrable skin, invisibility, etc. He had seen a couple, but none as peculiar as Kirsty. However, as Kirsty hadn't probed into his secrets, he wouldn't pry into hers either. Respect was mutual, it was basic courtesy. With a small backpack full of snacks slung over her shoulder, Kirsty led the way out under the protection of zombies. Which way out of the city? Kirsty tilted her head. Brecken hadn't lived in the city long, only vaguely remembering one route out, so he took the lead. They headed towards the exit, encountering many zombies along the way. Each time they passed one, Kirsty would turn back with a reluctant look, sometimes even sighing. Her gentle gaze on the zombies made Brecken feel slightly uneasy. Turning into a zombie was terrifying, but it was something beyond his control, unlike Kirsty. They continued walking until they neared the highway leading out of the city. Suddenly, one of Kirsty's controlled zombies stumbled over, delivering a message. "People are blocking the exit, looking for someone." Kirsty was familiar with such tactics, being frequently wanted. She quickly pulled up her hood, hiding her face, then looked back at Brecken. Though she didn't know who was being sought, as a necromancer, she was always cautious. She beckoned Brecken closer. Standing almost half a foot taller than her, she was barely 5 feet 3 inches, He was over 6 foot. Brecken bent down to get closer to her. I'll give you a temporary new face. Though bewildered, Brecken complied without resistance. Kirsty's warm hand touched his cold face, giving it human-like warmth. She fiddled with his face for a while, warming his icy cheeks. Done. She also adjusted Brecken's clothes to hide his ragged body. The injuries he sustained before becoming a zombie didn't heal quickly, so beneath his handsome face was a body riddled with wounds and exposed bones. Kirsty extended her hand, palm up, and Brecken hesitated before placing his hand in hers. Her small hand gripped his long fingers tightly as they walked forward, her lively strides making her seem much faster despite her shorter steps. He let himself be pulled along, unaware that this moment marked a significant shift in his fate. Indeed, the road out of the city was blocked by a group of people who had set up a barricade to check everyone leaving. The leader was a man holding a mobile phone. As Kirsty and company walked past, they could hear him grumbling. It's been 2 days, and only a few people have come out. We're not even letting them go. Who is this person they're looking for? What's so special about finding him? They could be doing something else with this time. Kirsty led Brecken past. She couldn't see over the crowd due to her short stature, but Brecken caught a glimpse of the photo on the phone screen. It was his face. Chapter 4. Can we trust science? Zack had no real enemies. Before turning into a zombie, his health was poor, and he rarely left home, thus neither gaining any enemies nor making many friends. The only person who could be considered an enemy with deep grudges would be the one who pushed him into the pile of zombies, but that person probably didn't have the capability to do such things and certainly wouldn't be at the city's exit, hunting for him. After all, in their eyes, once Zack fell into the pile of zombies, there was no saving him. Either he would be torn to shreds or turn into a zombie. There was no need for a final blow. Because of this, Zack initially thought it couldn't be him, yet the person they were looking for was indeed him. Who was searching for Zack? All the muscles in his body stiffened momentarily, which was instantly noticed by Kirsty. Kirsty tilted her head and glanced at Zack, immediately understanding. She initiated a conversation. Who are you looking for? A relative or friend trapped in the city? Since this job was truly boring and given Kirsty's adorable, innocent, and sweet appearance, the man at the gate didn't mind chatting with her for a bit. He was quite dedicated to his work, first confirming Zack's appearance, noting that he didn't match the photo, before crossing his arms and starting to complain. I don't even know who we're looking for, just orders from above. Sometimes they say it might be a person, other times they say it might be a zombie. It seems like they're just playing with us. Maybe they're looking for someone's lover who can't be seen publicly. So big a city, unable to confirm whether it's a human or a zombie must be exhausting, right? Absolutely. We've been here for 2 days and haven't seen a single soul. Truly infuriating. The disaster has been ongoing for some time now, and there are still many people trapped in the city. Each day, survivors escape. Those with luck remain unscathed, finding a place to settle among survivor communities, clearing their first major hurdle. Those less fortunate leave the city injured, too wounded for any base to take them in, only able to lie down somewhere, waiting for death or to turn into zombies, where becoming a zombie seems almost like death anyway. Thus, they occasionally saw people when guarding the gate, but most were irrelevant. They showed mixed emotions, surprise at escaping the city and anxiety about the uncertain future. No one as calm and conversational as Kirsty was around, making it incredibly boring. After a brief chat, Kirsty continued talking, then the man pointed out directions for her enthusiastically. The base I'm in is called Xiangtao Survivor Base. If you have nowhere to go, coming to our place isn't bad either. Sure, Kirsty made an okay gesture. So it's in this location. Not too far, maybe I'll check it out if I pass by. Please come. Our base is really great. Newcomers get excellent benefits. Kirsty readily agreed, then turned toward another direction as soon as she left. Zack couldn't help remarking, this doesn't seem to be the way to Xiangtao. Kirsty slowly lifted her head and looked at him with a baffling expression, leaving Zack utterly confused. Kirsty waved him over, bending Zack closer, then reached out to touch his forehead. Afterward, she murmured, you don't even have a fever. She took out a small notebook and started asking, have you always been like this since childhood? Zack. Fine, let me rephrase. Have you always been stupid? Kirsty looked at Zack with a pitiful gaze as if speaking to someone with a single-digit IQ. Due to being too intelligent from a young age but physically weak, leading to much lamentation about wasted talent whenever people saw him, Zack was experiencing his first time being called stupid. It seems this isn't a side effect of turning into a zombie but innate stupidity. Kirsty closed her notebook regretfully. If it's congenital, then there's no cure. Zack narrowed his eyes and said coolly, what I meant was, it's not that serious. They're looking for you, so you want to turn yourself in at Xiangtao? Kirsty tapped his forehead mercilessly. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Zack. After mercilessly tapping her little subordinate, Kirsty found an empty spot to start drawing formations because the alternate space wasn't large enough. Many of her subordinates were still in the city. Clearly, all exits were blocked, and having them walk through the exits would surely cause conflicts with humans. This would be problematic. After careful consideration, Kirsty decided to directly teleport her subordinates out. Long-distance teleportation was impossible, otherwise, she wouldn't be relying on teleport scrolls to end up in such a place. Short-distance teleportation was doable but required some time. As Kirsty squatted down to draw the teleportation array with seriousness, Zack squatted beside her, looking as if he wanted to say something. Without lifting her head, Kirsty said, "I know what you're thinking. I just don't care." Zack didn't speak. After a long while, Kirsty continued, "I hate those things. I chose to become an undead mage because I dislike playing mind games with humans. Your thoughts and tests mean nothing to me. I only see you as a big fool." She wrinkled her nose, making her disdain obvious. Zack had intended to say something but found himself unable to utter a word. Perhaps because Kirsty was different from everyone he knew, her straightforwardness reached a frightening level, a kind of existence that normal society could not tolerate. Those unspoken rules in conversations were broken by her without any hesitation. Even though she didn't look over with her bright star-like eyes or question him on purpose, Zack still felt guilty. This guilt did not come from lies or anything else but from the realization that unlike him, who had been tainted by society and gradually lost his innocence, Kirsty was pure yet aware. She wasn't a blank sheet of paper but in some ways rarer than one. Compared to such a Kirsty, he seemed so despicable. While Zack was lost in thought, Kirsty finally finished drawing the teleportation array. She stretched lazily and then turned to look at Zack. "You have your way of living, I have mine. I won't interfere with yours." Yeah, she just called him a big fool occasionally. Despite being called a big fool, Zack felt a sense of relief. He sat down beside Kirsty, watching one zombie after another emerge from the glowing red teleportation array, and asked curiously, "You mentioned earlier that you're an undead mage?" "Yeah," Kirsty said, supporting her chin while watching her subordinates emerge one by one, feeling a joy like reaping a harvest. Normally, Zack would have asked many questions like what exactly an undead mage is or whether mags really exist in this world. But today, he asked nothing. He just watched the zombies appear like bamboo shoots after spring rain, soon forming a row. Once all the zombies had emerged, Kirsty led Zack and the group of zombies in a direction completely opposite to what the helpful man at the gate had mentioned. To avoid startling others, Kirsty also made sure her zombie subordinates kept a low profile and tried not to appear in front of people, a thoughtful consideration indeed. Not long after leaving the city, Kirsty confirmed her suspicion. She was indeed in a strange new world. And this disaster wasn't confined to one city. Most cities they encountered were almost devoid of people, filled with those who had just fled and hadn't found a place to settle yet. They hadn't yet discovered the pattern. Some people scratched or bitten by zombies silently transformed into zombies on a certain night, devouring their loved ones around them. Everyone who clung to hope didn't escape the hand of fate. Kirsty and company frequently passed scenes of tragedy, car doors open, blood streaming from inside the vehicles onto the ground, revealing remnants here and there. Both perpetrators and victims vanished, but the supplies remained, food, clothes, and sometimes family photos left behind. No one knew whose remains belonged to whom in those photos or what happened on those fateful nights, but most people could easily imagine the tragic events that unfolded. Thinking escaping the city meant safety. A tiny wound wouldn't cause infection. Relatives and friends couldn't be abandoned. Kirsty felt a pang of pity. After collecting supplies, she often had her subordinates dig pits on the spot to bury the remains, a small gesture to acknowledge the resources taken. The most heartbreaking scene she encountered was a mother, her body gnawed to the bone, protecting an already lifeless, cold infant amidst the remaining pinkish human tissue. The perpetrator was likely the husband of the family of 3, for when Kirsty arrived, the now zombie husband had not yet left and was trying to eat the infant still cradled in its dead mother's arms. The emotionally touched Zack couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a calamity bestowed upon humanity by the gods?" Like the flood that destroyed the world, only those favored by the gods could survive by stepping onto the ark. As Kirsty directed her zombie subordinates to hold the now zombie husband, she started digging a grave on the spot to bury the wife and child. Hearing Zack sigh in exclamation, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. "It's a virus. Can you believe in science?" She, an undead mage, believed in science more than people from a more advanced era. How ironic. Zack. Chapter 5, The Swing and the Dream. Kirsty glanced sideways at Brecken, recalling the last witch hunt. It all started when countless ordinary people suddenly contracted a strange illness, their bodies gradually decaying without dying immediately, and it was somewhat contagious. The Holy Sanctum said it was the work of necromancers and black witches. After a massive witch hunt that claimed countless lives of necromancers and black witches, the Holy Sanctum distributed holy water. A bath in this water could cure the disease and also prevent it. Suddenly, the fame of gods and the Holy Sanctum grew even louder and hotter. Only Kirsty wondered why this terrible disease hadn't harmed a single noble. From that moment on, she became a complete atheist, even though it sounded odd for a necromancer to be an atheist. Kirsty wasn't fond of being a life coach to others, so she didn't elaborate much to Brecken, only saying, "Our food supplies are running low. Let's head into the city." Not far from here was a small town. This pitiful family of 3 might have fled from there. As they found an entrance, Brecken suddenly said, "I've been here before." Millimeter? Kirsty adjusted her cloak and made a gesture as if listening intently. Brecken usually disliked talking about himself, but today, for some inexplicable reason, he said, "When I was little, I lived here with my grandparents for almost 5 years." "You should be very familiar with this place then," Kirsty said, tiptoeing to pat his shoulder. "You can lead the way." Actually, he wasn't too familiar, having left this small town over a decade ago and barely having the chance to return except for his grandparents' funerals. So this town was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. But Brecken didn't say that. He instinctively reached out to Kirsty, regretting it as soon as he did. Before he could retract his hand, Kirsty's soft, pale hand had already slipped into his palm. Kirsty's hand looked even smaller than an average girl's, with short pink nails that were round and somehow cute, contrasting against Brecken's long, scarred fingers. When he closed his large hand, it enveloped hers completely. Brecken looked down and inexplicably felt satisfied, then led the way forward. A small town like this would fall quickly in these times, with zombies wandering the streets and chaos everywhere. Kirsty's loyal minions kept filling her increasingly empty space dimension. Her zombie squad thus grew steadily larger. As Brecken walked through the town streets after many years, the post-apocalyptic town looked utterly foreign yet stirred deep emotions. He still remembered who used to live in some of the old houses, but now, either misfortune had befallen them or they had fled, leaving no trace of familiarity. Let's go this way. Brecken wasn't sure how much the town layout had changed, only vaguely remembering a minimart around here. Indeed, not far ahead, they saw a supermarket, though it was not quite the one he remembered. Kirsty wandered nearby and found a fire axe near the fire door. She weighed it in her hands and then eagerly chopped a hole in the roller shutter of the supermarket. Such a small supermarket likely wouldn't be very extensive, and Brecken had braced for finding it ransacked. Unexpectedly, once inside, the shelves seemed mostly untouched. The apocalypse began on a midnight when it was possible no one was in the supermarket. No one had turned into zombies, those fleeing the city didn't dare stop to search for supplies, and this tiny town offered few resources that outsiders weren't interested in plundering. Thus, the supplies survived. The only one needing food and water was Kirsty. Her minions, including Brecken, were zombies who didn't need to eat. They attacked and ate humans driven by an instinct to evolve. For instance, in Brecken's eyes, Kirsty was an incredibly attractive, delicious existence. However, Brecken differed from ordinary zombies. He retained intelligence and rationality, enabling self-control. And the minions behaved because they were under Kirsty's control. So Kirsty didn't collect much in supplies. She packed some bottled water and some instant foods into her spatial dimension, but since it was already filled with zombies and couldn't accommodate more, she had Brecken carry the remaining items on his back. A tall, handsome guy like him ended up carrying a pink backpack stuffed with snacks and drinks, looking quite bizarre. It wasn't that Kirsty had a peculiar taste, it was simply that this pink backpack could hold the most. They scoured the entire supermarket. When they were heading down from the second floor to the first, they saw a phone display counter. Small black phones were neatly placed there. Kirsty paused and asked Brecken, "What are these?" Brecken. He felt Kirsty's strangeness every day, like her claiming to be a necromancer who could actually control zombies, or her not recognizing what a phone was with wide eyes full of curiosity. Even people living in mountainous areas would know what a phone is these days. With a faint suspicion, Brecken patiently explained to Kirsty what a phone was, how to use it, and most importantly, there's no internet connection now, meaning it's basically useless. At best, it could tell time, but there was nowhere to charge it except for using power banks, which usually came with some charge, though not fully. So, phones were now trash. Is that so? Kirsty looked regretful when she learned about its limited functions but still picked one as a souvenir. Once she returned to her world, she would urge her alchemist friend to devise an alternative to phones. In a world that valued technological development, many things were worth learning. Her trip here might not be a bad thing after all. After packing everything they wanted, the two left the small supermarket and returned to the street. Standing at the street corner, Brecken felt somewhat dazed. Where do you want to go next? He was in a state of confusion, unsure of what to do or where to go, just like a puppet waiting for Kirsty's commands to dance gracefully. To learn more about this world, Kirsty declared, hands on her hips, standing upright, radiating energy, contrasting sharply with the lifeless Brecken. She even seemed out of place in this decaying world. You sometimes resemble the sun, Brecken said suddenly. Huh. Kirsty was shocked, momentarily thinking Brecken had lost his mind during his transformation, discarding his brain to lighten the load. How could anyone say a necromancer resembled the sun? Kirsty's eyes gradually softened, and she patted Brecken gently. Eat better in the future. Brecken. Kirsty shifted the topic naturally. It's already late, let's not leave the city. We can find a place to sleep for the night. Leaving the city at this hour meant it would get dark soon, forcing them to camp in the wilderness or roadside grass, far less comfortable than finding a house within the city and sleeping in a bed. Brecken seemed to have something in mind, whispering, "Follow me then." Walking one after another, they quickly arrived at a small courtyard, a rarity in bustling cities. In developed cities, buildings grew taller and land was utilized to the fullest. But this small courtyard, with its antique-style gate, looked rustic and charming. The lock on the door was a bit rusty. Brecken instinctively reached for keys but then gave up dejectedly. Kirsty quickly pulled out her fire axe, her new favorite tool, easily smashing the lock without damaging the door. This courtyard wasn't large but showed signs of good planning by its previous inhabitants. There were small vegetable patches on both sides, now overgrown. A vine-covered walkway led through the middle, though the vines had withered and the structure decayed. Further inside, a faded swing stood, somewhat dilapidated but still intact, though the ropes might be unsafe due to prolonged exposure to rain. It seemed this place had been abandoned long before the disaster struck. Kirsty quite liked it. She ran to the swing, giving it a shake to see if it was usable, only to end up with a handful of dust. She felt a bit regretful, then she walked around the courtyard, inspecting here and there, eventually strolling back to Brecken's side. I quite like this place. Really? Brecken chuckled lightly. This was where I lived as a child. Really? Kirsty exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Not understanding why Kirsty was so delighted, Brecken, still lost in his own emotions, nodded. 2 minutes later, he squatted next to the swing, fixing it while feeling pained by his own naivety. Chapter 6, Mutant Zombies. The old swing was easy to repair, it just lacked the materials at hand. Zack repeatedly warned, be careful when playing. Don't fall. Kirsty, like a child who placates their parents, shouted that she understood while running towards the swing, all the while exclaiming happily. Zack, who had never taken care of a child before, instantly felt the fear of being dominated. He went inside to check, and found that the bedsheets and quilts were damp from disuse, emitting a musty smell. The spare quilts in the cabinet were also evidently ravaged by time. In the kitchen, an old gas canister could still be ignited, it was quite durable. He took a turn around the house. The house was still the same, but the people he missed were no longer here. After letting out his complicated thoughts, Zack returned to the courtyard. From afar, he heard Kirsty's joyful voice. When he came out to see, Kirsty was almost swinging to the sky. Zack's heart constricted, fearing that Kirsty would fall from the highest point with a thud and become a pile of meat. Indeed, what one fears might come true. As Kirsty swung, one of the ropes broke. She was at the peak of her arc, starting a free fall. Zack's breathing stopped as the string in his mind snapped. He rushed towards Kirsty. Before reaching her, he saw two small skeletons skillfully stretch out a bedsheet, adjusting its position. Kirsty fell onto it and was caught by the two little skeletons. Kirsty's hood had fallen off, her hair was messy, but she looked delighted, sitting there giggling. Zack held his breath, not knowing what to say. When Kirsty, with her fluffy head, stood up, he finally scolded her with a darkened face. You really don't fear accidents. You really don't understand necromancers. Kirsty pulled her hood over her head again and started directing her subordinates. Some went outside to find new bedding, others swept the house with brooms to remove dust. The small room suddenly bustled with activity. Although those walking around were either zombies or maid-dressed skeletons, it gave off a somewhat eerie vibe. These two small skeletons were obviously versatile and diligent, tidying up things neatly. Zombies, whose movements were often stiff, couldn't handle detailed tasks and left them to the two little skeletons. For instance, making beds, folding quilts, and cooking. As soon as Kirsty entered the house, one of them would promptly clean a place for her to sit, wash a cup, and pour a glass of mineral water. Yes, mineral water. Zack didn't get such treatment. He had to wipe the stool himself, then sit opposite Kirsty, watching the busy little skeletons. He said, were they girls in life? They are so meticulous. Hey, boys. Kirsty made no attempt to hide her amusement, asserting confidently, boys wearing maid outfits are the best. Zack. Suddenly, these two little skeletons became unbearable to look at. The two little skeletons remained calm, quickly cleaning the room. Due to their swift movements, Zack only noticed their fluttering ribbons above their buttocks as they turned. Before the cleaning was completed, one of them automatically put down the cleaning tool and ran into the kitchen. Soon, this long uninhabited house filled with the fragrance of dishes. With some human touch, the room seemed much cozier. Meanwhile, Kirsty was playing on her phone. Kirsty lay bored on the table when Zack impulsively taught her an offline mobile game called Pair Matching, a built-in minigame of the phone brand. Kirsty got hooked immediately. Initially playing while lying on the table, even after the meals were ready and placed on the table, she continued playing while eating, and even let the skeletons feed her a rather extravagant manner. Even as she prepared to sleep, Kirsty still clutched her phone. The master bedroom and guest bedroom were separated by a wall. Kirsty slept in the master bedroom, Zack in the guest bedroom. After becoming a zombie, the need for sleep diminished, but Zack still decided to pretend to sleep. He closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he was awakened by noise. The sound of Kirsty's minigames didn't stop round after round, non-stop. If Zack were still a normal human needing sleep, he would likely be nearing his breaking point. But he was not, so he could only keep his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, suspecting that Kirsty was sent by heaven to torment him. She had saved him from the zombie horde just to torture him, right? So when he heard the sounds from the street, Zack was the first to rise. Mainly because the sound of the minigames was too torturous, repetitive, trivial, brainwashing, and Kirsty probably hadn't learned how to adjust the volume yet. The sound wasn't very low. When he walked out of the room, he happened to see Kirsty in a fluffy pajama suit with two rabbit ears drooping to the sides. She was playing the game while walking out, clearly also having heard the commotion outside. I'll go check it out first. Zack was about to go out when Kirsty handed him an axe. To give her new favorite, after getting the phone she already regarded the fire axe as an old love, Zack figured Kirsty still had a tiny bit of feeling for him. Zack took Kirsty's old love and a few subordinates and left the courtyard. The streets outside were already in chaos. A few ordinary people were running toward this direction from the end of the street, pursued by a zombie that looked very strange. The zombie resembled a robust fitness enthusiast, but even fitness enthusiasts rarely have a height of 3 meters, pillar-like legs, and palm-sized hands capable of crushing a human head effortlessly. There were about 4 survivors, 3 men, and 1 woman. They obviously had no experience dealing with monsters of this level. They dared not even pause, watching their companion be crushed and exploded. They only ran faster. As the saying goes, you don't need to run faster than the monster, just faster than your teammates. The headless body hanging on the massive zombie's hand was torn apart effortlessly, becoming food. The sound of chewing and dripping liquids was particularly grating even in the relatively noisy street. If it could stop due to eating, the remaining 4 might have escaped safely. But it did not. Clearly, one person couldn't fill its stomach. It kept eating while charging towards the remaining 4 people. Its bulky body was surprisingly agile, shaking up dust upon landing. Zack still held the fire axe, his thin frame forming a stark contrast with the robust figure in front of him. Yet he felt no pressure. Instead, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, Kirsty might like it. Not that kind of liking, but the kind of liking for special zombies or peculiar corpses. Just like Kirsty liked Zack not because he was handsome, but because he mutated enough strangely. This realization made Zack feel oddly comfortable. After all, most humans judged others based on appearance, looks, demeanor, wisdom. Many factors could influence someone's evaluation. Only Kirsty wouldn't, unless you died in a bizarre way, then she'd like you. Otherwise, even if you were a celestial being, she wouldn't glance at you twice. Zack turned to ask the little skeleton beside him, can you understand? If so, please go notify Kirsty. The little skeleton lifted its head, though it had no eyes, just vacant eye sockets glowing with blue ghost flames. Zack inexplicably sensed a hint of disdain. After dismissing Zack, the little skeleton trotted off to inform Kirsty, who was busy playing games. Meanwhile, the 4 fleeing people were nearing Zack. Seeing him still standing there dazedly, they all changed color. Run. Why are you just standing there? Zack was tall and skinny, with almost no muscle after being gnawed on in the zombie pile for a long time. He looked like a tall bamboo pole, plus he had been sickly and seldom went out in life, making his skin unnaturally pale. Standing there, he seemed like a breeze could blow him away. The 4 people were worried Zack wouldn't run fast enough and would soon be caught and devoured by the zombie. Zack slowly opened the door. Do you want to come inside and hide? This door might not hold against such a monstrous zombie, but if they kept running, eventually they would all be caught and torn apart. After some consideration, the 4 people finally rushed into the courtyard. Quick, close the door. Zack slammed the door shut and bolted it. The remaining 4 hurried around the yard, moving items to block the door. Once the door was securely blocked and seemed temporarily safe, they sighed in relief, sitting down and wiping sweat profusely. At this moment, Kirsty had already come out. She looked at the 4 people curiously and then asked Zack, where is the big guy you mentioned? In the street outside the door. Kirsty's eyes sparkled with interest. She even stopped playing her game, stuffed her phone into her pocket casually, and then rubbed her hands together eagerly to climb over the wall. Let me go take a look. The 4 people. Chapter 7. Don't go. It will kill you. None of the 4 had ever seen anyone so daring. Wasn't this just asking for death? They were a bit weak, but their characters were kind enough. They all rushed over to hug Kirsty's legs and pleaded frantically, don't go. You really will die. Curiosity killed the cat, and it applies to rabbits too. Especially the only girl among the 4, her voice sounded almost like a scream, don't go. It will crush your skull. Even pull off your rabbit ears. Kirsty. Her arms were short and she was small, so for a moment, she couldn't break free from their restraining. Kirsty was very worried that the strange zombie would escape, so she called on her little brother directly. The 4 were desperately trying to stop Kirsty from climbing the wall, urging her to come down quickly for the sake of her life, when they saw a white figure gracefully soar over their heads. The 4 looked up and were stunned when they realized what had floated past. It was a skeleton dressed in black and white made attire. Since it was just bones, there was no need for anything else under its skirt. When it leaped over them, one could see its femur, pelvis, pubic bone, and more, extremely candid. Just as they thought they were hallucinating out of fright, another maid-dressed little skeleton soared over them. The person who was stopping Kirsty made unintelligent sounds. Kirsty seized this opportunity to wriggle free and climbed onto the wall. After a brief silence, the 4 followed, cautiously peering over the wall. The 2 skeletons had already landed, while the towering, obviously strangely mutated zombie stood at the gate, raising its hands high, attempting to smash through the door. Neither of the 2 small skeletons seemed tall, somewhere between 5 feet to 5 feet 6 inches. Genuine skeletal frames with different styles of maid outfits, one traditional, long white dress with a large bow at the back and lace-edged apron, looking quite demure, the other reformed style, slightly shorter with splits showing the pelvic bones, oddly wearing black thigh-highs despite being bare-boned. Overall, they exuded a mix of mischievousness and fragility. What is this? Someone hung on the wall, utterly surprised. The only girl of the 4 was a bit worried. Will they be okay? Only Kirsty was full of confidence. Go get Xiaohei, Chauncey. The 2 skeletons' jaws snapped open and shut with clicking sounds, then charged at the massive zombie from either side. In the next second, the 4's worldview shattered. The skeleton in the white dress, possibly Chauncey, did a quick sweeping kick, making the huge zombie stagger. The one in black thigh-highs, likely Xiaohei, jumped up, clamped the big zombie's head with its femur, and effortlessly slammed it to the ground. The 2 skeletons, left and right, moved both skillfully and powerfully. In just a few moves, they forced the fierce giant zombie to scramble around helplessly on the ground. When it tried to escape, the 2 grabbed its legs from either side and dragged it away forcibly. The 4 people. So powerful. They turned silently and stared at Kirsty, who wore an innocent expression as if she knew nothing. But they all heard Kirsty call the 2 skeletons Xiaohei and Chauncey. This didn't seem like someone who knows nothing. Brecken silently stepped forward, placing a hand on Kirsty's shoulder and smiling at the 4, These are her special abilities. You must have seen other ability users, haven't you? Not only had they seen them, but two among them were ability users themselves, the girl and the oldest bearded man. Yes, we call these powers superpowers. Powers that once existed only in films and TV shows now manifested in humans, leading them to instinctively call them superpowers. Superpowers. And those who possessed them were superpower users. However, most superpowers weren't actually strong. Relatively practical ones included toughening the skin to resist injury or increasing strength. The former prevented them from getting injured easily by zombies, which could infect them upon wounding, nearly 100% chance for ordinary people, though a bit lower for superpower users but still not entirely safe. Some people turned into zombies soon after being injured, while others survived the constant fever and coma to find their abilities becoming stronger. The ability to toughen the skin was incredibly useful in this situation. As long as the skin remained intact, the virus had little chance of entering the body. The latter, superhuman strength, was another very practical ability. Whether for combat or daily life, it made a significant difference and was highly valued at this stage. As for other flashy abilities, many were rather weak. For example, one person could release flames like a magician from TV shows, but the flames were only strong enough to light a cigarette. They couldn't even boil water. Another's ability was invisibility, which worked well against humans, especially now that surveillance cameras and infrared sensors were out of commission. However, it was useless against zombies because they relied on their sense of smell, not sight, to track humans. Like two of them who were ability users, the girl's power allowed her to turn her hands into a rock-like substance with metal-like sharpness. But since she wasn't adept at fighting, she didn't utilize it well. The bearded man's ability was to extract water from the air and turn it into pure water. His current limit was 2 bottles of mineral water per day. A bit of a liability. In comparison, Kirsty's abilities looked cool and powerful, controlling 2 skeletons with high combat skills. Several people looked at Kirsty with envious eyes, almost drooling with admiration. As an often pursued necromancer, Kirsty knew it was important to hide her identity. She calmly operated the zombie minions to climb over the wall from behind the house, leaving Xiaohei and Chauncey by her side and saying, "I can only control these 2. Now everyone is safe, let's go inside." They all went into the room, with Kirsty walking last. She secretly opened a door to an alternate dimension and left. The 2 small skeletons then dragged the big zombie into the alternate dimension. After entering the house, the 2 skeletons returned shortly, diligently pouring bottled water for everyone. Kirsty, feeling hungry after waking up in the middle of the night, instructed Xiaohei to prepare a pack of instant noodles for her. She sipped the noodles and asked, "Why were you outside so late?" At the mention of this, their expressions turned serious. The bearded man said in a low voice, "We are teams from different bases. Usually, we keep to ourselves. But tonight, they led the zombie to our resting place, trying to divert disaster. If not for their vigilance and fast running speed, they might have been dead already." The zombie had crushed the last survivor of another team earlier. So, for the bearded man and his group, tonight was sheer calamity. If they hadn't encountered Kirsty, they might have met the same fate. Kirsty, biting on her chopsticks, mumbled, "Humans are the most annoying like this. Among humans, there are both good and bad ones. But human hearts are hidden within, and just by looking at the surface, you never know if they are good or bad. Therefore, no one can guarantee they can see through another person. In the world of humans, deceit, murder, and chaos will never cease." Compared to humans, Kirsty preferred the company of corpses because they never lie. This heavy topic dampened everyone's mood, including Brecken, who had experienced betrayal before. Kirsty quickly finished her noodles, drank the broth, and said, "Anyway, things are stable for now. Chauncey and Xiaohei, clean up the remaining rooms." No need, we can do it ourselves," they politely insisted. But the skeletons moved quickly, even tidying up the living room couches due to lack of sleeping space, allowing them to sleep separately in the living room and guest room. Seeing this, they envied even more. Look at her abilities, and then look at theirs. The 4 stayed overnight. Due to exhaustion from the previous night, they woke up quite late in the morning. Kirsty had been playing games all night, following the moon's schedule, and woke up even later, slightly after them. When she got up, the others were already busy in the kitchen. The bearded man made a cupping motion with both hands, aiming at the pot, his face turning beet red from the effort. A closer look revealed that clear water was continuously dripping from his palms into the pot. On the other side, the woman calmly extended her rock-colored hands, flipping the chicken strips in the scorching oil without any change in expression. Although everyone's abilities were different, they all promised a bright future. Chapter 8, Plastic Friends. Before breakfast, it felt like watching a circus performance. After getting up, Kirsty stood by with snacks in her mouth, watching for a long time, her eyes full of amazement. After all, as a necromancer, she had only seen peers and some other mags. She had little knowledge about such things as superpowers. When the bearded man was squirting water, she applauded. When the young lady was handling the oil pan, she became an unfeeling praise machine. She made their faces turn red until they felt embarrassed. When it came time to eat, several people proposed, "You guys haven't registered in any base yet, right? Why don't you come live at our base?" The bearded man thumped his chest loudly. "Our base is pretty big. If you are a superpower user, you can get a week's worth of support when you first enter the base, even if you don't stay for long. If you decide to stay for the long term, there are extra rewards each month. It's definitely not a loss. They praised their base, from its high-level personnel to policies, from policies to geographical location, then from geographical location to the quality of handsome men. Finally, after drying out their mouths with nothing left to say, seeing that Kirsty still showed no interest, the young lady hesitated for a moment before saying, "We have another plant-based superpower user in our base. I heard that they have cultivated many fruits and vegetables, including grapes, which can be exchanged with contribution points." Kirsty, who was eating seriously, wiped her mouth and said solemnly, "It doesn't matter whether there are grapes or not. What matters is living together with friends. The 4 people. All you want is to eat grapes, don't you?" Little did they know, this kind of seasonal fruit is not only precious in the end times but also valuable in the eyes of necromancers. After all, necromancers usually hide away, either squatting in deep forests or hiding in cemeteries. Occasionally, they go to cities to buy necessities and research materials, quickly finishing and fleeing. Fruits themselves are relatively scarce, especially grapes. Ordinary families cannot afford them. Necromancers with hoods over their heads, rushing to buy these luxurious seasonal fruits that only rich people can buy, would be akin to shouting at the holy hall people, "I have problems, come and arrest me." Fruits are indeed delicious, but one needs the right opportunity to enjoy them. Kirsty sat upright, looking sweet and innocent, like a guiltless young girl. However, her words were far from reserved. "Dear friends, when do we leave?" "Oh, right, what were your names again?" "The 4 people." The group gave Kirsty a speechless look before introducing themselves. The bearded man, "I'm Darcy, as in straightforward Ming." The young lady, "Krista, as in spring rain which is as precious as oil." Another 2 people, "Zhao Yi, as in number 1, not a dash." Sun Xiong. Kirsty put down her chopsticks. "I'm Kirsty, this is Bram. From now on, we're friends." Everyone felt this friendship was rather cheap, but Kirsty had indeed saved them. These people were of the kind who are quite kind-hearted, a precious trait in the end times. Compared to those who had strength but no morals and switched sides wherever there were benefits, Kirsty preferred kind people. Of course, the premise was that they weren't stupid, being a burden wasn't acceptable. She rarely chose friends based on their strength because none of them could match hers. Though she yearned for grapes in the base, she still needed to do other things before leaving, such as helping new friends collect supplies. They ran into issues shortly after entering the city and didn't manage to gather much. Returning to the base without collecting anything would be a waste. So after breakfast, Zhao Yi went to fetch the car. Of course, they needed a car to find supplies in the city. Last night's incident was too sudden, and they hadn't managed to drive away. Now, it was safe to return. Zhao Yi didn't go back alone. There were still many zombies on the road, so Chauncey accompanied him. The rest set off early to prepare to collect supplies. Later, the car would simply pick up the stuff, making it convenient. Kirsty walked at the back with Bram beside her. Johnny frowned slightly, seemingly somewhat confused. "Why would you want to go to the base?" "That will add a lot of trouble." "Because I want to understand the humans of this era," Kirsty said seriously while tilting her head. "I've never lived among a large number of humans before. Strong individuals could act on whims. Wanting to try living among humans and leaving when bored, why should there be a reason? She simply wanted to do it. Of course, there was a reason why she didn't do so in the previous era. It was troublesome. Back then, the number of mags was overwhelming. Even if Kirsty was powerful among them, once her identity as a necromancer was exposed, she would face an attack from numerous mags. There's an old saying that goes like this: "A pack of punches can even kill a master." Being overly troubled made Kirsty reluctant to blend into human society just for the sake of experiencing it. She, too, disliked unnecessary complications. However, when the trouble was minimal, she sought happiness. Bram thought for a moment and slowly grasped what Kirsty meant. Indeed, he shouldn't view her with the eyes of an ordinary person. Her way of thinking differed greatly from theirs. If he viewed her as a normal person and tried to guess her intentions, it would inevitably lead him astray. They soon arrived at the supermarket. Kirsty wouldn't let anyone know she could control zombies, so she had all the zombie minions drive away other zombies from the area. Krista exclaimed, "It feels like our luck has improved since we started acting with you. We haven't encountered many zombies on the way." Occasionally, they saw a few, but these zombies didn't come close, only lingering nearby as if uninterested. "Maybe they're full," Kirsty said offhandedly. The topic left everyone with mixed feelings, so they buried their heads and diligently moved supplies. They needed more than just food. Bedding, quilts, mosquito nets, tents, and various other living essentials were also required. Even if they didn't need these items personally, they could still trade them with others, ensuring they wouldn't lose out. When Zhao Yi drove up, they began loading the supplies onto the truck. It was a large cargo vehicle that could carry quite a bit. As they moved the supplies, Darcy remarked that Kirsty had saved them and provided shelter, and they were very grateful. Once the supplies were transported back, half of everything could go to Kirsty, while the 4 of them would split the remaining half. Darcy added somewhat embarrassedly, "We don't have many supplies left, which is why we came out to look for more. We need to keep some for ourselves, otherwise, we'd give it all to you." Kirsty didn't need much either, so she waved it off. "Half is already plenty. We don't need that much. 1/3 will do, you divide the rest." They thanked her repeatedly, and Kirsty put her hands on her hips. "We're friends, no need to thank me." This seemingly cheap friendship seemed to gain a little value. After collecting enough supplies and filling the truck, they prepared to leave the city. Before departure, Kirsty insisted on taking Bram for one last tour around his childhood home, promising to meet the others at the city gate later. Inside the house, she released the strange zombie they had captured earlier. The zombie was bound tightly by Xiaohei and Chauncey, looking suspiciously like it was tied in a tortoise shell style, which was oddly erotic. It stood over 2 meters tall, muscular with flesh that looked almost like rock, exuding a bronze-like luster. Compared to other zombies, its flesh wasn't as decayed. Apart from its mouth showing sharp teeth and emitting a foul odor, it looked relatively human. This one is different from other zombies, Kirsty suddenly said while squatting next to it. Bram was puzzled. Besides its appearance, how is it different? For most zombies walking the streets, I can sense their souls are still dormant within their bodies. But whether I want to find or awaken their souls, it's impossible, as if the faint presence I feel is fake. But this one here, I can indeed sense its soul sleeping and pinpoint its location, though I still can't wake it up. But this was already progress. Bram rubbed his chin. Is the soul important for zombies? Whether it's a faintly sensed soul or a real one that I can detect but can't wake, they both result in the zombie being a mere corpse. Only those with fully awake souls, like you, are truly alive, Kirsty explained matter-of-factly. Is it important? Bram understood deeply. However, did this mean that if a zombie's soul ever woke up, it would regain its sanity and be no different from its living state? Unaware of his thoughts, Kirsty quickly turned the zombie into another minion, assigning it a special code. From now on, you're Hemlock. Bram hadn't noticed the issue at the time. Not until he rejoined Krista and the others, sitting in the car slowly driving towards the city, did Bram suddenly realize the question, who is number 1? Kirsty slowly turned her head to look at him without saying a word. Bram. So, he was that number 1. Chapter 9, do you know who you are provoking? They soon arrived at the base. Kirsty had originally assumed that the base would be built within the city since there were already buildings there, which would save a lot of trouble. However, upon arrival, she found it wasn't the case. It was even quite a distance from the city. Probably because if the city were to be built inside the base, the cost would be too high. First, all zombies inside the base must be cleared out, and secondly, the entire city would need to be surrounded to prevent zombie invasions. If the whole city couldn't be enclosed, then many people would have to patrol continuously around the city, which would require an enormous human cost. In such situations, there are usually only 2 options, either stay far away from the city or build on small towns where setting up defenses or patrolling would be much simpler. This not-so-large base looked only slightly bigger than an ordinary village, seeming capable of accommodating around 1,000 people. But this was Kirsty's rough estimate and might not be accurate. When the vehicle neared the entrance, Krista reminded Kirsty, to prevent infected people from entering the city, checks are required. They need to ensure there are no wounds on one's body. However, psychics don't need to be checked, they just sleep in the surveillance room for 1 night. If they haven't mutated by morning, they can enter the base. We're both psychics. Kirsty patted her chest confidently and asked, how do we register? It's actually Zombie Bram, isn't it? I'll take you to register. Krista led Kirsty and Bram towards a side door while the rest of their group took the main gate with supplies. The guard recognized Krista and, seeing them approaching, asked, are you bringing new arrivals to register? Right, both are psychics, said Krista as he brought them over. Just follow the normal procedure, register, and sleep in the surveillance room for 1 night. I'll pick you up at this time tomorrow. Okay. Kirsty waved her hand calmly. You can go about your business. Krista also needed to undergo isolation when entering the base, but the isolation areas for new arrivals and residents differed. There were more personnel for new arrivals to prevent anyone turning into a zombie and going berserk. It seems similar incidents had occurred in the base before, making them more cautious now. The guard enthusiastically handed them forms. Fill these out. It's not troublesome, just a few questions, name, gender, age, and some optional ones, like whether you want to stay in the base permanently, what type of psychic power you have, and if you wish to join the defense team if you stay permanently. Finish filling them out and head over there for ability verification. After getting the forms, the 2 moved aside to fill them out. Kirsty held the form with some worry. She easily filled out basic information like name and gender but got stuck on difficult questions. She secretly leaned close to Bram's ear and whispered, how old do I look like a human? Bram. 16 years old. Kirsty paused for a moment, changing her initially prepared answer of 400 years old to 18 silently. Then she filled in her psychic power as summoning and turned to see Bram pondering what to fill in. Kirsty snatched the pen and filled something for him. Bram looked at the 2 words Kirsty wrote, wanting to complain but didn't know how. Eventually, he quietly rolled up the form and went with Kirsty to test their powers. The forms also needed to be submitted for the psychic test. The staff unfolded the forms and first asked Kirsty, can you demonstrate your psychic power? Summoning abilities had appeared before, but they weren't like those in online games, where one could summon entities like fire demons, succubi, or dragons. Most people could only summon strange things. A little jellyfish that could spray water. A swarm of cockroaches that could probably only disgust people. Being able to summon a fierce dog was considered quite powerful. Silently, Kirsty summoned Xiaohei, proving her psychic ability was summoning. The staff, looking at the maid-costumed skeleton, wore a complicated expression, muttering after a while, this is so two-dimensional. Do you have any specific attack methods? This isn't a required answer, but if you can answer, that would be great. It can do housework, Kirsty proudly replied. The staff member. He silently turned to Bram beside him. Please show us your psychic power. Bram glanced at the wall beside him and punched it. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed. Yes, Kirsty had written that Bram had strength-based psychic power, which was relatively common in this apocalypse and quite versatile, making it easy to pass off. Sure enough, after the staff member reviewed the forms, he believed Bram was a strength-type psychic and led both of them into a room for quarantine. You can leave if there are no issues by this time tomorrow. The quarantine area was well appointed, with sofas, beds, and even a small bookshelf with books and comics. The fridge contained pre-made meals that only needed heating, along with instant foods available for selection. In short, the treatment was excellent. Kirsty flopped onto the sofa like a dead fish. Because the room had surveillance, they avoided discussing sensitive topics. One lay on the sofa dozing off, while the other picked up 2 books to read slowly. Do you plan to stay here long term? Bram asked suddenly. Let's see. I'm quite lazy and don't like moving once I've settled. Of course, she would move faster than anyone else if there were problems. The 24-hour quarantine passed quickly. Kirsty slept for a while, played some matching games, and most of the time went by. Soon, Krista came to fetch them. Psychics who join the base can have their rent reduced or stay free for a month. I'll take you to choose your house. She felt a bit regretful because joining the base's guard team meant getting paid monthly, with assigned housing and free accommodation as long as you stayed at the base. Quite a good deal. However, the guard team required strength, with an exam before entry. Kirsty would have no problem joining if she wanted to. Krista introduced the base's situation as they walked deeper in, especially mentioning the point system Kirsty was interested in. Building defenses, farming, or going out with teams to gather supplies all earn points, which can be exchanged for many things, basically covering all daily needs. While chatting, they entered the residential area. It was divided into 3 main parts: high-rise luxury apartments for top-tier psychics, normal residences, and shantytowns made of tents and makeshift wooden houses, poorly constructed. Those living in the shantytowns were mostly lower-middle-class non-psychics or those with insignificant powers. Newly arrived psychics could choose houses from the normal residences. Unoccupied houses had signs outside: pick a sign and register. Kirsty was excited. She'd never chosen a house in a human settlement before and ran ahead to inspect. Most houses looked similar, probably built in batches, differing mainly in sunlight exposure and age. Kirsty quickly favored the front row, which got consistent sunlight and perfect for sunbathing on the window ledge. But only one house remained unchosen, perhaps due to its peripheral location. However, compared to others, Kirsty still preferred it. Kirsty approached, ready to pick the sign for registration. Suddenly, a hand reached out, delicate and painted with crimson nail polish, trying to grab the sign. No one could snatch anything from Kirsty. She slapped the hand away, waving the sign mockingly before its owner, then said lazily, I chose it first. Everly competing with Kirsty had bright yellow, curly hair, striking features, and a curvaceous figure accentuated by a tight black dress. She sneered and rolled her eyes at Kirsty. So what? It's not the pre-apocalypse anymore. Now, might makes right. I want this house. Hand it over, or I won't be gentle. Everly was accompanied by a burly man who looked nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall with bulging muscles. Of course, he couldn't compare to the second person Kirsty had just subdued, but among ordinary humans, he should be considered quite muscular. After the woman finished speaking, the man behind her stepped forward, grinned menacingly, and raised his fist. Don't say I didn't warn you, I'm a strength-type psychic. Kirsty was furious, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster's. She quickly poked the pale and slender Bram beside her, who gave off an impression of fragility. You're also a strength-type psychic. Beat him up for me. Let them see whose fists are bigger. Chapter 10. Who wants to send someone to die? Brecken. He was just an ordinary little zombie. Kirsty was still jumping around beside him, cheering him on. Fight him. Bring him down for me. When the two stood together, the contrast became immediately more apparent. One was tall and muscular, like Demetrius, Dust's nickname, while the other appeared handsome yet pale and frail, as if he would topple over at a mere touch, much like a delicate beauty. The beautiful woman, watching this scene, laughed out loud. Isn't this sending your man to his death? She didn't believe that Brecken could be a strength-type superhuman. She only thought he looked too good to be true. It would be a pity if he were really beaten to death. So she sowed discord by the side. She is clearly sending you to die. Won't you protect her anymore? Seeing Brecken slowly walk forward, seemingly ignoring her remarks, the woman was somewhat surprised. With a cutting tone, she said, she has neither chest nor hips, looking like a child. What do you see in her? Everly sized up Kirsty, then suddenly covered her mouth. Unless she's exceptionally good in bed. Kirsty had paid attention to the first part of the sentence. She glanced down at her flat chest, then looked back up at the well-endowed woman. Everly, noticing Kirsty's gaze, deliberately pushed herself up. Her fist tightened. She had never been critiqued about her figure before. After all, in her time, the strong ruled, and commoners feared necromancers. Peers who knew how gifted and powerful Kirsty was wouldn't dare mock her in such an aspect. Jokingly speaking, if she offended someone, they might wake up one day as a mindless zombie, manipulated forever without soul rest. Before Kirsty, now furious, went to flatten the woman, making sure she could never speak such words again, the muscle man leaped out. He sensed something wrong with the way his companion looked at that pretty boy, but no worries. One punch from him could kill 10 such boys. Stop arguing with them. Let me see how much this pretty boy weighs. Go. Beat him. In Kirsty's usually innocent and adorable cat eyes, fiery flames now burned, showing she was truly angry. Brecken had no choice but to step forward and stand opposite the muscle man. The latter grinned menacingly, clashing his fists, mouthing, prepare to die, pretty boy. He also noticed that although Kirsty lacked chest and hips, she was strikingly beautiful, especially those cat-like eyes, which made people feel a shiver through their bones even when she glared, longing to have her tiny fists pound their chests. But why did both Kirsty and his companion fall for a weakling like Brecken, who looked like a reed? They should admire robust men like himself. Intent on performing well before his companion and Kirsty, and determined to thoroughly humiliate Brecken, he decided to instantly take Brecken down. As he thought of it, a sinister and bloody smile spread across his face. Summoning his power into his right hand, he rushed toward Brecken, already visualizing in his mind how Brecken's fragile body would explode with one punch, blood splattering everywhere, his head rolling away. And Brecken? He stood there motionlessly, appearing almost stupid, only clenching his fist tightly and swinging it out at the second the muscle man reached him. Krista was worried sick at that moment. She only knew Kirsty was strong, but Brecken didn't look like a fighter. Not just her, the beautiful woman also felt a bit anxious. Don't really kill anyone. Such a good-looking man dying would be a huge waste. Before her words ended, a figure flew out, crashing against the wall with a bang, blood splattering everywhere. The beautiful woman was ready to sigh that good looks didn't mean brains, actually risking his life for a woman, when she realized something was off. Brecken stood there, still looking thin and sickly, with a bit of blood on his sleeve, glaring on the white cuff. He lifted his hand and gently wiped it. The beautiful woman stood there, momentarily still in shock. Her neck seemed rusted, turning her head with great difficulty. Finally, she glanced at the wall. The nearly 6'3" muscle man was slumped against the bottom of the wall. His right hand was completely shattered, bone fragments mixed in flesh, losing its shape, blood gushing out, staining the surrounding ground red. Realizing what had happened, the woman finally screamed, running over to throw herself onto the muscle man's body. The muscle man wasn't dead, but his entire right hand was completely ruined. Likely due to the excruciating pain, he had fainted. Kirsty put her hands on her hips, looking extremely arrogant. Whose fist is bigger? Whose fist is harder? The beautiful woman hadn't expected such an outcome. She was dazed. Although she was also a superhuman, in terms of strength, she truly wasn't a match for the muscle man. She couldn't even beat the muscle man, let alone Brecken, who had shattered him with just one punch. Her arrogance vanished instantly. She had thought they were both capable superhumans and could lord it over the newbies if not everyone in the base. Little did she know that their first move had hit red-hot iron. Kirsty continued to hum arrogantly beside her, strength determines everything. The strong eat the weak. Who has the bigger fist speaks. She repeated what the woman had been preaching, jumping around like a sparrow. Brecken glanced at her sideways, finding her very cute, and couldn't help but laugh. From the beautiful woman's perspective, Kirsty was just a nobody relying on a powerful superhuman, using others' strength as her own. She clung tightly to the muscle man and said fiercely to Kirsty, "Don't think you can do whatever you want because you've latched onto a powerful man. You will eventually be cast aside. Let's see what skills you'll have then." Her gaze was full of resentment, clearly harboring this enmity. When Kirsty heard this, she thought, "It was you who came up with the rule that might makes right, showing off your superiority. If you get beaten, shouldn't you accept it? Because your fists aren't big enough. If it's survival of the fittest, then follow this law thoroughly, don't be hypocritical. Winning means your fists are big enough to make rules, losing means being bullied by someone stronger, who doesn't play nice." She detested such people most. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to teach the woman a lesson she would never forget, that hypocrisy gets you beaten and offending the wrong person can get you killed. Suddenly, the beautiful woman, still clinging to the muscle man, vanished. Brecken had seen Kirsty teleport others before, so he initially thought she had used teleportation. But Kirsty shook her head. "I didn't feel any spatial fluctuation. It might be some other ability, possibly something like invisibility. Finding and killing them wouldn't be difficult, an area of effect skill would suffice." However, Kirsty didn't want to cause too much destruction in the base. They had just arrived, and making too much noise wouldn't be good. After all, they weren't leaving today. So she temporarily let the woman go. Eventually, they would meet again in the same base. Kirsty clapped her hands and went to register, holding Pi. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially Krista, who hadn't expected Brecken to be such a powerful superhuman. He looked so unassuming, as though if he had any power at all, it would only be supportive. Who would have thought? Krista finally blurted out after returning to the entrance, "You truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Brecken. In short, this house belongs to you now. You can stay here free for a while, and then use credits to pay rent later. Earning credits should be easy for you." Krista briefly introduced the main facilities in the base and where they were staying, then left. Shortly after, she sent some vegetables and rice over, promising to deliver the rest of their supplies after sorting them. After seeing Krista off, Kirsty entered her little house, intending to explore and see what it lacked, then furnish it. She would likely be living here for a long time. The house wasn't small, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Though each room wasn't large, there was space for beds, cabinets, and tables. However, at the moment, there was only one bed, everything else was missing. And the previous occupants hadn't cleaned very well. Dust and debris were visible in corners, and the kitchen walls were covered in grease-like substances. After touring the place, Kirsty felt slightly suffocated. She quickly summoned her 2 little skeletons. As for her zombie minions, most were outside, waiting for orders. The 2 skeletons worked diligently, frantically cleaning the rooms, which would take quite a while. Considering this, Kirsty decided to explore the base first, hoping to find some essentials to fill the house. Before leaving, Krista told Kirsty about the locations of various facilities in the base, including the market. At the market, you could exchange for anything, and it still adopted the ancient barter system. As long as the owner was willing and considered the value equal, you could exchange for anything from the other party. Chapter 11 They Deserve to Die. Kirsty led Brecken darting around in the base. She seemed overly lively, forming a stark contrast to most people in the base who were listless. After all, for most ordinary people in the base, even eating enough every day was a luxury they couldn't afford. Every day they struggled hard just to survive, unsure if there would be a tomorrow, let alone being lively. So when Kirsty zipped past like a gust of wind on the street, many people watched her. Kirsty didn't realize anything was amiss. She ran ahead with a tap-tap-tap, turning back to wave at Brecken, hurry up. Thus Brecken also became the focus and center of attention. Brecken. He had no choice but to speed up to keep up. Soon the two reached their destination. The base's market was set up in the middle of the street, bustling with people coming and going. From afar, one could see that some people had laid out old clothes or ragged fabrics on the ground, placing items for sale on them. Some hawked what they needed, or invited others to look at their goods. Some placed small signs next to walls, standing silently without speaking. Just as Krista had said before, you could find anything here in this market. Food, clothes, daily necessities, even condoms, and birth control pills, these not-so-routine daily items. And humans. Yes, humans. There were people selling themselves, often silent, barely clothed. Just a little food would suffice, and you could enjoy the company of a beautiful woman or man, exploring the meaning of life together. In addition to selling themselves, another way people were sold here was treating a normal human as merchandise and selling them to others. Those being sold were usually young women, still charming older women, or even underage girls. After the apocalypse, not only laws but also morality and humanity had crumbled. To survive, for a mouthful of food, they could sell anything they had. When Kirsty passed by, she heard someone soliciting customers. This is my daughter, only 16 years old, still a virgin. You can take her home for just 10 kilograms of rice or an equivalent amount of flour, whatever you want. The girl was crying. After 2 sobs, she received a slap. Her father cursed, if someone is willing to buy you, at least you'll have food to eat. Why cry? He sincerely believed that selling his daughter would ensure both their survival, and it was a wonderful thing. As for the girl's will, that wasn't important. Walking beside Kirsty, Brecken's handsome face showed no expression. Kirsty glanced at him and said, "You're thinking something strange again." "No." "Yes." "All right, I am." Brecken softly said, "Isn't this how human nature works? There's nothing like family affection in this world. For 80% of people, the most important thing is to survive, regardless of what it costs. Especially when the person paying the price isn't themselves. There's a mistake in your statement." "What? Something about human nature?" "Yes." Kirsty replied coolly, "It's not 80% but 99%. For 99% of people, surviving is the most important thing. That 1% stands out and can be called heroes or saints. Willing to let others live and sacrificing oneself, that's a hero. Willing to do so even for strangers, that's a saint. If this world had enough heroes and saints, there would be no conflicts left, only mutual respect among people. But the majority are ordinary people, who will stop at nothing to survive, sacrificing others or being sacrificed by others. The most wonderful thing is that no matter whether they are ordinary people or villains, beasts or heroes, they are made up of the same things, flesh, bones, organs, and only the soul makes the difference." Kirsty smiled as she said, "If you encounter a villain or a self-serving ordinary person, it's nothing unusual. There are billions of different humans, just like a father selling his own daughter, brothers killing each other, it's all too normal." For a moment, Brecken thought Kirsty knew what he had been through and was hinting at it, yet her face remained innocent. Brecken stared at Kirsty for a long time, finally asking, "Did you choose to become a necromancer because of human nature?" "On the contrary, I only realized this after becoming a necromancer," Kirsty said calmly, "so it's normal that you don't understand, you're still young." Brecken. Every time he heard Kirsty say something like this, he felt it was absurd. After all, she looked so young, almost minor, or just of legal age. 18 or 19 was already the maximum age she could possibly be. Having finished her mature act, Kirsty immediately saw someone selling fruits nearby, including grapes, very few, perhaps just 2 bunches. Kirsty shouted happily and dashed over, radiating joy from every pore. Realizing that her words had shaken him somewhat, Brecken. He felt like a fool at that moment. Fruits were extremely precious in the base, almost only accessible to top-level personnel. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to try them occasionally because it was truly wasteful. A small bunch of grapes would require more than 10 days' rations to exchange for, which went beyond waste. Kirsty didn't care. To her, grains and flour were plentiful, and she could command her minions to collect them from cities outside. But grapes were different. They were rare, grown in limited quantities within the base, normally exchanged only with credits. Kirsty had no credits now, so buying them outright would be a great deal. At least for her. "I'll take them all," Kirsty declared magnificently, exuding an air of a wealthy lady. The vendor, who had not much to sell, instantly perked up upon hearing such a rich-sounding voice. "I need payment now. Did you see my terms?" Next to the stall, a sign boldly read, 1 bunch for 15 kilograms of rice. More valuable than a person. Ironically, in the apocalypse world, human life was cheaper than grass. "Scene, you can come to me for it." As Kirsty said this, Corey at home was already pulling open the portal of the spatial dimension and dragging out supplies. But I have to buy other things. You can go with him to get the rice first. Kirsty pointed at Brecken beside her. It was reasonable not to carry food on her. Carrying several kilograms of rice was conspicuous and might attract desperate people ready to snatch it away. The vendor wasn't worried. His ability to sell grapes implied either strong backing or personal strength. He directly took the items and left with Brecken. Kirsty hadn't finished browsing yet, so she stayed and wandered around, casually instructing Brecken, "You don't need to find me afterward. I'll go back myself. Just wash the grapes for me." Brecken wasn't worried about Kirsty's safety. As a necromancer, if she got into a conflict, the unlucky one would definitely be the other party, not her. Kirsty continued browsing, curious about everything. Meanwhile, Brecken completed the transaction and watched the man leave. Left alone, sitting in the living room, Brecken lowered his head to look at his hands, once pale and graceful, perfect for writing or playing music. Now they were covered with scars, where bites had taken off chunks of flesh, leaving ugly dents. Rough and deformed, constantly reminding him that he was no longer human but a walking corpse, potentially decaying any moment. Even if he remained intact, he would always be a monster in the eyes of humans. When Kirsty was around, she always diverted his attention to peculiar things. Without her, Brecken delved into his own thoughts. Before being brought home, he knew why he had no parents. Despite his grandparents' reluctance to speak, the smart Brecken figured out the story. His father met his mother before rising to fame. She fell in love with the talented man, helping him succeed. But once successful, the man cheated on her with a younger, prettier woman. Heartbroken, his mother left with Brecken and died a few years later due to despair. His father married again without a trace of guilt. Brecken returned to his grandparents' home due to health issues, costing too much for them to support financially. After all, he was still Haldan of their deceased daughter-in-law and son. So when they contacted him, he agreed to bring them back and treat them. Brecken, appearing intelligent, quiet, and extremely polite, gradually gained a foothold in that household. Although he was born frail, he excelled academically, becoming the pride of others, forming a stark contrast with his half-brother, the result of his father's affair. This made him even more beloved by his father. However, no one knew that when he looked at his father, stepmother, and half-brother, he occasionally had such thoughts. Burn it all down, this filthy place. Chapter 12. His soul felt hungry. Every time Brecken was tormented by his dark thoughts, his education told him that these were not the thoughts of a normal person. But his soul constantly screamed for their deaths. He spent his teenage years in this internal conflict, always believing he would eventually go mad. However, the apocalypse came before his madness could set in. He had yet to act on his dark impulses when his last bit of conscience made him lose to someone even more ruthless. When he transformed into a zombie, his pain and hatred became the greatest source of nourishment, which is why he became so powerful. Even though he never showed it in front of Kirsty, Brecken looked down at his hands, trying to control his strength. There was so much more he could do. One day, he would be able to make up for what he couldn't finish because of his remaining conscience. When Kirsty arrived home, she saw Brecken sitting there with one long leg bent, his fingertips grazing the edge of a plate as if deep in thought. Kirsty silently crept behind him, and just as she reached out, Brecken turned his head warily. "What are you doing?" Maybe those few blows from the rolling pin gave him PTSD. Seeing Kirsty standing behind him now filled him with caution. After all, he nearly got a concussion. Even for the sake of his brain, he needed to prevent being hit again. But all that came flying at him was a pair of suede gloves. "I'll buy you new ones when it gets warmer, just make do with these for now." "Brecken, have you seen your hands? They practically scream I have problems. I'm not human, come suspect me." Kirsty rolled her eyes and said, "You're really showing off by not hiding your abnormalities." Back then, even with her great strength, she still cautiously hid her identity as a necromancer because 2 fists can't match 4 hands. If she didn't hide herself, she wouldn't know how many people might come after her. Brecken didn't expect Kirsty to be concerned about him. Dazed, he hesitated, and Kirsty took those few seconds as a sign of unclear thinking. Kirsty grabbed his fingers, lifting his palm and slipped the glove on, which fit perfectly. Brecken curled his hand like it was burned, clutching tightly. Kirsty sat opposite him. The plate in front of her held grapes, washed clean and shiny, looking sweet. She casually picked 2, popping them into her mouth. The full juice, sour yet sweet taste made her close her cat-like eyes. Swinging her legs happily, she mercilessly pointed out, "You were thinking something strange just now, weren't you?" "No." Brecken remained calm, as if he wasn't lying. Kirsty T-scared a couple of times, poking his chest. Without commenting or suggesting anything about his honesty, she simply ordered him, "Go wash the other bunch for me." Brecken obediently went to work. While in the kitchen, he didn't see Kirsty watching his back, eyes narrowed, who knew what she was thinking. Kirsty and Brecken temporarily settled down in this base. Around the 3rd night, Brecken sensed something was off. It was late at night. Though he didn't need sleep, he quietly lay on the bed, enjoying the relatively peaceful night. Around midnight, he suddenly felt something strange in his body. First, his heart area started to feel warm, then the heat spread throughout his limbs until his whole body was ablaze. A familiar yet foreign sensation slowly took over his mind. Hunger. And desire. Just like when he first opened his eyes as a zombie and saw Kirsty beside him, an overwhelming urge to devour her sprouted vigorously in his heart. Then he was punished. After the punishment, the desire vanished, and for days there was no recurrence. Until today. This long-lost feeling slowly dominated Brecken's mind, stirring up peculiar appetites and cravings for flesh. While still conscious, Brecken quickly grabbed the scissors from the side table, using the sharp blade to slice open his forearm. A long wound appeared on his forearm. No blood flowed out, only pale skin flaps opening outward. Soon, they gradually closed, turning into a faint scar. He didn't feel any pain, thus couldn't regain clarity. Everything about his body reminded Brecken that he was no longer human. Unable to regain clarity from the lack of pain, Brecken stumbled out of bed. He poured himself a large glass of cold water and gulped it all down. The burning sensation in his heart and limbs did not diminish, nor did the chaos in his mind find relief. Leaning against the wall, Brecken tried to endure. He still had some sanity left, but it wasn't out of fear of eating something he shouldn't. It was out of fear of harming Kirsty. Knowing her temper, she might just dismantle him, placing his limbs and body parts separately until dawn. Until now, Brecken hadn't deeply realized what becoming a zombie meant for him. Zombies fed on humans. Human flesh was irresistibly attractive and considered a delicacy to them. Leaning against the wall for a moment, his breathing grew increasingly heavy. He could clearly smell the human scent in the room, Kirsty's sweetness mixed with a faint fruity aroma. As his sanity gradually faded, the sweet fragrance grew more intense. Brecken didn't know how long he managed to hold on because his sanity quickly vanished. Late at night, Kirsty's door silently opened a crack. The girl was sleeping soundly on the bed, hugging a pillow that should have been under her head. She slept crookedly, revealing a small segment of her tender waist, pale as snow. Brecken's breath paused momentarily, not due to desire but due to hunger. At this moment, Kirsty appeared like a sweet piece of meat rather than a living person. Standing by the bed, Brecken retained the last shred of consciousness, struggling fiercely, his fingertips piercing into his palm. Still no blood, no pain, only numbness. Gradually losing control, Brecken slowly bent down closer to Kirsty. His beautiful eyes showed hints of crimson deep within the pupils. Especially when he arched his neck, struggling in vain, the long scars on his throat stood out against his pale skin. His Adam's apple moved up and down, making it seem immoral to make him endure. Finally, unable to resist, he reached out toward Kirsty, only to have his hand grasped by her. Kirsty rolled over, still groggy from sleep, slightly irritable. "Do you know what time it is?" Kirsty said angrily, her adorable cat-like eyes opening slowly to reveal anger. "It's 2 in the morning. Do you know how cruel it is to wake someone up at 2 in the morning?" She dragged him over effortlessly, pinning him down on the bed, straddling his waist, and growled, "Do you know I'm really scary?" She was the necromancer revered as the Black Death by those in the Holy Cathedral. Brecken clearly didn't understand how terrifying she could be. Usually, Kirsty would thoroughly educate Brecken to never upset an irritable necromancer. But today's Brecken looked fragile, like a cracked porcelain doll. His reddened eyes stared intently at Kirsty, filled with confusion and longing. Even though you knew his fragility was a facade and he could easily tear anyone's throat apart, his longing was real, longing for fresh blood and flesh to quell his hunger. For a moment, Kirsty felt soft-hearted, mostly because Brecken was unique, a living corpse she'd never seen before, and one who would pathetically rub against her. Annoying. Irresistible. Kirsty struggled to convince herself that she needed Brecken for future research. Such a precious existence couldn't be destroyed. And besides, he rubbed against her like a kitty asking for treats, so Kirsty shamefully wavered. All right, Kirsty let go of Brecken. She opened a portal to another dimension, pulled out a small knife that looked ordinary but was actually a divine weapon since normal weapons couldn't cut her skin. Kirsty made a small incision on her hand, and the smell of fresh blood immediately stirred Brecken. Driven by instinct, his mind was consumed with the desire for blood. Kirsty held him down with her uninjured hand and began feeding him. Kirsty's blood was different from that of ordinary humans, it was rich in energy. If a comparison must be made, 1 drop of her blood was stronger than a liter of ordinary human blood. As the fresh blood flowed into his throat, Brecken first felt a sense of satiation. Kirsty's slightly cool palm rested on his face, while the scalding blood flowed into his stomach. Something surged within his heart, and at this moment, his soul found its release. Chapter 13, Just a Little Bit. The next morning, when Zach woke up, he found himself in Kirsty's bed. This realization sent a shiver down his spine because climbing into Kirsty's bed at midnight was truly terrifying. He had no recollection of what he might have done last night, just some vague memories that he couldn't quite piece together. If he really did something, that would be disastrous. "You're awake." Kirsty appeared beside the bed at some point, leaning down with an enigmatic look, staring at him until he felt numb. Zach feared her next words would be, "You've become a girl." But they weren't. Kirsty simply gazed at him and asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Zach. "Not really. You don't remember anything at all?" Kirsty bent over again, their faces almost touching, and the faint, sweet fragrance from her body silently filled Zach's nose. That sweet scent reminded him of fruit, almost inviting, and Zach rubbed his nose, vaguely recalling something from last night. Last night, he had felt an uncontrollable hunger, then lost consciousness. He remembered smelling the same sweet aroma but nothing else after that. It seemed he didn't do much, probably just came over to nibble on Kirsty but failed. Better this way than some other unspeakable act. And regardless, apologizing first was never wrong. "Sorry. TSK. Kirsty crossed her arms, lazily saying, "You're too eager for your life. I feel bad even talking now." "So, what exactly happened last night? Didn't you already guess?" Kirsty poked his chest, saying, "You were starved mad and wanted to bite me." "Zach." I fed you once, and it satisfied you. Don't say it like it's so suggestive. In short, I fed you. Kirsty noted how firm his chest still was. Though he was thin, there was still a bit of meat on him. She muttered something about zombies not gaining weight, clearly holding a grudge. Zack covered his forehead, momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. He sensed that something far stranger had happened, feeling conflicted. After a long while, he managed to ask, "Will this happen often?" "Sure will." Kirsty interlaced her fingers, continuing, "This is the first time I've seen this case, as before I only controlled corpses which never feel hunger. But zombies seem different. Other zombies under my control consume my mental energy due to the pact, but it seems you need more, even after the pact." Kirsty had never seen such a case before, making her especially patient and intrigued. If the place was suitable, she might even consider dissecting Zack to see inside. "This is your first complete loss of control. But it's the second time I've felt hunger." When Zack first turned into a zombie, he experienced similar feelings, though not as intense as this time. The hunger was so overwhelming that it took control of him. After hearing his situation, Kirsty stroked her chin. "There are two possibilities. First, your body might be evolving unknowingly, consuming massive energy during evolution, leading to uncontrollable hunger when intake doesn't meet output. Secondly," Kirsty whispered, "your body feels satisfied by my mental energy, but your soul craves blood, taking over when pushed to extremes. I hope it's the first." Zack remained silent. "I can't tell yet which it is, so I'll need to run a small experiment. I learned that in 2 days, the base will send out a squad to nearby cities for supplies. Participants get points. Let's go." Zack instinctively replied, "Are you sure this is for me, not for grapes? Have some confidence, you're just as important as grapes." Kirsty giggled and wandered towards the window. She asked Krista for a pot, but it wasn't planted with flowers. Instead, it held a few cloves of garlic Kirsty stuffed in. She placed the pot on the windowsill with a devout look, waiting for the garlic sprouts to grow. Zack stood up and moved his body. Normally, his body would have a slight stiffness, like a corpse taken out of a freezer and given a soul. Of course, it wasn't that serious. But today, his body felt as flexible as it did before he died. "What did you feed me last night?" "A little blood," Kirsty said over her shoulder, waving her hand casually. "Mine." Just a bit of fresh blood, yet his body had undergone a tremendous change. It was as if Kirsty had fed him some miraculous medicine. Zack glanced down at his hands. The scars were still there, unchanged, crossing in jagged lines like someone had partially flayed him alive before being rescued. Kirsty finished setting up the flower pot and considered what else could be placed on the windowsill. In her previous home, she had a large balcony filled with various plants and vegetables. When she was idle, she would tend to them. Kirsty had even thought about getting a cat, especially a black one, which in her place was often seen as an embodiment of a witch or a devil's messenger. If discovered, it would likely end up burned alive, treated just like a witch. Finding a black cat was too difficult. So, she didn't get one, only keeping various plants for comfort. As necromancers, they usually kept something around. Life alone for so long can be quite boring. Leaning on the windowsill, Kirsty looked like any ordinary girl, kicking her legs lazily as she tidied the flower pot. She had beautiful eyes, plain black in dim light but slightly dark blue in the sun, reminiscent of a cloudless starless night. Zack's complex feelings vanished almost instantly, and he leaned against the wall next to her, watching her fuss with the flower pot. After a while, he asked, "Is being a necromancer hard?" "It's not about difficulty," Kirsty replied gravely. "It's mainly about talent. In my 20th year as a necromancer, I already surpassed the one who taught me, thus filling him with jealousy. Probably an old man nearing the end of his days, limited in talent, envying a young, talented mage who outdid him in just 20 years. He even wanted to make me part of his collection." Mentioning this, Kirsty's face showed disdain. "But he seemed to forget that I had far surpassed him." "So you turned him into your collection?" Zack asked curiously. "Do I look like someone without taste?" Kirsty replied dismissively. "Why would I want such a wrinkly, limited talent, full of envy and malice, close to me every day? Wasn't Xiaohei, Blackie, or Chauncey, Whitey, good enough? Weren't the zombies reliable enough? To choose that old waste?" Seeing Zack's lack of understanding, Kirsty felt a hint of displeasure. As her new follower, how could he know so little about her? "Why should I keep him?" Kirsty continued, "Because he's old and doesn't bathe. Surely that old skeleton would crumble with a push." Zack raised his hands in surrender, admitting it was his mistake, then said, "You should despise him." Kirsty ignored him, turning her attention back to her flower pot. The soil was moist after watering. Her pot didn't seem more appealing than Zack's handsome face. By noon, Krista brought over food and the supplies originally meant for Kirsty. Several people huffed and puffed as they carried everything inside, saying, "I traded some points for some greens. You eat these first. In a couple of days, you'll have your own points to exchange for more." These people truly got along well. They gave Kirsty everything due and even used their own points to bring her extras. Before leaving, they repeatedly asked if Kirsty needed anything they had on hand, offering to lend her items until she could buy her own. Otherwise, with their points, they could exchange for most things. They urged Kirsty not to hesitate to ask. Upon hearing Kirsty would go on a mission soon and earn points, they seemed embarrassed. "We just finished a mission and won't be doing another one anytime soon. We might not be able to accompany you. Can you handle it alone?" "Kirsty, we are 2 people. Krista and the others." "All right." It seemed that Kirsty wasn't worried about going on a mission, but thinking about it, when you're powerful enough, there's indeed nothing much to fear. After delivering the items, they left, leaving Kirsty and Zach staring at the pile of supplies. Can you cook? Kirsty asked. Zach replied seriously, a little bit. Lucky me, I can only cook a little bit too. Chapter 14, let me check. Brecken's a little bit turned out to be very meticulous, while Kirsty's a little bit was very careless. Brecken stir-fried some vegetables and made a soup with a bit of spinach and enoki mushrooms. Although the taste wasn't particularly savory, it was edible. As for Kirsty, she fried an egg if that blackened object could even be called an egg. Brecken commented expressionlessly, too much heat, not enough oil, and overcooked. Kirsty didn't feel the least bit guilty and boldly moved Brecken's dishes to her side, pushing her own fried egg toward him. Let's swap. You try my cooking, I'll try yours. Brecken. He looked at the charred lump on the plate in front of him, feeling extremely conflicted. Not only would zombies never eat human food, but even if they did, he certainly wouldn't want to poison himself with this. You seem to have lived alone for quite a long time. Brecken couldn't believe this level of culinary skill could come from someone living alone. Didn't you forget about Xiaohei and Chauncey? Kirsty had just felt like cooking. Normally, Xiaohei and Chauncey took care of it. The two petite skeletons in maid outfits were proficient in all kinds of household chores, so it rarely fell to Kirsty to cook. The last time she did was centuries ago, before her master suddenly fell ill and decided to eliminate her. Back then, as a young apprentice, Kirsty would occasionally make something simple, like sandwiches or grilled sausages and eggs. Most necromancers weren't particularly concerned with gourmet food, so anything would do. But Kirsty was a delightful exception. One of the first things she did after becoming independent was to enter into a contract with Xiaohei and Chauncey, two necromancer servants skilled in various household tasks and making delicious meals. Thus, she successfully escaped the monotonous diet of sandwiches, bread with blueberry jam, and grilled sausages and eggs. Brecken. You go ahead and eat. After all, he didn't need to eat. Kirsty calmly started eating, urging him, eat up. She didn't mean well. But honestly, Brecken was genuinely curious about what Kirsty had cooked. He looked at the charred egg on the plate, hesitated for a moment, and then actually picked it up, eating it under Kirsty's admiring gaze. It tasted almost entirely of burnt charcoal, overly salty from too much salt, meaning it was pretty much like eating a salty piece of carbon. Kirsty gave him a thumbs up, praising his bravery. Fortunately, zombies don't get stomachaches. Other than the shock to his taste buds, he was fine. Kirsty perfunctorily complimented Brecken and then said, I remember you being a young master from a wealthy family. I lived with my grandparents before contacting my father. My health wasn't great back then, so my grandparents handled most of the household chores. But I wanted to ease their burden a little, so I would occasionally cook something. After he was recognized by his family, he never cooked again, and it had been more than a decade now. While he was a bit rusty, he was still much better than Kirsty. Life in the camp was peaceful. Shidao wasn't large but developed nicely, with solid regulations and relatively reliable leadership. It was fairly prosperous, and most people, as long as they worked hard, didn't starve. This was already quite good for the post-apocalypse world, though for Kirsty, it was somewhat too calm. Fortunately, the next afternoon, the base announced that those who wished to join supply-seeking teams could sign up. After signing up, they'd gather at the small square early the next morning. Kirsty immediately took Brecken to sign up. She learned during the process that anyone in the base could sign up for these teams, accepting responsibility for their own lives. Apart from those looking too frail or old and sick, basically everyone could sign up. However, psychic users and non-users would be divided into different groups later on. Combat-capable psychics would handle zombie clearing and protect the team, while non-combatants and ordinary people would carry supplies. Naturally, the points earned would differ. Combat-capable individuals received more points. After hearing the staff explain, Kirsty immediately stated that both of them were combat-capable and could join the combat team. The staff didn't discourage them. After all, it was their lives. Alright, registration is complete. They were each given a small badge to pin on their chests, not to lose. When the team returns to the base, you can exchange the badge for points. Great, great. Kirsty was still a little regretful. She could only control corpses, which made it easy for people to notice something abnormal. Otherwise, she could bring a bunch of minions to pretend they were strength-type psychics and come over to earn points. That way, she could enjoy a happy life with different fruits every meal. After registering, Kirsty didn't leave right away but continued to observe. She noticed that they had a task board on the wall, clearly showing how many points could be earned for different tasks. The more difficult the task, the more points one could get. The simplest tasks included building defenses or farming, which barely earned enough points to exchange for 3 meals a day. And if it was an elderly person or a child who did less work, they would earn very few points, possibly having only 1 or 2 meals a day. They might not even be able to eat their fill. The post-apocalypse world was this cruel, first weeding out those who were unlucky, then the physically weak. Elders and children were absolutely vulnerable. The former would be seen as a burden, while the latter could only survive by depending on others. If their family had some skills and conscience, they might live a few more years. If the family couldn't take care of themselves, the elderly and children would certainly be abandoned first. Kirsty scanned row after row of tasks and found one at the top that gave a particularly large number of points, enough for her to have different fruits every day for a month. Can I do this one? Kirsty asked curiously. Sure, you can, the staff hesitated and then added, but so far, no one has fully signed up for it. You're new here, right? This task is especially dangerous, you'd better calm down. Kirsty's cute appearance naturally made people like her, so the staff elaborated, this task has been posted for a week. Do you know how many people have registered? 4. He shook his head and sighed, because it's extremely dangerous. When you go, it's uncertain how many will return alive. It could be all lost, considering it's the capital with such dense population. When disaster struck, many people turned into zombies, and zombies keep evolving. In such a densely populated area, there must be strong zombies. Plus, you need to escort an entire team back safely. The difficulty is too high. Sign me up. Sign me up. Kirsty eagerly extended her hand. Does this conflict with today's task? If so, I won't go for today's task. No, not even a small team is formed yet. They plan to wait another 10 days. The people inside can hold on a bit longer. The staff wanted to persuade Kirsty but gave up seeing her determined expression. So I'll sign you up. After this task is over, when you return, come confirm again. Then you'll be notified about when the task officially starts. Okay, thank you. Kirsty happily left with Brecken, humming a tune on the way back, clearly in a good mood. Brecken wasn't worried about the danger mentioned by the staff. After all, Kirsty was a necromancer, and in this apocalyptic world, there should be nothing that could harm her unless she put herself in danger. What he was concerned about was, what about your garlic sprouts if we're away too long? I have friends. Kirsty wasn't the least bit nervous. Krista and the others could help watch over them. Let's go back and prepare. We'll depart tomorrow morning to complete the task. Kirsty patted Brecken, remember to wear a disguise. This meant wearing a high-necked outfit to cover the scars on his neck and gloves given by Kirsty. This attire wouldn't seem out of place in the current season, but it would stand out in summer. Kirsty also thought about this. Wearing such thick clothes in the hot summer would obviously draw attention, signaling to others that there was something wrong with her, inviting inspection. She needed to find a way to fix Brecken's body before summer so he would look more normal. Thinking about this, after dinner that night, Kirsty pushed Brecken onto the sofa. She carefully closed the door to prevent anyone from accidentally walking in, then had Xiaohei and Chauncey sandwich Brecken in the middle. Take off your clothes. Brecken. Hurry up, I need to check your body. Kirsty hadn't thoroughly examined Brecken's whole body yet. She had done a simple checkup when he wasn't fully a zombie, but this kind of comprehensive, detailed, and frank examination had never been done. The youth lying on the sofa blushed. Despite being a zombie, his pale cheeks flushed slightly, adding a touch of humanity to his handsome face. Xiaohei, Chauncey. Kirsty found him too finicky. She had seen thousands of corpses, weren't they all the same? No one had extra flesh or missing parts. What was there to be shy about? Xiaohei and Chauncey always followed Kirsty's instructions and with a growl pounced forward. Brecken. Chapter 15, How Did I Meet You Again? Brecken's body was also covered in scars. Without so many scars, his body would have been quite handsome, but now, that beautiful body resembled a vase that had been shattered and glued back together, though still intact, the numerous scars were painfully noticeable. Kirsty's fingertips traced over each scar, pausing briefly on them. Brecken's current healing ability was very strong. If someone cut him, it would heal visibly within seconds. However, most of Brecken's wounds were from before he became a zombie, and these wouldn't heal. It made him look like a weathered piece of parchment. No matter how beautiful the painting might once have been, it was now utterly ruined. Just by looking at him, one could imagine how handsome this body must have been before the injuries, which inevitably evoked sighs and pity. Brecken lay there straight as an arrow, choosing to cover his face with his hands. Lately, there was nothing else he could do to shield himself. After remaining silent for some time, he finally asked Kirsty, "Are you done?" "Not yet," Kirsty said seriously. "I'm conducting a thorough examination. This is part of my research preparation and to prepare for your recovery. You need to cooperate." Beside them, Corey and Con nodded enthusiastically, supporting Kirsty's actions. Brecken felt something wasn't quite right but ultimately remained silent. Resistance was futile anyway. What else could he do? Kirsty reached out to touch his abdominal muscles. Despite Brecken's previous frail appearance, he did have abs, though only a thin layer, and half of them had been gnawed away by zombies, looking pitiful. "I'll study it in a while and see if I can solve this problem." Such beautiful abs reduced to half, it was truly heartbreaking. A look of compassion filled Kirsty's pretty little face. Though she looked young and innocent, she was a necromancer, after all. The only pure thing about her might be her face. Her soul was far from pure. Considering her as an innocent girl would be a big mistake. Brecken should know this well. After giving Brecken a quick physical examination, Kirsty patted him and said, "Get dressed." To be honest, she hadn't done anything unusual, it was just a routine checkup, but Brecken felt as if he had experienced everything under the sun. It was a truly unpleasant feeling. Afterward, Kirsty strolled away nonchalantly, leaving Brecken with the distinct impression that he had been taken advantage of. Feeling incredibly conflicted, Brecken fastened the last button on his shirt. Corey and Con passed by, patting his shoulder sympathetically. Even though skulls couldn't express emotions, Brecken felt their subtle looks of pity. Brecken. The next morning, Kirsty brought Brecken to the gathering spot. The small square was crowded with people who had signed up for the mission. It was a good deal considering both ability users and ordinary people could participate. By the time Kirsty and Brecken arrived, they were already late. Most of the people who had signed up yesterday were already there. Among them was a familiar face. "Oh." As Kirsty scanned the crowd, she caught sight of her and couldn't help crossing her arms and giving her a second look. It was the woman who had shouted that fists would settle everything after the incident. She had run off quickly with her boyfriend then, and here they met again. This time, she was accompanied by a man around 25 or 6, who looked decent. Kirsty saw her, and she saw Kirsty too. Everly's expression turned sour instantly, clearly remembering what happened a couple of days ago. Kirsty glanced at her once but lost interest immediately. She had paid attention to her before only because they had met. Beyond that, there was nothing much to say. She didn't care about the woman at all. If the woman posed no threat, Kirsty wouldn't even bother to lift a finger. But if the woman stayed out of her way, Kirsty wouldn't mind letting her be. That woman, however, seemed to harbor deep resentment toward Kirsty, glaring at her with hate-filled eyes and flipping her off from afar. Her lips moved as if saying wait for death. Kirsty sighed and turned to Brecken beside her. Why do some people always fail to recognize their own insignificance? A grasshopper threatens humans, claiming it will crush them with its front legs. Would humans really be afraid? They wouldn't. Instead, humans can easily step on them, Brecken replied. But the grasshopper doesn't seem to realize that itself. Kirsty chuckled and said, she'd better not come over and bother me. People soon gathered. A total of dozens of people were divided into 2 small teams, one composed of ordinary people, the other by ability users. The latter served as a guard unit, protecting the team of ordinary people as they searched for resources. Kirsty and Brecken were both in the guard unit, along with that woman, since she was an ability user as well. There were about 10 people in the guard unit, with both Chief and Deputy Rosalys assigned by the base. The Rosalie was a woman who looked around 30, wearing fingerless leather gloves and carrying a gun on her waist. The Deputy Rosalie was a man around 27 or 28, wearing glasses and looking quite genteel. For the next week or so, we will be teammates. I hope everyone can cooperate well and bring this team back to the base. He scanned the room, then split the 10 people into 2 teams of 5 each. One team would lead the way while the other would take up the rear. The leading team was led by the Rosalie, and the rear team by the Deputy Rosalie. This time, Kirsty wasn't with that woman. She and Brecken were part of the rear team with the Deputy Rosalie. After assigning tasks, everyone boarded the vehicle and set off toward the distant destination. Due to the long journey ahead, there wasn't much to do on the vehicle. After playing with her phone for a while, Kirsty leaned on Brecken's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. The others on the vehicle looked at Brecken enviously. One nearby whispered, "Is that his girlfriend? That Grayson sure has good luck." Brecken. Actually, no. Compared to treating him like a man, Kirsty was more inclined to treat him as her possession. When you lean on your own pillow, do you consider extra things? Do you ask if the pillow is willing? Kirsty wouldn't either. So, in others' eyes, he had incredible fortune. In reality, Kirsty used him as a pillow to lean on. Someone nearby remarked, "It's not easy to find a beautiful, powerful female ability user who also has a good personality as a girlfriend these days." Female ability users were already fewer in number compared to males. Plus, additional qualifiers such as beauty and strength made them even rarer. Generally, such beautiful girls would end up with top-ranking individuals, as only the strong deserved the beautiful. However, some chose to be with young, handsome men because they were powerful themselves. In their eyes, this pair fit the latter scenario. Being chosen by such a beautiful girl, what more could one ask for? A few drooled with envy, eventually admiring how Brecken indeed looked handsome, making it natural for him to be chosen by such a pretty girl. Brecken felt extremely conflicted hearing their jealousy and flattery. "You don't understand, I'm just a pillow." Kirsty slept for not too long, maybe half an hour. Then someone woke her up. With only 5 people in the vehicle, they were quite bored and wanted to do something. So someone suggested playing cards. However, the problem was that only a few knew how to play, and the Deputy Rosalie didn't, leaving only 4 people available. Even for playing farmer versus landlord, they needed 3 players. They asked Brecken. Unfortunately, Brecken didn't know how to play either. He had learned many things, but card games were never part of his studies. So, they proposed waking Kirsty. Brecken knew best that Kirsty didn't know how to play cards. After all, she was a necromancer, and necromancers wouldn't likely know card games, they were from different worlds entirely. Whether cards even existed in her world was debatable. Moreover, when Kirsty studied necromancy, she was highly talented and hardworking, leaving no time for learning such random skills. Before Brecken could intervene, Kirsty was already awake. Still groggy from sleep, she was initially unhappy about being woken up. She opened her eyes wide, ready to get upset, but then heard one of the teammates enthusiastically asking, "Do you know how to play cards?" "Do I have to?" Kirsty perked up instantly, forgetting her temper. She rolled up her sleeves, suddenly realizing this world might have different card types than hers but managed to remain calm without showing any nervousness. "What do you want to play? Would you know how to play farmer versus landlord?" "We're only 3, so we can only play that," the proposer laughed. Kirsty pondered for a moment and replied, "I don't. But I can learn." She was very smart. As someone who quickly grasped complicated necromancy texts, learning card games should be a breeze for her. Come, let me teach you how to play farmer versus landlord, sister." That person was very enthusiastic, explaining the rules to Kirsty right away. Kirsty opened the deck of cards and started looking at them while listening to him explain, quickly mastering the game. "Easy peasy, let's go." Kirsty swiftly shuffled the cards and laid them on the table, then started playing with the few people who were bored. Brecken. He now doubted whether Kirsty had ever really studied diligently in the past. Was she fooling around all the time? Chapter 16, Eternal Rival. By the time the vehicle reached its destination, everyone inside had their faces plastered with strips of paper. Although Kirsty had said she might need to learn how to play the game because she wasn't familiar with it, she quickly picked it up after learning the rules. Except for those times when her luck was too bad and her hand was terrible, Kirsty mostly won. They weren't playing for money or anything else. If the landlord won, they would put a strip on the peasants' faces, and if the peasants won, they would put a strip on the landlord's face. After more than a day of travel, the two people who were playing cards on the vehicle already looked unrecognizable. Later, Brecken also joined in. After all, it really wasn't that difficult, just watching for a while was enough to learn. After a few more hours, the will also joined in. It then turned into a game between three intelligent people. When smart people play a game like Fight the Landlord, it can get quite intense, especially with three different types of intelligence. Kirsty had a simple kind of intelligence, seeing through people clearly. Brecken understood human nature and had a good memory to remember the cards, so he played smoothly. The will liked tactics, trickery, and sowing discord. The three of them played so intricately that the other two could only watch with mouths wide open, constantly shouting bravo. When they finally arrived and got off the vehicle, the will was still enjoying it. I never knew that Fight the Landlord could be such an interesting game. The other two, no, we've never played like this. Their destination was a city far from their base. Currently, almost all bases couldn't achieve self-sufficiency. After the apocalypse, both soil and climate had become less friendly to plants. Problems came one after another, such as reduced crop yields and some crops dying before they even grew much. Animals could still be raised, but some animals had undergone mutations, becoming more aggressive and cruel, with some parts of their meat even becoming inedible, as they lacked vitality, like long rotten meat, which humans couldn't consume. In such circumstances, to ensure most people in a base had food to eat, they needed to search for supplies in cities. For example, supermarkets likely had some stored food and instant meals. Factories' warehouses often contained plenty of edible items like rice, wheat, and peanuts, which not only tasted good but were also easy to store. If they found grain warehouses, they would be in luck, otherwise, they'd have to loot stores and supermarkets, which offered decent but less bountiful rewards compared to factories. Before entering the city, the will reminded everyone, don't engage zombies for too long. Our goal is to protect our teammates, not hunt zombies. They couldn't drive in the city because the engine noise would attract too many zombies, causing trouble. The standard procedure was to first determine the target location, clear out most zombies along the way, then have the remaining members rush there as quickly as possible, reach a safe spot, and have the tailing team eliminate any attracted zombies. This process repeated until the vehicle was filled with supplies and they left the city. When Kirsty entered the city, her zombie minions spread out like fish returning to the sea, infiltrating the city and observing conditions as her eyes and ears. The will sat in the vehicle, examining the map, wearing an earpiece, quietly communicating with the Rosalie. Kirsty tilted her head, curious about his earpiece. Thinking she wondered why signals still existed post-apocalypse, the will explained, actually, it's part of my superpower. How far does it work? Probably around 1 kilometer, haven't tested the limits. Seems useless. The will laughed helplessly, anyone else calling me useless I'd accept, being humble is important. But not you, you're my eternal rival, so let me tell you, this is just a part of my ability, not all of it. Kirsty rolled her eyes silently. Is this the kind of eternal rivalry where I'm always the peasant and you're always the landlord? Despite being ridiculed, the will didn't get angry and showed Kirsty the map, pointing out their next destination and surrounding structures, and explaining their objectives. Kirsty looked at the map and began directing her minions toward the area near their destination, but not too close, to avoid being accidentally harmed by the lead team. The Rosalie has already started to clear the way. Clearing the way was a laborious task. The speed of killing zombies had to be fast, otherwise, the noise would attract more and more zombies. If the vanguard were trapped, it would turn into a serious problem. This was why the base sent out both a Rosalie and a will. A powerful ability holder was needed to ensure the operation wouldn't fail. That Rosalie's power must be for group attacks, very efficient at clearing small enemies, which was why she was assigned as the Rosalie of the guard team. After about half an hour, the will closed the map in his hands. Go, 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 it's our turn. The driver sped off with them, trailing not too far behind the search team made up of ordinary people. The two original card players stood up on either side, setting up Gatling guns at the tail end of the truck. Besides their superpowers, there was one thing that could also cause significant damage to zombies: guns. When blue fire spewed from the gun barrels, hordes of zombies fell like harvested rice stalks. Kirsty's eyes were filled with amazement. Although the combat power in their world was higher because it was a world with magic, this world's creativity was undeniably superior. This weapon was entirely invented for war, its lethality to ordinary humans absolutely terrifying. Kirsty even wanted to touch it, disassemble it to see its structure, to see if it could be replicated by replacing the internal parts with magical circuits, transforming it into a magic artifact. Brecken stopped her in time. Hot. Gun barrels were not something to mess with. After being fired, they were scorching hot and could easily burn someone's palm. That is interesting, Kirsty said with sparkling eyes, clearly fascinated. Is it made for war? It is. Brecken had to admit that while science brought benefits to humanity, it also caused harm. Humans could develop life-saving medicines and deadly weapons, especially those made for war, countless numbers of them. The Gatling gun before him was merely one of the most ordinary types among weapons. Some truly lethal weapons could obliterate hundreds of thousands of people in an instant. Thus, humans continuously researched stronger weapons and ways to counteract them, resulting in weapons becoming the fastest developing category. After explaining the situation simply, Kirsty stroked her chin. I'm less interested in those, but this is indeed fascinating. If possible, she definitely wanted to get her hands on one to replicate it. Don't chat anymore, prepare to work. The Will waved his hand, interrupting Kirsty and Brecken. They had arrived at their destination. The ordinary people were entering the building, while the 5 of them stayed outside to clear away nearby zombies. Kirsty didn't want to do it herself, so she called out Con and Corey to do the job for her. After all, she could pretend to be a summoner. Brecken couldn't slack off, so he wielded Kirsty's old axe, swiftly clearing away the zombies around. Kirsty found time to observe the Will, who was emitting an ethereal blue light. Any zombie that came in contact with him would emit a burnt smell and fall to the ground. It might be related to electricity. The 5 of them quickly cleared all the zombies nearby and moved most of the corpses further away to prevent the smell from attracting more zombies. Having finished all this, the 5 responsible for the rearguard also entered the building. What they called a house was actually a small 2-story supermarket serving as their shelter for the day. After looting the supplies here, the 2 teams would each accompany some of the ordinary people outside to gather more materials, transporting them back here to temporarily store. They would leave only when they had enough supplies or found a factory warehouse. But since it was already late afternoon when they entered the city, night activities weren't feasible amid darkness and swarming zombies. So they would stay in the small supermarket for the night, heading out again at daylight. Kirsty saw that woman from afar upon entering the building. She felt good, but the woman didn't seem so, sitting in the corner with a sullen face. Johnny kept trying to curry favor with her, yet failed to bring a smile to her face. Not long after entering, Kirsty was called over by the Will. Come on, help yourselves to whatever you like. The Will placed a large platter in front of Kirsty. It contained instant noodle cakes, some dried vegetables, spicy strips, sausages, and all sorts of junk food, probably just looted from the supermarket. He prepared a package of hot pot base, intending to cook a random stew. Kirsty sat beside with great interest and started throwing things into the pot. Can I put this in? She held up some dried carrot. Sure. What about this? Kirsty lifted a piece of chocolate. No way. Chapter 17 of the Gods. Hot pot is really delicious too. Kirsty felt that this world still had many redeeming qualities. Although the order had collapsed and chaos reigned, it was still evident that before the disaster struck, this had been a peaceful and well-developed world. Most importantly, everything was delicious. The fruits were cultivated and selected to be the best-tasting varieties. They even invented many delicious and easy-to-store instant foods, forming an entire system, from instant noodles, various types of convenient vermicelli, rice noodles, snail rice noodles, etc. Even Bram whispered beside her, there should be self-heating hot pots in the supermarket. If you like eating them, we can look for some later, they are very convenient. Kirsty. The people of your world, it seems, not only have excellent weapons but also excel in cuisine. Feeling a bit of happiness, after Kirsty finished dinner, she took Bram to the basement of the supermarket to find self-heating hot pots. Here, there weren't just self-heating hot pots, but also other self-heating foods like self-heating potato vermicelli and self-heating milk tea. The young Kirsty was stunned, scooping all these items into her backpack happily and taking them away. Do you have any other similar inventions? Kirsty poked Bram. Recommend them to me. Who taught you the word recommend? Bram wouldn't admit he taught her such things. Kirsty put her hands on her hips proudly. The deputy team leader taught me. Bram. Don't teach strange things to other people's kids randomly. So Bram could only take Kirsty to sweep through the entire basement, taking all the things they were interested in and leaving with a big bag. The deputy team leader doted on Kirsty quite a lot. Why don't I get you a bigger backpack? This one looks like it's going to break if you put anything more in it. Sure. Kirsty didn't hesitate to ask the deputy team leader for a big bag, stuffed all her treasures inside, and then lay down on Bram like a carefree god, exclaiming, there are still so many kind people. Bram. A Grayson who was fawning over a beautiful woman saw this and mocked sarcastically, hick. Kirsty, lying on Bram's knees, was feeling happy. She glanced at him and asked Bram, is murder illegal after the apocalypse? Before Bram could speak, the deputy team leader chimed in cheerfully, it's not illegal. Only close relatives or friends might take revenge on you. Both of them let out a wow sound simultaneously, reaching an unspoken agreement in their eye contact. Bram felt out of place. He squinted his eyes and asked the deputy team leader, I thought someone like you wouldn't do things to offend others. Firstly, he can't hear what I just said, and if he doesn't hear it, it doesn't count as offending. Secondly, in the post-apocalyptic world, those who stay low profile and stable usually live longer than those who are boastful and lack emotional intelligence. Finally, I see great potential in Sister Kirsty. The deputy team leader smiled warmly, if I cling to her now, maybe she'll help me rise up in the future. His words carried a hint of joking, but he wasn't seriously planning to rely on Kirsty. He just thought she would live longer and grow stronger compared to that man, plus their relationship was better, so he wanted to show goodwill. However, Kirsty took it seriously, nodding and saying, I'll help you fly in the future. The deputy team leader laughed, I'll wait for that day. I'm not kidding around with you. Okay, not kidding. Around 6:30 the next morning, everyone was woken up. Get up. Stop sleeping. Hurry up. You only have half an hour to finish breakfast. If you wake up late, you won't get food, no complaints allowed. Kirsty was still drowsy, completely unwilling to get up. She called out Xiaohei and Chauncey, two little skeletons who were extremely diligent. One cooked instant noodles for Kirsty, while the other made her milk tea. When the deputy team leader got up and saw this scene, he was immediately jealous. Me too. Me too. Sister Kirsty, please take care of me too. I am physically disabled but mentally strong. Kirsty didn't even open her eyes, clinging to Bram and mumbling something incomprehensible. Xiaohei and Chauncey understood and prepared another portion for the deputy team leader. A few minutes later, the deputy team leader sat opposite them, while Kirsty leaned against Bram, and all three of them enjoyed their steaming breakfast. Bram actually didn't need to eat, but since they were among people, he still needed to maintain appearances. So he took the bowl from Xiaohei's hand, feeding Kirsty to cover up his lack of need for food. This way, he could secretly feed her from his own bowl during the process. Adhering to the provided instructions, here is the translation. Kirsty's mouth opened and closed like a fish, accepting whatever Brecken fed her without opening her eyes. Clearly, she had become very adept at this kind of laziness. Brecken Kirsty. Kirsty mumbled, Sichuan pepper chicken noodles are better than braised beef noodles. Damn, I really envy this ability. The deputy team leader envied to tears. Who wouldn't want to be a parasite if they could? After breakfast, everyone gathered. Kirsty was still sleeping, resting comfortably on Brecken's back, with Chauncey and Xiaohei guarding her faithfully. A beautiful woman and her partner passed by and saw this scene. Eager to impress the beautiful woman, the Grayson remarked, some people think this is a picnic. In future missions, we should assess personal abilities in advance. Just anyone can't join and drag us down. It's bad enough if they slow us down, but they shouldn't endanger others. But Kirsty didn't even hear it, sleeping soundly without any awareness. This made him sputter, thick-skinned. The two teams soon set off. Fortunately, Kirsty and the beautiful woman were not in the same group. They were divided based on their previous positions, so the atmosphere was harmonious. The psychics only needed to follow the squad and clear approaching zombies as needed. Kirsty slept for 2 more hours, waking up at 9. Thanks to the efforts of Xiaohei and Chauncey, no one resented her lack of combat skills. Instead, everyone envied her, crying out, summoning such abilities is perfect for slacking off. We wish our avatars could clean up while we sleep. The little skeletons had learned from Kirsty to stay low-key, displaying average strength, which made everyone else envious. Stretching after waking up, Kirsty checked her phone. She hadn't woken up naturally but due to messages from her subordinates. Though Kirsty didn't have many subordinates, each zombie was like an eye for her, relaying information about unusual or special zombies. She could command them remotely to attack other zombies, kidnap, recruit more subordinates for her. Now, one subordinate had discovered something unusual during patrol and sent her a message. Judging the direction, Kirsty suddenly asked the deputy team leader, is the other squad heading that way? Yes, the deputy team leader pushed his glasses. What's going on? If there's danger, would the psychics take responsibility for holding the rear? Kirsty asked further. Yes, because psychics earn more points and thus face more risks. Their base was always fair, ensuring benefits for everyone, attracting more people through equitable policies. Really? That's great, Kirsty smiled contentedly, muttering something the deputy team leader couldn't catch. You'll see why soon. Just assume you love doing this, Kirsty laughed. She quickly pacified the deputy team leader, who was easier to fool than Brecken. After he left, Brecken approached. Is something going to happen? Sort of, Kirsty yawned, looking into the distance. I was too lazy to retaliate before, but it's their bad luck now, right? Smiling, she said, looks like I am indeed a favorite of the gods. You lectured me on believing in science last time, Brecken pouted, having been lectured by a necromancer before. But I'm a necromancer, Kirsty glanced at Brecken beside her. I've seen demons and the undead, and I've fought with the Saint Hall who believe in the Aiden for centuries. What's wrong with believing in gods? Brecken finally understood that it was no use trying to reason with Kirsty. At the same time, he realized Kirsty's faith might be akin to Schrodinger's faith, believing whenever it's convenient, and trusting in science when it isn't. Anyway, whatever she says goes. Contradicting her brings misfortune. Chapter 18. Why are you moving closer? Kirsty was still lecturing Brecken beside her. In our era, wars were often triggered by beliefs. Why did the Holy Order like to chase necromancers? Was it because necromancers were very evil? On the contrary, most necromancers were shut-ins who only went out when they lacked research materials. The worst things they might do would be stealing corpses from others and bringing them back for dissection. Of course, there were a small number of extremists among them who would kill humans to use as materials. But just like how some necromancers could be bad, there were also bad people among humans. It was hard to avoid having bad people in any group. Were all the people in the Holy Order good? The reason necromancers were so fiercely hunted was simply because their beliefs were opposite to those of the Holy Order. The main god worshipped by the Holy Order was the Aiden, with the secondary deity being the goddess of life. However, most necromancers were followers of the Stefan, believing in darkness and death. The relationship between the two sides was like enemies, where one's existence excluded the other. Given that the mainstream belief was in the Aiden, necromancers became heretics, becoming the first enemies of the Holy Order. Or perhaps, sworn enemies. However, in recent years, the number of necromancers had drastically decreased, and they no longer posed a significant threat. The surviving strong ones grew tired of endless struggles and chose to hide from the world. Kirsty was recognized by an old acquaintance while buying daily necessities outside. She was considered one of the greatest threats to the Holy Order. As soon as the Vlad identified her, He immediately rallied almost all existing holy knights and all high-ranking wizards to pursue Kirsty. Because there were too many of them, Kirsty was forced to use a random teleportation scroll, ending up in this world. You really have that heretic vibe. Because I look like a heretic. A little. Brecken replied, it's just that you don't seem like a fanatic, you may not even have firm beliefs. You only believe in yourself. In other words, Kirsty was implicated simply because other necromancers were mostly followers of the Stefan, believing in death. Thinking about it made her seem somewhat unlucky. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a loyal believer in the Stefan, Kirsty said, but her expression didn't match the loyalty. She yawned slightly and added, we might get busy later, so you should prepare ahead of time. Brecken couldn't quite understand what kind of busy work was coming, but he knew Kirsty wasn't the type to say something without a reason. If she said they would get busy, then they certainly would. Brecken immediately perked up, pulling his gloves higher to cover the scars on his hands. He covered himself thoroughly, not exposing any skin, even hiding his neck under his collar. If his face weren't unscarred, he might have covered that too. After speaking, Kirsty continued walking lazily, appearing very relaxed and leisurely, especially compared to others, which made her look particularly at ease. From time to time, she sighed, they dare to do such things. Wow, I've never seen anyone so foolish. This is suicide, huh? TSK, if I were his teammate, I'd scold him to death. Oh, I feel sorry for his teammates, how could they meet someone like this? I hope more of them can survive. From her words, Brecken could faintly sense what was happening and followed up with a sigh, truly pitiful, are you not going to help them? Kirsty poked his chest, pretending, like you really care. Do you truly care about their lives? Brecken lowered his head, with a faint smile on his beautiful face, momentarily looking compassionate. But Kirsty knew well that it was all fake, an insincere smile void of any mercy. Brecken was just that kind of person. But Kirsty didn't mind. In her long life, she had met many people and encountered many corpses. Many died with unresolved regrets and surrounded by various negative emotions. Some were never good people even before death, leaving behind nothing but bitterness and resentment. Kirsty didn't care. To her, all corpses eventually became materials or minions, bound to serve her until she released their souls. What Brecken was like didn't matter much to Kirsty. Only occasionally, when she felt interested, would she glance at him briefly, catching a glimpse of the corruption within him. But she wouldn't judge Brecken's right or wrong, merely clicking her tongue indifferently and it would be over. Brecken suddenly realized this. This person before him truly didn't care whether he was inherently cold-hearted, or had difficulty empathizing with others, or why he sometimes had extreme thoughts that could get him sentenced. She didn't care at all. The shackles imposed by society seemed to suddenly unlock in that instant. Brecken had never been as clear-headed as he was now. In front of Kirsty, he only needed to be his most authentic self. No matter what his true self looked like, Kirsty wouldn't disdain him, hate him, or even care. Once he realized this, his blood seemed to boil for a second. Of course, this was just an illusion, because he was a zombie. Zombies don't have blood that can boil. Brecken laughed softly, then said, yes, I don't really care. After saying this, he breathed a long sigh, looking incredibly pleased. But when he turned to look, Kirsty beside him wasn't paying any attention, busy playing a matching game. Brecken immediately felt a bit dispirited. Soon, the Will, pressing on something earpiece-like, came running from the front, shouting as he ran, quickly, everyone prepare. Civilians are withdrawing towards the base. Psionics follow me. What happened? Someone shouted loudly. The Will looked urgent. Another team encountered a zombie tide. We need to reinforce them. The remaining two hesitated slightly because, honestly speaking, zombie tides were dangerous. Combined, they were only around 10 psionics. In a flood of zombies, they'd be like drops of oil thrown into boiling water, insignificant. Reinforcing meant risking their lives without ensuring rescue. The Will clearly understood this and quickly added, it's not about risking everything. We'll see if we can provide support. If possible, great. If not, we retreat. We won't force you to throw your lives away. The two glanced at each other, seemingly trusting the Will, and didn't object. Thus, the civilians rapidly retreated, while they moved forward. The Will obviously knew their position since he and the Rosalie could communicate within a certain distance, meaning they were already quite close, maybe just 2 streets away. So the 5 rushed forward, turning a few corners, and soon saw the other team, whose numbers had significantly dwindled. They were fleeing madly toward this direction, with zombies chasing behind. Among the zombies was a woman who looked anything but ordinary. She wore a scarlet dress, barefoot, cradling what might be a baby. Her face may have once been beautiful, but now it was half-rotted, unrecognizable except for one remaining attractive side. Her expression was grotesque, burning with hatred. The zombie swarm seemed centered on her, rushing wildly toward the crowd. From afar, the Will shouted, what happened? Why did you attract such a large zombie horde? Mentioning this, the Rosalie's face turned pale green, glaring at the Grayson beside the striking woman, and spat, of course, we should ask him why he dared provoke what shouldn't be provoke. The man was terrified, his face pale as he ran frantically. He started shouting for help from far away, losing all his initial arrogance. The Will calmly said, reinforce if possible, withdraw if not. He was rational, but didn't expect the zombies to be smarter than imagined. As they met, the woman directed some zombies to encircle them, quietly ambushing them. By the time they noticed, it was too late. They were attacked from both sides, unable to escape. The Will's face darkened, clearly surprised by zombies being able to command others. His mistake had placed his teammates in danger. Sorry, he hastily said, standing in front to shield Kirsty and the rest. Retreat north. There's a bank there. A bank might have a vault, or other secure facilities, offering hope. Thus, the remaining people quickly headed north. Zombies were too numerous, impossible to clear, especially with so many civilians. They could only fight as they retreated, seeking a sliver of survival. During this process, the Will noticed that the zombies seemed reluctant to approach Kirsty. Within several meters, even nearly 10 meters around her, not a single zombie was present. The Will wanted to test if it was just a coincidence or if the zombies truly didn't want to get close to Kirsty. When he approached her, no zombie got near him either. The Will. Not only did the Will notice this, the others did too. Consequently, everyone rushed toward Kirsty, surrounding her so tightly she couldn't breathe. Among those who hurried over as quickly as possible was the pretty-faced Grayson. Kirsty rolled her eyes and said, "There's a stench of country bumpkin here. Keep your distance from me." Chapter 19. Do you want to save your dog? Kirsty might not be a person who counted every single penny, but she did have a long memory for grudges. Yesterday he was still being sarcastic as if they had some deep-seated enmity, and today, when he ran into trouble, he wanted her to save him. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Kirsty raised her hand and cast a barrier that enveloped most of the survivors near her, except for the man and woman. The man desperately wanted to survive and tried to squeeze his way toward Kirsty. He managed to get inside only to be bounced out by an invisible force. His luck ran out as he was thrown right into the horde of zombies. If he were not a psychic with survival skills, he would have died instantly. However, being a psychic was both a blessing and a curse. After falling into the zombie crowd, although he could survive temporarily, it was difficult for him to get out alive, leaving him to suffer within. Just like Zack back then, even after being saved by Kirsty, his body was covered with countless wounds, like a corn cob that had been half-eaten and tossed into a trash can. Dying in the zombie horde would be much faster and more merciful than enduring so much torture. The man's continuous screams from within the horde sent shivers down their spines, making them crowd closer to Kirsty like chicks huddling together, looking extremely pitiful. "Don't you want to save him?" Kirsty turned to the air beside her, where it seemed like nobody was there. She spoke as though addressing nothingness. Kirsty continued, "He is your loyal dog. Are you just going to abandon him like this? How pitiful, becoming a stray." The person hidden in the dark showed no reaction, seemingly set on not saving him. Kirsty was not anxious at all. While directing Little Black and Little White to rescue the salvageable ones, she said, "Oh, you can even forsake someone who is so devoted to you. I guess you won't care about normal teammates either. That is really..." Everly, lurking nearby, who remained invisible, looked extremely displeased. She clearly felt Kirsty was sowing discord among them. If she allowed that Grayson to die today, once these people returned to the base, news of it would surely spread. In the future, no one would team up with her, because everyone feared abandonment and betrayal. The Desiree didn't want to risk herself for such a man, but now she had no choice. She faced two options: not taking the risk and living as a lone wolf in the future, potentially not even having admirers willing to go out with her. Taking the risk to save him wouldn't guarantee his survival but would earn her a good reputation. She wanted to choose the former, but considering the long-term stay in the base, a bad reputation would make her life challenging. In the apocalypse, those who abandoned their teammates were hard to trust. Even if they managed to join a team, they would likely be the first to be left behind in times of danger. Survival in the apocalypse meant staying united. After much thought, she had to make the dangerous but necessary choice, risking her safety to save the youth. Fortunately, her abilities weren't limited to invisibility. She could also lower zombies' awareness of her presence, allowing her to walk through the horde carefully without getting hurt. When she approached, the man shouted joyfully, Courtney, you came to save me." Everly could only pinch her nose and force a smile. "Yes, I came to save you." Her invisibility ability could also cover others around her, although limited in number. Now there was only one person, so she could protect him as long as they were in physical contact. She lunged forward, grabbed the Grayson's hand, and pulled him into invisibility immediately, letting out a sigh of relief. Good, she hadn't gotten hurt while pulling him, so it didn't seem too risky. Suddenly, she felt a cold gaze lock onto her. Lifting her head, she saw the red-dressed female zombie holding a baby, unaffected by her ability, staring straight at her. Specifically, at the Grayson she held. Kirsty leaned against Zack's shoulder, laughing heartily. Zack could only support her to prevent her from falling. "Let's go." After laughing, Kirsty waved her hand and led the remaining survivors in the direction of safety. Strangely, it seemed like all the zombies' attention was focused on that man and woman. They did not really obstruct Kirsty and the others as they left. Occasionally, a zombie lurking nearby would rush up but would be easily taken care of by Little Black and Little White. The group retreated quickly, soon reaching a relatively safer place where they took refuge inside a house to take a brief rest and then began checking each other. Once an ordinary person is injured, there is a 99.99% chance they will turn into a zombie. Those few who don't turn are virtually considered chosen ones. Up until now, only one such example had been heard of, though it was uncertain if it was true or just a legend. Therefore, once an ordinary person gets injured, they must be isolated for observation. If after 20 hours or so there are no signs of transformation, they're usually fine. In normal circumstances, even if someone doesn't turn within 20 hours, their body would start showing strange scars, their pupils turning murky, and gradually losing consciousness. If there are any signs of transformation, they should be terminated immediately. Close friends can wait until the transformation is complete before acting. For psychics, after getting hurt, there's a certain probability of turning into a zombie, but also a chance of immunity. It mostly depends on luck. Isolation remains necessary for them too. The Will rubbed his hands together and offered, "I'll check Zach." Kirsty decisively stopped him. "What are you meddling with? Shouldn't we two check each other?" The Will couldn't help coughing. In public, shouldn't you too? Why would anything go wrong? Kirsty pulled Zach aside and found a private room for the checkup. After saving everyone, Kirsty held a high status. Most people just gave them an ambiguous look without stopping them, nor ruining the mood. They probably would pretend not to hear if any commotion happened inside. After all, leaders have special privileges. Inside the small room, Kirsty poked Zach's chest. "Sit still, it's time for the checkup." Zach made a gesture of surrender. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am, what else?" Kirsty raised an eyebrow. "Quickly, undress yourself. Otherwise, I might." Zach turned the tables. "Then let's do it together since we need to check each other, right?" About 15 minutes later, both emerged from the room. Zach was still fastening the top button on his shirt, looking very proper. Those close enough whistled softly, clearly thinking Zach was lacking, taking only 15 minutes, too fast. Considering the time to take off clothes, check for wounds, and put clothes back on, the effective time was maybe 10 minutes at most. A chorus of TSK sounds filled the air as they proudly shared their own times. Zach understood everything but couldn't say a word. He couldn't tell everyone they didn't do anything, just chatted under a blanket. Correction, they sat facing each other and chatted. He was adjusting his collar to hide neck injuries, so he could only swallow his complaints, which were even harder to digest as a zombie, lingering bitterly. At this point, others finished their checks as well. Except for Kirsty and Zach who checked each other, the others were inspected by non-relatives or non-friends to avoid cover-ups. Among the dozens of survivors, 8 or 9 had injuries. 8 were ordinary people, and 1 was a psychic. 2 others had clear abrasions that weren't caused by zombies. To prevent any accidents, all were isolated. After all this, the Will asked the Rosalie, what exactly happened? Why did the sudden zombie wave occur? Zombies usually don't gather because they compete for food. It's hard to find meat these days. When surrounding zombies smell humans, they appear in groups. The last time a zombie wave occurred was because a base was suddenly breached by zombies. A large number of humans were turned into zombies within a short day, gathering together and forming a temporary zombie wave. That scale was definitely larger than this one, but even a small zombie wave is an extremely rare occurrence. How could it happen so suddenly? When mentioning this matter, the Rosalie looked like she wanted to curse. She always acted low-key and cautiously, disliking stirring up trouble, but there was someone in the team who loved stirring things up. This person wasn't just anyone, it was that Grayson who had been persistently following the attractive woman, behaving like a lovesick puppy. He picked up a little zombie from somewhere and was playing around with it, deliberately not killing it right away. After a while, the zombie wave appeared. Chapter 20, No Need for Me to Act. The team leader had also tried to stop him. After all, even if zombies were the enemies of mankind, there was no need to torture them after killing them, right? Did he gain some sort of pleasure from torturing zombies? Moreover, that zombie had been a child before its transformation, short and missing one leg, emaciated and reeking of decay. Yet, someone went out of their way to torment it, beat it, and even dismember it. Perhaps the red-dressed female zombie that came later was its mother from its human life. Maybe she heard her child's cries of anguish and came to exact revenge. That was the only plausible explanation, although everyone knew that zombies lacked reason and had no memories of their past lives. But thinking otherwise would seem to explain what happened. "Where is that little zombie?" Kirsty asked. "Probably dead," the team leader replied. He had merely tried to dissuade him but failed. The team leader then returned to his room without witnessing what followed. Shortly after, they found themselves surrounded. Everyone who heard the story fell silent, reluctant to believe that zombies could possess maternal instincts, while also finding the behavior of certain individuals utterly revolting. They had even led the zombies to chase after them. "It should be safe here for now," said the deputy leader, seeing everyone in low spirits or angry. "It's late, and we should be hungry. Let's get something to eat first, stay here for the night, and talk about it tomorrow." By morning, it would be clear whether any injured person had turned into a zombie. Only after resolving these issues could they continue their journey. So the group immediately divided up tasks, some prepared food, others arranged sleeping areas, and someone was acting like a lord. The latter referred to Kirsty. Zach was slender but tall, forming a stark contrast with Kirsty, who looked less than 160 centimeters tall. This allowed Kirsty to lie in Zach's arms as if she were nestled inside an oversized doll. While Kirsty lay there playing with her phone, a knock came at the door. The nearest person cautiously approached, blocking the door with objects and asked in a hushed voice, "Who's there?" A weak voice responded from outside. He hesitated, peeked through the crack in the door, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw nothing amiss. He then opened the door. 2 blooded and disheveled individuals, barely recognizable, shuffled inside. Kirsty looked on in mild surprise. "You're actually back alive. Congratulations. If you make it back safely, light a stick of incense for your god." Her voice was sweet, but her words stung without sounding sarcastic. But the 2 newcomers lacked the strength to respond to Kirsty. Upon entering, they collapsed onto the ground. Johnny, covered in wounds, had lost so much flesh that he hardly resembled a human. Everly appeared relatively better off, with no visible injuries, though her face showed exhaustion and her clothes were soaked in blood. After learning that this situation was caused by the male, everyone treated them coldly. 2 people stepped forward to check their injuries. Johnny kept rolling on the ground, shouting, "I won't go, I won't go. You abandoned me earlier, and I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Do you know who I am? Do you?" Before he finished, someone covered his mouth and dragged him away. His injuries were severe, and even as a Psi user, there was a high chance he might turn into a zombie. In such circumstances, showing him any kindness would be unthinkable. This was already lenient treatment. Otherwise, considering how he endangered everyone, he would have been beaten to death by now. Zach leaned down and whispered in Kirsty's ear, "Aren't you going to handle it? I thought you'd eliminate potential threats." "This isn't something I need to do," Kirsty yawned. "Just wait and see." Soon, those examining the pair came out. Everly had only a couple of wounds. Being a Psi user, with a bit of luck, she likely wouldn't turn into a zombie but still needed isolation. The man's injuries were critical. He was covered in gashes, losing so much blood that he was on the verge of fainting. His ability to shout was only due to the slightly superior constitution of a Psi user, allowing him to push through to this point. His condition was very poor. According to those who examined him, the wounds on his body had started to turn a strange color, possibly due to the zombie virus invading his body. It wouldn't be long before he might. When she heard the news, Kirsty was already sitting there waiting for her self-heating hot pot. Corey had also prepared a self-heating pot of claypot rice, with the aroma bubbling out. Upon hearing about that person's condition, Kirsty didn't even lift her head, just tilting it slightly while staring at the small vent of the self-heating hot pot, clearly hungry. Zach gave her a pair of chopsticks and peeled a braised egg for her, telling her to eat the egg first since the hot pot still needed about 10 more minutes. While they were eating, the deputy leader joined them, apparently coming to inquire about the situation. Curiosity was written all over his face, almost as if it would kill him if he couldn't resolve this mystery. "What is that around you?" "It looks like an invisible membrane. Since we came in, zombies haven't gotten close, and that person also." "It's a barrier," Kirsty said seriously. The deputy leader laughed. "What kind of joke is that? Don't want to tell? If you don't want to say, I won't ask anymore. Everyone has their secrets." "It's really a barrier. Alright, I get it, old otaku stuff." The deputy leader patted Kirsty's shoulder, clearly not believing her. How could something like a barrier exist in this world? Ha ha ha. Moreover, even if there were psychic abilities similar to barriers, Kirsty's power was supposed to summon Con and Corey, right? That barrier has nothing to do with it either. It was probably some life-saving technique she didn't want to reveal. But they had a good relationship, so blunt refusal would be bad. So she used this way. This indirect joking approach allowed her to refuse without being too harsh, giving the questioner some face to save. Sigh, Kirsty really had high emotional intelligence. The deputy leader sighed, recalling how ruthless Kirsty had been toward that man and woman earlier. Obviously, they deserved it. After all, this little sister usually had such a gentle personality, cute appearance, and now this high emotional intelligence. Compared to someone who tortured a little zombie, the difference was clear. So when the deputy leader left, besides stealing a braised egg, he also said, "Although you didn't save them before, everyone knows what kind of people they are and won't blame you." Kirsty, munching on another braised egg, eyes widening in surprise, clearly hadn't expected his quick hands. As for what the deputy leader said, in her eyes, it wasn't worth as much as a braised egg. But whatever, considering they were card buddies, she'd give him the egg. The self-heating hot pot and claypot rice were both delicious. Kirsty ate until she was full, her little belly quickly swelling up. After all, one whole hot pot plus an entire box of claypot rice, along with several braised eggs, all went into her stomach. After eating, she lay back down listlessly, like a salted fish. Meanwhile, others had just finished eating and casually made some new food to take to those in isolation. Although most in isolation would eventually become zombies, feeding them was wasteful, but since they were in the city surrounded by supermarkets, malls, and convenience stores, food wasn't scarce. So humanitarianism took precedence. Even though it was fast food like instant noodles, at least they got a decent meal before dying. From afar, Kirsty could hear that Grayson moaning for better food, complaining about his discomfort, and calling the woman's name. "Lottie. Lottie, you can't just leave me alone. I came to this rotten place for you. Lottie, did you hear me? Don't ignore me. I'm so scared. Am I going to die? But I'm still so young." They were actually confined in the same room, separated only by a few wooden boards. Since rooms were limited, there weren't enough for individual confinement. Everyone shared rooms, severe cases together, lighter cases together, and psychics isolated alone. After their return, only one room remained, leaving no choice. Although early at night, the Grayson's continuous muttering could be heard. But since his voice wasn't loud and he was getting weaker, the sounds gradually diminished. When everyone finally fell asleep, approaching midnight around 3 a.m., a sudden loud noise woke most people up. The sound came from the room where the man and woman were confined. At first, it was as if something heavy had fallen down, accompanied by a slight sound of breaking upon impact. It instantly made one think of the wooden boards in the room, the obstacle separating the two people. A few seconds later, an indistinct roar started, muffled and chaotic, followed by the woman's angry curses and the sound of a blade slicing into flesh. This continued for a few minutes before everything quieted down. Chapter 21, You Dirty Adults. Laughing to death, Kirsty slept soundly all night without waking up once. The chaos of the night did not disturb her at all because Zach had taken out a pair of noise-cancelling headphones and put them on her before bed. When she woke up, Zach was still there asking, should I give a good review? Good review, good review. Kirsty waved her little hand, making Zach laugh. At this moment, if it were someone from our era, they would say, I'll give you 5 stars. 10 stars, 10 stars. I'll give you 10. After laughing and joking with Zach, Kirsty got up to prepare for breakfast, while Xiaohei and Chauncey were already quickly preparing breakfast. Soon after, the deputy leader walked over and sat next to Kirsty, seemingly mentioning offhandedly, he's dead, killed by Christie. It was obvious that last night the man had turned into a zombie and, in the process of losing his consciousness, attacked Christie. The result was predictable. Having just transformed, his strength as a zombie was limited and he couldn't match Christie. In the morning, when people went through each room to check for any zombies, they found his body lying on the ground, his head smashed like a watermelon. That woman really has no mercy, disregarding that he was her lover, the deputy leader sighed, but without ruthlessness, one can't survive in the apocalypse. After teasing her for a couple of sentences, he didn't say much more and left after relaying the news to Kirsty. Kirsty didn't take this news too seriously, only sighing, she has quite a lot of luck. This was the second time such an event happened. There was a saying, what was it? Things don't happen 3 times. She wondered if Christie would have a third chance to show her luck. Some people had turned into zombies last night, and they were cleaned up early today. Only a few lucky ones remained, their fates undecided, awaiting the judgment of Lady Luck. After finishing breakfast, Kirsty said, I'll go out to check the situation outside. If things are okay, we'll leave. Go ahead and eat if you're hungry. I'll be back soon. The deputy leader hurriedly asked, do you need me to come with you? Or do you need? He turned his head to look at Zach. Kirsty immediately declined the offer, I'll go by myself. It's more convenient this way. Still, bring someone along, the deputy leader advised somewhat worriedly. Not for safety, but to ensure you don't get lost. Kirsty was silent for a moment. She could tell the deputy leader was teasing her and promptly left without further ado. Zach followed her. Seeing the petite Kirsty walking ahead with a pout, he asked upon catching up, are you afraid of getting lost too? No. Zach explained quickly, you're thinking of finding that particular zombie, aren't you? I've never seen a zombie retain some semblance of sanity like her. I'm curious. Knowing Kirsty's character better now, Zach spoke humbly, take me along. I'm really curious. Fine, Kirsty reluctantly agreed, follow me. Kirsty aimed to find the female zombie in the red dress. Her goal was simple and clear, she wanted to recruit a new follower. Such a unique zombie was not something she would let slip away. Leaving their temporary shelter, they set out to find the female zombie. Honestly, there were plenty of zombies in the city, so finding one among them was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, Kirsty had a vague target in mind and decided to give it a try. They soon arrived at the entrance of a small mall. Kirsty began looking around for familiar figures. Curious, Zach asked, how are you sure you'll find her here? I'm not sure, Kirsty shrugged, crossing her arms, but this place has the highest probability. If she retains some human consciousness. Since the Rosalie mentioned that the female zombie might have attacked to avenge her child, it made sense to check where the little zombie had been harmed. Rather than looking for a needle in the sea, it was better to visit places where there was a possibility, right? Zach was speechless. Ultimately, it was about luck. Most importantly, my zombie followers saw her around here this morning. That's the most important thing, hee. After mercilessly teasing Zach, Kirsty continued walking with him. They hadn't gone far when they spotted the red-dressed zombie curled up at a doorway. It still held a swaddled bundle in its arms, and in front of it lay the broken body of a child. It appeared that this zombie had indeed retained some sanity and intelligence, remembering its child from when it was still alive. This situation was extremely rare. Although it was not as extraordinary as Zach's case, it was still a valuable one to study. Kirsty walked closer. As soon as she approached, the zombie warily stood up, tightly protecting the bundle in its arms. Kirsty scared. Xiaohei and Chauncey immediately appeared, restraining the female zombie. She then approached the body on the ground. It was the corpse of a young child, likely no more than 5 or 6 years old, who had turned into a zombie. Ignoring its age, the body itself was quite ordinary, just the weakest type of zombie. This was why it had been so easily tortured to death. However, looking at the body explained why this woman was so furious that she triggered a zombie wave for revenge. The limbs were completely detached from the torso, the skull shattered, and the body covered in injuries, making it as gruesome as could be. Seeing the state of the body, Kirsty's first thought was, well-deserved. Of course, this well-deserved referred to the person who did this. Almost all strong individuals would not bully the weak because bullying the weak is really undignified. As an adult, you should not bully children. As a child, you should not torment cats and dogs. If you have a weapon, use it against stronger foes, not the elderly, sick, or disabled. This was Kirsty's rule. She never provoked others unless provoked herself, especially those weaker. Sometimes they might dance around her, but if they didn't threaten her long enough, she wouldn't necessarily eliminate them. Like Christie before, finding her would be easy, but there was no need. If an ant passing by wanted to bite you and showed off on your shoe, would you bother to crush it? But if the ant kept coming back again and again, Kirsty wouldn't mind stepping on it. Thus, Kirsty despised that now dead individual even more. Unfortunately, since he was already dead, she couldn't let him experience being bullied by a stronger person. What goes around comes around. What are you doing? Zach asked curiously from the side. Kirsty put the pieces of the corpse together, her movements very practiced. Soon, she had pieced together a barely human shape. I think it can still be saved, Kirsty said seriously, so I won't give up on it. Zack looked at the pile of remains, doubtful. She could control zombies, but could she control a pile of disintegrated bodies? Over the next few minutes, Kirsty demonstrated how to turn a pile of corpses into one complete body and then make that body move. For a necromancer, manipulating corpses had become second nature. Intact bodies were certainly easier, but when necessary, fragmented remains were also useful. Especially with zombies, whose souls were locked within their bodies but could be found. Once reassembled and bound by a contract, the body could move again. It might look a bit uncoordinated, but that didn't matter much. The female zombie had been struggling with Xiaohei and Chauncey. When it saw the small zombie shakily stand up, it was utterly stunned. Even forgetting to retaliate, it was knocked to the ground by Chauncey's punch. It clearly has some awareness. Just how it retained that awareness was unknown. From what she could see, its consciousness was incomplete, retaining only certain emotions or perhaps instincts to protect its child. Kirsty stroked her chin and asked Zack, "Didn't you tell me before that just before turning into a zombie, your heart was filled with various negative emotions?" "That's right," Zack nodded. "Anger, resentment, and hatred." Kirsty had a hunch, but without practical experience, it was purely speculative. Zack also began to guess, but before he could fully understand, he heard Kirsty cheerfully say, "Yay, yay, we're going to have number 3 soon. A mother and son duo." "Zack, the last 4 words you said. In our time, that has a very inappropriate meaning. Stop corrupting my innocence with your dirty adult thought." Kirsty held up the hand that had touched Zack's abs, speaking solemnly as if she wasn't the least bit guilty. "Zack." When Kirsty and Zack returned to their temporary shelter, the deputy leader was leading people to check if any of the remaining injured had turned into zombies. Some of those who had turned into zombies had already been dealt with, while others, though not yet fully transformed, showed ominous signs. Hardly any of them were blessed by luck. This was extremely normal. Those who got injured but did not turn into zombies were the rarest of cases. As Kirsty walked in, she calmly said, "The zombie wave has dispersed, and we can leave any time." Chapter 22, Your world is pretty amazing. Upon hearing the news, many people were elated, as they had survived a critical ordeal. Though many had perished, more had lived to see another day. Under normal circumstances, it could have been a total annihilation. Some even considered lifting Kirsty high in celebration, but upon turning around, they saw a maid-dressed little skeleton on her left and Brecken on her right. They quickly retracted their hands. However, they couldn't leave just yet. They had to wait until those in quarantine either fully transformed into zombies or showed no signs of abnormality before departing. Otherwise, an unexpected transformation into a zombie during the journey would cause significant trouble. By noon, nearly all who were likely to turn into zombies displayed clear symptoms, or had already become zombies. They dealt with those who had turned into zombies and confined those who were nearing transformation inside buildings. Preparations for departure commenced. As they walked away, cries of despair filled the air from those about to turn, whose minds hadn't completely succumbed. They pleaded with the main group not to abandon them, though there was no response. Christy emerged from her room, looking utterly exhausted. Clearly she hadn't slept all night, staying vigilant against the man's potential zombification in the early hours and monitoring her own condition later. Though psychics possessed resistance after injury, research revealed that this referred to stronger antivirus capabilities. Everyone understood the spread of zombification as akin to a viral infection among humans. Ordinary bodies lacked antibodies, meaning even minimal exposure could result in zombification. Only a few lucky individuals developed antibodies during this process, possibly surviving or awakening as psychics. Psychics were born with natural antibodies, allowing for strong virus-fighting abilities. As long as injuries weren't severe enough to introduce massive amounts of toxins, they generally remained safe. Speculation suggested that zombification resulted from viral infection, and perhaps psychics were a mutation, natural enemies of zombies. However, such theories lacked official confirmation, explaining Christie's lingering fear. "Everyone ready? Pack up and prepare to move out," the Rosalie called, urging them to pack their belongings quickly. They had wasted enough time here and couldn't afford further delay. With dark circles under her eyes and a pallid complexion, Christy stiffened slightly as she passed Kirsty, lost in thought. Kirsty chuckled and glanced at her with feline eyes. "Let's go." She patted Brecken, who uncomplainingly hoisted her onto his back. Brecken's willingness pleased Kirsty. Yawning lazily, her voice soft and syrupy, she said, "I've had my boys move some other things. Once we're back at base, you can find an excuse to fetch them. Forget it, I'll do it." Kirsty gradually emptied her pocket dimension, now filled entirely with treasures, power banks, self-heating foods, snacks, and various miscellaneous items. Leaving this place behind, the will suggested, "We should split into 2 groups again, but don't stray too far. I checked the map, there's a large mall and hospital ahead. Let's divide our efforts." In this apocalypse, medicine was crucial. The number of deaths due to lack of medical treatment was much higher than expected. Human life was inherently fragile, easily ended by illness, injury, or external threats. Death always came more swiftly and unexpectedly than humans imagined. "I'll go. And I'll go with you." Kirsty raised her hand, looking somewhat excited. "So let's make it 3 of us." No need for too many, the will gestured towards Kirsty, Brecken, and himself. The Rosalie nodded, though the remaining members felt a bit reluctant. Kirsty, being the strongest, offered unparalleled protection. What if they encountered another wave of zombies? More importantly, what if they encountered zombies without Kirsty nearby? Thus, a group bid farewell with tears in their eyes, watching Kirsty depart slowly, their hearts heavy. Yes, let's go. Kirsty and Brecken followed behind the will, walking outward in high spirits. From afar, they could already see the hospital, which was on a large scale, possibly the largest one in the city. If not for Kirsty's demonstrated special abilities, they might not have dared to come here. The vast scale meant more people, and more people meant more danger. So they shed tears putting you with me, the will said with a grin. Kirsty gave a thumbs-up gesture. Let's hurry, let's go. The three entered the hospital smoothly. The will brought 3 large bags and started grabbing any medicine he saw, without discrimination. After all, any medicine would likely be useful. Kirsty, however, was selective, observing the descriptions on different packages. There are so many diseases each type of medicine can treat, Kirsty exclaimed in awe. Yeah, especially this one. Brecken pointed to a particular medicine. It saved countless injured and sick people. In many eyes, it's the greatest discovery. Kirsty looked down. Penicillin? Yes, it can treat various inflammations, sepsis, even syphilis, with almost no side effects. Only a few people can't use it due to allergies. It treats a wide range of diseases, a true blessing for humanity. Kirsty fell into deep thought. In her time, their development could be described as one-sided. After all, they still used holy water to treat diseases. If light-based spells indeed had healing effects, holy water was merely psychological comfort. Ultimately, this situation was caused by the Holy Order monopolizing everything. Those truly researching medicine were witches, who were hanged or burned at the stake. Any discoveries they made couldn't be passed down because when witches were discovered, they were killed, and all their writings burned, lest they spread evil doctrines. The witch hunts were intense, leaving few witches alive. Moreover, necromancers contributed significantly to anatomy but were also hunted and killed. In short, the Holy Order single-handedly led societal and medical development onto a skewed path. Light-based spells fundamentally healed wounds but couldn't completely cure diseases. They made the sick feel better, prolonging life but not curing the illness itself, much like drinking poison to quench thirst. Kirsty listened intently as Brecken introduced the background of various medicines, her eyes sparkling. If I can return, I must take these things back. I didn't know you cared so much about humans. Necromancers and humans aren't opposed. On the contrary, necromancers need the continuation of the human population. Kirsty put her hands on her hips proudly. They're all potential materials for me. If the Holy Order opposes human extinction out of faith, we do it for the continuation of the necromancer profession. After speaking, she stretched lazily. In the end, it's all about interest. We don't differ much from the Holy Order in that regard, but if necromancers ruled the world, human life might be happier. Ha ha ha, like a cold joke. Brecken, indeed, but at least they could use medicine to treat diseases. Even more like a cold joke. Kirsty collected a lot of medicines while talking, almost taking samples of every variety, storing them in her pocket dimension before opening the bag given by the will and stuffing more inside. After finishing, Kirsty patted Brecken. Your world is pretty amazing. Brecken froze, his mood suddenly complex. He had never seen the world before, only focusing on his small family and nearby misfortunes, making his grievances seem petty. You're right, Brecken sighed. That makes sense. Kirsty. She glanced at Brecken, finding him mentally off and out of sync with her. When they returned to base after 7 days and 2, they brought back numerous spoils. Kirsty hadn't even gotten to her room to bathe when a staff member stopped her. Hello, didn't you sign up for this mission before? The staff member handed her a sheet of paper. Kirsty looked down and saw that it was indeed the mission with exceptionally high difficulty but also very generous rewards. Yes, have we gathered enough people? We have. The staff member replied, we originally planned to set out this afternoon, but because we couldn't get in touch with you all, we postponed it a bit, so now it's scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please prepare yourselves and come for the assembly tomorrow morning. Chapter 23, Jedediah. Oh Jedediah, you can't play cards anymore. Kirsty went back and took a shower. The water was saved up by Darcy using his ability day by day. Kirsty had been away for over a week, so he barely managed to save enough water for her shower. Kirsty, who was considering where to get some water for bathing, felt extremely touched. Whoa, you guys are really my best friends. Darcy. How perfunctory. After taking a happy bath, Kirsty found Brecken sitting outside in a daze. She walked over with wet hair, deliberately flicking water onto Brecken. Brecken was splashed in the face. He turned around to see Kirsty laughing on the back of the chair, poking his cheeks while laughing. What were you thinking about? Thinking if you left any water for me to shower. You sure dare to think, Kirsty snorted and said, there was just enough water for me to shower. How could I leave some for you? Anyway, you're just a zombie, so it doesn't matter if you don't take a shower, right? Brecken, are you serious? You have to admit that what I say makes sense. After all, it's most important that I can take a shower. Kirsty did not deny her double standard. She slowly said, just wait until you start to rot and smell Tilda. Don't always learn these strange words. But Darcy said that these are the popular phrases in your modern society. He lied to you. What else did he teach you? Eating a peach, it's cool. Brecken, just don't play with them all the time. He finally understood the feeling of parents who worry about their kids hanging out with bad children. Abdullah disagrees. 1. You're worrying too much. Kirsty jumped onto Brecken's back with a PU sound, ready to hammer him a couple of times. Then she noticed that Brecken seemed to have a faint odor. The smell was mainly of blood, which wasn't obvious now, but if he didn't shower, it might develop into a stench in a few days. Kirsty, you should take a shower. Kirsty used a teleportation spell to send Brecken away, shouting loudly, "Don't come back until you find a place to clean yourself thoroughly." Brecken, there are grapes on the table, they've already been washed, remember to eat them. Kirsty turned around and saw a bunch of crystal clear grapes on the table, neatly washed and placed in a dish. Brecken probably exchanged his points for grapes while Kirsty was taking a shower. They had just completed a mission, each earning some points, and the amount was quite substantial. Originally, the reward was a mix of supplies and points, but since they didn't need supplies, they exchanged everything for points. Brecken used his share of the points to exchange for grapes for Kirsty and even washed them, leaving them there so she could eat them after her shower. I'll never be picky about you again, Kirsty said, though her expression was somewhat perfunctory, then happily ate the grapes. When Brecken came back, it was already the next morning. Others knocked on the door to return, but he needed Kirsty to open the teleportation portal for him. Since he had no record of going out, he naturally couldn't use the main entrance. So it was early morning when he returned home. Kirsty slept soundly all night and opened the portal to bring Brecken back only after she woke up naturally. His hair still carried a light dew, and his downcast brows made him look incredibly pitiful. Kirsty raised an eyebrow. "Did you sleep on the street last night?" "What if I did?" Brecken said pathetically. "In that case, you're really pitiful. I won't treat you like that anymore." Kirsty snorted and continued, "You don't actually think I mean that, do you? I don't believe you at all. Not to mention whether you'd really sleep on the street with your personality. Even if you did, it's almost 9 o'clock now, and the dew would have been dried by the sun. Trying to fool me, huh?" Brecken looked very regretful, causing Kirsty to comment, "Your modern world should have a special term for people like you. How do you say it?" Brecken replied seriously, "No. I'll figure it out sooner or later." Kirsty put down her chopsticks, wiped her hands, and said, "Go pack things, I'll brush my teeth and we'll head to the assembly point." With the help of Xiaohei and Chauncey, Brecken quickly packed up the essentials, and the two headed to the assembly point. A few people were scattered around the square, clearly participants in this activity. Kirsty also spotted a familiar face. "Zach, you're participating in this mission too?" The deputy leader looked up at the sky. "I thought we wouldn't be able to gather enough people." "Haha, just kidding. I'm sort of a representative from the base since my ability is particularly suitable for contacting different parties." The deputy leader waved his hand with a smiling face. "We're working together again. You should protect me when it's convenient." Kirsty quickly made an okay gesture, something she had just learned. She found it interesting, like making seals in rituals. This time, there were 7 people involved in the mission, including the deputy leader and another sent by the base, a Grayson around 25 or 6 years old, wearing a black jacket with a cool demeanor. His name was Chris, apparently the strongest psychic in the base so far. The remaining few seemed to have signed up themselves. Apart from them, the base also assigned a logistics team, reportedly consisting of drivers, doctors, etc., who would go with them. The location of the Xiangtao survivor base was quite far from the capital, and it took a significant amount of time to drive there. Once on the road, the deputy leader resumed his old habit. "Come on, anyone want to play cards?" Someone was stunned by this suggestion. "This mission is so difficult. Shouldn't you be conserving your energy instead of playing cards?" "You can't conserve energy for 3 days straight. It will backfire." The deputy leader shook the deck of cards. "I brought several decks this time. We can play Emperor or Gongji." Having only played Landlord before, Kirsty immediately sat up straight, feeling her phone wasn't as interesting anymore. She asked in a tone as if seeking a master's guidance, "Teach me. Emperor needs 5 people, Gongji 6. The deputy leader scanned the group and said, "There might not be enough people, so let's just continue playing Landlord." Kirsty was disappointed, looking around with reproachful eyes. Just then, someone else felt bored and came over. "Let me join, I come from QD City, I grew up playing Emperor." Kirsty continued looking at others reproachfully. After a while, Chris, who looked like a cool guy, slowly moved over. "I don't know how to play, but I can give it a try." Thus, they managed to gather 5 people. Although Chris looked like a cool guy, he was actually a bit slow reacting, which gave him that aloof look. Playing cards was a great way to build rapport. Soon, the card players were chatting warmly. Kirsty seized the opportunity to ask, "What exactly is this mission about? I didn't quite understand." The head of the base has a younger brother who is a researcher working in the capital. When the disaster struck, the 2 brothers were far apart and couldn't contact each other. They finally got in touch recently, but because there are many people in his research group, rescuing them has been delayed. Isn't his own brother not too concerned? Kirsty rubbed her chin. She had heard that from the start of the disaster turning people into zombies until now, almost 3 months had passed. Like Brecken's family, it was rare for anyone to wait 3 months before evacuating from the city. "Maybe it's because they just got in touch," the deputy leader replied, not entirely sure about the situation, as it was personal family matters. Chris, who had been quietly playing cards, suddenly whispered, "Actually, it's because their relationship isn't good." They were playing in a corner of the car. The other 2 passengers, one watching the scenery outside and the other listening to music with headphones, were not paying attention. This allowed Chris to share some gossip. This seemingly cool man spoke with a gossipy tone. He originally didn't plan to rescue his brother. But after the apocalypse, his brother, along with his research team, was trapped in the capital and started researching zombies during the confinement, achieving some results. It's not because of his brother that he's going to rescue him, but because of the research. Everyone instantly showed surprised and eager expressions, listening intently. Kirsty even urged him on. Tell us more. Chris paused and continued. I heard that the head of the base's mother was his father's first wife before he became successful. Later, his father divorced her and married another woman, who is the younger brother's mother. So they are half-brothers, not raised together, hence no affection between them. It sounded like a rich family drama, especially the deputy leader who marveled. Every family has its troubles. It seems rich people and poor people all have their own worries. But the worries of the poor are hundreds of times more than those of the rich, because many things can be solved with money. If even money can't solve it, the poor can't either. Kirsty said somberly. The deputy leader immediately clutched his chest, displaying an expression of being struck. You're so cruel. Don't worry, in the face of terminal illnesses, everyone is equal. In the apocalypse too, you see, even the rich can still turn into zombies, right? Kirsty consoled. The deputy leader. At this moment, someone who had been sitting nearby enjoying the breeze joined in, and the group stopped gossiping and continued playing cards. Chapter 24 Spoil her. No matter what kind of relationship existed between the brothers, it had little to do with them. After all, they were just there for the pay and to save people, that was all. Kirsty and the others played cards along the way, cultivating a bit of camaraderie before they finally reached their destination. The highway entrance to Jingju was cluttered with many vehicles, most of which were remnants from the chain crashes that occurred when the disaster struck, forcing people to abandon their cars while fleeing the city. Some were intact, some were burned out, and some still contained remains, an unsettling sight. For many, this disaster came without warning. They might have been driving, chatting with a loved one in the passenger seat, with children in the back seat, only for everything to be destroyed in an instant. Sitting at the edge of the truck bed, Kirsty's gaze held a hint of compassion as she gazed outside. When Zack came over, she shifted slightly, making room for him. Zack sat beside her and slowly observed the scene. I once mentioned gods destroying the world, but you told me to believe in science. So, what do you think caused this disaster? Huh? You're asking me? Kirsty rolled her eyes. How would I know? This isn't my world. How am I supposed to know if humans here would create something to destroy themselves? The Holy Cathedral could engineer epidemics and plagues, causing mass panic and then curing those affected to boost its reputation and gain more followers of the light god. So what about the humans in this world? Could they also have developed similar tools for profit or to destroy enemy nations, eventually losing control and causing global chaos? Kirsty remembered that in her world, two countries were constantly hostile towards each other. One day, a plague started spreading in one of the countries, killing countless people and gradually infecting others. In no time, despair spread everywhere. The Holy Cathedral rushed around to extinguish fires and investigate the plague's origin, knowing they hadn't released it and there were no prior signs. It must have been someone else. Yes, that's exactly what the Holy Cathedral thought. In the end, they found out it was the rival country that unleashed the plague on their enemies, ultimately affecting themselves too. When humans are blinded by profit or hatred, they tend to make extreme decisions. If someone is overly arrogant, the resulting disasters can be terrifying because they always believe they can control everything after destroying their enemies. So whatever disaster occurs, it's not surprising, this is human nature. Kirsty chuckled at this point. But this time is indeed peculiar. The zombies give off a viral feel. Typically, highly lethal viruses aren't very contagious since hosts die too quickly to spread it. Conversely, highly contagious viruses tend to be less lethal. But this virus seems like a hybrid. It turns hosts into walking dead carrying the virus post-mortem, continuously infecting new hosts. If this really is a human creation, I'd have to admit, genius-level work. Zack sighed. Does the top guy at the Xiandao base hope his brother can develop a vaccine? Maybe he wants to control the zombies. Who knows what they're thinking? Kirsty smiled. Anyway, you're already a zombie. Not the type to care about others. Why the act? Even monsters want to wear a human mask, Zack said. Kirsty laughed and fell into his arms, leaning against Zack as they approached the highway entrance. Chris jumped out of the vehicle, clearing the way for everyone. Watching him clear the path, Kirsty figured out his power. Chris kept running forward while cars on the highway seemed controlled by an invisible force, floating up and scattering in all directions. Sweat appeared on his forehead, unsure if from running or overuse of his powers. After clearing a considerable stretch, Chris prepared to rest when Kirsty waved him over. Since the car had been following him closely, Chris took a few steps and soon stood near the vehicle. Kirsty stood up, lifted her hand, and just touched Chris's head. A ray of white light surged from her palm, pouring into Chris's body. Chris instantly felt a surge of vitality. He felt so relaxed as if he had not used his power at all. He paused for a moment, looking at Kirsty. It's a healer. A precious healer. For most psychics, after using their psychic abilities for some time, they would feel exhausted and unable to continue using them. Kirsty, this kind of auxiliary ability, was even more useful than an ordinary healer in certain situations, such as now. People who knew Kirsty, like the deputy leader, or even Zack, were stunned. Zack especially knew clearly that Kirsty was a necromancer. She had no psychic ability whatsoever, let alone being a healer. So what was this? This certainly didn't look like any skill of a necromancer. It was more akin to what was said about priests in legends. Chris turned around and continued running forward. The rest of the people in the car stared at Kirsty. Those who didn't know her assumed she was a full-time healer and developed a sense of intimacy towards her. After all, one couldn't afford to offend a doctor. Those who were in the know were dazed, one shocked by the variety of Kirsty's skills, the other astounded by how she looked like a mole of the Holy Cathedral disguised as a necromancer. Kirsty just did it. When Chris was tired, she healed him so he could continue working. After several rounds, Chris successfully cleared almost the entire road. Once in the car, he lay there like a dead dog, completely exhausted. After all, continuous use of abilities would tire one out mentally even with healing support, turning a cool dude into a salty fish. But thanks to him, they could drive into Jingdu. Once inside, because it was getting dark, they found a temporary resting place. Zack, who had been curious on the journey, finally got a chance to ask Kirsty. That is. It's a little trick from the Holy Cathedral side. They call it Holy Light. I studied it out of curiosity before, nothing too complicated. How could she not learn something from her sworn enemy? The Holy Cathedral would actively study and learn necromancer's skills to defame and frame them. Why wouldn't she learn a bit of Holy Light? Zack hadn't had time to ask another question when the deputy leader ran over, immediately cutting off their conversation. The deputy leader patted Kirsty's shoulder in surprise after running over. How can you do everything? Are you really a psychic, not a magical girl? Magical girl? Kirsty tilted her head slightly, feeling a bit curious. The deputy leader was astonished that she didn't know what a magical girl was. You had no childhood. You never watched Cardcaptor Sakura when you were young? Or Puella Magi Madoka Magica when you grew up? He seemed to disbelieve, even saying, I've seen them. Kirsty, 0.0. After listening to the deputy leader explain what they were, she became interested. From now on, I'm a magical girl. Necromancers should also count as a type of magical girl, more or less. Kirsty, who didn't feel guilty at all, even felt a bit regretful. I want to watch. Unfortunately, there was no signal now, and electrical resources had become scarce. She had nowhere to go back and watch those classic old anime. The end times must come to an end. Kirsty clenched her fists. I will work hard to end the end times. Zack, don't make such decisions because of strange things. Kirsty, who had taken an odd interest, felt increasingly regretful and even sighed while lying down. Zack closed his eyes in pain, truly feeling like he was taking care of a child. I'll be back soon. Okay. Kirsty replied weakly, come back early. Little Black and Little White were busy now, and they were quite emotionally intelligent. There were only 7 people present, including logistics staff. They simply cooked meals for everyone and invited them all to eat together. Everyone was moved to tears. Kirsty could heal and summon such practical little skeletons who could host gatherings and cook, fight fiercely, and even wear maid outfits. Why does all the good stuff happen to Kirsty? Damn. After finishing her meal, Kirsty lay on the bed eating snacks and playing games, thoroughly embodying the lifestyle of a hikikomori. If she had been born in this world, she would definitely be a diehard otaku lover. Fortunately, she wasn't. When Kirsty played games until she was half asleep, Zack returned from outside. Someone greeted him and asked where he had been. He formally stated that he had gone to check the situation nearby. Then, when they returned to the room where Kirsty was staying, Zack woke her up. Kirsty, who was almost asleep. She hated being woken up while sleeping the most. An archmage's morning temper could be quite severe. I've got something great to show you. Zack pulled out a bunch of comics from his backpack. Here, your magical girl stuff. Kirsty. Her morning temper instantly vanished, and she hugged Zack with a smack. Woo, you're the best ever. Chapter 25. The Power of Technology. Kirsty was having a great time reading comics, nestled in Zack's arms, flipping through the comic books while Zack leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, resting. Now comics had become Kirsty's new love, and her old love, the phone, had lost its status, like a concubine banished to a cold palace, sadly and pitifully. The next morning, when everyone came out for breakfast, they found that Little White was still wearing the maid outfit, but Little Black's clothes had changed. It was now dressed in a costume resembling a magical girl's cosplay. When it ran, its skirt flapped up and down, evoking mixed feelings from the onlookers. The deputy leader choked, unable to help, asking Kirsty, where did you get this? Little Black made it itself, altering other dresses, Kirsty said proudly. Both her assistants were all-round geniuses. Even their sewing skills were fully developed. It was beyond anyone's imagination that Kirsty's summoned creatures could master so many strange skills. For a moment, the deputy leader was speechless. After finishing breakfast, they set off together again. Once they officially entered Kyoto, there was no need to make such a big show opening the way. They just needed to clear some messy cars blocking the main road to ensure smooth passage. There weren't many vehicles on the city streets. After all, many people had already left Kyoto, and these streets had been cleared multiple times, so they looked relatively wide, posing no problem for driving. Do we go to that research institute next? Kirsty asked curiously. Yes, Chris, who had never felt so relaxed on a mission, sat cross-legged on top of the car roof. If a car blocked the road, they would clear it, otherwise, they continued moving forward. Since the research institute was located in the outskirts of the city rather than in the center, they encountered fewer obstacles. After all, the number of zombies in the outskirts was definitely less than in the city center, making the clearing process faster. After releasing Little Black and Little White, Kirsty temporarily took on the role of a nanny, restoring abilities for everyone. Chris's power was visibly strong, especially when the sound of the vehicle attracted large numbers of zombies trailing behind them. Kirsty saw him unleash his ability once. He squatted halfway on the car roof, took a deep breath, and slowly spread his hands. Instantly, many abandoned vehicles around him floated into the air. Then those vehicles twisted, deformed, spun, and condensed together, forming a long spear. That spear appeared to be over 10 meters long, with an extremely sharp tip. Made from various colored metals, it looked somewhat patchy but was undeniably deadly. The spear stabbed into the air, skewering a bunch of zombies like kebabs. After skewering them, it rose into the sky again, splitting into countless small swords that rained down like rain, harvesting another batch of zombies. Kirsty exclaimed and clapped her hands in amazement. This was indeed powerful. Manipulating metal was quite useful and suitable for assassination. For instance, if someone had a few metal buttons on their clothes, under Chris's control, they could instantly turn into fine needles, piercing through the person's heart. Truly, he could kill a man every 10 paces without leaving any trace across 1,000 miles. Kirsty hadn't even finished marveling before Chris lowered his head towards her, stretching hard to reach her. Give me a boost. Give me a boost. Kirsty, you can't handle praise. She raised her hand and gave Chris a ray of holy light, instantly reviving him, and he resumed his impressive operations. Chris alone cleared zombies at a speed that matched the combined efforts of the rest. Of course, among them, some were working less diligently, notably Kirsty and Zach. Little Black and Little White cleared zombies very conservatively, especially Little Black. Kirsty had equipped it with a magic wand that looked like something modified from a steel rod or similar odd item, leading to the serious issue of it looking very peculiar. Then Little Black wielded this magic wand, fiercely striking the heads of the zombie dogs. Therefore, it greatly envied the nearby Little White holding a fire axe because it was more convenient for chopping zombies. Thanks to Chris's steady performance, they only took a morning to reach a point not far from the research institute. At this point, everyone was exhausted, even Chris, who felt mentally drained from frequent use of his abilities. So they needed to rest temporarily before continuing. Interestingly, the one who still had energy was Kirsty, still waving Little Black's magic wand happily. Upon closer inspection, red and white substances could be seen sticking to the tip of the magic wand. Recalling what it had hit earlier, looking at these red and white remnants became a bit unbearable. Another one who was in relatively good spirits was Zach. He hadn't exerted much effort, just following along without expending much energy. The group didn't even get off the vehicle, having some instant food inside while chatting as they ate. Since they were very close to the research institute now, everyone was invigorated, feeling this trip had been remarkably smooth, so smooth that their efforts seemed far less than the rewards given by the survivor base. It was so smooth it made them a little uneasy. So smooth up until now, what if the latter half isn't? Don't set a flag here, the deputy leader exclaimed in despair, because usually, good omens don't work, but bad ones do. What does flag mean? Kirsty tilted her head, feeling intrigued by this new word. Sometimes I really feel like you're an antique. The deputy leader mercilessly teased. It means that when you say something, it easily leads to a bad outcome. For instance, in films or TV shows, when someone says, I'll come back and marry you after the war ends, that person is likely to die. When he says that, it's setting a flag. Oh, Kirsty immediately put it into practice. For example, when my enemy boasts in front of me saying, only one person will leave alive today, and it's definitely me, I can say he's setting a flag, right? Pretty much. The deputy leader felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what, eventually saying, you can understand it like that. Kirsty quickly gave an okay sign, indicating she'd learned something new. Meanwhile, Zach felt increasingly pained. As a necromancer from their era, he hadn't learned anything serious, just eating instant food, playing mobile games, watching anime, and learning all sorts of random terms, which made him feel guilty. After a brief rest, the group set off again, gradually approaching the research institute. Upon getting closer, they found more zombies around than expected, as if all the nearby zombies had gathered there. Kirsty turned to ask the deputy leader, aren't you in charge of communication? Can you contact the people inside? At this point, coordinating inside and out would make it easier to break through. I'll try. Saying this, everyone expected him to use his ability to contact the people inside, but he pulled out a large megaphone. Norris, can you hear me? We are sent by your brother Ilias to rescue you. How many people are there? What items need to be moved? If you've packed everything, which door should we breach, so we can assist you? The deputy leader held the megaphone, repeating it 3 times, making everyone around speechless. Chris, however, adapted quickly and started clearing zombies. Zombies were easily attracted by sound and smell, so once the deputy leader lifted the megaphone, the zombies near the institute began gathering towards Kirsty and company. Kirsty was quite interested in the megaphone, though magic could achieve similar results, this was done with technology. Thinking about this, Kirsty became curious. By the time the deputy leader shouted for the 4th time, there was finally a response. Inside, it seemed they used the same kind of megaphone, and the voice was equally loud. This is Norris. Our research team has around 20 survivors, including a valuable specimen, experimental data, and equipment. Please give us about 30 minutes to pack up, and we will wait for you at the south gate. Acknowledge if you receive this message. Okay. After you're ready, notify us first so we can go to the south gate. The deputy leader finished communicating and handed the megaphone over to Kirsty as soon as he put it down. Wait for half an hour. The deputy leader showed Kirsty how to install the battery and other functions, such as recording. With too many zombies, they needed to clear those around the south gate before the researchers were ready. Everything had been going smoothly so far. About 30 minutes later, Norris contacted them again. We're ready. Please assemble at the south gate. The driver immediately drove the vehicle towards the south gate. Everyone on the vehicle was fully prepared, clearing the surrounding zombies while getting closer to the south gate. As they were clearing, they noticed that the number of zombies, which had been gradually decreasing, seemed to be increasing again. It was as if after they finished clearing, new zombies were gathering once more. This was very unusual. Loud noises indeed attract some zombies, but they were coming too quickly this time. Chapter 26. I am just an innocent healer. Others gradually noticed this issue as well. Everyone reacted quickly. After all, they were all relatively strong psychics who had been through many battles. Upon encountering this situation, they began to rush forward frantically. Although no one knew why this was happening, they couldn't leave the people inside and thus had to join them before a large number of zombies gathered around, then break out together. Especially this time, they had a healer who could recover psychic abilities. Even if they barely managed it, they should be able to clear a bloody path. Charge in, someone screamed at the top of their lungs. The driver, as if he was ready to risk his life, sped straight toward the south gate, crushing a nearby zombie flat. Brecken tilted his head, looking a bit strange, but everyone else was too busy to notice except for Kirsty. What's wrong? Brecken knew he had become a zombie. Recently, his bestial nature flared up in the middle of the night, causing him to crave human flesh. But this was his first time facing such a bizarre situation. I seem to understand what they are trying to express, Brecken said with an eerie expression. Though it's vague, I can't fully understand like human speech, but indeed I catch a bit. There were many zombies, each emitting different sounds, so it sounded chaotic, like a cacophony of noise surrounding his ears, causing headaches. Brecken hadn't realized he could understand until now, since those noises seemed just random screaming. Only after listening longer did he find that he could interpret their emotions. This discovery made Brecken feel his scalp tingle, especially with Kirsty beside him curiously asking, "Translate. What did you hear?" Translate. Brecken. I don't know how to describe it, but combining all the meanings I can understand, it seems like they are searching for something. Considering the current situation, it might be that there's something in the research institute they're looking for. Let's charge in and see. Kirsty played her role as a healer very well, patting light on one person and another, being protected in the center by everyone like a precious treasure. She shouted while patting everyone with light, "Victory is within sight. Everyone, keep it up." Looking at Kirsty, one would find her extremely sweet. She looked young and spoke cutely, with innocent cat-like eyes, and she was a healer. Once she cheered everyone on, the group became excited. Charge. Charge for our healer. In a moment, various psychokinetic powers swirled above everyone's heads, colorful lights shooting in all directions. Brecken tried to act along but was stopped by others. You're a power-type psychic, you need to get out to fight. Now it's inconvenient to get off, let those with long-range skills handle it. We'll discuss when we reach the south gate. I guess I owe you. Brecken smiled after sitting back down. Kirsty calmly replied, after all, you're my little brother. Everyone fought hard, soon pushing into the zombie crowd. Kirsty's hands moved so fast they almost blurred. She wished for a permanent holy light torch to keep burning, letting them come over and bask in its glow. Who would have thought that being a healer was more exhausting than dealing damage? We're almost at the south gate. Everyone, give it one more push. Chris's ability was still very useful because of its wide range, instantly clearing a swath. Others only needed to fill the gaps where he didn't reach. Soon they saw the institute staff near the south gate, waiting anxiously for rescue at the only relatively safe spot. Kirsty's group came in 2 cars. One was in front carrying the psychics, the other behind carrying the logistics personnel. 20 people in 2 cars shouldn't be a problem. The 2 cars rushed to the south gate, all psychics jumping out to clear or contain nearby zombies. Get in the car quickly. Okay. The researchers looked skinny and weak, with only a few stronger ones carrying an opaque tank. That tank seemed heavy, full of liquid from the sound, so they carried it slowly. The deputy Rosalie grew anxious. Can you hurry up? If not possible, leave it. No. Johnny, wearing glasses, who was leading them, possibly Norris, said rapidly, this is our most important research. If we don't take it, wouldn't your efforts be in vain? Whoa. It looked like the relationship between these 2 brothers was indeed bad. Kirsty munched on her snack, curiously eyeing the opaque tank they were carrying. Since the tank wasn't transparent, she couldn't see what was inside, only a vague dark silhouette indicating something sizable within. The researchers didn't carry anything else, so this tank likely drew all the zombies' attention. Kirsty gave Zack a look, and Zack immediately stepped forward. I'm a power-type psychic, let me carry it. No. Norris refused quickly. If you are clumsy, you might damage the contents inside, then all our efforts will be wasted. But if we don't hurry, we may not be able to hold out, and then you might die, Kirsty said with a worried look. After all, you're all clerical staff, not like us. The deputy Rosalie added from the side, just be careful, hurry up and get the stuff in the car. There are more and more zombies, if we continue like this, we won't be able to leave. Norris hesitated for a moment, and the Grayson next to him said, Jinwei, let them carry it, as long as they are careful, it should be fine. He patted Norris's shoulder with a faint smile on his lips, trust the people your brother sent. Norris's face fell at this, his dislike for his brother clearly displayed, never hidden. These words had quite an impact on him, but he wasn't someone who would ignore priorities. Though he scowled, he still replied, okay, but handle it carefully, no shaking, and place it softly, best if there's padding underneath, and keep it near me. Zack took the initiative, others tried to help too, but he lifted the tank alone. The 4 who were carrying the tank. Though they knew that power-type psychics were exceptionally strong, seeing it firsthand still stirred admiration and excitement. Zack supported the tank, deliberately adjusting his posture to bring his head closer to the tank, almost touching it. With his help, the tank was soon placed in the car, and the remaining researchers climbed aboard one by one. Chris, who was crouched on the roof clearing nearby zombies, urged, "Hurry. There are too many zombies, and their numbers keep increasing. Move faster, don't waste time." Indeed, the number of zombies kept growing, like a bustling market, and more kept pouring in from all directions with clear targets in mind, coming straight here without deviation. If the researchers didn't speed up, crawling like ants, they might be overwhelmed before they could break out. Most zombies were easy to kill, but remember, one person can easily crush an ant, yet thousands or millions could bite someone to death. Besides, the gap between psychics and zombies was much smaller than between humans and ants. Even with healers restoring their psychic powers and easing their fatigue somewhat, it wasn't instantaneous recovery. It was just alleviation, accumulating tiredness over time until they felt increasingly exhausted. When everyone was worn out, if they hadn't broken through, they would be trapped and eventually exhausted to death. So the researchers hurriedly climbed into the car, grunting as they went. Norris was the last one, and halfway up, he seemed to recall something, stuttering, "What about Gordy?" Johnny next to him, who had mentioned his brother earlier, raised an eyebrow. At a time like this, who cares about Gordy? Survival is what matters most. He pushed Norris into the car and found it full, so he squeezed into the back vehicle. In this car full of psychics, which held the tank, Norris, and 2 scattered researchers, protecting the most crucial item was essential. After getting in, Norris lost his sharp edge, sitting restlessly. Kirsty was sitting nearby and, seeing this, smiled at him with her innocent and lively cat-like eyes. "What are you worried about? Is there still a friend you haven't saved?" Norris. He pressed himself tightly against the tank, which was icy cold, and only when he was against it did he feel a moment of calm. "No," he said, "you might have heard wrong." Chapter 27, Are you doing a good deed every day? Kirsty propped her chin up, looking at Freddy with a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile. In her eyes, Freddy's attempt to hide his feelings was as transparent as if he were running around naked. Understanding someone like Freddy, who wasn't very good at hiding his true intentions, was simple enough for her. She could even guess what kind of underwear he was wearing today. Kirsty yawned and reached out to tap Chris, who had poked his head in, giving him some milk before saying, "If your conscience doesn't feel uneasy, I wouldn't really care either. After all, I didn't know those people at the time. But if you're willing to say more, the outcome might have been different." Freddy was stunned for a moment, then began staring blankly into space while holding the can. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Bruce, near the mall in Longan District." Most of the staff in their research institute were administrative personnel, even those who awakened abilities weren't very powerful. They managed to survive this long in the capital, and still had over 20 people left, all because of Bruce. Though not an ability user himself, Bruce was physically very capable. He found them when they were hiding somewhere together, noticing that most of them were non-combatant administrative staff, barely managing to survive, and would starve to death if this went on. So he took it upon himself to lead a few who were still somewhat capable of fighting, going out every day to find food. Thanks to this effort, he helped sustain the group. Recently, Bruce ran into trouble and got trapped by a horde of zombies near a mall not far from the research facility. Since he wasn't an ability user, no matter how strong he was, his fighting capabilities were limited. Thus, he couldn't break through the encirclement. After saying this, Freddy fell silent, hugging the can tightly and falling into a sort of self-imposed isolation. Kirsty closed her eyes too, reacting only when someone stuck their head in. Longan District. It wasn't far from the research lab where Freddy had previously stayed, just about 10 minutes away. A bank here was surrounded by zombies. When Bruce first arrived in this area, he sensed something was off. There were more zombies around than usual, but he didn't stop because supplies at the research institute were already running low. If he didn't return quickly with supplies, the rest of the people would starve. He got trapped near this bank, unable to move forward. He had to retreat into the bank as those zombies seemed to be specifically targeting them and showed no intention of leaving. They kept wandering outside for days. They hadn't brought much supplies with them when they set out because there were people back home who needed food, and finding supplies outside wasn't hard. There was nothing edible inside the bank. With meager rations, they barely made it through one day. Then came attempts to break through, failing repeatedly. In this process, the people around Bruce gradually died until only he remained. Injured, he hid in an ATM booth, dazed. Maybe soon he would turn into a zombie, no different from those wandering outside, dying under someone's hand one day. The walls of the ATM booth were built with solid materials and equipped with spiral wire burglar-proof nets, so he was safe for now. Leaning against the wall, while still retaining some lucidity, Bruce fumbled in his chest, wanting to leave a message, even though no one might ever see it. His trembling fingers rummaged in his pocket but didn't pull out a phone. Instead, they brought out a small sachet given to him by people from the research institute, which contained material that emitted a scent repelling zombies, a result of their research. Whenever they went out for supplies, everyone carried one. Curious, Bruce once pinched it. It felt like spices, finely ground. Using human senses, one couldn't smell anything immediately, but after prolonged exposure, a faint mint-like scent lingered in the nose. Reaching down to pick up the sachet, Bruce froze instantly. The texture felt wrong. He remembered it should contain fine powder, but now it felt like a complete object, thin and long. Bruce lowered his head and opened the sachet. A completely intact finger, devoid of blood, appeared before him. That fingernail was unnaturally long and an eerie bluish-grey color. If you sniffed carefully, it had a faintly putrid odor similar to the air in this city. But the air in this city is like this because of the presence of zombies. After a large number of zombies gathered in the city, even the air became eerie, filled with an aura similar to that of zombies. Now, he saw something inside the gift from his teammates that could only come from a zombie. Especially considering that before, what was in his bag absolutely wasn't this. Reflecting on the abnormalities over the past 2 days, Bruce's expression gradually darkened. He had never suspected people around him with utmost malice, but clearly, this incident was very likely orchestrated by someone, and he had become the scapegoat, carrying the blame. Bruce leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. Previously, when someone told him that one needed to be ruthless and selfish to survive better in the apocalypse, he still argued with them. But if everyone becomes cruel and selfish, the apocalypse will never end. It now seemed he might have been wrong. Because as it stands, cruel and selfish people will persecute all kind-hearted and righteous individuals. When only cruel and selfish people remain, the world won't improve, it will only get worse. If I were given another chance, he would never make the same choice again. At the very least, he couldn't let innocent people die with him. The truly deserving ones are those cruel, selfish, and cold-blooded individuals. But he no longer had that opportunity. He was about to turn into a zombie. Thinking of this, Bruce's expression turned increasingly cold and stern. After witnessing such evil firsthand, he could no longer believe in human kindness. Otherwise, wouldn't those who died innocently with him have died for nothing? Bruce suspected that he might be turning into a zombie soon, which was why so many negative emotions welled up within him, beyond his control. Hello. Outside the transparent glass door, a young, beautiful face appeared, very adorable. Many boys had fantasized about having a beautiful younger sister, and that girl should look just like this one. Leave here. Bruce's consciousness was slightly blurred. He didn't understand why such an adorable girl would appear here, but he knew staying meant certain death. Even if he didn't die from the zombies outside, perhaps he himself, turned into a zombie, would. Bruce. The girl outside kept calling his name. He didn't understand how she knew him or why she was here calling out his name. Instincts remained, some were good, others evil. The evil part screamed at him to ignore her since she couldn't leave either way and would eventually die in the zombie horde. The good part hoped that this girl could live on well. No matter who you are, please leave here. Soon I might turn into a zombie. It won't happen. The girl opened the door, walked in, and smiled warmly at him. I examined your body and soul. You won't turn into a zombie. Come. She extended her hand towards Bruce. Someone wants you to live, so try hard, okay? He stared at the offered hand, but the finger in his pouch came to mind. Bruce didn't reach out. After a while, a hand fell on his head, and a surge of white light flooded his body, revitalizing him instantly. Despite being weakened by lack of food and injuries, he felt close to death even if not turning into a zombie. At that moment, his body seemed to return to its healthiest state, free from hunger and pain. The transformation was strikingly evident. He was indeed undergoing a change, but it didn't seem to be turning into a zombie, it was more like a different form of metamorphosis. As the white light flooded his body, the girl's figure crumbled continuously, creating a rather eerie scene, like a wax statue thrown into fire or a snowman placed in spring. But oddly, he felt neither disgust nor fear, just staring blankly at the girl. Where can I find you? The half-melted girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. She seemed to be doing a good deed or merely curious about what had become of this abandoned, manipulated individual. You want to find me? She lifted her hand. Her palm hadn't touched his head when she completely melted away, leaving only some white bones on the ground. Then come to Tobias, the Tobias survivor base. There are other surprises waiting for you there. The girl had completely vanished. Her beautiful flesh had evaporated entirely, leaving only the skeletal frame that supported this body, scattered on the ground. And those bones varied in thickness, with even the 2 arms being of different sizes, clearly coming from different bodies. Bruce struggled to get up, threw away the finger in his pouch, and picked up a little finger from among the bones, putting it back into his pouch. Tobias survivor base, right? He remembered that. If he could leave here alive, he would. No, he was determined to leave here alive. Chapter 28. Are you a pervert? Kirsty rubbed her fingers and sighed. Anton, who had poked his head in, instantly looked expressionless but his eyes were full of worry. Did you also overdraw? Or are you just tired? Rest for a while, we can still hold on. No, I just think that doing one good deed a day makes me handsome. Kirsty touched her chin and raised her hand again to cast another holy light on Anton. She had gotten into the habit of casting holy light recently, so she immediately gave Bruce a dose without knowing if it affected his ability formation. Yes, Bruce was awakening his abilities. It has been mentioned before that most ordinary people would become zombies after being injured by zombies, but an extremely rare few lucky ones not only wouldn't turn into zombies but would even awaken their abilities. Bruce was such a lucky one. He wasn't about to turn into a zombie but was about to awaken his unique ability. The moment Kirsty saw his condition, she knew it. She had planned to come over and see what happened if Bruce died. She'd give this poor man a proper burial and engrave the biggest victim of the apocalypse on his tombstone. If he turned into a zombie, she'd take him as a subordinate. She didn't expect him to be so promising. Unfortunately, the avatar she descended into possessed only a shallow amount of dark power, plus she casually used the power of light, holy light, and couldn't sustain it, so it dispersed right then. She hoped it didn't leave any psychological trauma for this poor man. Anyway, if you're tired, rest well. We can still hold on for a bit, Anton said hastily and then left. Kirsty slowly lifted her gaze to Norris. Do you know that the zombies around the research institute are already considered fewer now? If things were normal, there should be twice as many. Norris? He looked at Kirsty blankly, as if he really had no clue. Kirsty glanced at him a couple of times but didn't say anything more. Whether this person was truly ignorant or pretending didn't matter. Events had already taken place and were gradually spiraling out of their control. On the other side, Bruce awakened quickly. After sensing his new ability, his expression became somewhat strange, not annoyed but rather surprised and slightly unexpected. Tobias, the survivor base. Bruce muttered, then decisively got up. He needed to go to Tobias. Now that nearby zombies weren't a terrifying obstacle anymore, he wanted to reach the base called Tobias to find that girl. Not long after Bruce left, around 5 minutes later, a group of 5 to 6 people rushed here. Leading them was a quite beautiful woman with a very gentle demeanor. This should be the place, Everly whispered, but the number of zombies seems off. Not exactly many, nor particularly few, it looked like they had been partially cleared. Bruce should be around here at this time. To avoid the situation where Bram appeared before, she arrived 2 days earlier. This time, nothing should go wrong. Then let's search separately. The group split up into pairs, forming 3 teams to explore different directions. Everly led a Grayson, saying while walking, "In my memory, Bruce experienced a transformation near a bank, awakening powerful abilities. He went back and slaughtered the research institute, releasing that thing. This time, we must prevent history from repeating itself and save Bruce because only he can oppose Bram." In her previous life, due to that event, Bruce's mentality changed. Though not as bloodthirsty as Bram, he didn't do much good either. Sometimes he would rescue people caught in zombie hordes, other times, he'd suddenly kill those he met on the road. Yet, his abilities were incredibly strong, making him unkillable, and everyone depended on him as humanity's last barrier against the Zombie King's extinction plan. Due to Bruce's ambiguous nature, getting his help cost humanity's base a lot in the end. She wanted to save Bruce so he would feel grateful towards her and not fully blacken, ensuring they had a trump card when Bram reappeared. Everly's plan was solid. As they cleared zombies and searched for Bruce alongside the Grayson, she moved forward. But after searching for a long time and combing through the area thoroughly, they still didn't find Bruce. When everyone regrouped, they began to doubt their own judgment. "Didn't you dream that?" One companion couldn't help but question the woman. "Last time you said there would be a zombie king named Zach who wanted to exterminate all humanity. We didn't find him either when we went looking. Is your foresight ability reliable?" Everly's face turned ashen, and she glared at him fiercely. "Apart from these 2 instances, have my predictions ever been wrong?" Only the woman knew that this was not a foresight ability but reincarnation. She had been reborn from the brink of the world's destruction. Everything that happened here was something she had already experienced. At first, the woman also thought it was just a dream, but she simultaneously knew clearly that it wasn't, it was real. After her reincarnation, everything matched her memories, with only 2 things going awry. Zach, who should have been in that place during his weaker phase, easily solvable, was not there. Bruce, the strongest future ability user, who was about to awaken and was gradually turning dark due to betrayal by companions, was also not present. What exactly had happened? Why did everything else flow smoothly according to her memory without any issues? But with these 2 people, nothing was under her control anymore. Everly's expression even twisted uncontrollably for a moment, as she started to suspect something. Could someone else also have been reborn? With Kirsty's assistance, Anton continued to amplify his abilities, plus the other ability users were quite strong too. Thus, they barely managed to break out of the encirclement, leaving most of the zombies behind. After achieving temporary safety, almost all the ability users plopped down in the carriages, groaning everywhere, making sounds that were rather unhealthy and could be censored like some bizarre, bleep, scene. "I need to rest a little," someone groaned painfully. "Even though we have a healer, repeatedly using abilities is truly painful. I feel like my brain is going to explode. I'm already seeing double. No, I need to sleep well. Dao Dao. E." He clasped his hands pitifully. "Can I have a hot bowl of noodles made by Chauncey and Xiaohei when I wake up?" Kirsty lifted her eyelids. "I want those 2 magazines you stashed in your backpack." Ability user. "QAQ, how do you know I have jump there?" Kirsty gave him a smile, and he immediately clutched his chest. Got it, I'll show you." Others started making requests too. "Sister, can you put a poached egg in my noodles? I want 2 grilled sausages. I want." Taking advantage of the situation, Kirsty confiscated all their goodies one by one, things like gaming consoles and portable music players. These people were utterly exhausted, and even if they felt exploited, they lacked the strength to resist. They just wanted a good night's sleep and a hot meal upon waking up. Suddenly, the Grayson who had mentioned Norris stood up. "You can't sleep yet, zombies will keep coming. Until we've completely shaken them off, absolutely don't." Kirsty raised a hand to stop him. "Let them sleep, leave the next move to me. Rest assured, you will definitely reach Tobias alive." He initially wanted to question Kirsty, considering she looked like just a healer. However, Kirsty suddenly raised her hand, enveloping a nearby tank with a black glow. Whatever she did, more and more zombies stopped pursuing them, even passing by without interest. Johnny's expression changed subtly. He suspected Kirsty knew what was inside that tank. His palm moved slightly, slowly opening and closing, while Kirsty smiled at him and summoned Xiaohei and Chauncey. The small skeleton's eyes glowed menacingly like ghost fires, locking onto him with a hint of hostility. The youth stood for a moment, then silently walked to a corner and sat down. Norris, however, rushed over, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He hugged the nearest skeleton, Xiaohei, examining it closely. What kind of ability is this? Why can the skeletons move? Is it puppet manipulation? Can I examine it? Xiaohei hadn't been groped in years, so he silently screamed, covered his dress, and slapped Norris hard on the face. Norris. He was not in the least disheartened, the light in his eyes shone even brighter than ghost fires. You have consciousness, your soul is still alive, right? Amazing, what kind of ability is this? Please let me study it. Without a word, Xiaohei kicked him away and pulled Chauncey behind him. What was wrong with the people in this era? How could they be less restrained than those in their world, getting so excited over a skeleton pervert? Chapter 29, Xiaohei and Chauncey's past. Norris, who initially appeared to be a reserved and somewhat introverted Grayson, was now constantly sticking around Xiaohei and Chauncey. Before realizing that they were sentient, Norris had sought permission from Kirsty. After understanding that they could think for themselves, he no longer thought of asking for permission but sought their consent first. Xiaohei and Chauncey hadn't encountered such an annoyingly clingy person in a long time. The last time was with one of Kirsty's colleagues. Because they were fellow necromancers, some were quite interested in Kirsty's creations. They would ask Kirsty for them or offer something equally precious in exchange. To Xiaohei and Chauncey, anyone trying to take them away from Kirsty was the most annoying. Norris was slightly better, but he still harassed them. What's wrong with boys? Boys need protection too when they're out. Xiaohei and Chauncey hid behind Kirsty, glaring angrily at Norris. When facing Xiaohei and Chauncey, Norris looked almost perverted, but he returned to normal when dealing with Kirsty. He lingered beside like a little housewife, glancing at Kirsty from time to time, wanting to come closer but too shy to do so. Kirsty pretended not to notice, leaning against Brecken, yawning casually. Despite the fact that those psychics suffered outside, especially Chris, everyone felt the hardest working person was Kirsty, the nanny. Thus, before passing out, they agreed to anything, allowing Kirsty to reap many benefits. Not only did the others feel the same way, but the logistics staff moved quickly. A nurse offered to examine Kirsty. Seeing her yawn again after refusal, she suggested, "Why don't you rest a bit?" Since Xiaohei, Chauncey, and Brecken were there, it would be fine to leave things to them. Not really. Kirsty wasn't very sleepy but found everything boring. On the way here, she could at least play cards on the bus, but now there was nothing to do. Norris hesitated for a long time, eventually moving closer and stopping not too near Kirsty. Is this really a power? Kirsty replied firmly, of course. What other ability can bring back the dead? Norris stared blankly at Xiaohei and Chauncey, slightly disappointed. If it was a power, there was no logic or truth behind it for him to understand. Ignoring him, Kirsty lay lazily. No zombies would approach her here, so she had nothing to do but daydream. Norris suddenly remarked, "They don't look very old." One could roughly determine a person's age before death from their bones, especially incomplete skeletons like these, which clearly differed from normal adults. Yes, they were about 12 years old when alive, twins. Kirsty didn't mention two things. They were naturally gifted, born with the potential to be necromancers, a real pity. Mentioning their past made Xiaohei and Chauncey look unhappy. They held each other's hands, clinging together like fallen fledglings. Considering their age at death, a faint sadness filled the carriage. Norris, lacking emotional intelligence, asked, "You can't see the cause of death just by looking at bones. Were their bodies intact when they died, or did you make them whole with your powers? Has anyone ever told you how annoying you are?" Kirsty crossed her arms. Exploring someone's sad past is impolite, it's like reopening a wound. You'll get beaten up. Norris was stunned, replying slowly after a moment, "Sorry." Everyone ignored him, but he looked agitated, saying after a while, "Many people say I sometimes sound annoying, but I don't notice it. Sorry." He had always been a bookworm with low emotional intelligence, but he felt uncomfortable hurting others. After apologizing, he quietly retreated to a corner, hugging his can, staring blankly. The can's surface covered with a layer of blackness, feeling even colder to touch. He stayed there for a long time, seeming rather withdrawn. Those psychics slept for over 10 hours. Upon waking, the carriage was filled with the aroma of food. Besides the dishes they requested before sleeping, Xiaohei and Chauncey had prepared more, including hot soup, making everyone tear up with gratitude. Envious. So envious. The deputy team leader, who was about to speak but was interrupted, turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was Norris. Norris really envied them. Although they were psychic constructs and different from what he had imagined, the little skeletons could actually cook. For researchers like them, they usually didn't take good care of themselves. While their research base generally had cooks or aunts who cooked for them, these were little skeletons. They were skeletons. The deputy team leader couldn't help but come over. You feel the same way, right? Norris was drooling, tears continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth. Kirsty was harvesting the things they had promised before falling asleep, feeling quite happy. Hand them over, quickly, quickly. You all agreed, no going back on your word. They could only hand over the items with tears in their eyes, only the hot soup could comfort them somewhat. After eating their fill, everyone became much more spirited, the carriage became lively, and they thought Kirsty hadn't slept for a long time, so they ushered Kirsty and Brecken to another carriage. It will be very noisy here, you two go there to sleep. Get plenty of rest, the deputy team leader said with an ambiguous expression. Brecken. He did not want to have any presents, nor did he want any name, he just wanted to be a quiet salted fish, but he would always be suddenly mentioned, especially under strange circumstances. Sure. Kirsty jumped onto Brecken's back. Let's go. Brecken could only catch Kirsty and head to the other carriage. That carriage had fewer people originally, as it was used only when this carriage was full. Compared to the bustle here, it was much quieter. Kirsty couldn't sleep. After Xiaohei and Chauncey laid out a blanket for her, she lay down and stared blankly at the ceiling. Brecken sat beside her, watching Xiaohei and Chauncey busy themselves. They were in a corner, looking around. It seemed no one was paying attention to them, so Brecken asked, "Looks like Xiaohei and Chauncey have some other stories." "Yeah." Kirsty, unable to sleep, turned over, looked at Xiaohei and Chauncey, and said, "When I first met them, they were even younger. Xiaohei was sick, but their family didn't have much money. They managed to get a bit of holy water by using up all their savings, but you know, that stuff doesn't do much." Kirsty happened to pass by and found that they both had great potential to become necromancers, so she asked if they wanted to follow her and learn how to become a necromancer. The Holy Hall's propaganda was that necromancers were evil, terrifying, and only wanted to kill humans and turn them into puppets, so one must not be bewitched by them. At that time, Xiaohei and Chauncey were ordinary children who trusted the Holy Hall more than necromancers. So they were afraid and refused Kirsty. Kirsty wasn't angry or anything, she just left a pack of medicine, saying it could treat Xiaohei's illness. However, it couldn't cure it completely because Xiaohei's problem wasn't just an illness, his body itself was weak and needed gradual improvement. She would come back if there was an opportunity later. Initially, the two boys didn't dare to use the medicine, but as Xiaohei's condition worsened, they had no choice but to give it to him, and surprisingly, it worked. But for them, the nightmare was just beginning. Soon after, some people from the Holy Hall found the brothers, saying they had great talent and could participate in the evaluation for the Vlad. Even if they failed, after cultivation, they could still join the Holy Hall as respected light mags, serving their god. Xiaohei and Chauncey recalled that Kirsty had also said they had great talent, so they were excited. Becoming part of the Holy Hall meant their family's financial situation would improve greatly. They wouldn't have to worry about being unable to afford medical treatment or food. They could relieve their family's burden and find a better path for themselves. So the two agreed. After discussing it with their family felt that even if they couldn't become the Vlad, serving the Aiden was still a matter of honor. Xiaohei and Chauncey went to the Holy Hall like that. At the time, they didn't know what lurked beneath that shiny exterior. That so-called servant of the Aiden, the Holy Hall, was just a den of filth. Many young, attractive boys like them were deceived here. They weren't here to become the Vlad or light mags. They couldn't serve the Aiden, they would only be enjoyed by those disgusting, ugly VIPs. Xiaohei and Chauncey really had great potential, so after a long time, when I happened to pass by again, I wanted to go see them. Kirsty couldn't help but frown as she spoke. She was a necromancer, a cold-blooded, ruthless, cruel, and evil existence in people's eyes, yet she wanted to save two impoverished children. On the contrary, the Holy Hall, which served the Aiden, had crushed the souls of these two children. Chapter 30, Ichabod arrives. Every time she thought about it, Kirsty found it quite absurd. The church's disguise was indeed impeccable, seen as embodiments of justice by the general public. Even Xiaohei and Chauncey never doubted them, placing full trust in them. But it was this very trust that led to their downfall. Xiaohei, already in poor health, could not endure the severe trauma and torture, soon sinking into despondency and pain, dying prematurely. This affected Chauncey deeply, who then attempted to assassinate the devil that deceived them. Predictably, he was strangled in the basement. Coincidentally, Kirsty, following the marks on their bodies, arrived just in time. When she discovered the mark inside the church, Kirsty hesitated, almost giving up. However, the intense resentment Chauncey felt upon death was instantly transmitted to nearby Kirsty. They rose from their own remains, massacred the entire branch of the church, and after that, my bounty increased by 6 million. At this point, Kirsty sounded a bit disgruntled. I'm only worth 30 million. That little rookie demon is worth 40 million. Does the church look down on me? Zach, do you care about this? You wouldn't understand, Kirsty replied solemnly. It's a matter of face, very important. Just like Noel would feel ashamed if his bounty was too low. Stop watching so many shonen mangas. Zach criticized mercilessly. After the scolding, there was a long silence. Zach could already imagine what kind of world Kirsty came from. The so-called church that worshipped the Aiden mostly focused on eliminating dissidents, even spreading diseases among ordinary people to elevate its own prestige through stage dramas. With immense power and no formidable rivals, even an immensely powerful necromancer like Kirsty had been forced to hide deep in the mountains, and after venturing out, ended up being chased into this world. Without external threats, the church became increasingly complacent and corrupt. Zach's expression remained unchanged, but he was thinking that one day they would be destroyed by their own actions. The filth hidden beneath their polished exterior would all come to light at once. If I can go back, Kirsty suddenly said, I want to change the world. Zach. Perhaps sensing his evident confusion, Kirsty pulled out a book from her bag and announced loudly, I want all the proletarian brothers and sisters to rise up. Overthrow the dog bastards of the church. Zach. The title on the book read Marx and Lenin. Where did you get this from again? From the will, Kirsty justified herself. I read it, and it made a lot of sense. I want to. Zach covered her mouth with his hand. I get it, no need to say more. They fooled around for a while. Feeling slightly drowsy, Kirsty burrowed into the blanket. I'm going to sleep. Sleep well. Leaning against the carriage, Zach curled one leg, his expression slightly darkened, lost in thoughts. Probably wondering what kind of person he would have become without meeting Kirsty. Probably limited to the petty squabbles of a narrow life due to a lack of broader experiences, angry and pained by family betrayal, wanting revenge on everyone. That was probably it. 23 years old, already corrupted. This style. Thinking about it now still made him feel embarrassed. Fortunately, none of that happened, and he didn't have to face it. Kirsty took a short nap, waking up after 4 or 5 hours. She rolled around in the blanket, poking her head out like a worm to observe the surroundings. Zach was reading, leaning against the carriage, his brows delicately raised and his demeanor calm if only he wasn't reading a magical girl manga she had given him. Kirsty drew out the word. I want water. Zach handed her a bottle of mineral water without a fuss. After drinking 2 gulps, Kirsty buried herself back in the blanket. A few seconds later, she poked her head out again. I want to read a comic. Zach found the comic she wanted and passed it to her. A few seconds later. Zach. He sat next to Kirsty, opening the large backpack. What else do you want? Just wanted to call you, Kirsty said innocently. Is that not allowed? Before Zach could respond, he heard a sniffle beside him. Turning his head, he saw Hihai and Chauncey standing not far away, biting a handkerchief. Despite their skull forms having no expressions, Zach could see the envy and jealousy in their demeanor. It was as if they were saying, we came first, and Kirsty used to only call us. Who are you, little cookie, even competing for her attention with skeletons? Zach. I didn't say it wasn't allowed. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes looking like butterfly wings, exquisitely beautiful, but many people are waiting for you to call them. Kirsty tilted her head. I need to learn more of your era's vocabulary, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to describe you now. Zach's face wore an innocent look, clearly unwilling to linger on this topic for too long. He whispered, we have left Jingju and will be back soon. What will you do about what happens next? This obviously referred to the jar and other issues Zach had sensed while pressing against the jar. I heard a heartbeat. The thing inside the jar was alive, still living despite being stored in liquid within the jar. Really? Kirsty stroked her chin. We'll see when the time comes. I always feel this matter isn't so easily resolved. For example, at this research institute, it appeared that Norris made the decisions on the surface, but in reality, it was the Grayson who had once been intimate with Norris. He usually seemed low-key, acting as if he would follow Norris's orders, but he was far from simple. On the contrary, Norris was the truly simple one, lacking much cunning and emotional intelligence, almost as if he were a scapegoat. Kirsty had many curiosities regarding this situation, but it seemed these matters weren't easily solved. Let's talk about it when we get back. She remembered Ichabod asking where she would be found before leaving. Kirsty mentioned the Elephant Peach survivor base. She admitted to herself that she had a voyeuristic desire. Ichabod was likely a sacrificial pawn. Then who sent him to die? Norris and others would all come to Elephant Peach. If they ran into Ichabod at this base, it would surely be an interesting scene. Thinking of this possibility, Kirsty giggled from under the blanket. When we get back, I want a big house. They could earn a lot of points this time, and Kirsty wanted a detached villa, preferably with a large balcony where she could grow flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Her topics changed too quickly, and Zach struggled to keep up. Finally, he simply responded, whatever makes you happy. By the 3rd night of their return trip, it was already late at night. As they neared the base, they didn't stop to rest outside, rushing back and arriving at the base gate just before dawn. Kirsty was extremely bored in the car, especially on the return journey. Although no zombies followed them, they needed to protect the powerless researchers, so playing cards in the car was inappropriate. In the end, everyone sat quietly in the vehicle. Though Kirsty could read comics, honestly, it wasn't comfortable in the moving car. The vehicle swayed gently during the drive, making reading comics uncomfortable after a while. Playing mobile games wasn't much better. Kirsty was like a cat utterly bored out of its mind. By the last day, she was lying limply in her seat, only groaning occasionally when she turned over. Finally, as they approached the survivor base, seeing the outline of the Elephant Peach survivor base, Kirsty sprang up full of energy, repeatedly cheering. Everyone indulged Kirsty, probably because caretakers were rare, and Kirsty was an exceptionally powerful healer. Not only did she have great endurance, but her healing effects were remarkable. Everyone hoped to build a good relationship with her so that future missions might benefit from her healing. So, even if awakened by her noise, no one was angry, merely glancing sleepily at Kirsty before falling back asleep. They still needed to go through a basic inspection at the gate. However, due to being psychics and having no visible injuries, especially Kirsty, who mainly healed throughout and hardly came into direct contact with zombies, they vouched for her so she didn't even need to undergo quarantine. She rushed straight back into the base. I love my new house. Kirsty dove into her own house, rolled around on the bed twice, and then lay down to continue sleeping. Zach, being a zombie, required almost no sleep. He stood in a daze for a while before picking up the small spray bottle to check on the garlic sprouts Kirsty had planted. Good. They were all still alive. When dawn broke and Kirsty slowly woke from her sleep, she heard people arguing outside. One of the voices sounded like Zach, and the other voice was also familiar. Kirsty, still groggy from just waking up, took a moment to realize what was happening. Ichabod had arrived. Chapter 31. Do you have a crush on him? Kirsty sat there, stunned for a moment, listening to the argument outside. Or maybe it wasn't really an argument. Because their lines went like this. Bruce, perhaps you can let me in first. She knows me, and we can talk face to face. Zach, E is still sleeping, she hates being woken up the most. If you know her, you should be aware of that, right? Kirsty, 0.0. She remained dazed for a bit, then slowly got up and opened the door. The front door was wide open, with both men standing there, glaring at each other, neither looking very polite. What are you two doing? Kirsty was still not fully awake. She rubbed her cheeks, feeling a little annoyed. Why all the noise so early in the morning? Before Zach could say anything, Bruce took a step forward. Didn't you say you were at the Tobias survivor base? I came to find you. When facing Kirsty, he became much gentler, speaking softly without any sharp edges, creating a stark contrast that left one unsure what to say. Kirsty yawned slightly, letting Zach bring him inside before going to brush her teeth. After brushing her teeth and washing her face slowly, becoming somewhat more awake, she turned to look at the two men sitting on the sofa. She looked at Bruce first. There are many houses here. Her implication was clear. If Bruce liked this base, he could choose a house and settle down. Why disturb her so early in the morning? Doesn't he know how important sleep is for a necromancer? Zach, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed. He placed his hands on his stomach, appearing quite dignified. You just arrived at Tobias. Are you unfamiliar with the place? I can show you around and help you find a suitable residence. The two men exchanged glances, sparking off in a way that seemed inexplicable. Their words carried some hidden meanings that Kirsty couldn't understand immediately. She always thought she had a good understanding of human nature, but now it seemed her studies were not deep enough. Of course, it might also be because she had changed worlds. Though they were still humans, different environments in different worlds might result in subtle differences. Nonsense. What were these two men thinking, exchanging such odd looks? It was strange. Kirsty propped her chin in one hand and let Xiaohei and Chauncey out to entertain the guests. She had just woken up but felt sleepy again. Can you speak normally? Zach looked at her innocently. Am I not helping you entertain the guests? Bruce's expression turned colder. He slowly turned to look at Kirsty. Unlike Zach, he had a different style but was equally handsome. Previously, he was a sunny and energetic Grayson. After experiencing betrayal, his demeanor became much sharper and gloomier. Although meeting Kirsty dispelled some of that gloom, the sharpness remained. Especially when confronting Zach, he seemed as cold as a blade. But in front of Kirsty, his demeanor softened instantly, almost pitifully so, just from looking into her eyes. I just arrived here and didn't tell them I'm a psychic during registration, so I couldn't get a house. Can I stay here for a couple of days? Once I have enough points, I'll move out. Zach cursed silently at this scheming dog. He suspected Bruce must have heard staff mention that psychics could get free housing and pretended not to be one to play up his pitiful image to win over Kirsty. How ridiculous. Does he really think he's a stray puppy that Kirsty will take in? Through interacting with Kirsty, Zach gradually understood her. In a certain sense, she was straightforward and easy to understand. She cares deeply for those she cares about. For instance, Xiaohei and Chauncey, due to her necromancer talents, she hadn't forgotten them even after seeing them once. Her personality led her to go back after 2 years to check on them. Like Zach, if he hadn't been a special zombie, just an ordinary human, she might have passed by and watched him die among the zombies without lifting a finger. Zach owed it to his unique constitution, which earned him Kirsty's special attention. Besides, if someone was involved in something she found interesting, she would take a closer look. Darcy and Krista became friends with her because of that bunch of grapes. Perhaps it was the same for Bruce, but as long as he remained an ordinary person without turning into some strange zombie or showing necromancer talent, Kirsty wouldn't have too much interest in him. Zach was quite confident about this. He was calm and quietly waited for Kirsty to reject Bruce. A few seconds later, he heard Kirsty slowly say, "Sure." Zach. This didn't make sense. For a moment, Zach even doubted their interactions over this period were fake. Otherwise, how could such a completely unpredictable event happen? Kirsty wasn't the type to seek trouble. Could it be? Could it be? Zach's mind buzzed. Normally, if a woman suddenly changed her attitude towards a man, treating him differently from others and altering her own behavior, there should only be one possibility. She liked this person, and possibly even had. Zach, always calm and composed, hadn't felt such significant emotion since becoming a zombie. But at this moment, he felt an undercurrent of anxiety, his fingers tapping incessantly on his thigh, expressionless as he watched Bruce. Bruce, on the other hand, looked very happy. Then I'll go to the market later to exchange some things and move in soon. He smiled at Kirsty, revealing a small sharp canine on his left side. It's a good thing we met back then. Zach. Are you going to the market? Let's go together, Kirsty said enthusiastically. First, let Xiaohei and Chauncey make breakfast. We can go after eating, no rush. Zach tapped his thigh faster. The last bit of expression disappeared from his handsome face, forming a stark contrast with the cheerful Bruce. Zach was pondering how Kirsty knew Bruce, as it seemed they hadn't separated since then. He hadn't seen Bruce at all during that time. What was so special about Bruce that earned him Kirsty's favor? And what about him? For a moment, Zach felt a pang of indignation, different from the times in his grandparents' house when he learned why he had no father, or in his new home when he saw the man who should have been his father being intimate with 2 other people. He disliked his family, feeling displeased but not overly angry or resentful, as he treated himself like an outsider. But this moment was different. A hidden, somewhat cruel thought flashed through his mind. Kill Bruce. Bury his bones deep underground so he could never appear before Kirsty again. This thought should have faded quickly, but it gradually took root in his heart, sprouting, making him feel irritated whenever he looked at Bruce. Soon, Xiaohei and Chauncey prepared breakfast. Zack didn't eat, just sat watching them eat, feeling worse by the minute. The fact that Kirsty invited him to the market irked him further. But he wasn't one to display his emotions, especially such strange ones, so he sat silently without saying anything. Bruce, however, talked a lot, constantly asking Kirsty questions. She responded selectively while munching on a fried egg, purely based on her mood. Normally, she lacked even this much patience, which made it unusual. As Zack observed everything, he grew more and more agitated but couldn't pinpoint the source of his irritation. Who cared whom Kirsty liked or would fall for? He clearly understood this logic but still felt intensely annoyed. Until they went to the market, Kirsty heading straight to the official exchange point to swap her grapes for 2 large, red, pointed peaches, which she hugged happily, urging Bruce to buy what he needed. Since the exchange point was inside the market, they split up temporarily as Bruce shopped elsewhere. Once Bruce left, Zack remarked sarcastically, "Looks like you really like him." Kirsty thought about it. If Bruce provided much entertainment, then she did indeed like him. So she simply replied, "Yeah, Zack." He didn't know what was causing this almost explosive feeling of indignation inside him, only that in one moment he felt both aggrieved and suffocated, even experiencing an impulse to shout, "I was here first." Before he could voice this melodramatic thought, Kirsty said beside him, "It looks like it's going to take a while. Let's go look at the house first." Zack was still caught up in his aggrieved mood and didn't immediately respond. "Huh?" Kirsty tilted her head and glanced at him with a look meant for fools. "Didn't I say before? We need to switch to a bigger villa when we come back." Chapter 32, Salarymen are truly pitiful. Zack had been holding his breath, but he relaxed quickly after hearing this sentence. "So that's why you agreed to let him stay here?" "Yeah, since I've already rented it for a month, I might as well let him live here. It would just be empty otherwise." She was going to live in a big villa. Kirsty placed her hands on her hips, feeling quite pleased. "We'll go pick a villa with a large balcony first. Once we're done, we'll come back. If he hasn't finished by then, we can buy some seeds again. I want to grow fruits all over my balcony, like strawberries, which could be grown on balconies. She could plant a few. She'd get the joy of farming and eating fresh strawberries, how perfect." Zack felt inexplicably cheerful and couldn't help but smile slightly. "So you took the initiative to invite him to browse the market with you?" "Huh?" Kirsty rolled her eyes at him. "What strange questions are you asking?" Zack had already figured out the answer. It was because Kirsty wanted to rush to buy fruit right away, and since Bruce was also going, they decided to go together. After resolving all the previous puzzling behaviors, Zack felt a sudden relief, realizing that his pent-up emotions were quickly dissipating. So he crossed his arms. "It's nothing, just curious when you got to know Bruce. Seems like since we met not long ago, you two haven't spent much time apart, huh? Did you know each other before?" It was during the trip to Kyoto. Kirsty explained briefly about the situation back then and her thoughts while watching the drama unfold. Mentioning the latter made her somewhat gleeful. "Do you think they will fight?" Bruce wasn't the type to endure being wronged quietly. Just imagining them possibly fighting made Kirsty sigh involuntarily and say, "If they do fight, it will be great. More excitement to watch." Zack was quiet for a couple of seconds, then couldn't help but laugh softly, which caught Kirsty's attention. "Why are you laughing so slyly?" "Nothing," Zack said with utmost seriousness. "Just thinking about their possible fight makes me feel sorry for them. Then I suddenly feel a mix of sadness and joy. And uncontrollable happiness." Kirsty snorted and said, "Don't think I don't know you're a little troublemaker too. You probably want to see the show more than I do." "Alright, I admit it." Zack raised his hands in surrender. "Let's go look at houses." "Yeah, sure." Thinking of the big villa instantly improved Kirsty's mood. She still held the fruit she had just exchanged, running faster than a rabbit. Zack offered to help carry it, but she refused, treating it like a treasure. Not many people could afford to live in such large villas, leaving half of the row empty. The rent was simply too expensive for ordinary mutants, unless they were top tier. When Kirsty went to look at the houses, the staff responsible for this area was explaining the benefits of different locations. Suddenly, the door of the neighboring villa opened, and Chris walked out, looking groggy, unsure if he had just woken up or hadn't slept well. Standing at the door, Chris looked cool but was actually dazed, his eyes unfocused. After a while, he finally realized who was standing next to him. "Hey!" Chris rubbed his eyes. "Are you moving in here?" "I'm choosing a house," Kirsty greeted him casually. Instantly, Chris became alert and excited. "Then live next to me. The house next to mine is empty. You should move in here." He almost wrote "we can play together when we're free" on his face. "I'll think about it." Kirsty wouldn't agree immediately before checking the house, but Chris, who was originally sleepy, was now fully awake, following Kirsty like a little tail, completely losing his cool image, babbling incessantly. "The house next to mine is really good, with excellent lighting. Live here, live here, live here." "Kirsty, I thought you were a cool guy the first time I met you." "Many people say that." Chris didn't take it as a shame but as a compliment. "So live here." Kirsty planned to check the house first, but Chris wasn't lying. The house next door was indeed pretty good and had a large balcony. There were even many saplings planted in the yard, though they seemed rather dry. They could be replaced with fruit trees later. Even if no fruits would grow anytime soon, who knows? "Right. Okay, I'll take this one." Chris was already cheering beside her, and after he finished cheering, he yawned. "I'm going back to sleep. I'll come find you after I wake up. In the evening, I'll bring some stuff over, and we can have a party to celebrate your moving in. I'm going back to sleep. Chris looked so sleepy that he almost bumped into the door frame on his way back. No one knew why he came out in the first place. He would probably remember what he was supposed to do once he woke up. Then let's move later. Kirsty touched her chin thoughtfully and turned to Zach. What's a party? Party. You can understand it as a group of friends coming to your house, eating and drinking your food, singing and howling in your house, and leaving without cleaning up, just walking away, Zach explained expressionlessly. Sounds pretty lively. Kirsty didn't really mind since she had Xiaohei and Chauncey, the cleaning helpers, so she didn't need to worry about cleaning the room. That meant that with someone taking care of everything, parties could become very enjoyable things. Let's talk about it in the evening. Kirsty signed a contract with the base first, renting for 3 months at once, spending more than a third of the credits she earned this time. But she didn't mind. After all, earning credits was easy for Kirsty. There was no danger involved, and like making money, if you earn but don't spend, it just sits there. Saving money is important, but living for the moment is also important. If we're having a party, I should prepare some things, right? Kirsty had never been to a party before. They, the Necromancers, would gather for meetings, but mostly to discuss professional knowledge or curse the Holy Order. Sometimes the latter happened more frequently because the Holy Order was really annoying. The Holy Order was like a well-trained hound that kept chasing you, trying to bite you. Even if they lost track of you, they wouldn't give up and would continue searching. Kirsty had a Necromancer friend who was very unfortunate. His master, disciples, and close friends were mostly killed by the Holy Order. Every now and then, he would call his friends together to curse the Holy Order, wishing for its downfall. Thinking about this, Kirsty realized that he would probably hold many more gatherings after she went missing, because he lost another friend. In any case, Kirsty was very interested in the parties of this world. She eagerly took Zach around the market, buying a bunch of useful and not so useful things. At this point, Bruce had already bought everything. They met midway. Since Kirsty still needed some things, she let Bruce go back and put down his purchases first. Bruce indeed carried a lot of stuff, especially bedding which took up a lot of space. He nodded and went back first. Kirsty continued shopping, and after finishing, she walked back. On the way, she passed by where Krista and others lived, so she knocked on the door. No one else was home, but Darcy was there. Where are the others? They have a small mission and will be back tonight. You're back. How did it go this time? Darcy poured a cup of water for Kirsty, but she refused. I won't sit down. She gave him an address and said, I've moved here. Someone wants to come over tonight for a party. You guys can come too. At least they were friends she made in this world. Though their relationship wasn't particularly close, they were all good people, and Kirsty was not against befriending them. Friendship is something that deepens with more interaction. Okay, I'll tell them. Kirsty bid him farewell and walked out while talking to Zach. I don't know where Dion lives. The Dion was also quite nice and could be invited. The more people, the better for a party. Maybe you can ask someone. That makes sense. Kirsty had good luck. Just as she was about to ask someone, she encountered the Dion, who was carrying a pile of unknown documents and walking slowly, looking like a tired office worker. Come to my place for a party tonight. Kirsty waved at him from afar. Make sure to come. The Dion looked dazedly over and saw it was Kirsty. He nodded and said, I'll send these documents and take a nap. I'll find you later. Kirsty didn't know many people, so after chatting with the Dion, she went back directly. As she walked back, she sighed. He looks so pitiful. Zach also sighed beside her. That's probably what being a salaryman means. What's a salaryman? Working from 9 to 9, no days off all year, getting up earlier than the rooster, sleeping later than the dog, and not earning much money, just a pitiful person working for the boss. That really sounds tough. Kirsty clicked her tongue twice and said, even in a peaceful world, life isn't easy. The two of them chatted as they walked back, and so Bruce became the last one to know that Kirsty was moving into a bigger house and was going to have a party. His face was filled with confusion and shock. Didn't I successfully crash in? Something seems off. Chapter 33, an argument breaks out. No one knew how Bruce was feeling. After all, Kirsty was busy throwing a party and had no time to care about him. She sat on the sofa in her large villa's ground floor, munching on fresh oil peaches while directing Xiaohei, Chauncey, and Bram to tidy up the room, arranging items properly, wiping away dust, and checking if any facilities were damaged in functional rooms such as the kitchen and bathroom. The only person who was idle in the entire room was Kirsty. She lay there looking like a dried fish, occasionally flipping herself over and sprinkling some salt, then the whole afternoon just passed by like that. Slightly later, people started to arrive one after another. The first to come were Darcy and his group. They brought a big box of fruit, obviously knowing what Kirsty liked, and brought it especially to congratulate her on moving into her new home. They were not particularly powerful psychics and could earn limited points. Being able to bring out such a big box of fruit showed they truly considered Kirsty as a friend. Following closely was the deputy team leader. As a hard-working employee, he smelled of overtime work, looking as dejected as can be. He arrived carrying a pillow, 2 bottles of wine in his right hand, and a book. Upon arrival, he threw the wine and the book at Kirsty, then placed the pillow on the sofa and immediately fell asleep. Call me when the party starts. Kirsty. He really looked miserable. Chris, who lived nearby, arrived rather late. He appeared well rested and even styled himself to look cooler. If not for the huge pink rabbit doll in his arms. Kirsty. It's my Melody. Hee. Chris shoved the rabbit into her hands. I'm unable to provide an exact translation for without context. It often refers to merchandise or paraphernalia associated with a franchise or character. I wandered around for quite a while before finding it. At this point in time, these things are not easy to find. If they had been better prepared, they could have gone into the city to look for them. It was difficult to find anything at short notice. After all, the world had ended. Bringing such a large rabbit would have been better spent bringing more food or clothing. Bram, who didn't recognize my Melody, was bewildered. Kirsty explained to him beside him, my Melody was Melody, a little elf rabbit. I love my Melody so much. Its pink rabbit ear hood is super cute. Kirsty loved it from the first sight. She couldn't believe that humans in this world would still make related merchandise. Kirsty happily hugged the big rabbit and started planning some petty schemes in her mind. Do you think, when I return to my world, selling Aiden merchandise might work? There are so many believers in the Holy Cathedral. If I tell everyone that these are blessed merchandise, many should be willing to buy them. You're quite cunning. Bram imagined the scene and couldn't help but cover his head. Kirsty thought her idea was practical and surely profitable. The only thing she needed to worry about was if the Holy Cathedral copied her idea and opened an official store, which she might not be able to compete with. Darn, maybe she should undermine the Holy Cathedral first. A My Melody plushie successfully caused future bloodshed, but at this moment, all Kirsty did was roll on the sofa hugging My Melody. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Thinking it was a friend, Kirsty jumped up and opened the door, only to find Norris standing at the doorstep. Norris wore black-rimmed glasses, somewhat nervously standing at the door. Seeing Kirsty, he said, I asked Ilias, it seems you moved here, so I came to find you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Kirsty paused for a moment, then replied. Norris was stunned, thinking he had been disliked, looking somewhat pitiful. Did I say something wrong again? Not really. Kirsty glanced behind him, sighing helplessly, but it's too late now. Bruce stood there, looking at Norris without any change in expression, but his eyes held a hint of hostility. Norris hadn't expected to see Bruce here. He was stunned for a second before exclaiming in surprise, Bruce, you're okay. Yes, I'm fine, disappointing you, Bruce coldly said, carrying 2 pots of flowers past Norris. I didn't expect to see you here either, but today I won't kill you. You can run, as far as you can. He would not let blood be shed at Kirsty's party, but if Norris insisted on provoking him, he didn't mind settling the score immediately after the party. Norris was dumbfounded. The strand of hair on his forehead slowly drooped. He had no idea why Bruce suddenly became so cold, heartless, and even full of hatred toward him. After all, they had gotten along well before, and despite Norris's low emotional intelligence and poor communication skills, Bruce never looked down on him. Bruce. Is it because I didn't go? You should know what you did. Bruce didn't want to argue with Norris in front of Kirsty. He turned his head sharply, casting a cold look at Norris, and said, I swore before that I would make you regret it. I'm sorry. Norris knew what he did was unforgivable. He had abandoned Bruce when the latter needed help, despite Bruce's many favors for him. It was understandable that Bruce despised him. He had indeed acted ungratefully. I don't want to hear your fake apologies. Get lost. Kirsty, standing nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter at their disjointed conversation. She leaned against Bram's shoulder, laughing so hard that her stomach hurt, which immediately drew the attention of both Bruce and Norris. Neither understood why she was laughing. Was their conversation really that funny? Kirsty laughed for a long time before finally stopping. She held her belly, catching her breath, and then said, Bruce, show him that thing. Bruce always carried the evidence of his betrayal with him, even though it might attract zombies. He pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket, similar to those used by police for evidence, and took out a greyish-black finger. The moment Norris saw the finger, he froze, lunging forward to inspect it but was pushed away by Bruce. This thing was in my pouch, and you were the one who handed it to me. It can't be. Norris wasn't stupid, just emotionally obtuse. If he were unintelligent, how could he have become a researcher? He finally realized why Bruce's attitude towards him was so strange when he connected the dots with the evidence before him. It wasn't me. I didn't put it there. Norris desperately grabbed Bruce's arm. I only put zombie-repelling medicine inside, not this thing. I absolutely wouldn't place something like that on you. Moreover, he never could have taken that finger off the body. He wouldn't damage his own specimen. Initially, Bruce didn't believe Norris at all. After being betrayed, he found it difficult to trust anyone again. But Kirsty was standing right there. Kirsty was different from others, especially for Bruce. She was the ray of light he encountered during his darkest times. Her mystery, her uniqueness, her gentle hand on his head, and the light that flowed into his body all left an indelible impression on Bruce. When Kirsty pointed this out earlier, she likely suspected that there was a miscommunication between him and Norris. Norris didn't know about the item placed on Bruce's body, assuming it was his doing. Previously, Bruce believed that Norris had swapped the contents of the pouch with the finger. Anyone who received the pouch would die, and no one would suspect Norris. Even if someone discovered something, they wouldn't survive to seek revenge. With Kirsty intervening, now that he knew it wasn't Norris, he could calmly think more deeply. If it wasn't Norris, then who could it be? Bruce pondered this, as did Norris. Let's go inside. Arguing at the door looks strange, doesn't it? Kirsty let them into her large villa. She smoothly took the flower pots from Bruce and handed them to Chauncey, instructing Chauncey to place them on the balcony. Then she gave the snacks from Bruce's other hand to Xiaohei, telling Xiaohei to sort out the ones suitable for the party and place them on the coffee table for everyone to enjoy later. After Norris entered the house and saw that everyone had brought something, he was stunned again. He patted all over his body and finally only found a small bottle. But even someone as emotionally obtuse as him knew that giving zombie brain fluid to others was extremely impolite. However, Kirsty took it effortlessly, holding up the bottle to inspect it for a moment before saying with pleasant surprise, "So thick, it must have been quite troublesome to extract." "Thank you. Norris, 0.0. The others who hadn't heard a thank you but had tried hard to bring what Kirsty liked, QAQ. Chapter 34, Interesting people all gathered together. As soon as they arrived, almost everyone Kirsty knew was present. No matter what messy grudges or unresolved matters there were, those could all be dealt with later. The most important thing now was to start the party. Kirsty, who had never attended a party before, sat obediently on the sofa, looking up at Chris for an explanation of the rules. Chris looked down at Kirsty, clearly not expecting that she wouldn't even know this. Parties are all about having fun. As long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want. If you enjoy it enough, that's what a party is. After explaining, Chris nodded firmly, feeling quite satisfied with his explanation. Really? Kirsty's eyes gradually lit up. A few minutes later, Chris already regretted it and wished he had gone back to sleep. After all, he didn't really want to dress up as a magical girl or play strange games with Kirsty. Seeing a few people looking like they wanted to run, Kirsty gave a sinister smile and closed the villa door. So, amidst cries of despair, Kirsty, Con, and Corey joined forces, along with Krista, to hold down the men who wanted to escape. Honestly, if the boys were handsome, dressing up as magical girls would still make them look good. But someone like Darcy, well, he should just dress up as a monster and get beaten by the magical girls. However, Darcy wasn't upset. He was even happy because he managed to escape that fate. Cross-dressing? Not for him. In this disaster, being smart or not became particularly evident. For example, Chris could only cry out in agony as Dane repeatedly and was quickly pinned down, letting Con smirkingly change him into a pink magical girl dress. Brecken remained calm and said to Kirsty, "I ordered a batch of fruits from the base earlier for tonight's party. They should be arriving soon. I'll go check on them and wash them in the kitchen after getting them. You guys continue playing." "Okay." Kirsty, busy tormenting others, replied without turning her head, "Remember to cut them and make fruit platters." Delbert, not the smartest but relatively clever, hid in a corner for a while and saw one by one, even the deputy Rosalie couldn't escape. So he swiftly ran over to Kirsty. "Brecken hasn't come back yet. Maybe there's too much stuff to carry. Let me go find him." And so he escaped as well. It was too late for others to use similar excuses. They could only cry out helplessly as they were transformed into various odd characters like magical girls, Hello Kitty, and more. Chris knelt in the corner, weeping and clutching a magic wand. "I'm such a fool. I shouldn't have suggested having a party. If I hadn't proposed it, I wouldn't have had to explain what a party is to you. If I hadn't told you that a party is about enjoying yourself, I wouldn't have ended up cross-dressing." He mumbled, clearly suffering a significant mental blow. The calmest person was the deputy Rosalie. Perhaps because corporate life had already crushed him enough, he could sit there sipping coffee with ease, even wearing a beautiful black and white polka dot dress with little diamond patterns. While drinking, he muttered, a bit chilly, especially when the wind blew through his legs. When the Rosalie came to look for the deputy Rosalie around midnight, she first confirmed the address, and just as she was about to enter, she heard strange sounds coming from inside. "How hard it is to fly away from this colorful world. It turns out I'm a drunken butterfly. That oath you made, so light and casual, yet it ties me in knots for my entire life." The latter part sounded suspiciously like the deputy Rosalie's voice. Her instinct told her something was off. The report didn't need to be submitted immediately, it could wait until tomorrow. She hugged the documents tightly and hurried back to her own place, thus avoiding the fate of dancing square dance in a magical girl dress. The next morning, when Kirsty slowly got up, she found herself sleeping on the sofa. Around her lay a bunch of people dressed oddly, smelling of alcohol. Snack wrappers, empty wine bottles, fruit pits, and other random items covered the table. Is this what a party looks like? Recalling last night's chaotic scene, Kirsty thought, yes, it was bizarre, but also very fun. Playing games, singing, dancing, and indulging with friends did indeed relieve a lot of stress. When they returned to their original world, they wouldn't need to hold any more necromancer gatherings, they could simply have parties. Her friends would definitely enjoy this kind of gathering. They played all night long. Con and Corey were the ones who got tired because they had to clean up the room. The rest of them slept everywhere, gradually waking up one by one. Con and Corey considerately served hangover soup and breakfast to help them pad their stomachs before leaving. Chris still hadn't changed out of his pink dress, but after a whole night, he had adapted to it. Yawning, he drank the soup with loud gulps, then glanced sideways to see the deputy Rosalie finishing breakfast at incredible speed. "I have work to do, so I'll go first." It was indeed tough being a corporate drone. Those with things to do left one after another. Those with nothing to do went home to catch up on sleep. Finally, only Kirsty, Brecken, Delbert, and Norris remained in the room. Norris had always been the type who loved reading and was somewhat introverted. She had never gone wild like that before. After waking up, she just kept eating dazedly, drinking water dazedly, and sitting on the sofa dazedly, hands resting on her thighs, pressing down on the light green skirt hem, looking quite ladylike. "Why aren't you two leaving yet?" Kirsty turned to look at Delbert and Norris, snapping Norris back to reality. She hurriedly stood up. We should talk. Delbert clearly realized it was a misunderstanding, but there was one thing not mistaken: Norris did not plan to save him. Although he understood that Norris wasn't the target of his resentment, he and Norris no longer shared any affection. Sure. Norris went to change clothes first, then came back to chat with Delbert. The two left, and Kirsty plopped back onto the sofa. Looks like things will take some time to escalate. Brecken diligently tidied up the table nearby, responding, so eager for drama? Bored, Kirsty mumbled with her eyes closed. Human society is just like that. Yes, she had made new friends, tasted fresh fruits, and encountered many interesting things she had never experienced before. But fundamentally, it was the same. Kirsty was starting to feel slightly disgusted. She still preferred her previous life. In the human base, she couldn't even conduct experiments, and too much idle time made her uncomfortable. Brecken squatted beside Kirsty, his voice soft, starting to find it uninteresting already. A little. She yawned softly and then rolled over. The Xiangtao survivor base grew larger and gradually gained some fame in the area. More and more survivors sought refuge there, and it began establishing diplomatic relations with other bases. After all, in these times, exchanges between different bases were normal. They traded supplies, rare items, and each base had its own laboratory conducting various experiments. Some bases researched how to apply superpowers to crops in the post-apocalyptic environment to achieve self-sufficiency. Currently, most bases relied on scavenged materials from existing cities, which were finite. Without generating new resources, they would eventually face shortages. Others studied zombies, hoping to develop a vaccine against the zombie virus to save injured humans. Some bases even explored ways to awaken superpowers in ordinary people. Various studies were abundant, and they exchanged findings, especially when new results emerged. Thus, building good relations between bases was crucial. Xiangtao, being a relatively new and inexperienced base, needed to pay extra attention to this. Therefore, when important figures from a major base passed through Xiangtao Survivor Base, Ilias took it very seriously and specially arranged for their stay to provide excellent hospitality. 6 people arrived, seemingly from Kyoto, either en route or having completed a mission. Ilias wasn't sure about the specifics. He aimed to treat them well, hoping to leave a good impression. This could lead to future interactions between the two bases. Everly originally did not plan to stay temporarily in Xiangtao, but after they came up empty-handed in Kyoto, not only were their bodies exhausted, but everyone was also mentally drained. On the way back, there was only the Xiangtao base, so they decided to rest here for a while. Since we can't find Delbert for now, let's stop searching. There will be other ways. They consoled each other. Everly didn't speak. She just suddenly remembered something very important. Ilias, the #1 figure at the Xiangtao Survivor Base, was also a very important person in her previous life. Chapter 35, Zack will destroy the world. In her previous life, the Xiangtao Survivor Base was destroyed very early because Ilias had taken in all the people from the institute where Norris was located. She wasn't quite clear on the specific details, but she heard that Bruce destroyed Xiangtao, killing many people. However, Ilias didn't die and managed to escape with some people. Soon after reaching another base, Bruce followed them there. Bruce's reputation initially was terrible due to his destruction of 2.5 bases while following Ilias. His reputation slightly improved later not because he did something good, but because everyone found out only he could deal with Zack. So his reputation improved, though not praised by everyone, it became more neutral, eventually developing into the hope of humanity. Unfortunately, compared to Zack, Bruce was still somewhat weaker. Some speculated that this was because Bruce sustained severe injuries when his superpowers awakened, leaving lingering effects that prevented him from surpassing Zack later. That was why the woman decided to find Bruce before anything happened to him, hoping to help him, giving herself a favor and preventing Bruce from becoming darkened and severely injured, which would otherwise lead to him being unable to fight Zack. A win-win situation. However, they couldn't find Bruce until it was too late and ended up searching near the incident site. Due to the butterfly effect, everything happened earlier, and Bruce was saved by Kirsty. According to the original timeline, Xiangtao Survivor Base wouldn't gather enough people immediately since neither Kirsty nor Zack participated in the previous world line. It would take several days to contact Norris. Everything happened earlier, so it was natural for them to miss it. But the woman didn't know this. She was still trying to figure out where Bruce went and what caused the deviation from her knowledge. Driven by curiosity, the woman decided to stay and observe Ilias, hoping to gain clues from him. Also, building a relationship with Ilias would be beneficial for their future visits. According to the previous timeline, Bruce would soon come to Xiangtao and destroy everything. Ilias was delighted when he heard they planned to stay for a couple of days. He immediately instructed someone to fetch Chris. Chris was their base's strongest superpowered individual, a figurehead representing the base's strength. Essentially, meeting between bases required demonstrating power first, including physical strength. The person sent to fetch Chris never returned. Ilias was chatting with these people while waiting. Eventually, he couldn't wait anymore and said with a smile, "Let's go see what's happening. I wanted him to show you around the base, but something might have detained him." Thus, they headed toward Chris's villa area. Ilias's residence wasn't far, just a few steps away. From a distance, they saw the person he had sent to summon Chris tussling with a woman. Ilias was internally furious but showed no emotion on his face. He possessed the trait of not displaying feelings openly. He likely made a mental note to deal with the issue later. Ilias led the group closer quietly. As they neared, things felt off. Evely seemed abnormally tall, over 1 meter 80. Getting closer, they could hear voices. Ilias grew colder inside. This tall woman, dressed in a pretty dress, who looked a bit like an older sister type, sounded remarkably like Chris. Evely was angry. What's so urgent? Can't you let me remove my makeup and change clothes first? Are you so impatient? If you hadn't rushed me, I might already be done. Chris lived next to Kirsty, so she left without removing her makeup or changing clothes, planning to do so at home. However, she was stopped at her doorstep by a Grayson who told her Ilias urgently needed to see her. Chris valued appearances and wondered what could be so urgent that she couldn't even remove her makeup or change clothes. At the moment, she almost cursed. They argued at the door for a few minutes until Ilias couldn't wait any longer and came over himself. Everyone's expressions were strange. Ilias hadn't expected Chris to have such a preference. The others barely knew Chris and hadn't expected him to be a crossdresser. Chris was purely mortified to the point of agony. Could he still tell them that this was just an accident, and that he didn't have any special preferences? Would they believe him? Thinking of this, Chris actually choked back a sob. He couldn't bear such a significant blow and seemed to withdraw into himself. Ilias's feelings were also complicated. He struggled to control his expression so as not to appear too surprised, managing to look 2 parts composed. Go tidy up first, then come back to me later. I need to talk to you. Chris quickly slipped into his villa, wishing he had never appeared in the first place. Kirsty didn't know her buddy had just experienced extreme embarrassment. She flopped onto the sofa, watching Xiaohei and Chauncey clean up with Zach. Throwing a party was indeed a joyful event, but cleaning up afterward was tedious work. Although Kirsty didn't have to do anything, watching others work made her eyes tired too. Yes, Kirsty justified this to herself. Fortunately for her, Xiaohei and Chauncey remained loyal and did not question Kirsty's rationale. As a result, the only normal person, Zach, felt like an outsider. He often found it difficult to integrate with Kirsty and her friends because he was too normal. After secretly complaining, Zach started tidying up all the items, preparing to take out the trash. The amount of waste they generated last night was more than a regular family of 3 would produce in a week. He left home carrying 4 large black garbage bags, each as big as body bags, filled to the brim in a way that would make any normal person feel uneasy. Just outside the door, he encountered a group of people waiting for Chris to change clothes. Zach, blocked by the 4 large bags, wasn't recognizable. As he passed by them, he overheard the last 2 in the group saying, "Zach can't be found, and neither can Bruce. It's fine if we can't find them, who knows if the prophecy is accurate. But there are still so many things to do, yet she insists on staying in this small base. What's she thinking?" Zach hadn't expected to hear his own name mentioned at such a moment. He paused briefly, slowed his pace, and recalled how, when he was first picked up by Kirsty before leaving the city, someone was looking for him. Or rather, it seemed like they were issuing a warrant for him. It looked as though someone held a grudge against him. At that time, Zach didn't know who was searching for him, and he still had no clue now. He hadn't expected that after some time, he would hear about it again at Xiangtao Survivor Base from strangers. Zach was quite curious about this matter. He couldn't remember ever making enemies that would warrant a citywide manhunt. Now hearing related information, he glanced at those 2 men a few times. He hadn't been in Xiangtao for long, and most of his time was spent on missions outside. He didn't have much impression of these people, except that the man standing with them seemed to be Ilias, the leader of Xiangtao and the half-brother of Norris. As Zach slowly walked forward, the 2 men continued talking. Their voices were low, and they stood at the back, clearly not wanting the woman to overhear. How she thinks, who knows? And this is something the boss needs to decide. Since meeting her, the boss has been bewitched, believing whatever she says. Maybe this woman really has some powers, not precognition, but mind control. But she did predict a few things accurately before. It seems she might have some abilities. I'm not sure either, but following the boss should be okay. But aimlessly searching like this isn't going to work. Just for finding those 2, we've wasted so much time. So many important tasks have been neglected. This is a crucial time for the base's development. One of them complained, clearly very unhappy. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was the most critical time. Yet, their powerful leader had followed her around aimlessly, neglecting many important tasks, allowing others to gain advantages. The 2 men became angrier as they spoke. Suddenly, they felt a shadow blocking them. Looking up, they saw 4 large garbage bags passing by. They instinctively moved aside to let Zach pass without blocking him and fell silent. After Zach had walked a short distance with the items, one of them finally said, "If Zach were really some zombie king who would destroy the world, there should have been some signs by now. I think she's just making it up to cause panic and make everyone listen to her." After turning into a zombie, Zach's senses had become much sharper. At this distance, others might not hear anything, but he heard every word clearly, even their tones without any mistake. Zombie king? Destroy the world? Who are they talking about? Chapter 36, Your prophecy isn't accurate. Brecken had never thought he would hear such news. After disposing of the garbage, he was still lost in thought. The implications were just too significant. For example, someone prophesied that he would become the zombie king and destroy the world. To prevent this outcome, there were even people who wanted to capture him and find him. What they intended to do after finding him seemed rather obvious. Kill him to prevent the destruction of the world. Brecken found it somewhat laughable, just because of a prophecy. If he could really destroy the world, where would Kirsty be then? Oh, by that time, she might have already returned to her world. Without Kirsty's control and oppression, perhaps no one in this world could stop him. Who knows, maybe he really could destroy the world. Brecken yawned out of boredom, took a detour, and returned to the villa. Kirsty was sitting on the sofa playing games, looking rather bored. The moment she saw him return, Kirsty shouted loudly, "Go wash some fruit for me quickly." Brecken. Didn't Charlie and Chauncey live there? Couldn't they handle this task? Forget it, he was used to it. Brecken went to wash a plate of fruit and brought it over, then sat down on the sofa. "I ran into a few people at the entrance just now. They seem to be the same group who were after me when you first encountered me." Kirsty's eyes opened wide. "How did they track us here? Were you seen?" "No," Brecken calmly recounted what he had heard. Kirsty suddenly became very interested. "A prophecy? You can destroy the world? That sounds quite intriguing. Let's go." She turned back halfway through speaking to look at Brecken. Because of the previous warrant, to prevent Brecken from being recognized, Kirsty had altered his appearance twice. Kirsty hadn't made him unrecognizable but only softened his facial features, making them less aggressive while modifying some distinctive traits. Unless someone knew Brecken very well, it would be hard to recognize him or associate the current Brecken with his original appearance. "Let's go watch the commotion." Kirsty was sure Brecken wouldn't be recognized. Even if someone said he looked like Brecken, they could deny it vehemently. Even if it got exposed, it wouldn't matter since no one could match up to Kirsty in a fight. At worst, she could summon a bunch of minions to back her up. Kirsty jumped off the sofa, grabbed a pair of slippers, and was ready to head out. Brecken followed along, hearing Kirsty sigh, "I can't imagine what it would be like for you to destroy the world. I just don't see you going through all that trouble, you know. Destroying the world wouldn't earn any rewards, and once the world was destroyed, Brecken would also cease to exist. Where could he possibly survive without a world? Why would Brecken be foolish enough to do something so futile?" Brecken remained silent for a long time. As they approached the door, he suddenly spoke, "If I hadn't met you, maybe I would have ended up that way." "That's true." Kirsty mused to herself, "You're originally a little villain who grew using hatred and resentment as nourishment. Once you turn into a zombie, you will gradually lose control over your desires, wanting to eat every human you see, losing all sense of boundaries until you completely fall." Brecken didn't mean it like that. He subtly implied that Kirsty was very important to him, but this wise necromancer seemed not to notice. If he pointed it out now, it would seem forced, so he swallowed it and asked, "Will I lose control now?" "Yes, but not as severely, because I'm still here," Kirsty replied confidently. There was something Brecken didn't say. "You will eventually leave this world, won't you? Isn't that your wish?" During their interactions, Brecken sensed that Kirsty felt this world was great, full of zombies, abundant experimental materials, anime, comics, games, snacks, and fruits that she loved. But if she found a way back, this woman wouldn't hesitate to leave, for despite its flaws, that world was her home. There she had friends and enemies and everything she desired. At this thought, Brecken felt rather annoyed. He crossed his arms and said in an offhand manner, "That's really great." Kirsty felt that he was being a bit sarcastic. When she turned to look at him, she couldn't find anything wrong on his face, but she still felt Brecken was becoming more and more peculiar, moody of late. It seemed from the day Ichabod came over, something was amiss with him. TSK. Kirsty didn't comment and just went out first to see what would happen. Chris had just changed his clothes and walked out with a dejected expression, still immersed in the pain of his social death. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and sauntered up to Ilias with a deadpan tone. "May I ask what important matter you need me for? These are esteemed guests from Fengcheng. I have important business to attend to this afternoon and can't show them around, so I'm entrusting this task to you." Ilias now somewhat regretted what he had thought earlier. He hadn't expected Chris to be so unreliable or to have such strange preferences. Would this make their base look strange? All right. Chris's eyes looked as lifeless as dead fish until Kirsty brought Brecken happily out of the house and waved to him from afar. Tears streamed down Chris's face. But real men don't cry, especially not cool guys. Maintaining his last vestige of stubbornness, he waved back at Kirsty. Kirsty approached. Ilias didn't know who Kirsty was since she hadn't been in the base long. He gave Chris a glance, and Chris explained softly. Realization dawned on Ilias. It was that powerful healer. His expression immediately became warm and welcoming. "Miss Kirsty, right? I remember you're friends with Chris. We'll catch up later, I've got work to do." A powerful psychic and a powerful healer should demonstrate their base's strength, maybe. Ilias left confidently, leaving a group standing there. The women clearly weren't interested in touring the base, they only didn't refuse out of politeness. The atmosphere grew awkward. Only Kirsty was earnestly examining the visitors, especially the woman leading them. She was beautiful, with a gentle demeanor, probably in a relationship with the man beside her because of their close stance. Prophecy, her? Kirsty had seen similar abilities before, from the previous saint of the Holy Cathedral. That saint had predicted an upcoming plague, which indeed occurred later, treatable only by the Holy Cathedral. No noble was affected, only commoners died. Since then, Kirsty found prophecy quite subtle. Although she was a necromancer and could be considered part of the fortune-tellers, she still looked down on them. Only occasionally did the Holy Cathedral's saint possess the ability to prophesy, and even their predictions were peculiar. They could predict wars and plagues but not their own deaths. What about this woman? After the apocalypse, many people gained psychic powers, ranging widely in utility and strength. A prophecy-type power wasn't impossible. She shouldn't dismiss someone outright as a liar. Everly was also looking at Brecken, feeling he seemed familiar yet somehow strange upon closer inspection. Curious, she stepped forward. I'm Valentina from Fengcheng. You seem. Suddenly, Kirsty interjected, standing between them with a smile. Hi there, I'm Kirsty. Soft is spelled how? I heard your prediction power is real. Valentina's smile froze. How do you know? She hadn't publicized her ability since it wasn't her true psychic power, more like information brought along in her rebirth. Predictive abilities attracted too much attention and were better kept low profile. Kirsty, disregarding etiquette, leaned in eagerly. Does your prediction need preparation? Real time or after a long build-up? Valentina looked pleadingly at her boyfriend, who moved to help. But before he reached her, Kirsty struck out. With a light slap, she hit Valentina's chest. Despite the apparent lack of force, Valentina flew into her boyfriend's arms with a thud. Simon also stumbled several steps, nearly colliding with a pillar nearby. The few psychics they brought were all quite capable, reacting swiftly to surround Kirsty. They didn't know why Kirsty suddenly attacked, only seeing her face filled with disappointment. Ah, just that? This precognition ability isn't too impressive either. Didn't it tell her that she would be hit today? Didn't it tell her that Kirsty would attack her? Is the charge time too long? Kirsty asked sincerely, but this question appeared to be a provocation in the eyes of the others. Chapter 37, Show Me a Premonition. Johnny beside Valentina immediately flew into a rage. The base they were in was massive, and its top leader was his own brother. He himself was a powerful psychic, and wherever he went, people always fawned over him. Valentina was his girlfriend. Hitting Valentina was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Flames instantly covered the youth's arm as he charged at Kirsty like a small missile aimed straight at her face. Brecken reacted even faster, silently appearing in front of Kirsty and gently raising his hand. In the next second, the flame-wrapped fist landed in Brecken's palm. A cold chill instantly spread from Brecken's palm up the Grayson's arm. As a fire manipulator, his body temperature was much higher than an ordinary person's, constantly staying at a fever-like warmth. In hot weather, he would be uncomfortable without being near ice, and in cold weather, he never felt the cold. But at this moment, he shivered. The flames on his arm extinguished with a puff. Don't go too far. Brecken's tone sounded gentle but had a hint of sarcasm. Our E didn't use any psychic abilities, she just lightly touched him. She isn't even 1.6 meters tall and weighs only around 80 pounds. A slap wouldn't have much force behind it. But you're different. Using your psychic powers to bully a little girl, aren't you being a bit too much? This person made it clear who he was in front of everyone. As he spoke, he smiled slightly, showing no sign of guilt. Kirsty had been standing calmly behind Brecken but couldn't hold back a laugh when she heard this. After laughing, she added irritably, I'm 1.6 meters, alright. Exactly. Their nonchalant attitude directly infuriated the Grayson. Clutching his trembling arm, his first reaction was to call for help. They were 6 in total, while Kirsty and Brecken were only 2. No matter how you looked at it, their odds were better. Valentina felt a lingering pain in her chest. She coughed lightly and pulled the Grayson back, saying, "Ege, I'm fine. Calm down first." Valentina didn't recognize Kirsty. After carefully recalling her past life, she hadn't heard of such a person. This meant either Kirsty had died early or hadn't become famous during the late apocalypse. As for the man beside her, he seemed vaguely familiar, but this faint familiarity might be because he resembled someone else. Indeed, she didn't recognize him upon closer inspection. The only thing she needed to be wary of was how Kirsty knew that her power was premonition. Few people knew Valentina's ability was premonition, all members of Ryan's team. Though they sometimes grumbled about sudden orders, none of them spread information about her ability. After all, Ryan had issued a gag order not long ago. The more she thought about it, the more eerie it became. Kirsty. Kirsty. She indeed had never heard of this name and had never encountered her in her past life. Even after they hit you, you're still defending them. I know you're kind, but in situations like this, if you don't act, they'll look down on you. Ryan signaled his team members to surround them, his expression turning fierce. You too, apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight 6, right? Why 6? Kirsty poked her head out curiously. They have 6 people. I know they have 6 people. Kirsty folded her arms and clicked her tongue. But we also have 2 people. Chris. What are you talking about? He was already stunned by Kirsty's actions. Ilias had mentioned before that these people came from Feng City, the largest survivor base to date, known for having numerous talented psychics. Ryan's brother, Adrian, had gathered many capable psychics into a self-defense team. To provoke someone from Feng City, one needed to seriously assess their own strength. Though their own Peach survivor base had some scale, it was nothing compared to Feng City. It was like comparing a county to a city. That's why Ilias wanted to treat these people well and build good relations with them. But Kirsty had started a fight without a word, and Chris didn't even know what had triggered it. How did it escalate to this point? Did they have a feud? But seeing Ryan about to engage Kirsty with his team, he couldn't just stand by, given the bond he shared with Kirsty. Thus, Chris steeled himself and stepped forward. It should be a misunderstanding, right? Fighting isn't good, let's sit down and talk it over. Ryan sneered coldly, clearly not intending to have a conversation. He suddenly stepped forward, ready to make his move, only to realize none of his teammates had budged. Ryan? He slowly turned his head and saw that apart from his girlfriend, the remaining 4 people stood there with blank expressions, motionless. Now it's just the 2 of you, Kirsty laughed, lifting her hand as Charlie and Chauncey, who had been cleaning the room, stepped out from an alternate dimension. The two little skeletons were both dressed in pretty dresses, one holding a mop and the other a broom, looking quite adorable. Ryan paused for a moment and noticed black gas swirling around Kirsty. The black threads extended like fine lines, wrapping around his companions' bodies. Kirsty twirled on the spot, lifting her skirt. The four teammates also awkwardly lifted their hands, mimicking Kirsty's movements in stiff circles. Necromancers aren't limited to controlling corpses. Kirsty specialized in studying the combination of souls and bodies. She usually controlled corpses because it was more convenient, but she could also control living souls, just not with long-lasting contracts. Chris. A fight was about to break out. His itching hands made him want to join in. As Chris stared at Ryan, ready to sneakily make his move, he was held back by Chauncey. Chauncey was very considerate, knowing that since he was technically part of Tobias, Peach, helping outsiders might implicate everyone else in the base if things went public. Chauncey nudged Chris, who immediately got the hint and turned away, gazing up at the sky. "Ah, I see nothing. The weather is so beautiful today, with a gentle breeze and clear skies." Kirsty pointed at Ryan. "Bayou." Charlie and Chauncey rushed forward first, followed by the four controlled teammates who encircled Ryan from various angles. Ryan had felt confident because he had brought more people, but now that they were all on the opposite side, he quickly lost his nerve. However, this man still had some integrity and didn't abandon his girlfriend. Instead, he protected Valentina behind him. But he barely lasted a minute before being knocked around on the ground. Kirsty bypassed the melee scene and walked straight to Valentina. Her smile was endearing, making her look like a playful, lively little cat. "Can we chat properly now?" Valentina. She now suspected Kirsty must have died early in her past life. Otherwise, how could her ability have remained completely unknown? She could have easily earned a nickname like Puppet Master or something similar among psychics. Valentina wasn't rigid like Ryan. While he rolled around on the ground stubbornly, she wouldn't let herself be beaten. "What do you want to ask? Is your power really premonition? What have you predicted?" "Tell me," Kirsty said curiously. Valentina. Hardening herself, she replied, "It is premonition, but not absolute control. I only know what my power tells me." Kirsty looked up at her and abruptly said, "You're lying." Valentina dared not meet Kirsty's eyes. They were very beautiful, almost innocent and pure, but staring too long made one feel as if this person could see through everything about you clearly. "I'm not lying," Valentina gritted her teeth. "I know what will happen in the future, just not every single event." She recounted a few predictions she had made, mostly related to Foam City, such as a specific year and month when a batch of ordinary people entering Foam City would include someone already infected but showing no symptoms due to unique physical traits. After entering the base, this person would turn into a zombie, causing chaos and resulting in many people being infected during the incident. These predictions had earned her significant trust and authority from Ryan and Adrian. Valentina's influence to mobilize people to search for Brecken wasn't solely due to her relationship with Ryan. "I don't know about the past, but why don't you make a new prediction? Once you finish predicting, you can take your boyfriend and leave." Kirsty smiled sweetly. "Though I may have a bad temper, I always keep my promises." Valentina's forehead began to sweat slightly. Her so-called predictions were merely reiterations of events from her previous life. The Tobias survivor base wasn't a very large one to begin with. If not for that incident, Valentina might never have known about this base. Therefore, Valentina's sole understanding of the Tobias base was that Bruce would destroy it in the near future. She watched Ryan being beaten and gritted her teeth, revealing this information. Kirsty indeed kept her promise. "You can leave now." Chapter 38, I know where Brecken is. Kirsty instantly withdrew her control. The few team members who were beating Ryan had their fists still raised, blood from Ryan sticking to their hands. They had looked excited, but now with the control gone, they were stunned. After all, they had just beaten their superior. Even though they were controlled, it was still highly possible that they would be held accountable, so a few of them quickly got up, and even rushed forward at an incredible speed to wipe the blood off Ryan's face and tidy up his messy clothes. Ryan swatted them away. He hadn't suffered such humiliation for years, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. After shoving the people around him aside, he struggled to stand up on his own and then pulled Valentina by the hand. "Let's go." His eyes were red, clearly very angry, but also helpless because he couldn't fight back. So he could only remember this grudge and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Only after they left did Brecken come over to ask Kirsty, "You let them leave. Does this mean you've drawn a conclusion?" "She is easy to understand," said Kirsty with an innocent look. But now there was still Chris next to them, making some topics hard to discuss. So Kirsty urged Chris, "That person, Ilias, right? Weren't you supposed to accompany them for a stroll? You should catch up with them now." "Hey." Actually, Chris didn't really want to catch up, but since it was an order from his superior, he had no choice. After all, he would receive wages from Ilias, so he couldn't be too defiant. Therefore, Chris unwillingly chased after them, thinking about how he would bring up the issue of their honored guests being beaten when talking to Ilias. Would Ilias accept it? Obviously not. After Chris left as well, only Brecken and two small skeletons in a hurry to go sweep were left. While walking back, Kirsty said, "I tested her out. She doesn't have any precognition ability. If I must say something, it's more like she has experienced these events once before, holding a fixed script to predict what will happen." The reason Kirsty said Valentina had seen things happen once before was that if not interfered with by Kirsty, her predictions might actually have come true. For example, Valentina had said that Gordy would soon massacre the survivors in the Peach base. If Gordy hadn't encountered Kirsty, he might have turned completely dark and wouldn't listen to Norris's defense, directly coming over to kill him and others in the research institute. Ilias definitely wouldn't allow such audacity within the base, and once the fighting started, massacring the base was very likely to occur. So if things went as usual, there would be nothing wrong with this prediction. However, because Gordy met Kirsty and calmly talked with Norris, learning that Norris was not the instigator, the whole base massacre wouldn't happen. At most, they would find and eliminate the real mastermind. Kirsty was a variable from another world. Once she excluded herself from the equation, the logic fit perfectly, thus confirming that Valentina indeed lied, but not completely. Especially after reading many comics lately, Kirsty's imagination widened significantly. She might be someone who suddenly found herself inside a book, discovering she's actually a secondary female character, then trying to change her fate relying on what she knows. Brecken. Why don't you say she was reborn? Kirsty slapped her palm. Oh right, that's more plausible. Maybe the timeline reset happened before I crossed over. Look, I can travel between worlds, so it's pretty normal for some people to be able to be reborn, right? How was that normal at all? Brecken was filled with the urge to comment but simultaneously considered seriously what she said. They claimed he was the zombie king who would destroy the world. Without Kirsty, no one could restrain him, leading him to potentially destroy the world. This indeed can reasonably explain why someone put out a bounty on me even though I haven't made enemies with anyone. Well, then I must have been quite foresighted to have already adjusted your appearance to make them unrecognizable. Kirsty proudly put her hands on her hips and continued, since we know she cannot predict, there's nothing worth paying attention to. Isn't there a saying in your world? Something about a butterfly flapping its wings. You're talking about the butterfly effect. Yes, a tiny change can lead to enormous differences. Not to mention someone like me who would be the center of everything in any world, making everything afterward diverge from her knowledge. Her predicting ability will become obsolete very soon. Kirsty confidently stated. She looked really self-centered, but for some reason, this self-centeredness seemed adorable on her. Kirsty thought carefully. This might be because it was Kirsty doing this. If someone else were to act so self-centered, he would probably find it very off-putting. Realizing he was being hypocritical, Brecken had no intention of changing. After all, hypocrisy was a fundamental human nature. So you're not planning to deal with her? If she doesn't come looking for trouble, Kirsty felt this possibility was unlikely. Once Valentina confirmed Brecken's identity, trouble would surely follow. They would try to nip the danger in the bud, preventing Brecken from becoming a new zombie king. Before having the power to control the zombie king, no one would willingly give him the upper hand. Kirsty dared to give Brecken the upper hand because she was truly strong. She didn't care if Brecken would listen or cause trouble. If he did, she could easily stop him. I'll do my best, Brecken said solemnly. It's just fate. If she finds out, well, let it be. Kirsty only disliked trouble. But if Brecken's value outweighed the trouble, she would work hard to resolve it. Kirsty patted Brecken's shoulder. There's still a lot of trash to throw away, don't slack off. Brecken. Chris jogged to catch up with Ryan, sounding quite enthusiastic. Ilias asked me to show you around the base. Do you want to go now? Ryan. He was almost furious. Why should he tour the base? So he replied gruffly, no, there's no need for your company. Go wherever you want. Chris acted disappointed, then I'll leave. As soon as he turned around, his steps became lighter, tapping quickly towards Ilias. He still needed to tell Ilias about this incident, otherwise, he'd get his wages docked when he found out from someone else. Chris quickly found Ilias, who seemed busy talking to someone. Seeing Chris, Ilias waved the person away. Chris glanced once more, as this Grayson looked somewhat familiar, like he had seen him before. But there were more important matters to discuss with Ilias, so he pushed that thought aside. Boss, something happened. Just thinking of how he was supposed to accompany Ryan, Ilias's heart raced. What happened? Take your time. Chris calmly replied. Ryan got beaten. Ilias. He expected something different, like Ryan and his group being unreasonable and hitting others, or trying to grab something. People from large bases could often be arrogant and domineering, so it was reasonable to be lenient with them. Compensation would cover any damages later. But he never imagined Ryan being beaten. Who in their base could beat Ryan? Even if there was someone, could they handle Ryan and his entire group? Ilias's eyes widened, completely baffled. Who beat him? How? What happened? Is it serious? Where are they now? How did Ryan react? Kirsty did. I don't know. It's okay, not very serious. Ryan stormed off, maybe to rest somewhere. Not sure, Chris answered, leaving Ilias frustrated with lack of information. Ilias slammed his desk. You're bluffing. Kirsty is just a nanny beating Ryan. Who would believe that? Chris looked utterly innocent. Who do I ask? I also want to know how a nanny beat Ryan. I didn't see it. Ilias, what were you doing then? Admiring the scenery, Chris replied firmly. Ilias felt numb, deciding to find Ryan immediately to prevent this incident from escalating. Too much trouble could arise once it did. After all, Ryan wasn't an ordinary psychic. He was Adrian's younger brother, the leader of Fengcheng. Unlike himself and Norris, they were true brothers, who wouldn't sit idly while their brother was beaten. Ilias couldn't spare time for anything else, determined to solve this issue first. On the other side, Ryan felt humiliated, especially in front of his girlfriend and many subordinates. Being pinned down and unable to fight back was truly disgraceful. But there was no way he would tell his older brother about this incident. After all, he had been beaten by a woman. How could he possibly go to his brother and say, "Brother, I got beaten by a woman from a small base, you get it back for me"? Men were all very concerned about saving face. If they could take revenge themselves, they would do so. But asking their brother to intervene would be even more shameful. Just then, someone suddenly appeared and blocked their way. None other than Christy. "Are you looking for Brecken? I know where Brecken is." Chapter 39, So What If I Did It? Christy wasn't quite sure if this Brecken was the one they were looking for. She had only seen Brecken's wanted poster and thought he resembled the portrait by about 70%. She had also heard Kirsty call him Brecken, so she decided to cause Kirsty some trouble. She had already been tricked by Kirsty twice. If she didn't pay her back, Kirsty would really think she was easy to bully, wouldn't she? With this thought in mind, after eavesdropping on Ryan and the others, Christy intercepted Ryan. She specially waited until Chris left before approaching Ryan and the others. Though she didn't know why they were looking for Brecken, as long as it could create trouble for them, that was enough. "Though I don't know why you're looking for Brecken, didn't you just see Brecken?" Christy said coldly. "Didn't you recognize him?" Ryan and Valentina exchanged a glance. They immediately recalled the Grayson standing next to Kirsty who looked somewhat familiar but somehow also unfamiliar. Brecken. Kirsty had no idea that Christy had contacted Ryan and the others. After the small black dog and the small white rabbit finally tidied up the room, Kirsty went out. She wanted to buy some new seeds and plant them on the balcony. Strawberries, for instance, would be perfect. A small patch would provide plenty of fun when harvested herself. However, as soon as she stepped out, she ran into Ilias. His face seemed devastated as he hurried over. Seeing Kirsty, he adjusted himself slightly. "So, I heard you beat up Ryan?" "Yeah," Kirsty never denied anything she did. If she did it, she owned up to it without any hiding or covering up. "Ryan. I can't believe it. How could a nanny beat Ryan?" As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "Are you joking? Right?" Kirsty looked at him with pity, and gradually his smile faded. Ilias was utterly speechless, pacing around with folded hands. What happened? Why did it escalate like this? Kirsty matter-of-factly described what happened. His girlfriend claimed she had precognitive abilities. "I didn't believe it, so I pushed her, and indeed, she didn't predict it. Then Jow. Brecken reminded her from the side. "Ryan. Oh, right, Ryan came to hit me, but I hit him instead." Kirsty's account was straightforward and honest, yet Ilias's expression twisted, almost cracking again. Oddly, Kirsty's face remained completely serene, showing not a hint of remorse or guilt. Ilias covered his chest, momentarily speechless. For Kirsty to be able to beat Ryan, even with Brecken's help, she must have been very strong herself. She definitely wasn't an ordinary nanny. Don't forget, Brecken assisted her, and Ryan had several teammates too. He couldn't afford to offend Ryan, so should he now try to take revenge on Kirsty? Ilias truly felt like he had invited trouble. Offending Ryan might result in Wind City restricting the development of the Peach Survivor base. Ilias was naturally the type of person who avoided conflict with anyone. Pacing back and forth, he struggled to bring himself to tell Kirsty, "Maybe you should leave my base." Finally, he said, "You are my little goddess. You've caused such a mess. What should I do?" "That's the young master of Wind City. Once you offend him, you'll worry about being hunted down wherever you go. Let's make a deal, join our base's guard team. I'll talk to the young master, and if it's not too serious, maybe we can settle this privately." Kirsty saw through his intentions clearly. He simply believed Ryan was too proud to admit he was beaten by a woman and wouldn't report it to his older brother. Even if he did report it, Adrian, as the leader of a large base, surely had a bigger picture to consider and wouldn't target an entire base just because someone beat his younger brother. There was still room for maneuver, and things weren't as dire as they appeared. But this incident gave Ilias an opportunity to intimidate Kirsty and lure such a powerful sidechicker into his private forces. It must be admitted that Ilias was much smarter than his brother Zhong Jinv in this aspect. He was the type of person suited to be a leader, always smiling, shameless, and unscrupulous. Kirsty saw through him completely. She had met many such people before and found them quite boring. No. If he really wants revenge, let him come. In the worst case, I will join the second largest base as a guard team. Ilias's expression immediately stiffened. He didn't expect that Kirsty, who looked cute and easy to deceive, was actually quite smart and sarcastic about Towdy's smallness. Ilias barely contained his frustration. If not for his experience as a smooth-talking fox, he might have shown his anger already. He tried to persuade her a little more but realized she paid him no mind, so he turned and walked away, his face darkening instantly. Seeing him leave in haste and with stiff movements, Kirsty couldn't help but laugh. Brecken, standing nearby, remarked, "You've offended him. He is an annoying person anyway. If I offend him, so be it." Kirsty had seen too many of these types at the Holy Cathedral, causing her post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Now she viewed them as hypocrites, two-faced, and black-hearted. Powerful people don't fear offending anyone. If someone is hesitant and cowardly, they're simply not strong enough. Even the experts from the Holy Cathedral would still make me cautious. But in today's apocalypse, TSK. She squinted her beautiful cat-like eyes, clearly not putting much stock in psi-ability users. This wasn't surprising. The apocalypse had just begun, and even though psionic individuals had potential, they hadn't fully developed yet. As for Kirsty, She had lived for several centuries with exceptional talent. Even the mighty Holy Cathedral needed countless experts to capture her. And they failed, letting her escape. Kirsty recalled the most powerful necromancer who had visited her before reaching the end of her lifespan. She said, "It took me 3,500 years to reach this stage. You might catch up with me within 200 years, but I can't wait that long, so I won't see what lies beyond. If you ever reach a godlike level, please summon my soul to see it once." Before dying, she left something important for Kirsty. This kind and elderly woman truly hoped that one day a necromancer would become as powerful as a deity. If that day came, perhaps necromancers wouldn't need to hide, and the Holy Cathedral wouldn't be as arrogant. Unfortunately, she wouldn't live to see it. Kirsty wasn't arrogant out of vanity, her pride came from her strength. Besides, Kirsty whispered into Brecken's ear, "He is really useless." Brecken. If Ilias heard this, he would be furious again. "If one day I become like a zombie king, how far would I be from you?" Brecken suddenly became curious. Kirsty used her fingers to show a tiny gap, making it seem very close. Just as Brecken felt comforted, she chuckled, "Haha, just kidding. There's still a vast difference." Brecken. What a naughty woman. Then this naughty woman smiled and said, "Due to different power systems, my world is high magic, while yours is low magic. Simply put, no matter how strong martial artists are, they cannot compare to the masters of the immortal realms." Brecken. But if you break through this world's limits and continue advancing, eventually you'll see the scenery I've seen. When Kirsty spoke these words, she seemed different from usual. She usually smiled all the time, acting carefree and sometimes childishly immature, unlike someone who had lived for so long. But at this moment, her gaze was piercing and profound, making one feel that she had experienced much and walked step by step to the pinnacle, then looking down at those below, seeing the latecomers chasing her footsteps. Even with a bit of tolerance. Brecken exhaled deeply, feeling his fingertips trembling, not out of anger or frustration, but from excitement. Kirsty had shown him a world he shouldn't have been able to see, expanding his horizons beyond the confines of this limited world, like a frog climbing out of a well. After speaking, Kirsty resumed her usual smile. "If you let me dissect you, I'll guide you. How about becoming my disciple? Although your talent isn't great, I won't reject you. You just want to dissect me, that's all." Brecken placed his hand on her head, making Kirsty slap at his palm in irritation. "I was being sincere about teaching you. You were sincerely wanting to dissect me. Anyway, once I have the laboratory, you won't be able to refuse me," Kirsty said with confidence. She took 2 steps forward and then turned back, looking up at Brecken and reluctantly, meaning comfort, him. "I was joking before, your talent is not bad, keep it up." Chapter 40, Shocking Change. Ilias felt aggrieved and decided to find Ryan to probe his thoughts. But just as he reached the door, he saw Chris walking out. "Where's Ryan?" "He's gone." Chris seemed a little puzzled. "Didn't he inform you?" "Ilias." Ryan and his group left hastily as if they had urgent business to attend to, without leaving any message, only returning briefly to pack their belongings before departing. Chris had come to deliver something, greeted them when he saw them leaving, but received no response from them. Ilias began to feel uneasy about his previous speculations. Perhaps Ryan really didn't care about saving face anymore and was determined to regain his dignity. Or perhaps Ryan held grudges easily and was petty, so he got angry on the spot and wanted to go home for help to retaliate against Kirsty and the Peach Survivors base. In a matter of minutes, several possibilities raced through Ilias's mind. He paced anxiously, eager to chase after them. "You. Forget it, I'll go myself." Chris wasn't exactly high EQ. Chasing after them might make things worse. He would catch up with Ryan himself, ensuring not to make things worse. Just as Ilias rushed out, he saw a Grayson coming towards him, regarding what happened earlier. "Let's discuss this later. I have something very important to deal with right now." Ilias felt somewhat desperate. Initially, everything was going well, and there was a chance to establish good relations with Fengcheng City for future cooperation. Now, instead of enjoying the benefits, he might be dealing with ashes. Ilias hurried away, thinking that he needed to figure out how to get Kirsty out of the base. She was a troublemaker, and if she stayed, he would likely suffer more misfortune because of her. As Ilias walked away in a rush, he failed to notice Chris giving the Grayson a puzzled look. How did he end up here again? Delbert hadn't disturbed Kirsty much these past 2 days, seemingly occupied with other matters. Brecken felt relieved since he didn't like Delbert anyway. When asked why he disliked Delbert, Brecken couldn't quite explain it clearly, except that whenever Delbert appeared around Kirsty, he felt annoyed. Meanwhile, Norris came over twice, bringing some items to Kirsty. A few days later, Brecken saw Kirsty fiddling with dissecting tools. Brecken? Wasn't Kirsty joking about dissecting things? When have I ever joked about something like that? Kirsty looked shocked by his question. This is serious stuff. Of course, it's real. She had been looking forward to this ever since she found Brecken. The reason she hadn't done it earlier was due to the lack of a suitable environment and some issues with her tools, which made it difficult to replenish them. That's why she delayed. Now that she knew Norris, who worked as a researcher in biology, she obtained some necessary tools from him. Norris visited frequently these past 2 days, delivering items to Kirsty. He was still fascinated by Xiaohei and Chauncey, knowing it was probably an anomaly but still curious. So, he quickly provided the tools and asked curiously, "What are you planning to dissect? Animals or humans? Why do you need to know?" Kirsty wasn't planning to tell him and simply dismissed him after receiving the items, acting like someone who refuses to acknowledge past favors. Norris could only leave with curiosity unsatisfied. Kirsty hadn't used modern dissection tools before, so she practiced on small animals that were about to be eaten by Xiaohei and Chauncey, such as rabbits, before dinner. Brecken watched her familiarize herself with the tools while dissecting a rabbit. Although he didn't need to eat, watching this scene made him lose any appetite he might have had. After dissecting a rabbit, Kirsty turned and saw Brecken lying peacefully on the sofa, as if he had already been dissected. After washing her hands, she jumped onto Brecken, making him bounce slightly. Smiling, she said, "Zombies don't feel pain, do they? If they do, just bear with it. It won't take long, Brecken. Kirsty has no heart." Brecken rolled over, facing the sofa. Kirsty hugged him from behind. "Turn around, turn around, turn around. Look at me. Say you volunteered." Brecken slowly turned over again. His eyes were quite good, and when he looked at Kirsty quietly, it always made people think of a starless night sky. "All right, I volunteer." Brecken was indeed voluntary because he knew very well that although 80% of Kirsty's motivation to study him stemmed from curiosity, the remaining 20% was for his own benefit. There was something wrong with his body, which occasionally caused him to lose control. Brecken wasn't afraid of pain, he just liked to tease Kirsty. After she pounced on him, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. After a while, he grumbled, "You're pressing on me." Kirsty, 0.0. She slowly lowered her head and saw where she was pressing. "Zombies can bokeh too." Brecken covered her mouth with one hand, showing a rare look of annoyance. "Yes, even though I've become a zombie, I'm still a man with perfectly normal physiology." Just then, Chris, who had come over to ask about Ryan's situation, peeked in, only to find the door wide open. He stuck his head in. "What dirty things are you talking about? Let me listen too." Chris came to inquire about Ryan but saw the cough scene inside, and instantly understood. "I'll come back later. Is half an hour enough? If not, I'll wait another hour." Brecken. "Kirsty, 5 minutes should be enough." Chris's cool expression instantly turned into a gossipy shape. "Only 5 minutes." Brecken, usually quite deep thinking, could no longer hold back. "Stop saying things that would make others misunderstand. You two have filthy mind." Kirsty wasn't the least bit guilty as she jumped off the sofa and said, "I am a pure magical girl, not like you two." This time even Chris was left speechless. By the time Chris left, it was already half an hour later. Yes, he calmly stayed for dinner, since the braised rabbit was really delicious. After he left, Kirsty tucked herself into bed, ready to sleep. Just under 2 hours after falling asleep, chaos erupted. Initially, there were distant sounds of panic, which gradually spread closer. Kirsty had just fallen asleep and was still drowsy when she woke up with a bit of a temper. Xiaohei went out to investigate and relayed the information back. A few minutes later, Kirsty was fully awake. Brecken saw her rubbing her sleepy eyes and walking out, her eyes bright despite being a little groggy. He knew something interesting might have happened. Similarly awakened, Chris pounded on the door. "Something's happening. Don't sleep anymore. I need to go gather the group first. You guys be careful." "Let's go too." Kirsty quickly put on a jacket and pulled Brecken outside. Though Yango Survivors base wasn't large, it was well managed by Ilias, leading to a recent influx of many new arrivals. Ilias had been considering expanding the base. Thus, the current Yango Survivors base housed many survivors. But now, numerous zombies were attacking the crowd. Psychics still had resistance, but ordinary people, especially those sleeping at night, were bitten, scratched, and infected with the virus while they slept. By the time most people woke up, the situation was already out of control. Ordinary people mixed with zombies, indistinguishable in the dim light. Everyone grabbed whatever weapons they could find, defending themselves against attacks in this chaotic state, worsening the situation. The psychic self-defense team of Xiango quickly assembled, and Chris used a loudspeaker to shout, "Don't panic. Survivors, gather in this direction." Amidst the chaos, infant cries seemed to ring out constantly, each cry seeming to agitate the zombies further. "This is..." Brecken squinted, somewhat bewildered. After all, things were peaceful during the day and early evening. Moreover, everyone entering the Xiango Survivors base should have been quarantined and observed, especially ordinary people. How did so many get infected all of a sudden? Could it be a psychic with hidden injuries entered the Xiango Survivors base and transformed into a zombie tonight? Kirsty, seeing what he was thinking, crossed her arms and said, "They brought them in themselves, though we don't know if it was intentional or accidental." "Want to bet?" "I bet they were released on purpose." "I also bet they were released on purpose." "Darn. Then there's nothing to bet on. You were cuter when we first met, now you're getting more and more mischievous," Kirsty said with a puffed-up expression. Brecken said boldly, "Those who stay close to ink turn black, and those who stay close to vermilion turn red. Isn't this only natural?" While they were chatting, some of the injured people suddenly turned into zombies at an abnormally fast speed and started attacking the people around them. In an instant, the entire Tobias Survivors base fell into chaos. Chapter 41, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Normally, it takes over 10 hours for a person to turn into a zombie after being infected, with those in better physical condition possibly lasting 2 to 3 days, while weaker individuals might last 5 or 6 hours. However, many people before them had almost instantly transformed into zombies right after being bitten by zombies, without even having time to cry out. The transformation was so rapid that no one around could react in time, leading to an increasing number of zombies appearing among the crowd and killing more and more humans. This outbreak began silently, and no one knew what exactly caused it. Kirsty casually grabbed a nearby zombie, black light threads extending from her body and drilling into the zombie's body. She examined the zombie briefly. It's different from the others. Humans turned into zombies due to infection by the zombie virus, which would devour human cells and eventually spread to the brain. But this zombie felt as though the virus had been directly injected into its brain, causing an unusually rapid transformation. Moreover, this virus seemed somewhat different from the ones Kirsty had encountered in other zombies before. It appeared to have undergone some mutations, becoming a familiar yet strange new strain. Go find Bruce. You mean? Zack was sharp enough to realize where the problem lay immediately. Kirsty nodded, letting Xiaohei and Chauncey take control of the situation, as she didn't have the time to capture each zombie one by one. She needed to start from the source to handle this riot. The problem began 2 hours ago. After discussing privately with Bruce, Norris learned that there was a true mastermind behind the events, who had manipulated Norris and used Bruce as a pawn. This must be someone within the research institute. They needed to know who he was and what his intentions were. So while they didn't meet openly, they had been investigating this matter and exchanging information privately. Around 2 hours ago, just before noon, Norris had just sent the latest information to Bruce and returned to the laboratory. Norris did not get along well with Ilias. Although he temporarily stayed at the Xiangtao survivor base, he barely interacted with Ilias at all. Norris only wanted to fulfill his agreement with Ilias and then leave the base to live somewhere else. He truly disliked Ilias and wouldn't have contacted him if not for the many innocent researchers trapped inside the base. However, because of this, Norris and Ilias had made an agreement. Once the research was completed, he would hand over the results to Ilias and then leave. To achieve this, Norris buried himself in the lab day and night, seldom leaving unless necessary. He aimed to finish the research as soon as possible to escape the Xiangtao survivor base. Changing into fresh clothes and putting on gloves, Norris prepared for another round of research. His project stemmed from a unique zombie. From it, Norris discovered a peculiar toxin, which he extracted and studied extensively, hoping to develop a vaccine that would prevent humans from transforming into zombies after infection. This process was undoubtedly long, and Norris did not expect to succeed quickly, but he believed he could create a drug to delay the transformation process. If such a drug could be developed, it would be a significant breakthrough. Ilias could use it to elevate the status of the Xiangtao survivor base and trade valuable items with other bases. Thus, despite not liking Norris, Ilias provided him with good conditions, though he frequently pressured him, much to Norris's annoyance. If such crucial research could be completed so quickly, Norris wouldn't be considered a genius but a god of the new world. Such people who do not understand scientific research yet love to meddle are detestable, regardless of whether they were half-brothers or not. The members of Norris's team approached him one by one, handing over documents summarizing the results of the previous stage of the study. This virus is incredibly contagious, Norris said, holding the documents and reading through them. Its infection rate is higher than ordinary zombie viruses. Fortunately. However, it's also easier to crack and has a simpler structure compared to ordinary viruses, which gives us an opportunity, said the Grayson with glasses standing next to Norris, smiling. If its structure were not relatively simple, we might need much more time to understand it. That's true. Norris lowered his head to look at the documents in his hand, then suddenly asked, Jaoki, the test subject is missing a finger. Do you know what happened? Parker, the Grayson with glasses, looked puzzled. Missing a finger? I don't know. After extracting the virus last time, didn't we stop opening the container? Yes, I never opened it again. Norris emphasized the word I. But it did lose a finger. What do you mean by that? Parker frowned. You can't be suspecting me, right? Norris shook his head slowly. Not many people could access the container, and I'm worried about the virus being spread outside. If this virus gets out, humans might face extinction. You know how dangerous it is. So, I want to conduct an internal investigation and find that finger. I understand. I will cooperate with you. But I think we should not only investigate internally. When we moved from the research institute to the Xiangtao survivor base, some of those psychics also had contact with the container. Just in case, we should check them too. Parker pushed his glasses up. You seem to dislike your brother quite a lot, don't you? Let me talk to Ilias, and you continue your research here. No, I'll go see him, Norris refused. Parker looked somewhat displeased. We're not equally skilled in handling different tasks. Doing our respective jobs is the best approach. What's wrong with you lately? You seem a bit strange. Has someone said something to you? No, Norris replied indifferently. He is still my brother, even though I don't like him. As long as I live in the Xiangtao survivor base, I have to face him eventually. Since that's the case, I might as well start trying to communicate with him. Parker was silent for a moment. In that case, go ahead. I hope you don't encounter any issues during the conversation since you're not good at that. Sure. Norris closed the document in his hands. I'll go in a bit. He always seemed unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world, except when conducting experiments. Parker watched him leisurely tidy up and summarize the documents, suppressing his growing impatience as Norris left the room. As soon as Norris stepped out, Parker followed suit and headed to talk to Ilias. The brothers' relationship had never been good, and Ilias lacked emotional intelligence, making their conversation awkward. Norris remained businesslike throughout. As I mentioned, we must find that finger. Otherwise, if anyone gets infected, it will be very dangerous. If the infection spreads uncontrollably, it could lead to a major catastrophe for humanity. Ilias wore a fake smile. I understand your concern. I'll take it seriously. I hope you act immediately and mobilize everyone to investigate this matter because days may have passed since it went missing until I noticed the issue. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes, Norris spoke bluntly. Put everything else aside and resolve this first. I will. Ilias continued to put on a forced smile. After Norris left, Parker entered shortly after. Did he come to see you? He did, and he's really persistent. When will this research end? Ilias dropped the pretense with Parker, revealing a gloomy expression. If it weren't for his unique skills in advancing this project, I would have gotten rid of him long ago. At this rate, it might still take a while. I've told you before, this kind of research takes time and isn't as simple as you imagine, Parker sneered. You should figure out how to deal with your beloved younger brother. If he finds out that I took the finger, well, it might not matter much. Parker chuckled. Maybe we should just tell him. If he doesn't want to continue the research, we could use his life to threaten him. But what if he doesn't care about his life? We can't understand how such a bookish person thinks, Ilias said irritably. You figure out a way to cover this up and get him to hurry up with the research. When it's done, you can have the credit, and I'll get the benefits. Who cares about him? Parker was about to say something more when the door suddenly opened. Bruce stood at the doorway, expressionless. I found it. Chapter 42, The Selfish Doom the World. Ichabod and Burl devised a plan for Burl to go fishing, to see if anyone would take the bait. Who would have thought that they would reel in 2 big fish right away? So this was set up by you. Ichabod held the finger, his gaze icy cold. Darren, I treated you well. At that time, he could have ignored everyone at the research institute, because he did not know any of them. They were mere strangers who happened to be hiding in the same place, the only tie that bound them together. But since most of them were researchers, people who lacked the strength to defend themselves, Ichabod took the initiative to volunteer for the task of searching for supplies. Alongside a few security guards and other people coincidentally taking refuge there, he shouldered all the risks. Considering how he put himself on the line, how could Darren, even without gratitude, do such a thing? It appeared that Darren was simply that kind of person. He not only used Ichabod as bait by putting the finger on him to distract part of the zombies and make the area around the research institute slightly safer but also disregarded the lives of Ichabod and his companions. Simultaneously, he betrayed Burl, listening in on conversations between him and Usher. Their intention was clear. Since only Burl could carry out this research, they had to coax Burl into finishing it quickly. Then, once the research was complete, they would kill Burl and attribute the achievement to Darren, letting the world believe that Darren was the true creator of the drug. As a researcher himself, although far less talented than Burl, Darren could easily replicate the formula after acquiring the medicine and knowing the whole process. With fame, he could continuously supply Usher with the drug, who in turn could trade the precious medicine for valuable resources from other bases. Both getting what they wanted, while eliminating the person Usher disliked, seemed like a good deal for them. However, they didn't know that Ichabod not only survived but also awakened with a powerful ability, changing his name and infiltrating the base. He even teamed up with Burl to investigate the masterminds behind the scenes. Ichabod's eyes turned dark. He wouldn't let these two off easily. Unseen in the darkness, black mist slowly seeped out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Darren reacted swiftly. He's just an ordinary person. Kill him, capture Burl, and no one will know what happened. Usher possessed abilities himself but was very cautious. His living quarters were guarded by a squad of protectors. He quickly sounded the alarm, ready to call them over for protection. Without combat skills, Darren simply hid behind, waiting for Usher to deal with Ichabod. In mere seconds, the black mist spread to Usher, whose realization came too late as the chilling fog tendrils already touched him. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed. The hand that touched the mist instantly dissolved, leaving only a flat stump below the elbow, devoid of flesh and bone, and surprisingly, no blood oozed out immediately. You said he had no abilities, Usher shouted in anger, and those words became his last. For the black mist was agile. Upon detecting his retreat, the wisps rapidly expanded, forming a small mist zone, engulfing Usher before he could escape far enough. Usher's screams barely completed halfway before silence reigned again. When the black mist dissipated, nothing remained on the ground except a pool of dark red liquid. Darren's face turned deathly pale, never expecting Ichabod to not only survive but awaken such a terrifying power. Without hesitation, he fled, only to collide with the rescue squad coming to help. Their leader happened to be the deputy team Rosalie, woken up abruptly from his sleep and arrived to find Ichabod and the fleeing Darren. They had met before at a party hosted by Kirsty, mutually acknowledging each other as Kirsty's friends, so neither moved to attack immediately. What happened? The deputy team Rosalie frowned, unable to find Usher. I won't harm you, I only want to kill him. We have personal grievances, Ichabod explained reluctantly, out of respect for Kirsty. Darren shouted from the back of the crowd, he killed Usher. That pool on the ground is Usher's body. You can't let him go. The deputy team Rosalie? Did the person who was supposed to receive his salary wake up and vanish? He hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure of the situation. Just because Darren said that the pool on the ground was Usher, did it mean it was Usher? He harmed 7 or 8 of my teammates. I will never let him go. Ichabod raised his hand, manipulating the black mist. I will only kill him, but if you insist on stopping me, I won't be polite either. He could spare the deputy team Rosalie, but the others were not Kirsty's friends. Ichabod. He wants to harm others. Someone who had followed but stayed far away out of fear of being accidentally hurt, noticed Darren standing at the back. It was Burl. He grabbed the last ability user, crazily slashing at him. The ability user didn't expect to be betrayed by a teammate, so he had no defense. After being slashed, he quickly pushed Darren away, who fell on the ground, rolling a few times before laughing menacingly. "You don't think I'd leave without any backup plans, do you?" After saying that, he bolted, and someone subconsciously tried to stop him. Then they saw the injured ability user kneeling down, clutching his neck and making gagging sounds. His injury wasn't on his neck. His teammate was about to approach when Burl's voice rang out, "Stay away from him. He turned into a zombie." How could this be? This was the first thought that flashed through their minds. Without mentioning how long it takes for someone to turn into a zombie, this was an ability user, who isn't easily infected, and there hadn't been any zombie attacks on him. Plop. The kneeling ability user pounced onto his teammate. His face went pale, veins popped out, eyes rolled uncontrollably, and strange saliva dripped from his mouth. As soon as he pounced on his teammate, he bit into the throat, causing the teammate to scream. They both rolled on the ground before falling silent. Ichabod was about to chase after Darren, but Burl jumped around, screaming, "We can't let the virus spread." Darren must have used the extracted virus to infect that ability user. Thinking of Kirsty still in the base, Ichabod clicked his tongue, stopped chasing Darren, and turned around to deal with the two infected ability users. The deputy team Rosalie still didn't know what happened and hesitated. Burl had met him before, knowing his identity since the deputy team Rosalie had been one of those sent to pick up Burl. Burl rapidly explained, "Darren used the virus extracted from zombies to infect these two people. Stay away from them. This virus is extremely abnormal. It spreads very fast, even ability users can't resist it. Don't touch them." The nearby ability users backed off, startled. Most ability users had confidence in facing zombies because they weren't easily infected and had higher combat strength. But if a virus could instantly infect ability users, "I'll take care of them, go after Darren." If Darren escaped, Ichabod would surely be furious. Knowing this, Burl pulled the deputy team Rosalie and hurried off to find Darren. Darren didn't run outside the base. Perhaps knowing it would be hard to escape, he returned to the lab. When Burl arrived, he saw Darren smash a stool onto a jar. Darren. Despair etched on his face, Burl immediately pulled the deputy team Rosalie and ran away again. "Deputy team Rosalie? What the hell are you doing? In that jar is a zombie." Burl gasped for breath. "Find Kirsty. We can't handle it." They had barely left the lab when the sound of a baby crying echoed behind them. Burl gritted his teeth, cursing Darren. He never imagined that to create chaos, Darren would dare release the zombie. If no one could control the zombie, everyone would die. At such a transmission speed and strength that even ability users couldn't resist, all survivor bases might perish, perhaps even the entire human race. Burl dared not think further, only pulling the deputy team Rosalie to find Kirsty, firmly believing she could solve everything. Completely drenched, having been soaked in the medicinal liquid and forced into a deep sleep, the zombie awoke. It looked like an infant but had a mouthful of sharp fangs like a shark when it smiled. Its eyes were not the innocent blue of a baby's, they were bloodshot red. The skin, softened by the soaking, was pale white, with every pore oozing fresh red liquid. The awakened zombie was in its most ravenous state. It sniffed the air, filled with the scent of humans, and let out a laugh that sounded like crying. "There are so many foods here." Chapter 43, You Will Be Called Xiaohong. Above is everything that happened 2 hours ago. Darren released the mutant host, which bit ordinary people and caused the virus to spread rapidly among them. The entire Xiangtao survivor base fell into chaos instantly. He took advantage of the host not being fully awake to escape. Darren thought it was perfect. As long as the whole base was in turmoil, there would be no need for inspections at the entrances and exits. He could escape in the chaos, and no one would know where he went. By hiding in any small base under an assumed name for some time, he would eventually be completely safe. To escape faster, Darren dared not take most of his belongings, only carrying a small part that was more valuable before quietly moving toward the door. Cries of anguish were everywhere. Many people died because of his actions, turning into zombies. Yet, he seemed utterly devoid of guilt, focusing solely on escaping. He even complained about the chaos hindering his escape. Darren finally made it near the door and was about to leave when a plastic bottle suddenly landed near him. He instinctively looked up and saw someone sitting on the wall with another shadow standing beside them. "So, where do you plan to run to?" Kirsty's lazy voice startled Darren, who initially thought she was harmless and wouldn't be able to stop him. "You're quite despicable, aren't you?" Kirsty said indifferently. "You don't care if everyone in this base dies, as long as you survive, right? This is none of your business. Don't mess with me." Darren growled fiercely. "I wouldn't mind sending you on your way too if you don't want to live." He was only trying to intimidate her, knowing that wasting time here meant Bruce might catch up at any moment. "Phut," Kirsty laughed, prompting Zack to ask, "What's so funny?" "The last person who said that to me was the old saint son of the Holy Hall. Guess what happened to him?" Kirsty smiled sweetly. "It's been a while since I heard someone say something like that. It even feels somewhat novel." "Well, that is pretty laughable." The two chatted casually on the wall, twisting Darren's expression momentarily. Worried about Bruce catching up, he gritted his teeth and started running away without paying attention to Kirsty. Just as he reached the main gate, he found himself suspended mid-air, like a hamster running on its wheel, staying in place. Kirsty chuckled above him, clearly amused. Darren struggled hard but couldn't break free, his face growing more twisted and distorted. "What are you planning to do? I've never wronged you, have I?" Seeing that he showed no remorse, Kirsty sighed. The last time I saw someone this outrageous was the last time. How much longer until Bruce gets here? I can hardly hold back. At the mention of Bruce, Darren realized Kirsty was targeting him. His face turned pale with fear. What do you want? I can give you anything. We have no grudges, right? So, let me go. I can. Before he finished, Corey jumped out from somewhere and stuffed a sock in his mouth. He struggled continuously, trying to escape, but after about 10 minutes, Bruce rushed over. You took too long, Kirsty complained. I've been sitting here for ages. Sorry, Bruce replied instinctively. Looking up at Kirsty on the wall, he remarked, thank goodness you were here. Kirsty sounded incredibly impatient. Hurry up and finish this. I have more important things to do. Bruce turned to look at Darren, whose mouth was tightly covered, making muffled sounds, clearly not wanting to die. He should have thought of the countless others who also wanted to live. Even if Bruce didn't kill him, there were numerous people who would want his head. Black mist wrapped around Darren instantaneously. Clearly hating him deeply, Bruce didn't let him die quickly. The mist first enveloped his legs, then his arms, and slowly crept upward from below the waist. Death came slowly and painfully. Darren likely had plenty of time to reflect on his wrongdoings and regrets before his short life ended. Whether or not he would repent, who knows? After Darren completely disappeared from the world, Kirsty yawned and jumped down. I'll go and deal with the rest. You contact the deputy team leader and others to find a way to seal off the entire base. You mean? The Xiangtao survivor base will disappear. Kirsty led Zack through the chaotic Xiangtao survivor base. She let Con and Corey out and took in a few underlings amidst the chaos, searching for the existence of the mother throughout the base. Norris's words still echoed in her ears. The creature brought into the base looked somewhat like an infant zombie. Its mother had been infected by the virus while still alive. Trying to ensure her child's survival, she had cut open her own body when she was conscious. She thought she would give birth to a healthy child, but in reality, the child had already been infected through the umbilical cord even before birth. Unbeknownst to the mother, the child underwent mutation within her body. It was already a terrifying existence before it was even born. Coincidentally, its mother cut it outright when Darren was passing by. Due to its underdeveloped state, the zombie infant wasn't as powerful as it is now. Darren brought it back to the research institute. From then on, as everyone knew, Norris studied it and discovered that it was a mutated zombie, carrying viruses different from those in other zombies. This marked the beginning of everything. Found it. Kirsty suddenly turned her head towards a direction where her underling had spotted the young mother. I mean, you're going to be a zombie king one day, yet you're not even as strong as them. Kirsty said sarcastically while walking. Zack innocently replied, they said I would become the zombie king. Who knows? While complaining about Zack, Kirsty soon saw the extremely unique zombie. It crawled among the crowd, its small body dragging a piece of umbilical cord, emitting sharp cries to control nearby zombies, attacking other humans. Kirsty felt a bit itchy. This zombie's value was close to Zack's. It might just become second only to the zombie king if it continued to develop. Thinking about how those guys were studying such a zombie made her envious. She hadn't had time to study zombies for so long. The tiny zombie apparently sensed Kirsty's presence, feeling immense threat, and started emitting even sharper cries, trying to manipulate surrounding zombies to protect it. You're chosen. Go. Kirsty stood with her arms crossed, watching Zack, who had hidden his true strength for a long time and should finally get some exercise. Zack reluctantly acted. He too could control zombies, but since these were infected by the mutated virus, his ability was clearly inferior to the mother's. However, it was enough. He just needed to keep other zombies away and quickly neutralize the mother. Kirsty casually sat down and watched, while Zack exerted pressure on the mother. The mother tried to retreat but realized it couldn't escape and sharply charged forward. Kirsty enjoyed watching, carefully observing the situation, itching to get involved. She didn't forget to remind Zack, don't hurt it. Be careful. Zack. Before getting the new mutant mother, he might have already fallen out of favor due to Kirsty's unreasonable request. Because of this demand, Zack spent 10 minutes dealing with the mother. As he handed over the mother to Kirsty, he showed the bite wound on his hand. Fortunately, he moved fast. Any delay might have allowed the wound to heal immediately. Unaware of his concerns, Kirsty happily examined the mother, quickly forming a contract. So cute. Kirsty held up the small infant. You'll be called Xiaohong from now on, Zack. Now he understood how Con and Corey got their names. Kirsty must be terrible at naming. And where was the cuteness in this mother? After signing the contract, it became gentler, but only towards Kirsty. When it lay in her arms, it seemed obedient, but it instantly turned ferocious upon seeing Zack, remembering that he had attacked it. Xiaohong bared its teeth at Zack, revealing sharp teeth like a shark's, with what seemed to be fresh red meat fibers still hanging on them, looking both sinister and ferocious. Really cute. Kirsty happily stroked Xiaohong's fur, just like petting a cat, holding Xiaohong up as if she were lifting the Lion King. I've decided to always bring Xiaohong with me. It's too dangerous for it to be out there alone, Zack. Dangerous for others, more like. He had indeed fallen out of favor. Chapter 44. Is this your child? Kirsty held on to Ava, paying no mind to the blood-like substance still flowing from Ava's body. After controlling Ava, she could use it to control the zombies infected by it. The crowd had been screaming in terror when the surrounding zombies suddenly stopped moving. As they stood bewildered, the deputy leader shouted through a megaphone, all those who are not injured, pack up your things and leave Xiangtao survivor base immediately. Because those infected by Ava would instantly turn into zombies, everyone who hadn't transformed was considered safe. Without time to question what had happened or whether this safety would last, they hurriedly took only their most precious belongings and evacuated the base. When the last person withdrew, they turned back to see the entire base engulfed in raging flames. Countless survivors stood at the gate, staring at the blaze in a daze. Probably, to incinerate the zombies. After all, the zombies were too dangerous. If even one escaped, it could endanger other bases. The deputy leader and Rosalie each held a small megaphone. Xiangtao survivor base no longer exists. We will relocate to another base. Those who wish to come with us can join us now. If you have somewhere else to go, you may leave as well. Please make your decision quickly, we are about to depart. She hadn't intended to burn all the zombies, just to eliminate any trace that might lead others to find Ava. Kirsty felt a twinge of melancholy. She had lived here for some time, and she was someone who clung to her memories. Well, I was planning to leave anyway, Kirsty said wistfully. Too bad about my garlic sprouts. Maybe I should take them along. Since she had so many followers, taking them along didn't seem like much of an issue. Are you planning to find another base? Zack asked softly. Yeah, for now, that's what I think, but I might change my mind. Kirsty responded slowly. Let's just get out of here first. Actually, the deputy leader and the others didn't know what had transpired. It was Bruce who had talked to Kirsty before approaching them and telling them what to do. So, after everyone had left, they returned to bid farewell to Kirsty, including Darcy and the others. The most perplexed person was Chris, who had no idea what had happened or why Bruce had killed Ilias. He rushed over and started asking questions. So noisy, Kirsty said expressionlessly. Basically, some weird person released a dangerous zombie, leading to the current situation. That person was working with Ilias. Just consider them both bad guys. Everything is resolved now, and we're all going our separate ways. Chris scratched his head, still not quite understanding. Eventually, he gave up and sighed. Where are you going? I don't know. Will we meet again? I don't know. Chris. Well, let's part ways here. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Kirsty dismissed him half-heartedly. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Chris had many more questions, like whose child was in her arms, and wasn't this all happening too fast? Or was everything really resolved? Would something like this happen again? Or maybe they could go to the same base? But he ultimately said nothing, just shoved his hands into his pockets and replied in a resigned tone, then see you later. They left first, leaving Norris and Bruce, who both stared at Kirsty motionlessly. Kirsty, why aren't you leaving? We want to go with you, Bruce stated matter-of-factly. I have nowhere else to go. Norris coughed and added, I can be your assistant, for free. You two are such a nuisance, Kirsty huffed irritably. Don't act like you have no place to go. Zack chimed in from the side, exactly. One looked left, the other right, pretending not to hear her words, clearly planning to follow her. Kirsty stormed off, muttering, you'll regret this. She and Zack were a necromancer and zombie king duo, now joined by a heterogeneous mother. Once they learned the truth, these two would likely run faster than rabbits. Let them have their moment of bravado for now. On the other side, Ryan rushed back to Feng Cheng as quickly as possible, finding his brother. Bro. I found the zombie king. Adrian was also in the know. Upon hearing this news, he instantly put aside whatever else he was doing. Where is it? What's the situation? You didn't handle it. Omitting the part about getting beaten, Ryan recounted the specifics. Adrian was a decisive person, so he immediately responded, I'll gather some people right away, and we'll head to Xiangtao. However, they hadn't even reached Xiangtao survivor base. They had only gone halfway when they received news. Xiangtao survivor base had been destroyed, with unknown specific reasons, but it seemed to be due to a disturbance with zombies infiltrating the base. Since most civilians weren't clear on what had happened, the information spreading was mostly speculation. Valentina had an icy expression. It should have been done by Bruce. This outcome wasn't much different from the previous life. It seemed that missing Bruce this time around did not stop him from doing the same things as before. But does this mean we won't find Zack? Let's go see the situation first. After burning down the Xiangtao survivor base, Kirsty left. However, this time she had many more people with her. A special mention must be made of Bruce because while Norris recognized Ava, Bruce did not. The first thing Kirsty did after leaving was to have her followers bring her a lot of water to give Ava a bath and create a disguise. She even cut its umbilical cord. Ava continuously leaked blood-like fluid because it couldn't control itself, leading to constant leakage of its power. It was forced to be born prematurely, having not fully developed yet. After signing a contract with Kirsty and being nurtured by her mental energy, it became much more stable. The only abnormality now was its pair of red eyes and full set of teeth, which weren't visible unless it smiled. So Ava now looked like a normal child. Bruce couldn't stop looking at Ava, wondering how Kirsty suddenly had a child. He knew very little about Kirsty since they met for just a brief period twice before this incident. This child is. Zack calmly replied, call it Ava, our child. Kirsty rolled her eyes and nudged him with her elbow. What are you saying? It's clearly my child. What does it have to do with you? Bruce. Kirsty already had a child. He thought about it and found he didn't really care, so he calmed down again. Doesn't it have a real name? Just Ava. Zack said from the side, its health isn't great. We can name it later when it grows a bit. For stirring up trouble, he was then ignored by Kirsty. She held Ava and explained, actually, it's a zombie. I thought you've seen it. Bruce fell into deep thought until he noticed that Ava's right hand was missing a finger, suddenly realizing why Kirsty said he had seen it before. Bruce. After leaving Xiangtao, where they would go was decided by Kirsty. Kirsty simply pointed in a random direction and said with a deep tone, "Let's go that way." The others assumed she had a target in mind, but Kirsty was thinking, "Let's go in that direction and see if we encounter any survivor bases. If suitable, we can stay, otherwise, we keep moving. After all, the Earth is round, right?" Heading in that direction, Kirsty didn't know that the first large base they would reach would be Fengcheng. As they walked far into the distance, the sky gradually darkened. Up ahead was a small village surrounded by barriers at both ends, indicating it was inhabited. "Let's stay there tonight," Kirsty pointed to the nearby village. "Go check if we can borrow a place to stay. If we can, we don't need to continue walking forward." After the apocalypse, such small villages were quite common. Large cities were dangerous, making smaller villages safer, hence many people who hadn't joined the bases chose to stay in these small villages. The only problem with these small villages was the limited population and weaker defenses. Eventually, as the world progressed further into the apocalypse, these small villages would likely disappear, leaving only the bases. Because only relatively organized bases provided the safest environment for humans. They approached the village, seeing barrier-like structures at the entrance, along with spikes to prevent cars from forcefully entering. "Is anyone there?" Kirsty shouted loudly, "We want to stay here for the night. Is anyone there?" After about 2 minutes, a head poked out from inside. "How many of you are there? Have you been in contact with any zombies recently?" It was an old man who looked to be of considerable age. He sized up Kirsty and her group from head to toe, his cloudy gaze making everyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. Upon noticing the bulging bags they carried on their backs, the old man smiled. "If you haven't encountered any zombies and haven't been injured, then come in." Chapter 45 Who Gave You the Nerve? This village appeared to be of considerable size, with a fair number of residents. After Kirsty and her group entered, the old man called over a Grayson to guide them. "Have you lived in a base before?" the Grayson asked as he led them along. Norris nodded, "Just for a short while." "Then you should know the rules, right? There's a mandatory quarantine period first, which is for everyone's safety. I hope you don't have any objections," the youth asked with a smile. They all shook their heads, indicating no objections. Only then did the Grayson continue leading them forward. "Our village has many residents, most of whom are locals from nearby villages. After Doomsday, everyone needs to support each other. The people here are quite simple and straightforward. We rarely see outsiders like you. If you get used to living here after 2 days, it might not be bad to settle down," he explained enthusiastically. When he brought them to the quarantine area, he asked as he was about to leave, "Do you have food? Would you like us to bring you some hot soup? The journey must have been exhausting. Do you have fruit?" Kirsty raised her hand and asked. Johnny's expression froze for a moment, momentarily wondering if Kirsty was some pampered princess. "There isn't any. Fruit is incredibly precious in this world. I think only large bases would have such luxuries." "That's fine. If you could just bring some hot water for me to take a bath, that would be great." Kirsty's response confirmed that she had been spoiled. Johnny quickly said, "All right, settle in here first. If you need anything, you can ask the guard at the door. If it's possible, we'll meet your needs." TSK. Indeed, small places like this won't do. If they were going to live somewhere, it should be in a larger base. This tiny village or town could be skipped entirely. After feeling slightly disdainful for a couple of seconds, Kirsty entered the house. It was a bungalow with a courtyard. The structure consisted of several rooms surrounding a square courtyard. For instance, the main room was in the north, with side rooms on either side and a kitchen on one end. Besides the bathroom, there might be an extra storage room. Without hesitation, Kirsty claimed the master bedroom. Bram was about to follow when he was stopped by Bruce. "Isn't this inappropriate?" Bruce slowly added, "Sharing a room with a girl, regardless of reputation, is impolite, wouldn't you agree?" Bram was taken aback. "Why don't we guys squeeze into the next room, leaving the master bedroom for Kirsty," suggested Bruce firmly, dragging Bram away and leaving the spacious main hall for Kirsty. Kirsty casually tossed Xiaohong onto the bed, letting it play around. Then she called out Xiaohei and Chauncey to handle cooking and chores. Xiaohei and Chauncey were truly indispensable for household tasks, easy to carry on trips, with no drawbacks except for being child laborious. Kirsty happily took out her snacks and comics, sprawling on the floor and indulging in her otaku lifestyle. Xiaohong crawled around beside her, occasionally trying to bite the pillow with its serrated teeth, only to be stopped by Kirsty. "If you damage it, you'll have to pay," Kirsty teased. "You'll be left here to work it off." Xiaohong immediately became docile, lying beside Kirsty like a rag doll. The night passed quickly. When morning came, Kirsty packed up Xiaohei and Chauncey, holding Xiaohong as she walked out of the room. At that moment, the Grayson who had guided them here yesterday also arrived. "It seems you're all fine, that's great," said the Grayson, leading them outside. "Come this way. Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." Kirsty yawned. While walking, she was carefully observing the surroundings instead of being drowsy. Even though it was only around 9 in the morning, there were already plenty of people on the streets, men and women, old and young. They looked at Kirsty and her group with strange gazes, as if they were viewing livestock ready for slaughter. Their looks were dark and greedy, as if Kirsty and her companions were mere walking pieces of meat. The last time Kirsty saw such gazes was after a drought disaster, when she went to collect materials from the affected areas. The survivors viewed their fellow humans as potential food sources, looking at them hungrily like prey. The former was due to them being almost driven mad by hunger, unable to control their appetite for anything edible, which naturally included humans. The latter, however, had chosen this path even when they still had other options, developing a similar craving for humans. One was passive while the other was active. The implications between the two were worlds apart. As they walked forward, Kirsty asked, "How many people live in your village?" "About 1,000, give or take." Johnny replied apologetically, "We haven't really done a proper census." "So, what do you usually eat? Do you grow your own crops?" "We also go out to find supplies, but we have our own farming and livestock. Our village has grown to its current size because before the apocalypse, this area was known for animal husbandry, cattle, pigs, sheep. So after doomsday, we could sustain ourselves for a long time since we had food. We just needed to grow some vegetables and search for grains to meet most of our needs," the youth explained fluently. "Just recently, we decided to allocate some arable land to plant wheat and rice, hoping to achieve full self-sufficiency," he added. Kirsty suddenly said, "That's pretty impressive. Many bases can't achieve self-sufficiency yet." Johnny could only manage an awkward smile. "Maybe it's because our population is small, so our needs aren't as high." "Still, that's impressive," Kirsty said lazily. "I've never seen live cattle or sheep. Can I visit them?" Johnny's already awkward smile became even less natural. "It might not be convenient." He struggled to explain, "After all, these are important resources for us. If someone has ill intentions and wants to poison them." Kirsty raised her head with an innocent look. With her naturally cute appearance, she looked even softer and cuter when she deliberately made herself appear adorable. "But I'm really curious. Can't I just take a peek from afar?" Johnny turned away with difficulty. "Let's go get breakfast first." He dodged the question, clearly unwilling to take Kirsty to see the cattle and sheep. Kirsty fell slightly behind and whispered to one of her companions, "There's definitely something off." The others had also sensed something was amiss, but without evidence, they weren't as sure. They listened intently as Kirsty confidently said, "Think about it. I'm this cute, and he could resist me with such an excuse. It doesn't make sense. Something's fishy." Everyone. Also, if he wanted to show off his village's strength, there would be two possibilities. One, he's genuinely proud and believes his village is doing great, living well, and wants to show outsiders. In that case, he'd lead us through the bustling village, maybe even without my suggestion. Two, he wants to attract outsiders to settle here. After showing us around, he'd take us to see more. But now that I've brought it up, he changed the topic. Kirsty sounded somewhat disdainful. "Can't you think for yourselves? Do I have to spoon-feed you the answer?" Zach obligingly responded, "Mainly because none of us are as smart as you. You can see the whole picture from a single glimpse. Don't be sarcastic, Zach." This time, Zach was sincerely complimenting Kirsty, feeling a bit wronged. Though he sometimes spoke sarcastically, today he was truly praising her. Kirsty quickly silenced Zach, expressing her disdain, and was about to discuss her suspicions with the others when a youth who looked like a scene kid approached. He had green-dyed hair and a nose ring, leaving Kirsty, who had never seen such a style, momentarily stunned. Kirsty muttered, "Is this your cattle?" The guide. "No, it isn't." The scene kid clearly headed straight for them. When he got close, he bluntly blocked their way and asked the guide, "Are these the new arrivals?" Johnny didn't seem to like his appearance either, but for some reason, he didn't dare to express it. He could only say, "Yes, they just arrived last night." Then the scene kid leaned forward, taking a look at Kirsty who was still holding Ava. "So, there's a child? A housewife is also good. It's nice to change the taste. I haven't encountered such a youthful-looking housewife before. I'll take this one away then." Kirsty. Zach. Ichabod. Norris. Chapter 46, Too Dirty, Leave It to Me. The young Murray's audacity silenced Ichabod and the others. Especially Mitchell, who knew what kind of person Kirsty was, couldn't help but admire this youth's guts. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? At the same time, a secret displeasure brewed deep inside him. "What are you, fit to desecrate Kirsty?" Mitchell gently moved his right hand, then turned to look at Kirsty. He saw her eyes half closed, that pair of innocent cat-like eyes harboring a faint glint of menace. Few dared to speak to Kirsty like this, even those in the holy hall knew of Kirsty's power, treating her with caution, fear, and some respect. "Can you repeat what you just said?" Kirsty stepped forward, tilting her head, a trace of innocence still on her beautiful face. The Murray felt an urge within him and was about to speak when little Hong in Kirsty's arms suddenly leaped up and smashed into his face. "What is tit?" "Ah, no toxins, Hong," Kirsty said coldly. Hong obediently turned to give Kirsty a toothy smile, its shark-like teeth glistening with blood. The youth leading them took a step back, startled. Shit. People nearby who sensed something amiss slowly surrounded them, witnessing Hong. Panic spread as they realized Hong might be non-human, drawing out their weapons, sickles, hoes, shovels, and other miscellaneous items, all looking quite deadly. Hong had bitten off part of the Murray's nose, blood spurting from his mouth, clearly his own. Kirsty was about to act when Mitchell held her hand and whispered, "Too dirty, let me handle it from here." Mitchell kicked the Murray in the chest, knocking him down. He calmly removed his dear leather gloves, which Kirsty had given him, so he'd need to wash them if they got dirty. With ease, his injured hand dislocated the Murray's jaw. Then, with disdain, he pulled out bloody strips of flesh. The tongue was ripped out and tossed aside, covered in dust. Looking at the blood and filth on his hands, Mitchell frowned deeper, casually wiping it on the Murray's clothes. A worthless trash who can't control his mouth, yet wasting my time educating you. The Murray writhed in pain, disbelief in his eyes. After all, this was his territory. How dare they? But this thought was quickly drowned by agony. The pain of having his tongue torn out was unbearable, even for someone strong-willed, let alone a nobody like him. Kirsty peeked over Mitchell's shoulder, clicking her tongue. I was planning to play around a bit. She was bored and wanted to treat the village as a game, gradually uncovering the truth. But some people always disrupted her plans, truly annoying. The people surrounding them hesitated to advance, weapons raised. That youth reacted faster, get more people. This Murray wasn't ordinary, he was Haldan of the Elden, who ruled this small village like an emperor, spoiling his son. Every time new arrivals came, he picked the pretty women to take away. Little did he know today he'd meet Iron, scalding hot. If he died, the chief would definitely be furious, and vent his anger on whoever was present. Aware of this, the youth hurriedly called for help. With over 1,000 villagers united, hurting the chief's son was suicide. Entering this village already meant death, either sooner or later. There was a difference though, without offending the chief, maybe they'd die quicker. Now offending the chief and injuring his son, they'd likely suffer a slow, torturous death, especially that pretty girl. The youth imagined the scene and felt a pang of sympathy. More villagers gathered, each holding farm tools, men and women, young and old. All wore similar expressions, a mix of fear and cruelty, even excitement, as if killing others brought them joy. Kirsty even overheard their enthusiastic discussions. Like before, beat the men to death and keep the women? This time it can't be like before. They beat the Elden's son. Let's capture them all alive and let the chief decide what to do. Have you called the chief? The chief is on his way. Kirsty stroked her chin, suddenly raised her hand and drew an array, summoning Hemlock, the particularly large and somewhat foolish-looking mutant zombie. Though it seemed a bit dim-witted, its body was covered in muscles. Its towering figure looked like an iron tower, shocking the nearby people as soon as it appeared. Zombie. It's a zombie. Someone quickly screamed, but was soon scolded by others around. Fear not. With so many of us, why should we fear just one zombie? If not for the chief's son being taken hostage, they would have already rushed forward to capture these few people and kill the zombie. Zombies were indeed terrifying creatures, but numbers mattered. How many zombies were there? How many of them were there? Upon appearing, Hemlock immediately followed Kirsty's orders, picking up the Elden's son. Its hand was as big as a fan, making the Elden's son look like a small chick in its grip, skinny and undernourished. Kirsty said casually, "Make some space. I've got a hostage here." Despite the large crowd, no one dared to act rashly due to the hostage in her hands. They could only watch helplessly as Hemlock carried the chief's son to stand beside Kirsty. The chief's son kept spitting blood, having lost both nose and tongue, his bloody and messy state quite disgusting. Kirsty took a step forward, the crowd took a step back, vividly illustrating the concept of holding back for fear of collateral damage. Thus, Kirsty, with a blooded hostage and her companions, slowly moved forward. Surrounding them was a huge crowd, at least 100 or two, each holding weapons but none daring to advance. Watching this scene for long felt almost comical. Kirsty, still thinking about playing games, seemed like she was leisurely strolling through the village, wandering from place to place. Seemingly aimless, she was just taking a stroll. Oh, that looks like a cafeteria over there. Let's go check it out. We might find clues. The few people following Kirsty either trusted or doted on her deeply, so they had no choice but to accompany her in her strange detective game. Thus, the scene looked especially bizarre. More and more villagers gathered, but they didn't dare make any moves, just holding their weapons and following, moving wherever Kirsty went. Beside Kirsty walked a robust, tower-like zombie, carrying a small zombie with sharp teeth, looking more like a zombie king than Mitchell. By the time Kirsty had toured most of the village, the chief finally rushed over. He held a loudspeaker, shouting from afar, "Don't hurt my son. Everything else is negotiable." The chief looked around 50, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. Concerned about further harm to his precious son, he restrained himself even upon seeing his son without a nose and continuously bleeding, not daring to shout curses. "As long as you release my son, I will let you leave. Prolonging this situation will end badly for both sides." If his son died, Kirsty would lose her leverage. Then they could overwhelm them, ensuring these few would die. The chief planned well, negotiate first to save his son. He could pretend to let them go and chase them later. He wasn't planning on letting Kirsty go. Daring to harm his son, he would skin them alive and shred their flesh into dried jerky while they were still breathing. Especially Kirsty. A flash of viciousness crossed the chief's eyes, but before he could fantasize about countless tortures, he realized Kirsty wasn't paying him any attention. She continued strolling, appearing lazy like a cat basking in the sun. The chief could only follow behind, not daring to get too close, continually shouting into the loudspeaker, "Tell me your demand. Anything can be negotiated, I'm very sincere. I just want you to release my son. If something happens to my son, you'll have no leverage left to negotiate with me." Still, no one paid him any attention. He shouted for a very long time, his voice becoming hoarse, almost beginning to question life, when suddenly he heard Kirsty shout excitedly, "Found it." Kirsty jogged into that area of sheds, as joyfully as if she had just defeated the most powerful boss in a game, deciphered successfully. Before her appeared countless humans tethered inside pigpens. Chapter 47, There has never been a savior. There were at least 20 people in this shed alone, almost all males with only one or two older women. Everyone looked half dead, chained inside the shed like pigs awaiting slaughter. This village was well located. If travelers didn't want to sleep by the roadside, they could choose to stay here as it was the only option before reaching newer towns after a long journey. Before the apocalypse, multiple consecutive disappearances in one place would have immediately caught the police's attention, and the internet would have spread the news rapidly. But after the apocalypse, the spread of information became extremely difficult and primitive. If friends lived in different bases, they might even have to communicate by letter. Under such circumstances, people disappearing one after another didn't attract any attention. This medium-sized village silently consumed countless lives. After all, it was the apocalypse. There were too many things that could kill a person: zombies, diseases, malicious humans. For some time, no one discovered what this village was up to. TSK. Kirsty had seen many evil deeds, but witnessing this scene still made her realize that human malice can break through the bottom line when there are no rules or laws to bind it. Little black, little white. The two small skeletons silently appeared beside Kirsty. They quickly rushed forward, cutting every rope binding the humans. Kirsty was about to release holy light when Bruce stopped her. "Let me handle it." Countless black mists spread from his body, about to cover everyone, then suddenly rolled into a different color. Snow-white light integrated into everyone's bodies, reviving the group of half-dead people and making them look much better. Ho! Kirsty was surprised at first but then realized that the random holy light she cast on Bruce caused him to mutate during his awakening. He was originally supposed to possess purely dark powers, but at that moment, Kirsty's power fused into his body, causing his power to reverse. He could use darkness to kill and light to save. Although this power wasn't as strong as Kirsty's holy light, in the apocalypse, a recovery skill like this would be cherished in any base. Bruce lowered his head and whispered in Kirsty's ear, "It was you who gave me this choice." Bram. He really hated Bruce. However, Kirsty was enthusiastically asking, "How long can it last?" She noticed that Bruce's ability was more like an adrenaline rush than healing. It was very useful in critical moments, allowing people to surpass their limits. A final burst of energy. Not exactly, but it would help people endure longer in battle. For now, 30 minutes. Enough. Kirsty waved her hand, and numerous weapons flew out from the door to her dimension space, mostly blades. She stepped on a rock and shouted to everyone, "You now have the chance to resist. About half an hour. Do you want to live? Then pick up the weapons on the ground." The Elden sneered. How many captives were there? Combined from all pig sheds, perhaps only 30 to 40 people, while their village had over 1,000 residents. These people had been trapped for several days, witnessing fellow humans being killed daily, dragged away like pigs to become food for others. Fear, anger, hatred, helplessness, these emotions had been brewing for so long. Now with the opportunity to rebel, even the elderly picked up knives from the ground. She'd take down a couple even if she died. Dying in resistance was better than being slaughtered like a pig, right? As more people picked up weapons and freed others from other sheds, Kirsty laughed loudly. "Yes, just like that. Charge out now. Give my daughter back. I'll avenge my father. You're the beast. Worse than beast. I'll fight to the death." A group of people, resolved to die and fueled by hate, charged towards those outside. The Elden jumped in frustration. "Kill them. Do you need me?" Bruce started, but Bram grabbed him. "Don't interrupt ye, she's having fun." Kirsty paid no attention to the power struggle between these two men. She sat on number 2's shoulders and tossed Ayla out. "Go play, but don't infect anyone, they don't deserve it." None of the villagers qualified as zombies, nor could they be redeemed. They just needed to wait for cremation. Those who rushed out were already prepared to die. They wielded their weapons chaotically, only thinking of taking down as many as they could. When they were about to be injured, a vortex suddenly appeared beneath their feet, from which a zombie emerged, pouncing on their enemies and tearing them apart. For a moment, those people were stunned. After an instant of fear, they suddenly realized that these zombies seemed to be their helpers, which unexpectedly lifted their spirits. Indeed, before today, they had been very afraid of zombies because zombies eat humans. But after what they had experienced, they found that humans were far more terrifying than zombies. Zombies lost their reason and emotions due to the virus infection, becoming like living dead, driven only by instinct to devour humans. But what about the people before them? They had friendly faces but used words to deceive their own kind, then treated them like pigs or dogs, killing and eating them. Compared the two, weren't the latter more terrifying? At that moment, no one cared how the zombies appeared. They wildly swung their weapons, killing the enemies in front of them. Among these people, some watched their parents and relatives being killed and eaten right in front of them, some saw their daughters and wives dragged away and violated, while they themselves waited to be slaughtered. Their pain had never ceased, and now it all erupted. Kirsty stood high on number 2's shoulders and suddenly pulled out a bow from her dimensional space. The bow was beautiful, carved entirely of black crystal, with the string radiating a faint white light. Little Black. With one gesture, Little Black quickly removed one of its bones and handed it to Kirsty. Kirsty placed the bone on the string, drew it back fully, and let it fly. The Elden, who was trying to calm other villagers and urging them to kill everyone first, was pinned to the wall by an arrow. The bone given by Little Black wasn't sharpened, not sharp enough to be lethal, and Kirsty didn't aim for a vital spot. So the Elden did not die, he was only impaled through the shoulder and hung on the wall. Little Black trotted over, grunting, pulled its bone out, wiped the blood on the chief's clothes, and ran back to present it to Kirsty, who reattached it, indicating she no longer needed it. The Elden was sweating profusely from pain, sitting on the ground clutching his shoulder, not knowing how things had escalated to this point. Of course, who chose to kick a red-hot iron plate with full force? Charge. Kirsty urged number 2 forward, and the towering zombie immediately crashed into the crowd. Anyone who dared block its path was easily torn in half. The tall zombie approached the Elden and picked him up too, holding a punk hairstyle man in one hand and his father in the other. Are there any more captives alive in the village? The punk's father was in so much pain he couldn't speak, but when he turned and saw Kirsty stabbing his son with a knife, the Elden, there are still. Most of the remaining captives were women, and what they would encounter could be easily imagined. These poor women were locked up and abused, much like those kidnapped into mountain villages. Kirsty pointed to Ignatius, whose eyes were bloodshot, fiercely struggling and shouting for his daughter. Take a few people and bring those women back. Okay. He was trembling, both from excitement and adrenaline. Soon, a group of women was rescued as well. Clearly, they hated the people in this village just as much. Some held kitchen knives, others held hoes, striking at their enemies. For a moment, the entire village looked like hell, but only those who had endured suffering knew that these seemingly pitiful people were actually devils from hell. As they left the village, each of them was drenched in blood, looking disheveled, but their expressions were filled with excitement. After all, they had survived. As they left, the zombies were still in the village. Someone saw Kirsty command the tall zombie to throw the Elden and his son into the zombie crowd. Even some people lingered to watch, until Kirsty chased them away from the village. Where should we go? Perhaps because Kirsty had descended like a savior to save them, they all felt somewhat dependent on her. However, it seemed that Kirsty had no intention of taking on such a large group of dependents. When Sumio encouraged to ask, she sat on the zombie's shoulders and said in a very calm tone, "Do you know why I made you pick up weapons, fight back, and rush out yourselves?" The group shook their heads. Kirsty clearly had the ability to save them unharmed, but she did not do so. Because no one can save you except yourself. Don't rely on anyone, you must live your own life. She wasn't like those hypocrites in the Holy Hall, she wouldn't burden herself with so many lives. Chapter 48, just ahead lies Wind City. Oh, those hypocrites at the Holy Hall, they only bear others' lives with their words and then squeeze value out of them. Kirsty didn't want to be a gentleman or a hypocrite, she just wanted to live an easy life, happy in her own way. Rescuing someone while getting rid of annoying people had no impact on her, but she wouldn't carry the burden of these people's future lives. Obviously, those people knew this too. They couldn't help but rely on Kirsty, hence they appeared like a group of little chicks wanting to follow behind their mother hen. After being outright rejected, everyone came to their senses. The leading Ignatius bowed deeply to Kirsty and said, "No matter what, you are our benefactor. We will never forget everything we have experienced today. Thank you." The others also bowed, looking very grateful. Kirsty had no time to deal with them, waving them away hurriedly before turning back to face the villagers. There were no innocent people left in this village. Innocent people would have already left once they realized what was happening, or else they became victims. Those who remained were all beneficiaries of the violence, the only difference was whether they had participated directly. Devils and their accomplices deserved to go to hell together. After resolving everything, Kirsty felt somewhat melancholic. I've only stayed here for one day. Let's leave this place first. Zack desperately wanted a bath, he had endured it for a long time. Kirsty obviously thought the same way, so they patted their bottoms and quickly left. Throughout the entire process, Bruce never asked why Kirsty could release so many zombies and where they went after the incident. They left the village and continued forward. Kirsty still missed her strong number 2. At least as a mount, number 2 was very qualified. However, number 2 was too conspicuous, and Kirsty didn't want to encounter too much trouble, so she had to give it up reluctantly. Thus, on the journey, whenever Kirsty looked at Zack, her gaze was full of grievance. Sometimes she mumbled. With so many times of mumbling, Zack inevitably paid attention. Once he couldn't resist sneaking closer to listen and heard Kirsty whispering, "Zack, how short you are. Why can't you grow taller? You're so useless. Zack, am I not tall enough at over 6 feet?" At that moment, Zack felt a bit isolated. He looked at Kirsty sadly, then nudged her. "I don't think I'm short at 1.85 meters. Shut up, number 1, look at number 2. Kirsty crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks. "You are short, Zack." Suddenly realizing something, Kirsty patted him, crouched down. "Zack." Kirsty always had random ideas. He sighed helplessly and crouched down. Then Kirsty jumped onto his back and laughed mischievously. "Now I don't mind that you're short. Chard. Zack." Bruce had been walking beside them and, hearing this, suddenly moved closer. "If you don't want to carry her, you can hand her over to me." Zack quickly carried Kirsty away from Bruce, leaving Bruce speechless. He understood now. Zack also had feelings for Kirsty, so they should be considered rivals. Bruce smiled and slowly followed behind, not in a hurry as there was plenty of time ahead. Zack carried Kirsty, with Ava perched on her head, while Bruce and Norris followed behind. They quickly left the village far behind. The group kept moving forward. Kirsty's idea was to find a base and stay there to assess the environment. If it wasn't suitable, they would continue until finding somewhere satisfactory. If Norris's brother hadn't caused trouble, Kirsty actually liked Peach Survivor Base and had even considered staying longer. Unfortunately, they hadn't encountered any bases on this journey. After a long time, which was more than a week, they finally saw a base when Bruce managed to get a car, changing vehicles several times. Whoa! When Kirsty saw the base, she seemed happy. Hurry up. I want fruits and vegetables. You usually hate eating vegetables. Zach carried Kirsty and muttered under his breath. Kirsty was quite picky about food. She refused to eat bell peppers, carrots, or any vegetable with melon in its name, only eating a small amount of ordinary greens, and ate mostly instant foods. Today ramen, tomorrow spicy snail noodles, the next day self-heating hot pot. Why did you suddenly want to eat vegetables today? None of your business. Kirsty rolled her eyes. I'll eat whatever I want. Sometimes, Zach really felt like an old father, worrying about Kirsty all the time. You might be short because you're such a picky eater. Before Zach finished speaking, Kirsty exploded and started tapping his head. Ava also joined in with her tiny soft hands. Zach, you're asking for it. I'm already dead, right? Zach wasn't threatened at all, as zombies weren't really considered living anyway, and saying he had died once posed no problem. The two argued while quickly approaching the base. Kirsty had fixed up their disguises beforehand, including making a simple disguise for Ava, before leading her group there. The rules in the base were generally the same. If it was their first visit, they had to register upon entry, followed by quarantine, after which they could move freely. This base was obviously smaller than Peach Survivor base. Kirsty and company had all assumed fake names when registering. The staff instantly became more attentive upon learning that 3 of them were psychics. There are fewer psychics in our base, so if you're interested, you can sign up to join or even form a squad, the staff enthusiastically explained. Our base warmly welcomes psychics. If you have any intention of staying long-term, joining a squad would be a great choice. Kirsty held Ava, nearly dozing off from boredom. Got it. Can we rest now? Of course, you can. Perhaps due to having 3 psychics, the staff assigned them a relatively luxurious quarantine room and delivered some snacks and bottled water. Unfortunately, there were no fruits since fruits were too valuable to give away freely. Kirsty just wanted to get through the quarantine and find some fruit to eat. Therefore, she lay down as soon as they entered the room and threw Ava to Zach. Ava and Zach exchanged disapproving glances, each occupying a corner of the room. The night passed quickly. The next day, when they emerged from the room, the staff again emphasized their hope for them to stay permanently, showing how eager they were. In most small bases, the number of psychics was limited. After all, for psychics, bigger bases offered a brighter future. Those with strong abilities almost always chose large bases, leaving only less powerful ones or those with connections to stay in small bases. When Ryan discovered Chris in the Peach Survivor base, he was a bit surprised. Chris's strength was quite good, and even in a large survivor base, he would have done well, yet he chose to stay in such a small base. Thus, people like Kirsty's group would inevitably be courted by small bases. Kirsty had only lived in Peach Survivor base before, so she was curious about this new place. After walking around, she found it was smaller and less populated than Peach. So, she went straight to the main hall in the center of the base. The staff mentioned it was the place for assigning tasks and exchanging rewards. There was also a market nearby. Kirsty eagerly came to see if there were any fruits sold. She wandered with her companions but found no fruit vendors, not even in official stores. Disappointed, Kirsty asked the official responsible. The young lady smiled. Small bases like ours don't have the resources to cultivate fruits. Feeding everyone is already very challenging. Kirsty was shocked. She had always thought all bases cultivated fruits, but apparently not. Did Peach Survivor base's cultivation of fruits make it rare? Suddenly, she regretted destroying the entire Peach Survivor base. Due to the rush, Kirsty only took her garlic sprouts and ungerminated strawberry seeds without packing more fruits. Feeling thunderstruck, Kirsty murmured, if only I had made Chris the new leader of Peach Survivor base. Or maybe let the will take over. It didn't matter who as long as someone else was in charge. This way, she could still continue to eat fruits. The young lady in charge smiled beside her and gently said, if you want to eat fruits, you might consider continuing south. Not far to the south is Wind City, a large base that definitely cultivates fruits. Kirsty was taken aback. Wind City, not far to the south? What kind of coincidence is this? Chapter 49. Are you all engaged in domestic struggles? Kirsty never expected that by randomly choosing a direction, she would end up near Fengcheng. What kind of fate was this? She couldn't help but marvel. Alright, I'll take a look when I have time. Exiting the hall, Kirsty was contemplating finding a place to look for housing when suddenly 2 people came towards her group. They seemed to be targeting them, and as soon as they saw Kirsty, they rushed over. Kirsty was still wondering if these people knew her, as why else would they come straight to her? She considered her list of enemies and found that neither of the 2 before her were on it. She stopped walking and waited for them to approach. From a distance, the leader greeted her, Miss Xiedao. Indeed, Kirsty's fake name was not thought out very carefully. Changing pronunciation didn't do much. The man spoke rapidly, greeting warmly, I'm Aiden, the current head of this base. This man named Aiden was as enthusiastic as a street vendor, without any unnecessary talk, getting straight to the point. Are you all interested in living in our base long term? Kirsty immediately sensed the difference between larger and smaller bases. In medium-sized bases like Peach Survivor base, the heads never personally tried to recruit psychics. But such small bases would. Kirsty felt a pang of sympathy in an instant. We're not planning to leave yet, but we might not stay too long. Kirsty didn't make any promises because she didn't want to put the already pitiful director in a worse position. Ahmed was like a time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Aiden was already struggling, being a base leader while also having to personally recruit psychics. When the time bomb eventually went off, he'd be in even deeper trouble. Aiden looked a bit disappointed but quickly perked up. You haven't found accommodation yet, right? We happen to have a few vacant houses here. Would you like to check them out? Norris promptly asked, does your base have extra laboratories? We don't need top-notch ones, just ones with basic equipment. Aiden had reviewed their profiles beforehand. The staff knew 3 of the 4 were psychics, including 2 combat types. Kirsty had labeled herself as a healer. Upon receiving the notification, Aiden had immediately rushed over. 2 combat psychics were invaluable for a small base like his, and now there was even a healer. If these few people left for Feng Cheng, they probably wouldn't return. So he thought he should try to recruit them, just in case. People must have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference from being a dead fish? Unexpectedly, besides the 3 psychics, there was also a tech expert among them. Aiden's eyes lit up like little light bulbs. Even if the base didn't have a lab, he could build one for them. Yes, we definitely have that. If you need a lab, we can provide one. Actually, we have an idle small laboratory. Aiden then subtly hinted that if they stayed long-term, better facilities could be provided. Is there housing near the lab? We could live there. Kirsty hadn't conducted research for a long time and felt itchy to work again. Living near the lab would be more convenient. Aiden thought for a moment and nodded. Absolutely, there is. He really wanted to retain Kirsty and her companions. While leading them toward the lab, he hinted, although our base isn't large, it has many handsome men who are family-oriented. Kirsty, holding Ava. Do you know what you're saying? Aiden coughed awkwardly, realizing his words sounded like pimping, which wasn't good. But if this could retain an excellent psychic, saving face was worth it. If he only looked better, he might consider personally using charm to lure them in. This was a healer. Do you know how precious healers are in the post-apocalypse era? Even those with limited abilities would be fought over by different bases. If Kirsty stood up and shouted, I'm a healer and want to find a base to live in, not only would handsome men be offered as bait, but some unethical bases might even offer multiple choices of all kinds, just to keep her. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw the 2 good-looking guys with different styles standing next to Kirsty. He became a little worried that his previous remarks might have made him seem ridiculous. To make up for it, he quickly added, ha, I mean our base has quite a few handsome men. And look at these 2 who just arrived, they both look like very family-oriented people, and they'll probably be liked by many girls. Brecken and Ichabod remained silent. Aiden's laughter gradually turned dry as he began to realize something. These 2 guys might actually be into Kirsty. It was indeed unnecessary of him to say what he said. Following the principle that talking too much only leads to mistakes, Aiden shut his mouth instantly and led them quietly to check out the houses. There weren't many houses near the laboratory area, and the best one had already been occupied. However, Aiden said, if you like any of them, we can ask the current residents to move out, and I will arrange other housing for them. Not necessary, replied Kirsty. She wasn't the type who would deliberately cause trouble. Plus, she liked another house which had a small balcony. This one will do. How much is the monthly rent? Aiden immediately responded, stay as long as you want without any payment. Just consider it as making some new friends. Kirsty knew better than anyone that favors were the most expensive things in the world, so it was better if everything came with a clear price tag. Upon understanding her thoughts, Aiden felt a bit regretful but then offered, how about this? You can use the house and laboratory for free. All we ask is that you occasionally help lead supply search teams. Of course, this will not be frequent and depends on your availability. Though somewhat hesitant about accepting such terms, since it would feel awkward not to help after receiving their benefits, Kirsty appreciated Aiden's offer. However, he quickly clarified that they didn't need all 3 to participate each time. One combat psychic could suffice to ensure the team's safety. Ichabod happened to be idle and volunteered for the job, which Kirsty agreed upon. Afterward, Aiden sent over a considerable amount of daily necessities, showing how sincerely he wished to keep them there. When Xiaohei and Chauncey were let out to tidy up the room, Norris got excited and suggested, shall we go to the lab tonight? I can assist you. In a few days, replied Kirsty, lying lazily on the sofa. I plan to visit Feng Cheng. She was intrigued by this self-proclaimed largest survivor base in the post-apocalyptic world. Having lived in smaller bases, she wanted to compare them with larger ones. Hearing this, Ichabod asked, do you need me to accompany you? Brecken, who was nearby, chimed in insincerely, I can come along. No need for everyone to go. Ichabod smiled, I just thought it might be inconvenient for you, so I'd like to go instead. He had witnessed Kirsty's ability to control zombies and knew Brecken was being hunted. They had to change names every time they entered a new base, and Kirsty had explained the reason. This fact now acted as a sharp thorn piercing Brecken's heart. Brecken found it hard to refute Ichabod, given that he indeed was being hunted, and Feng Cheng was where his pursuers were based. Annoying. Ichabod was really difficult to handle. Winning his first battle against Brecken, Ichabod felt relieved and confidently asked, when shall we go? I'll get ready beforehand. I'll go alone, Kirsty stretched and said, you stay home. I won't be away for long, and bringing someone would only complicate things. Ichabod. His smile faded. Brecken, smiling. Adopting a mutual destruction strategy where neither gets what they want, Brecken slowly responded, it is indeed more convenient going alone. If anything happens, you can call Xiaohei and Chauncey. This works well, and I can tidy up some things at home while you explore Feng Cheng. He sounded so gentle and considerate, displaying great generosity and magnanimity. Ichabod couldn't help glancing at him, never expecting this man to be so shameless. He still needed to improve, especially in having a thicker skin. But Ichabod learned from this encounter and decided to take things slow. Kirsty didn't notice the dynamics between the two men were akin to palace intrigues. She was truly feeling quite exhausted, having walked for quite some time without anything novel to energize her. So when Xiaohei and Chauncey had finished tidying up the bedroom first, she went in to rest, leaving them outside to continue cleaning the living room and other areas. Following her into the blankets, Ava, yeah, it was the real winner. Only it could sleep in the same blanket with Kirsty. Those two men were far too weak. Chapter 50, You're Overthinking. Kirsty rarely got up early in the morning. Today, she woke up early and started disguising herself because Ryan and Valentina knew her, as well as those Chatterbox team members. Kirsty just wanted to go for a stroll in Fengcheng without stirring up any trouble, so it was best to keep a low profile. After completing her disguise, she didn't stand out as much. She transformed from a bright and cute beauty into an ordinary, unremarkable but still adorable person. Then she picked up Ava, making her instantly resemble a typical single mother even more. Kirsty stared at herself in the mirror for a while, satisfied with her disguise. Perfect. I'm going out. Zach followed behind, considerately saying, come back early. Kirsty left directly via a teleportation array, saving a lot of trouble. She wasn't quite sure about Fengcheng's exact location, so after leaving, she wandered off in that direction. Fengcheng and the base Kirsty was currently staying at were not far apart. Even walking leisurely without a vehicle, it would only take half a day, probably around 20 miles. When Kirsty arrived, it was already afternoon. From afar, she saw Fengcheng. It was indeed a large base that looked almost like a small city. But this city wasn't built before the apocalypse, it had been established gradually after the cataclysm. No wonder other survivor bases dared only call themselves bases. While Fengcheng could confidently refer to itself as a city, the scale was genuinely enormous. However, other procedures remained the same. She still needed to register first, then enter the city, with 1 day of quarantine required before officially entering Fengcheng. This time, Kirsty switched her claimed ability again. She said she was a spatial type ability user and demonstrated how to retrieve items from a different dimension, fooling everyone successfully. The staff member was quite enthusiastic. Your ability is very suitable for search and supply teams. Kirsty replied seriously, really? That's great because I have to support my child. If I can join such a team, life should be better. The female staff member felt a connection. In the post-apocalypse, being a single mother really is more difficult. She also warmly shared information about where things were cheaper and which areas were good for renting houses, details only residents of the base would know. After a night's quarantine, Kirsty finally entered Fengcheng. Her first task was to find a fruit vendor. A base as large as Fengcheng clearly wouldn't lack fruits if the higher-ups wanted them. However, the official exchange place for fruits, like in Xiangtao Survivor Base, only allowed exchanges for points. Private vendors, on the other hand, could barter with other items. After wandering through the market, Kirsty found a suitable stall. The owner was a young boy, likely around 18 or 19 years old, yawning lazily while managing his stall. His stall offered various fruits, strawberries, apricots, peaches, and even 2 large watermelons. Watermelons didn't exist in the world Kirsty came from, so she was curious and knelt down to examine them carefully, unsure whether they were fruit or vegetables. The boy, supporting his chin, mumbled sleepily, "These are all grown by me, from seeds I cultivated myself. They're sweeter than anywhere else, especially these watermelons. I cut one open last night, it was super sweet and juicy. I only grew a few, so you might miss out if you wait." Fengcheng Survivor Base was large enough to attract many powerful ability users. As their strength increased, so did their demands for better living conditions, leading to higher purchasing power for luxury items like fruits. If she brought some fruits to the smaller base where she lived now, they might remain unsold for days until they rotted, as most people there struggled just to get by. On her way here, Kirsty even saw various stores in Fengcheng, like restaurants and clothing shops, something absent in other bases. Fengcheng truly resembled a city. No wonder Ryan had been so arrogantly proud, and no wonder they dared issue a citywide warrant. Even though Xiangtao was so far away, most people hadn't taken the warrant seriously, yet they had still received it. Kirsty stroked her chin, gazing at the stall as if hesitating. The young boy kindly offered, "If you must choose one, I would most recommend watermelon. I won't cheat you, it's guaranteed that after buying from me once, you'll come back for more. Pack everything, how much do I owe?" Kirsty wasn't actually considering which one to choose but rather, whether she could take this person along with her. He knows how to grow fruits. Isn't he way more useful than Zach? Zach. The young boy had rarely seen such a generous customer, his eyes wide open in surprise. He quoted a number of supplies, but what Kirsty had on her was not enough. She immediately informed her junior members still wandering outside. Then, at the position of the red-worded female zombie, she opened a spatial portal and let them throw the supplies into the alternate dimension. Kirsty then opened another spatial portal from her side and took out the supplies. "Bob, you're a spatial ability user." He looked at Kirsty enviously. "With this, you can carry a lot of supplies back each time you go out, right? And it's so easy." "Yeah." After exchanging, Kirsty discovered that the boy had an honest personality. He cut a melon on the spot to show her the bright red flesh inside and its rich juice. "But can you help me transport these supplies back? It's quite hard for me to carry them all by myself." The boy scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Kirsty was already munching on a slice of watermelon, her eyes sparkling brightly, clearly conquered by the melon. After all, watermelons are perennial favorites among the public. Tasting watermelon for the first time, Kirsty instantly replaced grapes as her favorite fruit and happily devoured the watermelon. So, facing the boy who grew these melons, her attitude couldn't be any better. Sure thing. Kirsty followed the boy back to his home. He lived in a small bungalow with just one bedroom and one living room. However, he had built a small shed on the rooftop, turning it into his cultivation base. After entering the house, Kirsty handed him the supplies, and the boy poured her a glass of water before happily arranging the items. These supplies would last him for a long time. His ability lacked offensive power, making his supply gathering skills rather poor. Selling all his fruits without haggling made him exceptionally happy. After settling everything, the enthusiastic boy invited Kirsty to tour his planting ground. Climbing onto the roof, Kirsty found it filled with various fruits, 2 apricot trees, 2 peach trees, over a dozen strawberry pots, several watermelons, and some cherry tomatoes. Kirsty, it's Cammy, a plant-growing god. The young boy blushed under Kirsty's admiring gaze. My ability promotes plant growth, otherwise, I couldn't have grown so many things on the roof. However, his ability was limited to accelerating the growth rate of plants. For instance, watermelons matured within a week here. But he couldn't speed up large-scale plant growth, otherwise, he would hold a high status in the base. Imagine if his ability worked over large areas, broadcasting countless seeds and using his ability to yield vast amounts of crops like rice or wheat in a short time to feed many people. But, even with limited ability, he was a treasure to Kirsty. Holding a watermelon in one hand and Ava in the other, she looked at him like he was a divine plant master. She quickly discarded the watermelon rind and grabbed the boy. Do you want to come with me? Boy, I'll take care of you, for your entire life if necessary. You just need to grow fruits. Boy. His cheeks instantly flushed red like a cooked crab. Why you? I'm serious. Kirsty said gravely, even in Fengcheng, a large base like this, your life isn't much different. The demand for fruits is limited, and they spoil quickly. If you can't sell them, you'll have to eat them yourself, which means you might live from day to day. She patted his hand confidently. Come with me, and you'll live in a big house, eat whatever you want, have someone prepare your meals, and be absolutely safe. No one in this world can harm you without going through me. This statement carried a subtle ambiguity, and the boy's already flushed face turned even redder. Looking at Kirsty and then the curious Ava, he stuttered, unable to speak for a while. It took the boy a long time to stammer. Then wouldn't I be considered a kept man? He was a serious Grayson who had always supported himself with his own hands. How could he become a kept man just for better food and clothes? But Kirsty was quite cute. Ava was also quite cute. He wondered if being a stepfather would be okay in this day and age. After a while, looking at Kirsty and then the curious Ava, his cheeks still flushed, he mumbled hesitantly. Chapter 51, This Must Be Fate. Kirsty didn't understand what being a pretty boy meant. She put her hands on her hips, jumped onto the box, and looked down at the Grayson from her vantage point. Do you want to come with me? I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. It's your choice, I won't force you. Johnny was speechless. Let me think. On one side was his dignity and pride, and on the other side was his means of survival. It was really difficult to decide. Forget it, you don't have to answer me so quickly. I just arrived in Feng City and was planning to wander around. You can tell me your decision when you've made it. Kirsty hopped off the box and held Xiaohong in her arms again. She had already stored the fruits and such in her dimensional space and was ready to go out for a stroll. Johnny hurriedly said, You haven't been to Feng City before, right? Let me show you around. I've stayed here for a while, so I'm more familiar than you are. From one look, Kirsty could tell that he was wavering and now hesitating, so she nodded readily. Sure. Wait a moment while I change clothes. Johnny changed into cleaner and more suitable clothes for going out, then took Kirsty out. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fulton. My name is Kirsty. Fulton and Kirsty shook hands formally, then pulled Kirsty out. If you've never been to Feng City, you might find it a little hard to adapt at first. Feng City is really prosperous. There are night markets in the evenings. If you don't plan to leave soon, I can take you there tonight, Fulton said as they walked. The night market has things like barbecues and is very lively. Why don't you stay overnight and join in? The night market. Kirsty's eyes lit up instantly. Sure. She hadn't told the others at home when she'd return, so she wasn't in a hurry. She might as well enjoy herself thoroughly. Coming to Feng City wasn't something she did often. If she didn't indulge this time, she might not get another chance later. Fulton led Kirsty around casually first. Feng City was truly large, resembling a small city. The population was high, and its appearance seemed slightly better than that of other bases. In Feng City, you can find more job opportunities, earn more food, and thus have a higher chance of survival. That's why Feng City has many people and plenty of opportunities. So isn't everyone trying to come to Feng City? Kirsty asked while looking at the buildings around her. It's not like that. After all, large bases have their own advantages, as do smaller ones. A big base has a mix of people and all sorts. More opportunities mean more problems. Fulton seemed like he wanted to say something but ultimately didn't. He only sighed and continued, When you asked if I wanted to go with you, I was actually quite tempted. Had it not involved being a pretty boy, he might have immediately agreed. But there's no such thing as a free lunch or a dropped pie. So why didn't you agree right away? Kirsty was confused. I rarely invite anyone actively. Usually, they stick to me and refuse to leave. Good grief, Fulton thought. There's actually competition for the role of a pretty boy? But he could understand it. After all, it was the end of the world. For most people, survival mattered more than dignity. And to be a pretty boy, you need good looks. It's a skill too. Not embarrassing at all. I prefer falling in love freely, Fulton mumbled, staring at his feet. Kirsty, I won't interfere with your free romance. Fulton, goodness, so she was only interested in his body. Fulton's mind became even more chaotic and conflicted. Kirsty continued, you just need to grow fruit. You can do whatever else you want. I'll protect you. She stood on tiptoe and patted Fulton's head firmly. Of course, she would protect Fulton. He was her precious one, her peach, apricot, watermelon, strawberry. Anyone who dared to touch Fulton was asking for death. Fulton. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Fulton finally understood that Kirsty might not be interested in his body but in his abilities. Fulton wiped his face suddenly, feeling incredibly embarrassed, especially since after assuming so much, discovering the truth made his toes curl into a fairy castle of awkwardness. So, you meant this? What else? What did you think I meant? Kirsty asked curiously. No. Fulton corrected himself rapidly. Are you in a small base now? Yes, it's not far from Feng City. Kirsty mentioned the name of the new base and then said, the base is a bit small, but it has everything, and relatively more freedom. You won't be shortchanged in terms of food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. Kirsty was really sincere about luring someone skilled in growing fruits back. Come with me. And since it's so close, you can always quit and come back anytime. Fulton wanted to nod immediately but hesitated, fearing his previous self-absorbed thoughts might be exposed, so he said decisively, let me think about it a little more. I'll definitely give you an answer before you leave. All right. Kirsty didn't pry further, continuing her stroll. Feng City had many shops. She casually picked one for a bowl of noodles, which tasted just okay, not as good as what Xiaohei and Chauncey made. After Kirsty commented on it, Fulton suggested, why don't you go out again in the evening? There are more interesting things at the night market. Okay. As Kirsty walked a few steps, she saw two familiar figures passing by. Her hearing being sharper than average, she could clearly hear their low voices. Brecken must have run away, probably realizing we already figured out his identity. He fled during the chaos when Tobias had issues, Ryan said, still a bit angry. And that woman? Valentina remarked nearby. We searched for a long time but couldn't find them. But, she paused with a hint of worry, everything changed too quickly. I'm very concerned. Ryan put his arm around her. I'm here, don't be afraid. Just passing by, Kirsty thought. What a coincidence, these two seemed to have just returned as well. It sounded like shortly after Kirsty and company left the Tobias survivor base, Ryan and his group went there. Kirsty's team had just arrived near Feng City when they returned. But given their slow pace, it was normal for them to return one after another. Yet bumping into each other like this was quite a coincidence. Kirsty looked at Ryan, feeling a sudden itch to hit him. Maybe because she had struck Ryan last time, which felt pretty good, making her want to do it again. Never mind, Kirsty muttered softly. She wasn't worried about being discovered but didn't want to miss out on the night market and barbecues just to beat up Ryan. So Kirsty pulled Fulton in another direction. They brushed shoulders, and Valentina instinctively glanced at Kirsty. She usually had sharp instincts. Earlier when she noticed Brecken looking familiar, now she still felt something drawing her attention despite Kirsty changing her appearance and carrying Xiaohong, with Fulton beside her. Something about Kirsty seemed to attract her gaze irresistibly. Valentina paused for 2 seconds while Ryan kept walking, pulling her along unsteadily. He stopped quickly, turning to look at her. What's wrong? Valentina watched Kirsty's retreating figure, wondering how to describe it. They looked like a family of 3, young parents with a child. But she couldn't control her urge to look at Kirsty. It's nothing, Valentina frowned. I just feel, forget it, maybe I misread the situation. Their hesitation allowed Kirsty to walk far enough, and Valentina suppressed her unease, dragging Ryan. Let's head back. Your brother is waiting for your report, and we need to discuss our next move. Valentina was extremely worried about Brecken, growing rapidly undercover. As a zombie king, once he reaches full power, humans might have no way to fight back. When that happens, Valentina's concerns grew deeper. Lately, she often dreamed about the last human base being surrounded by countless zombies led by Brecken. Standing on the city wall, she saw a vast black sea below, while the last human sanctuary was about to vanish. This nightmare haunted Valentina almost daily since her rebirth. Recently, Feng City's development and her foresight helped recruit strong psychics, easing her worries somewhat, and stopping those dreams. But not long ago, she encountered Brecken again, and there were new variables that did not exist in her previous life. Perhaps, humanity's nightmare would once again. Kirsty had no idea what Valentina was thinking. She simply followed Fulton, bought a few things, and then returned to Fulton's residence. After returning, she called out Xiaohei and Chauncey, giving Fulton quite a fright. Don't be scared, these are our family chef. Kirsty comforted Fulton and asked Xiaohei and Chauncey to prepare a meal. After Fulton finished eating, I'll go with you. Chapter 52. Finally, Fulton understood why Kirsty had criticized that noodle shop. Because the meals cooked by Charlie and Chauncey were indeed very delicious. After all, they had been practicing for several hundred years and were practically gods in household chores. Please take me with you. Fulton said devoutly, I am willing to go with you. Kirsty. She should have called out Charlie and Chauncey earlier. That was a miscalculation. If we are leaving, let's discuss it tomorrow. No rush. At night, Charlie and Chauncey can clear away all the fruits on your roof. When we get there, I will find a bigger place for you, so you can plant some grapes then. I really like grapes. Although Kirsty loved watermelons more now, she treated them equally since one was her new love while the other was an old favorite. One day when she gets tired of eating watermelons, she might think of how good grapes are again. No problem. Fulton watched as Charlie and Chauncey quickly packed up his home, and couldn't help but marvel, is this your ability? It's really useful. Wait, isn't your ability supposed to be related to that space? Just consider it my ability. Kirsty stretched and then said, your ability is also pretty cool. I really like it. Fulton. You just like fruits. Johnny sighed helplessly, I wish my ability was combat-based. Then, no matter what happens, at least I wouldn't. At least I wouldn't be completely defenseless. Kirsty patted him on the shoulder, no matter what happened before, as long as you stay by my side, I will protect you every day. Even if, Kirsty didn't know many people, so she simply used someone she knew as an example. Even if Ryan wants to bully you, he must ask whether I agree first. Fulton just smiled faintly without taking it seriously. After all, that was Ryan, the brother of Fengcheng's leader. Night soon fell, and Kirsty left Charlie and Chauncey at home to pack Fulton's belongings. Then she held Xiaohong in her arms and walked out with Fulton. The night Fengcheng looked much busier than other bases. Places like Xiangtao were almost pitch black at night except for laboratories or important areas. Due to the limited power generation capacity, electricity must be prioritized for important departments. Ordinary people either lit candles or went to sleep directly at night after working hard all day, having no time to stroll around. Fengcheng was different. There were actually night markets here, where you could see stalls selling snacks and various oddities. Fulton mentioned that there was a barbecue stand in the night market that tasted very good, popular among powerful ability users in the base. The stall owner was also an ability user, similar to Ryan, whose ability controlled fire. He set up the stall purely out of interest, so the prices were not high, only slightly more expensive than the raw materials, yet it was quite popular. Kirsty was very excited. Though she hadn't eaten barbecue before, she was very interested in food in this world. Previously, she tried many things and found them all quite delightful, from those instant foods and hot pots to all kinds of fruits, which greatly pleased her taste buds. Thus, she was eagerly looking forward to barbecue, which Fulton praised highly. When they arrived at their destination, there were already many people at the barbecue stand. The stall owner appeared to be in his mid-20s, wearing a hat that resembled a fisherman's cap. Next to him was a small rack filled with various ingredients, clearly priced. You could trade items for food using grain-like items or anything else you thought was interesting, as long as the boss deemed the value equal. Kirsty held Xiaohong and looked at the rack, which was full of vegetables and meat skewers, along with various kinds of meatballs. Never having tasted them, she nudged Fulton. Which ones are the best? Do you have any recommendations? Fulton had only been there once or twice and was somewhat perplexed. Everyone has different preferences. I don't know what you might like. The young owner, who was sitting there grilling, smiled upon hearing Kirsty's words and said generously, first time here? Try the palm treasure. Cabbage is also pretty good. Girls usually like it. I'll give you 2 chicken wing tips for free, which I really enjoy. Boss, Kirsty picked some randomly on a plate and curiously asked while handing it to the boss, I saw it written on the board that anything you find interesting has value. What exactly do you consider interesting, or rather, what do you like? The young boss, who loved making friends, would set up his stall every now and then. He was very sociable, even as one hand was enveloped in flames for grilling, the other hand had already begun scratching his chin in thought. You've stumped me. Kirsty took out a game console with her left hand and a comic book with her right hand. She also placed 2 gemstones and a watermelon she bought that day on the counter. She said like a river god, do you like this game console more, or the comic? Or do you find value in these gems, or perhaps you prefer the watermelon? The young boss. He smelled the vibe of an otaku. Just as the young boss was about to speak, several people walked by and handed him their chosen items on plates. Instinctively, he accepted the plates but then forgot what he was about to say. Scratching his head, he replied, they're all okay, I like them all. While saying this, he quietly pocketed the game console and, upon checking its model, became emotional. This is the one. I looked for it for so long in the city before. It seemed out of stock. Ah. The young boss quickly added a few more skewers to Kirsty's plate. Let's chat later. These are freebies from me. If you enjoy them, come often. Okay. Kirsty put away the remaining items and prepared to find a table to sit down when someone bumped into her. She dodged like a light butterfly, spinning aside. The person had bumped intentionally and lost control, crashing into the corner of a table. Getting hit by the edge of a table can be quite painful. He yelped in pain, clutching his kidney area, cursing loudly. Why did you bump into me? He falsely accused. Are you blind or something? Kirsty turned around to size him up. He was with a couple of friends, 3 in total, all looking muscular. Their physique suggested they were people with some background, especially considering the post-apocalyptic world. Are you calling yourself blind? Kirsty gestured between them. Or did my air wall knock you? Before he could reply, a youth standing on his left side stopped him. The youth stepped forward, speaking sarcastically. Fulton, how could I see you here? Are you now cozying up to a wealthy woman? I remember you once said self-respect was more important than anything. Is it not important now? Only then did Kirsty realize this group might be targeting Fulton. Fulton hadn't spoken from the start. His youthful face bulged with veins as he stared at the youth, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably, filled with barely contained hatred. Kirsty looked at Fulton, then the youth, confirming there was indeed enmity between them. The youth continued taunting, "It hasn't been long since you started cozying up to rich women. If your sister had been as clever as you, she wouldn't have." Before he finished, Fulton punched him in the face. "You're not worthy of mentioning my sister." The Ignatius who initially tried to frame Kirsty immediately kicked Fulton. He was quick, faster than Fulton, possibly an ability user, but not faster than Kirsty. Despite being slower by a step, Kirsty's kick reached his stomach first, sending him flying several meters away, crashing into and flipping over a table. Kirsty pulled back her foot and said leisurely, after much thought, "I felt I couldn't let you curse me for free. Since you insisted on framing me, let's make it official." She finished with a cute smile. "Now I've used my foot to collide with you, you can come and reason with me." Kirsty stepped forward, pulling Fulton behind her. Though small in stature, she stood firm like a mountain, separating Fulton from the youth. The youth's eyes darkened, whispering, "Would you oppose me for Fulton's sake? You look unfamiliar. Are you new to Fengcheng? Today I want to tell you something. In Fengcheng, Zhao family members shouldn't be provoked. If you understand, leaving now might still save you." Before he finished, Kirsty punched him in the face, hard and fast, sending him flying and knocking the Ignatius back to the ground. "The Zhao family can't be provoked." Kirsty mumbled to herself, "I've fought Ryan before. Are you Adrian?" Adrian was the top person in Fengcheng, surely not this week, right? Fulton was stunned with fear, his face was pale, and he urgently said, "He is a distant cousin of Adrian. If you hit him, there will be a lot of trouble. You shouldn't do this because..." "Didn't I say?" Kirsty looked up at Fulton, her face expressionless but somehow reassuring, "I'll protect you from now on." Chapter 53, I will give you my soul. Yes, it gave a great sense of security. Even though she was small, as long as she stood there, you would feel that all the troubles and difficulties before your eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. Fulton's mind was filled with thoughts of his former helplessness. Now, looking at Kirsty's small back figure, he felt something inside his chest and abdomen continuously swelling and surging. You don't have to. For a moment, he was almost incoherent, unsure of what to say. But Fulton knew very well that this was Wind City, and the person before him was a member of the Zhao family, a relative of Adrian. If Kirsty offended this person, she might end up like his sister. He had already lost his sister, he couldn't lose anyone else who was kind to him. Therefore, after calming down, Fulton firmly said, "Actually, there is no relationship between us. The matters we previously discussed haven't been finalized yet, so it doesn't count as breaking a deal. Consider my previous agreement void." Didn't you already agree before?" Kirsty's pupils dilated, clearly unwilling to believe that someone she had barely persuaded would suddenly change their mind. "How could this be?" Kirsty complained. "How can you go back on your word? Clearly, you agreed to leave with me. Why are you changing your mind now? You've destroyed trust between people." Fulton was still thinking about how to extricate Kirsty from this situation. After all, she had already hit someone. It might be hard to get her completely out of trouble. Then he was scolded. After being criticized, he heard Kirsty say in a cold voice, "I never took them seriously. Aren't you still feeling hate? If so, why not try retaliating? I am willing to be your support, your spear. All you need to do is trust me and let loose." Fulton didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He felt his chest warming slightly, anger, hatred, and excitement swirling inside, ready to burst out. You must understand one thing, I'm not foolish and don't want to die needlessly. If I dared say these words, it means I can take you away. Just be aware that you might be pursued by Wind City afterward. If you still want to live a peaceful life." Before Kirsty finished her last sentence, Fulton's eyes suddenly widened. He hated the man before him with every fiber of his being, wishing daily and nightly to flay his skin, break his bones, and drink his blood. But he couldn't. He couldn't even approach him, only watching his enemy from afar, repeatedly imagining scenes of murder in his heart. If such an opportunity truly presented itself, so what if he would be pursued? Even if killing this person meant dying here, he would have no regrets. Sister had told him countless times to live well, but, if living meant tolerating the man who killed her for the rest of his life, he'd rather die, exchanging his own death for revenge. "Can you really leave?" Fulton gritted his teeth. "Of course." Kirsty patted his shoulder. "I can help you stop everyone and give you the power to avenge yourself. Fulton, do whatever you want, don't be afraid." Fulton felt a strange force come from where Kirsty patted him, dark and chilling, but he didn't care. Yes, everyone admired the light force, but the light force hadn't avenged him. When he cried over his sister's death, despairing, finding life unbearable, the light force didn't execute justice. As long as it could avenge his sister, he was willing to go to hell. He didn't care what kind of force supported his revenge, even if Kirsty were a devil, he was willing to offer his soul to her at this moment. When Adrian's cousin, who had traveled from afar, was beaten, the crowd fell into silence. This was Wind City, Adrian's territory. Who dared to strike Adrian's cousin? Johnny before them, judging by his abilities alone, was actually just low-ranking. His rampant behavior in Wind City was solely because he was Adrian's cousin. Honestly, if it weren't for fear of provoking the Zhao family, there would probably have been cheers when he got hit. This Grayson, relying on being Adrian's cousin, had done many despicable things. Raping others' wives and daughters, taking whatever he wanted without paying, and reportedly ruining a family because a shop owner refused to sell him a storefront. Beating people he disliked was a common occurrence. In Wind City, there were countless people who despised him. Seeing him get hit, many people even secretly took out their phones to take photos and videos, clearly preparing to share the joy with their friends. Therefore, apart from a few who wanted to curry favor with this Grayson and thus rushed to pledge loyalty, no one came over at all. His only remaining lackey did move quickly, but Kirsty was even faster. She slapped the ground, and in the deep night, the black mist that rose up was not conspicuous at all. Thus, when the mist rose from the ground and intertwined into human forms, many people didn't even realize what was happening. Charred. These puppets made of black mist had no soul and would dissipate quickly, but it didn't matter. Kirsty hadn't intended to use them for long. She controlled her minions to block everyone trying to pounce, and also picked up the fat Ignatius from the ground, tossing him into the pile of black mist. Only the youth who claimed to be Adrian's cousin remained dazedly sitting on the ground, momentarily unaware of what was happening. Even when Fulton shakily held a short blade formed by the Black Force crystal and approached him, he still didn't react, still mocking Fulton. Your sister has been tasted by so many people, so technically they should all be your brothers-in-law, right? Instead of being a gigolo for rich women, why don't you ask those brothers-in-law if they want to buy your ass? Ordinarily, Fulton would have been very angry, an anger stemming from powerlessness, from being unable to take revenge, from only being able to watch his enemy act arrogantly, leading to unbearable pain. But now, he was very calm, feeling no anger at all, only growing more determined to kill as he thought of his sister. Fulton had never killed anyone. Even after the end times arrived, when many people broke their previous limits and did things they never would have before, Fulton still lived cautiously and lawfully. So when his sister passed away, he was very distressed. He hadn't harmed anyone or done anything bad, so why did such a tragedy befall him and his sister? He repeatedly questioned himself, wondering if he had done something wrong, finding no answer, and in this endless thinking and suffering, he nearly lost himself. But in the end, when he met Kirsty, he remained sincere, unwilling to deceive others, steadfast in his beliefs. Was he afraid to do such things? No. Holding the knife, Fulton thought calmly, he was just clear about what he should and shouldn't do. For example, right now, he needed to kill. As Fulton advanced step by step, and the youth gradually realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. He tried to get up from the ground, failed, then tried to crawl backward, his eyes filled with fear. What are you doing? I warn you, I am. You are Adrian's cousin. Fulton completed his sentence and asked, then do you know who I am? The youth's mind was temporarily muddled as he struggled to think about what background Fulton might have. Then he heard Fulton coldly say, I am Mariana's brother. His sister did nothing wrong. Neither did he. There was no need to find fault with them. The fault lay with this beast. Never before had Fulton felt this clarity. His eyes reflected the flames of the barbecue, but those flames seemed to be erupting from his heart, ready to burn everything. Beasts belong in cages. If they're let out, they must be prepared to be beaten to death after biting someone. Fulton gritted his teeth and stabbed fiercely at the youth. One stab, another, and another. He cut off the instrument of that man's evil deeds. Stabbing through his chest and abdomen, he turned the youth's already unimpressive physique into a mess. Fulton's hatred did not diminish in the slightest. He kept stabbing relentlessly. At first, the youth shouted about who he was, threatening Fulton not to act. Later, seeing Fulton's calm yet frenzied attacks, incredibly strong, and the sharpness of the short blade, he panicked as soon as he was stabbed for the first time. He began to wail and beg for mercy, willing to discard all dignity to live. Fulton only said one thing. My sister once begged you not to do it, but what did you do? When he stood up covered in blood like a demon, his previously youthful and slightly naive face became cold and sharp, completely different from before. Kirsty controlled those black shadows, throwing back anyone who lunged at them. Ayla crouched in her arms, wriggling as if seeking a target to devour. Ryan and Valentina had just finished reporting to Adrian and were about to come over for dinner when they saw this scene. The young girl looked at the blood-soaked Fulton and burst into laughter, saying, you can still do whatever you want. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 54, Devil's Believer. Kirsty always had an extremely unique aura about her. Like this moment, her actions were wildly should be wild and frenzied, but her gaze remained incredibly calm, with a hint of faint pleasure in that calmness. It seemed as if she genuinely derived joy from the scene before her. This distinctive presence almost made Valentina instantly associate it with Kirsty when she saw it, even though they had only met once before. The impression was profound enough to cause a bit of PTSD, making it hard to forget. But how could it be Kirsty? She should have been avoiding Feng City. Even if she were confident, she likely wouldn't think she could take on an entire city by herself, right? Valentina found it hard to believe, but the slightly unfamiliar girl in front of her looked too much like Kirsty. Many people might look alike, but such a unique aura was rare. Besides, Brecken had also been disguised back then, which is why they didn't recognize him during their first meeting. Valentina's mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't help turning to look at her boyfriend, hoping to get confirmation or denial from him. She saw Ryan staring at Kirsty with a look of PTSD, clearly feeling the same way. If one person's feeling could be a mistake, two people having the same feeling left little room for error. Go call for help, Ryan whispered. I suspect that woman is Kirsty. Better to catch the wrong person than to let her go. Valentina nodded. They weren't the only ones here tonight. Adrian should be nearby since they had planned to come together for a barbecue, as a family gathering. However, because Adrian had other matters to attend to, he arrived later and asked them to start without him. He should be close by now. Stone, help stop those two. Ryan shouted. That woman is Foam City's top priority wanted criminal. The owner, still tending to the meat, exclaimed in surprise, her? Logic told him that if Kirsty were wanted, she must have done something significant, especially being the top priority. But instinct told him that Kirsty didn't look like a bad person. Thus, the owner hesitated for a moment and did not act immediately. Just as he hesitated, a pale hand reached out from in front of him and took the freshly grilled skewer off his plate. Kirsty appeared completely unfazed, as if she wasn't concerned about her own safety, knowing very well that this was Foam City, Ryan's stronghold. You're called Stone? What an interesting name. Kirsty munched on the skewer and remarked, wow, delicious. I'll definitely visit again if I get the chance, Tilda. Her calm demeanor suggested that it wasn't her who was in someone else's territory, but rather Ryan and company who were in hers. Ryan remembered how Kirsty had beaten him last time and thus approached cautiously, slowly getting people to surround her. Kirsty ignored him entirely, only looking at Fulton and asking, is there anything else you want to do? If so, let's finish it all at once. After avenging himself, Fulton felt relieved and even enlightened. To him, Kirsty was like a deity. Upon hearing Kirsty's question, Fulton replied, well, I do have one more thing I want to do, but does it matter if it takes some time? Not at all. Kirsty said arrogantly, do what you need to do. All right. Fulton turned to Ryan and declared loudly, countless lives were ruined by Giacomo under your watch. You may not care about ordinary people, but someday, they will rise up against you, just like me today. Foam City? It's nothing special. Feeling utterly relieved after voicing his thoughts, he turned to ask Kirsty, how do we leave next? No rush. Kirsty glanced toward a youth approaching slowly from not far away. He bore a 5-part resemblance to Ryan. Although they shared similar facial features, his aura made him appear significantly more handsome. This must be Ryan's older brother and current head of Foam City, Adrian. Kirsty hadn't left immediately because she wanted to see Adrian and understand what kind of person led the largest human survivor base. Mostly, she wondered if Ryan's apparent lack of acumen was matched by his brother. If Adrian was no better, Kirsty would truly feel that humanity had no future. Fortunately, Adrian looked much more reliable than his younger brother, embodying the demeanor of someone in power. Kirsty took a bite of the meat from the skewer and slowly wiped her mouth before addressing Adrian, who was approaching. Foam City? Not that impressive. Fulton. Are you copying my lines? With a gesture, the black shadows attacking others suddenly melted away, converging in front of her to form a massive door. Let's go, Fulton. Yeah, Fulton glanced up at the giant door and hurriedly followed his new boss out, while Ryan tried to intervene but was stopped by his brother. You can't stop her, Adrian said quietly. If we had been fully prepared, there might have been a chance. But she had come too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. Ryan fumed, but she killed Giacomo. Adrian remained silent, but his attitude was clear. Ryan deflated slightly, muttering under his breath, she sure has some guts, coming into Foam City alone. Oh wait, not alone, with a tag-along. Isn't she underestimating Foam City too much? Adrian said nothing for a moment before instructing, carry the body away. Clean up here so it doesn't affect business. As Fulton stepped through the door, he found himself outside the city walls, bewildered by what exactly Kirsty's ability was. However, it was her secret, and he didn't feel right asking, especially since she had been his benefactor. Just as he was about to marvel at how useful her power seemed, he suddenly remembered something important. My fruit is still inside. And the food you gave me earlier, and your too. Kirsty crouched down and drew a teleportation array. Charlie and Chauncey immediately appeared, carrying a large pile of things. Fulton closed his mouth in silence. Kirsty could have used the array to leave but chose a cooler exit instead. Let's go, Kirsty said solemnly. It looks like I won't be able to visit Foam City again anytime soon. She casually wiped her face, removing her disguise, then turned to Fulton. Now you're on my ship. You can't get off. If you ever want to run. Oh, Fulton calmly replied, from the moment you avenged me, my life belonged to you. So you don't need to worry, I wouldn't possibly. He noticed Xiaohong lifting her head, probably aware that this was Kirsty's new follower, giving him a friendly grin, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Fulton. Damn. What? What is that? Isn't that your daughter? She's my baby, but Xiaohong is a zombie. Fulton. So he really had boarded the pirate ship. But Fulton wasn't planning on getting off. Before, he might have cared about humans and zombies, but after his sister's death, only Kirsty would help him. He no longer cared about anything else. Kirsty's camp was now his camp, her goals were his goals. The two walked slowly forward. Fulton's thoughts were complex, he was mentally preparing to live with a bunch of zombies. Johnny reverted to the air he had when first meeting Kirsty, saying as they walked, actually, Giacomo was my sister's boyfriend. Before the apocalypse. But even back then, that man was unfaithful. While dating Fulton's sister, he cheated with other girls. When his sister found out, she broke up with him angrily. He came pleading and apologizing, even kneeling, but was rejected. After the apocalypse, Fulton and his sister lived in other bases but found them too chaotic, often run by dictatorships. They decided to come to Foam City, never imagining it would send them to hell. Giacomo happened to seek refuge with Adrian, living luxuriously in Foam City. Seeing Fulton's sister reminded him of his failed reconciliation attempt. That despicable, disgusting, bottomless beast gathered people to do unspeakable things to Fulton's sister. She suffered internal injuries during her resistance and was further abused, eventually dying due to lack of timely medical care. Fulton was right there next to her. He had been beaten into unconsciousness. When he woke up, he saw his sister being violated by a group of people. His sister said, "Live on well." He did live on, but it was in a nightmare from which he could not escape, day or night. Perhaps for you, it was just a simple act of helping me, but for me. Fulton looked up at the sky, his voice still hoarse. I have finally found my release. Chapter 55, You Won't Regret It. Fulton had been living in a nightmare, trapped in hell, whenever he couldn't take revenge. After all, the person who killed his sister was still alive and well, even parading around openly, occasionally coming over to torment him. Now that person was finally dead. He could truly live as his sister had wished, stepping into a new life. And when occasionally mourning for his sister, he wouldn't feel as desperate, anguished, or broken. His life finally got a fresh start, instead of being forever stuck on that day, that second, wandering endlessly in the nightmare. So Fulton was extremely grateful to Kirsty. If it weren't for Kirsty, he might not have found the opportunity to seek revenge for many years, or even possibly never. Learn to grow grapes well. Kirsty patted his shoulder, and other fruits, you can try growing the ones you think taste better. If you succeed, recommend them to me. Oh, by the way, where is your sister's body? Can you still find it? Fulton didn't know why Kirsty asked this, but out of trust in Kirsty, he answered, I buried her. He still remembered that night when Giacomo discovered his sister was dead, cursing and kicking the corpse away, rolling her delicate body across the ground, covered in dust. He crawled there crying, sobbing for a long time until those murderers left. Only then did he go up and hold his sister's body. Fulton cleaned off the dirt from his sister's body, dressed her decently, and carried her body under the starlit sky, leaving Feng City. He wanted to bury his sister far away from that beast, so he carried her for several days, hiding from zombies along the way. As his sister's body began to emit an odor, he had no choice but to find a deep pit nearby, bury her, and leave a mark. Fulton returned to Feng City because he was still thinking of seeking revenge and finding opportunities. He had to sneak out of the city every so often to visit his sister, so he knew the route well. Take me there, Kirsty said. Fulton was even more puzzled, having no idea why Kirsty wanted to see his sister's body. Kirsty only pressed down on his head gently, you'll know when we get there. I believe you won't regret taking me. Fulton had some guesses but dared not imagine. He could only cover his thumping heart and lead Kirsty to his sister's grave. Driving naturally made them faster, and they arrived at the destination within half a day. Fulton stopped the car and carefully nudged Kirsty, who was dozing beside him. Kirsty opened her eyes drowsily. Are we here? We're here. Fulton's eyes still held a hint of sorrow as he got out of the car and led Kirsty forward, quickly finding his sister's grave. He had just visited not long ago, placing a small bouquet of flowers in front of the mound. Kirsty instantly summoned Charlie and Chauncey, dig it up. Fulton. He was incredibly nervous, gripping Kirsty's arm tightly. But my sister's bones must have rotted quite a bit after so long. You should dig too. Kirsty pushed him over and handed him a shovel. Holding the shovel, Fulton felt like crying, but he believed Kirsty wouldn't harm him. Besides, his sister had already passed away. What could be worse than this? Following Charlie and Chauncey, Fulton worked hard to exhume his sister. They moved swiftly, digging much faster than Fulton. Soon, his sister's remains were unearthed. There was no coffin when she was buried, and since it had been over a month, the stench of decay began to seep out before they were fully dug in. The body had rotted into an unrecognizable mass, completely losing its previous graceful appearance. The putrid smell invaded everyone's nostrils. However, Charlie and Chauncey, lacking noses, continued their work without pause. They lifted the body from the soil, laid it aside, and started cleaning with practiced ease. Fulton was stunned, watching helplessly as Charlie and Chauncey removed all the decaying flesh, revealing white bones. He dared not move, kneeling on the side, waiting anxiously. The organs are the first parts to decay inside a body, causing gas formation and leading to bloating. If the external skin and flesh were already rotten, it indicated that the internal organs had long decomposed. If the outer layer of flesh had already rotted, it meant the internal organs had already decayed long ago. The corpse seemed like an empty shell, quickly cleaned out by Charlie and Chauncey. They tidied up the remains, piecing together broken bones and cleaning off dirt from the surface with water, until they formed a complete human skeleton. After completing this task, Charlie and Chauncey patted their hands and moved to the sides. Kirsty walked over, squatting beside the bones. She dripped her blood on the skeleton, sensing through it as she cast an array. Inside this set of bones, only fragments of the soul remained. It was unknown if the whole soul could return. Necromancers seek newly buried or even freshly dead people for their materials because after humans die, the soul can remain in the body for at most 7 days. After 7 days, the soul gradually dissipates, but dissipation does not mean disappearance. With deep enough attachment, a soul can be recalled into the body through arrays. However, since not everyone can achieve this, necromancers don't usually waste time or energy trying. Kirsty placed her blood-stained fingers on the white skull. As a great mage, she differed from ordinary necromancers who needed long incantations to ensure success. Kirsty required only her own blood as a medium, and sometimes she didn't even bother with the array when feeling lazy. As white light gradually gathered under Kirsty's palm, she knew that this poor girl, having endured such pain and lost her life, had deep attachments. This might have been due to a will to live or a reluctance to leave her brother. Whatever it was, her soul slowly gathered back into the body. You should wake up now. Someone is waiting for you. At the sound of Kirsty's words, two small flames lit up in the eye sockets of the skull. Mariana obviously hadn't expected to come back to life, even in this form. Her jawbones clicked slightly, opening and closing as if she wanted to say something but no sound came out. Fulton was dumbfounded. Though he vaguely guessed Kirsty might do something after seeing his sister's body, especially after witnessing Charlie and Chauncey, he never imagined it would be this. Big sister. Fulton rushed forward, completely ignoring the lingering stench of the corpse. The white bones stripped of flesh showed some pink spots where the decay was slower. Instinctively, Mariana lifted her arm to hug Fulton. When she saw her arm was nothing but white bones, she paused, suddenly realizing something, looking at her brother helplessly. Now you can make your choice. Do you wish to continue living in this state, or prefer to rest peacefully? Your brother has already avenged you. Whatever choice you make depends on you. Mariana hesitated for a moment. Fulton sobbed uncontrollably. Sis, I don't care what you look like. I just want to stay with you. Please stay with me. At that moment, he was just a pitiful little brother who had lost his sister. All the calmness he previously displayed vanished, fitting his young age more accurately. Mariana didn't know what was happening. She tried to speak but only managed to produce clicking sounds. After a while, she slowly calmed down. The bones rose from the ground, the taller skeleton than Charlie and Chauncey, sincerely bowed to Kirsty, then conveyed her wishes. Is that what you're thinking? It's fine. Fulton anxiously asked from the side, what did my sister say? Can you translate for me? Your sister said that seeing you now, she feels no regrets. You seem to be doing well. I'm not. Fulton hastily interjected, I'm wanted by Foam City now, and. He struggled to find things that would make his sister worry, eventually realizing there were none. After all, Kirsty took care of everything else. His biggest difference from Bai Xiaolian might be that Bai Xiaolian had to pay with his body, while Fulton had to use his skills. The more Fulton thought about it, the more despondent he became. He looked like a bullied kitten, tears almost streaming down his face. Kirsty, arms crossed, said, can't you let me finish speaking? Your sister means that she's very happy to see you starting a new life. She was deeply worried that you would recklessly rush in and throw your life away. She wanted you to live on well. Now, seeing you have wisely chosen to endure the hatred and wait for the right moment to take revenge, she feels that you've finally grown up and is very comforted by this. There's no other meaning. She will stay with you, and might even live longer than you do. Fulton had been planning to roll around, act cute, and plead to make his sister feel soft-hearted enough to stay. Hearing this, he wiped away his tears and smiled, that's more than perfect. Chapter 56, These are the specialties I brought back. Kirsty had left on her own, with a non-human little Hong. She returned with a human and a non-human Mariana. She had teleported directly back. When the teleportation array activated, Aiden was also there. He had come to find Gale but before he could finish his sentence, a teleportation array appeared right in front of him, and out popped Kirsty. Kirsty was glad she hadn't accidentally dragged Fulton along as well. Considering they would be living in this base for some time, it was better for Fulton to enter through proper channels. Thus, Fulton entered through the front gate and was likely still filling out forms. Aiden clearly hadn't seen such a scene before. He was stunned, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. However, being the person in charge, he was more composed than an average person. Once he regained his composure, his first reaction was, did you just get back from an outing? Kirsty was momentarily confused by his comment, mumbling a few vague sounds before saying, yeah. Aiden was very attentive to this group. He vaguely remembered that Kirsty's ability was healing. Now seeing her return via teleportation array, all sorts of thoughts flooded his mind. The first thing that came to his mind was how truly extraordinary Kirsty and her companions were. From the beginning, Aiden had felt something different about them. 3 out of 4 were psychics, and the remaining one was a researcher. Such a combination would receive good treatment in any base. Why did they choose this small base? Perhaps it was because someone inside a major base they didn't want to meet. Or perhaps they had fallen out with someone in a base, leaving in anger and choosing to stay here instead. Or they might have gotten into some kind of trouble or even made enemies within their original base. In any case, it seemed difficult for them to stay in that place anymore, hence their departure. Their enemies might belong to a considerable-sized base, otherwise, they wouldn't need to hide their identities in such a small base. This was both fortunate and unfortunate. It was fortunate in that if they treated them well, they might stay for a longer time. Unfortunately, if their enemy belonged to a large base, it might drag down this base as well when they eventually confront each other. Aiden thought many things in a flash and finally a phrase flashed in his mind. A shot in the dark. Since he chose to take a risk, his attitude naturally became much better. He acted as if he hadn't noticed Kirsty concealing her abilities, not mentioning that she registered herself as a healer at all. By choosing to stay incognito, it showed they didn't wish to cause trouble and wanted to live quietly. Fine, they should be able to feel his sincere intentions and willingness to accept them. The more Aiden thought about it, the more convinced he became. He almost wished to tell them outright that he understood they might have unspeakable pasts and offered complete acceptance. Stay. But he couldn't say it, as it might raise their suspicions. So Aiden said, since you've just got back, I won't intrude further. We can discuss the details tomorrow. Rest up. He decisively left, feeling elated at the idea of having picked up such strong individuals, without even trying. It felt like divine blessing. Of course, if he knew their so-called enemies came from Fengcheng, Ouyang brothers, Adrian, and Ryan, his attitude might not remain so friendly. Unaware of this, Aiden left in high spirits, feeling like a protagonist in a thrilling novel who attracts powerful followers effortlessly. After Aiden left, Kirsty looked a bit dazed, wondering what exactly went through his mind to make him act so strangely. Whatever. Kirsty muttered and then announced, I'm back. So soon. Gail's response was slower, exclaiming after a moment, Kirsty is back. Zack was at home while Bruce was away on a mission. They had promised Aiden they would help protect those going on missions, and since Bruce was bored at home, he decided to join in. When Zack came out, Gail was still excitedly asking Kirsty questions. How was Fengcheng? Is it really big? Did you encounter any danger? Did you bring back any specialties? I did. Kirsty brought out the last large watermelon and asked Xiaohei and Chauncey to cut it. Upon hearing that Bruce hadn't returned yet, she hesitated for a moment before saying, just cut it now, there will be more in the future. Zack slowly walked over and said, you completely ignored the most important question. How could I encounter any danger? Kirsty replied confidently, there's no need to answer such a question. But Fengcheng is indeed huge. I met Valentina and Ryan, and Ryan's brother, whose name is Adrian, right? The city is big but not as I imagined. It's hard to describe. Walking around in Fengcheng made me think of the Holy Hall. The cities managed by the Holy Hall have somewhat the same vibe. It was like a false prosperity, people being brainwashed while being exploited, living tough lives but unable to leave because they felt only here could protect them. Kirsty stayed for a short time and didn't feel deeply, but due to frequent interactions with the Holy Hall, it felt like she had an embedded detector, sharply noticing some issues. If she could stay longer in Fengcheng, perhaps she could get a better understanding of the situation there. But that didn't matter. After all, they were destined to be enemies. Zack had no good impression of the Holy Hall at all. His entire understanding of the Holy Hall came from Kirsty's descriptions, a place that exploited ordinary people under the guise of faith, manufactured plagues for faith conflicts, performed evil acts secretly. Xiaohei and Chauncey's stories were enough to make anyone who hadn't seen the Holy Hall feel disgusted with the place. When Kirsty mentioned that Fengcheng reminded her of a city governed by the Holy Hall, Zack quickly understood what she meant. He frowned and asked, so what do we do next? Nothing. Just focus on living our own lives. Kirsty stretched lazily, asking Xiaohei and Chauncey to cook her bone soup, and then let Mariana out since she just became her current form and needed time to adapt. I'll take a nap first. Let's talk about other things later. They were only a few people. Did they need to launch a holy war against Fengcheng? There was no need. It would be too much trouble. Kirsty saw clearly that even if they eventually fought Fengcheng one day, it wouldn't be today. Fengcheng still had a good reputation now, similar to the Holy Hall. Although high-ranking officials knew the true nature of the Holy Hall, to ordinary people, the Holy Hall remained the sacred sect serving the God of Light, protecting all believers, bringing light to the world. Fengcheng was also the same now, though internally corrupt. Relatives of people like Adrian treated others like dirt, acting arrogantly and mercilessly raping innocent girls to death. But to most people, it was a peaceful survivor base that could protect everyone. Countless people yearned to live in Fengcheng, and even those who couldn't come to Fengcheng would say, that's the largest survivor base now. I've heard that inside Fengcheng, most people don't have to worry about zombie attacks and can have enough food. What a wonderful life it would be if we could live there. Let them become more arrogant. Kirsty tossed Ayla into Zack's arms, mumbled something, and went to sleep. Before falling asleep, she suddenly remembered something important and got up. I forgot to mention, I brought back another large specialty. Remember to open the door for the specialty later. Mariana knows. Zack. A bad feeling surged up. What kind of specialty was so large it couldn't be brought back using a dimensional space and could deliver itself? Kirsty didn't care about their thoughts and fell asleep immediately. Fulton, being uninjured and a psychic, didn't need long observation and could join soon, possibly even in time for the soup. When Kirsty woke up, it was already evening. The bone soup had been stewing for a long time, emitting a fragrant aroma. Kirsty rubbed her eyes, got up from bed, and walked outside, puzzled. The specialty hasn't arrived yet. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Mariana, who was sweeping nearby, quickly opened the door and found Bruce standing there. I'm back. Bruce hadn't finished expressing his longing for Kirsty when another person squeezed in beside him. Is this the place? Sister Towsy, I'm here. Bruce and Zack exchanged a glance at Fulton by the door, then silently looked at Kirsty on the side, silently questioning for a while until Bruce couldn't hold back. This is a specialty I brought back from Fengcheng. Kirsty said very calmly, but that's not important. I'm hungry. I want to eat first. She happily sat at the table, completely failing to notice that the atmosphere had become strange. Especially Bruce, who was almost exploding, thinking how could another person show up before they had even dealt with Zack. Chapter 57, I've come to join this family. 3 men make a play. Although Fulton did not join voluntarily, how could the arena allow him to sneak away? He was completely dragged into it. Fulton vaguely sensed the crux of the problem. He sat there with Bram on his left and Bruce on his right. One man wore a smile but had cold eyes, the other was ruthless, with even colder eyes that seemed like daggers. Goosebumps ran down his body as he felt his scalp tingling, wanting to explain but not knowing what to say. He couldn't say, actually, I didn't prepare to be a kept man. I'm not here to break you two up. I've come to join this family. All he could do was cast a pleading look toward his elder sister. However, she hadn't experienced such an arena either and could not offer any help. Dinner was bone soup, flavored with some corn and winter melon. The winter melon was cooked very soft, almost melting in the mouth, while the corn had soaked up the broth, making it sweet and delicious. Being able to eat spare rib stew after the apocalypse should have been a joyful thing. However, having just helped dig out his elder sister and clean bones for a long time, Fulton found himself staring at the white soup and ribs with complex emotions. Especially when his elder sister calmly ladled a bowl of ribs for him and stuffed 2 pieces of corn into it. Seeing the stark white bones made his appetite diminish. Tears trickled down. Why aren't you eating? Kirsty pushed the bowl closer to him with a loving expression. Just consider this your home. We're all going to live together from now on, so don't be too formal. As Kirsty said this, the 2 men, Bram and Bruce, began shooting daggers at him again. One was smiling menacingly, while the other made no effort to hide his hostility. Fulton trembled as he held the rice bowl, taking a few hurried bites with tears welling up in his eyes, saying, I want to eat vegetarian lately. That can be arranged. Kirsty took his bowl and filled it with winter melon and corn, then asked, would you like me to cook some vegetables? What kind? Bram originally wasn't paying much attention to Fulton. Bringing back specialties was common, and Bruce appeared to be more threatening currently. But he no longer felt this way. After all, this was Kirsty, lazy to the point where she preferred having her clothes handed to her and being fed. Even when she was addicted to gaming, Corey and Con had to feed her. When had Kirsty ever offered to serve food? Bram's gaze instantly sharpened. Initially, he didn't think Fulton was a formidable competitor, but now he considered Fulton more of a threat than Bruce. Fulton, feeling the intense gazes from both sides, felt numb all over. Tears welled up in his eyes, longing to cry but daring not. If he had known he would get involved in such a drama today, he would still choose this. Because he wanted to see his elder sister. Since it was his choice, what could he do? Just endure. That's enough, no need to add more. Fulton quickly said, I'm not really hungry. I'll eat a little and then do something else. Con and Corey had brought back all the fruits from the rooftop garden. Those grown in pots were carried directly in their pots, and trees were dug up with roots intact. Although it hadn't taken long to return home, it was best to plant them early. Those fruit trees were carefully selected and cultivated by him, sweeter than ordinary fruits. Fulton didn't want the trees to die and waste, considering it would take much time to start from scratch. Of course, one thing was important. He wanted to escape the drama, even temporarily. This kind of drama was not fit for humans to stay in. Fulton's face showed profound pain. If only he could be uglier, perhaps he wouldn't end up in these dramas. While Fulton was agonizing, Kirsty had already started drinking the soup, completely unaware of the hidden tension among the 3 men. After all, Kirsty had been single for centuries, usually immersed in research with no interest in these matters. Indeed, many people were interested in Kirsty during this period. Some subtly hinted, but Kirsty didn't understand because they were too subtle. Some declared their love openly and were rejected. Most amusingly, a former Vlad of the Sacred Hall once confessed to Kirsty. That Vlad was newly appointed and quite inexperienced, probably only 16 at the time. Kirsty met him while going down the mountain to buy things. The young boy didn't know Kirsty was a necromancer, nor did Kirsty know the boy was the newest Vlad. At that time, Kirsty wasn't as powerful as she is now. She was probably only around 107 years old. The 2 of them had worked together to save an ordinary person who nearly got hit by a noble's carriage, and thus they met. Kirsty heard he was local, and since she planned to buy some daily necessities, she asked if he could introduce her to a couple of reliable stores. During the interaction, the Vlad began to develop feelings for her. As they were parting, the Vlad shyly asked Kirsty, where do you live? Can I visit? His cheeks turned red as he spoke. After all, he was young and inexperienced, quite awkward in front of the girl he liked. Is it convenient? Would someone disagree? Kirsty was puzzled. She thought about the countless corpses at home, the scattered materials, and the group of subordinates who discussed daily how to make themselves look less like dead people. She felt this little brother might cry if he came to her place. Ordinary people couldn't accept necromancers. Their encounter was fate, but brief. You will have the chance to meet again in the future. Saying so, Kirsty parted with him. The next time they met, Kirsty stood in the necromancer's camp, while the little Vlad stood in the Sacred Hall's camp. He looked at Kirsty, tears streaming down his face. It was likely that the innocent heart of the young boy shattered into pieces in that moment. Anyway, he didn't live much longer, suddenly dying one day and replaced by a new Vlad. Kirsty never cared why, but when she learned of the new appointment, she couldn't help but sigh. It seems the previous Vlad lacked talent if he died so early. Kirsty was such a straight woman that it would hurt many people. She had no interest in romance, even if someone confessed to her boldly. No matter how she seemed flirtatious sometimes, in reality, Kirsty hadn't been in love even once in her hundreds of years. Among those who confessed to her directly was a colleague, another talented necromancer who was quite strong despite his youth. However, compared to Kirsty, he was still far behind. Her talent was described as unparalleled. At a gathering, he suddenly confessed, catching Kirsty off guard. Many other necromancers cheered them on, considering their similar talents and long friendship. They seemed perfectly matched, almost celestial beings. This necromancer believed they were a perfect match, given everyone else thought so too. But then he was rejected. Publicly rejected, Kirsty flatly told him, "I don't like you and don't plan to be with you." He probably felt humiliated, looking terrible, and stormed off. He never attended any party hosted by Kirsty afterward. Kirsty didn't expect him to be so petty. Later, he even plotted against her, collaborating with the Sacred Hall, which nearly cost him his life when she fought back. While beating him, he stared at her with reddened eyes, asking emotionally, "What's wrong with me? Why did you reject me?" For a long time afterward, Kirsty developed PTSD toward this type of man. Their self-righteous love was simply incomprehensible. Thus, winning Kirsty's heart was incredibly challenging. At least now, she completely missed the signs from the three men present. After finishing dinner quickly, Kirsty urged Fulton, "Quickly bring out the stuff, I'll help you get some land. There are also strawberry seedlings and garlic seedlings I grew earlier, you can take care of them too." Okay. Fulton was eager to leave the two men's gaze, escaping the drama, preferring to farm with melons and strawberries. Upon hearing this, Bram immediately stood up. "Can I help you move things?" Con and Corey immediately opened the interdimensional door, bringing out all the fruit seedlings and trees. If not for the roof being too large, they might have moved it whole. "Let's divide the work. These can be planted behind the house first. There's still a vacant plot there, right?" Kirsty rubbed her palms, feeling delighted. Soon, she would enjoy unlimited fruits. And with Fulton's ability, could he grow fruits from both the south and north, even tropical fruits? Thinking of such a scene, Kirsty looked at Fulton with gentler eyes. Charred. Kirsty carried 2 pots of garlic seedlings and ran at the front. Fulton carried several pots of strawberries, and the rest were handled by Con and Corey. Bram followed Fulton quietly, holding some supplies. He asked in a low voice, "What's your ability?" Fulton, "Oh, I can make plants grow quickly." Bram. Now he understood. Undoubtedly, for a long time to come, no one would be able to vie for affection better than Fulton. Chapter 58. He is the Zombie King. This was a natural advantage. Zack finally understood why Kirsty had been so gentle, even tender, with Fulton. So that's how it was. That was the reason. Bruce, who had been eavesdropping, wore an unpleasant expression. How detestable. Why had he awakened with offensive abilities when it happened to him? If he could have awakened with the ability to make plants grow rapidly, or even fruit to grow faster, then Kirsty would have favored him instead. If Fulton knew what they were thinking, he might be infuriated enough to die on the spot. At the time, Fulton had dreamt of gaining an offensive power in order to exact revenge. Because as long as it was an offensive ability, and its destructive power was substantial enough, there was a chance he could take Giacomo down with him. That way, he could avenge his sister. But look at these two now. They actually wanted to trade abilities with him. He wanted combat strength too. One must know that if word got out about Bruce's ability, countless people would beg him for a swap. The light and darkness attributes, extremely potent attacks, plus a healing skill, it was every survivor's dream power set. However, Fulton didn't know this. He stood there puzzled, completely unaware why these two men's expressions had changed from envy to hatred all of a sudden. Furthermore, everything was predestined. If he had offensive powers, he probably wouldn't have survived up until now. Giacomo would have wiped everyone out, root and branch. It was precisely because his power lacked offensive capacity that he could live until now, living long enough to meet Kirsty. Amidst the envious looks from both men, Fulton carried the strawberry seedlings behind the house in confusion. There was a large open space here, just waiting for some tilling and loosening before being ready for planting. Xiaohei and Chauncey transported supplies back and forth a few times, delivering all materials here, as well as moving over chairs and tables for Kirsty to rest on while overseeing things. The tilling work was also handled by Xiaohei and Chauncey. However, neither of them had much experience in such tasks, so Fulton had to provide some guidance. While they were working on the land, Aiden happened to pass nearby. Kirsty saw him and warmly invited him over. Astonished, Aiden responded, "Is she calling me?" "Yes." Kirsty beckoned him over, asking seriously, "Can you give me a patch of land to plant something?" "No problem," Aiden immediately replied, "I can designate an area nearby for you. This vicinity has some unplotted ground, plant whatever you wish." Delighted, Kirsty handed him some fruit. They'd have to interact often, after all, so mutual exchanges would help. She couldn't let one party carry all the burden. Kirsty wasn't one without conscience, and Aiden, taking the fruit, felt thrilled. He thought their relationship had improved significantly and maybe they could become friends someday. Once bound by friendship, their ties would deepen and solidify. Thinking of such a future, Aiden became elated. Upon returning, he sent over seeds of various fruits. He also marked out a plot for Kirsty. Their base wasn't large and not fully occupied yet, so there was no shortage of vacant land. He chose a fertile piece for her to cultivate freely. Seeing both plots filled with crops, Kirsty felt immensely satisfied. Elsewhere, after Kirsty left with Fulton, Ryan was furious. Fengcheng seemed like a public restroom where anyone could come and go as they pleased, including Kirsty, who never bothered to say hello or goodbye. He rushed to his brother. "Brother, can we really do nothing to find that woman and Zack? If this continues, she will only grow more brazen. Our reputation is at stake." Valentina added from beside, "Zack will only grow stronger with each passing day. Eventually, we'll be helpless. We should eliminate him before he develops." When Zack first turned into a zombie, that would have been the best opportunity. He was at his weakest then, and killing him would have required no significant cost for the human side. If he was allowed to grow powerful again, history would repeat. Zack becoming the zombie king, enslaving humans, wiping out one safe haven after another, until there was nowhere else to retreat. Zack symbolized this new species of zombies. His conflict with the old world humans was irreconcilable. However, when Zack turned into a zombie, they failed to find him. Even recently, when they revealed their reasons for seeking Zack, it had been too late. Once Zack knew everything, he would definitely hide and grow until he was strong enough to protect himself before revealing himself again. This situation would put them more and more at a disadvantage. Adrian sat on the chair, playing with 2 walnuts in his hands. He remained silent until the 2 people in front of him finished speaking. Only then did Adrian slowly say, "Qingwei, as far as your memory goes, there is no mention of Kirsty, right?" "Yes." Valentina also felt puzzled as she mentioned this. So far, Kirsty had displayed many abilities that didn't seem like those of an ability user. Because among all known ability users, only Adrian possessed dual abilities. And what about Kirsty? She could control others, summon fighting skeletons, had something akin to a spatial item, and possessed portals. Could this really be considered an ability? Valentina always thought that in her previous life, she hadn't heard of Kirsty because Kirsty died before she could grow strong. But now, it seemed that might not be the case. We need to find out about this woman named Kirsty. Otherwise, even if we find Zack, we won't be able to act directly. Know thy enemy, know thyself, and you must calm down, Adrian said somewhat discontentedly. Your temper is too hasty. It makes it difficult for me to entrust important tasks to you. Tianni, I hope you can work on controlling your temper and learn from Qingwei. Once you have reined in your bad attitude, I will trust you with more important missions. Ryan still grumbled but did not argue against Adrian, as his brother had considerable authority over him. Valentina added from the side, your brother is right, you are indeed too impatient. You should think things through carefully before acting. Ryan replied reluctantly, I know. I'll look into Kirsty. Make sure you find out where she came from, what she has done, and what others think of her. The more detailed, the better. Kirsty was in a good mood. After taking a nap on her way back, she felt energetic even though it was already evening. She decided to visit Zhong Jinv. What experiments are you conducting lately? Do you need any help? Zhong Jinv was taken aback. Yes. He was extremely curious about Kirsty's capabilities, especially after learning that summoning Xiaohei and Chauncey wasn't just an ability but something even more extraordinary. Now, I'll tidy up the lab immediately. What do you need? What should I bring? I'll take care of it myself. So, within 15 minutes, Zhong Jinv, waiting in the lab, saw Zack by Kirsty's side. Zhong Jinv, unaware that Zack was the zombie king, looked confused. Kirsty put on gloves and said, since you're one of us now and can't get off this boat, I should let you know some things. First, Kirsty pointed at Zack. He actually awakened as the zombie king. Ryan and his gang were hunting Zack because he was prophesied to destroy the world in the future. Zhong Jinv, who vaguely knew Zack might not be human, was stunned. His eyes lit up intensely. For a researcher like him, the existence of a zombie king was incredibly valuable. Kirsty then pointed at herself. Actually, I'm not an ability user but a necromancer. Zhong Jinv was further astounded. After a brief introduction to what a necromancer was, Zhong Jinv's intense gaze became even more enthusiastic. Coach, I want to learn. Kirsty paused. You don't have the talent, but entering is possible. If you really want to learn, I can start teaching you tomorrow. Zhong Jinv clutched his face excitedly, nearly fainting from excitement. I never thought I'd live to study zombies with a necromancer. Zack, who was about to be studied, sighed inwardly. Teacher, Zhong Jinv pressed on eagerly. What will our research method be? For now, we'll repair the zombie king. His body has developed issues due to evolution. There are too many side effects, and this can't continue. Kirsty had always been cautious about Zack's rapid evolution for this very reason. If the foundation isn't solid, even a tall building would be unstable and could collapse with just a breeze. So our initial research will focus on this. We'll see what happens after we complete this study. The reason Kirsty invited Zhong Jinv and revealed the truth to him was that she hoped to combine the technologies from both worlds, potentially creating something extraordinary. The two of them quickly put on their lab coats and other experimental gear, then silently fixed their gaze on Zack. Zack. Instinctively, he covered his chest. For some reason, he felt like he was completely exposed in front of these two people. Chapter 59. Are you incompetent? Kirsty had special feelings for Brecken. Of course, this kind of special feeling did not refer to love or anything like that, but rather due to Brecken's uniqueness, she was very curious and treated him as her possession. Therefore, Kirsty cared a lot about Brecken's condition. After all, Brecken was now like an expensive, one-of-a-kind gemstone in the world with a few cracks on it, making its perfection slightly flawed. Under such circumstances, Kirsty, of course, wanted to repair Brecken's cracks and wanted to restore him to his perfect state again. Kirsty and Norris surrounded Brecken in the middle and examined him for a long time. All the data of his physical condition were recorded item by item. Norris was very good at organizing these things, so he quickly organized them into a table and handed it over to Kirsty. While flipping through the table, Kirsty found that the situation was worse than expected. Brecken's destruction of the world in his previous life might not have been purely due to his personality issues or what he had experienced, it was definitely also influenced by his physical condition. Humans always pay a price when they gain power. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there really is something falling from the sky, it is most likely poisoned. Kirsty was more aware of this than anyone else, so when she met Brecken, she determined that his body might have some defects. Later on, when she found out that Brecken would uncontrollably crave human flesh every once in a while, she felt that Brecken's physical limitations might be greater than she imagined. After a thorough examination this time, even Kirsty couldn't help but take a deep breath. Brecken didn't feel pain and didn't need any anesthesia, so he was still conscious. Seeing this, he made a joke. "Doctor, am I okay?" Kirsty looked serious. "Get ready for your funeral, Comrade Brecken. Are you willing to donate your body for scientific research?" Brecken couldn't help laughing. "Where did you learn that?" "From novels," Kirsty said expressionlessly. After finishing comics, she naturally turned to novels. Brecken became alert after hearing this, worrying about what kind of novels Kirsty had been reading, those kinds of stories where people run away with a ball, or how many days a princess has been hanging on the city gate. Kirsty didn't know what he was worried about, thinking he was anxious about his own health, so she comforted him. "Don't worry. With me here, you will be fine. It might just be a bit troublesome to find materials." After checking Brecken, Kirsty discovered that the toxins in his body were constantly affecting his nerves and spreading upwards. In other words, if this continued, Brecken would eventually be affected in his brain. As a zombie king, he obviously wouldn't be killed by zombie toxins, but with the large accumulation of toxins inside him, spreading faster as he grew stronger. Now, he was occasionally affected, along with zombie instincts, leading to occasional cravings for flesh. In the future, when the toxins entered his brain, he might become a true zombie king. Kirsty suspected that the so-called zombie king from his previous life had lost his sanity, unable to control himself, just like Brecken driven by hunger that night. Would such a complete Brecken remain intact? Kirsty didn't know. Have some good food and drinks these next few days. Kirsty patted Brecken's chest muscles to comfort him, leaving Brecken puzzled. It shouldn't be that bad yet, right? Kirsty folded her arms and said, "Your body condition is really poor. Let me think of a way later." She reached out again to pat Brecken's chest muscles as if she couldn't stop, looking down to see Brecken's resentful gaze. "Kirsty, I'm just lightly tapping to make the meat tender and more flavorful." "Brecken, I believe you, yeah right." He got up from the lab table, adjusting his clothes. The wounds on his body healed quickly, leaving only old scars, which looked terrible. Norris, who had been reviewing data to check for any problems, heard Kirsty suddenly say, "You can go out first." Norris paused for a moment. Although he was straightforward, he wasn't stupid and instantly realized something. So Norris quickly put down everything he had in hand and left, carefully closing the door behind him, showing utmost thoughtfulness. Brecken obviously realized that Norris had misunderstood, but Kirsty didn't. She supported herself with one hand and sat on the lab table. "Your condition is more serious than I expected, but it's not as difficult to handle as I imagined. So you don't need to worry, everything will be fine." She patted Brecken again, this time not on his chest muscles but on his thigh. Naturally, the feel of his chest muscles was different from his thighs. Kirsty seemed to get a bit addicted and slapped his thigh a couple more times. "Brecken." He sat on the lab table with his shirt slightly open, revealing an attractive waistline. Under normal circumstances, he would have been speechless, but today he felt particularly bold. He raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want to touch, go ahead. Will I stop you?" Kirsty. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she smacked both hands onto Brecken's chest. "Brecken." By the time the two left the laboratory, 10 minutes had passed. The lab wasn't very large, and Norris had been squatting by the door, writing and drawing with paper and pen. When Kirsty and Brecken came out, Norris pushed his glasses up and gave Brecken a covert look. Brecken, who was used to being misunderstood, had no intention of arguing. After all, no matter how he defended himself, no one would believe him. He didn't care if people thought he and Kirsty were in a certain relationship. In fact, he wished everyone believed he and Kirsty were in that kind of relationship, especially if Kirsty thought so too. The only thing that annoyed him was, after Norris's misunderstanding, he would definitely suspect, getting dressed, undressed, plus other activities could hardly take just 10 minutes. It must be because he is incompetent. Let's call it a day tonight. Kirsty still held the documents, preparing to read them after returning. "We'll discuss it further after we get back." "That. What do you call it? The treatment plan, right?" Norris was very considerate. "You should rest first and don't tire yourself out." "Kirsty, I'm not tired at all." Norris looked at Brecken beside her, and his gaze became even stranger. "Brecken." Chapter 60, Return to Fengcheng. After Kirsty came back, she pulled Norris over and they sat there discussing the treatment plan for a long time. Norris was also a genius who could grasp points quickly and make good use of them. Combining their knowledge from different worlds, they soon came up with a new plan. Kirsty, holding a pen in her mouth, spent a long time scrutinizing this plan, making modifications here and there, staying up all night. When the others who kept regular hours got up the next morning and entered the living room, they saw Kirsty sitting there drinking coffee. The fairy maiden, of course, wouldn't have any dark circles, so no one reacted. Bruce even joked, "This is the first time I've seen you wake up so early." Kirsty yawned, finishing her last sip of coffee, then said, No, I just didn't sleep." "Bruce." While she was yawning, Xiaohei and Chauncey had already prepared some nutritious porridge and brought it over. After staying up all night and drinking some health-promoting porridge, Kirsty was ready to go to bed. "Let's talk about anything after I wake up." Quora, who hadn't been close to her all night, was already in tears. Bruce had no idea how Kirsty managed to stay awake all night and only went to sleep now. Turning around, he saw Norris, with dark circles under his eyes, looking like he'd been thoroughly drained, dazedly walking out of his room and getting himself a bowl of health-promoting porridge, dozing off while drinking it. Didn't you sleep all night either? Norris had been studying Bram's data all night, becoming more energetic as he delved deeper. Eventually, he stayed in his room until dawn. Only when it was light did he gradually feel sleepy, reluctantly leaving his room to get some rest. Cases like Bram were so rare that he couldn't bear to put down the data. Norris finished his porridge as fast as he could, brushed his teeth, and lay down to continue sleeping. He needed to wake up quickly to continue studying Bram. A few seconds later, Bram also walked out of his room and started drinking porridge at the table. Bruce, did you sleep last night? No. What did you do? Bruce suspected they had gone out without him, otherwise, why would they all look like they hadn't slept? Reflecting on life, Bram slowly drank his porridge and replied, Bruce, I suspect you're bluffing me. Bram wasn't lying, he had indeed spent the entire night reflecting on his life, thinking about his past, the things that happened, and Kirsty. Later on, he mainly pondered how to pursue Kirsty. After what happened last night, he realized that with Kirsty, you can't be vague, she won't understand if you are. You should be direct and straightforward but not too abrupt. If he could find the right balance, perhaps Kirsty would gradually realize who likes her and who is most suitable for her. He roughly spent an hour on the earlier questions and a whole night on the latter one. Once he reached a conclusion, Bram felt instantly energized, even seeing his rival didn't bother him as it used to. He had experienced enlightenment, but Bruce hadn't. He still had his special physique, which Bruce didn't. By all means, his chances were greater. Bram felt calmer as he thought further, then lifted his head and gave Bruce a faint smile before lowering his head to continue eating the nutritious porridge. Bruce. Only after Bram finished his meal and left did Bruce sit down, bewildered, and poured himself a bowl. At this moment, Fulton was just waking up, yawning as he walked into the living room. Bruce, did you sleep last night? You didn't stay up too, did you? How could I not have slept? I slept for a long time. It was fantastic. Fulton had eliminated his enemy, avenged his sister, found a place to live, no longer worrying about hunger or zombies, and could do what he loved. He had a large plot of land to grow fruits. He had slept so well last night that he even felt unsatisfied and wanted to take a nap. Looking radiant, Fulton hadn't slept so well for a very long time. Bruce. Kirsty slept until 4 in the afternoon. Upon waking, she felt sore all over. She stretched, grabbed the paper by her bedside, and began thinking about finding something. So when she came out to eat, everyone saw her holding a piece of paper, reading it while eating, not even noticing when someone spoke to her. After finishing the meal, Kirsty said, I'm going out. I'll be back by tomorrow morning at the latest. Then, she didn't pay attention to anyone and ran out with the list. Stone had been thinking since the incident 2 days ago about what exactly Kirsty had done that led to her being wanted. Why was she under such high priority? It seemed like she must have committed something major, but before that day, he hadn't even heard of her name. Because Stone frequently went out to set up a stall, he usually had access to quite a bit of information, which only made him more puzzled. He wasn't very close with Ryan, so he asked other friends for information. His friend wasn't too sure either, only saying, the warrant was issued by Adrian without much detail on why. It just mentioned something about a man, seems to be named Bram, listed alongside her on the same warrant. Both have a high priority level. Who knows what they did? Stone couldn't get an answer, it was driving him crazy. He was a curious person, and after asking several people who couldn't give him any clues, he felt quite disheartened. That noon, he was in the courtyard threading meat to prepare for skewers he would sell at night. While threading, he was lost in thought about Kirsty when someone tapped his shoulder. Stone jumped, surprised that someone could approach him so quietly. If this person had wanted to attack him, he might already be dead. What kind of meat did you roast previously? I want to eat that. Kirsty squatted beside him naturally and said, how about I help you thread the meat, and in return, you can roast a few skewers for me later. Stone never expected that Kirsty would dare to come back. For a moment, he was stunned, then slowly replied, you really have guts, aren't you afraid I'll report you to Adrian? Kirsty waved her hand indifferently, once I finish my business, you can notify Adrian. Maybe I can get something out of him. Chapter 61 From today on, you're my little sister. Stone had never met such an interesting person, and he was also quite curious about this matter. So he clapped his hands and said, then come and help me. After you thread these pieces of meat for me, I'll barbecue some for you to eat. Kirsty started working busily beside him. At first, she was very patient but quickly lost interest. Soon enough, she was poking this and that, filled with curiosity about everything. What's this? It's cumin, used for barbecuing meat. Don't spill it. What about this? Butter. If you're curious, I can fry you an oyster later. Stone could see Kirsty poking around like a little kid every time he turned his head, but it wasn't annoying at all. It did increase Stone's workload slightly. Finally, Stone said, all right, I'll do it myself. You go play over there. See that table? There's lemonade I made, feel free to drink as much as you want. But Kirsty remained stubborn. I promised I'd finish helping you. Stone chuckled at her insistence. Fine, then go ahead. Once all the meat was threaded, Kirsty held a cup of lemonade and watched Stone barbecue. Flames danced gracefully in his palms, and his movements were practiced. He asked while barbecuing, there's something I've always been curious about. Can you tell me? I won't force you if you don't want to. What do you want to know? Kirsty loved the lemonade he made, drinking more than a full cup, her eyes squinting happily. Stone couldn't help but laugh softly at her blissful expression. I'm just curious how you ended up on the wanted list. After all, the last person who got treated like that was a ruthless psychic who gathered other psychics to rob and kill people indiscriminately. Stone left out 2 points. 1. The reason that psychic was wanted most importantly was because he killed someone he shouldn't have. Apparently, when the mistress of the top leader of a large base passed by, his entire family was killed, including the leader's 2 illegitimate children. So, he was hunted down and executed by several bases together. Only afterward did they find out he was guilty of countless murders. The second and most important point was that even such a notorious villain was not pursued with as much intensity as Kirsty. Yet, she didn't look like a heinous criminal at all. Instead, she looked like a sweet neighbor's little sister, occasionally gluttonous, her eyes lively and cute, without a hint of malice. Kirsty bit her straw, pondering her response. After a moment, she said, maybe it's due to 2 reasons. I fought Ryan and his girlfriend. It's rumored that his girlfriend, Valentina, has predictive abilities. She foresaw my friend would destroy the world in the future and wanted to take preemptive action. Kirsty sneered slightly as she continued, whether or not he will destroy the world is still a future concern. If I predict Ryan will destroy the world, should I be allowed to kill him? It's just that because they have stronger fists, they can decide life and death at will. But does that mean she can do the same if she has the bigger fists? What upset Kirsty wasn't their attempt to kill Brecken based on the prophecy but their attitude. No one wants to die, let alone because of a prophecy. If they want to kill Brecken, they should prove their strength instead of acting as if resisting or hiding is somehow immoral. It was too sanctimonious. Hey, is that how it is? Stone's curiosity was satisfied, and he learned some gossip, like Valentina's ability being prediction. And the fact that Ryan had been beaten by his adorable little sister. He pinched his chin, thinking seriously, maybe after getting beaten by you, he felt too ashamed to seek revenge openly, so he made up a story to justify his actions. But prophesies sound intimidating. Still, I don't believe in fate. If someone told me I would destroy the world, I'd probably just tell them to F***ck off. Telling someone to die based on a single word. That's treating people like fools, isn't it? Kirsty quickly gave him a thumbs up, and Stone chuckled. Then he said, you didn't come to Foam City just for barbecue, did you? What else are you planning? If I can help, I won't hesitate. If I can't. Oh, I really came to find you just for the meat. The ones you barbecued last time were so delicious, and I want to buy some things while I'm at it. Foam City is quite large, and this trading market should have a good variety of items. Kirsty thought about coming here to browse and see if she could find everything she wanted. Even if she couldn't find everything, getting part of it would be good enough. Do you want to go stall hopping with me tonight? Stone chuckled, trying to tempt her. If the items you're looking for are complicated, I can help you contact a few friends. It's possible. Kirsty touched her face, but I might need to change my face. Stone then watched as Kirsty changed her face right in front of him, only to be amazed by her exquisite skills. Not only did she know techniques similar to disguise, but she could also shrink her height, akin to the legendary bone shrinking skill. Kirsty was already short, and when she shrunk her bones, she looked like a 13 or 14-year-old little girl. She tied her hair into 2 pigtails, which swung back and forth when she shook her head, making her look incredibly cute. As a hardcore otaku, Stone instantly covered his chest and fell to the ground with a thud. Hey, she's a little sister, a cute little sister, hey. Kirsty stomped on his chest, saying disdainfully, you're too perverted, act properly. However, the twin-tailed little sister was indeed adorable. Kirsty touched her pigtails, feeling very satisfied. Stone didn't mind being stepped on by her either, lying lazily on the ground and saying, so tonight, I'll be your big brother, and you'll be my little sister. That's what we'll call each other outside. Kirsty, hundreds of years old and he dares to be my brother. She feared that if Stone knew her real age, he'd only want to call her grandmother. But at that moment, Kirsty just tilted her head and sweetly called, brother? Stone. He fell over again. Chapter 62. This is someone else's wife. This was Kirsty's second time visiting the night market in Fengcheng. Unlike her first visit, she now had a minor boss role. Stone did not assign her any strenuous tasks, he only asked her to sit on the side and collect payments. He also prepared snacks, fruits, and fresh lemonade for her to pass the time. Kirsty sat on a high stool, swinging her slender, fair legs as she worked as Stone's cashier. If she kept this up, Stone might indeed go bankrupt since she accepted everything people offered without question. Stone didn't mind at all, just grinning like an infatuated fool beside her. If he really had such an adorable younger sister, it would be worth going bankrupt. After all, sisters are priceless treasures. Some regular customers who didn't recognize Kirsty came over and asked Stone about her. Stone always proudly gestured toward her, my little sister. Hands off, or I'll be angry. Later on, 2 of Stone's acquaintances arrived, and he introduced them to Kirsty. Ask these 2 if you need anything. If even they can't find it, it probably doesn't exist in Fengcheng. Stone said this with evident confidence in his friends. Upon hearing this, Kirsty immediately patted the stool beside her. Once they were seated, she handed them a piece of paper. Check this out. I can collect these items myself, but it'd be too troublesome. Kirsty wasn't short of minions. Sending them all out to gather according to the list could almost get the job done, but she'd have to oversee them all. Since most zombies were brainless, recognizing intricate objects was difficult for them. It was too troublesome just thinking about it. She got goosebumps just from imagining it. In many ways, Kirsty was quite lazy. That's why she liked Corey and Con so much, these two all-rounder little skeletons who could clean and fight, and were adorable too. Her laziness stemmed deep within her nature. If she played games, she'd be the type who could grind to collect things but preferred paying to expedite it. The two men each took a paper, and their expressions turned grim as they read through it. One of them directly asked, "Can you really spend the time to collect most of these items?" "Yes, all of them. You might as well become my supplier. We can collaborate. I'll act as the intermediary, ensuring your wealth." "Kirsty." The other one seemed more reliable. "I need some time. I can't promise to get everything. I can probably only gather some of it for you, and what you offer as payment will need to be higher than the value of the items listed, considering I must charge a labor fee. Time is money, right?" Kirsty immediately gave him an okay gesture. "Get whatever you can, and contact, my brother when you've collected them. Do I need to give you a deposit first?" "Definitely. The deposit might include not only supplies but other specific items as well. For example, he pointed at some specialized equipment on the list. These might require exchanging with professionals. Limbs and brains from higher-level zombies might attract them more than supplies." They quickly arranged to meet in a few days. After they left, Kirsty flopped down like a dead fish, waving to Stone, "I want cabbage." Roasted cabbage was delicious, crispy and sweet, with a touch of spice coating it. Kirsty loved it very much. "Sure thing." Stone quickly made arrangements for her. His gaze upon her was incredibly affectionate, gentler than a real brother's. Kirsty lounged around like a dead fish for the rest of the night. Stefan likely never expected her to dare return to Fengcheng so soon and even be at the same spot where they last saw her. After lounging for a long while, Stone closed up early and took her to stroll through the night market. There was a ring toss game at the night market. The prizes were valuable before the apocalypse. Things like jewelry, gold, and silver trinkets, branded cosmetics were considered luxurious. Now, items like cigarettes were also highly sought after. Quite a few people were playing. As Kirsty passed by, she noticed a small golden pig in the center of the ring toss area, which looked rather cute. Following her gaze, Stone asked, "Want it?" "I can try." He rolled up his sleeves confidently. "I used to be great at these games, whether it's ring toss or claw machines, there's nothing I couldn't do." While mentally commanding the red-clothed female zombie to chase and block the higher-level zombies, Kirsty vaguely responded. Stone immediately went forward to exchange for a few rings and started throwing. The little golden pig was in a tricky spot and was chubby, making it really hard to catch. He exchanged for 5 rings in total and used 4 of them but failed to catch it. Stone felt somewhat numb at that moment. After all, how could he lose face in front of his cute sister? Then the last ring in his hand was taken away and casually thrown, landing perfectly on the little golden pig. Stone looked down to see Kirsty with an indifferent expression, asking the boss for 2 more rings. "What do you want?" "Stone." How embarrassing. He casually pointed at 2 items and then saw Kirsty not even glance once, effortlessly throwing the ring onto the items he wanted, hitting right in the center without any deviation. "Stone." Kirsty reached out to receive the prizes from the boss and tossed them to Stone, looking quite like a big boss. Just then, a young lady happened to pass by. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Kirsty and shyly approached. Can you help me catch something? I come here every evening, several times, but I'm not good at this game." Kirsty, with a high and cold demeanor, asked the boss to bring 2 rings. The young lady paid eagerly beside her. Holding the rings, Kirsty seemed to be pointing at the world's treasures. "What do you want?" The young lady happily pointed at the bottle of magic water placed on the right side and cheered crazily for Kirsty beside her. Whatever she pointed at, Kirsty would catch it accurately, each throw hitting the target perfectly, turning the boss pale with amazement. The young lady was very good at flattery, showering sweet praises non-stop. Kirsty, flattered, caught many items for her. Only Stone stood aside feeling very worried, hesitating whether to speak. Should I tell her that this is Adrian's fiancé? Chapter 63, Center of Attention. Stone's worries were unknown to anyone. Kirsty, because of her amazing accuracy in ring toss, had already attracted the attention of many young ladies who surrounded her. She almost never refused any request. As long as the requester was sweet enough, she would get anything they wanted. Finally, the boss fainted on the ground after being overwhelmed. Seeing this, Kirsty stopped. "Forget it, I should leave the boss a way out." The boss was about to open his eyes when he heard Kirsty say, "We can't take everything in one night. We'll come back tomorrow." The boss. A group of young ladies surrounded Kirsty. Yay. Kirsty was thus made the center of attention, with a bunch of young ladies showing concern for her, making her look like a real-life winner. The young ladies who could come here to play, especially those who could come every day for ring toss, came from fairly good family backgrounds. After all, ordinary people worried about having 3 meals a day, and wouldn't have the leisure to come out for fun or exchange precious grains for items that were worthless in the post-apocalyptic world. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the things on the ground, they simply enjoyed this method of acquiring what they liked through games. Just like some wealthy women, who could directly buy certain things in games but preferred to spend money to draw them, as if drawing something brought more joy than buying it outright. In reality, it was all the same. Stone, looking up, saw a young lady peeling grapes for Kirsty on one side and another holding lemonade to her lips on the other. Adrian's fiancé gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Kirsty resembled an ancient decadent emperor, feeling completely at ease among these young ladies. She seemed quite adept at chatting with the young ladies, hearing their pleasant laughter from time to time. This led to a reluctant farewell when Kirsty was about to go home. Don't go yet, it's only been a few hours. Stay and play some more with us. Let me treat you to late-night snacks later at a great place. How about I drop you off afterward? Another young lady said, why not come to my house? My house has a big courtyard with swings, slides, and rockeries. You can even cool off under the grapevines. If we play too late, you can stay overnight. In the morning, I'll make egg tarts and jelly for you, Tilda. Adrian's fiancé was displeased. Is your house bigger than mine? It would be better if you came to my place. If there's something you like that my house doesn't have, we can get it tonight. And our chef can cook whatever you want. She shook Kirsty's arm, her voice soft and sweet. Let's play games tonight. I have a lot of games in my room. We can play until late, and then sleep together. Kirsty felt tempted and fell into deep thought, genuinely considering whether to go without giving Adrian and the others a second glance. Stone wanted to warn her to be careful, knowing that if Adrian found out that Kirsty dared to come to Fengcheng and flirted with his fiancé, he might literally be infuriated to death. After deep consideration, Kirsty couldn't resist the temptation. With a wave of her hand, she said, go home first, brother. I'll return by myself tomorrow morning. Don't worry, Stone. You must have forgotten that you're a fugitive. Going to stay at the fiancé's house of the city's top figure is really gutsy. The other young ladies were a bit unhappy when she left, earnestly reminding her, come over to my house tomorrow. You can't always stay at her place. Kirsty, next time for sure. Stone. He could only watch helplessly as Kirsty happily followed Adrian's fiancé. The young lady was called Carly, truly very sweet. She pulled Kirsty home. While Adrian was indeed the top official in Fengcheng, the city wasn't solely under his control. There was another power within Fengcheng, namely Carly's father, who, along with his allies, split the city's rule with Adrian not exactly 50-50, but perhaps 4-6. Carly was his only daughter, but she had little interest in the power struggles. She detested scheming. Thus, after careful thought, her father decided to propose a marriage alliance with Adrian. This way, when he passed away, his loyal subordinates could protect her while her husband controlled the city, allowing Carly to continue living carefree. After bringing Kirsty home, Carly dismissed all servants, prepared 2 cups of milk tea, and took Kirsty into the gaming room. She indeed loved playing games and had quite a collection, including one that Kirsty found very interesting but hadn't been able to find before. Leaning back on the cushions, they dove right into it. Kirsty was naturally gifted. Although she didn't spend much time gaming, she picked up every game quickly and soon became an expert player. Just as they were immersed in their gameplay, someone knocked on the door, announcing Adrian's arrival. Carly tossed the controller to the ground, visibly unhappy. I'll handle him for a bit and we'll be right back. It seemed she didn't particularly like Adrian, her face showing obvious reluctance and unwillingness, especially since he interrupted when she was enjoying herself. Kirsty considered eavesdropping for a moment but decided it would be immoral and abandoned the idea. However, her senses were so sharp that even with a wall between them, she could clearly hear their conversation, even though the voices weren't loud. The entire exchange between Adrian and Carly could be summed up in 4 words, ah. Yes, Carly clearly had little affection for Adrian and barely tolerated him as a fiancé, while Adrian seemed to genuinely like her. But this liking wasn't romantic love, rather, it felt more like he appreciated her background and beauty, deeming her suitable for the arranged marriage and worth cultivating a relationship with. Their conversation went something like this, with Adrian politely asking how she was doing recently, if she lacked anything, or if there was something she liked which he could gift her. Carly responded monosyllabically, good. No need. Kirsty stroked her chin, finding the whole scene amusing. About half an hour later, Carly returned to the gaming room in a huff, her face lighting up only when she saw Kirsty. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 64, How to Kidnap Someone Else's Fiancé. Is the person who came your fiancé? Sort of. Carly's smile that had just risen drooped again. Although I don't want to be with him, I have no choice. She sat there, exuding an aura of melancholy. Even in the post-apocalypse world, where ordinary people and rich families live drastically different lives, everyone has their own worries. For ordinary people, the worry is whether they can survive tomorrow or even get enough food the day after. For the rich, the pain is a lack of freedom. Though she had just met Kirsty, Carly felt a strong liking for her much younger but very cute and interesting sister. Unable to hold back, she poured out her troubles. I don't like him at all. I hate these cunning men obsessed with power and adept at pretending. My father always thinks he is reliable and can take care of me for the rest of my life. But if one day my father dies, and he wants to consolidate all the power, would he really stop for me or my father's sake? No, even if I become his wife, if one day I become an obstacle to him, he will hesitate not at all to remove me because such men are cold-blooded deep down. Maybe they know love, but their lust for power will always come first. Carly was not naive, she just disliked scheming. She had a clear view of Adrian and thus especially repelled this relationship. But I also know that if I leave my father's protection, it would be hard for me to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Because I don't have offensive abilities, nor a robust physique. I can't even run away from home because if something happens to me, my father would be very sad. To him, I am an important pillar of his life. Carly said sadly, hugging her knees. Kirsty was someone who had lived for too many years, seeing through Carly's concealment at once. For example, she might possess special abilities. Once others know this and after her father's death, she might be exploited or harmed. Otherwise, a father who loves his daughter wouldn't force her to marry someone she dislikes. There must be something about Carly that could endanger her safety. Kirsty, touching her chin, suddenly had an idea. If you can become strong enough to protect yourself, what would you do? I would ask my father to call off the engagement. If it doesn't work, I'll run away. After shouting loudly, Carly became somewhat dejected, but I know this is just a hypothetical situation. No, Kirsty leaned close to her, saying in a seductive voice as if she were a devil tempting mortals to fall, I can make you stronger. Would you like to try? Carly was stunned. Kirsty looked calm, playing with the game controller in her hand. Her composed look contrasted sharply with her appearance of only 13 or 14 years old. After sinking into deep thought for a moment, Carly smiled. Don't joke about such serious matters. I'm not joking around. Kirsty looked around, moved a vase over. Is this expensive? Not particularly. Just as Carly spoke, she saw Kirsty lift her hand to place it on the vase. White light fell from her palm onto the vase, as if coating it with beautiful silver. Then Kirsty stretched out her hand and tapped it lightly, and the vase crumbled into powder like windblown dust. I can teach you this. When Kirsty first saw Carly, she realized Carly had high potential. If she were in her world, young as she is, she would probably have been taken by the Holy Temple to compete for the positions of holy children, and even if unable to become the main hall maiden, being an official at a branch temple would be a piece of cake. But this world has no holy temple, and no one can teach Carly the light magic. Her talent couldn't be utilized. After listening to this, Carly fell into struggle, clearly thinking. On one hand, she thought how there could be a skill that was not an ability yet could be taught to others. It couldn't possibly be legendary sorcery. On the other hand, she believed Kirsty didn't seem to be joking. She looked so earnest, truly willing to teach her. Carly. Her throat felt dry, and she couldn't speak for a while. Clearing it several times failed to let her answer Kirsty, who then said, let's play games first. You can tell me after you've made up your mind. I'm not in a hurry. Thus, Carly played games absent-mindedly all night, dying frequently, eventually feeling apologetic. Kirsty patted her shoulder. There's a phrase, how does it go? I've opened a new world for you. Anyway, it's normal to be in a daze now. Don't rush, take your time to think it over. Come tell me when you've made up your mind. After washing up, the two of them lay on the same bed. Carly tossed and turned, unable to sleep, but didn't want to wake Kirsty, so she kept turning restlessly. Kirsty. She could only turn around and open her eyes, then said, I know a friend. When I met her, she was only 15 years old. Her father forced her to marry a widowed merchant to be a stepmother. So what happened? Carly couldn't help but ask. She ran away with her skirts in hand. Later, she went to work at a very big place and made it big. Only then did her father come looking for her. She said, my life is not for others to decide, not even you as my father. Why don't you ask my current boss whether he agrees to let me go? I asked her later. She said if I had agreed to marry that man, my future would have been set from the start, being a wife and mother to an older man, perhaps even competing with his mistresses. Every day would be about two things, husband and children. I'd be confined in a small courtyard, living worry-free but seeing only a sliver of sky, depending on others until death. Freedom is a precious thing. At that moment, I clearly recognized this and was willing to pay anything for freedom, and never regret it. Give me liberty or give me death. Carly didn't speak for a long time and finally stopped tossing and turning. Kirsty fell back onto the bed with a thud and finally got a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 65, Corrupted. The next morning, when Kirsty slowly climbed out of bed, she saw Carly just pushing the door open. It seemed like she had been awake for a while and looked a bit lackluster, as if she hadn't slept well last night. When she saw Kirsty, she perked up a little. Stay one more day today. Carly said, I'm very interested in what you mentioned last night. Deal. Kirsty smiled. Sure. Kirsty stayed for 3 days. If it weren't for Stone saying that the person collecting materials for her had arrived, she might not have gone back yet. When Kirsty left, Carly was reluctant to part, holding her hand and asking repeatedly, where should I go to find you later? Or you could stay at my place, okay? You've successfully gotten started. I will come every now and then to give you new study objectives. You don't need me around all the time. I also have important things to do. When I visit this area again, I'll definitely look for you. Carly knew yesterday evening that Kirsty was definitely not just an ordinary girl. But she didn't pry further. After all, if there was something Kirsty wanted to say, she would speak up herself. It wasn't her place to ask intrusive questions. It was impolite and might annoy Kirsty. She certainly didn't want that. When Kirsty left Carly's house, she took many things given by Carly, who justified it by saying that Kirsty was now technically her teacher, so there was nothing wrong with honoring her teacher. Indeed. Kirsty put all these items into the different space, then returned to where Stone lived. He had been waiting here for quite some time. This was a big order, so he showed considerable patience. Wait for me a moment while I get some things. Before Stone even spoke after Kirsty returned, she had already disappeared into the room. Stone. Inside, Kirsty opened a transmission array to have the red-clothed female zombie bring over the corpses of high-level zombies they had collected, along with the final payment promised to that person. After counting everything, Kirsty finally opened the door, tossing all sorts of items in front of him. Is this enough? More than enough. The man, upon finishing the count, suddenly became animated. Today, I only brought part of it, and the rest hasn't arrived. Since it's not all here, I'll take half first. Kirsty waved him off to take it all. I trust your professionalism. He rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. Then I won't be polite. I'll try my best to gather the rest for you by tomorrow night. Kirsty made an okay gesture and let him leave. Stone silently surrounded from behind, sarcastically remarking, "Did you enjoy staying there so much that you forgot to return?" Kirsty modestly replied, "Not bad." Stone, "Forget it. Let me ask seriously, what did you do these past couple of days?" Stone's expression showed a hint of worry. "You didn't really steal someone's fiancé away, right? What if Adrian comes after me?" "Then run," Kirsty muttered. "I don't think Feng Cheng is all that great either. Why don't you come with me?" "Sure, but don't you need a base of your own?" "If you have a proper base, I'll go with you," Stone smiled. Kirsty fell into deep thought. Until today, she had never considered having a base because she hoped to eventually find a way to leave this world and return home. Though Kirsty acted on impulse, she was also responsible. What would happen to the base after she left? But today, after Stone's words, Kirsty suddenly felt the need for her own territory. It was clear that she couldn't return to her original world anytime soon, so she would have to survive in this post-apocalyptic world for a long time. Establishing her own territory was necessary. If she found a way back someday, it wouldn't matter. She could entrust the base to Bram and others. Delbert could be the nominal leader, Bram the mastermind behind the scenes, Arnaud, the real power behind the throne, and Norris in charge of research. With this trio, the base should do well. Feeling more confident, Kirsty told Stone, "If I ever establish my own base, you should definitely come." Stone immediately agreed, "I'll definitely come." After reserving a future member, Kirsty felt quite good. She had another meal of barbecue made by Stone and then collapsed in the room prepared for her by Stone, rolling around on the bed. Tomorrow, after she received the remaining materials, she would go back. Establishing her own base was not a trivial matter. She needed to get the agreement of others first. Kirsty believed she had always been a very democratic person and would not do anything so dictatorial. The next day, even before evening, that man came with all the remaining materials. "Those who work in research are full of praise for the zombie corpses you brought in. They said they were fresh enough and had a high enough level. They want to ask if you want to establish a special supply route." Not wanting to do business, Kirsty rejected him. He looked disappointed but didn't say anything, only indicating that if there was similar work in the future, he could be called upon. After he left, Kirsty bid farewell to Stone. "Don't forget, you promised me. If I really establish my own base, you should come and join me then." "No problem." Stone also gave her some cured meat. "Take it back and grill it yourself. It's a pity we don't have refrigerators or things like that now. Otherwise, I could prepare more for you, and you could eat for a few more days. Then let's wait until we have one in the future." Kirsty bade him goodbye and left. As soon as she left, Adrian found the merchant who collected materials for her. The commotion created by the merchant while collecting materials was significant, and Adrian wouldn't be blind if he didn't know about it. He was a very smart person and sensitively detected something amiss here. He directly summoned the man to his presence. "Whose materials are you collecting for?" Chapter 66. Do you think I can't find Kirsty? The merchant didn't expect that merely collecting materials for someone would lead to an inquiry from Adrian. Though he was Stone's friend, they weren't particularly close, and he was savvy enough to give Stone up immediately. Shortly after Kirsty left, Stone was confronted by Adrian. His first thought was, "Oh no, Kirsty's attempt to lure away someone else's fiancé has been discovered by the real person involved." The first thing Adrian asked was, "Where is the person who has been collecting materials these past 2 days?" Upon hearing that Adrian wasn't accusing Kirsty of luring away his fiancé, Stone let out a sigh of relief and replied calmly, "I don't know. I'm just an intermediary. I don't even know who she really is. She just approached me for business, and since I have friends in this field, I recommended her to them." "But everyone who visited your shop that night knows you claimed she was your sister," Adrian retorted, clearly not buying it. Stone remained composed. "Isn't that normal? Saying we're closer can help secure better discounts for her. Many people do this when making purchases. It doesn't mean she's really my sister." "Is that so?" Adrian suddenly smiled, and Stone had an ominous feeling. Before he could say anything, his mouth started spilling out the truth uncontrollably. "She's Kirsty, the one on the wanted list. I don't know where she went, she never told me." Stone quickly covered his mouth, shocked. Adrian had never revealed his ability before, leading many to assume he had none. Adrian didn't rise to power through brute force, so no one gossiped about his lack of abilities. It now seemed he did have an ability, just one he kept hidden well. If Kirsty were here, she would realize why Valentina's claim of being reborn was easily believed. Adrian had the power to make others tell the truth. "What's your relationship with Kirsty?" Adrian suspected something was off and relied on his intuition that this person couldn't be let go easily, especially after reviewing the list of materials she sought. He never expected it to be Kirsty. This was like a stroke of good luck. "We don't have much of a relationship. We've only met once before this. I just felt that her being wanted might be a misunderstanding because she doesn't seem like a bad person, so I chose to keep quiet." Stone realized covering his mouth wouldn't stop him from speaking, so he threw up his hands and slumped into a chair, giving up. "Ask whatever you want. There's nothing I can do to resist. Do you really not know where she went?" "Yes, she left this afternoon, and I didn't ask her where she was going. Who knows where she ended up?" Stone shrugged indifferently. "You can ask as much as you want, I really don't know. We don't have any special relationship. I swear this is all true. Anyway, you can judge for yourself, right?" Adrian gave him a long, hard look and said, "You're not a child anymore, so you should understand something. A person's character cannot be judged solely by appearance. I'll overlook this incident this time since you haven't done anything harmful to the base. But I hope you remember one thing. Kirsty isn't simple. She's dangerous. Someone like you could easily be manipulated and destroyed by her. I hope you use your head more next time. If it happens again, I won't let you off." Stone remained silent, but his leg, which had been lazily swinging, stopped moving. Only then did Adrian stand up and start to leave. Halfway out, he paused. "Still, thank you. Because of you, I now know where she's hiding." Stone's heart skipped a beat. Had he given something away? He truly knew nothing. But how could one tell what these smart people might discover? Kirsty had no idea what happened in Fengcheng. She had already returned home and immediately pulled Bram and Norris into the lab. Aiden had intended to get closer but couldn't even manage that. Aiden felt a bit disheartened. Since their arrival, the base had finally seen development. With Ichabod's support, the resource search team could venture into slightly more dangerous areas. After all, relatively safe areas had already been explored by many small bases, leaving very few resources remaining. Slightly more dangerous areas, on the other hand, could result in personnel injuries with their base's current strength. In the worst case, they might even suffer complete annihilation. But now things were different. They went to safer places during regular times and ventured into more dangerous areas when they had powerful protection. Gradually, life became better. Norris also contributed. Whenever he was free, he never hesitated to guide some of the existing researchers in the base. While he seemed like a junior before Kirsty, let's not forget that he was inherently a genius. To others, he was already considered a big shot. Now, another person had arrived, Fulton, an expert in farming. He wasn't just limited to growing fruits, vegetables and other crops were also within his expertise. He simply lacked the interest. He only needed to provide fruits for Kirsty and a few others. Now that life was worry-free, he spent his days researching how to use his abilities more effectively. In his spare time, he helped other farmers in the base to make their plants grow faster. In short, the entire base was developing at an unprecedented speed, which greatly satisfied Aiden. He even felt that if they were willing to stay, handing over the top position to one of them would be acceptable. So, Aiden, who hadn't had a proper chat with Kirsty, could only leave with regret. "I'll come back when you have time." Shortly after he left, Adrian's people traced nearby. There were countless kinds of special abilities in the world, and several were particularly good at tracking people. Especially after obtaining much information today. The tracker did not act rashly upon reaching near the base but quickly returned to inform Adrian. Very good, Adrian dismissed him. Finally, he found Kirsty. Chapter 67, Next, you need to make a choice. Adrian possesses special abilities, thus he can be certain that every word Valentina said was true. Brecken is the zombie king who will destroy the world in the future. Valentina had described how Brecken would destroy the world. It would be more accurate to say he would destroy humanity. He commanded countless zombies, organizing an army entirely composed of zombies. Wherever they went, almost no base could resist. Countless bases were breached and massacred. Surviving humans continually retreated, base by base. During this time, they also united, gathering countless ability users to try and eliminate Brecken. However, this battle led to 9 out of 10 of the strongest human ability users being wiped out. Since then, they have never had the power to resist Brecken again. In the end, all bases fell, and apart from those few who hid early on in some corner of cities or wilderness, the rest of the survivors. Valentina didn't know what happened after that, because she died when the last base was destroyed. But even a fool could understand that humanity no longer had any strength left to fight back against Brecken. The only outcome would be total annihilation, leaving no trace of humanity in the world, much like the dinosaurs before them. Dinosaurs became extinct, leaving behind only some creatures that evolved into birds. Humanity's extinction left only zombies, which could be considered a form of evolution, albeit in a twisted sense. To be honest, no one hopes for their own extinction. If you ask 10 people, 9.5 would wish to live a little longer, with the other half either jesting or ill. Even in such a desperate situation as the apocalypse, humans still hope to continue living. Humans are, after all, a species both fragile and resilient. If not for this, humans wouldn't have been able to become the dominant life form. This was also why Adrian immediately agreed to the proposal to kill Brecken upon learning that he would destroy the world in the future. He was even more resolute than Valentina, who had witnessed firsthand how Brecken would destroy humanity. Now that he knows where Brecken is, he starts plotting how to kill him. Their time is running out. According to Valentina, it won't be long before Brecken grows too powerful for most people to defeat, especially since he can control zombies. Even if he can be defeated, it will be hard to kill him completely. The best opportunity has passed, so they must seize the moment now. Kirsty wasn't aware that she was being followed. She was busy treating injured people at the moment, aiding Aiden. Aiden, along with his friend, was one of the strongest ability users in this base, though this was before Kirsty and the others arrived. They were both fairly combat effective. With Aiden skilled in management, they co-founded this base. Before Kirsty and the others came here, Aiden's friend had suffered severe injuries, wounds so grave that many doctors could only stabilize his condition but couldn't improve it. Aiden had previously considered asking Kirsty for help. As a healer-type ability user, though there haven't been healers capable of treating serious wounds yet, there was always a chance. But Kirsty was always so busy. Every time he tried to be polite and wait until the next day, she would be gone by then. Finally seizing this opportunity, he quickly asked Kirsty. Kirsty nodded right away. I can treat him, as long as he's still alive. Aiden was astonished. Please come with me. He was incredibly excited and hurriedly led Kirsty to see his friend. His friend's injuries were very serious. The moment Kirsty opened the door, she smelled a faint stench of decay. Inside, a Grayson lay on the bed, part of his back wound already rotting, pus continuously oozing out, mixed with something black, probably infected by something unknown. He was bitten by a zombie. When Aiden mentioned this, he was still in great pain. The situation was very severe. At one point, I suspected he might turn into a zombie, but he didn't. However, no medicine seems to work. The wound just keeps rotting more and more, and now his entire back. Kirsty had brought examination equipment beforehand, and Zhong Jini had come along to observe as they found the symptoms intriguing. Let me examine him first. With great interest, Kirsty took out her scalpel and, discussing with Zhong Jini, began examining Aiden's friend. Aiden moved a small stool nearby and sat down, waiting very anxiously. Then he heard these two chatting. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. Once it's cured, there will be no sample left. We should take some tissue from the wound for research later. I'll do it. I brought storage containers just in case. I'll assist you. Kirsty rubbed her hands together and then proceeded to hold down Aiden's friend, starting to collect samples. Aiden, you don't care at all about how I feel, right? But if this really can cure him, asking them to keep some samples wouldn't be too much, would it? Seeing Kirsty's confidence, he felt somewhat reassured and started pacing back and forth nervously. Kirsty soon finished collecting samples, instructing Norris to seal them carefully to avoid damage, before putting away her tools. She then turned to Aiden. Now you have two choices. Your friend is unconscious, so how do humans put it? Oh yes, you have the authority to sign on his behalf and make the decision. Aiden immediately thought of critical condition notices and became even more nervous. Did this mean the upcoming treatment was risky? However, he had no other choice but to give it a try, since leaving things as they were only added to his friend's suffering without any benefit. It might be better to take the chance. Then he heard Kirsty say, I have two treatment methods. One will leave obvious scars and take longer, about 3 to 5 days, but there will be no after effects. The other won't leave scars but will have mild side effects, though it's faster, about 5 minutes. Which one do you choose? Aiden, who was already bracing himself for a life-threatening situation. Is that all? Chapter 68. I can save him. Kirsty, isn't this a very important decision? Aiden's attitude made her very confused, while he was quite calm. I will definitely choose the one with no after effect. Isn't it obvious? What's a few scars on a man compared to lingering side effects? Scars are 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better. Okay. Kirsty always had a good attitude towards her patients. She explained to Aiden why his friend was in this condition. His friend's case was somewhat similar to Bruce's, except that he had already possessed superpowers before being infected. Unlike Bruce, who had fought through by awakening his power, this person could not do so. Within his body, the struggle between the superpower and the special circumstances of infection caused him to be in a state where he wouldn't die immediately but couldn't get healed either. Simply put, the zombie virus had mutated within him. Superpowers acted like antibodies. Ordinary zombie viruses found it difficult to infect those with such antibodies. It's like how, after receiving the smallpox vaccine, you no longer have to worry about contracting smallpox. Only, superpowers couldn't entirely prevent infections, perhaps 80 to 90% at best. But this virus had mutated. The superpower couldn't eliminate it. The constant mutual attrition resulted in his current condition. Aiden looked bewildered, mostly because there were some fairly technical terms he couldn't understand. Finally, he just said, I trust you, do your best. Why don't you take these things back then? Leave it to me. Kirsty told Norris to leave. Since she didn't need him anymore, it might as well let him return to study the mutated virus, comparing it with Ayla's for basic research. Norris was quite willing and left promptly. In the end, only Kirsty remained in the room. The two methods she spoke of, the first one she learned from witches during her time as a necromancer, and the second came from the Holy Order. The Holy Order excelled in these showy treatments, which looked like complete healing from the outside without even a scar, but actually left lasting side effects inside the body. However, with their showmanship, they defeated witches who required more time for treatment and left visible scars. During the witch hunts, witches were nearly exterminated. By the time people realized the Holy Order's treatment left side effects, even though it was fast but didn't root out problems like the witches did, it was too late. Medical power was completely under the control of the Holy Order, with only a few witches hiding in remote areas, barely surviving, unable to make any real impact. When Kirsty later observed, she felt the Holy Order was truly impressive. They were adept at surface-level performances and manipulating hearts. Their ability to grow to such a scale had its reasons. Not everyone is like Kirsty, who would learn both methods to personally compare them. Most people judge based on what they see. Because most people can't tell right from wrong and follow the crowd easily, manipulating public opinion becomes simpler. Kirsty merely sighed without delving too deeply. She had already begun treating Aiden's friend, a process that would take a long time. During this period, she would not leave the room until the treatment was fully completed. While Kirsty was treating Aiden's friend, someone secretly approached Aiden. Aiden was elated that his friend could finally be treated, almost hoping time would pass quickly so he could soon see his friend lively and healthy again. Days seemed to fly by. Now, at least, there was hope. His anxiety was much relieved. So when informed of a visitor, he smiled. From another base? What's it about? Never mind, let him in. The visitor wore a black cloak and hood. As Aiden drank water, the visitor entered and pulled down the hood. Fart. Aiden sprayed out the water. If the visitor hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been doused. Aiden hadn't met many big shots, Adrian being one of them. Before founding this small base, he visited Feng City once, albeit briefly, but luckily saw Adrian. When people meet important figures, they tend to remember their appearance for a long time. Aiden was no exception. He immediately recognized the person before him as Adrian, which made him spray out the water. After spraying, Aiden panicked because Adrian was the leader of such a large base. He hurriedly went over to try and wipe off the water from Adrian's clothes. Really sorry. I didn't expect someone like you would actually come here, so I got a little too excited. He spoke rapidly. Are you alright? I'm truly very sorry. Adrian. He probably hadn't expected to almost get his face washed upon entering. Although he dodged the face, his body didn't escape unscathed. However, he had come for an important matter, so he was particularly lenient. It's fine. Aiden kept pouring water, pulling chairs, and apologizing until finally, it struck him why Adrian would visit his small, unremarkable base. The only advantage was its proximity to Feng City. And more importantly, Adrian seemed to have concealed his identity when coming, even wearing a hood in a mysterious manner. Aiden wasn't foolish, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to manage a base, no matter how small. He quickly put on a warm smile and asked curiously, why did you come to my base? Someone like you must be very busy, right? What brings you to such a tiny place? Adrian didn't beat around the bush but came straight to the point. Have some new people arrived at your base recently? The one leading them is named Kirsty, although she might not have used this name while here. As soon as Adrian mentioned the recent arrivals, Aiden immediately knew who he was looking for. His expression didn't change, nor did his speech rate. No, there haven't been any new people here for a long time. Chapter 69. Be prepared for an attack. Adrian watched Aiden without speaking. Aiden had a look of innocence and nonchalance, showing no signs of lying at all. He even said in a slightly sycophantic tone, what kind of person is the one you're looking for? What does she look like? How about telling me? It would be better if you have a photo. If I really see him, her, I'll definitely inform you as soon as possible. Adrian genuinely doubted whether Kirsty possessed some peculiar charm. Why did everyone start to cover for her after meeting her once or twice? No matter how much patience Adrian had, it was slowly waning due to repeated instances of deceit and cover-ups. After thinking for 2 seconds and just about to use his power, he heard someone knocking on the door. I previously made an appointment with someone. It seems they've come to find me. Are you planning to stay here for a couple of days? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so if you're not in a hurry, can we talk later? Aiden said apologetically, our base's conditions can't compare to Fengcheng, but if you choose to stay, we will do our best to accommodate you. Let me get Xiao Wang to clean out my room. This was clearly an indirect way to ask him to leave. Who could shamelessly ask to live in the host's room and make the host go elsewhere? Adrian stood up and said, since that's the case, you should take care of your business first. We can chat when you're free. Maybe in a couple of days. Aiden kept following him and politely insisted several times, pretending to want him to stay, but Adrian refused and quickly left. After he left, Aiden didn't dare disturb Kirsty for fear it might cause surgery failure, so he went to find Zach and told him what happened today. Zach couldn't believe he dared to cover for Kirsty, considering how much courage it took to protect someone under the nose of the head of such a large base like Fengcheng. Did Kirsty have some extraordinary charm? One by one, everyone seemed to lose control over their actions and lean towards her soon after knowing her. No wonder she was regarded as a thorn in the side of the holy hall back in the other world. Her ability to unite people and persuade them was exceptionally strong. She seemed like a natural-born leader, even though she appeared somewhat unreliable at times. People who got to know her well often fell for her character quickly. Unable to resist rallying around her, they were even willing to undertake dangerous tasks for her. While Zach was pondering this, Aiden took the initiative to speak. I know you suspect my position. If it were before today, upon receiving such information, I would have chosen self-preservation after a brief hesitation. My friend means more than just a friend to me, he's like a brother. He has saved my life countless times during hardships. We share life and death together. Saving him is more important than saving myself. With the operation still ongoing inside, he certainly wouldn't betray Kirsty or the savior of his best friend. I sent him away today temporarily, but he must have suspected something, Aiden continued, sounding worried. The way I asked him to leave today was too shallow and brutal. He must have sensed that something was off. Zach was calm. Since he came to you and spoke like that, it shows he already had a certain level of confidence. He might have known our whereabouts long ago and confirmed that we are indeed in this base, which is why he approached you. So you don't need to feel guilty, think about what to do next instead. Zach now feared most that Adrian would lose all patience and directly attack this base. To be honest, compared to Fengcheng, their base was too small. If Adrian really sent troops to attack, they might not last long and would likely be flattened easily. The best solution would be to leave here and hide elsewhere. They were few in number and thus hard to spot. Once they escaped to another place quietly, even if Adrian wanted to find them, he would waste a lot of time. But Kirsty was currently in the middle of an operation and couldn't leave. They couldn't abandon her here either, regardless of their strength. If surgery was ongoing, Kirsty might not be able to break free. Thinking carefully, there were many complications. All they could do was curse Adrian for arriving at such an inconvenient time. After considering for a long time, Zack called over all the idle people, including Aiden, to hold a small meeting to discuss what to do when the time came. The attendees included Aiden, Zack, Bruce, Julius, Fulton, and a little red creature that couldn't speak and could only be held in someone's arms. After Zack described the situation, Julius frowned first. Kirsty mentioned before that she might need 4 to 5 days to complete the entire treatment. If Adrian really plans to attack us, assuming he starts gathering people immediately after returning today, how many days would it take him to get here? Aiden was relatively familiar with the route and various factors between the two bases. After some thought, his expression changed slightly. Not counting the time needed to gather people, just for the trip back and forth, it would take only 1 day. Their two bases were quite close. Aiden even considered the rest time and other miscellaneous factors, finally concluding that it would take 1 day. And this 1 day referred to daylight hours, meaning 12 hours. After he finished speaking, everyone fell into silence, clearly agonizing over the extremely short time frame. Could they bet on Adrian not acting quickly, but instead deliberating and hesitating for a long time before coming to their base? This possibility was low. First, almost all of Fengcheng was under Adrian's command. Although Carly's father could roughly match him, he wouldn't easily disobey Adrian's orders because their interests were aligned. Besides, Adrian was his future son-in-law, young and capable. As long as something wasn't seriously against his interests, he would likely support Adrian. Second, they had been searching for Zack's whereabouts all along. Now that they had finally found him, how could they let him go easily? Realizing they would soon face an attack, everyone fell silent. Chapter 70, Once on the pirate ship, there's no way off. Brecken turned to look at Aiden. You still have time to back out now. Once the army surrounds us, you'll truly be in the same boat with us. At that point, even if you tell them that you're not one of us, no one will believe you. More importantly, what this base will face. This small base surely can't hold out. All the hard work of Aiden and his friend might just. Aiden had come to warn Brecken so they could escape quickly. Now hearing that they couldn't leave immediately because they were treating his friend, his emotions became complicated. He couldn't abandon his friend, nor could he forsake the innocent people in the base. Moreover, their base didn't have much combat power to begin with. If Fengcheng did launch an attack, they probably wouldn't last 5 minutes. Even if you back out now, no one would blame you, said Brecken calmly, his tone relatively gentle as if he sincerely believed that it would be fine for Aiden to retreat. After all, the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Even adding this base would only mean more casualties. Is there any way we can delay them? Aiden was drenched in sweat from his thoughts. He wiped it off again and again, unable to abandon his friend. Can we delay them by 4 or 5 days? Just long enough to finish my friend's surgery, then we can run together. He couldn't bring the other people in the base. Those ordinary people were innocent and shouldn't be dragged into this escape. Once they left, the Fengcheng people probably wouldn't exterminate the base. The worst outcome would be Adrian leaving the people in the base to fend for themselves, while a better result would be him relocating everyone back to Fengcheng. In either case, the base would disappear from history, but all its residents would live on. Regardless of the scenario, it wouldn't involve massacring the city. After all, the others in the base were innocent, and Adrian wasn't foolish. He still needed a good reputation. After much consideration, Aiden felt that as long as they could stall for time until his friend's treatment ended successfully, everything else would fall into place. There is. Brecken sat there tapping his abacus with a smile, unaware that Kirsty planned to build a new base. He was merely prepared for such scenarios. I'll ask you one last time. You won't regret it, right? No matter what happens. Aiden could only give a helpless laugh. Do I have a choice now? Without a choice, there's nothing to regret. I can only say that no matter what happens, I won't abandon my friend. Good, Brecken said with a smile. In that case, I'll be straightforward. I have a way to stall Adrian, but I can't say how long it will last. We'll have to do our best and see how it goes. Aiden felt like sitting on pins and needles but had no choice. Finally, with a sullen expression, he sighed. Why does Adrian have to be so annoying, coming here at the most critical moment? Can't he wait a few more days? If Adrian waited a bit longer, his friend's treatment would already be finished. At least there wouldn't be any concern about interference causing the failure of the treatment. He'd only need to deal with the crime of hiding, which was different from now. Aiden's headache grew worse as he thought, but he had no options. Inside, he secretly cursed Adrian several times. Meanwhile, Adrian managed to persuade Carly's father quite quickly. They were ready to launch their attack. No matter what, they must kill Brecken before he fully transforms into a zombie king. The longer they delayed, the higher the cost would be, eventually leading humanity to pay an unbearable price. At this moment, Adrian seemed almost righteous, as though he were safeguarding humanity, imbued with a sense of justice. Carly's father had considered it. Knowing Adrian's abilities, he trusted Valentina and believed she wasn't lying. Thus, they gathered a large group of ability users very quickly. To prevent someone like Stone from leaking information, they temporarily confined him. A crowd of ability users, plus some non-ability users with decent combat skills, set off grandly toward the small base. The time taken matched Aiden's estimate, arriving near the base in just over a day. Don't forget the time spent gathering. Aiden had been on edge all day, too anxious to get any proper rest. It wasn't until his scout returned with a report saying that they had seen a large number of vehicles approaching their base from the direction of Fengcheng that he finally accepted the reality. Once things were set in stone, his nervousness oddly diminished. Previously, he had been pacing back and forth outside, constantly gazing at the room where Kirsty and his friend were, hoping for a miracle that would allow them to come out immediately. But now, with the sword of Damocles finally falling, he found himself oddly calm. The situation was already beyond redemption, leaving no room for maneuver, so why should he be tense? Big deal, die together. He sniffed and went to find Brecken personally, informing him of this news. You try to stall them first, for as long as you can. Brecken rubbed his palms together and replied, we'll talk when you can't hold them off anymore. Aiden. All right. With an air of reckless abandon, he huffed and puffed his way to the gate. After a while, Adrian arrived in person, leading many ability users who surrounded their base. From afar, Adrian saw Aiden standing at the gate, looking utterly innocent. Say, I don't know what our base has done wrong to deserve this treatment from you, bringing so many ability users from Fengcheng just to lay siege here. Could it be because I didn't treat you well last time you came? But I did say I could clean out my room for you to stay indefinitely. Though the conditions weren't great, it was still the best room we had. Aiden rambled on, making Adrian seem petty. Adrian didn't bother arguing with him, simply waving his hand to initiate the attack. Chapter 71 A Mob. Aiden felt the sweat streaming down his body, almost soaking through his clothes. Although the world had changed drastically after the apocalypse, with rules and morals crumbling, making anything possible, this situation seemed a bit too much. He stood there, constantly wiping his brow, and asked the people around him in a soft voice, can we really hold out for more than 3 days? Bruce sat nearby, knowing far more than Aiden did. Thus, his expression remained unchanged as he simply turned to look at Zack. Zack completely ignored them, focusing instead on communicating with Ava. Though Zack and Ava didn't have a good relationship, they were still family despite past conflicts. Family quarrels were one thing, but against external enemies, they could unite. Compared to Zack, Ava's abilities were slightly inferior. She could only control the zombies she infected, whereas Zack could control all zombies. After much discussion, the two eventually reached a tentative agreement. With a high and mighty demeanor, Ava slithered away while Zack, having understood the situation, contacted Kirsty's underlings. Although he could control zombies, he couldn't control those bound by contract to Kirsty. While he couldn't control them, he could still communicate with them. With Kirsty absent, gathering her underlings quickly wasn't feasible, so they had to find another way. Adrian gathered a large group of people, including his younger brother Ryan. Though impulsive and often rash, Ryan was quite combat effective. As they surrounded the city, Ryan kept muttering, we need to be careful. That woman isn't simple at all. She can control psychics, and we don't know the limits of her abilities. We can't give her any opportunities. Adrian had only met Kirsty once, yet her arrogant departure left a vivid impression. He didn't know what exact psychic power she possessed because every ability she had displayed so far seemed like a different one. After collecting information on Kirsty and speaking with people who knew her, Adrian found that everyone described her abilities differently, each person firmly believing what they saw was her true power. So far, he had heard 4 or 5 different accounts. Each witness swore with absolute certainty that it must be her ability. Some said Kirsty's power was to manipulate others, including psychics, something his younger brother and his brother's subordinates had personally experienced. He himself had seen Kirsty open something resembling a spatial gate and leave, which also seemed like a psychic power. Another account claimed Kirsty had a storage space ability, similar yet distinctly different from the spatial gate. It was also rumored that Kirsty's registered ability at Xiangtao Survivor Base was summoning, capable of calling forth combat-capable followers. But some insisted her most commonly used ability was healing, restoring depleted psychic powers in others. Everyone's story was different, yet each spoke with heartfelt conviction about witnessing Kirsty use her psychic powers firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. This inconsistency led to no definitive confirmation of Kirsty's actual ability. Everly, much like her origins, remained a mystery. Another wary observer was Zack. Despite Adrian bringing many people, he wasn't entirely confident they would win easily. Press forward, elite team ready. If we can capture Zack alive, do so, if not, kill him directly. Standing at the front, Adrian exuded leadership. The elite team, composed of the strongest psychics, advanced like a sharp blade toward the base. Many thought Adrian was being overly cautious. What if there were a few strong individuals inside? They had so many people, so many powerful fighters, they could crush the base regardless. Then, as they approached the entrance of the base, they suddenly saw someone standing inside. It was a strikingly handsome man, his only oddity being excessively pale skin. He stood calmly, even smiling slightly. Upon seeing the crowd approach, he slowly slipped off his gloves. Be careful. The moment Adrian saw Zack standing there confidently, his vigilance heightened. However, others didn't share his caution, thinking he was overreacting. Then, the crowd saw Zack reveal his scarred hands. Suddenly, from the soil on either side of him, 2 skeletal figures emerged. Both were dressed in rather cute-made outfits, clearly Xiaohei and Chauncey. Xiaohei and Chauncey had not spent all these years by Kirsty's side for nothing. They were not only Kirsty's servants but also her half-apprentices. If it weren't for their lack of a blood medium after death, preventing them from learning many necromancer skills, Kirsty might have truly taken them as disciples. With incredible speed, Xiaohei and Chauncey drew a small formation on the ground beneath them. As soon as the formation was completed, several zombies jumped out from within. Like the large hemlock. Like the red-clothed female zombie. When Kirsty wasn't controlling them, they were quite scattered, operating independently with limited combat effectiveness. But now, with Zack present, there were just too many strong people around Kirsty, and Zach was so low-key, always working behind the scenes. This led many to not feel a sense of reality even if they knew he was prophesied to become the zombie king and destroy the world. Especially since Kirsty often liked to bully him. Each time, he would reluctantly accommodate her, causing those who knew he was the zombie king to frequently forget this fact. Until this moment, a portal like the gates of hell opened up, releasing countless zombies swarming out. Zach had communicated with the red-clothed female zombie and asked her to catch some other zombies not under Kirsty's control. Kirsty originally had many followers, and the addition of new ones emerging from the portal was enough to shock many on the opposite side. For a moment, they didn't react. By the time they did, the mass of zombies, which seemed to outnumber their psychics, had already surrounded them. Someone shouted, "Don't be afraid. They are just a mob." But no one stepped forward voluntarily. Chapter 72, The Hyman Effect. Yes, low-level zombies can even be killed by ordinary people because most zombies are not like Brecken or Ava, who had just turned into zombies and quickly gained formidable power. Most zombies, when they first become zombies, are stiff, mechanical, and brainless. Even frail girls, as long as they muster up courage, avoid getting hurt carefully, can take advantage of the zombies' slow reaction times to kill them. The reason why zombies have been a disaster since their emergence is not because they were powerful from birth but due to their overwhelming numbers and the ability to turn humans into their kind. Killing an equal number of zombies is effortless for an equivalent number of psychics. Therefore, some people can confidently call them a rabble, but most understand that this group of zombies is different from ordinary ones. Especially those leading, such as the red-clothed female zombie holding a swaddled baby, number 2 who resembles Avin, the menacing Ava lurking in the corner, and at the center, Brecken. Under Brecken's rule, this group of zombies followed orders meticulously. Despite hundreds or thousands of zombies present, with more constantly arriving, there was no unnecessary noise. Brecken stood before all the zombies, just like Adrian standing at the forefront of all psychics. They seemed to represent humanity and the zombies respectively, engaging in a dialogue that could go down in history. "I've never considered destroying humanity, but you've always wanted to destroy me. So have you ever thought about how your constant disruption of my peaceful life forces me to keep resisting and ultimately turns me into a world-ending monster?" Brecken said in a very gentle tone. "Have you heard the story of Hyman?" Hyman tells an interesting tragic story. A king, receiving a prophecy that his son would kill his father and marry his mother, abandoned his own child to prevent the tragedy. The abandoned son grew up outside, unaware of his true identity, raised by another king as his own son. Eventually, he returned to his homeland, killing his father and the Sphinx that devoured humans, becoming a hero and marrying the widowed queen. And that queen was his mother. Hyman tragedy is seen as a story where many efforts to avoid fate ironically fulfilled it. Many have pondered whether, if the king had raised his son properly instead of abandoning him early, the prophecy might not have come true. Similarly, if no one had hunted Brecken, forcing him to continuously retaliate, kill more humans, and create deeper enmity, would he have eventually become the world-ending zombie king? Some were indeed thinking about this issue because during a previous meeting, to mobilize everyone, Adrian explained why they had to chase Brecken and recounted that prophecy. Thus, many were wavering now. Brecken did appear refined, gentlemanly, and intelligent. If the prophecy predicted he would become the zombie king, did the prophecy force him onto this path? But among the wavering, Adrian and Valentina remained unshaken, especially Valentina, who had been reborn. In her previous life, no one chased Brecken from the beginning, he still became the zombie king. Valentina grew anxious. "Brother Yuan." Adrian raised his hand and said, "Brecken, you're stalling. From the start, I've found you to be very cunning and smart. Now it's clear you're good with words and can shake others' beliefs, but you can't sway mine." Adrian was extremely determined. To put it bluntly, even if Brecken wouldn't destroy the world, he would find a way to confine him, restrict his freedom, and possibly experiment on him. Because the future of humanity cannot depend on whether someone with power is good-hearted or evil-minded. Brecken might be a good person and not harm humans, but what if his thoughts change one day? Only by completely controlling the unstable factors could all dangers be eliminated. Zhong Jiyuan was someone with an extremely high need for control. He didn't plan to listen to Brecken any longer and loudly ordered, "Attack." For the future of humanity. Just as Brecken used words to shake others and stall time, Adrian was also skilled at using words to inspire others. Though it was just a brief statement without any particular enthusiasm in his tone, many felt a sudden surge of energy at that moment. Brecken had intended to for a bit longer, but never expected Adrian to be so astute. With a helpless sigh, he too waved his hand. Only the few closest zombies could hear him speak. "Do not retreat a single step. You must buy enough time for Kirsty. Can you do that?" Those nearest were almost all the highest ranking and smartest among Kirsty's subordinates. Upon hearing this, they became more excited than anyone else, especially Ava, who jumped onto number 2's neck, roaring with a vicious expression. They had to hold this small base until Kirsty emerged, ensuring she wouldn't be disturbed by Adrian and the others. Thus, the great battle began as Aiden cried out in a corner, "How can there be so many zombies?" Bruce stood beside him with his arms crossed, perfectly calm. Clearly only Aiden was unaware of the situation. Finally realizing what kind of predicament he was in, Aiden. QAQ. If he had known earlier, he might still have made the same choice. Kirsty was unaware of what was happening outside. Since she promised Aiden, she would save his friend. His friend's condition was critical. If Aiden had waited 2 more days to find her, Kirsty couldn't guarantee a successful rescue. His friend might end up like Fulton's sister, living in another form. Saving such a critically ill patient was a small challenge for Kirsty. She hadn't personally saved someone in a long time, so she practiced to avoid any accidents before starting. Once she began, she focused solely on saving the patient, oblivious to everything else. There's noise outside. Forget it. Chapter 73. Close the door and release Ayla. The war between humans and zombies looked extremely brutal. This situation naturally arose because both sides wanted to kill each other. Whether it was slightly weaker psychics or zombies, they were virtually treated as expendable. But zombies had an advantage. When their kind died, they could eat the corpses of their own kind. Consuming their kin allowed the zombies to reduce injuries and replenish expended energy, meaning their endurance grew stronger. Humans, on the other hand, were far inferior in this aspect. If it weren't for Adrian holding the front line, constantly encouraging everyone and preventing morale from dropping, the human side might already have shown signs of decline. Adrian hadn't anticipated that a large congregation of zombies would yield such effects, so he couldn't help frowning. Once it turned into a prolonged war rather than a quick victory, they wouldn't have much of an advantage anymore. Prolonging the time wasn't beneficial for them, especially with one person Adrian greatly feared still absent. Kirsty. Regardless of what others thought of Kirsty, to Adrian, she was an unfathomable woman capable of influencing the outcome of a war. With her not appearing, he didn't dare go all out. Without keeping anything back, if she suddenly showed up at the critical moment of the battle, he'd be completely unprepared. The first day ended like this. Humans felt fatigued, and after relentless attacks without success, Adrian could only temporarily retreat, pull back a bit, regroup, and reinforce manpower. After he left with his people, Bram didn't pursue relentlessly but instead led all the zombies back into the base. Currently, the base was in a state of panic. Ordinary civilians didn't know why so many zombies appeared at their base's gate or why someone came to besiege their base. Civilian panic was not a good thing. Throughout history, many examples proved that even the most fortified city could easily be broken from within. Aiden had to personally intervene to reassure the ordinary people in the base. He used comforting words, saying that the zombies were summoned by psychics who wouldn't harm anyone, that they were called forth to protect their base, and that the ordinary civilians could rest assured, this war would not affect any civilian. Unless someone participated voluntarily. Everything would end soon, no longer than 5 days. After 5 days, everything would return to normal. He hoped everyone would stay calm and patiently wait for it to end. This war concerned the survival of their base, and he hoped no one would be a drag. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to be stern. In short, he used both gentle and tough methods, playing both the good and bad cop alone. Somehow, he managed to stabilize the situation, but everyone knew this stability wouldn't last long. It might collapse quickly under reality and rumors. But they hadn't planned to maintain stability for long, just until Kirsty emerged. Aiden was also on board. Whenever the time came, he'd go with them. An old saying fits his mindset now: after me, the flood. Finally managing to calm those people down, upon returning, he started drinking water non-stop, clearly having talked until his throat was dry. What about tomorrow? He watched today's situation unfold. Although it seemed zombies had the upper hand, don't forget that Adrian organized the attack spontaneously with few participants. Reinforcements were still coming continuously. However, their numbers wouldn't increase anymore. When Aiden expressed his worries, Bram smiled beside him. Who told you we have just these numbers? Just wait. The first day was just probing for both sides. Tomorrow will be the real beginning. Aiden couldn't sleep after hearing this, so the next morning, he looked like a panda with dark circles under his eyes, dry lips, and overall exhaustion, as if he'd been wrung out by a dozen people the night before. Even his voice sounded hoarse. It's only the second day. Can we really hold out until Kirsty comes out? Ayla, who had been sitting quietly on Hemlock's head, immediately jumped up and hit Aiden on the head upon hearing this. Did he not know there was such an ace here? You don't need to worry so much, Bram said lazily. If you have the time, you might as well go and reassure the civilians in the base again. These zombies stayed in the base without leaving. Although a separate area was designated for them to live in, and they were very obedient and didn't run around, they still caused quite a stir. After all, they were zombies, the enemies of humans, and many rumors had started circulating after one night. For example, it was rumored that Aiden had collaborated with the zombies, resulting in their base being besieged. Such rumors spread widely and grew more serious. If they weren't properly quelled, disturbances might occur. Aiden, who had just drunk a pot of water to protect his vulnerable throat, looked utterly dejected when he heard this. He wailed, "What's wrong with these people? Can't they be a little more stable? I don't even ask for them to be stable for long, just 3 or 4 days, but they can't even hold on for 1 day." Despite his lamenting, he knew he still had to take action. His hair was practically falling out from stress, and he could only continue running around behind the scenes. Mixing truth and falsehoods in equal measure was necessary because telling complete lies would easily be exposed. Only blending truths and falsehoods was the safest approach. Some clever people could mislead others with mostly true statements, but such skills were rare. He could only resort to a half-truth, half-lie strategy to persuade people. While Aiden was nearly exhausting himself trying to buy time, Bram was also delaying things. Adrian had brought more people today, and the number of strong individuals seemed to have increased significantly compared to yesterday. After some thought, Bram released Ayla. This is up to you today. If he didn't release Ayla at such a critical moment, then when would he? Chapter 74. A Rash Warrior. The biggest difference between Xiaohong and ordinary zombies was its exceptionally fast speed of infecting humans. Even psychics could not resist its virus. If Xiaohong's abilities were discovered, it would undoubtedly raise countless people's vigilance. They would go mad trying to exterminate Xiaohong, just as they now want to kill Brecken. Brecken didn't let Xiaohong join the battle on the previous day but only had it harass some psychics from the side. This wasn't out of comrade love to protect Xiaohong but because Xiaohong indeed was their trump card. It couldn't be easily played. Have you ever seen a farmer's game player discard a joker right at the start? Only someone incredibly stupid would do that. A trump card must be kept secret and used at the most critical moment. And now is one such critical moment. At first, people did not take Xiaohong seriously. After all, it looked like a baby. Babies are very vulnerable, and although everyone knew it was an advanced zombie, they couldn't help but underestimate it. When the first psychic got bitten, no one dared to underestimate Xiaohong anymore because in just a few seconds, the bitten psychic began to mutate. In just over half a minute, it turned into a zombie on the spot. And it didn't turn into a low-level zombie but became somewhat combat-capable, attacking its own teammates after turning. His teammates were stunned. Even if there was a chance for psychics to be infected and become zombies, it would take much time to mutate. Was his friend bitten yesterday? If the first person turning into a zombie could be explained by being wounded yesterday without noticing it until today, when more and more psychics were scratched or bitten by Xiaohong and quickly transformed into zombies, no one dared to entertain any, translates to in English. Please replace it with appropriate context-based English word. They looked at Xiaohong as if it were a terrifying monster, instinctively beginning to avoid Xiaohong. Adrian also noticed this problem. He couldn't help but frown, never expecting Brecken to have such a zombie under his command. With a wave of his hand, 6 highly combat-effective psychics formed a small team and lunged towards Xiaohong. Their mission was to eliminate Xiaohong first. If Xiaohong was left unchecked, everyone's morale would crumble. After all, psychics relied on the fact that they were difficult to infect, so they were especially bold against zombies. Now, a zombie that could infect psychics appeared, and Xiaohong's infection rate seemed high. Out of 10 psychics scratched by it, 9 turned into zombies while only 1 survived. No one dared to bet on whether they would be the lucky one. The courage they had accumulated over a long time was all drained today, and many people started to retreat and keep away from Xiaohong. After the decapitation squad rapidly approached Xiaohong and separated it from the battlefield, intending to isolate it from its allies, they found that Brecken seemed to have no intention of supporting Xiaohong. Perhaps there was discord among them, or their relationship wasn't good. These 5 or 6 psychics were Adrian's loyalists and the cream of the crop among psychics. Normally, nothing less than significant matters would prompt their involvement. Yet, Adrian now had them handle Xiaohong, indicating how seriously he viewed Xiaohong's threat. He had already started wondering, if Xiaohong's ability was this terrifying, what about Brecken, the legitimate zombie king? It now seemed hasty to launch an attack on this base without adequate preparation. However, if he spent too much time preparing, they might escape elsewhere. After all, Adrian's meeting with Aiden had put them on alert. Realizing this made him regretful, yet they were now caught between a rock and a hard place. Therefore, today's main goal was to directly kill Xiaohong. Succeeding in this would mean achieving something. Quietly, Adrian signaled Ryan, who then led another team to support the decapitation squad. No one had dealt with a zombie like Xiaohong before, and no one knew its true strength. It was best to be prepared for any scenario to prevent losing control of the situation. They would know once they truly engaged in combat. Brecken did not come to help Xiaohong not because of a poor relationship, hoping to see Xiaohong in trouble, but because Xiaohong did not need any help. 5 or 6 powerful psychics surrounded and attacked Xiaohong for over 10 minutes. Not only did they fail to kill Xiaohong, they didn't even inflict any injuries. Instead, Xiaohong emitted mocking woo sounds at them. Seeing it handling the situation with ease, Ryan, who had been squatting nearby for a long time, could not hold back anymore. He was naturally a rash character, though somewhat tempered by his brother's frequent reprimands, he still couldn't resist provocation. So Ryan also joined the fray. Xiaohong, which had been idling around, suddenly heard Brecken's calm voice in its ear. Johnny, who just joined the battle, the one with slightly reddish hair tips, is Adrian's younger brother. Without needing further words from Brecken, Xiaohong's eyes immediately turned sharp. It loathed Adrian deeply. None of this mess would have happened without him. It should have been happily waiting for Kirsty to come out, without having to be busy outside. Thinking of this, Xiaohong squinted its eyes. It then began to act, pretending that the group of people were putting immense pressure on it, retreating step by step toward its teammates. Ryan, delighted, thought it was time for him to make a big move. A hot-headed person was easily riled up, and he charged after Xiaohong immediately. A few minutes later, Adrian, who hadn't paid much attention to Xiaohong but kept his eyes tightly on Brecken, received some bad news. Your brother, Ryan, has been bitten by that strange zombie. Adrian. Chapter 75, You want to scare him to death. Adrian knew his younger brother was reckless, but he never expected him to be this rash. Even after witnessing Ayla's ability to turn psychics into zombies, Ryan still rushed forward. Though Adrian often scolded his brother for being impulsive, the two brothers had a deep bond. Not long after Ryan was born, their father cheated on their mother and left her to raise the two of them alone. Sadly, she passed away from illness before they were fully grown. Their father wasn't a good person. After cheating and divorcing their mother, he remarried without paying any child support. As such, the two brothers relied solely on each other, even after achieving success and status. To Adrian, Ryan remained his most important family. Upon hearing the news, Adrian panicked, only restraining himself due to his sense of duty. He tried to maintain calm, directing others to prevent immediate collapse in battle before ordering his brother to be carried over. Ryan was gravely injured, with a large wound on his throat continuously bleeding. A healer was trying to bandage the wound. While the injury itself was treatable, given the healers and doctors available, what mattered most was whether Ryan would mutate. If he turned into a zombie, Adrian closed his eyes in agony. Before today, he wanted to kill Zack for humanity's benefit and his own interests. Now, there was an added personal vendetta. Use your best efforts. When Adrian spoke, his voice was hoarse. He pressed his lips together, striving to appear composed. The situation isn't too bad yet. The young female healer, panicking after stopping Ryan's bleeding, noticed signs of mutation. She looked at Adrian fearfully, afraid of blame. He seems to have already. Adrian glanced at his brother. Ryan's eyes were open, but there were no pupils left, only whites, creating a bizarre appearance. Having seen countless people turn into zombies, Adrian couldn't remain calm when it was his brother. At that moment, Adrian lost focus on the battlefield, kneeling beside his brother, his voice trembling. Tiani, hold on, don't become a zombie. Blood gushed out as Ryan opened his mouth, his throat making hacking sounds, blood trickling from the corners of his lips. They retreated, Aiden remarked, somewhat relieved. Why did they withdraw so early? Is this just another probe? Zack was feeding Ayla, who had done well today and was happily jumping around. Hearing Aiden's words, Zack calmly replied, because Adrian's beloved brother is about to turn into a zombie. He has no choice but to retreat. He doesn't have time to linger here. Ayla was clever enough not to immediately turn Ryan into a zombie. It controlled the amount of venom and where it injected it, slowing down Ryan's transformation. This delay could buy time. Zack thought Adrian, knowing many influential people, might find a way to save his brother. If not, things would get more interesting. Would he choose loyalty over family? Adrian didn't seem like someone who would sacrifice his brother. If he truly believed in saving humanity by killing Zack, would he kill his infected brother for the same reason? If Ryan were infected with Ayla's virus, he could easily infect others, posing a constant threat to the human base. If he can really kill his brother with his own hands, I might respect him more. He'd be a true saint. But if he fails, every word he's said will backfire. A selfish man shouldn't pretend to be selfless. Zack's true nature was as obvious as it could be, especially when Kirsty wasn't around. No one could suppress him then, and he would become exceptionally arrogant. Tomorrow, I wonder if Adrian will come. If he does, I must ask him, how is your brother? Aiden, listening beside him, was sweating. Don't be so arrogant. If you really anger him completely, then... He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. He realized that even without Zack's added provocation, they had already thoroughly offended Adrian. Did this one more sentence matter? There's a saying that when you owe too many debts, you stop worrying. Similarly, Aiden suddenly calmed down. Sigh, say what you want. Zack didn't respond. He closed his eyes, lying back in his chair to rest. His lazy mind was pondering what to do next. Regardless of whether Ryan turned into a zombie or not, Adrian wouldn't retreat. Instead, he would likely send more people to attack them. Adrian had no way out now and had to fight until the bitter end. Not only were there unresolved hatreds between them, but professionally and personally, he had no other choice but to press forward. If he retreated now, forget about others thinking he was fickle. Their entire expedition had yielded nothing and even cost them several lives. There would surely be dissatisfaction among his men. Letting his enemies go and allowing the tiger to return to the mountain would be something Adrian couldn't bear either. So, he had no choice but to see it through to the end, all the way. What tricks should he play tomorrow to force Adrian to retreat? Zack was still lying there trying to figure it out when someone from Aiden's team suddenly shouted, "Someone has opened the main gate. A lot of people have come in. We can't stop them." Bad news, their biggest worry came true. Amidst the rumors swirling, someone had turned traitor. Chapter 76, There's a Mole. A group of people who had been ready to rest quickly got up. To prevent the zombies from terrifying the civilians, causing them to have stronger emotions and take extreme actions, the zombies would not go out at night, so even patrols were switched to civilians. It turned out that among those who had become moles, there was someone in charge of patrolling. Apart from opening the gate, some people set fires inside the base, one of which was very close to where Kirsty was performing surgery. This caused even Zack's expression to change. He could not tolerate anything happening to Kirsty. So, he quickly stood up, and Aiden hurriedly said by his side, "I'll lead a team to put out the fire. We also need manpower to protect Kirsty and the others nearby." Xiaohei and Chauncey silently stepped forward, obviously prepared to undertake the job of protecting Kirsty. Zack nodded for him to bring several zombies, plus Xiaohei and Chauncey, which should be enough. After Aiden rushed away with his team, Zack also left with others. They needed to stop Adrian, a person even more ruthless than expected. At this hour, while his younger brother was still in uncertain condition, he dared to launch an ambush. It could only be said that although he loved his brother, he wasn't brainless about it and could still make rational decisions. Zack led Xiaohong and others rushing towards the direction, only to see countless psychics swarming in. Civilians became a burden instead, as they would only be scared and run away. The scene thus became more chaotic because of them. Zack could only command Kirsty's subordinates to drive these civilians away first, clearing the battlefield. He saw from afar Adrian standing amidst the crowd, a Grayson who could already be the overall head of a large base, with ice-cold eyes now filled with murderous intent, seemingly forgetting that it was their provocation that led to the current situation. People tend to hold double standards, which Zack understood, but it did not mean he would show mercy. Thus, under the light of fire in the dark night, both sides clashed. In this clash, Zack noticed that the opposing force was much larger, including more strong fighters. He suspected Adrian had contacted other bases over the past few days, and reinforcements had finally arrived. Now the number of psychics far exceeded the zombies, and while Xiaohong could create zombies, the ones she made weren't particularly powerful, just slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. For instance, ordinary zombies started at level 1, whereas her creations began at level 10. But powerful psychics had levels around 40 or 50, and common psychics participating in such battles were around level 20. These newly created zombies were too dangerous due to high infectivity rates, leading to them being prioritized for elimination. Therefore, the zombie population didn't significantly increase, which was not a good sign. What should we do next? Is it my turn to act? Bruce asked coolly by his side, his sleeves gathered up. Zack hadn't let him fight yet, nearly stifling him. Zack just said, wait a bit longer, don't rush. Let me observe the situation. Psychics surged forward, quickly rushing into the base. The red-clothed female zombie and the number 2 organized zombie group were almost scattered. These two zombies, one extremely powerful and the other with leadership skills, usually formed a synergistic duo. However, faced with such a large number of psychics, their defense line quickly wavered. Bruce, not adept at intrigue, couldn't help feeling anxious and kept asking, still not my turn to act? Should we wait more? Just told you not to rush, Zack said, watching Adrian from afar. As psychics pushed forward, the distance between them grew closer. Close enough that Zack no longer needed to shout to Adrian to be heard. Zack's voice sounded gentle, as if talking to a relative's child, but the words were sharp as a knife. How is your brother? Is he still alive? Or has he been sacrificed for the greater good? Unsurprisingly, from the largest survivor base nowadays, in choosing between your brother and power, you'd still pick power, wouldn't you? Zack's words made Adrian look as if he wanted to tear Zack apart, but he quickly regained his composure. You're disappointed. My brother is fine and won't turn into a zombie. Coldly, he added, it's you who should die today. Zack just gave a faint smile, looking him up and down with 2 eyes. Really? Looking at you, I thought there was no saving him. Adrian had been radiating coldness, and now he seemed even icier. With one command, the restless psychics and zombies clashed for the first time. This time, he specifically set up a formation to deal with Xiaohong, who was momentarily trapped and unable to show her prowess. It was clear that he had made thorough preparations before confronting Zack. It was only the second night, far from the time Kirsty had mentioned before. Zack hadn't planned to act so soon, but now he had no other choice. Many people were witnessing his actions for the first time. This Grayson, who looked somewhat frail, pale, and strikingly handsome to the point of being eerily beautiful, stood there like a pine tree growing on a cliff, but it was hard to sense any danger from him. Until the first person rushed close to him, raising his hand to release his psychic power. Since Zack had just mocked Adrian, he had drawn everyone's attention, so most people saw what happened next. The tall and muscular psychic, the moment he reached very close to Zack, as if he had collided with some kind of barrier, no, as if he had been caught in a rapidly spinning machine. His body instantly shattered into pieces, red and white chunks, large pieces falling softly to the ground, without a single drop of blood splashing onto Zack's robes, trousers, or shoes. He was still smiling, with a gentle look in his eyes and corners of his mouth, giving an impression that among 10 people, 8 would find him mild-mannered and polite, while the remaining 2 might want to strike up a conversation. But right before him, lying at his feet, was a mangled corpse. It was unrecognizable as human anymore. Chapter 77 No Way Out. Everyone was stunned. More terrifying was that the man died without even touching Zack, and his body had shattered into pieces. Yet, the flesh chunks were wriggling, with tiny buds growing out from between them, resembling little hands or feet dragging the chunks back together. He transformed back into a complete human form and slowly got up, lunging towards his teammates. The one closest to him could see that his limbs were not fully connected yet, giving off a precarious look as if they were barely held together by sinews. Moreover, he did not look like an ordinary zombie because he still had expressions on his face. However, that expression of resistance only lasted for a moment before turning into numbness and deathly stillness. Zack patted his palms and muttered, "This is my first time, using my own ability." He was safe with Kirsty, and since zombies wouldn't harm him, Zack had never tested how his ability worked. This was truly his first attempt, but since it was an ability belonging to him, he felt proficient after just one try. Zack quickly raised his other hand, pointing in a certain direction. Most people couldn't see anything unusual, but the psychics with special eye abilities changed color. Avoid it. Quickly avoid it. Others. What happened? What do we need to avoid? They were clueless. Those psychics caught within that small area suddenly started convulsing wildly. A few seconds later, they roared and turned their heads to charge at others. Ava needed to bite or scratch to turn someone into a zombie so that the virus could enter the body through the wound. But Zack didn't need that. He could spread his virus through the air, transforming people into zombies invisibly. Even psychics found it hard to resist. Only one person in that area was kneeling on the ground, clutching his throat while struggling helplessly, but he was quickly torn apart by nearby zombies. Adrian knew from the beginning that Zack as the zombie king would be more terrifying than Ava, but he never expected him to be this terrifying. Valentina indeed witnessed how Zack attacked the base back then, but she hadn't seen Zack when he was still developing. The Zack she saw already had an organized zombie army under his command and rarely showcased such abilities anymore because they weren't necessary. He rarely appeared before humans because he could simply command his minions to handle any matters. His last appearance was during the battle with Bruce, which also led humans to discover Bruce as their final hope. Unfortunately, the corrupted version of Bruce had no interest in saving anyone, thus wouldn't go all out against Zack, extinguishing humanity's last glimmer of hope. Therefore, even Valentina didn't know about Zack's terrifying abilities. In that instant, everyone's breathing halted. They instinctively searched for something to cover their mouths and noses, but if stopping breathing could solve the problem, the Zombie King would have been too useless. Perhaps they needed full body armor, covering every inch of skin to avoid contact with anything in the air to have a chance of escaping unscathed. Just then, among the psychics, one with a seemingly useless ability became useful. He usually contributed little, but today his power unexpectedly countered some of Zack's abilities. He could create a bubble-like thing, enveloping people inside it similar to those waterproof beads in TV shows, allowing them to breathe underwater. This ability was mostly useless and he could only join the fight due to his robust physique which gave him a certain level of combat capability. But, now was his time to shine. He frequently used his psychic ability, breaking into a sweat. Usually unnoticed, today he received attention akin to a superstar, surrounded by countless healing and recovery psychics. With his ability, they didn't need to fear sudden infection, but even so, Zack remained a formidable opponent. Within minutes of the clash, countless deaths occurred. Adrian was ruthless and well aware of Zack's danger. Even upon witnessing such a scene, he gritted his teeth and ordered more people forward, determined to kill Zack even if it meant sacrificing numbers. However, people from other bases watched painfully, valuing their subordinates. After all, psychics were rare among survivors, and powerful psychics were even fewer. A small base like Aiden's might only have one powerful psychic, who happened to be his friend. A slightly larger base, like Tobias in the past, developed rapidly because it had a relatively famous person like Chris, attracting a steady stream of people who came to join. The gathering of so many psychics before them was only possible because Adrian's base was currently the largest. Some wanted to build a rapport with Adrian, others were convinced by promises of benefits. Only Adrian truly understood the threat posed by Zack and was willing to pay any price to kill him. Therefore, the others hesitated, feeling that the cost far outweighed the potential gains, leaving them at a significant loss. Adrian sensed their hesitation and said in a cold, sharp voice, "If you give up now, everything you've lost will be for nothing, and you'll gain a powerful enemy who will only grow stronger in the future. If you think this is worth it, then go ahead and leave." There's a term called sunk cost. It's like when you play a game and want to draw a certain character, so you spend $10 but don't get it. If you stop there, those $10 are wasted. This is sunk cost. Many people without self-control will keep spending more money, investing more, hoping to finally draw that character. When they eventually do, they often regret it but console themselves that at least they got what they wanted. Now, many people felt the same way. They wanted to back off, but the cost already paid was far greater than $10, so they had no choice but to push forward despite their reservations. However, some inevitably harbored secret resentment towards Adrian. Chapter 78, Adrian's Superpower. They believed that it was precisely because of Adrian that they were driven into this corner with no way out. They cursed him for causing trouble and grumbled that following him would not bring them any benefits, only losses. But indeed, nobody backed down. However, from this day forward, Adrian's reputation might worsen somewhat. If there were similar matters in the future, it might be very difficult to gather so many people again. He himself understood this too, but he had no choice. Therefore, his attitude became even colder and harder. "Don't retreat. We have nowhere else to go. Move forward. Whoever can kill him, I will provide him with a life of endless wealth and honor. Adrian promises and always keeps my word. Anyone who can do it is welcome to make demands on me. Even if you want half of Feng Cheng, I can give it to you." These words genuinely intimidated some people. As the saying goes, a man will die for wealth, a bird will die for food. Feng Cheng is currently the largest base, and if one could truly share all of Feng Cheng with Adrian, let alone ordinary superhumans, even the leaders of other bases would be incredibly tempted. As the saying goes, where there's a heavy reward, there are brave men. For a moment, some people really got excited and charged towards Zack. Maybe they felt that as long as Bubble protected them, they wouldn't become zombies. If they really took down Zack, they could enjoy glory and fortune for the rest of their lives. In this apocalypse era, even superhumans don't necessarily live a luxurious life. Besides, the end of the world meant living in constant uncertainty. Having such a large base as a backup meant that whatever happened in the future, they didn't have to worry anymore. This was indeed very tempting. Zack didn't blink, anyone who came at him died instantly, and at this moment, someone had been stealthily lurking for a long time and slowly approaching Adrian. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, countless dark mists rushed toward Adrian from the darkness. The dark mist looked alive, writhing and moving extremely fast. If it weren't for one of the superhumans left by Adrian's side with a special ability reacting quickly and pushing him away, he might be dead now. That superhuman took Adrian's place, enveloped by the dark mist, and didn't even manage to scream before disappearing completely from the world. TSK. Delbert seemed unhappy. "You actually have such loyal people willing to die for you. Is it worth it?" The person who reacted fastest was Valentina, who was not far away. Valentina had been searching for Delbert for a long time but never found him. She had been thinking about where Delbert might be, and she never expected to see him today in the opposite camp. She even cried out loud, her voice filled with disbelief, "Delbert, how can it be you? Delbert didn't recognize her, just staring at Adrian, obviously thinking about how to kill Adrian. With such a powerful superhuman joining the battle, the situation immediately became more chaotic. Clearly, Valentina had once told Adrian who Delbert was and what kind of existence he was. Adrian's already ugly face turned even uglier. He wanted to ask Valentina why everything wasn't developing as she knew it should, but Adrian knew now wasn't the time to question her. With cold eyes, Adrian finally moved. Just like how being able to send messages was a bonus feature of the will's superpower, making others unable to control themselves when speaking truthfully was also a bonus feature of Adrian's superpower. His true ability was to manipulate others through speech, which on the surface looked more like a form of linguistic power. For example, when someone attacked him, he could say beforehand, "Your attack will miss me and won't touch me." That person might involuntarily move their hand slightly, causing their skill to graze past him. He usually didn't reveal his ability. On one hand, it was to keep an ace up his sleeve, and on the other hand, this ability would raise many people's suspicions. His outward appearance has always been gentle and kind, with not very strong superpowers but with a clever mind. To put it simply, he played possum. But at this moment, he couldn't hide anymore. Such a powerful superpower naturally had usage restrictions, using it too many times would make him very tired. But he had to force himself. Your dark mist spread in the wrong direction, drifting towards Zach's position. Adrian knew that once others became wary of his ability, it would be much harder to trick them. Therefore, the first use targeted Zach. At that moment, Delbert felt as if his hand was no longer under his control. It had been aimed at Adrian but suddenly veered off course, striking Zach instead. Zach, who was busy beating up the psychics. "You're ambushing your teammate." The relationship between these two had always been peculiar. They were teammates and rivals in love, so it was normal for them to sabotage each other while cooperating. But doing so at such a critical time was not good. However, Zach only had a brief moment of complaint. Any observer could tell that Delbert was not acting intentionally, he was being manipulated. Adrian's ability was indeed fascinating. Without precautions, one could easily fall victim to it. Fortunately, as the Zombie King, Zach's body was incredibly resilient, specifically to dark forces. Coupled with his quick reaction, he barely got grazed. Otherwise, he might have really encountered trouble due to his teammate's backstab. Seeing Zach still alive, Adrian's expression showed disappointment. He quickly used his power again. Zach made a mistake and failed to notice the third attacker. Zach clearly saw 3 weapons coming at him, but for some reason, he couldn't control himself to defend against the third one. He managed to block the first 2, but the third, knife-like weapon stabbed straight toward him. By the time Adrian finished speaking, blood was already trickling from his ears. Controlling ordinary people might have no side effects even after multiple uses, but both Delbert and Zach were too powerful. Even the growing Zombie King was beyond his forced control. Instantly, he felt a backlash, buzzing in his ears. But this was also his opportunity. Kill him. Adrian screamed with all his might. Chapter 79, Do you dare stop me if I want to leave? This was their only chance. If they could really kill Zach, then all the efforts of the past 2 days would be worthwhile, even a great bargain. Zetsho Jiuan, who was usually so calm, now had bloodshot eyes filled with excitement and hope, eagerly wanting to see Zach's demise. But in that instant, it felt like time or space froze, there wasn't even a breeze, and the knife in mid-strike paused in mid-air. A fair and delicate hand slowly reached out under Adrian's excited gaze, slender fingers gently pinching the blade tip. I said, "Isn't it bad manners to wreak havoc at someone's home when they are busy?" She flicked her finger lightly, and the blade snapped inch by inch, only then did time resume for everyone. Kirsty, still a little tired from several days of hard work, stretched while saying, "You people are truly barbaric, attacking someone's underlings at their own home. If I did something extreme to you, you probably wouldn't have much to complain about, right? After all, you humans have a saying, whoever makes the first move is cheap." In that moment, not just the group of psychics but even Adrian felt a chill down his spine. Since the apocalypse, many people had awakened with strange and varied psychic abilities. Like Adrian, he had an ability similar to word magic. Some could control lightning and storms, heal wounds, or restore mental energy. But no one was like Kirsty. It seemed she could manipulate time, something that belonged to gods, untouchable by mortals. Adrian recalled Elaine Chingwei once mentioning that in her previous life, she never heard of someone like Kirsty. Back then, they wondered if she died before making a name for herself. Now Adrian no longer thought so. Who could kill such a person as Kirsty? Surely not by divine intervention. So in the previous life, either Kirsty didn't exist at all, or she was just an ordinary person, or perhaps she remained hidden, never encountering Zach or appearing before most people. That was the best guess now. For a moment, Adrian felt a hint of despair. Was heaven planning to destroy humanity? If not, why give Valentina a new life with a head start, only for Zach to grow even stronger? Zach, who would become the Zombie King. Humanity's strongest psychic, Jiang Hanyun. And now, this mysterious Kirsty, who had touched the realm of the divine. After Kirsty appeared, both zombies and Bruce gravitated toward her. Although Zach was supposed to be the Zombie King, in this moment, Kirsty looked like the queen of all. She stood amidst countless zombies and Bruce's gang, looking down at Adrian from atop hemlock. Even Ava played affectionately in her arms, and Zach, destined to be the Zombie King, and Bruce, destined to be humanity's strongest psychic, watched her with indescribable gentleness. Kirsty, who finished her business earlier, wrinkled her nose slightly, still somewhat unhappy, having not expected a sneak attack during her busy moment. She had just pried Adrian's fiancé away, and now he came back to pay her back in kind. She sat on Hemlock's shoulder lazily, looking at Adrian. I want to leave now. Feel free to try and stop me. She waved her hand, and her followers started to retreat, including Aiden and his friends. Adrian's expression changed multiple times. Anger, pain, and resentment filled his heart. But after Kirsty's display, everyone was too intimidated, not just Adrian, but even the other psychics dared not make a move. Especially since their group composition was impressive. What little advantage they gained was completely reversed. With little hope of killing Zack anymore, many were unwilling to act. Countless zombies escorted Kirsty forward, parting a path like Moses parting the sea, clearing a small route. Adrian really wanted to shout at everyone, criticizing how could they be so reckless, but he couldn't utter a word. In this group, no one understood better than Adrian just how mysterious and powerful Kirsty was. Even he felt the danger and dared not make a move. Would others be willing to? He could only watch helplessly as Kirsty slowly left, even lowering her head to glance at him as she passed by. The beautiful and lively young face seemed to carry a touch of mockery. She said, "You want to be the savior?" Kirsty's voice wasn't loud, only Adrian could hear what she was saying. Her brows and eyes held a faint mockery, but it didn't seem to be entirely directed at him. It was as if she saw someone else through him. When Kirsty finally departed amidst countless zombies, he muttered to himself, so what? There was no way to achieve their goal today. Adrian could only bear with it for now. Making this decision caused him great pain. But they had no other choice. Let's retreat first. Adrian's voice sounded a bit hoarse, his unwillingness causing him discomfort all over. He could only suppress his anger, waiting for the next opportunity. If strength alone determined victory, there would be no need for fights in the future. People could just compare combat power upon meeting. The weaker one would surrender and wait to die. Kirsty was indeed strong, but they would have their chance eventually. Adrian could only console himself like that, then painfully ignored the fact that failing to kill Zack today would give them more time to grow even more formidable. And sooner or later, that person would develop into what Valentina knew, becoming incomparably powerful and destroying the world. Brother Yuan. Valentina cautiously approached, looking at Adrian with worried eyes. Adrian had many things he wanted to say but ended up telling her, "Don't talk, let's go back. Great achievements require patience." Chapter 80, You guys really dare to think. I thought you would kill Adrian. Brecken said softly. Kirsty waved her hand. There's no need for that. I'm always kind-hearted. Why would I kill people casually? Brecken thought of those who had been tricked to death by Kirsty and couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. Fine, if you say you're kind, then you are. After walking for a while, Kirsty lazily said, I want to see how Adrian develops. Maybe I can accumulate some experience from him. Brecken didn't understand at first, but after a while, he realized what she meant. Kirsty was treating Brecken as a substitute, watching to learn. The Holy Order was powerful enough and not easily shaken, and now Kirsty met someone like Adrian, whose manner somewhat resembled the Holy Order, so it made sense to keep him for experience. She wanted to see his reactions to situations and find out how many methods were needed to break Adrian and his forces. In short, Kirsty didn't take this person seriously at all, treating him merely as an experience source. Thus, she naturally didn't hope for Adrian's immediate death. Otherwise, how could she verify methods against the Holy Order through him? At that moment, Brecken even felt a bit sorry for Adrian because for a long time ahead, whenever Kirsty came up with ideas to deal with the Holy Order, he might be used as a guinea pig. But Adrian couldn't beat Kirsty. He was completely no match for her. Even if he knew Kirsty intended to treat him as an experience source, he probably could only feel powerless and furious. It's lucky that you were the one who found me back then. Brecken suddenly sighed. Kirsty looked puzzled. Brecken explained, if you had picked up someone like Adrian, we might have been on opposite sides right now. What would? Forget it. If I had picked up Adrian, smelling the dog-like odor similar to the Holy Order, I would have thrown him right back. He only deserves to be in a trash can around me. Kirsty said expressionlessly. Brecken burst into laughter, feeling a bit satisfied. Then he hypocritically said, he should be glad he didn't meet you. Kirsty didn't bother talking more and jumped onto him, letting him carry her. She said, go south from here. When you find a suitable place to set up a base, stay there and call me. Okay, Brecken skillfully caught her, carrying her on his back and continuing on. After a while, Aiden ran over, tears in his eyes. Whoa. I want to give you a banner praising your miraculous recovery skills. He originally thought surgery meant gradual recovery after simple treatment. Kirsty mentioned healing in 4 to 5 days. But in less than 3 days, she completely cured him. His friend walked out looking perfectly healthy as if he'd never been injured. Aiden chatted with his friend for a long time, confirming that he had fully recovered without any side effects before rushing over to Kirsty. Kirsty lay on Brecken's back without lifting her head. Don't disturb my sleep. She hadn't slept for 2.5 days and was very sleepy. Aiden quickly zipped his lips, forgetting about his own predicament, and happily continued chatting with his friend. His friend was clueless, having just been saved and dragged away without anyone explaining the situation to him, looking bewildered. Soon everyone learned about Kirsty's plan to establish a base, and they all agreed. There's a saying, no matter how luxurious another place is, nothing beats one's own den. Though it wasn't exactly that, it was kind of the point. No matter how nice someone else's base was, living there would always feel a bit like being dependent. But if it were their own base, even if it wasn't large, it would be more comfortable. Moreover, Kirsty was the one who wanted to create the base. Everyone present either liked Kirsty or had been saved by her. Their behavior was practically like fanatical fans of Kirsty. Forget about Kirsty only wanting to establish a base. If she planned to unite the entire human world and become its queen, they would cheer and shout, "We think it can work." Even someone like Bruce wouldn't be an exception. If asked, "If Kirsty wants to rule the whole world, what would you do?" he might scratch his chin thoughtfully and say, "I'll assassinate Adrian first." He feels like a significant obstacle. Among them, the happiest person should be Norris, because if they had their own base, they could definitely settle down steadily, and it would be their own people's base. If he wanted a super large laboratory, Kirsty would build it for him, right? After all, Kirsty herself has this kind of hobby too. So while Kirsty was snoring softly, the group had already started discussing where to build the base, how big it should be, and what kinds of buildings should be constructed. They walked southward, passed through Wind City, and continued further south, aiming to find a suitable place for their future base. Everyone was very excited, just like those who were about to move into a new house. By the time Kirsty woke up from her nap, they were already discussing how many acres of land they should open up and what to raise. At first, Fulton was somewhat anxious, as they had completely gone against Wind City. But as the discussion went on, he became the most excited one. When Kirsty woke up, she saw Fulton, who should have been the shortest among the crowd, standing on a large rock, his cheeks flushed red, eyes gleaming with unusual light, waving his hands. "I want 20 acres of land. I can grow whatever I want. Hee. His sister stood nearby with her arms outstretched, fearing he might fall from the high rock and injure himself. "Kirsty. Well done, guys. This is before we've even started building the base, or even chosen a location, and you're already considering what kind of buildings to construct. It's like not having saved up the down payment yet but already imagining how to decorate the house. I don't know whether to praise you for your imagination or criticize you for being overly ambitious." Kirsty climbed up expressionlessly, stretched lazily, and said, "Anyway, I want a huge room filled with games, just like Carly's place." Chapter 81. Are you a brain-damaged fan? Kirsty's participation made even those who were originally calm join in the conversation. For instance, Ichabod said, "Well, I want to open a dessert shop." "Whoa, never thought you'd be into sweets with that rugged look of yours," Carol exclaimed. "But no one would buy from you, right? Only we can stomach it." They sat there chatting for a long time, sharing a meal as well. Kirsty had already dispersed her subordinates to different cities and now only kept Ava beside her. It was crawling on the ground, making sounds as if it wanted to join the discussion. Kirsty picked up Ava, cleaning the dust off its hands and feet. She had just woken up from a long sleep and was fully alert. She ate the porridge cooked by Xiaohei and Chauncey while listening to their chatter. Finally, someone brought up a topic. Mitchell, will he really become the zombie king? Probably they meant, would Mitchell really destroy the world? But everyone here considered themselves close, so it wasn't appropriate to ask such a straightforward question. So they rephrased it. Kirsty responded coolly, "Who knows?" Everyone looked at her and immediately calmed down. To destroy the world? That depends on whether Kirsty agrees or not. Unless the prophecy is that Kirsty will destroy the world, otherwise, there's no need to fear. They continued heading south for several days. They had encountered a few cities along the way, but Kirsty didn't wish to set up her base within a city. She preferred building anew from scratch. Besides, cities were too large. Even if she could use some existing infrastructure, carving out part of a city for a base was troublesome. People often came searching for supplies and might mistakenly wander in. Most bases were established in rural areas, which explained why Feng City's scale was particularly astonishing. It almost resembled a small city, complete with necessary infrastructure. Putting aside personal character traits, Adrian was indeed a capable person. He had built Feng City from nothing. Although he received help along the way, like the arrival of Carly's father's forces which strengthened Feng City further, it was similar to a company raising capital through an IPO. Feng City had potential that attracted powerful partners, a mutually beneficial relationship. If not for Adrian's righteous demeanor, Kirsty might have tried recruiting him to manage her base. Unfortunately, their paths diverged. Kirsty didn't find any ideal locations on the journey. Either they weren't big enough or had poor surroundings. Eventually, they came across a village. Kirsty's impression of villages stemmed from the previous one where innocents were trapped and treated like livestock for consumption. Later, she learned that in the apocalypse, a rule existed, a guideline revered by many after much experience. That rule was, when encountering small villages during the apocalypse, absolutely do not stay. Because legitimate bases had a survival method, organized and systematic searches for resources. Villages couldn't sustain this, they lacked manpower and material and were unwilling to sacrifice too much. Thus, they often resorted to immoral means. Those that robbed travelers and took their resources before letting them go were considered relatively kind. The evil ones took everything, including lives. And a village full of accomplices made life incredibly hard for anyone entering. Normal people, even ability users, found little hope of surviving. Unless you were like Kirsty, looking fragile but actually a predator, ready to level the entire village, letting them taste what it's like to kick a red-hot iron plate. Therefore, most intelligent people avoided these villages, cutting off their supply lines significantly. Upon nearing the village, Kirsty glanced around. Hey, the environment here isn't bad at all. It met their criteria quite well, except the resource points were a bit far. But she had a teleportation array, that wasn't an issue. Noticing this, Kirsty rolled up her sleeves, determined to explore despite the risk. Come on, let's check it out. The group headed directly in this direction, praying as they walked in. They are a nest of bad people, a nest of bad people. Because if there were indeed a nest of bad people inside, they could clear them out directly, then take over the place openly, renovate this small village, expand its size outward, and turn it into Kirsty's territory. Thinking of this, many people became quite excited, rubbing their hands eagerly, hoping that the people inside would come out quickly and show their fangs so they could do something about it. Cough, cough. Kirsty, the only normal girl in the crowd, was put at the front to be used as bait, oh no, to knock on the door. No one had been here for a long time. After all, now many people have learned to stay smart, preferring to sleep outside on the streets or under trees rather than stay overnight in such a small village, fearing they might end up in a tiger's den or a wolf's lair. Kirsty was the first person this week to come and knock on the door voluntarily. When the person guarding the door heard the knock, he was somewhat stunned, thinking, who is so bold to come to the village at this time? Are they really not afraid of encountering danger? Although he complained inwardly, he still opened the door willingly. His curiosity had already swollen to an uncontrollable degree by the time he opened the door. Are you a passerby? Would you like to stay in our village tonight? He had just finished speaking when he saw Kirsty standing at the door. Kirsty said lazily, yes, my friends and I want to stay here tonight, is that okay? As soon as she finished speaking, the person before her fell to his knees with a thud, saying in an extremely excited tone, yes, you can stay for as long as you like. Why don't you just stay here? Everyone will be very willing. Kirsty, what's going on here? Why are they acting like brain-damaged fans? Chapter 82, You're Too Clingy. Kirsty had no idea who he was, so she stood there in a daze. The man, however, looked excited but also worried about coming across as abrupt, quickly explained, I wonder if you remember. You saved us. He gesticulated wildly due to his excitement, speaking incoherently at times. It was, that village, the pigsty, zombies, Kirsty. She remembered. She had just thought of that incident before entering the village. Now that he mentioned it, her feelings became somewhat complicated. You didn't. Before Kirsty finished her sentence, he quickly waved his hand. How could we do something like that? We were victims ourselves. How could we victimize others? We moved to a small base earlier, but it had too many rules and chaotic conditions, so we moved out. While migrating south, we stumbled upon this empty village and decided to stay for a couple of days. Who knew we would run into you again? Is that so? Kirsty beckoned her companions to come out and asked him, when are you leaving? Can you leave this village to me after you go? I plan to build a base here. She hadn't finished speaking when the man froze. After a moment, he showed an expression of immense joy. You want to establish your own base? That's what I'm thinking. Come on in. He looked around and invited them in first. Once everyone was inside, he happily shouted to the village, everyone, come out and see who's here. There weren't many people living in the village, probably only about 20, men and women. One significant reason they felt uncomfortable in the base was because they suffered so much back then, making them extremely alert to external conditions. Living among many others made them feel unsafe. Additionally, the small base wasn't reliable, leading to their departure. They planned to stay in this small village for a few days to adjust. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone came out. Seeing that the visitor was Kirsty, they were all very excited. Since they originally thought they would never meet again, they naturally felt some dependence towards the person who rescued them from such dire straits, especially those with kinder personalities who even considered wanting to repay her. Now, seeing their benefactor again, some were so happy they shed tears, rushing over to ask, are you passing by? Would you like to stay longer? Kirsty, rarely surrounded by such warmth, found it a bit uncomfortable. She managed to push through the crowd and said, just find me any room to stay in, you don't need to worry about anything else. Also, don't get too close. The guard boy timely intervened, stopping others and saying, everyone, calm down. Let's talk about things later. First, let our benefactor. Kirsty interrupted, my name is Kirsty. Let sister ye rest. He tried hard to stop everyone, giving them meaningful glances. Only he knew about Kirsty's plans to form a base, and others still didn't know. He needed to share this good news with them and discuss the next steps. Several people quickly prepared the largest and best-built house in the village for Kirsty. Just as she settled in with her companions, a group brought many snacks. Noticing Kirsty seemed uncomfortable with crowds, they gradually dispersed, with someone calling from the door, if you need anything, just shout. If we have it, it can be arranged. Kirsty wasn't used to such enthusiastic hospitality. After they left, she flopped onto the sofa. Why are they so clingy? Zach was pouring water nearby and replied, wait until you meet even clingier ones. Kirsty. Aiden, understanding these dynamics, comprehended Zach's meaning after hearing how Kirsty saved these people. You should indeed prepare yourself better. Kirsty. Soon, Kirsty understood what they meant. The group sent numerous items, food, clothing, necessities, including 2 eggs. Kirsty didn't lack these items and intended to return them, but they ran away swiftly, afraid Kirsty wouldn't accept them. Kirsty then simply kept the items. Xiaohei and Chauncey carefully selected some ingredients from inside, cooking Kirsty a bowl of spicy hot pot noodles with 2 small oil greens and an egg added. Instant food was truly perfect in color, aroma, and taste, making it hard to resist. Even though they had healthy vegetables, Kirsty just wanted to eat instant food. Eating instant food too often is bad for your health. My grandma says eating too much will shorten your life. Fulton remarked as he passed by. Kirsty replied calmly, don't worry, I'll live longer than your grandma. Fulton. He thought she was insulting him at first, but actually, Kirsty was speaking the truth. In terms of age alone, Kirsty could be considered his ancestor. The lifespan of a necromancer depended on their power. Even the most powerful necromancers had their end, but Kirsty was only 500 years old. For most necromancers, she was only halfway through her life, and for the powerful ones, her life was just beginning. Besides, what his grandmother said had no scientific basis. Take instant noodles for instance. The main ingredient of instant noodles is flour. Is flour unhealthy? Hamburgers consist of bread, meat, and vegetables. Bread is made of flour. So, is flour unhealthy? Or meat? Or vegetables? The primary ingredient of spicy hot pot noodles is sweet potato starch. Are sweet potatoes unhealthy? With eggs and small oil greens added, it's quite nutritious. This bowl of spicy hot pot noodles is very balanced in nutrition. Kirsty quickly convinced Fulton with just 2 sentences. Fulton silently fell into deep thought, feeling that it made sense. After dinner, Kirsty went to sleep. The next morning, when she got up late and drank a cup of cooled boiled water, having a simple breakfast before preparing to go outside to bask in the sun, she saw a crowd standing at the door as soon as she opened it. 20 or so people stood quietly outside the door, not knowing how long they had been there. As soon as they saw her, they looked at her with enthusiastic eyes. Does your base still need people? Chapter 83. Please let us stay. Kirsty. She almost wanted to shout loudly that they were not lacking at all, absolutely not lacking, because she really disliked being clung to, but these people were so clingy. For a moment, Kirsty even thought about turning around and leaving. The security guard spoke rapidly. If you're building a base, wouldn't manpower be necessary? He knew that Kirsty could control zombies, and thus his mind was spinning quickly. Even if zombies can do heavy work, they can't handle detailed tasks, right? Allow me to tell you about our advantages. Firstly, most of us are strong and healthy young men and women. There are very few elderly among us, and we will definitely be diligent. We can also be self-sufficient in terms of food. Secondly, we know about your ability to control zombies and won't be shocked or overreact. We're prepared for any hostility from other bases, as we have already accepted everything with this decision. Lastly, I majored in interior design at university. Others began to chime in one by one. Some studied accounting, which can assist in statistics, some studied nursing and can care for the wounded, some had experience as shop owners with rich management skills, some came from farming families and understood both breeding and crop cultivation, as well as management. There were also those who didn't seem to have many useful skills. One person cried out suddenly, I studied Chinese literature, I can give you praises. Kirsty. The security guard continued, if you accept us, we can start working today, expanding this village and laying the foundation for your base. He was clearly smart, having picked up on Kirsty's intentions from their brief chat yesterday. She intended to build a base on this land. We either have no homes or bring our families along, either unburdened or with our ties close by. You saved us from hell back then. Naturally, we want to repay you, but it's obvious someone as powerful as you doesn't lack for anything. So please let us stay beside you, we can do any kind of work. Anyone else might be wary of Kirsty's ability to control zombies, but they weren't. When they were locked up like animals awaiting slaughter, no one came to save them. The one who saved them was Kirsty, the one who could control zombies. Thinking of this, they felt an odd sense of familiarity toward the controlled zombies they had fought together. Brecken poked Kirsty quietly, why don't you just take them in? They seem sincere. Moreover, they were indeed short on manpower, especially loyal and reliable ones. Fine. Kirsty straightened her sleeves and said, since you wish to serve as my retainers, I will provide basic needs such as clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. There will be salaries once the base is built. I only have one requirement. No clinging to me every time you see me. Everyone looked disappointed but relieved to be allowed to stay, nodding eagerly. Kirsty harumphed, starting today, we'll expand the base. Once you agree to stay, there's no turning back. I hope everyone here remembers this. If any of you betray me, people started voicing their loyalty fervently, causing Kirsty to quickly cover her ears. Aiden, tell them what we need to do next. Sure thing. Aiden and his friend Jeren had some managerial experience. Although Jeren didn't originally, he learned quite a bit after working with Aiden. Picking the best from the group, they stood out. Although Brecken was intelligent and cunning, it didn't mean he was an expert in management. But if he gave it a try, he would likely learn fast. Before even starting to build the base, Kirsty was already assigning roles. She would be the leader, Brecken the second in command, while Aiden and Jeren would manage logistics. If they formed a guard team later, Gordy would be Rosalie. Fulton would handle supplies, while Norris would focus on research. In the end, everyone would get a role. More importantly, Kirsty found a large open area and set up from which low-level and mid-level zombies began to emerge one after another. Infrastructure construction required a lot of manpower, otherwise, establishing a base would not be so easy. As seen in many small bases, there were barely any residential areas. Most people lived in tents. Like the Daoyaro Survivors Base, which could provide free housing for psychics for a month, already attracted a lot of people. Because most bases prioritized building walls first, then some essential facilities. Small-scale bases simply couldn't spare the manpower to build residential buildings. Kirsty didn't lack minions and could also have the red-dressed female zombies outside continuously capture new zombies, turning them all into her underlings. Therefore, there was no need to worry about a shortage of bricklaying hands. Kirsty's initial idea was to disperse these 20 or so people, making them serve as squad leaders, with each team having a main leader and a deputy leader. 2 leaders would command some zombies responsible for constructing a section of the wall. After all, zombies had no brains, especially the low-level and mid-level ones, only able to carry bricks and perform repetitive mechanical tasks. Therefore, humans were needed to supervise and make adjustments. With these newly recruited 20 or so underlings plus the existing few, they should be able to form 12 or 13 squads. By then, keeping 10 squads to build houses should suffice. When Kirsty explained this idea, someone was quite curious. If 10 squads are used to build houses, what do the remaining 2 or 3 do? Kirsty, stroking her chin calmly, said, farm and raise pigs. Others? Only Fulton was cheerful. Then I'll lead the farming squad. No rush, Kirsty waved her hand. We don't have enough seeds now, nor animals to raise. Apart from clearing the land, we can't do anything else. Let the zombies handle this hard labor, you can just sit by and watch. As for where their seeds, piglets, and chicks would come from once the land is prepared. Wasn't Adrian still friendly? Chapter 84, Let's go and restock. Adrian had no idea he was being targeted, nor did he know that Kirsty was planning to rob the rich for her own benefit. At this moment, he was under tremendous pressure and raging helplessly at his residence. Previously, in order to thoroughly eliminate any future troubles, he collaborated with several bases, both large and small, all of which were on relatively good terms with him. Each base suffered heavy losses. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also allowed a very dangerous enemy to escape. Many people felt extremely dissatisfied with this outcome. The main reason was the lack of benefits coupled with substantial losses. To put it bluntly, Adrian's allies joined him for the profits. Without benefits, who would gather around Adrian and follow his orders? Adrian lost both his wife and soldiers, already in a foul mood, but more importantly, he told Zack that Ryan was not fine at all. Ryan's virus was temporarily suppressed to prevent him from completely mutating into a zombie. After the battle ended, he was carried back and was now in Adrian's room, occasionally moaning in pain. Mutation was irreversible. Although his mutation level was not high, even with suppression, there was no way to return him to his normal state. It merely slowed down his mutation process. Valentina paced back and forth anxiously, waiting for results. Though visibly worried, she tried to remain calm. Big brother Yuan. Adrian stood beside the table with a heavy expression. Losing control, he swept everything off the table with one arm, startling Valentina. Is there any way to save Tiani? Adrian asked expressionlessly. Valentina thought for a long time before saying, there might be a way, but I'm not sure if I can find that person, and Tiani's mutation must not progress too much before I find them. Her eyes were red, and she lowered her voice. We have to try, right? After a while, Adrian asked, who are you looking for? A very special healer with unique abilities. The base was built much faster than expected, perhaps due to their ample manpower. As Kirsty had thought, 2 humans as the Rosalie and Will led a squad of over 10 zombies. Outside, the other zombies, led by the red-dressed female zombie, were dismantling finding building materials everywhere. Once suitable materials were found, they notified Kirsty, who opened a portal for them to send the items back. Eventually, Kirsty set up a permanent portal in the center of the village for the continuous transport of materials. With the massive amount of building materials arriving at the village, each squad's Rosalie directed the zombies to move the supplies. Before officially starting the construction of the base, Kirsty drew an architectural design. Honestly, it looked somewhat abstract. She was indeed a powerful necromancer with various skills, but everyone has flaws. In art, she clearly lacked talent. The subordinates who received the blueprint were shocked. Kirsty wiped her hands, seemingly unaware of the issue. Am I not dazzling you with my talents? She said confidently, you'll get used to it sooner or later. The others. Fortunately, the Grayson who studied interior design worked with others to modify Kirsty's blueprint so everyone could understand it. Only then did they start. Materials arrived just in time to begin with the simplest part. That was marking the territory, starting with the outer wall. This was necessary to allow internal construction. A large amount of earth and stones was transported far from the village. After all, the base's scope couldn't be too small, people should have some ambition. Section by section, the walls were continuously raised, forming the basic shape. It wouldn't take long before the outer wall was completed. Kirsty originally planned to build another layer of walls inside after completing the outer wall, along with defensive facilities in between, for adequate security. A single layer of outer walls alone wasn't sufficient, it could easily be breached, lacking safety. This important task is entrusted to you, Kirsty patted Zack's shoulder. Help me manage the rear, I have more critical matters to attend to, so you're responsible for keeping the house. Zack. He had been guarding home for a long time and was already accustomed to it. But he didn't expect Kirsty to call on Bruce. Let's go, we need to restock. Bruce. What do you mean by restocking? Wasn't Fulton clearing land all this time? When it's time, we'll have a breeding area and a farming area in our base. We'll grow some vegetables, fruits, and other miscellaneous stuff, as well as grains. For breeding, I want to raise some animals that I like to eat. So we need to get some young animals first. At least 1 boar and 1 sow, so they can have piglet. So where are we actually going? Kirsty patted his shoulder with a gentle smile, to Wind City. Bruce. He got it. Now he understood what she meant by restocking. Suddenly, he felt really bad for Adrian. He wondered how Adrian's brother was doing, and whether his heart was strong enough to bear such terrible news. Bruce thought of many things at the moment but said, "We should go early so we can catch dinner on the way back." If Adrian could hear their conversation, he would probably be furious, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't. Kirsty thought her buddy made a good point, so she waved her hand. "Let's go." The morale in the entire Wind City was low because of the recent incident. People walking on the streets didn't seem as relaxed as before. So when the sky seemed to tear open and 2 people walked out, many didn't even realize what had happened. Some ability users who had seen Kirsty were among them. After hesitating for a second, they turned pale, clearly remembering what had happened that night. Someone shouted, "Quick, inform the base leader." Almost everyone, or rather, everyone who recognized Kirsty, had the same thought. Damn, is she here for revenge? Chapter 85. An act, isn't it so overdramatic? Many people in Fengcheng base knew that their top leader had led a group to besiege a small base not long ago. However, most of them didn't know that the purpose of besieging that base was for Kirsty and Zack. Therefore, those who recognized Kirsty were only the psychics who had participated in that battle. This batch of psychics were almost the strongest people in the base, but at this moment, each of them was panicking, like headless flies. Kirsty had investigated some things when she came here before, knowing that their base had planting and breeding zones. Only large bases would have planting and breeding zones. Ordinary small bases mostly relied on raiding outside for food. When places like supermarkets outside were swept empty, it was unknown how they would survive. Slightly larger bases, like the Elephant Peach Survivor base back then, still had a planting zone and could even provide fruits. This was already a relatively awesome existence among ordinary bases. The ones with complete breeding and planting zones were only the top big bases. Among these, the most complete one was undoubtedly Fengcheng. Only Fengcheng dared to call itself a city. So it caught the eye of this little tyrant, Kirsty. When Adrian received the news, his face turned green, obviously pondering whether Kirsty had indeed come to take revenge. After all, she didn't seem like someone who could laugh and bury grudges. Rather, she seemed very vengeful. So doing so was very normal. "Round up the troops." Adrian barked harshly. "Call up all the psychics inside the base. This is a matter concerning the life and death of the base." "Yes." His underlings instantly became excited and rushed out to start calling others. Since its establishment, Fengcheng had almost never been in such a perilous situation. For those who hadn't witnessed how powerful Kirsty was, it might even be somewhat thrilling. They wouldn't feel fear. Instead, they thought their leader had been acting strangely recently. Only 2 people came, yet they had an entire city-sized survivor base. What was there to be afraid of? Most importantly, people with common sense knew that no matter how powerful a psychic was, killing hundreds of people at once was their limit. After all, they were still human, and as humans, they couldn't transcend a certain level of power. So, no matter how strong they were, there was always a limit. Why should anyone be afraid? Fengcheng alone had countless psychics, plus many combat-capable individuals among the regular people. They could overwhelm the 2 by sheer numbers alone. The boss was really being too cautious. It wasn't like him. Thinking this, he rallied his friends. "Get moving, someone's invading Fengcheng." Mentioning the invasion, he flashed an ambiguous smile, chuckled, and said, "This kind of event is rare in 100 years. Miss it, and who knows after how long another fool will invade Fengcheng again. Hurry up, hurry up. If you're late and the intruders are taken down, you won't even get to see the show." Some who had participated in the recent battle heard the commotion and crawled out of their houses, curiously asking, who dares to invade Fengcheng? Can there really be someone so arrogant? Fengcheng was currently the largest human survivor base. No matter how powerful other bases were, there was always a gap between them and Fengcheng. Could it be that someone learned about their recent attack on Kirsty and her group, which resulted in losses without any gains? So they want to strike while we're weak. Would a top leader of a large base be so foolish? Would they not know that even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse? Unless it's Kirsty attacking. This thought flashed through his mind, and he shivered secretly. That night, the scene of Kirsty slowly leaving amidst countless zombies was deeply etched into his heart, likely to remain as a psychological shadow for a long time. Psychic powers were varied and strange, but he never believed humans could control zombies. Zack was at least a zombie king. What about Kirsty? Kirsty didn't know that she had caused psychological shadows in many people, and even thinking of her name made some tremble. But even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. While this person was thinking about Kirsty, he heard his friend laugh and say, "A cute-looking girl, and she brought one more person. Ha ha ha, what difference does it make if it's 2 people? It's my first time seeing 2 people dare to invade a large base. Are their brains not functioning right? Thinking about it makes me feel a bit sorry for them." As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed the psyker beside him stiffen, his face turning deathly pale, as if he had heard a terrifying story. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Startled, he stammered, "Just, a very pretty girl, quite cute, seems to be a space psyker. She came in through a door she opened in the sky. The base commander also changed color when I told him and insisted that I call all of you over." The man's expression darkened even more, clearly confirming his worst fears. Without another word, he turned and left. "I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go, but I don't want to die." The expressions of the other psychers also changed strangely, especially those who had followed Adrian on the previous raid against the small base. Their reactions were exaggerated, as if they had just heard ghost stories, and some even groaned before running away faster than anyone else, cursing their base commander. It's all Adrian's fault. If not for him, We wouldn't have provoked such a killing machine. She must be here for revenge. We're doomed, all of us are finished. Some even started crying, clearly carrying deep psychological scars. She is only one person, what's there to fear? But she could summon so many. Those who have family or friends, run now. Take your relatives and friends and run, it will be too late if you don't leave soon. The man. What are you doing? Are you acting? Why are you being so dramatic? He wasn't strong enough and was just a clerk, so he hadn't witnessed what happened that day and didn't know what these psychers had experienced. Confused, he asked, is it because there are only 2 people, so this isn't urgent, and you're all just messing with me? Chapter 86. Yours is mine. Those people had no intention of offering explanations, they just wanted to leave. With Kirsty showing up, Fengcheng was no longer safe. It seemed that the title of the largest human base would soon be taken by another base. They needed to find a new way out quickly. Staying here would only turn them into cannon fodder. Perhaps when Adrian heard the news, he might even want to flee more than they did. Their expressions were so real and the worry on their faces so clear, that the young secretary gradually became panicky, constantly asking, "You're joking, right? Don't scare me. It's just 2 people, how could they frighten you this much? Could someone please explain what happened?" One of them who was closer to the secretary saw his puzzled look and took a moment to explain. "Do you remember that not long ago, Adrian organized a group of people, including the strongest psychics from various bases, to besiege a very small base?" "Yeah, I think it failed," the secretary replied, knowing about it but not daring to ask further. After all, with so many people involved and still failing, it was an embarrassing matter. For a secretary, guessing the superior's thoughts was a crucial skill. Asking about such embarrassing matters might anger his superior and cost him his job. So he never asked what had really happened that day, why they surrounded a tiny base with so many people yet still failed. When he later inquired other friends, they also looked world-weary and said, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, so it's better left unsaid." Now, finally, his friend was willing to tell him, "We were thoroughly beaten by that small base." "Ha ha ha, you're really pulling my leg." As the secretary laughed, he noticed that the friend who spoke and everyone else were completely serious. They even looked at him as if saying, "I knew you wouldn't believe it." The secretary's composure broke down then and there. "You can't mean to tell me it was because of that woman? One person beat all of you?" Of course not one person. It was like playing a game where they first encountered a formidable but manageable small boss. Then a difficult mid-level boss that wasn't enough to crush them. Finally, they faced a big boss that made them bleed and only wanted to run away. And lastly, there appeared an ultimate boss, something totally beyond their capacity to handle. And that ultimate boss was Kirsty. So many people had developed PTSD because of this, unable to accept even peaches, let alone having the person who caused their psychological trauma appear before them. That they didn't go into hysterics on the spot was already a sign of remarkable endurance. His friend rambled on for a bit, too distraught to continue after a while. All he wanted now was to pack up and leave, to seek refuge at another base, hoping for a way out. In the end, only the secretary stood there looking bewildered, unsure whether to believe or not. Because the story sounded so fantastical. Many people went through similar situations. Those with slightly stronger mental fortitude could still think logically about why Kirsty had come to their base. If it were just for revenge, she should have brought more people, right? Whether rational or irrational, none of them wanted to face Kirsty, resulting in far fewer people gathering than expected. When Adrian rushed out, seeing the situation, his expression turned extremely ugly, and he rapidly asked, "Where is Kirsty now? Report her location." The psychic responsible for monitoring Kirsty had a dazed look, as if suddenly waking up from a dream. "She hasn't attacked anyone. She's heading deeper inside." He didn't dare say the unspoken truth that Kirsty looked like she had a specific destination in mind, walking straight inside without stopping. Adrian swiftly started issuing orders to gather more psychics, his voice icy cold. "I hope you all can think about this. Your families and friends are still in the base. Moreover, every time you encounter her, you run to another base. How far can you run? Can you escape this world? If you truly think running will help, go ahead. I won't stop you." The faces of the psychics darkened. Adrian's words hit home, and those who wanted to argue found themselves at a loss for words. In the end, they could only steel themselves and stay, waiting to see what would happen. Having held the top position for so many years, Adrian did have some capability. However, it was obvious that his authority had significantly diminished compared to before, and it was uncertain how long he could hold on. After scolding them, Adrian ordered them to quickly regroup as before, with their respective team leaders leading the search for Kirsty. To boost morale and prevent people from fleeing before they even encountered anyone, Adrian personally led the group, walking at the forefront. This indeed had some effect. Many sighed and followed him. Kirsty moved very quickly, already reaching the vicinity of the farming base with Ichabod. Fengcheng's farming base looked well established, with vast tracts of good farmland stretching together, creating a picturesque scene of waves of wheat in the breeze. While contemplating what seeds she needed, Kirsty inspected Fengcheng's agricultural area. The farming and livestock zones were connected, with some people drying the weeds removed from the fields. These weeds could be fed to cattle, sheep, pigs, and other animals, forming a virtuous cycle. Not only did their base raise cattle, sheep, and pigs, but also small animals like chickens, ducks, and geese. The newly hatched chicks, with their tender yellow feathers, wobbled cutely as they walked. They were released near the field ridges, clearly to catch insects. Groups of baby chickens, ducks, and geese wandered around the ridges, chirping adorably. Thinking of her own base soon having these adorable little chicks, Kirsty's gaze softened. Just then, Adrian finally arrived. He had been thinking for a long time if Kirsty indeed came for revenge, could he persuade her to change her mind with words? But what he saw from afar was Kirsty gently holding a piglet in her arms. Adrian. Chapter 87, Times have changed, sir. Before coming over, Adrian had thought of many possibilities and even decided that if Kirsty really came to take revenge, he could endure humiliation for some time in exchange for a breather. Given Kirsty's character, she might not completely wipe everyone out. Just like ancient General Han Shin endured the insult of crawling between a man's legs, Adrian was also willing to do whatever it took to deceive Kirsty, so as to gain an opportunity to strike back. However, he never expected to see such a scene, Kirsty holding a little piglet in one hand and a chick in the other, trying to squeeze them into the dimensional door. Adrian, turns out you were here to loot, why didn't you just say so sooner? Some psychics clearly did not want to oppose Kirsty. Seeing this, they commented from the side, she only seems to be sightseeing. She isn't invading our base, so we probably don't need to do anything, right? Under normal circumstances, someone would have cursed, does your family bring souvenirs when they go sightseeing? And you haven't even asked anyone's permission to take these things away. But at this moment, most people seemed to agree. Some pretended to be hypocritical, saying, as I said, she looks kind and gentle. How could she invade our base? Let's disperse. My wife is about to give birth, and I should check if both mother and child are safe. Those who had a closer relationship with him rolled their eyes fiercely, thinking you don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Don't lose face. But no one contradicted him at this point, and countless others echoed, I can testify that I am his wife. We stayed on adjacent hospital beds. She's definitely going to give birth today. Yes, yes, yes. Base commander, why don't we just let it be? Their words were full of a tone as if they were selling out for survival, without feeling any sense of shame or humiliation, clearly still intimidated by what happened before. Adrian's expression was twisted. After a long pause, he actually waved them off to disperse. However, he kept the elite guards to keep an eye on Kirsty and did not leave himself either, obviously to prevent Kirsty from suddenly attacking, though everyone knew that if Kirsty truly wanted to attack, she wouldn't need to put on a show. From afar, Kirsty saw Adrian. The reason she brought Bruce along was to prevent Adrian from hindering their activities, so having someone capable around saved them trouble. She hadn't expected Adrian to be so compliant. So, she stuffed the piglet into Bruce's arms, making him the porter while she walked directly towards Adrian. Adrian continued to swallow his bitter feelings. He certainly did not abandon the idea of dealing with Kirsty but had no plan for now. Showing weakness at times was also part of strategy. I need to choose some seeds, but I don't know where you've placed them or which ones I need. Adrian, isn't that too much? You come to my place to rob and can't find the stuff, yet you want me to help you look. But he dared not, and in the end, he could only pretend not to see Kirsty and ordered someone to bring out the seeds and throw them outside, each labeled neatly. Thus, Kirsty happily picked up the seeds. The bitterness in Adrian's heart was incomprehensible to others. He felt miserable for quite some time, eventually deciding to turn a blind eye and simply left the place, leaving a few subordinates to watch in case anything unexpected happened. If anyone unrecognized her and offended her, it could lead to the loss of the entire base. What the base needed most now was to stay alive and develop quietly until they could defeat Kirsty, and absolutely not meet a tragic end before then. Adrian felt more and more humiliated the more he thought about it, especially seeing his unconscious brother lying in bed. He was an atheist, but at that moment, he desperately wanted to question God. What exactly did humanity do wrong to face such a predicament? If there truly was a deity in the world, they might spit at him. Phew, who are you to represent all of mankind? While Adrian wallowed in melancholy, Kirsty picked out all the seeds she needed and stored them in the interdimensional space, while Bruce continued catching chickens and piglets scattered on the ground. Besides the young ones, they needed some adults too, so they could have fresh meat whenever they wanted, letting the remaining young ones grow up and breed offspring. This way, the base would never lack for food again. After a short while, they caught enough animals, and prepared to return. They had come through a spatial gate but left by foot. No one dared to stop them, making the vast Feng city seem like it was under Kirsty's control, free to go wherever she wanted. She even passed by Stone and greeted him. Didn't you say before that if I had my own base, you would come over? I have a base now. Are you coming? Stone was chatting with someone else at the time, looking down. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes, not expecting Kirsty to dare return to Feng City so boldly. When Adrian led people to besiege Kirsty, he certainly didn't bring Stone along, to prevent him from tipping her off. Thus, Stone was locked away for a long time until everything was over, leaving him very out of the loop. Now seeing Kirsty, he was still in shock, even rubbing his eyes. You. He initially wanted to ask how she dared to return to Feng City and tell her to run. But then he noticed many people passing by, including quite a few powerful psychics who looked curious but didn't take any action. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his head. Times have changed, sir. How could times change so fast? I. Kirsty gave him a friendly address and said, it's not completely built yet, so you can come later. Remember, what you promised cannot be taken back. I'll be going now. Bring some grilled meat when you come. Stone stood there, dazed, watching Kirsty stride out of Feng City through the main gate. He pinched his cheek, realizing this wasn't a dream. he silently turned to his friend, who had just been advising him not to associate too much with fugitives or risk misfortune. Now his friend was also stunned, uttering a few incoherent sounds before asking Stone, "Is that the Kirsty? It must just look like her." Chapter 88, That's our base's future chef. Kirsty and Bruce returned home. From afar, they saw a group of zombies grunting as they moved bricks around. Among them was Hemlock, which stood out with its exceptional strength, far exceeding the size of ordinary zombies. It huffed and puffed while carrying a huge rock, placing it at a destination under the direction of a young lady. The young lady said something to it, waved her hand, and Hemlock immediately squatted down. Once squatting, it was about the same height as her. She then took out a handkerchief and wiped its non-existent sweat from its forehead. Kirsty had just landed nearby and looked curiously at Hemlock, who remained clueless and simply squatted there motionless. The young lady blushed slightly, embarrassed, and tried to explain, I don't have necrophilia." Kirsty patted her on the shoulder, knowingly saying, "I do, I understand. Every necromancer is a necrophiliac, but their love for corpses is different from ordinary people. They are obsessed with dissection. The structure of the human body, the condition of each organ, changes after death. All these would drive necromancers into a frenzy. They immerse themselves in exploring these matters, digging up graves to find newly buried bodies. Thankfully, in their era, cremation did not exist. Otherwise, necromancers might have had an even harder time. Especially for those necromancers with normal personalities, who don't like killing without reason. Carly, I feel like I'm different from you." Kirsty patted her shoulder again and said, "It's good. You have talent. I don't mind as long as Hemlock agrees." Carly. She really didn't feel that kind of emotion toward him. After the incident in the village, she had developed a natural aversion to men. While a normal girl might first notice if a man is handsome, her first reaction was to assess how much taller or stronger he was compared to her. If he suddenly attacked her, could she fight him off? Could she escape if he wanted to harm her? What should she do if he intended to assault her? But Hemlock was different. It was a zombie, devoid of desires. It obeyed all of Kirsty's commands, gentle and simple, doing whatever it was told. It rarely got angry unless provoked. Kirsty had ordered it to listen to the Rosalie, to protect both human Rosalies, and it diligently worked without slacking off. Being with Hemlock made her feel relaxed and free from the tension and vigilance she felt around ordinary men. So, the young lady liked it very much. But this wasn't what Kirsty thought. Anxious, the young lady stomped her feet, while Kirsty strolled away, hands behind her back. Both humans and advanced zombies like Ava ran over to greet her, to welcome her home. Kirsty released all the piglets, chicks, and seeds, letting everyone carry them back carefully. Be careful not to hurt or kill any of them. Kirsty loved these little pigs, chickens, ducks, and lambs, looking at them with tender eyes, almost as if they were skewers of roasted meat. Once these poultry and livestock grew up and reproduced, their base would achieve self-sufficiency. Hopefully, Stone would come. His roasting skills were exceptional. Though Kirsty had eaten some later on, none compared to his dishes. Could this be a talent of fire element psychics? Stone is indeed our base's master chef. Thinking about this, Kirsty felt she needed to ensure Stone's safety. What if Adrian lost his mind and refused to let him go? What if he threatened him to become a mole? While Kirsty wasn't worried about the latter, she cared about Stone's physical and mental well-being. Thus, she had to prevent such scenarios. First, she instructed Fulton to properly preserve the seeds, selecting suitable ones for planting in a dry environment to prevent premature sprouting. Then, she had Bram lead the rest to guide the adorable younglings to the newly built pens. Since Kirsty had mentioned she would bring supplies, the base had prepared ahead of time, building pens for pigs and chickens and drying grass for fodder. Kirsty had been planning that behind their village, there was a small hill, which might as well be called a small slope. When building the base, they included it within the compound. Cattle and sheep were penned at the foot of the hill, and later on, they could plant grass all over the slope. During the day, they could herd the cattle and sheep up there to graze until full, and then drive them back down in the evening. Thinking about it, it seemed quite picturesque. Those who were not fit for heavy work could go up the hill to cut grass and feed the livestock. After all, the slope wasn't too high, so going up and down wouldn't be tiring. Kirsty had everything planned out. She followed Bram from behind and watched him direct people to settle the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Once all the little animals were properly settled, Kirsty left the base temporarily. She had very important matters to attend to. It was necessary to protect their base's future master chef. So, when no one in Fengcheng knew, a small grey-black rat silently slipped into the city and found Stone by following the scent. Ordinarily, rats shouldn't have any patterns on their bodies, but this one had faint dark red patterns visible under its fur. Its eyes were also red, a deep blood-red color, which would seem eerie if stared at for long enough. Once it reached near Stone, it found a corner to squat in, staring intently at him without moving for a long time. To those unaware, it might appear like a mechanical rat. Stone was contemplating whether he should go. Even if Kirsty now owned a base, it was likely still a newly established and not very large one. Having a base meant she couldn't live as freely as before. There's a saying, you can run away with a monk, but not with a temple. If someone attacked her base, could she abandon it and leave like before? No. That was the constraint. Kirsty was strong, but after becoming a public enemy, could she really protect her base and everyone in it? Chapter 89, I believe in Kirsty. Moreover, Adrian is indeed a scheming old fox. He has suffered repeated setbacks because of Kirsty and won't give up easily. He must be planning something underhanded to target Kirsty. No matter how powerful a person is, they cannot be flawless for life. Just a hint of vulnerability can lead to an unexpected downfall. This has been true throughout history, whether it's historical figures or characters in stories. Even someone as strong as Emilio, who could barely be matched by Neil, Eli, and Cody together, ended up losing his head, didn't he? There's no absolute invincibility in this world. Even the gods in mythological tales can die due to their vulnerabilities. Stone was genuinely concerned about this. There were too many uncertainties in all these problems. But Stone murmured to himself, I promised her. Even if it was a promise made in jest, it was still a promise. Integrity is valuable, and if he went back on his word, nothing much would happen except that he would condemn himself every day in the countless days to come. So, Stone quickly made a decision and started packing a small bag. Adrian had long known about their relationship but was unaware that Stone had promised Kirsty to go to her base. Though he wasn't sure, he could guess. Stone's loyalty was divided. Sooner or later, he would leave. Adrian had been too busy recently to visit Stone. Now that his brother's condition was temporarily stable, Valentina had gone out to look for solutions, and Kirsty had only come by to rob once without causing any further trouble. There should be no immediate danger. He finally had some free time to handle trivial matters. For instance, having a heart-to-heart talk with Stone. When Adrian came to find Stone, Stone had already packed a small bag. He didn't have much stuff anyway, and he left behind large items, planning to buy them later. He kept only the essentials to avoid trouble on the journey. Just as Adrian knocked on the door, Stone had just zipped up his bag. When he opened the door, he saw Adrian standing outside. Stone. Speak of the devil, just a second ago, he was secretly cursing Adrian's slyness. Now seeing him face to face, he felt a bit guilty, especially since he was already planning to leave Feng City. Feeling twice as guilty, his attitude softened somewhat. Seeing this, Adrian felt that the matter he wanted to bring up had a higher chance of success, so his expression also softened. You want to leave, right? I won't stop you, but I'd like to have a serious talk with you. Stone asked, what do you want to say? After much thought, Adrian said, Valentina isn't predicting the future, she's been reborn. She witnessed the destruction of the human world in her previous life. I know what you're thinking, what if she's lying? Haven't you experienced my abilities? I have dual abilities, and what you experienced is part of it. Let me put it vaguely, she is not lying, he added. Stone remained silent for a moment. Adrian continued, that's why I want to kill Bram. I'm not doing this out of personal interest but for humanity's sake. I don't gain much from this, in fact, I have to pay a lot. If I did nothing, I'd remain the head of the largest base, unchallenged. Even if humanity eventually perished, I could still be at the top until the end. Yet, I chose to act. As you can see, I've gained little so far. Though I may have some personal interests, my main goal is to ensure humanity continues into the future. Stone folded his arms and asked softly, why are you telling me this? What do you want from me? Seeing that Stone seemed somewhat softened, Adrian immediately said warmly, I won't let you do anything dangerous. That would get you killed. I just hope that after you get there, you can pass on some information to me. In simpler terms, he wanted Stone to be a double agent. To spy on Kirsty and try to find her weaknesses. Adrian phrased it delicately, constantly linking it to the greater good for humanity. This is for the sake of humanity, to help humans survive better in this harsh post-apocalyptic world. I hope that 100 years from now, those walking this land will still be humans, not zombies. Despite himself, Stone felt impressed. How could one put it? Adrian spoke so convincingly. Even disregarding his ulterior motives, the logic alone was enough to move many people. Someone else might have been convinced. But Stone only asked one question. In the story that Valentina experienced, was Kirsty in it? Strangely, he hadn't known Kirsty for very long, but she really had a charm that made people want to trust her unconsciously. He always felt that if there was Kirsty in the previous life too, humanity wouldn't have perished. Adrian was about to speak when Stone said, I can't tell if you're lying or not because I don't have your kind of ability. But I can ask others to verify this point. Kirsty should also know that Valentina's ability is not prophecy, right? If the enemy didn't already know, you wouldn't have told me such information. Adrian really didn't expect that Stone would have such deep trust in Kirsty. He was surprised once before, and now, understanding this even deeper, he was even more astonished. I really don't understand why she can gain your trust so quickly and make you bet all your chips on her. People are different. Some people just need to say a word to you for you to see through their hypocrisy. Some people only need 2 minutes with you to infect you with their charm, making you want to be friends with them. When Stone heard Adrian say this, he knew that Adrian indirectly admitted that there was no Kirsty in Valentina's memory from her past life. What Stone wanted to believe wasn't that Bram had a change of heart this time around and wouldn't destroy the world, but that as long as Kirsty was around, humanity wouldn't vanish. You won't change your mind? For a moment, Adrian's eyes showed a subtle change. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he was about to do something. Stone also sensed this. Just as he felt a bit nervous, a little red-eyed mouse darted out from the corner. Chapter 90, I just came to visit. The little mouse was smaller than a palm, with red eyes. As it darted between the two people, the pattern hidden beneath its fur suddenly lit up. A red formation appeared on its body, creating a door in midair that was just big enough for a person to pass through. When the door opened, Kirsty poked her head out, grinning at the two people in the room. I came to visit my friend, okay? Adrian. Every time Kirsty did something, she shattered his preconceptions. He now seriously doubted whether Kirsty was really a psychic. Maybe she had come from some strange world. Was she a cultivator? Or maybe from Hogwarts? Adrian forced out a smile, then said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." After he left, Kirsty waved at Stone. "I overheard your conversation just now. It shouldn't be a problem, right? You're not angry, are you? Stone, you've already heard everything, so what are you even saying? Is this door like a portal or something? Wait for me." Stone had already given up on all his gadgets, even prepared to abandon the barbecue grill because it was inconvenient to carry. But since there was now a portal, he couldn't just leave them behind. "I'll help you move." Kirsty came through the door and helped Stone move everything he wanted, bringing it all back in one go. Once Stone got there, he sighed in relief. "Just now, I felt like Adrian wanted to kill me. Maybe not kill you, but control you, to use you as a spy. Perhaps he has similar psychics under him." Kirsty calmly pointed at the little mouse. "Like it, I manipulate it as an observer." While necromancers primarily controlled corpses or souls, she had found a small mouse for convenience, killed it, and turned its body into a medium. She could use the mouse to eavesdrop and also store a small portal within it. If Adrian were to make a move against Stone, she could instantly transport herself over and save her chosen chef. Stone shivered at the thought of that possibility, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Indeed, that's something he might do. "Luckily you're here. So you don't care that I overheard earlier?" Kirsty persisted for an answer, despite her buddy having implicitly accepted it. Stone. "Yes." Only then did Kirsty smile brightly, calling a zombie over to help carry their things. "Let me show you around. Our base isn't fully built yet, so if you have any needs, just tell me or Zach. For example, my friend wanted a huge laboratory, so we're building one for him. If you want a huge kitchen, we can do that too." Stone. "I don't have that requirement. Cooking is hard work." He just wanted to cook for fun, not own a massive kitchen where he would have to cook every day. Kirsty looked a bit disappointed, then added after a while, "Anyway, let's start our tour. We recently stocked up on goods. Baby animals are very cute, and you can get familiar with them early." Stone silently complained inside, knowing those chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs would end up regulars on his barbecue grill. Now he understood why Kirsty had been in Fengcheng that day, to stock up. Thinking about it, Adrian really was pitiful. He couldn't beat her, couldn't stop her, even when she robbed his place and walked out the front door boldly, he could only pretend he didn't see anything. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, and the more he sympathized with Adrian. So Stone suggested, "I know a place in Fengcheng where they raise lots of fish, all kinds of breeds, plump and tender. We could dig a pond and bring some in. Grass carp can be made into pickled fish, carp can be braised, and crucian carp makes excellent soup." Kirsty wiped her mouth. "Really? Then we'll go again sometime." Stone smiled. He really wanted to sing a song to Adrian now. "Thank you for warming my belly." Adrian would probably spew blood when he heard that. Hey. Thinking about how Adrian had tried to make him a puppet, controlling him as a mole, his slight guilt vanished. He even wanted to persuade Kirsty to rob Adrian a couple more times, bring all the good stuff back to their base, and let Adrian cry. As they chatted and walked forward, the most common sight in the base now was zombies. Almost every zombie was carrying large pieces of bricks, cement, and various other building materials, shuttling back and forth near the walls. Their walls were built exceptionally tall, with crenelles on top similar to ancient city walls, and tall watchtowers. It was clear that preparations had been made for potential attacks. The extremely harmonious coexistence of humans and zombies seemed strange at first glance but became natural after some time. Stone couldn't help but sigh. He hoped Adrian would understand that with Kirsty's character, she wouldn't let humanity be destroyed. Moreover, Kirsty could even restrain zombies, reducing conflicts between zombies and humans. And Kirsty had a personality where she didn't offend unless offended first. If Adrian did not take the initiative to attack Kirsty and Zach, she wouldn't launch an attack on Fengcheng proactively. Even if enmity developed between them, its origin would be because of Adrian. All this was avoidable, of course, this avoidance referred to before now. But currently, the enmity between Fengcheng and Kirsty had already been formed, and as more people died in conflicts between the two sides, the enmity grew deeper, leaving little room for reconciliation. After he sighed for a couple of seconds, he followed Kirsty to the livestock area, seeing a few zombies dragging a cart of hay into it from afar. Those zombies were relatively low level, and the lower the level of the zombie, the less self-control they had. Even though they had signed contracts and become Kirsty's subordinates, they still found it hard to control themselves, drooling at the sight of plump little piglets. They kept drooling while adding hay to the pig feed troughs, looking rather pitiful. The livestock area is close to the planting area, but the planting area has been divided into two major parts, with 1/3 of it being used to grow fruit. I'll share some with you when they're ready. Stone. Clearly full of things to criticize, yet oddly speechless. Chapter 91, A Brief Century. Kirsty took her little group for a brief tour around the base. To be honest, the village in the middle hadn't been demolished yet. After all, everyone still needed a place to live. Apart from that, other areas had been leveled and were ready for construction once the walls were completed. So, apart from the walls and animal pens in the livestock area, everything else was quite barren with nothing much to see. However, the planting zone was a different story. Many fruits were close to ripening thanks to the catalysts, creating a colorful and beautiful sight. Fulton happened to be nearby, directing the zombies to water and fertilize the adjacent plots. Kirsty called out to him from a distance. Pick some fruit later, we're having a party tonight. She remembered how fun parties could be. Fulton gave a thumbs up, looking somewhat excited. After all, entertainment facilities were extremely scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. Humans are creatures that get bored easily, especially transitioning from a time of great prosperity and abundance of entertainment options to the end times. Ordinary people struggled to secure 3 meals a day, let alone enjoy any form of entertainment. Spiritual pursuits generally came after material needs, as one had to survive first. News of Kirsty's party spread quickly. Aidan, who was writing at the time, asked his good friend Perry to select a pig, a cow, and a sheep from the livestock area to slaughter for the evening's festivities. There was no need to worry about leftovers. Perry's ability was ice creation. If there were leftovers, they could simply freeze them in an ice cellar for consumption the next day. Aidan also told Perry, make sure you prepare some fruit salad and ice cream for Kirsty. Perry. He was a rather serious person and probably hadn't thought of using his power for such purposes before, feeling a bit complex at the moment. Okay. The humans in the base couldn't pursue fine dining but could at least aim for sufficient food, so they were quite happy upon hearing about the party. A few people led the zombies to clear a small square near the village for use that evening. Thus, when evening arrived, everyone dropped their work to attend the party, which resembled more of a bonfire gathering. The newly cleaned square was equipped with various seating arrangements, and a large bonfire was set up in the center. Stone, after washing his hands, brought over his grill. A few idle men and women sat nearby skewing meat. The slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep were thoroughly cleaned, along with chicken and duck meat, all seasoned and marinated in different pots. For example, some pots contained piri-piri chicken, while others had pickled beef. Marinating improved the flavor, allowing for variations like adding green peppers or garlic cloves during skewering, or leaving it as pure meat, catering to everyone's preferences. Perry stood nearby, rolling ice balls with a serious expression on his face. Once the ice balls were made, a nearby girl would place them in juice, beer, and carry them away. What kind of barbecue could go without drinks? More ice was placed nearby for chilling items. Skilled girls were making shaved ice and fruit salads. Bruce was right next to the table, juicing fruits. His ability could both kill and disassemble objects, the latter requiring meticulous operation. However, the juice he made was far better than machine-processed juice and even screened out seeds to prevent bitterness. Everyone was busy, except for Kirsty and Brecken. One didn't want to do anything, and the other had nowhere to contribute. They sat side by side on chairs, with Kirsty sipping on a glass of chilled juice, contentedly enjoying herself. The chilled juice tasted better, and she didn't have to worry about getting an upset stomach. Charlie and Chauncey were helping in the kitchen, occasionally bringing her some snacks. Very happy indeed. With Stone joining, Kirsty's team finally felt complete, though still lacking in some areas, not urgently so. They only needed to focus on building up the base properly now. Kirsty sat there leisurely, observing this scene reminiscent of a harvest festival, feeling incredibly pleased. She even murmured to herself, I never imagined I would establish a force. Although necromancers would also have gatherings, the lack of a leader made them disorganized, like scattered sand. If they had an organization, even if they couldn't stand up to the holy temple, their plight wouldn't be so dire. However, Kirsty didn't have such thoughts back then. It wasn't until today that she suddenly felt the joy of having an organization. Gathering all her friends together, facing challenges as one, and holding meetings to discuss how to deal with her enemies and live better. Leisurely and happy, even handling affairs became more efficient. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Perhaps being sent to this post-apocalyptic world was to let Kirsty experience different ways of thinking and handling matters. Not just for amusement or fruit. No, it's about adopting new perspectives. With her old way of thinking, she might never be able to bring down the holy temple in her lifetime. Kirsty leaned back, grinning. Traveling between worlds is truly a joy. As for going back, no rush at all. She used to think about researching how to return to the other world when she had time, but now she had no such intention. After all, necromancers had lifespans different from humans. She could enjoy several decades here first and build a base where her friends could live happily. Then she would consider going back. Decades or even a century meant little to necromancers compared to a couple of years for ordinary people. To Kirsty, this time spent together was already quite brief. Come eat the barbecue, Stone called out from afar, and Kirsty quickly jumped up, dragging Brecken toward him. We're coming. You should eat some too. Zombies don't need human food, but eating shouldn't harm you, right? Millimeter. Brecken looked down at her with a hint of gentle warmth in his eyes. He silently tightened his grip on Kirsty's hand and followed her over. Chapter 92. It's not necessarily a loss for her. Kirsty had never lived like this before, let alone Brecken, who previously hardly had any friends. Trapped in that small home, the most he did was read and engage in domestic intrigues. Yes. Scheming and rivalry. Even if he grew weary of such a life, he had no choice but to continue due to his poor health. His life had clearly already surpassed 2 decades, yet now it felt like everything was just starting. It seemed as though the previous 20 years were merely trials bestowed upon him by heaven. After overcoming these trials, he officially began his true life, from which pain would be absent and all unwanted chaos removed, leaving only those who loved him and whom he loved in return. If all he endured was to meet Kirsty today, then perhaps it wasn't so bad. After all, life always entails losses and gains. What he paid as the price was all for this moment, making it seem less expensive in retrospect. Brecken lazily followed Kirsty into the crowd where many people had already gathered. They shared freshly prepared food, recounted amusing incidents they encountered, and conversed with smiles on their faces. It seemed that all the hardships brought by the end times could be erased in such joy. From afar, they waved to Kirsty and Brecken, beckoning them over. The two barely squeezed into the circle when they were handed a plate of freshly roasted meat and some other assorted items. Someone who could sing was also pushed forward. He pulled a young lady, and the two were standing there singing duets. The atmosphere was quite lively. Kirsty munched on the roasted meat and fruit with crunching sounds and mumbled with her mouth full, "Let's have another one after our base is fully built." She felt that whether it was a party or a bonfire celebration, both were delightful events. They could often hold them at the base in the future. With so few living people needing food and zombies not requiring sustenance, holding a bonfire celebration wouldn't consume much food, and they could easily afford it. "I think it's doable." Others at the table chirped, "We can also celebrate during the harvest. It'll promote unity." Later, someone brought out wine with varying degrees of alcohol content. Kirsty joined in for a few drinks too and even performed by exploding fireworks using her magic. When her magic burst in the air, it resembled a bright flame. Although it wasn't as dazzling as real fireworks, it simulated their shape, looking rather impressive. Eventually, everyone got thoroughly drunk, except for those who couldn't or restrained themselves. Drink after drink led many to collapse. Many people came to this base harboring bitter emotions, having either suffered at the hands of others or lost important loved ones. Despite appearing calm during the day, they found it hard to dispel their sorrow at night. But today, almost everyone vented their pain. Perhaps after today, it would be easier for them to let go and suffer less. Bruce also drank excessively, leaning on Fulton while murmuring, "Why does she get closer to Brecken? Why? Am I not strong enough? Not handsome enough? Not obedient enough?" Fulton clung to his sister's leg bone, sobbing pitifully, "Sis, I finally avenged you. I killed someone, but I don't regret it at all. I'm so happy, but I kind of regret letting him die too easily. Sis, why are you so thin again? There's almost no flesh left." 3 of them hung together in this state, but they weren't the most noticeable. The standout figures were actually Aiden and Jeren. Jeren, who had good tolerance for alcohol and hadn't gotten completely drunk yet, struggled to pry Aiden off himself. Aiden was bawling, crying over his lost first love and ruined base, smearing his tears and snot all over Jeren. Feeling utterly disgusted, Jeren tried to pull Aiden off but failed. So he called for help from nearby people, only to find them lying everywhere, either laughing stupidly while hugging empty bottles or rolling into piles of trash and screaming in pain, apologizing profusely. Some were so drunk that they mistook their companions for deceased lovers, kissing wildly and ending up in awkward situations with same-sex partners, nearly being choked by the recipients. Jeren. The only sober person was Brecken, likely because he was a zombie and immune to alcohol. He half-encircled Kirsty to prevent her from rolling on the ground. After everyone had passed out from drinking, he instructed the zombies to come over and separate the drunkards, sending them back one by one to the village, placing them in any available house. There was no telling where they had lived before, they were too drunk to be woken up to ask. Finally, with one hand holding Kirsty and the other picking up the juice she refused to let go of, he took her away. Jeren felt something was off but wasn't entirely sober either. He got up with the help of a nearby zombie, stumbling back while instructing other zombies to settle his friends into rooms. Brecken brought Kirsty back to the room, where Xiaohei had already prepared a hangover remedy, letting Chauncey distribute it to others. It held a bowl and came over to find Kirsty. "Place it on the bedside table first," Brecken directed it. "Kirsty probably can't drink right now." Xiaohei hesitated. After all, men and women should not touch intimately. Brecken wasn't just a skeleton anymore. Who knew if he still retained certain abilities after becoming a zombie? Leaving him alone in this room seemed unsafe. Kirsty was completely drunk. What if Brecken did something inappropriate? The more Xiaohei thought about it, the less safe it seemed. It absolutely couldn't allow Brecken to be alone in the room. It had to protect Kirsty's chastity, so instead of leaving, it lay at the door, peeking inside furtively, looking extremely conspicuous. Brecken. He finally convinced Xiaohei with just one sentence. "If that really happened, it would probably be because she forced me." Xiaohei. After thinking about it, it believed that this could indeed happen after Kirsty had been drinking. Thus, it sighed in relief and left. Well, Kirsty wouldn't be at a disadvantage anyway. Brecken. Chapter 93, Let Me Treat You. After Charlie left, Brecken sat quietly by the bedside watching Kirsty. Kirsty had drunk quite a lot of juice tonight, and her little belly was bulging, clearly indicating some discomfort. Brecken took the initiative to reach out and rub her belly. Kirsty seemed to find it quite comfortable, murmuring a couple of times before pressing down on Brecken's hand. His hand was icy cold, lacking the warmth of a human body. After pressing for a while, she found it uncomfortable and pushed him away again. Brecken. He had a profound understanding that Kirsty, whether consciously or unconsciously, would discard him after using him, so he remained very calm. He pulled the small blanket over Kirsty's belly to cover her up, occasionally giving her another rub. Once Kirsty's little belly wasn't as swollen, he picked up the wine-sobering soup from the side, heated it slightly until it was lukewarm, and coaxed Kirsty to drink it. "Drink this before you sleep, okay? Otherwise, when you wake up in the morning, your head will hurt." Kirsty mumbled incoherently and didn't want to pay any attention to Brecken. She tossed and turned in bed, making strange noises, whimpering like a spoiled child. Brecken went through great efforts to get her to drink a little, but couldn't get her to take the second mouthful no matter what. After much effort, he managed to feed her the second mouthful. This went on intermittently, and he only managed to get her to drink 2 or 3 sips before finishing the rest himself. Kirsty was like a little koala, possibly because it was a bit warm tonight. She instinctively moved closer to Brecken beside her and, after pulling and tugging, dragged him onto her bed, hugging him like a pillow. Brecken. He was, after all, an adult man, especially with the person in his arms whom he also liked very much. It was almost torture for him. Kirsty usually didn't talk in her sleep, but maybe due to being tipsy today, she murmured softly. Brecken quietly leaned in to listen, seemingly hearing Kirsty calling, Brecken. Brecken's thoughts raced. He hadn't expected Kirsty to call out his name even in her dreams. Just as a faint smile was about to appear on his lips, he heard Kirsty shout clearly, "Hey, don't run, let me open your belly and see." Brecken. Kirsty slept soundly all night, waking up at around 9 in the morning the next day. Upon waking, she vaguely felt something was off. Her palm was resting on something cool, slender, and clean-looking. Kirsty instinctively pinched it and looked down to find her palm placed on someone's chest, and her hand had even slipped inside his clothes. If she saw Brecken in her bed normally, given her character, she'd immediately start accusing Brecken of sneaking into her bed in the middle of the night. But her hand was still there. Even if she had a thick skin, it couldn't be that thick. Kirsty fell into deep thought and casually pinched him a few more times. After a while, she said resentfully, "Why do I feel like your pectoral muscles aren't as good as before? Brecken. Need me to remind you that I'm a zombie, and my physique won't change anymore?" Kirsty. TSK. She unwillingly got up from the bed and said, "I collected a lot of materials earlier, but I was busy treating Jeren, so I only asked Norris to sort them out briefly. Now that I'm free, I can adjust your physical condition. Tonight I'll check the materials to see if there's anything wrong, and we'll officially start tomorrow." Thinking about what Kirsty had said in her sleep last night, Brecken suspected she might not want to treat him but simply wanted to dissect him. Understood. Brecken straightened up, his collar slightly loose, revealing many scars on his chest, looking quite gruesome. Kirsty was still preparing him mentally. "When the treatment starts, you may expel a lot of impurities as part of the therapy process. I'll also repair your body, which might take a lot of time. If you have any other tasks, go ahead and arrange handovers with others today." "Yeah, right. The base needs a batch of building materials. Zombies can't distinguish what we need, so we might have to go out ourselves in a couple of days to the city." Brecken adjusted his clothes while saying, "We'll take a few people along when we go. For humans, the biggest threat in the city is zombies. But for them, it's not the case. Entering any city is like returning home for them. With their zombie subordinates guarding them, if other zombies dare to attack, they would either be killed on the spot or turned into subordinates, with no third option. Therefore, we don't need too many people when we go, 2 or 3 who can identify the types of building materials needed, plus some zombies to carry the materials. Then we just transport them back through the teleportation array. It'll be as convenient as it gets." "Got it." Kirsty yawned and got up to eat breakfast. Charlie and Chauncey had borrowed 2 cookbooks from ordinary people in the base a couple of days ago. They had been learning and trying out quite a few new dishes. After having breakfast, Kirsty went to find Norris. Their laboratory wasn't built yet, they'd only marked off an area for future use. The materials were still stored in the village, where Norris was also located. When Kirsty found him, he was conducting a small experiment. At the sound of the knock, he flinched, causing his experiment to explode. He opened the door with a somewhat resentful look, a slight injury on his face. Kirsty raised her hand, casting a beam of holy light on him and said, "Find those materials from before. I'm going to start adjusting Brecken's body." To adjust his body couldn't be done purely by necromancer methods, it required witchcraft techniques. Brecken wasn't like a regular corpse, he not only had his own consciousness but his body wasn't completely dead either. Adjustments had to be made with extreme caution. Norris immediately went to gather the materials. Meanwhile, Valentina had already set out. Dot possessed an unusual healing ability as a healer-type psychic. Her healing wasn't conventional, rather, she had an extraordinary self-healing ability. She could transfer others' injuries to herself, replacing their injured or sick organs with her healthy ones. She healed others by shouldering their pain. This was nearly god-tier healing power. In her memory, Dot was a highly sought-after psychic, fought over by countless bases. Chapter 94. Are you disgusted with me? However, Valentina had once heard that Dot had a very tragic past. Not long after the apocalypse began, she awakened her supernatural abilities. But at that time, Dot realized that this power was dangerous. If others knew about it, she might get into trouble. After all, she only had the ability to heal and not much in terms of combat power. If someone threatened her, she would have no choice. So, Dot kept her powers hidden, never telling anyone until her family members were seriously injured. It was an injury so severe that it led to limb deficiency. She quickly used her power, her brother's missing leg immediately grew back, and within an hour, her right leg, which she had lost, slowly regrew. While she was unconscious due to pain and blood loss, her father, in mad joy, sold her to a powerful person. By the time Dot's leg regrew and she regained consciousness, she had already become a bird in a cage. She was forced to heal countless people, those born disabled, those suffering from serious illnesses, even influential people who had fanciful ideas. These people were already quite old, free from diseases but gradually aging, something unavoidable. Could they achieve youthful organs by deliberately injuring their organs and triggering Dot's power to exchange them for younger ones? They conducted many such experiments and found that while the exchanged organs weren't as vibrant as those of a young person like Dot, they were still considered young compared to their own aged organs. Overjoyed, these people treated Dot as a treasure, almost always using her as an organ donor, constantly exchanging fresh organs for the recipients. The agony of losing an organ was unbearable, yet she endured it day after day, year after year. Until one day, after prolonged use of her power, Dot evolved, gaining some offensive capabilities. Originally, her powers had limitations. For example, she could only perform exchanges if the recipient was injured. So, when asked to exchange internal organs, the recipients would first need to injure themselves before she could activate her powers. But after evolving, she no longer needed this condition. She gained the ability to take away limbs or organs instead of just exchanging them. In other words, Dot could choose to heal or kill a person. At the time, she was almost in a deranged state, killing many people in one breath. However, her abilities were limited, and she couldn't escape. Many people wanted to kill her then, but because her powers were too precious, they couldn't bear to part with her. They could only keep her alive, hoping to further exploit her. Until later, an incident occurred, an attack similar to a zombie wave hit the base, and Dot seized the opportunity to escape. Only then did she become a sought-after figure, contested by many bases, refusing to join any of them. Valentina also intended to find Dot, but as a top healer, Dot was protected by many powerful figures. These protectors concealed parts of her past, making it difficult for even someone well-informed like Valentina to know where Dot came from or where she should be at this point in time. This was one reason why Valentina chose to look for Ichabod first rather than Dot. Now she had no choice. Ryan's condition required treatment, and the number of people who could treat him was few. Among them, only Dot could do it without leaving any after-effects. Dot could completely replace Ryan's infected limb, turning him into a healthy individual. Valentina vaguely suspected that Dot had been captured by someone back then, so she planned to see if she could find Dot. If she couldn't find Dot, she would have to settle for another ability user, whose skills were far inferior. If Ryan were treated by him, he would definitely suffer from after-effects. Thus, her priority was Dot. After seeing Ichabod during her last visit to Aiden's base, Valentina knew who had intercepted Bram and Ichabod. Since then, she had been praying. This time, don't let Kirsty preempt me again. Speaking of which, could Kirsty also be a reincarnator? How could she always pick up such important people just in time? But if she really is a reincarnator, why would she save Bram, who destroyed humanity? Kirsty had already counted the materials, preparing to first flush out the impurities from Bram's body and then replenish his physique. His pectoral muscles were uneven, feeling very uncomfortable to touch. She wondered if it was possible to make them a bit bigger when repairing his body. Kirsty had self-taught herself some cosmetic procedures and was considering whether to perform filling for Bram. Though bigger wasn't necessarily better, slightly larger pectoral muscles did sound appealing. The more Kirsty thought about it, the more conflicted she felt. She organized the materials and gave them simple processing so they could be used directly later. By then, Bram had finished handing over his work and came over. From afar, Kirsty saw Bram's tall, slender figure. Under the clothes, his pectoral muscles were completely unnoticeable. Her gaze thus became more melancholic. Norris, who had been asking her how they would manage without a laboratory, noticed Kirsty's changing expression as she watched Bram approach from afar, seemingly deep in thought. Curious, Norris asked another question. What's wrong? Are you thinking about where to conduct tonight's experiment? Without a lab, things will indeed be simpler, but since Bram, as a zombie, won't get infected by ordinary bacteria, the environment can be a bit worse even outdoors. No, Kirsty wasn't considering that. She said solemnly, I was thinking about something more important. Just then, Jong Chernal arrived nearby and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What's the important matter? Surely it's not about what we're having for late-night snacks. Of course not, it's much more important. I'm thinking about whether to add some filler to your pectoral muscles while repairing your body. Jong Chernal's smile vanished. Chapter 95 Seizing the Opportunity. Is this disdain? Disdain for his pectorals being too small. Tears streamed down his face. Brecken never thought that one day he would be looked down upon in this way. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to feel if his pectorals were really too small. So, this is why Kirsty said such things. It's disdain, clear and outright disdain, but after some consideration, I think something more natural is better. Kirsty patted his shoulder. Too bad you're a zombie, even if you work out, they won't get bigger. Brecken. He had just said that this morning, and now it felt like Kirsty was mocking him. Alright, let's tidy up and get ready to start. Kirsty clapped her hands and said, we don't have a laboratory available, so we'll set up in the room. Clear out a bedboard, lay down a layer of film, and it'll be passable to use. It was indeed convenient that zombies didn't get infected by ordinary bacteria, otherwise, they wouldn't dare open Brecken's chest or abdomen in such a room. Once infected, it could be very dangerous. Many people don't die during surgery but from post-operative infections. The three of them quickly put together a simple experimental table. Brecken soon lay down peacefully on it, awaiting the so-called treatment. Given his extremely unique physical condition, the treatment needed to be divided into two parts. First, all the herbs were extracted, taking only the essence and necessary parts. Then, Kirsty used her magic to infuse the medicinal liquid into Brecken's body. There were many blockages within his body that magic had to address first to clear the pathways before the medicinal liquid could be infused. This process might be excruciating and take a long time, one day wouldn't suffice. The toxins had deeply infiltrated his body, becoming inseparable from his flesh and bones. But this was necessary for Brecken to regain normalcy. At least to escape the control of the virus and not become a mindless walking corpse. After pondering for a long time, Brecken asked, "Then why is it necessary to open my chest?" Even though he wouldn't feel pain when opening his chest, who would like their own chest sliced open? Upon hearing this, the two people in front of him gave him an eerie grin. Brecken. Got it, got it. They're just two research fanatics wanting to study. He lay back down peacefully again, enduring much scrutiny from those two research fanatics. If it weren't for the fact that internal organs couldn't be removed from his body, he suspected his kidneys, liver, and other organs would be taken out for detailed study and then stuffed back in. Thinking about that scenario made even someone at the level of a zombie king shudder secretly. After the research was done, the medicinal liquids were also extracted. When mixed, they appeared purplish-grey and ominous color and were stored in vials similar to ampules. Since it would be used for a long time, they planned to use it vial by vial until the entire treatment was complete. The purplish-grey liquid slowly rose from the vials, finally dividing into streams that fell onto Kirsty's fingertips. She smiled sweetly. "You might feel a bit of pain next. Can you endure it?" Brecken was strong in enduring pain. From childhood, illness had constantly tormented him, yet he always had to smile at everyone around him, pretending he wasn't in pain. Later, in his new home, facing a strange father, he learned to hide his suffering even more, showing weakness or signs of pain only when needed to gain their sympathy. So when Kirsty warned that it might hurt, he prepared mentally in advance. Yet even with preparation, in that instant, he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. The handsome Grayson's already pale face became as white as paper. Kirsty, with her free hand, gently stroked his cheek. "You must endure," she said. "This is part of your evolution. Only by enduring this can you become more perfect." A dark red substance, like blood, gradually seeped through his pores as the medicinal liquid entered his body. Initially, there was only a little, but it quickly increased, soon covering his skin with a layer that resembled a red film. Only his eyes remained bright, even after being tortured by pain. He gazed quietly at Kirsty, not uttering a single cry of pain. Kirsty knew how unbearable this pain was, so she praised him. "Very good, keep going, you can do even better, right?" That tone was no different from praising a child, making one want to retort. Brecken closed his eyes slightly and pressed his cheek against her palm. Millimeter. He had long been accustomed to enduring pain, and senseless suffering was the hardest to bear. But now, he could see the bright light of the future ahead. After his first treatment, Brecken slept for a whole day and night. When he finally woke up in a daze, he found himself lying on Kirsty's usual bed. But Kirsty was not there. Brecken propped himself up, only to feel weaker than ever before. It was as if something had hollowed out his body, leaving him completely drained of energy. Reaching out for a drink of water, he picked up a cup from the table and noticed a note underneath it. He slowly drank some water, then unfolded the note to see what it said. "When you first wake up, do you feel like your body has been hollowed out? This is a normal sensation. Don't panic, you'll recover gradually. If you need anything, call Xiaohei and Chauncey. Rest well, Kirsty." Trying out a call, he saw Xiaohei with a little red bird perched on its head walking from outside. "Where's Kirsty?" Brecken asked instinctively. Xiaohei immediately started gesturing. Unable to speak, it could only use body language. Since it wasn't a zombie, Brecken, as the zombie king, couldn't understand it through other means. Feeling a bit frustrated, Xiaohei calmly found a notebook and quickly wrote down a few sentences. Looking at the notebook, Brecken saw. While you were sleeping, they had already left, heading into the city on some important business. Bruce went with them. Brecken. He had been taken by surprise. Chapter 96. What a wonderful world for two. As for others, it was fine. However, Brecken knew exactly what Bruce was thinking. This guy had never changed his intentions and was the only man who could make him feel somewhat threatened. And he really didn't have much shame. No one knew whether Brecken was cursing in his heart or not. In any case, Kirsty and Bruce had already left with someone who understood building materials. Although she could teleport directly into the city, if she used teleportation everywhere, life would be too boring. The scenery along the way, the people encountered, and events that happened were all additional bonuses of travel. Saving time also meant missing out on these small surprises. So today they did not opt for a time-saving departure but instead found a car to drive towards their destination. Kirsty hadn't gone out normally for quite some time, so she felt a bit surprised by the outside situation. It's been such a long time. The base built by the survivors should be getting better, right? Humans are highly creative creatures. It is precisely because of this that they stand out among many species and become the rulers of the world. Wild beasts have sharp claws and fangs, are several times larger than humans in size, birds can fly, fish can breathe underwater, yet humans ultimately occupy the top of the food chain. This is because humans possess wisdom and creativity, which gives them an infinite future. So even at the end of the world, despite the emergence of more enemies and natural enemies for humans, Kirsty believed that humans could continue to survive on this planet. After decades or centuries, as they gradually get used to the existence of zombies and adapt to this environment, they can return to their original state. In other words, to build a new world. Maybe. Bruce said vaguely. In contrast to Kirsty, he wasn't particularly fond of humans. Although humans have good and bad qualities, if you encounter a good person who helps you, you will remember it for a short time. But if you encounter a bad person who hurts you, you'll remember that person for life. Hate lasts longer than love. He helped countless people in his first half of life, considered himself a warm-hearted Grayson, and ended up where? After the apocalypse, he witnessed numerous betrayals. People could forsake family ties, romance, and friendship for personal gains. But he remained steadfast until he was eventually abandoned. Thus, he turned into this extreme dislike for humans, except for Kirsty. If he hadn't met Kirsty in this lifetime, he might have indeed turned into the cold, cruel, ambiguous person Valentina saw, only caring about himself from then on, doing whatever he wanted, disregarding others' lives. It was because he met Kirsty, rescued at the crucial moment, that he didn't completely turn into that kind of person, still leaving room for improvement. Though he now hated humans and often complained, Adrian is so annoying. Humans go extinct. Who cares? It's Earth's choice. However, if anyone dared to hurt Kirsty or their base members, Bruce would be the fastest to react. He could beat them senseless. Yes, he had become a double-standard person. Humans can go extinct, but not Kirsty or my companions. Bruce was sitting in the backseat when he suddenly had an idea while chatting with Kirsty. I remember there was a beautiful little park nearby. I wonder what it looks like after the apocalypse. Are you interested? I remember it used to be some kind of internet-famous spot. Finally having a chance to be alone with Kirsty, Bruce instantly had ulterior motives. If they only went to the city to find building materials, they would quickly come and go, without time to cultivate feelings. This wouldn't do. Opportunities for two people to be alone together were rare, especially under Brecken's watchful eye. Finding such an opportunity was precious and needed to be cherished. The driver? Am I not human? Originally slouched lazily, Kirsty straightened slightly upon hearing about a beautiful scenic spot, but curled back up after a few seconds, not interested. What's so great about just a scenic spot? She had seen corpses floating on the endless sea. And nearly divine beings, whose bodies shattered into light and scattered over tall buildings, white statues, and ordinary people's heads, like snowflakes covering the entire city. Someone was kneeling on the ground wailing, while others couldn't hide their secret joy. She had seen ale gushing from a fountain, with commoners watching from afar while only the privileged could revel. She had witnessed peach blossoms blooming in winter and sudden snowfall in summer. What was so great about just a small park? Although she didn't understand what being internet famous meant, it was just a park after all. If Brecken were here, he would have complained that Bruce didn't understand Kirsty at all. She liked lying on a soft bed, playing games, with fruits and snacks nearby, preferably having someone feed her while she played. Why visit a small park? Bruce felt a bit disappointed but soon said, since you're not interested, let's forget it. Once we get into the city, I'll let them find the building materials while we go sightseeing elsewhere. I remember there was a large arcade in this city, and there were several interesting stores nearby. Kirsty initially felt some interest but then deflated. Without electricity, we can't play anything. What's fun about that? A place selling comics or merchandise might be more to her liking. Bruce. He felt a bit flustered now, especially after 2 failed invitations. The first time it might have been because it wasn't interesting enough, but the second should have hit Kirsty's sweet spot. Bruce had no experience inviting girls out to play, and now he felt quite anxious. Such an opportunity was truly rare, and if missed, it might not come again, considering Brecken wasn't foolish. He thought he understood Kirsty pretty well. Now it seemed his understanding wasn't deep enough. Damn. Chapter 97. This time, I definitely won't let you get ahead. The 3 of them soon entered the city. This city was quite large, and they had reviewed the map in advance. There was a market here specifically for selling building materials, which was quite well known even before the apocalypse. And this was their target for this trip. They needed a wide variety of construction materials, so they had brought along a professional to handle the selection. After choosing, they would have zombies transport the materials, estimating that it would take just 1 day to complete the task. At most, it wouldn't exceed 2 days. This also meant that they wouldn't stay in the city for long. Bruce couldn't afford to waste any time if he wanted to do something meaningful. Otherwise, this opportunity might be lost, making it hard to catch Brecken off guard and be alone with Kirsty. Kirsty had no idea what thoughts her companion harbored. She climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, observing the scenery around the city. The biggest problem now was the sheer number of zombies. The air wasn't fresh either, but otherwise, things were manageable. Bruce didn't immediately climb up to the roof but was instead deep in thought. After 2 failed attempts at dating, he didn't dare rashly suggest anything anymore. Next, he had to be prepared, finding a place Kirsty truly liked, creating a space for the 2 of them to nurture their relationship. Though there were only 3 people this time, there was also Xiaohong, a small, red creature. Xiaohong's job was to clear nearby zombies or scare them away to prevent them from getting close. Without numerous zombies blocking the way, their progress became much faster. A regular exploration team would move cautiously, slowly advancing and possibly covering only a few streets in an entire day. However, they drove loudly and rapidly without worrying about attracting zombies, as Xiaohong kept many zombies at bay, clearing the path for them. In this manner, they entered the city at noon and reached the building materials market in the afternoon. Of course, there were no people left here, only some wandering zombies. When Kirsty jumped off the vehicle, several zombies caught the scent and slowly approached. Soon, Xiaohong chased them away. They loitered not far off, clearly unwilling to abandon the living, but soon Kirsty turned them into her little followers out of boredom. Kirsty left the base mainly because there wasn't much she needed to do there, she'd just be idle. Also, she hadn't been outside in a while and wanted to get out for a stroll. But after coming out, she found nothing particularly interesting, dampening her mood. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce said, "Shall we go exploring around here? Since we're idle anyway, and there's no need for us to be here." "Okay." Kirsty promptly instructed Xiaohong to keep watch over the person selecting the building materials and ensure the nearby zombies didn't harm him. Then she left with Bruce. Bruce felt instantly uplifted and told Kirsty, "Actually, I worked in this city after graduation since I attended university here and decided to stay and settle down. So I'm quite familiar with this area. What are you interested in? I can show you around." He had learned to ask directly, saving time and effort while avoiding potential missteps by guessing what Kirsty might like. Really? Kirsty indeed became interested. "Do you know where there's a store selling merchandise around here?" Kirsty had read many comics but had a particular fondness for Magical Girl series. She had been collecting Magical Girl merchandise recently, but since the apocalypse, few people carried such items during their escape except for true fans. Despite her efforts, she had gathered very little, leading her to think there might be more in the city, especially in specialized stores. Bruce. He genuinely had no idea where such stores were located because he wasn't an anime enthusiast either in school or after graduating. His knowledge of the famous arcade near his alma mater was purely coincidental. "I'll look into it," Bruce said calmly. "I should be able to find one." The map they had wasn't detailed enough to show specific shops, it mainly indicated landmarks and major buildings. But Bruce knew that near large shopping malls or arcades, there might be similar places. If he looked carefully, he should be able to find one. He just needed to move a bit faster to prevent Kirsty from losing patience. Bruce thought it over and then took Kirsty in the vehicle towards the area near the arcade. The arcade was close to the school, where there was a street for dining, drinking, and entertainment, a place many students liked to visit. Back when Bruce was still a student, he naturally went to that area occasionally, as friends would meet up there for meals, but he didn't go very often. Moreover, it had been many years since he graduated, so he wasn't sure if anything had changed. They would only know after arriving. After driving for about 2 hours, they reached their destination. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw someone getting off a vehicle not far ahead, grumbling as they walked, "Is there a more detailed address? We've already searched 2 cities." He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Kirsty, and he immediately fell silent. Valentina, who was standing beside him, felt almost defeated at that moment. She was very skeptical. If Kirsty hadn't been reborn, why did she happen to meet her here of all places? Why now of all times? Seeing Valentina, Kirsty seemed quite pleased and waved her hand. "How is Ryan? Is he still alive?" If Brecken heard this, he would surely marvel at how well matched the two were, even in their provoking remarks. Valentina's expression was terrible, clearly worn down by constant setbacks and the inability to find a line. After all, Ryan's fate was still uncertain. "This time, I definitely won't let you get ahead," Valentina shouted loudly. "I will find her first." A bewildered Kirsty. You're looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Who wants to compete with you? Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Chapter 98. Dot is in this city. Valentina obviously feared being followed. She ran off immediately after her threats, with someone covering for her from behind, guarding against Kirsty catching up. Kirsty fell silent for 2 seconds, then asked Bruce beside her, what was she talking about? "Did you understand?" Bruce also wore a puzzled look. The two exchanged glances, and finally decided to leave it alone, not knowing what odd thing she might be planning. They stopped here only because the arcade was nearby, and this was the entrance to that street, going in the opposite direction of Valentina and company. After getting out of the car, they went inside. As Bruce had guessed, there indeed was a large merchandise store near the arcade, unlike supermarkets or malls. Supermarkets and malls were hot spots after the apocalypse due to various instant foods and survival resources within. Most small stores had been stripped bare, leaving only large ones densely populated, resulting in many zombies inside post-apocalypse, which made people reluctant to visit. Only major bases had the guts to approach them. However, merchandise stores were different. They couldn't be eaten or drunk, nor were they particularly useful unless there were high-powered, special ability holders, who were hardcore otakus interested in such things. It was likely no one would come to these stores. Thus, the windows and doors of the merchandise store remained intact, unlike the neighboring supermarket, where glass was shattered all over the floor and bloodstains were at the entrance, suggesting some intense battles had taken place, leaving it quite desolate. Kirsty entered the merchandise store as if she were back home, feeling incredibly pleased. She wanted this and that. Bruce had initially planned to bond with her but ended up merely carrying bags for her without much conversation, acting like a soulless shopping assistant. He held several bags in his hands and carried various plastic boxes in his arms, through which different poses of little figures, both male and female, could be seen. These were Kirsty's husbands. Kirsty found so many items interesting that Bruce couldn't carry everything alone. She then opened her personal space to store less necessary items and stuffed her husbands in. By the time Kirsty finished her spree, several hours had passed, and twilight was approaching. Satisfied, Kirsty placed her hands on her hips and said, "They haven't finished moving yet. Let's stay in the city tonight and leave tomorrow after we're done." Finally having a chance to talk, Bruce happily suggested, "Let's find somewhere to eat. I know a cafe nearby where we can use their kitchen." Why choose a cafe? Of course, it was for its ambience. Kirsty didn't like cafes and gestured a refusal. "I'd rather stay in this room." There were still many things left to move, mostly unseen or disliked characters from comics. But why did it matter where they ate? A simple meal didn't need a kitchen, and she wanted to sleep here tonight. Bruce. With no choice, Bruce reluctantly prepared instant food for Kirsty while she took out an unfinished manga from her personal space and happily read among the figurine piles. She even chose a favorite pillow to hug, feeling like she was in heaven. She even wondered if she could bring people back with her if she ever left this world to return to her own. For example, those skilled in making figurines. Or perhaps connecting a spatial door between the two worlds so she could travel freely. When the world gradually recovered, the entertainment industry would flourish again, bringing more new comics and games. She could come back every few years to harvest, ensuring she never lacked content. It was unfortunate that some outstanding comic artists had died in recent disasters, leaving unfinished works forever incomplete. This thought saddened Kirsty. She considered trying to contact their spirits when she had time to see if they could continue their creations. She really wanted to see the endings. While Kirsty was enjoying her vacation here, some people were not as blissful, especially Valentina. Valentina had been tracking Dot's whereabouts for a long time. After ruling out several possibilities, she focused on the most likely one and kept following this lead. Recently, in a nearby base, there was a rumor about someone who might be Dot. However, this person had already fled from that base, likely heading to this city. An informant told Valentina that Dot seemed to have been born in this city. Not long after her powers awakened, she was sold by her father right after leaving the city. The person who bought Dot happened to establish a base not far from here, now quite famous. She had endured much torture there. Due to the butterfly effect, when Kirsty's base was under siege recently, this base also sent out some manpower. Among those who remained at the base, one person felt sympathy for Dot's suffering. They informed Dot about the shortage of manpower at the base, along with the patrol schedule and gaps, all of which they divulged to her. Though unable to save Dot directly, they could pretend not to see her escape. This gave Dot a chance to escape, unlike in her previous life where she was quickly recaptured. This time, she fled far away, even diving into the city, and has yet to be caught again. We must find Dot before the base sends more reinforcements, Valentina thought angrily. If it weren't for the secrecy of the base regarding Dot's presence, she could have rescued her directly. Now, she found herself in this situation, having searched half the city without success, all while fearing Kirsty would find her first, leaving them empty-handed. Chapter 99. Come bungee jumping. Valentina hadn't rested for a long time. She didn't dare to take a break. Bridget's appearance in the city today had given her a big blow. She was truly afraid of being outpaced once again, which would inevitably leave Ryan with after effects. She must win this time against Bridget. And this time, she has no choice. The more spirited Valentina felt, the sleepier Bridget became. She lay among the plush toys, happily finishing dinner, and then prepared to go to bed. On the side, Bruce felt dazed, sensing that this so-called two-person world had made no progress. Although only they were in the house, the atmosphere wasn't flirtatious or sweet, it was as dry and bland as usual. Bruce was almost on the verge of tears. If it turned out like this, what use did his schemes against Colm have? While Bruce was sobbing quietly in a corner, Bridget was already sound asleep hugging a cushion. Early next morning, when Bridget woke up from a beautiful dream, she collected more souvenirs and put them into her spatial ring until there was no more space. Are there any other fun places around here? After all this, Bridget asked curiously. Bruce perked up, feeling his opportunity had finally come. He hurriedly said, "Let me take you for a stroll. If you find somewhere interesting, we can go inside and take a look. How about it?" Sure. They left home and started wandering aimlessly. From afar, Bridget saw a pointed white tower that seemed to pierce through the clouds. She had seen such white towers before, but none were this tall, towering in the heart of the city, built by the Holy Church as a landmark. It was called the Holy Tower. It was said that all deceased bishops and above would have their ashes placed inside. They claimed this was the place closest to God. Many nobles paid a huge amount to buy a spot for their remains in the Holy Tower. In reality, it was just a small urn, considering the limited space, unlike outside where you could bury wherever you wanted. This was also the only place where nobles were happy to be cremated. If told elsewhere, they'd be angry because they believed incomplete corpses meant going to hell instead of heaven after death. This was one reason why necromancers were hated. But if buried in the Holy Tower, even cremation would lead to heaven since the church dictated one's fate after death. There wasn't anyone who had actually sent dreams to friends from heaven post-death. Welcome to heaven, come play. In some ways, faith was terrifying as it could alter one's soul. People needing the most faith generally came from two extremes, the extremely poor and the extremely wealthy. The former sought comfort from a hard life, paying for words of solace from authority figures. You've done many good deeds in this life, you'll be reborn into a wealthy family in the next. The latter, having seen others' poverty while enjoying wealth, wanted to avoid poverty and donated much property to hear the same promise. Bridget sometimes wondered how everyone could be reborn into rich families yet still have poor people in the world. Looking at the white tower before her, she couldn't help but think of the Holy Tower and asked while tiptoeing for a better view, "How high is this tower?" "I don't know." The tower looked much taller than the Holy Tower. If placed in their world, wouldn't it be closer to the gods? Bridget couldn't help but laugh, then said, "I want to go up and see." "I'll accompany you," Bruce whispered. So they walked to the tower. This place was a famous local tourist spot where visitors could climb to the top but not the very peak. It was busy pre-apocalypse but became desolate afterward. With the end of the world, no one sold tickets anymore. They started climbing from the bottom, ascending without fear due to their excellent stamina. Soon, they reached a high point. Standing there, one could almost overlook half the city. In the distance, a massive cathedral stood at the center. Post-apocalypse, not only humans but animals also underwent mutations, though fewer mutated. Most remained normal, only to be caught and eaten by hungry survivors. In the past, many white doves could be seen around the church, but now nothing was visible. Only something like mist hovered at the top of the buildings, adding a touch of desolation. Previously, I saw people playing some strange sports, like bungee jumping. Bridget asked curiously, is it done from such a tall tower? Bruce. No. Who would dare to bungee jump from such a high tower? If one fell down and hit something, they would surely die. Many people who fell from high-rise buildings didn't die upon hitting the ground but were instead killed by colliding with edges and corners of buildings during the fall, getting shredded in the process. Thus, it was rare for bodies to remain intact after falling from high buildings. But I want to try it, said Bridget enthusiastically. It feels like you guys really know how to have fun. Before Bruce understood what she meant by trying it, he suddenly saw Bridget prop herself up on the railing with one hand, flip over, and jump down. Bruce. His mind instantly went blank. He desperately wanted to curse those who showed Bridget these peculiar things. When humans bungee jumped, they were tethered by a very secure rope. One wouldn't just recklessly jump off without precautions. That wasn't bungee jumping, that was suicide. Bruce's hands moved faster than his brain, instantly stretching out. The black mist resembled a rope or a living snake, extending outwards with a whoosh, trying to catch Bridget who had jumped down. However, how could Bruce be faster than Bridget, especially when the length his black mist could extend was limited? So Bruce could only helplessly watch as Bridget kept falling, her clothes and hair flapping wildly in the wind. Bridget stopped mid-air, floating there giggling, clearly enjoying herself immensely. Bruce. If he ever died, it might be due to cardiac arrest caused by Bridget scaring him. Chapter 100. She was an extremely protective person. Bruce wanted to scold someone but couldn't bring himself to scold Kirsty, so after a long pause, he finally said, "Don't pull such stunts again, you scared the living daylights out of me." Kirsty sat cross-legged in mid-air and slowly ascended until she was level with Bruce. "You didn't really think I'd fall to my death, did you, Bruce? By the way, have you ever flown before?" Kirsty tilted her head and suddenly grabbed Bruce, taking off into the air with him. Bruce. When he looked down, he saw how far away the ground was. A fall from this height would leave only a mess on the ground. If anyone came to collect his remains, they'd probably need a shovel. But for some reason, perhaps because the one flying with him was Kirsty, he felt no fear at all. Humans have always yearned for the sky, which is why we've invented so many things: airplanes, hot air balloons, rockets. Flying is romantic for humans. It's because of admiring birds that we created things like airplanes. But neither airplanes nor hot air balloons can compare to true flight. And at that moment, Bruce was truly flying. He looked down at the ground and caught glimpses of Kirsty beside him. A faint layer of dark energy seemed to envelop her, allowing her to hover and fly. "Do you find it interesting?" "Though the speed isn't very fast," Kirsty said lazily. One of her friends was a witch who could also fly but much faster than her. However, witches needed tools, and good tools required high-quality materials. Kirsty had no particular requirements for flying, so she hadn't learned. Looking down and looking up are completely different experiences. If someone could naturally look down, it would be hard for them to understand what those who always look up see every day. The opposite is true as well. Bruce felt like he couldn't breathe, not because of fear but excitement. He looked around, above, and below him, realizing that sneaking out with Kirsty while Bram was unconscious was a wise decision. Bram never got such treatment. They had intended to stay aloft for a while longer, but after drifting a bit, they noticed chaos below. More importantly, Kirsty had moved some of her minions nearby. Part of them were moving construction materials, others patrolling the area to prevent zombies from harming people inside her base. But just now, several of her minions were killed, 4 or 5 in one go. Kirsty. She cherished all her minions deeply. To a necromancer, every material was precious. Even her weakest minions were treated like treasures by her. During the attack by Adrian's men, Bram had called on her minions for help, opting not to call the lower-level ones to avoid too many casualties and to spare Kirsty's feelings. She quickly abandoned playing in the sky. "I have to go check. Who dared to harm her minions? Were they tired of living?" Kirsty was extremely protective, especially toward those close to her. For instance, Xiaohei and Chauncey weren't yet close to her then, but when Kirsty encountered talented children, driven by compassion, she demolished an entire church and turned its main perpetrators to ashes. It wasn't just Xiaohei and Chauncey. The first time she opposed the Holy Order was for her friend, a second-generation witch, whose mother was also a witch. Witches require special physical traits and talents, making it more likely for them to have talented offspring. Thus, during witch hunts, they would kill captured witches along with all their children, regardless of whether they might become witches. There's a saying, better safe than sorry. Kirsty's friend and her mother lived anonymously in a small village. At the time, black cats were symbols of witches, so the young witch dyed her cat white to save it from being burned. Kirsty happened to pass through that village and struck a deal with the young witch, helping her dye the cat white in exchange for rare materials only witches could create. This was their first encounter. At that time, the young witch was probably only around 8 years old, and Kirsty was less than 100 years old, right in her youthful and spirited prime. Her residence wasn't very far from the village, so she often passed by. Occasionally, she would exchange items with the young witch for various materials. Gradually, they became good friends. After many more years, about 8, The young witch had turned into a lively teenager, and her mother's identity as a witch was discovered. The Holy Order sent many people to hunt down and kill her mother. Her father, an ordinary person, could not stop them. Before being captured, the witch hid her daughter. She herself was burned alive. When the Holy Order searched the entire village for the young witch, Kirsty happened to pass by. Up until then, Kirsty rarely killed anyone. The few times she acted were purely for self-defense. But on that day, she took the initiative to kill many of the Holy Order's knights and even their leading bishop. The young witch said that Kirsty was covered in blood, dripping down even from the hem of her dress. She asked why Kirsty did it, warning her that opposing the Holy Order wouldn't end well. Kirsty didn't speak but instead stepped fiercely on the dead bishop's body. The still young Kirsty probably didn't understand why the witch, who treated people for free, was considered a heretic and why she needed to be burned alive. That gentle woman had lived in this village for over a decade, revealing her identity as a witch only to save someone. What wrongs had she committed? Who had she harmed? Why did she deserve such an end? Kirsty hadn't thought about it. She just felt that the young witch was her friend, and they had killed her mother and wanted to kill her too. That was their greatest sin. Her protectiveness had shown signs from the very beginning and never changed. In the past, she would oppose the Holy Order for her friends, fighting against them tirelessly for centuries. Today, she doesn't allow anyone to bully her subordinates either. Chapter 101. Bring her back. Kirsty flew with Bruce all the way over and could see from afar a group of several dozen psychics searching for someone. Kirsty's subordinates were merely caught up in the situation innocently, patrolling this road diligently like a group of dedicated little security guards when they ran into these psychics. This group of psychics cleared out zombies as they moved forward, never thinking that these zombies actually belonged to someone. They didn't notice some zombies behaving unusually and wiped them all out, thus successfully offending Kirsty. By now, the psychics were near the large cathedral, highly coordinated and quietly surrounding it, clearly because their target was close by. Before Kirsty arrived, she lost 2 more subordinates. Fortunately, there weren't many subordinates on this road, so the losses weren't too heavy. But every subordinate was precious wealth. They were Kirsty's riches. The leader among the psychics looked middle-aged, around 50, sporting a beer belly, and showing signs of premature baldness. He silently directed his men to seal off all exits of the large cathedral, including windows, before leading the rest inside. Just as he stepped in, Kirsty landed. Kirsty rolled up her sleeves, eyes turning red. "It's over. I told you." The prematurely bald leader rushed into the cathedral where the people inside didn't react in time. There were 4 or 5 people in the cathedral, possibly a small team resting after entering the city to search for supplies. Seeing outsiders rush in, they immediately picked up their weapons. In the apocalypse, sometimes the most dangerous threat wasn't the zombies but fellow humans. After all, zombies openly wanted to eat you, which you could guard against. Each time you encountered zombies, you were already on alert, ready for a life and death struggle. But humans were different. Humans might act friendly to you on the surface while stabbing you in the back. They could catch you off guard, leaving you unaware of how you even died. "Hand over Capri," the bald Ignatius rudely demanded as he entered. "Hand her over quickly, or we won't be polite." Those 4 or 5 people looked at each other, confused, clearly not knowing why they were looking for someone named Capri. However, none of them were foolish. These people were from the same base, having known each other for a long time, except for one person they had just met. Even though she wasn't called Capri, don't forget about aliases. Thus, all eyes turned toward a young girl sitting in the corner. She was very young, probably only 14 or 15, with delicate features and a slightly cold demeanor. If not for the baby fat on her cheeks softening her look, she would have seemed like an icy beauty. These 4 or 5 people almost realized this girl might be the Capri they were looking for. Their reactions varied. Some stepped back, looking indifferent, while others silently shielded the girl, questioning the intruders. "Who are you? What do you want?" The bald Ignatius obviously didn't want to waste words, bluntly stating, "I advise you not to meddle. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened." Knowing too much isn't good. Behind him were dozens of fairly powerful psychics. Some initially intended to stay out of it and said, "We didn't mean to get involved, we'll leave." A Desiree heard this and her eyes turned red. "If it weren't for Daphne, you might be dead by now." "Are you speaking human?" The man immediately retorted, "She did help me, but we did take care of her for several days. She can't fight anyway. Without us, she wouldn't have survived in this city, right? So it's even Steven. We don't owe her anything." The Desiree couldn't believe his shamelessness. He lost an arm, and if it hadn't been for that girl, he would have bled to death then and there. Moreover, that girl even restored his arm, preventing him from being disabled. How could he say such things here? Did he really think a few meals over days compensated for her kindness? What kind of person could say such things? Even wolf-hearted and dog-livered wouldn't describe his actions adequately. The others clearly didn't want to get involved either. One person initially sided with the Desiree, but seeing the overwhelming number of people on the other side, hesitated and said nothing, even quietly pulling the Desiree back. One of them even remarked, "You don't need to be so agitated. Daphne is a psychic, and a very precious one at that. They might just be here to take her home. After all, she's so young and alone outside. It's likely she ran away from home." He seemed to be trying to persuade both the Desiree and himself, convincing himself entirely in just a few words. He even added, "Don't meddle in other people's family affairs." The Desiree glanced back and saw the girl's eyes filled with vigilance, rejection, and even hatred. She clearly wasn't just running away from home but had deep-seated animosity toward the others. She wanted to say more when the girl stepped forward and declared, "I would rather die here today than go back with you. You can try to take me alive if you dare." Her resolve was absolute, almost radiating a desire to take everyone down with her. Even the man who was incessantly trying to convince himself couldn't continue, his face flushed with embarrassment. Isidro narrowed his eyes indifferently. He had brought so many psychics precisely to bring the girl back unharmed. If these psychics couldn't subdue a single healer-type psychic, they might as well eat their own waste. "Be careful when you move. Don't kill her." He waved his hand and ordered, "Act quickly. We can't waste too much time here." Dozens of psychics surged in like a flood, ready to engulf the frail girl. Chapter 102, You're Trying to Frame Me. At this moment, the church's heavy door was kicked open with a loud bang. The door, which normally required 2 people to push, was now sent crashing into the wall by a single kick, and as it rebounded, it stirred up a gust of wind. Kirstein hadn't even stepped in when she shouted, "Who killed my followers?" She stood at the doorway, her slender figure not particularly imposing against the backlight. The bald man clearly hadn't expected interference at such a crucial moment. He turned around furiously, about to shout, but then heard a whistling sound. In the next second, a zombie's head smashed into his face, its features coincidentally colliding with his, meaning he was forced to kiss the highly decayed lips of the zombie. The impact threw the bald man's head back violently, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, immediately followed by a series of violent retches. He wiped his lips while nearly crying from nausea, unable to spare any thought for anger. Kirstein pointed at the zombie's head on the ground, her eyes fierce. "You've been caught red-handed, you bald bastard. You **** king." He couldn't speak through his vomiting, unable to curse Kirstein back. Without a word, Kirstein rushed over and started pummeling him, shouting, "My followers were so obedient and diligent. They were just walking around. Who did they bother? How could you murder them? Do you know how precious each follower is to me? I had to work hard to gather them." Her actions were too swift, leaving the other psychics no time to react. When they finally moved to stop her, Bruce appeared silently nearby, swiftly throwing anyone daring to approach Kirstein away. If not for wanting to leave them for Kirstein to deal with, he would have melted them outright. Even Kirstein didn't expect him to be so shameless, denying his guilt despite being clearly wrong, which only made her angrier. "I was considering letting you off if you agreed to compensate me, but you refused to admit your wrongdoing. Did you know that hit and run carries heavier penalties?" The bald man had no clue what happened. He and his psychics entered the city solely to chase Capri, having done nothing else. How could they have killed anyone's followers? His first reaction was that Kirstein must be from another base, learning of Capri's existence and wanting to snatch Capri from them. Struggling under her assault, he managed to say, "Stop pretending. You're here for Capri too, right?" The girl in the corner became instantly wary. "Kirstein, what nonsense are you spouting? I have all the evidence, yet you're still pretending? Dare you say those zombies outside weren't killed by you? It was us." But the bald man had no idea how those zombies related to Kirstein's followers. Kirstein sneered, finally admitting it. "Huh? Those were my followers. Dave, you're trying to frame me. How could those zombies possibly be your followers? They're zombies. So she really is after Capri." In an instant, everything seemed clear to him. He began yelling, "I will never hand Capri over to you. Which base are you from? Wanting to turn on our base? Don't think you can get away with this." Without another word, Kirstein activated a teleportation array. In the base, where Hemlock was working, a circle appeared beneath its feet. The next second, it appeared before everyone, carrying a large slab of stone. Hemlock was huge, clearly no ordinary zombie. Its solid muscles made it look like an iron tower, casting an intimidating presence as soon as it stood there. Sensing Kirstein's command, it roared skyward, then spun the stone slab in a wide arc like a giant windmill, sending the surrounding psychics flying. Then Hemlock rampaged, like a massive cannonball. Wherever it struck, people flew out, slamming into walls with sickening thuds. Some more fragile ones coughed up blood on the spot. Isidro on the ground was dumbstruck. His sharp eyes immediately recognized the rampaging creature as a zombie under Kirstein's control. Now it seemed that Kirsty hadn't been bluffing or framing him at all back then. Her followers were really zombies, and they really had been killed by him. The bald man's injuries weren't severe, mostly external. He was lying on the ground when suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood with a plop, whether from anger or suffocation was unknown. "Ha!" Kirsty stomped hard on his stomach, then said, "I've seen plenty of people like you who flee the scene of an accident and refuse to admit guilt when caught." "Wait." Isidro shakily tried to get up. When he realized Kirsty wasn't here for Capri, he felt everything was negotiable. Whether compensation or anything else, as long as Kirsty left without further ado, it would be fine. The most important thing now was Capri. No matter what, he couldn't let Capri be taken away. If he could bring Capri back, even if he lost something in the process, he would still receive praise from above. Isidro even began considering if he had accidentally revealed Capri's powers earlier, which made him break into a cold sweat. If he had inadvertently exposed Capri and drew her attention, leading her to take Capri away, that would be disastrous. Fortunately, Kirsty didn't seem too concerned about Capri. "If compensation is what you want, we can discuss that." He smiled and said, "After all, it was indeed our fault for harming your followers." His expression twisted as he spoke these words. Who cared about zombies? They would naturally be eliminated upon encounter. Who could have thought those zombies were Kirsty's followers? Isn't this just like a case of malicious claim? So, if you have any demands, please tell us, and we will certainly compensate you properly. We didn't expect those zombies to actually be your followers before, so it could be considered a misunderstanding, right? Just as he finished speaking, he received a punch in the face. Too late. Chapter 103, I Choose Kirsty. Kirsty was beating up the middle-aged bald man when suddenly a group of people burst in from outside, shouting even before they entered the door, "What do you want to do to Dot? She has the freedom to make her own choices. You shouldn't force her, right? We, people from Feng City, absolutely won't allow you to." Before they finished their sentences, they saw Kirsty standing on the middle-aged bald man and a group of psychics being chased and beaten by Bruce and number 2. Bruce was originally very strong, and with number 2 added, it was easy for them to deal with nearly 30 psychics, even chasing a crowd of people and beating them. It was mainly because when number 2 first appeared, he swung the stone slab too well, almost making nearly 10 psychics lose their fighting ability, lying on the ground groaning in pain. With less than 20 people left, how could they fight against Bruce, who would later become the strongest human being? Valentina didn't expect that after she found people with great difficulty and hurried as fast as possible, she still couldn't find Dot before Kirsty did. She stood at the door, not knowing what to say for a moment. After organizing her words for a long time, she finally managed to say only one sentence: "Absolutely do not allow you to bully her like this." She couldn't go on. Mostly because she hadn't figured out what the situation was. Has Kirsty already saved Dot and made her feel good? Or is Kirsty just here, hasn't had time to interact with Dot yet, and they still have a chance? Isidro, lying on the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood. It turned out they were here to snatch people. Kirsty was really an innocent bystander, really here to take revenge for her juniors. At that moment, the middle-aged bald man even felt somewhat painful. He lay dazed on the ground, having lost all desire to resist. After a while, he said, "Well, why don't you beat me up again? Then we can talk calmly." He now even wanted to win over Kirsty since a bunch of newcomers had come. Who knew what strength the other side had? If Kirsty continued to beat him up, he wouldn't be able to resist at all, let alone compete with another group for a person. First things first, appease Kirsty. Kirsty kicked him and felt that the scene was too chaotic, so she scratched her hair. "Then let's talk about compensation. You killed several of my juniors, so the compensation must not be small, understand?" The Ignatius nodded his head faster than a chicken pecking at rice. Now he no longer cared what kind of price he paid, he needed to pacify this key person first. Only after sending off Kirsty could he compete with Valentina and the others who just arrived. Seeing his good attitude, Kirsty calmed down a bit and whispered, "Then let's talk properly." She completely ignored Valentina at the door, discussing compensation with the Ignatius. They soon reached a consensus. The Ignatius felt extremely heartbroken, but compared to getting Capri, these losses meant nothing. As long as he could get Capri, everything was negotiable. After both sides reached an agreement, Kirsty yawned and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to leave, the girl who had been squatting in the corner suddenly rushed up and hugged her leg. "Kirsty." The girl looked up, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance. "Do you have no interest in me? Kirsty, don't suddenly say such strange words that can easily stir up fantasies." She had no interest in girls at all. The girl paused for a moment and then said, "I want to go with you." Hearing this, Valentina got anxious. She has zombies with her. "Do you really want to go with her?" Valentina got so nervous that she couldn't afford to care about Kirsty anymore. "I come from Feng City, which is currently the largest base for humans. I hope you will go with me. We absolutely will not restrict your personal freedom, we just hope you can help cure a person." The girl didn't make a sound at all, clearly unwilling to go with Valentina. The bald man also became anxious on the side. "Even if you're from Feng City, you can't snatch people from someone else's hand. We found her first." Valentina couldn't say something like, "After I save my boyfriend, I'll give her back," because that would definitely upset Dot, making her unwilling to follow her. She could only say, "So what, are you going to compare yourself to us Feng City?" The bald man was furious. "Does Adrian know you're doing this? Are you going to offend a survivor base not much smaller than Feng City? After that incident, Feng City isn't what it used to be. If you create more enemies." The two sides started arguing fiercely, but the girl paid no attention to them. She just looked up and asked Kirsty, "Can you take me away? Are you called Dot or Capri?" Xie Yi, who was watching the show, was extremely curious and asked with her arms crossed, "Do you have two names?" "I'm called Capri," the girl whispered. "I don't know why she says that. Why don't you want to go with her?" Xie Yi tilted her head as she looked at the girl. Despite being young, Capri had already gone through a lot. She said calmly, "You are different from them. No matter how sweetly they talk, they just want to use me. Empty promises mean nothing. My own father could sell me for profit, how can I trust strangers' words? If I really go with her, it means I'm betting my future on her. I'd have to gamble on whether she would keep her word and whether she has the power and status to protect me. I don't want to take that risk. Then these problems won't exist if you take me." Xie Yi couldn't help but laugh here, finding Capri quite amusing. The girl nodded and said, "Because only you seem uninterested in me. They're fighting over something special about me or something they want, but you didn't ask why they wanted me. If I have to choose one person from everyone, I think choosing you is better." She hugged Xie Yi's thigh tightly and said calmly, "Take me away. If I made a mistake today, I accept my choice." Xie Yi laughed heartily. "How old are you?" 15. She pouted and said, my psychic powers are very strong. Taking me along, you won't lose out. The few people arguing there. What the hell, they had only exchanged a few sentences. How did an agreement get reached here so quickly? Chapter 104 Special and Ordinary. Valentina immediately said in a stern voice, you're still young, you don't know what kind of person this woman is. She keeps many zombies around her, even the future zombie king. She's like a public enemy of humanity and sooner or later all survivor bases will unite against her. If you stay by her side, you'll never have peace. So what? The girl thrust her head out and shouted loudly, if Feng Cheng were so powerful, they would have come up to snatch me long ago, right? I can see that you simply can't beat her, hence all the blabbering. The fact that you came looking for me shows that you know me, but why didn't you come to save me when I was trapped there for so long? You only remembered me when you needed me. I won't go with you, Valentina. She was momentarily at a loss for words. It wouldn't be appropriate to tell the girl in front of her that she didn't know that her name was Capri and only knew that she changed her name to Dot after becoming famous, thus taking a long time to find Dot. To explain would only make the girl think that she indeed came for her abilities. Anything related to Kirsty would always turn out oddly, whether things went smoothly or not, it ended up like this eventually. Valentina suddenly felt a bit breathless. Dot, or rather, Capri, her delicate face turned unbearably cold in an instant. Even though she was only 15 this year and not yet an adult, her expression at this moment was incomparably mature. I think I should at least have the freedom to choose who uses me. Right now, I just want to be used by her. After being betrayed by her biological father, she understood a principle: there is no one in this world who loves another wholeheartedly, not even her biological father could do so. Human interactions are mutual exploitations. When you are valuable, others will treat you well. When you lose your value, nobody wants to get close to you. This was inevitable, and she had fully come to terms with it. Now she was chased and oppressed by many people who wanted to exploit her value. Without complete freedom, it might as well be chosen by someone she liked to let her be exploited. Capri's thoughts were very sad, but after experiencing everything and losing hope in everyone, this was the only conclusion she could reach. No one could accuse her pessimism, nor did anyone deserve to. But Kirsty found her interesting and patted her on the head. I'll take you with me. Sierra. Capri. Are you really going to do this? Valentina cried out. All I need is your help to save my boyfriend. As long as you help me save him, I'll protect you. As long as I'm here, I'll do my best to prevent anyone from using or hurting you. Capri looked at her calmly and said one sentence, you're too weak. Valentina. She couldn't refute because compared to Kirsty, she indeed was too weak. She wanted to lie, but faced with Capri's ice-cold gaze, she couldn't utter a word. Kirsty remained calm, pulling the girl on the ground to her feet and said, come home with me. Since you've already made up your mind. She realized that neither the bald Ignatius nor Valentina had the ability or intention to protect Capri. The girl reminded her of a friend, a little witch. Kirsty now had her own large base which could accommodate many people. Protecting one more little girl wasn't a problem. I'm taking her with me. If you want to snatch her back, you're welcome to try. When Kirsty said this, Bruce and number 2 silently blocked their path, making the message clear. The bald Ignatius was almost enraged, glaring fiercely at Valentina. If it weren't for Valentina, things wouldn't have become so complicated. He might have already struck a deal with Kirsty and taken the person away. He couldn't defeat Kirsty and was planning to gather reinforcements, while cursing Feng Cheng internally. Let's go. Just as the bald Ignatius was about to leave with his subordinates, he was stopped. Hold it, Kirsty said coolly, I will be coming for compensation. Remember to prepare it. If you haven't prepared it when I arrive, I'll just take what I need myself. My math isn't good, so don't cry if I take too much. The bald Ignatius froze for a moment, finally leaving quietly without a word. Valentina was still unwilling to give up, biting her lower lip and staring at Kirsty. However, Kirsty ignored her, directly opening a portal and pulling Capri away. After crossing through the portal, they appeared inside the base. Capri was quite surprised, clearly unfamiliar with such abilities. Her astonishment grew even more upon seeing the sight here. The harmonious coexistence of humans and zombies would surprise anyone who saw it. Most people who saw this for the first time were usually left in shock for a while before they could recover. There are so many zombies. Yep. Kirsty patted her head, they're all my followers, so they won't harm you. The base hasn't been fully established yet, so for now, find a place to stay in the village. Sometimes we have bonfire parties at night, with lots of delicious food. Remember to come join us. Oh, by the way, be careful when you walk to the right. There's a large herd of cows and sheep over there, and they seem quite fierce. Not long ago, one of them bumped into a caretaker's waist. Capri imagined that scene and couldn't help but laugh. She was still just a little girl, although she sometimes acted coldly, she couldn't hide her childish side when she was happy. After seeing this base, she felt she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Kirsty was different from those others, she might indeed be able to live a relatively free life, unburdened by exploitation in the future. Do you really not want to know about my ability? Kirsty stroked her chin and pointed to Bruce on the side. Do you know what his ability is? The girl shook her head. To control both light and darkness. Kirsty then pointed to Bram walking over from a distance. Do you know who he is? The girl shook her head again. Kirsty explained. He's a zombie but retains human memory and intelligence. It's said he will become the zombie king in the future. Then Kirsty pointed to herself. And do you know who I am? The girl. She still shook her head. I'm the world's only necromancer, Kirsty said proudly. Everyone here is special, so everyone is also quite ordinary. You are no exception. Chapter 105, Welcome Party. Capri didn't know what to say. At that moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of safety. Her ability was indeed very useful, otherwise, it wouldn't have been immediately exploited by her father and sold to a large base once it was revealed. That man had a short-sighted outlook, only wanting to cash in quickly and leave. Since then, Capri had been kept under detention, constantly using her abilities without respite. Countless people praised her, saying her power was unprecedented, and they looked at her with such greed, as if she were a living, mobile organ bank. They even sought the possibility of immortality through her. So experiments were conducted incessantly, exploring new possibilities. Until today, someone told her, you are also an ordinary person. Indeed, in other people's eyes, Capri was a powerful Psi user, an outsider, but when she found herself among a group of such outsiders, she didn't stand out as much. This realization made her somewhat elated, uncontrollably feeling delighted. She finally pressed her lips together and said, but I still want to tell you what my ability is like. She detailed her ability, all the while observing Kirsty's expression. Kirsty stroked her chin, then suddenly asked after a moment, you only have healing abilities? At this point, Capri hadn't yet, like in her previous life, overused her ability to the point of being exploited for years. In the process of evolution, she had developed the ability to take away others' limbs. Thus, she shook her head. A little disappointing, Kirsty patted her shoulder and said, if the limbs taken by you wouldn't be assimilated, you could specialize in finding Psi users with special limb abilities, injuring those limbs, and replacing them with yours. Capri. Clearly, she had considered this issue as well. Once pointed out, her expression instantly turned extremely disappointed. Psi, it would be great if that were possible. She wasn't particularly attached to her healing ability. In fact, if anyone was willing to trade with her, she would gladly exchange it for something else. She only wanted a regular offensive ability to protect herself and resist when necessary, nothing more. The two of them sat there sighing, even considering whether Capri's ability could be developed towards offense. Chatting on, they got quite animated, and Capri completely forgot that she mentioned her ability to test whether Kirsty really wouldn't care at all. Ahmed, who came to pick up Kirsty, saw their state and asked, are you really going to chat here? Why don't you go inside first and sit down to talk? While saying this, he kept glancing at Bruce beside him. Bruce wore a smile, looking very pleased, which annoyed Ahmed greatly. He wanted to know what happened over the past 2 days but couldn't interrogate Kirsty directly. So he said, are we having another party tonight? As part of the welcome ceremony. Sure. Kirsty gave an okay sign, pulled Capri up from the ground, and said as they walked in, come to the party tonight. There will be delicious grilled meat, juices, and ice cream. Capri. Okay. The group strolled back to the village. By now, the walls surrounding the entire base were 2/3 built. Some people were preparing for the inner walls, while others were planning different zones. Eventually, all areas would be separate. Residential areas would be distinct, farming areas distinct, and the laboratory would need to be neither too far nor too close to the residential area. If too far, it would be inconvenient to commute, not feasible to live in the lab permanently. If too close, any noise or activity could disturb the residents, especially as more research projects might be built around the lab later on, requiring foresight. Capri. In the future, call me Dot. The girl stroked her chin, finding the name quite nice. The old name was given by my father, and I don't want to be connected to him anymore. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Kirsty also shared the surname Sier, which sounded familiar, Dot would have changed her last name too. Kirsty. Don't you think this name sounds quite middle school? After some thought, since Dot was young, it was understandable she liked such a name. If you want to change your name again in the future, let me know then. Okay. Several people returned to the village. Kirsty sent Xiaohei and Chauncey off to prepare the meal, while she personally took Dot on a tour around the area. Boys and girls were treated differently by her. Even Stone, who was an excellent cook known for his great grilled meat, didn't get the same treatment as Dot. Stone had been taken around by someone else. Ahmed later thought it might be because Dot was younger, which was the only reason he could think of. Kirsty felt more affectionate towards Dot partly because Dot reminded her of her former witch girlfriend, making her love by association. She led Dot on a tour of the entire base, introduced her to the main people, and then eagerly awaited the party in the evening. If Kirsty had been born in modern times, she would definitely have been a party enthusiast, unable to resist such joyful activities with friends. While Kirsty was happily preparing for the party, on the other side, Valentina, who was far from happy, had already left with others. Not only did she not get Dot, but she also developed some resentment with another base, resulting in wasted time without any gain. She usually had a gentle temperament, but at this moment, she was furious, wishing she could tear Kirsty apart, feeling that no one could be so detestable. Of course, all of that wasn't important. What mattered was Ryan. Valentina had no other choice but to settle for her second option, finding another healer. However, this healer's abilities were far inferior to Dot's when it came to healing. After all, Dot directly replaced problematic limbs, leaving no aftereffects, whereas this healer, though effective, would leave lingering issues. Treating Ryan with him would definitely result in aftereffects. The only advantage was that he was greedy for wealth. If offered enough, he would generally not refuse. Valentina had no alternative but to return quickly to prepare supplies and seek him out. Any further delay might mean. Chapter 106, Misplaced Caution. Kirsty took Dot to a wild party, and Dot had a great time. Initially, she still maintained a bit of distance when facing others, looking somewhat aloof. However, once the party started, it didn't take long for her to mingle with everyone, playing happily until the end, when she still felt that it was over too soon. And because she was underage, she couldn't drink alcohol, only drinking some fruit juice, keeping her completely sober. Her eyes sparkled brightly, as if filled with stars from the sky. I've never been this happy. The little girl's cheeks were red, clearly not drunk, but giving off a feeling of being tipsy. My initial choice was indeed correct. Kirsty just patted her head and said, "Go to sleep." Oh. She giggled and then said, "Good night." The construction speed of the base was faster than expected, possibly due to everything going smoothly. After the outer walls were completed, the inner walls followed, and after the inner walls were done, various buildings and facilities inside needed to be constructed next. When they discussed this issue together, the suggestion was to build from the outside inward. Since the village was located right at the center of the entire base, everyone currently lived in the village. Starting from the outer side would allow them to continue living there without demolishing the village immediately. Once the outer area was mostly built and everyone had places to stay, they could demolish the village. Anyway, according to the plan, what was to be built on the village site wasn't particularly important. But as they actually started building, they gradually encountered some small issues. After all, building city walls and constructing buildings were different matters. They had only one interior designer among them, with no real experts in this field, so everything depended on trial and error. Kirsty had considered whether to find more people skilled in this area, but it was really difficult to do so. After all, they couldn't set up a job market or approach people one by one asking if they knew anything about construction. Furthermore, such an important task like building the base required reliable people. If unreliable individuals tampered with the construction, it would cause problems later on. To avoid such trouble, they needed to find someone truly dependable. So Kirsty asked all her acquaintances, "Do any of you have friends or know anyone who understands this field?" She added earnestly, "If you do, please introduce them to me. Even if they don't want to come, it doesn't matter. Any method would work as long as they could get the right talent." After asking around, most people replied that they didn't have such friends, while a few mentioned that even if they did, those friends might not be alive. Indeed, many people had died after the apocalypse. Even those who survived often left their hometowns, leaving most people out of touch with their friends. Very few could still reach each other. Since cell phones and computers no longer worked, modern means of communication were mostly lost, and with zombies everywhere, moving around wasn't safe. Thus, they were unsure whether their friends were alive or where they were now. Only one person responded, "Yes, I can call him over if you need him." Kirsty exclaimed, "I need." Norris scratched his head and explained, "It's my college roommate. We studied different majors after high school but kept in touch after graduation. Although I don't know his exact location, I can try to find him since he went back to his hometown after graduating, preferring the quietness over the crowded cities. Even after the apocalypse, he probably didn't move far. We can search nearby bases." Though without a specific location, it was better than nothing. As long as they had a goal, everything was solvable. Kirsty felt somewhat relieved. "Let's look for him." Colm helped settle Dot and turned to ask Kirsty. He thought it wasn't good for the young girl to live alone and suggested finding her a roommate close to her age, hoping it would make her more sociable. Of course, using Dot as a pretext mainly allowed him to gather information about what happened outside over the past 2 days. Especially between Kirsty and Gordy. Thinking of the two being alone together for several days, Driver, made Colm feel a bit uneasy. As expected, he had not misjudged Gordy from the beginning. Bruce was indeed a scheming and troublesome individual. Feeling a bit threatened, Colm had already prepared his words during the journey, thinking of how to tactfully probe without arousing Kirsty's annoyance. He was filled with all sorts of small calculations, even considering whether he should try to allure Kirsty for an outing. Just the two of them, excluding anyone like Gordy, then take this opportunity to increase his presence while diminishing Gordy's influence. With his plans in mind, Colm arrived at Kirsty's residence, knocking on the door for a while but no one answered. He assumed Kirsty wasn't home, perhaps wandering around the base. After some thought, Colm decided not to search everywhere as it would be easy to miss her. Instead, he fetched a small stool and sat outside her door, waiting. From afternoon until sunset, he didn't see Kirsty and began to sense something was amiss. He hurriedly went to find Gordy. Gordy was directing several zombies to move things. Seeing Colm, he gave a confident smile, brimming with the smugness of victory, as if he had already won. Colm felt a jolt in his heart and asked, "Did you see Kirsty today?" Gordy paused. "She's not here?" They looked at each other, and Gordy could no longer maintain that victorious smile. "I saw her this morning." Just then, Aidan walked by, having almost passed them before turning back. "You're looking for Kirsty?" "I just saw her. She went out with Norris. They've been gone for over 2 hours." Gordy's smile vanished completely. Colm, too preoccupied with guarding against Bruce. Chapter 107, This is Just Luck. The two men looked at each other, completely baffled as to what had just transpired. By this time, Kirsty and Norris had already left the base, heading eastward. Norris's friend's hometown wasn't too remote. After all, it was still within the city limits, but it couldn't be called bustling either. During his school days, he had never been very ambitious. Even as a boy, he hadn't planned on venturing out into the world. He neither wanted to make it big in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, nor did he want to compete fiercely with others. All he desired was a leisurely life in a small city. At that time, some of his classmates had mocked him for lacking ambition and questioned if he could even be considered a real man. To which he had replied, "Life out there is too competitive, the pace too fast, it's exhausting. Most importantly, my family had just received several apartments from our old home's demolition." It sounded like the truth. After that, no one mentioned the topic again. Norris, who got along well with him, believed everyone had their own destiny and shouldn't be forced to live someone else's life, so he wished his friend well. But before long, the apocalypse had struck. Norris's first thought was, well, his carefree life as a landlord is over now. They drove towards this place almost like they were on a road trip. Norris speculated that his friend might have moved with his mother to one of the nearby bases. There were 2 such bases nearby, not large compared to the former Tobias base, but slightly bigger than Aiden's small one. Which one should we go to first? Kirsty, sitting in the passenger seat, gazed out the window lazily and asked. Norris thought for a moment and said, let's head to the one on the left. Why? The northern side gets better sunlight, something a mama's boy can't resist. Norris asserted confidently. Kirsty. However, they weren't in a hurry, so they could explore slowly, making it inconsequential which base they visited first. They decided to head to the one on the left. This base on the left appeared somewhat desolate, possibly because it was closer to the countryside. Tall buildings were scarce, replaced by single-story houses lining both sides of the road. Post-apocalypse, with no inhabitants, it looked even more barren. Kirsty was initially seated in the car when they passed by a single-story house and suddenly heard a loud bark. She felt rather surprised. There are still people keeping dogs in this post-apocalyptic world. Her question stemmed from an important realization. After the apocalypse, most people found surviving difficult enough. In such hard times, feeding oneself alone was challenging, let alone sustaining a dog. Only true love for animals could drive someone to do this. Curiosity piqued, she wanted to investigate further. There's even a small vegetable patch over there, meaning someone really lives here, Kirsty remarked enthusiastically. I'll go check it out. They parked by the roadside, and Kirsty got out from the passenger seat, walking down a narrow path. Not only had someone lived here since the apocalypse, but it had been inhabited for quite some time. Gardens bloomed around the house, and a small enclosed area at the front housed chickens. From afar, 3 or 4 little chicks followed a rooster and hen, pecking at insects on the ground. The scene exuded a pastoral charm. Kirsty leaned over to see the chicks when a large dog bolted out. It was tethered to a pole under the eaves with a long leash, allowing it to run near the fence. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the inhabitant. A woman in her 50s, blind in one eye, immediately emerged, panic-stricken, holding a kitchen knife. Who are you? Hardly anyone ever passed through this area. Those few who did rarely stopped, and those who did stop often had ill intentions. Her son being away, accompanied only by a dog, left her vulnerable. With no one to protect her, she felt even more nervous. Clutching the knife tightly, she warned, my son will be back soon. You'd best. Norris scrutinized her closely, then suddenly realized, are you Ely's mother? The Merrybell didn't recognize Norris, but hearing her son's name eased her tension slightly. May I ask who you are? I was his high school classmate, and you even came for our graduation photo shoot. Back then, we were desk mates. You spoke to me then. Norris couldn't believe his luck. He had only come to find Ely and hadn't even entered the 2 bases when he encountered Ely's mother on the roadside. Where did Ely go? I need to find him for something. The Merrybell clearly didn't have much of an impression of Norris. After all, so many years had passed, and Norris could only recognize her because her missing eye made her look particularly distinctive. After pondering for a long while, she suddenly recalled, wasn't that the one who studied really well and got into B university through the college entrance exam? Norris smiled shyly and replied, no, he was admitted through recommendation. The Merrybell. Indeed, the Merrybell remembered her son's desk mate as an excellent student. Now that the information matched up, she believed it more. When mentioning her son, she hesitated a bit. He's out and might not be back until evening. What do you need him for? Norris quickly explained, I remember he majored in architecture in university, so I want him to help build a base. That's why I came looking for him. I originally planned to search nearby bases, but I didn't expect to meet you on the roadside. Since they wanted her son's help and nothing else, the woman's expression eased slightly. Come in and have a seat first. People can change. She wasn't sure if her son's classmate was now good or bad. But there were 2 of them, and only one of her, a one-eyed, frail woman. If her son wouldn't be back soon, and they intended to do something, she couldn't resist them anyway. It would be better to trust them naturally and wait until her son returned before discussing anything further. The Merrybell pulled the dog chain since the dog's position blocked the doorway. Come in. Chapter 108, He's Gone. The 2 entered the house. It wasn't large, probably built after Doomsday, just a small wooden cabin. Windows on both sides made it quite bright inside. There was even a small table on the floor. It seemed they enjoyed tea here and there, with a pleasant living atmosphere. After Kirsty and Norris came in, the Merrybell served them water. Norris asked curiously, why didn't you all move to the base after Doomsday but instead live in such a place? Though this area was rather desolate and not heavily infested by zombies, thus not very dangerous, living in the base would definitely be more comfortable, whether in terms of safety or resource acquisition. So Norris never imagined that Ely, the mother's darling, would bring his mother to live out in the wild. It didn't seem like something he would choose. The mention of this matter clouded the woman's expression slightly. She probably didn't want to talk about it. But thinking that Norris was her son's classmate and would eventually meet him, she decided to explain, it's still because of what happened before Doomsday. Ely's father, the husband of the Maribel, had an accident and passed away when Ely was young. Her mother-in-law worried that she might remarry and take the only heir of the Larosan family with her. She caused trouble several times and even stormed in to snatch the child. During one of those incidents, the woman lost an eye by accident. Because of this, their relationship became quite strained. Later, she never remarried and raised Ely on her own. The loss of her eye also made her mother-in-law feel guilty. Before dying, she left all the old houses to the Maribel. At first, it seemed no big deal, just 3 old houses. However, soon after, the area was slated for demolition. The relatives from her mother-in-law's side were unhappy and felt that at least one of the 3 houses should be given to them. They caused trouble many times and even got into fights. By then, Ely was older and more determined. He firmly refused anyone who tried to create disturbances, even reporting them to the authorities. Not a single piece of wood was given to the troublemakers. So we offended people. After Doomsday, Ely once considered moving with his mother to a nearby base. One of the bases happened to have a younger relative of his mother-in-law as a senior official. Their relationship was already bad, so Ely did not want to be mistreated. Thus, he opted for another base. However, his mother-in-law's relatives negotiated with the other base, refusing to accept them. Irritated, Ely decided to stay outside with his mother. They built a small house, grew vegetables, raised chickens and ducks, and periodically went out to scavenge for supplies, managing to get by somehow. Ely was not home today. He had gone out to find supplies. He said he'd be back latest by tonight. The Maribel said anxiously, I wanted to go with him, but he wouldn't agree. Now I'm even more worried being at home. He should return soon. Norris comforted her. Don't worry. Kirsty said, I'll go get some fresh air at the door. You chat with Aunt for a while. She quickly left and drew an array near the entrance, summoning a few subordinates, then dispersing them around. Look for someone alone in the nearby city, roughly Norris's age. Her master architect couldn't go missing. After handling everything, Kirsty squatted by the door again. The large dog was fierce, a big wolfhound commonly found in rural areas. Due to Doomsday, everyone struggled for food, and the dog fared worse, appearing somewhat thin. But it was very spirited and ferocious. The moment it opened its mouth, it barked at Kirsty. Unintentionally, Kirsty let out a hint of hidden aura. Animals are more perceptive than humans, especially in this aspect. The previously aggressive big black dog immediately tucked its tail between its legs and lowered its head, clearly intimidated. It felt like the person in front of it wasn't human but a terrifying beast, inducing a primal sense of fear. Only then did Kirsty reach out to pat its head and pull out a piece of beef jerky. The jerky was made from leftover beef from a previous party, neither too soft nor too hard, seasoned with just a hint of cumin, which Kirsty carried as a snack. She handed the jerky to the big black dog, who nibbled on it carefully, afraid to bite too hard and accidentally hurt Kirsty's fingers, looking quite obedient. Clearly very hungry and having not eaten meat in a long time, its eyes turned green at the sight of the meat, yet it chewed delicately, drooling profusely while eating. Kirsty was amused to the point of laughter, deciding not to tease the dog anymore. She threw the jerky directly to it, and the dog caught it with a loud bite, finishing it quickly before looking at Kirsty with pleading eyes. Since Kirsty didn't bring much, she made an invisible door suddenly appear in front of Con, who was cooking in the kitchen. A hand reached out from the inside. Con skillfully handed over a piece of meat that he had just sliced but hadn't cooked yet to the hand. When Kirsty retracted her hand, a piece of meat was nestled in her palm. Instead of feeding the entire piece to the dog at once, she cut it into strips and fed them one by one. She enjoyed the pleasure of feeding the dog. While feeding the dog, she also focused on the information each of her subordinates was relaying. Because this area was quite remote, only people from nearby bases would come to the surrounding small towns to scavenge for supplies. But as time passed, the resources in the towns were almost depleted. Even those in small bases found little value in the remaining scraps, preferring to go further away. Therefore, fewer and fewer people ventured into the surrounding towns. So Ely should stand out more, making him easier to find. This was why Kirsty had sent out some of her subordinates. She planned to search thoroughly. Time flew by quickly, and the sun slowly began to set. After feeding the dog, Kirsty returned to the room. With dusk approaching and her son still not back, the Maribel grew increasingly anxious, unable to stop pacing around the room, or peering out from the doorway. Norris quietly moved closer to Kirsty. Having known her for a long time, they had developed some rapport. He knew Kirsty had gone out earlier to try to find Ely. So he asked in a low voice, "Did you find anyone?" Kirsty sensed the information coming from each of her subordinates and then shook her head. There's no one in the nearby towns. Chapter 109, Healing Ability User. With no one around, Norris's expression soured. After all, Ely was his friend, and he certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, and asked Kirsty in a low voice, how could this happen? Did something go wrong? His mind raced to the worst possibilities, such as Ely already having turned into a zombie, which would explain why they couldn't find him. Kirsty had no way of locating Ely directly since she had never met him and didn't know what he looked like. Her method was based on the assumption that in this remote area, any lone living person might be Ely, so she paid close attention to anyone she found. But there were simply no living people to be found, let alone someone who might be Ely. He glanced at the Maribel beside him who knew nothing of their efforts. She had been coming and going many times, continuously searching for her son's whereabouts. As time passed, her expression grew increasingly anxious. She wasn't a strong-willed woman by nature, The toughest decision she'd ever made was raising Ely on her own. Given her character, if Ely were to die, she likely wouldn't last long either. Some people base their worth on others, though Kirsty couldn't quite understand it, she wouldn't interfere with such choices. She sighed and said, let's search again. She first ordered her subordinates to search once more, then stood up to ask the Merrybell, when did he leave, and what did he say when he left? Did he specify which direction he was going? The Merrybell was very worried but also realized that regardless of whether something happened to her son, she couldn't do anything except wait for him to return. In an instant, these two people seemed like lifelines, and she clung to them desperately. Let me think. Let me think. She strained to remember every word her son had said before leaving. After a while, she responded, he told me there was nothing left to eat at home, so he had to go out to find some. But a couple of days ago, he mentioned that the nearby towns were running low on food, and we needed to look for new ways out. Is it possible he went to take a risk further away? The more she spoke, the more panicked she became. If he had only gone to a nearby town, after so long, he should have returned by now. Thinking of this, the Merrybell felt even sadder. If he had gone alone, he would have moved to a distant base long ago. It's because of me that he has stayed here. Her health wasn't good, and she couldn't endure long journeys. Ely was worried that something might happen to her on the road, so he chose to stay rather than move. After all, the two small bases nearby were the only constraints. The troublemakers in those bases wouldn't really reach out this far, would they? Thus, the Merrybell blamed herself for holding her son back, thinking that without her, Ely could have lived a better life. Falling into self-blame and regret, she struggled with her thoughts. Kirsty, who was contacting her subordinates to search the distant towns to see if Ely had gone too far, saw the woman's pain and thought for a moment before saying, without you, he might not even have the motivation to survive. Being all alone in the world would be much harder than it is now. If given 10 chances, he would choose to share your hardships every single time. Remember how, during your hardest times, you never gave up on your son. Had she handed Ely over to her mother-in-law and remarried early, her life would have been much easier. She wouldn't have lost her sight or weakened her body, nor would she have aged so much from years of hard work. Many times, she could have chosen an easier life, but she chose to raise Ely on her own. By giving up her freedom and ease, she set an example. Now, isn't it natural for Ely to give up some freedom for her? We will help you find your son. For now, try to stay calm and don't worry so much. Life's choices are mutual. Since your son has made his choice, it means he is content with it. Instead of worrying about unnecessary things, think about where else he might have gone. She covered her face and whimpered a couple of times, feeling somewhat on the verge of collapse, but she indeed grew stronger after the breakdown, trying very hard to recall what else had happened that day. Norris quietly approached Kirsty and said, you were so stern just now. Some people can be strong enough to live on their own, while others must have a goal to devote themselves to. Though they are the ones being relied on, they are also depending on others in some way. I prefer the former, but I wouldn't comment on the latter's way of survival. I wasn't being harsh, it's just that with her character, she wouldn't listen unless you speak in a firm tone. If Kirsty hadn't been firm in her tone while discussing this issue, the woman might have remained mired in self-doubt for a long time, leading to even more distress and perhaps worse outcomes. Thinking about such a situation, Kirsty felt worried and therefore said those words, hoping that the woman could become more aware. Norris found this reasoning valid and then fell silent. Currently, they didn't have enough clues to confirm which direction Ely had gone, which town he was heading to, or if he was still alive. Finding him would be troublesome without more information. But if they took their time, they could eventually find him, although it might not be in a living state. The Merrybell was also quite adept at self-soothing. After sitting there for a while, her mood gradually improved. She recalled carefully for a long time and then suddenly remembered something important. Just a few days ago, I heard that a healer ability user had come to the nearby base. He healed many people with chronic illnesses, even those with limb deficiencies. Could Ely? Kirsty pondered for a moment. Ely was a mama's boy, and for the Merrybell, losing an eye was indeed a significant regret. It was highly possible that Ely went looking for the healer ability user for his mother. She clapped her hands together and said, there is a possibility, let's go check it out. Chapter 110, Who Taught You? Kirsty set off immediately after saying so. The Merrybell originally intended to follow, but Kirsty refused her. You're not in good health, just wait for me here, Freddie, you don't have to come either. I'll be faster on my own. Freddie knew that as a novice, he could only slow her down, so he nodded obediently and said, then you must hurry back. Kirsty made an okay gesture and left, leaving behind the anxious Merrybell and Freddie, heading towards the base alone. As she walked there, the base received some more guests. The base manager recently seemed like he was basking in a spring breeze. His oily face looked a bit younger. His body wasn't in good condition earlier, so his daughter-in-law had hired a healing psychic. Unexpectedly, this psychic was very strong, not only curing him but also healing many other people's injuries within the base. Another base's manager even came to present gifts and ask for help, pleading for the psychic to treat his people too. Moreover, even people from Fengcheng had come today, greatly boosting his reputation. Not only did it enhance his reputation, but it also expanded his social circle. How crucial are interpersonal relationships in this society? This improved his attitude toward his daughter-in-law significantly. He praised her non-stop over the past couple of days and didn't believe any hearsay anymore. However, his son was unhappy. When he came to see him, there was anger in his eyes. Abdullah, why do you still allow Blair to be alone with him? Do you know what they're saying in the base? They say they've been involved before, which is why such a powerful psychic came to our small base. They say I appear successful on the surface, but I'm actually wearing green horns. And they say, enough, those who have clear consciences will remain clear. He pulled down his face unhappily and asked, why listen to such rumors? Who's saying it? Tear out their tongues. And remember, don't mention these things in front of Blair. What if it makes her sad? But Abdullah, there is no such thing happening, and even if it does, so what? Now we are in the apocalypse. Being close to such a powerful psychic is far more important than these trivial matters. Even if Blair really, you can't say a single word against her. You should continue treating her well and never let her feel alienated from our family. He thought perfectly. Since his daughter-in-law called the psychic without running away with him, it means she hasn't planned to leave their family. Therefore, his daughter-in-law was the bridge between them and the psychic. He felt that his son was really too young. If it were him, being so favored by such a powerful psychic, he would personally offer his wife to satisfy the psychic. Only someone as immature as his son would mind such things. His son's face turned blue, clearly unable to understand his father's mindset. How could a man eagerly want to wear green horns? Seeing the odd expression on his son's face, he patiently explained further, even if it's hard for you to accept, you must endure it. Go sleep with other women, but maintain your usual demeanor towards Blair at home. Don't let her find out about those other women. It's the end of the world, how can you still care about superficial things like this? This won't make you accomplish great things. While the manager was teaching his son how to endure being cuckolded, Kirsty had already arrived at the base. Due to the arrival of a healing psychic, many people had come seeking medical aid. People were coming and going constantly, unlike the usual sparse visitors. Thus, even the guards acted more arrogantly than usual. Seeing Kirsty, one of them asked, where are you from? What are you doing here? Not here for treatment, right? Then you still need to pay the entry fee. Kirsty glanced at him coldly and retorted, it seems you're the one who needs medical attention more. The guard didn't react immediately, but after several seconds, he exploded, who did you call sick? Kirsty countered, who did you call sick? The guard, who had been receiving much respect lately from whom he considered important figures, now took himself seriously as one of them. Being insulted, he immediately wanted to fight or curse. Especially since Kirsty was alone, with a sweet and adorable appearance that seemed easy to bully. So he stepped forward and said, I guess you're looking for trouble? Perhaps you forgot where you are and why you came here. It doesn't matter if you don't know, I can educate you. He hadn't finished speaking and had just uttered 2 dirty words when Kirsty suddenly gave him a powerful slap, tilting his face sideways. He stood there in a daze, looking bewildered. When he finally regained his senses, he flew into a rage and immediately tried to strike back. But he was met with another slap on the other side of his face. The guard. Kirsty had seen many guards at this base before but had never encountered one like this. Larger bases usually choose reliable guards because they need to prevent offending anyone. For instance, if you were selling something and saw someone walk in wearing flip-flops, a tank top, bald as Firecloud Evil God, or in colorful, oversized skirts that looked like they were bought from a street stall, it might turn out that person is a retired big shot or a landlady with numerous properties. One should never judge a book by its cover or measure the sea with a bushel. Offending the wrong person could lead to significant losses, even without some dramatic downfall. So the position of a guard is very important. The bigger the base, the friendlier and more accommodating the guards tend to be. In contrast, smaller bases often have guards who act arrogantly. But it also depends on the leadership. If they're responsible, such situations wouldn't occur. Before entering this base, Kirsty already had a very poor impression of it. The guard, dazed and confused, finally regained his composure and raised his hand to strike back. This time, Kirsty didn't stop him because a hand reached out from the side and grabbed the guard's wrist. The man spoke formally, everyone who comes to the base is a guest. They might become part of our base in the future. How can you treat guests like this? Who taught you? Having said that, he turned around and smiled warmly at Kirsty. Didn't I scare you, little girl? Chapter 111, Inviting the Wolf In. Kirsty wasn't just not scared, she was almost tempted to give 2 more slaps. However, the guard's face instantly turned ashen, like he had eaten something awful, and with an embarrassed expression that looked like a swollen pig's head, he stammered, Commander, I get lost, don't make me repeat myself, the Ignatius shouted, his authoritative tone unmistakable. Once the guard slunk away, the Ignatius turned back with an increasingly kind and friendly expression, come on in. What brings you to our base? Are you planning to stay long-term or just here for medical help? Just passing through and thought of staying overnight, Kirsty said curiously about what this man intended. Is that not allowed? Of course it's allowed. We welcome anyone who wishes to reside here, either temporarily or permanently. He warmly invited Kirsty inside, while scrutinizing her closely as they walked in. Kirsty had a sweet and adorable look, with a hint of innocence. Especially when those sparkling eyes stared at you, one felt she was smart yet naive, easy to deceive. The Ignatius had his own schemes. While he didn't care if his daughter-in-law had any relations with the scion, his son seemed to be quite concerned. That scion indeed acted like a lecherous fiend, accepting all women without discrimination, but also very irresponsible, only sleeping around without intending any commitment. However, towards his daughter-in-law, he seemed to have some genuine affection. So the Ignatius figured, with Kirsty's striking beauty, sending her to that scion would likely make him very happy. Plus, letting Ruaru blow into his ear could solidify their ties even more. Even if later the scion left for a larger base, he might remember them and show favor when asked for help. He thought beautifully of this plan, examining Kirsty multiple times, feeling increasingly satisfied. If not for currying favor with the scion, he might have wanted her for himself. Yet power mattered more to him than beauty, so although parting with her pained him a little, it wouldn't make him regretful. Growing ever more enthusiastic with his thoughts, he led her into the base, unaware that his behavior was no different from inviting a wolf inside. Meanwhile, he daydreamed about the glory of their base and imagined how even Feng City would treat them respectfully, smiling slyly at these fantasies. After entering the base, Kirsty observed. Though she hadn't been to many bases, large ones like Feng City and small ones similar to Aiden's level, none were as shabby as this one. This place looked less like a survivor's base and more like a couple of dilapidated villages roped together into makeshift slums. Calling it a slum was already generous. After staring for a while, Kirsty found it disturbing. Even her pigs lived better than this. As she followed the Ignatius forward, she encountered a Grayson being thrown out. Rolling on the ground twice, he spat out dust and angrily demanded, "Why can others come to seek medical help but not me? Letting you slip in was already a mistake. You think we'd have a scion treat your old mother? Dream on. Get lost. Not beating you to death is courtesy enough considering family ties. Don't push your luck." The person spitting on the ground showed their despicable nature clearly. Ely. Kirsty immediately recognized this person. She commented slowly, "Weren't you saying your base was so warm and welcoming? This doesn't seem like it." The Ignatius's expression remained unchanged, clearly skilled at lying. "He's different, but since you've spoken up, I'll give him a break." He waved off the men holding Ely. "You can leave now." Ely seethed inside. When his relatives were poor, they never visited or even passed by without detouring. But once he struck it rich, they clung like flies. They tried to latch onto him and his mother, draining them. Young Ely, barely an adult then, struggled to protect his and his mother's assets. Now in this apocalypse, with these schemers emboldened, he only wanted medical help for his blind mother. Yet against such people, he was helpless. Ely silently stood up. He came today only to try, hoping for success but accepting failure as inevitable. Thus, he prepared to leave. As he was walking out, Valentina was walking in, and as they passed each other, she saw Ely. The man looked familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere before, though it took her a moment to recall. However, if someone left an impression on Valentina, they were likely no ordinary person. At this point, she hadn't seen Kirsty yet. She thought to herself that since this person had made an impression on her, it meant that he must have achieved some fame in his past life. So, she might as well do him a favor. So Valentina immediately put on a smile and said, "You're here to find a healer-type psychic at the base too? It seems you had a little disagreement with the commander. How about this, you go in with me, and I'll help mediate." If it were any other time, Ely would definitely not take this offer and would just walk away. But today was different. He came for his mother. For his mother, he could endure it, as long as her eyes could be cured. Valentina quickly added, "I'm from Feng City. The commander should give me some face." Only then did Ely manage to suppress the urge to turn around and leave. He followed Valentina forward. On the other side, since she had found someone, Kirsty originally intended to leave directly. However, she wanted to see what this old man was up to, so she didn't leave right away but continued walking with the Ignatius. After all, catching up with Ely would be easy for her. The Ignatius led him to the door of a small house. Although it was just a small house, it was already the best one nearby. He knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened by someone. Everly, who opened the door, was very beautiful, almost flirtatious. Though the Ignatius knew that his daughter-in-law might have a relationship with the psychic, seeing her barely dressed, not even pretending to hide it, still made him stiffen for a moment. Chapter 112, You're such trash. Lord Armand-in-law, Layla said with a smile, "Why did you come over at this time?" "I wanted to talk about some things with that person." He quickly adjusted his expression and even gently added, Ruo shouldn't tire herself too much. Proper rest is necessary." One could only say he was truly exceptional. The average person couldn't compare. His demeanor made one doubt whether he would speak this way even if his wife came out. Layla glanced at Kirsty standing behind him and clearly understood what he was up to. Feeling somewhat displeased, she said sarcastically, "Lord Armand-in-law didn't even inform me before coming. I thought you were here to catch someone red-handed." The Ignatius chuckled. Ruo really loves to joke around. Despite her unease, Layla still opened the door for them. Inside, another grotesque figure appeared. This figure looked oddly shaped, resembling an underdeveloped winter melon with a long face and a black mole on the nose, possessing an ugly yet distinctive appearance. Not only could Layla see what the Ignatius was planning, the ugly man also noticed it immediately. His eyes lit up as he chuckled, "If you're coming, just come. What gifts do we need?" Kirsty wrinkled her nose, finding him both lecherous and hideous, stepping back involuntarily. "Can you please keep your distance? I'd rather not look at you closely. It feels cruel for both of us." Though spoken delicately, this man must have been frequently called ugly before. Highly sensitive to such comments, especially from a beautiful woman, his ugly face twisted into something menacing. So Kirsty took another step back. For someone who had been called ugly since childhood, this small step was a significant insult. He had developed a special relationship with Layla because, in the pre-apocalypse era, she was his goddess. Even though he knew she found him ugly, she never scolded him outright. She appeared gentle to everyone but in a lofty manner, not overly warm but distant and graceful. After the apocalypse, having become a powerful psychic, he sought Layla out, eager to show his strength to his goddess, harboring ulterior motives. Layla also saw potential in using him, so they quickly fell into bed together. One can only say that Layla really went all out. Accepting such ugliness was indeed remarkable. He was like a wolf flame. Therefore, he existed in a state of self-importance and inferiority, believing himself to be a powerful psychic whom even his goddess would admire, yet knowing his ugliness meant no one stayed with him out of genuine affection. Thus, he enjoyed defiling beautiful women, especially those unwilling. He relished seeing their helplessness or subjugation to him. Hence, it had been a long time since anyone had called him ugly. Being pointedly insulted by Kirsty now enraged him. He trembled, pointing at her. I'll rape and kill you first. I'll make all the pigs and dogs in this base come. Kirsty, who never tolerated such men, slapped him instantly. Afterward, she wiped her hand with a wet tissue, evidently feeling contaminated. Everyone present was stunned, likely not expecting events to unfold this way. That man was a healer-type psychic with some offensive capabilities, far weaker compared to genuine attackers like Kirsty. His reaction speed paled in comparison. He couldn't even dodge, let alone retaliate. Among all present, the Ignatius's reaction was the most intense. Since he had brought Kirsty along, Layla felt most at ease. She felt secure in her position, not fearing that this new arrival might sway the psychic with her beauty. Additionally, she thought they deserved it, especially the psychic. Getting beaten pleased her deeply. After all, no one liked catering to an ugly brute. Had there been no reason to use him, she wouldn't have slept with such a repulsive creature. In an instant, chaos erupted inside the room. The Ignatius lunged to restrain Kirsty, while Layla pretended to try mediating. The psychic attempted to fight back. Kirsty gracefully darted between them, nonchalantly saying, "I wonder what you were thinking. Turns out you're just a pimp willing to sell off your daughter-in-law. No wonder you targeted me, but you picked the wrong person." She wasn't a desperate girl seeking help or a weakling waiting to be slaughtered. She was a crocodile, a tiger, an incomprehensible powerhouse to these weaklings. She hoped these fools realized their insignificance, that those who harm others will ultimately be harmed. They must have tormented countless innocent girls. Now it was her turn to torment them. Kirsty rolled up her sleeves and was ready to rush forward. The man then snapped that thing, rendering them unable to harm innocent women ever again. As for women, she wasn't adept at fighting women, but she would just beat them up first anyway. After all, Layla was also an accomplice. She wasn't innocent. In fact, she was quite despicable. Those who aid the tiger in its evil deeds will end up with the same fate as the tiger. Kirsty raised her fist and was about to send these disgusting beings off one by one when the door suddenly burst open. Valentina, a girl said to be very cute, who had come with the base commander, might have developed PTSD, instantly thought of Kirsty upon hearing the news. For some reason, the moment she heard this news, she was certain that the girl who came with the base commander was Kirsty. She didn't even listen carefully to the descriptions of appearance or anything else, just based on intuition, she felt it must be Kirsty. So Valentina rushed over as fast as possible. This was her last hope. She brought enough money and supplies this time to impress that psychic, to prevent being preempted again. If Kirsty managed to intercept Ryan once more, he would be completely finished. At least in her memory, no one else could save Ryan. So today she was determined to succeed and absolutely could not let Kirsty get ahead. With this thought in mind, Valentina ran madly in this direction. Not only did Ely have trouble keeping up, but the other psychics she brought almost couldn't follow her either. Kicking the door open, Valentina didn't even have time to observe the situation inside before shouting, "Kirsty, you can do it once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. This time, he's definitely mine. Don't even think about taking him away again." Then, as Valentina rushed into the room, she saw Kirsty punch the psychic in the face, slamming him into the wall. Chapter 113. Kirsty slowly turned her head and looked at Valentina with a surprised gaze. "You actually try to snatch this kind of person?" As she spoke, she pulled the man out from the wall and threw him on the ground with a thud. Then, stepping on his head, she said indifferently, "Even when you're so hungry that you can't choose your food, there should still be a bottom line. In this world, shouldn't trash belong in the trash can?" Valentina was speechless. Something seemed off this time. She lowered her head to glance at the man under Kirsty's foot. Comparing their appearances, it indeed was the healer ability user. Ugliness was his most notable characteristic. This ability user, in terms of capability, definitely couldn't match up to Dot. Her ability could be considered a bug. There wasn't another identical one in the whole world, or even an equivalent substitute. But among other ability users, this one was relatively strong. He ranked within the top 3 of all current healer ability users, capable of treating injuries caused by zombies, making him fairly specialized in this area. The rumors outside about him being able to treat disabilities were indeed false, but he truly could heal Ryan. After having someone like Dot, was it because she saw nothing better in other healer ability users? Was it because she couldn't get what she wanted for herself, so she didn't want others to have it either? Valentina was somewhat anxious, worried that Kirsty might kill him outright. That would be the end of everything. She carefully suggested, "Since you don't need him, perhaps you could give him to me." "Sure." Kirsty agreed promptly. Then, in the next second, she grabbed the ability user's collar and lifted him from the ground. Almost everyone present hadn't even registered what happened before they watched Kirsty perform her next action. Kirsty picked up a fruit knife from the table nearby. Her movements were swift and elegant, almost aesthetically pleasing. And then, in one clean motion, she severed the source of the man's troubles, dropping it to the ground. At the sound of his anguished scream, every male present, including those who arrived later, instinctively clutched their crotches. Though it wasn't them who had been cut, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This must be what male empathy feels like. After disposing of what needed to be disposed of, Kirsty nonchalantly tossed the man to Valentina, smiling sweetly as she said, "I won't kill you this time, you can live for a while longer." A hideous-looking man who used such acts to torment women, now deprived of his means of inflicting pain, wouldn't he suffer even more? He would become even more twisted, more insecure, and even less able to control himself. After being tormented like this for some time, killing him afterward would better match the wrongs he committed. Kirsty never hid her cruelty. After discarding the ability user, she turned her attention to the Ignatius beside her, the pimp. Even his actions showed he had done similar things before, especially when he attempted to deceive Kirsty. The Ignatius's face turned pale, retreating rapidly while clutching his vulnerable spots, seemingly realizing he was next. Kirsty sighed and said, "Why bother covering up in front of me, as if it would do any good? Would covering something stop her from slicing it? In fact, if he hadn't covered, only one place might have been hurt, but now, Aya!" The Ignatius screamed shrilly, blood spurting from his wrists and a critical area. Kneeling on the ground, his cries were endless, tears and snot uncontrollably streaming down his face. Layla, who had initially remained calm, panicked now. After seeing two men, one losing a certain part, the other both a hand and that part, she feared Kirsty would take issue with her and come after her with a blade too. Although she didn't have any major sins, she still had limbs and facial features. If Kirsty randomly removed any two of these, it would be over for her. Thinking of this made her tears flow freely, and she felt cornered, pressed against the wall in terror, as if facing a devil. Kirsty had already sliced two people, and the room was gradually filling with the heavy smell of blood. Turning her head, she surveyed the scene. As a fellow male, Ely felt a chill in his groin and wished to tighten his legs, backing away from the bizarre situation. Valentina's face was also deathly pale, fearing that Kirsty would simply kill the ability user. If that happened, her boyfriend would truly be beyond help. The more she thought about it, the more panic surged in her heart, for she genuinely loved Ryan. Yes, they were truly in love. After disposing of the men as casually as slicing vegetables, Kirsty wiped her hands with some paper towels. There was barely any blood on her hands to begin with, and a careful wipe made them clean again. Standing there, she exuded an air of peace. The others. Kirsty had come along just to see what they could pull off. Now that it was over, she turned and walked towards Ely. Ely was terrified, shivering as he clutched his vital areas, his voice trembling. I didn't do anything wrong. You can't possibly cut me too, Kirsty. Norris asked me to come. Ely trembled, then heard the name of his classmate. He and Norris had indeed been good friends in the past, sharing desks for all 3 years of high school. Norris might not have had the highest emotional intelligence, but he was straightforward and a good friend. So their relationship was quite harmonious. He wasn't anyone significant, so no one would dig up such old connections just to trick him. Thus, Ely immediately believed her. Ordinarily, Valentina would have paid more attention to Ely, as she had always found him slightly familiar, perhaps foreseeing future accomplishments. Now that Ely had caught Kirsty's attention, Valentina was even more certain of this. But with Ryan's only hope still writhing on the ground, Valentina couldn't spare any attention for Ely. All she wanted now was to keep the healer ability user alive. As long as he lived, everything else could be resolved. She no longer cared about anything else, she just wanted to take this person back to save Ryan. As for Ely, if Kirsty was interested, she could take him along. Kirsty continued, "Your mother is almost driven mad with worry. If it weren't for her poor health, she would have come looking for you. Come back with me." As a mommy's boy, Ely became anxious right away. I'm going back now. Chapter 114, A Woman Should Be Ruthless. Kirsty had no interest in this small, dilapidated base to begin with. It was smaller than their pigsty and more luxurious at home, and the head acted like a pimp, even pulling strings for his daughter-in-law's favors. Clearly, he wouldn't amount to anything in the future. The only pitiable ones were probably the survivors living here. If they had any skills at all, they would have already left for better places. Kirsty tutted in sympathy, glanced at Layla who was huddled in the corner, and let her off the hook. This woman wasn't simple, and what she did hadn't endangered others. Kirsty wouldn't cut the grass to remove the roots. She gave Layla an ambiguous smile, then turned to leave with Ely. Mama's boy was already in a panic, eager to return home to see if his mother was all right. They didn't care about the writhing psyker on the ground and ran as fast as they could. Layla had braced herself for misfortune but found that she was the only one unharmed among them. She felt a chill and then realized something. Kirsty planned to leave her behind so she could suffer together with her father-in-law. Once Layla grasped this, she suddenly felt a bit reassured. Seeing Kirsty leave, Valentina hurriedly approached the psyker to stop his bleeding, ensuring he didn't die. Then she said, "I'm a psyker from Feng City. Adrian is my boyfriend's brother. Now we need your help to treat Adrian's brother. If you can do it, we can discuss payment, resources, be beauty." She had intended to say beauty but remembered he had become a father-in-law just like Layla's, making it unlikely he'd desire women anymore. How tragic. Hearing Valentina, the psyker's eyes filled with hatred as he grabbed her by the arm. "I don't want any supplies. I want revenge." He must capture that woman and torture her to death to relieve his anger. Valentina. Even revenge was possible now when the entire Feng City was rolling on the ground because of him. But she didn't say this aloud. Explanation would take too long and embarrass her. More importantly, she needed to trick him back first. Once back in Feng City, he'd have no choice but to treat Adrian's brother. Alright, Valentina said gently, as long as you can heal my boyfriend. Valentina soon left with the psyker. Perhaps she had just stopped his bleeding, mainly because Ryan's condition was critical and couldn't be delayed further. Getting back quickly was crucial. If Dot were here, arriving later wouldn't matter much, but dealing with this person required prompt action. There was still a considerable gap between their abilities. Just as Valentina left with the psyker, Layla ordered someone to treat the Ignatius's bleeding wounds. Blood was spurting from his wrists and vital areas, and without immediate treatment, he might die soon. Dying wasn't an issue for her, but she couldn't afford to give anyone leverage. Layla slowly called for a doctor, and her husband trailed behind. Though upset by the Ignatius's earlier words, this was still his biological father. Seeing his father lying on the ground bleeding profusely, he panicked. What happened? Though his father told him to endure, how many people can bear cuckoldry? Instantly suspecting the worst, he turned to Layla. What happened? Why is my father? Did you conspire with that person too? Layla looked at her young husband, then suddenly laughed. She often smiled, sometimes flirtatiously, sometimes gently, sometimes sweetly. But right now, her smile was bitter and cold. Are you this angry because I made you wear a green hat? This matter had never been openly addressed before. Johnny, though furious inside, still had some patience as long as it wasn't fully exposed. Now that it was revealed, especially admitted by Layla herself, he exploded with curses. You bitch, slutty, unfaithful. I should kill you. Layla's voice rose even higher. Then you should kill your own father first. He was the first to put a green hat on you. Johnny froze, kneeling beside his father, unsure how to react. Layla mocked him. What's wrong, coward? Your wife sleeps with someone else, so you want to kill her? Someone rapes your wife, and you still want to kill her? Oh, I forgot that the one who did this was your own father. Of course, your own father is more important. It's impossible. He muttered to himself. How could his father be that kind of person? Though he said it was impossible, his mind recalled what his father had told him not long ago. Abdullah, tell me the truth. You didn't do that, right? Suddenly realizing the man he was holding was his biological father, he urgently questioned his father, hoping to get a negative answer from him. The Ignatius's eyes flickered for a moment. Though he was in agony, sweating profusely, he managed to calm down at that instant. Do you believe your father or her? Am I that kind of person? While he hesitated, Layla sneered. I don't care who you believe, you and your father are the same to me. Think about it all you want, see what you can come up with. After saying that, she turned and left. The psychic had come to the base, and she took the opportunity to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Using his abilities, she managed to secure favors from many other psychics within the base. The abilities of this father-son duo were far from enough to win everyone's loyalty. Many people coveted this small, run-down base. She had allied with several of them, so she no longer cared if they faced off openly. Anyway, even if they didn't confront each other now, they would in the future. As soon as Layla walked out, the Grayson chased after her. He seemed unsure yet still asked, You are upset because of that incident, so you gave up completely and just. Layla ignored him and continued walking. She suddenly realized that no one was reliable, not even her husband. The only person she could rely on was herself. In this apocalypse, beautiful women who wanted to live better needed to be ruthless. Chapter 115 Big Sister Boss. Kirsty led Ely back. On the way, Ely kept asking, Is my mom okay? Did you stop her from coming here? Her frail body can't handle a trip alone, it's too dangerous. Did you come alone? Is Alicia with you? He talked so much that Kirsty felt a headache from all the questions. She quickly covered Ely's mouth and said while walking, Alicia is taking care of your mother. Talking won't get us there faster. Let's just hurry back to see for yourself. Ely. He calmed down slightly, quickened his pace to return home, and before reaching the door, he saw the Maribel waiting by the doorway. Ely sniffed suddenly, almost tearing up, and rushed forward in 2 steps to support his mother. Sarah, why did you come out with your poor health? Go inside quickly, go inside. Coming back is good. Coming back is good. The Maribel wiped her tears, grabbed her son, and asked a flurry of questions about everything. Kirsty and Alicia stood nearby watching this doting mother and affectionate son. After they finished chatting, everyone finally sat down to talk. Ely was pleasantly surprised to see Alicia. How did you know I was here? To be honest, you might not believe me, but we originally planned to look for you at a nearby base. But on our way here, dogs caught our attention. To be precise, it was Kirsty who got attracted by the dogs, which led them to Ely's mother. Ely kept saying how it must be fate, then asked Alicia why she came. Alicia explained their purpose. Ely hesitated a little. He wanted to take his mother away too, but due to her fragile health, they couldn't endure a long journey, so they never moved. Otherwise, given the horrible situation around, who would want to stay? I actually really want to go with you, but... Kirsty had already understood their situation before he returned. Seeing his hesitation, she firmly said, I can create a portal from here directly to my base. Ely. Before he could shout in agreement, Kirsty continued, we have a mutant at our base who can treat disabilities. Ely instantly softened and fell to his knees. Big sister boss. From now on, I'll follow you. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Kirsty slowly said with crossed arms, I won't force that mutant to save your mother. You need to negotiate the terms with her. If she agrees, she'll help. If not, there's nothing we can do. Ely nodded rapidly, accepting the condition. He figured he could sell everything and work like a slave, even if the mutant refused. Living in such a place was better than staying here. There were no resources left in the town. To get necessities, one had to travel further, but traveling far meant he couldn't return home the same day. Leaving his mother alone wasn't safe for him. Ely had been considering moving anyway. Now someone inviting him fit perfectly into his plans. When are we leaving? You can pack up and leave anytime. Okay. Ely quickly started packing things with his mother, and didn't forget to bring the big black dog outside. When unchaining it, he worried, our dog is quite aggressive. If we use the portal, being so close, won't it bite you? Before he finished, he saw his usually fierce black dog lying in front of Kirsty, rolling over to show its belly. Ely, let me hold it. Kirsty took the leash of the big black dog and asked, does it have a name? Blackie. It was raised to protect his mother, and seeing Blackie acting so obediently made Ely feel complicated. Blackie had never been so tame towards him. Oh, that's the same name as mine. Kirsty looked puzzled and suggested, maybe we should give it another name, otherwise, it would be confusing. If she called for Blackie, both the dog and the skeleton would run over, which would be awkward. How about calling it Flower? Ely. But it's a black dog. You're too shallow. What does a name have to do with fur color? Kirsty justified. What did Flower have to do with the dog anyway? Ely wanted to argue but held back since this person was his new big sister boss. So, he reluctantly accepted that his dog's name changed to Flower. Kirsty, with Xiaohua, sat beside watching them pack their belongings. There was quite a lot of stuff, bits and pieces, that they carried over one by one. The teleportation array could be drawn larger since, in the world of magic, there were some incredibly large legendary creatures. Thus, the size of the array and the portal could be adjusted, making it possible to transport even a large amount of items without issue. Kirsty then brought Ely and his mother back to the base. Upon landing, Ely's smile vanished when he saw the surrounding zombies. Something didn't seem right. He glanced at his high school classmate and asked shakily, hey, why are there so many zombies here? Norris was helping move the items nearby. Hearing this, she gently patted him and said, these zombies are our base's specialty. Don't worry, none of them will hurt you. This wasn't about being hurt or not. Ely felt a bit overwhelmed. He wasn't stupid and immediately realized that such a base must have an Esper capable of controlling zombies. Other Espers wouldn't allow someone with such abilities to exist. It was too dangerous. While he was still trying to understand this with his high school classmate, Kirsty had already gone to find Dot and explained her intention. You don't have to if you don't want to. I know using this ability is painful for you, so you have the right to refuse. Dot had been living here for some time. Honestly, she liked this base, enjoyed its atmosphere, and appreciated the various unique yet friendly companions here. She placed her palm in Kirsty's hand, surprised by her own words, I'll give you control over me. Whenever you think it's necessary. Chapter 116, Being Clever. Xie Yi shook her head repeatedly to refuse her and said, this decision can only be made by you, and only you deserve to make it. If you come here and still cannot gain the freedom you want, wouldn't that mean you're at a loss? Kirsty smiled and said, don't consider those extra matters, nor care about what I think. You just need to confirm one thing. Is this decision something you want to make? Dot looked up at Kirsty and nodded after a while, I understand. She did not pull her hand away from Kirsty's but held it tightly, I want to help him. Now I have the qualification to choose whether to save or not to save, or whom to save, right? Right. Kirsty led her away as she asked, by the way, do you want revenge? They are all very idle, with nothing much to do, and even complained about being too bored in the base before. If you want to take revenge, we can go out together in a few days, treating it as an outing, and then... Dot stroked her chin and replied, let me think about it. Do you mean thinking about how to take revenge? Dot said seriously, thinking about what kind of method to use for revenge. Kirsty was amused by her, and finally restrained her impulse to laugh, saying, then take your time to think, and tell me when you've decided. Okay. When the two arrived before Ely, he was still wailing, how could this happen? I feel like I got onto a pirate ship. His eyes were full of grievance and complaints when he said this. Then, Dot went over to his mother and examined her up and down. Put out your hand, Dot said. The Merrybell did so obediently without knowing why. When their palms touched lightly, a white light enveloped them both. After about 5 seconds, the light faded, and Dot covered her eyes. On the other hand, the Merrybell opened her eye slowly and blinking several times as she was unaccustomed. She had long adapted to seeing the world with one eye and didn't find losing an eye particularly sad, especially considering the end-of-the-world situation where many had lost their lives. To her, being able to live well and stay with her son was enough. Sir. Ely was stunned, reaching out to touch the woman's eyelid. Initially, he was complaining about getting on the pirate ship, but now he stopped all complaints, circling around his mother carefully observing her, confirming that her eye was indeed back to normal. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves. Can I start working now? Do you need me to draw the blueprints? He was full of enthusiasm now, making no mention of his previous grievances. You should bring your friend inside first. Kirsty turned to look at Norris beside her, who nodded and took Ely away, leaving only Dot here. Move your palm, let me see, Kirsty whispered. Dot slowly moved her palm away. Her left eye had been healthy, but now there was only a shriveled eyeball left, hanging loosely in its socket. Kirsty covered Dot's left eye with her palm. She felt warmth in her own eye socket. After a while, when Kirsty moved her hand away, a healthy, intact eye appeared underneath. Although Dot usually recovered quickly, it hadn't been this fast. Stunned for a moment, Kirsty explained in a low voice, "I sped up your self-healing ability, making your recovery rate several times faster than usual." It was clearly more than 10 times the original speed, and Dot, who had never been treated by anyone else and had always treated others, found it somewhat novel at the moment. "I can't immediately restore someone who is disabled to health, but I can directly restore you to health," Kirsty grinned. "Since you trust me, I certainly can't let you suffer." Kirsty knew very well that the reason Dot helped Ely's mother was fundamentally because of her. If anyone else had asked Dot, she probably wouldn't have agreed. When someone entrusts you with trust, you need to give something in return because only reciprocal relationships can last. Kirsty patted Dot's head and said, "Next time you want to treat someone, tell me in advance, and I'll treat you." The little girl looked extremely elated and couldn't help but jump into Kirsty's arms. "What you say? You mustn't break your promise." "Okay." On the other side, after Ely settled into the base with his mother, he started burning the midnight oil to work on the design plans. As expected, he and his mother would likely be staying in this base for a long time, so it was natural that he wanted to carefully design their living space, making it convenient, simple, and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, Dot had not asked for anything in return for healing his mother. This was clearly done out of respect for Kirsty. As a mama's boy, Ely now had nothing but thoughts on how to repay Kirsty and Dot. The best way to do that was naturally to contribute wholeheartedly to the construction of the base, since they had no other demands. This was originally Ely's profession, and he had extensive experience dealing with various clients. He drew up 2 sets of blueprints and went to find Kirsty. Nowadays, most clients were unreliable, those who didn't understand anything yet always came up with all sorts of bizarre requirements. For instance, asking for something described as a colorful black. And after you've made countless revisions, sometimes they'd suddenly say, "Actually, I think the first version was pretty good. Let's just use that one." So, with his rich experience handling such clients, Ely prepared to present a slightly inferior set of blueprints first. If Big Sister didn't like it, he'd then bring out the better set. With a clear contrast, she should directly choose the better option. Confidently, Ely submitted the first set of blueprints. But Kirsty barely glanced at them and bluntly said, "I don't understand these things. Since you're an expert in this field, feel free to design as you see fit. I trust Norris, and I trust you." Ely, who had specially drawn 2 sets of blueprints, pulled several all-nighters, and lost quite a bit of hair. The clown turned out to be me. Ignoring how much pain Ely felt inside, once their outer walls were completed, construction finally began on the inner city. At this rate, it might take about 2 or 3 months to complete the base. Chapter 117 Debt Collection Team. The base construction got back on track after Ely arrived. He was busy every day, guiding the humans and zombies who had only just learned to build walls during these few days as they were not very knowledgeable about construction. In the past, he would have been very worried about his mother since she was frail, weak, and blind in one eye. If something happened to her at home while he was busy outside all day, no one would know. But now he didn't need to worry anymore. After his mother's eye got better, Kirsty gave her a thorough checkup and found that there wasn't anything wrong with her internal organs, it was just a matter of weakness which could be easily treated. So, in between treatments for Zach, she also cured his mother. Ely worked outside for just a few days. When he returned home, he saw his mother already dancing square dancing with a few rare elders in the base. Ely. All his worries vanished instantly. Instead of worrying about his mom, he might as well worry about himself. If he kept this up, he really would go bald early. Ely was so busy because he was the only one in the entire base who knew what he was doing. Although there were people who specialized in interior design, that was different from architecture. After being extremely busy, he began considering tricking a few of his fellow students into coming over. The base was far from complete, had many enemies, housed a bunch of zombies, and everyone seemed unreliable. Alright, he planned to deceive them into joining. It was easy to get aboard the bandwagon but hard to leave. Once lured over, they wouldn't be allowed to leave until the work was done. When Ely was almost collapsing from exhaustion, he started thinking about this plan, and Kirsty was also busy. Zach's second round of treatment began, with the most noticeable effect being that those rugged and stubborn wounds on his body slowly disappeared. Kirsty touched his abs, satisfied. If your soul can align more closely with your body, changes can still happen. Your abs could grow bigger, and pecs. You're never going to let that go, are you? Zach felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes but understood that Kirsty's interest in touching his muscles was a good sign, indicating some interest in him. If things went south, maybe he could try seduction. But it's pretty difficult to make the soul more aligned with the body. I remember zombies can evolve. Put in some effort. Kirsty's hand never left his body. Zach's skin felt great, and although his muscles weren't exaggerated, their lines were smooth and felt very comfortable. Zach. He wished he could put in more effort, but this wasn't something one could achieve just by trying hard. As the zombie king, the stronger a zombie became, the harder it was to evolve. Just like in games, leveling up from 1 to 2 is easy, but getting from 99 to 100 is tough. It's the same here. With Zach's current strength, evolution required a qualitative leap, not just ordinary progress. I'll do my best. So perfunctory. Kirsty clicked her tongue a couple of times but said nothing more. She patted Zach's chest, which felt excellent, and then said, "Ask Bruce later how many people are free. In a couple of days, we'll go to collect debts." When the middle-aged bald man who kidnapped Dot ran away, Kirsty told him to prepare for compensation collection in a couple of days. Now the time was right to see the situation and collect the debt while taking revenge on Dot. If they were sensible and prepared the compensation, Kirsty would leave with everyone after taking revenge. But if they weren't, Kirsty rubbed her hands together, clearly plotting something evil. Zach sat beside her with his shirt open, one leg bent, causing his abdominal muscles to contract slightly. Kirsty smacked him a few times. Don't move. It felt less pleasant when contracted. Zach sighed, feeling like a free escort. If he were, at least he could, cough, cough. Why didn't Kirsty have that kind of desire? They were adults, couldn't she just act on impulse? He could accept sex before love. After all, familiarity can breed affection. When bodies are in frequent and intimate contact, it's easy for feelings to develop. He could approach this indirectly, hoping that one day Kirsty would understand this issue. Then everyone could be happy. After the checkup was done, Kirsty reluctantly let Zach go. Go ahead, I have other things to do here. She and Norris were recently working on a few small experiments, and results were about to come out soon. So she left such trivial matters to others around her. Zach dressed up and got up. He originally didn't want to notify Bruce, but he worried that if Bruce found out about this matter, he might shamelessly report it. That would only complicate things. So he simply called the people together. Fulton, who had no combat strength, was not qualified to participate in such activities and could only stay at home to farm. The participants included Ellis, Bruce, and Stone. Including him and Kirsty, they were enough. Although Aidan did well in management, his combat ability was really lacking, so he wasn't qualified to go either. And since the base wasn't fully established yet, there was no need for him to manage anything. He was even less useful than Fulton, only able to feed pigs. Zach repeated Kirsty's words and asked them, who wants to participate? If you don't want to go, just say so, because taking a few people is all the same. Bruce quickly signed up. I've been idle lately, there's nothing much needing me. I'll go. Ellis actually also wanted to go out for a stroll, but he had been quite busy lately. I won't go. I'm currently managing a few teams, and there's too much material to transport. I need to keep an eye on things. After discussion, except for Ellis, the rest were available. Zach returned to tell Kirsty about this. A few days later, they packed their bags, carried backpacks, brought a grill, and led a child, Dot. They then set out together. It didn't look like they were going to collect debts, more like they were going on a spring outing. Chapter 118, a real spring outing. Dot, who was quite short, was holding hands with Kirsty and had a small backpack on her. Originally, they already looked like they were on a spring outing, and now it seemed even more like taking a child out to play. They hardly stopped on the road, only when they felt hungry or tired would they stop for a while to cook food or put up a tent to sleep. This feeling was extremely interesting, and Dot couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She looked up at Kirsty. This is my first time traveling. Her joy was not hidden at all and was fully displayed in front of everyone. Kirsty patted her head without asking whether her parents never took her out to play. Sure, there will be many more times in the future. Dot tightly held onto Kirsty, endlessly rejoicing that she had chosen Kirsty that day. It was the most correct decision she had ever made in her life. No matter what the future became, no matter what she would encounter in the future, she would never regret it. Stone didn't know what had happened to Dot, and he listened curiously. Your mom and dad never took you out to play? When Dot mentioned this, she was completely cold. My mother passed away very early. Her mother was somewhat love-struck, and when she gave birth to Dot, the doctor told her she couldn't have any more children as her body wouldn't allow her to bear another child. But Dot's father wanted a son very much. After hinting at it several times, he found a mistress outside. When Dot's mother learned of this, her first reaction wasn't divorce or scolding the lousy man, but crying and shouting, believing it was because she couldn't give birth to a big fat boy for the Larosier family that her husband cheated on her. Coincidentally, the mistress also conceived a daughter, who was then aborted, clearly hoping to try harder, so her mother conceived again without hesitation. This time it was indeed a son, but she died on the operating table during childbirth for her dear husband. Soon after she died, her dear husband immediately married the mistress. Their family wasn't rich, just middle class. Later, the mistress tried again but still only gave birth to a daughter. Thus, Haldan left by her mother became the treasure of the whole family. Dot said in a calm tone, they would go out to play, but they would only take my younger brother and sister. They never took Dot. Every time the excuse was, you are older than them and about to have final midterm exams, studying is the most important thing. Your younger brother-sister is still young and hasn't started middle school yet, so they have some free time. Don't worry, after the midterm exam ends, we will take you out to play. Dot naively believed it. Therefore, even though she was always being treated unfairly, she remained kind to her younger brother and sister. Until the apocalypse came, she awakened with superpowers. After gaining superpowers, Dot was very scared and didn't tell anyone that she possessed superpowers. But not long ago, her younger brother and sister were bitten by zombies. Neither of them had superpowers, and if no one saved them, they would surely turn into zombies. Conscience didn't let Dot hide herself. She chose to use her superpowers to save her younger brother and sister. Enduring great pain, she exchanged her limbs with the injured parts of her siblings, falling into a coma due to the pain afterward. Her father discovered a huge business opportunity and sold her to a nearby base. In a half-asleep state, she even heard her father sighing. If I had superpowers too, if I could keep people in hand. At that moment, Dot didn't realize her father was selling her, only thinking her father was worried that it was too dangerous for someone with superpowers like her to stay with her powerless father, so he wanted to send her to a base. But she then heard her father say, I could have had a cash cow then, with a constant stream of resources, instead of making a one-time deal. Only at that moment did Dot realize she had been sold like goods to a big figure in the base by her father. In Dot's eyes, her father, who sold her like goods, and her mother, who went crazy over a good-for-nothing man and even sacrificed her life, were not her family anymore. Instead, Kirsty treated her better than her own parents. At least Kirsty sought revenge for her against such a large base, while her biological parents might have only said upon encountering similar situations, why do they bully you and not others? Putting aside the facts, you should look for reasons within yourself. After all, when she was bullied at school and bravely told her father, she only received such an answer. After Dot finished speaking, Stone felt awkward for a second, overwhelmed with guilt. After all, he had unintentionally made her relive painful memories. He stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't expect. It's okay, Dot replied calmly, because everything has already passed. If he hadn't sold me, perhaps I wouldn't have met you all. Kirsty reached out to pat her head, rubbing it gently. No matter what happened in the past, no one can bully you anymore now. Dot sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. Why wasn't my mother you? Kirsty tilted her head. Maybe it's because I've never been in love, never slept with a man, lacking the necessary conditions. Dot had expected her to say something like because I'm not much older than you, but instead, she heard this, which couldn't help but make her chuckle. She muttered softly, even if you fell in love, you couldn't give birth to a daughter as old as me. Considering Kirsty was almost 500 years old when rounded up, Kirsty? If she had really fallen in love early and had a child, that child would be several hundred years old by now. Bram, who had been walking beside them, silently approached and asked, have you truly never been in love all these years? As a singleton for over 400 years, Kirsty felt somewhat offended and was about to lose her temper. Then she heard Bram quickly add, after all, you're so beautiful, strong, and have a great personality. There must have been countless suitors, how could you not have been in love? Praised repeatedly, Kirsty felt like a cat being stroked in the right direction, and her anger instantly vanished. She coughed twice and said, of course, there were suitors, but I just didn't accept any of them. Back then, I had admirers of both genders. Bram. Great, now he would have to watch out for women too. Chapter 119, Peach Blossoms in Full Bloom. Kirsty was not lying. She truly had a high-quality peach blossom of female companionship. At that time, Kirsty didn't realize it was her peach blossom. After just clashing with the Holy Order, slapping their faces repeatedly, she encountered the young girl. The young girl seemed to also have enmity toward the Holy Order. She was the offspring of a dragon and a human, possessing part of a dragon's bloodline but, due to her impure lineage, could not transform into a dragon, only maintaining a human body, though she did have a pair of golden pupils. Her dragon mother had died, killed by the Holy Order, after which she was captured and experimented on from when she was about 3 or 4 years old. When Kirsty wrecked that branch of the Holy Order, she found the locked-up young girl in the basement. The girl bared her teeth, looking fiercely at Kirsty. Her language skills had severely regressed due to lack of education. She could only speak 1 or 2 word phrases, more like a dog locked underground for years, never seeing daylight, than a little dragon person. Kirsty brought her out, gradually teaching her human common sense, language, and lifestyle. By the time the girl no longer behaved like a beast but started resembling a human, Kirsty let her live independently. The little dragon person once said. What did she say? Oh, right, she said. Have you tamed me only to cast me aside? Kirsty. She wasn't trying to tame a dragon, she just wanted to help an innocent girl. Later on, that young girl followed Kirsty for a long time, like a stalker, expressing her feelings indirectly every day with both dragon-like and human methods. For example, dragons court mates by showing off their scales and inviting them to nests they've built, signaling their ability to protect partners and offspring. They also make strange sounds to attract attention. So, the young girl combined these actions, imitating a dragon's roar while singing love songs and carrying bricks to build houses for Kirsty. Kirsty neither liked girls nor intended to date, refusing countless times, making this one of the most persistent peach blossoms among all she'd encountered. Reflecting on these events made Kirsty feel complex. Then she remarked, I think being single is great. Bram. You can't think like that. The group chatted as they moved forward, taking several days to reach their destination. Since it was an outing, there was no rush. It was important to appreciate the scenery along the way rather than focus on the destination. In those few days, Dot had a lot of fun. Though the scenery wasn't beautiful, given it was post-apocalypse, everywhere was chaotic, occasionally encountering families fleeing for survival, the company of like-minded people made even outdoor barbecues joyful. Wait, aren't outdoor barbecues always fun? Approaching the destination, Kirsty whispered to Dot, everything afterward will be handled by us. You only need to do one thing. When things get inappropriate for under 18s, cover your eyes. Even in the post-apocalypse, even very young children have seen scenes of death. Zombies wouldn't care about protecting minors' mental health, they'd probably discuss the taste of minors' flesh instead. But Kirsty doted on her own child and planned to prevent Dot from seeing the scene when it got too intense. Imagine pools of blood, flesh, and organs scattered everywhere, various scenes needing censorship. How could a child be allowed to see that? Dot was very obedient, agreeing with whatever Kirsty said, nodding frantically. Kirsty reminded others to be mindful not to make the scene too inappropriate for children. Although they were there to settle debts and weren't planning to spare anyone, they could still give them a dignified death. After hearing this, none thought Kirsty was being gentle. Didn't they remember what those people did to Dot? Forcing a miner, without any rest, to heal and then replace organs for elderly people who should have been dead already just so they could live 2 more years. Losing organs and growing new ones was painful, especially for Dot who had no time to rest, facing endless hell. But Dot was just a child, not yet an adult. To endure such day after day torture without being driven to insanity already showed her strong mental resilience. Even adults couldn't bear such pain. Just thinking about a group of old men and women, whose combined age far exceeded Kirsty's, who were unwilling to die and constantly exploiting the young to provide them with fresh blood. Kirsty wanted to flay them one by one and feed their remains to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, nay. Kirsty led the group straight to the gate. This was quite a substantial base. In terms of scale alone, it could rank in the top 5. Though it wasn't as formidable as Feng City, among the current human survivor bases, it still commanded respect. The moment Kirsty appeared at the gate with several people, especially Dot, the news spread immediately. Upon learning that Dot had returned, those high-ranking officials, especially the elderly ones, instantly lit up with joy. Dot has returned. Heaven knows how furious they were when they couldn't find Dot and heard that she had been taken away by another base. Now, hearing that she had come back, and only accompanied by 3 or 4 people, they became excited right away. Hold them off. Don't let them leave. The guards received orders immediately, and their attitudes changed abruptly. Their smiles looked almost twisted. Could you repeat whom you're looking for? I'm terribly sorry, I got distracted and didn't hear clearly. Kirsty could only go through the description again. Using Brecken as a reference, she pointed all over him. About this tall, slightly overweight, balding pretty obviously on top, looks around 30-something but probably not yet 40. He owes me money, and I said I would come to collect it. The guard was indignant right away. How can someone owe money to a little girl? I'll help you check right away. Please don't leave. Absolutely don't leave. Chapter 120, The Zombie King. Something's not right, Brecken whispered to Kirsty. Their attitudes were peculiar, as if they weren't welcoming Kirsty but rather plotting something. Kirsty didn't care much. She stretched lazily and was curious to see what kind of plot they could devise. After all, there's a saying called force over cunning, meaning absolute strength would render any schemes useless. Soon, a group of people rushed out, including the middle-aged bald man whom Kirsty had met before. Besides him, the rest didn't look young either, except for one relatively younger man who seemed around 28 years old. The rest were in their 40s or 50s, with a few even older. Each of them looked at Dot as if she were a treasure, filled with greed and excitement, almost eager to grab her and make her continue being their organ donor. Only the middle-aged bald man had witnessed Kirsty's true strength, but he was currently feeling quite inflated. What difference did strength make? This was his base, his territory. Kirsty had only brought a few people. No matter how powerful she was, even if everyone she brought were exceptional mutants, they wouldn't stand a chance against his entire base. The relatively younger man around 28 was the only one whose expression began to change. They also had people participate in the siege on Aiden's base, but these elders were too old and cherished their lives too much to ever go to battlefronts. Only this Grayson had been there. The more he looked, the more familiar Kirsty's face seemed. Even if it were just a resemblance, it wouldn't matter much. But then he saw Brecken and Gordy behind her. His lingering doubt vanished instantly. He wanted to tell those around him that the person opposite seemed to be the Zombie King surrounded by Fengcheng, along with the Zombie King's accomplices. Privately, they called Kirsty a demoness because she was mysterious and versatile, with no one knowing exactly what her mutant ability was or where her various skills came from. But before he managed to relay this possibility, the excited elders already ordered their people, capture them. Especially that little girl, we can't let her escape. Kirsty noticed the middle-aged bald man immediately, especially since among all the elderly, he stood out as the baldest, his nearly hairless head conspicuous. Kirsty greeted him warmly and said, "It looks like you're not planning on paying your debt or making amends, huh?" Isidro was extremely arrogant, relying on his nearby forces. With a cold demeanor, he replied, "If you apologize now and hand over Dot, it might still be in time. Things are different now. A wise man knows when to submit." He had summoned many mutants, remembering vividly the beating he endured. His face contorted with fury as he continued, "Back then, you twisted facts and forced me into an accident. Try that again." Before he finished, some mutants couldn't wait and charged forward. The higher-ups and powerful mutants in their base knew about Dot's existence. The importance of such a powerful mutant who could instantly heal disabled people wasn't hard to understand. Her presence, once revealed, could trigger wars between countless bases, even Fengcheng included. So, they kept it a secret, ensuring outsiders remained unaware of this precious resource. The quickest mutant turned out to be the unluckiest. As Kirsty held Dot's hand, with Brecken and Gordy flanking her on both sides, and Stone watching the show, he rushed forward only to become an easy target. Brecken and Gordy attacked from either side, competing for speed. It was obvious that Bruce was faster, as his position was further out, closer to the target. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and released a cloud of black mist. The person charging forward collided directly into it. Because of his speed, he couldn't stop in time. His arms and head hit first, and within seconds, the upper half of his body, enveloped by the mist, vanished. When the remaining part, more precisely, just the legs and buttocks of the corpse fell to the ground, the other ability users who had been a step slower finally realized what had happened, promptly exclaiming in shock. Fortunately, their abilities weren't related to speed, so they hadn't raced against the speedster. Otherwise, those bodies lying on the ground might have been theirs. At this moment, the Grayson around 28 finally shouted out, "Don't go over there, it's Kirsty." Some people still didn't react immediately when they heard this. So what if it was Kirsty? Was Kirsty impressive? They had an entire base. Shit, Kirsty. Those who reacted remembered when they last heard this name after that battle, when countless bases retreated hastily, faster than rabbits, the name Kirsty surfaced. This name was linked with the Zombie King. Instinctively, they turned their gaze to Brecken and Bruce, guessing which one of these two was the Zombie King. As for Stone on the side, well, he just didn't look like it. Of course, none of this was the main point. The critical issue was that these people in front of them could be the Zombie King and his accomplices. Realizing this possibility, the ability users who were rushing forward suddenly sped up in reverse, retreating quickly. Running away individually would hurt their pride, but if everyone fled together, it wouldn't matter as much. They swiftly retreated to their original positions, looking up at the sky as if there was something interesting to see, not mentioning at all what they had intended to do just moments ago. Chapter 121, he had never been so popular before. The old men and women slowly realized what kind of existence the person in front of them was. Normally, they would never want to offend such a powerful entity, but things were different once Dot was involved. Dot wasn't an ordinary Psy. She represented the hope for extended lifespans. These few elderly people were slightly better off, generally around 60 years old. If they remained healthy, living another 20 to 30 years wouldn't be a problem. But there were even older people who hadn't come out yet. After all, even the elderly had their parents and even older elders. These powerful people, much like the ancient emperors who sought Daoist alchemists to refine elixirs of immortality, subscribed to the belief that they truly wanted to live for another 500 years. Entities like them would never give up on Dot. For them to do so would be no different from asking for their lives, especially since some among them suffered from terminal illnesses, with only Dot able to save them. They couldn't bear to give up this invaluable treasure. After a brief hesitation, these people quickly reached a consensus without discussion. The most authoritative elder shouted fiercely, "What are you all afraid of? We have so many people." He believed that generous rewards would encourage brave souls, and began to offer lavish incentives to entice those Psy individuals. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, birds die for food. Even Psy weren't immune to hardship, and everyone is greedy, desiring a better life even when current conditions were good. Once one's basic needs were met, they might think about women, and after acquiring one, they would desire even more beautiful ones. Greed is human nature, some are greedier, while others can control it better. Having held high positions for years, they felt they understood human nature well. Even if material incentives didn't work, they had other means, like beautiful women or offering these people the chance to join their social class. Those were highly tempting offers. There would always be someone swayed, and once part of the group gave in, the rest would follow. Once desire overcame fear, these people would risk their lives for the bit of profit offered. These old men had thought it through well. They had often used similar methods to make others fight for them in the past. But today, after making their offer, almost no one moved. It was a joke. While greed is greed, none of them were fools. The benefits they offered were indeed substantial, but it required the right circumstances to claim them. Without those conditions, everything was just empty promises. Why weren't they stepping up themselves? Some of the elders' expressions stiffened as they considered whether to find stooges. One looked toward his most loyal subordinate, only to see him silently turn away. Another subordinate, being smarter, already had his head down looking at his feet before he even glanced over. Their actions clearly communicated refusal. They didn't want to risk their lives. The situation became tense. Those who had just boasted, especially the Huey, felt awkward. After all, he had confidently declared that anyone here was seeking death since it was his turf, filled with his people, ensuring they wouldn't return alive. Then, no one moved, and he too recognized the power of those present, making the situation even more awkward. He involuntarily stepped back, thinking of the Zombie King and their big sister head. What if they could take heads from 10 paces away? Embarrassed, he chuckled softly and started observing the elders' faces, realizing they too were uncomfortable. This made him feel uneasy. It seemed he had become the scapegoat, having thrown out harsh words that now couldn't be taken back. Kirsty was still excited. Knowing her capabilities, few dared to challenge her. It had been a long time since she heard such arrogant words, feeling a bit surprised. If they could prove their words, it would be even better. So, you're not planning to repay your debt. You admitted it yourself then. Now you want to renege? I told you before, if you reneged, I wouldn't be polite. Before Kirsty could finish her stern remarks, the Huey suddenly realized something. He didn't want to be made an example of or become a sacrifice to frighten others. Seeing that the group of old men were not planning to give in and wanted to use him to test Kirsty, he gritted his teeth and made a decision that went against tradition. I was just joking with you earlier. The balding Ignatius said meekly. I admitted it was my fault back then and promised to make amends. A man's word is as good as his bond. He swore earnestly, it's just that our base hasn't been doing well recently, and you asked for too much at once, so we weren't ready. Do you think I'm asking for too much? Kirsty raised an eyebrow. The balding Ignatius, cut off mid-sentence, stammered quickly, no, that's not what I mean. I'm saying I'm poor. Yes, I'm poor, so these things seem a lot to me. He wiped sweat frantically while the nearby old men glared at him, clearly frustrated by his cowardice. Inside, the balding Ignatius cursed them. You all aren't the ones dying here, why are you putting on such airs? Show some real backbone. His smile was forced. I'll go prepare right away. Please wait here, no more than an hour, half an hour, definitely. With that, the balding Ignatius bolted, clearly trying to escape, at least to buy some time and see how things played out. Johnny reacted quickly. Second Brant, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? Our families are so close. If you're short on anything, you should come to me. I can help out. Come on, let's go to my place. Take whatever you need. The balding Ignatius hadn't expected such a response but didn't refuse. As soon as he didn't refuse, he suddenly had countless relatives. Grandpa, I can contribute too. You're my own uncle. Why didn't you tell me about this? Are you treating me like an outsider? The balding Ignatius. Chapter 122. Locking the door to beat the dog. In that instant, the middle-aged bald man suddenly had a bunch of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and other relatives by marriage who shared no blood ties with him. His mouth twitched in disbelief, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Then, an elderly man leisurely asked, "Do you know where everything is? Let me take you there. After all, I'm your grandfather." Some people even tried to take advantage of the situation shamelessly. They attempted to flee the scene but were leisurely stopped by Kirsty. No need to rush. Kirsty pulled out a piece of paper and slowly unfolded it before saying, "Before this, I need to find certain people first. Those not on the list can leave." During this time, Dot had met many people while being confined in this base. Those who hadn't harmed her could go even if they weren't related as uncles or aunts. But those who did harm her shouldn't even dream of leaving. After all, one must pay for what they've done. Kirsty's smile looked gentle, yet her words were anything but kind. "I've always been extremely fair. I never ask for more than what belongs to me, and others can't take away even a bit of what is mine. You all should be aware of what you did to Dot back then, right? If you know, then this will be easier to discuss. Give back whatever you took from her, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened." When Kirsty finished speaking, many faces turned stiff. Her words amounted to a death sentence. What did they take from Dot? Her heart, liver, kidneys. Almost every internal organ was replaced. If not for fears that brain transplants might kill Dot or cause complications for them, they would have replaced her brain too. Could anyone survive without these vital organs? Kirsty demanding that they return her organs was essentially waiting for them to die. Those who were initially wavering now stood firm, including powerful psychics who may not have taken anything directly but whose relatives had. Even the strongest person has someone they can't abandon. Kirsty gripped the list and watched everyone's expressions, smiling. She didn't actually have a complete list because Dot didn't know most people's names, she only recognized them on sight. She merely wanted to scare them, making their final moments even more terrifying. "Looks like you aren't planning to repay your debts. In that case, I won't hold back." Kirsty's petite body floated into the air, and countless wisps of black gas emerged from her. This black gas seemed different from the black mist used by Cliff, appearing denser, almost liquid-like. The black gas flowed continuously, spreading outwards, circling the entire base before converging in the sky. Kirsty tore open something resembling a scroll, causing the black gas to stabilize. Only upon closer inspection could one see it subtly flowing. She had activated an array scroll reinforced with magic, enveloping the entire base so that no one could escape until it was over. Kirsty called this locking the door to beat the dog, even considering whether the door was secure enough. After some thought, she concluded that very few could escape unless they had unique abilities. If such individuals managed to get away, it was their good fortune, indicating they weren't meant to die today. She wouldn't be so cruel. Heaven hadn't closed off their path, so she wouldn't do anything cruel either. After all, she was a kind person. If they could find a way to live, let them live. After enclosing the entire base, Kirsty signaled to her companions that they could begin, with no worries about anyone escaping. Cliff, who had been waiting for a long time, wasted no time and struck first. To be honest, these psychics were no different from lambs before a wolf. Though his psychic awakening was slower than average, the strength of his ability wasn't determined by when he awakened. Some things were destined. While Cliff awakened later than others, he also awakened an incredibly powerful ability. What mattered was the quality of the ability. Even if others awakened early and constantly honed their powers, compared to Cliff, they were still far too weak. Talent is something that cannot be easily explained. It's as if he was a favorite child of the heavens. In his previous life, he did not awaken dual abilities like in this one, yet he still became the strongest human being. Not to mention this life. The moment Bruce made his move, Stone, who wanted to lend a hand, soon realized that he was no different from being superfluous. His ability was somewhat similar to Ryan's, controlling flames. Abilities that manipulate a certain element are relatively common after the apocalypse, such as controlling earth elements or water and wind. Lightning manipulation is rarer but often more powerful. Stone's ability was already very strong compared to ordinary psychics, but in front of Bruce and those opposite him, there was no difference. Before he could even make a move, the group of psychics had vanished. Stone. Was he part of the cheerleading squad? Did he come over just to shout 666 for them? Back in Fengcheng, he was admired and hailed as a boss too. Why did he end up shouting 666 here? For a moment, he felt so sad that tears streamed down his face. Kirsty patted his shoulder, consoling him. "You are irreplaceable to me. You're the best psychic in my heart. No one can compare to you. Even Zack can't." Stone felt even more like crying, choking on his sobs. "You just value my cooking skills. It has nothing to do with my psychic abilities." Kirsty looked up at the sky calmly, her expression showing no sign of guilt as she whispered, Cooking is also an important skill, just like psychic abilities. Anyway, you're really important to me. Don't belittle yourself. Stone. Chapter 123. Who has more people now? While they were chatting aimlessly, Bruce had already carved out a bloody path all by himself. He weaved through the crowd like a sharp blade, slicing through the powerless masses over and over again. Those people were no different from pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Bruce had been spending time with Kirsty lately and had picked up some bad habits. As he darted through the crowd, he loudly shouted, "Drop your weapons, and I won't hurt you. It would be even better if you decide to turn over a new leaf." There were simply too many people. Brecken, who had initially planned to watch from the sidelines, reluctantly joined in. The two of them were enough to make countless psychics break down, fleeing while crying for their mothers. Finally, they realized just how vast the gap between individuals could be and began thinking about escaping. Bruce and Brecken were far too fast. Behind them was Stone, who finished off any stragglers. They dashed around, cutting down anyone who didn't surrender. Some tried to flee the city but were bounced back by a barrier, tumbling in mid-air before landing with a thud. The force wasn't great, but their speed made them roll back into the battlefield. The unlucky ones died on the spot. Others. Help. It was then that they realized what Kirsty had set up might be a dome covering the entire city, allowing entry but not exit. Finally, someone gave up, kneeling on the ground with hands raised high. "I surrender." With too much blood on the ground, he slid forward on his knees, nearly colliding with black mist. Tears welled up in his eyes, but before he could cry uncontrollably, the mist suddenly dispersed. Bruce, clearly intending to make an example of him, said with a smile, "The wise know when to yield. You're the smart one today." Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head, realizing it was still intact, and started wailing not out of fear but excitement. He hadn't died. He had survived. This example indeed worked wonders. Seeing this, others thought, "Oh, surrendering really does save us." Bruce wasn't lying. One by one, they quickly covered their heads, crouched down, and shouted, "We surrender." Except for a few who had close ties with the cause and knew they would die even if they surrendered, everyone else was now crouching or pretending to be dead. Kirsty hadn't expected them to surrender so quickly, making her feel a bit complicated. The elders, those at the top, felt even more conflicted. Almost all of them had harmed Dot, and at the very least, they had one of her organs in their bodies. They belonged to the group that would die upon surrender, as they were Kirsty's targets. They couldn't drop their weapons. Looking at those who had surrendered, their eyes reddened with fury, wanting to scold these cowards. But how could they have the right to call others cowards when they themselves dared not fight? Was this double standards? The few remaining psychics who resisted were quickly dealt with. The rest either surrendered or played dead. Soon, the situation completely changed. The outnumbered side became the dominant one, while the majority squatted, trembling in fear, worried that after this, Kirsty and her companions would kill them all. Kirsty, holding Dot's hand, had been sitting on a wall watching the spectacle. Seeing the situation resolved, she jumped down. "I always keep my word. Anyone who surrenders and isn't involved in that incident won't be killed. Now, I need to find certain people. I hope they come forward voluntarily. Once those who deserve to die are dead, I'll leave." Her tone was gentle, but her gaze was like daggers. When it fell on certain individuals, they felt as though they were being dismembered by her stare. The crowd trembled, filled with panic. Some wanted to resist, but most had lost the will to fight. A few stubborn ones, though still capable of fighting, chose to live for the sake of their loved ones. After making their choices, they completely ignored the pleading gazes of others. In the apocalypse, to survive, one had to sacrifice something. In the end, only a few who had undergone organ transplants stood with the elders, those whose families meant too much to abandon. These were the psychic family members of those who mattered most to them. They were not ready to give up, getting back up after being knocked down to resist again. At this moment, Dot suddenly stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with indifference, as if she no longer cared about these people's lives and deaths, but her words had a touch of warmth. "Those who came to me because their parents, spouses, or children were terminally ill or critically injured can be exempted." She did not want Kirsty to kill too many people for her sake. For Dot, as long as the main culprits were dead, it was enough. It even far exceeded her expectations. She had never thought that she could take revenge so quickly and had been prepared for the possibility that she might never be able to kill those Avilders in her lifetime. After Dot finished speaking, she asked Kirsty in a small voice, "Can I do this?" Kirsty patted her head. "Of course you can. I said before, you can make any decision. You are free. This is your business after all, but..." Kirsty raised her voice. "All those who sought her for treatment, I mean regular treatments, can be forgiven as long as they pay a price. If they pay enough compensation, it can be considered that nothing has happened." Kirsty curled her finger. "You should have an idea of how much it costs to seek a psychic of this level for treating such injuries. Pay the sufficient reward, and you can leave." As for how much compensation was required, Kirsty hoped they would be conscientious. After she finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene changed once again. Originally, there were still a few people standing by the old men's side, but now there were none. These old men and women, having been in high positions for a long time and wielding power arrogantly, had already been despised by some people. Moreover, once they fell from power, some people would have the opportunity to change their social status. Under the threat to their lives, they shifted allegiances very quickly. Soon, in this vast base, those old men found themselves isolated and unsupported. Chapter 124, They Deserved It. Some people had even begun to proactively report their colleagues, hoping to become informants and perhaps receive a lighter punishment. Others thought of fleeing, their eyes darting around, but almost all such attempts were thwarted. The barrier wasn't for show, everyone who tried to escape was hurled back with the same speed they ran away. They stood there in embarrassment, unable to do anything but stare dumbfounded. Almost everyone who attempted to flee had persecuted before. None of them could be considered innocent. Why would an innocent person run? Even if you were innocent and died, it would be self-inflicted. Kirsty gave a look, indicating that whoever tried to escape should be killed. The old men soon realized that running was futile and fighting was hopeless. They began to turn on each other. They had shown how much they valued their lives by mistreating in the first place those who wished to borrow another 500 years from heaven. They were possibly even more afraid of death than young people, so they competed to become informants, accusing others of their misdeeds. They started to insult each other. You were the one who suggested it, saying it felt like a viable possibility and we could try. It was you who first proposed that since she could replace organs, maybe she had other uses. That's why we tried it. I remember you were the first to conduct the experiment, even bringing your wife along. Stop talking about me. Look at yourself. Is anything left inside you that is actually yours? Your whole family has been replaced. Not long ago, you were still saying you'd replace a batch next month, right? Since it's free not to. I remember you invited your old friends over to get them replaced too. We only did it ourselves. Shut the hell up. Don't you think anyone knows you brought all your old lovers here to be replaced? Each of them accused and retaliated, losing all composure and calmness, looking as fierce as demons, willing to abandon any past bonds to survive. Kirsty couldn't help but laugh at the sight of their infighting. It was indeed hilarious. She took notes, remembering each name and finding others involved. She planned to punish every last one of them. Such beasts deserved nothing less than to go to hell. After all, was only around 15, a child, who became their organ donor. A group of people over 60, who had lived half their lives, had no shame in harming a teenage girl younger than their own granddaughters. Day after day, they harvested organs from such young bodies for themselves. Did they have no shame at all? Kirsty admitted she wasn't a saint, but compared to hypocrites like the St. Hall, she had principles and some sense of justice. She had killed countless people in her life, and in these 500 years, the blood on her hands was immeasurable. But she would never harm helpless young girls. This was both the dignity of strength and the bottom line of humanity. These people in front of her no longer deserved to be called humans. To gain a few extra years of life, to rejuvenate their aging bodies by just a little bit, they used the blood of the young, the flesh of the underage, to extend their shortening lifespans. To them, even trading someone else's life for an extra hour of their own was worth it, let alone constantly taking organs from a teenager. Using inhumane to describe them was an insult to wolves and dogs alike. The last time someone committed such disgusting acts was the St. Hall, under the guise of searching for the Holy Child, harming innocent children. Those were the people who harmed Little Black and Little White. Even Kirsty, with her temperament, felt uncontrollable anger at this moment. She directed Bram and the others without expression, following what had been discussed. Those who had taken a heart from would have their hearts taken. Those who had taken a liver would lose their livers. Kirsty suppressed her rage, gathering information. Fortunately, they had incriminated each other, revealing everything they had done, or it would have been more difficult to handle. After most details were recorded, Kirsty allowed Bram and the others to proceed. The cries of agony filled the air, but how did this compare to the pain had endured? They deserved it. It all boils down to two words, deserved it. Kirsty didn't even blink, gently covering one of Dot's eyes. Dot had experienced enough, she wouldn't feel scared by such a scene. Yet, she enjoyed the feeling of being cared for and leaned against Kirsty, contentedly letting herself be protected. Let me go. Let me go. I'll give you all my money. I have a very beautiful granddaughter. I pointed out several people, told everything I knew. Why? Don't kill me, I don't want to die. I still want to live. Please don't kill me. Dot closed her eyes, her voice icy cold. I once begged them to, not to harm me. Dot refused to use her abilities at first. After their threats failed, these people began to abuse and hurt her endlessly, then using both carrot and stick tactics, telling her that if she treated others, she wouldn't be beaten again, forcing Dot to treat people. They even brought in many young women and raped them in front of Dot, warning her that this would be her fate if she didn't obey them. And so on. They employed numerous methods, nearly driving Dot to mental breakdown. If not for her resilience as a strong-willed girl who never gave in, she might have gone mad long ago, left to be toyed with by anyone. Because of her indomitable character, when she heard those screams, she remained unmoved. The pain she endured had transformed her into a cold person, especially when facing her enemies. The more miserable they were, the happier she felt, almost uncontrollably laughing. If not for Kirsty being nearby, wanting to leave an impression of being well-behaved, she might have gone over to watch the show. Chapter 125, Self-Inflicted Karma. For a moment, blood and mangled internal organs were everywhere. Kirsty was a woman of her word. If she said she would only take your kidney, she wouldn't touch your bladder. Everyone got exactly what they deserved, no more, no less. On the other side, the others had already started frantically gathering supplies to bring back home. Most of them or their family members and friends had once been treated by Kirsty. They did not dare to disobey, fearing that they would be next. Compared to this, losing some supplies was nothing. In the end, even the most stingy among them didn't dare give anything less. Instead, they gave much more, hoping to empty their entire stock and give it all to Kirsty, fearing that Kirsty might think they weren't sincere enough or hadn't given enough and find an excuse to. Kirsty opened the dimensional door and tossed the supplies in, saying to Dot beside her, "Once we get back, I'll give these to you. All of these are yours." Dot responded obediently, "I don't need these. Why don't we give them to the people in the base? The base provides everything for me, and many have helped me a lot. I want to give something back to everyone." When she raised her head, her whole face looked pale but with a hint of sweetness. "And if it weren't for you, not only would I not have gotten these supplies, but I wouldn't have been able to avenge myself either. So I think these supplies should go to the base." She was very smart, knowing that if she offered the supplies to Kirsty, Kirsty would absolutely refuse. But by proposing to give them to everyone, Kirsty would consider others' opinions. Kirsty wasn't someone petty. She thought for a moment and then said, "All right, let's give half of it to everyone in the base and keep the other half as your personal stash. Store it in the warehouse, and when you need it, you can take it out." "Okay." Dot nodded obediently, and when she turned to look at others again, her gaze turned cold and ruthless, making a stark contrast that left everyone feeling uneasy. Kirsty covered her eyes once again, clearly determined to protect her young one to the end. Soon, most people had brought the required payment. Those who knew about Dot's existence and sought her help were almost all powerful psychics or closely related to the upper echelons. None of them were poor. Before long, there was a pile of supplies in front of Kirsty, and many people vied to help move the supplies through the door. Meanwhile, killing was happening on one side, making the situation quite bizarre for a while. Soon, all the supplies were moved, and all those targeted were killed. Kirsty clapped her hands and prepared to leave. She came swiftly and left just as swiftly. After Kirsty was gone, the survivors gradually realized that Kirsty had truly left, and they were really alive. So they celebrated like wolves in heat, rejoicing in their survival. Soon after, the power dynamics shifted. In this incident, almost all the casualties were from the upper ranks, along with a few impudent psychics. Most of the smarter ones surrendered quickly, except for a few unlucky ones. Almost all survived. Now, with all the higher-ups dead, including the top leaders, the base could not be without a leader. Of course, new leadership had to be chosen. How they fought for power was something Kirsty didn't know. She had already left with her companions. After leaving the base, Kirsty asked the children, "Do you want to visit other places? If you do, I'll take you. We're free anyway, and there seem to be many interesting places on our way back." "Sure." Dot nodded obediently, smiling sweetly at Kirsty and adding a touch of sympathy. "I've never been out to play before. Are there fun places around?" After thinking for a moment, Kirsty turned to ask the others, "Any of you planning to return? If so, I'll open a portal to send you back." Brecken had no intention of leaving. This was such a good opportunity to bond, he wanted to stay. Ichabod obviously felt the same, and Stone also wanted to stay but suddenly felt the atmosphere was strange. Instinctively, he turned to look at Brecken on his left and then Ichabod on his right. Between these two, every bit of conflict was visible in their gazes. He opened his mouth to say, "Sure, let's all go," but seeing the situation, he closed his mouth again. He wasn't stupid and certainly not as oblivious as someone else, unable to notice how many men around were interested in him. Thus, Stone spoke rapidly, "I really want to go with you guys, but I suddenly remembered that I have something very important to do. I won't go with you this time. I'll head back first. We can hang out another time." "Okay," Kirsty replied with some regret. After all, Stone's grilled meat was genuinely delicious. Once he left, there would be no one else to cook. The cooking skills of the two remaining men were fairly average, though it wasn't too bad. She could always open a portal to return and fetch food prepared at the base, then come back. After all, traveling back and forth was quite convenient now. "Let me send you back." Kirsty opened a teleportation array and sent Stone back, then said, "I just remembered that our base doesn't have a fixed teleportation array yet. I need to gather materials to set one up." The teleportation arrays she used now were relatively small and could only last for a short period. When moving supplies before, she had to open a new one every so often, which was quite troublesome. A fixed teleportation array could be larger, and if enough materials were available, it could remain open permanently. However, fixed arrays could only perform directed teleportation. Kirsty planned to create a one-way array. The advantage of a one-way array was that, no matter where she was, as long as her destination was the base, when opening the array, it would directly connect to the base's teleportation array and receive a response. Then the external teleportation array would become stable and large. If transporting items in the future, it would be much more convenient. She could also make simple teleportation scrolls for those who needed to go out. They could open the scroll and tear it when they wanted to return, activating the teleportation array to get back to the base. Unlike now, where only places she was present could open a teleportation array. Thinking about it, she felt the base indeed needed a larger teleportation array. Kirsty immediately suggested, "Let's collect materials while we play." Chapter 126, The Gathering of Enemies. "What materials do we need?" Ahmed asked curiously. Firstly, a large amount of crystals. Kirsty listed off several types of materials. Some of them she had, but there were others that she didn't. The fortunate thing was that almost all the materials Kirsty lacked existed in this world, which saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, she would have had to look for substitutes, which aren't easy to find. They would require multiple experiments to ensure their stability and performance were up to par, starting with small-scale teleportation arrays. It was just too troublesome. Ahmed was taken aback after listening and then said, quite a few of these can be found at luxury stores. We could gather some while passing by. How much do we need? Kirstini nodded. Not a small amount. Fortunately, all luxury stores across the country were now unclaimed, and no one cared about those luxuries anymore. A crystal necklace worth a fortune was less valuable than a pack of instant noodles in this era. Except for a few powerful people who had plenty of leisure time, no one bothered to take any luxury items because they were useless and cumbersome. So, they could pick up quite a lot along the way. Yes. Let's set off then. Having grasped the situation, Kirstini took her child, along with 2 companions, changed direction, and set out. Meanwhile, Valentina returned home with the healer mutant. On the way back, they treated him. As a healing-type mutant himself, he managed to treat his own wounds once he calmed down. But as mentioned earlier, the rumor that he could cure disabilities was exaggerated. It was something he couldn't achieve. Thus, he could only heal his wounds but couldn't restore what he had lost. After losing his root, he became increasingly gloomy and cruel. This healer wasn't exactly a good person to begin with and now seemed even more like a ghost, constantly thinking of revenge. He had lost both his dignity as a man and his humanity. If not for Rachel, he would still be highly revered, surrounded by admirers bringing beauties and supplies, begging him for treatment. Instead, he was now. Valentina was eager to return, so they hurried back to Fengcheng, covered in dust from the journey. When Valentina arrived, Ryan's condition was nearing the point of being uncontrollable. Adrian was anxious, and seeing her return, he immediately asked, "Did you find Dot?" Valentina. No. The moment Adrian heard this, his expression darkened. Looking at the healer beside him, he knew that this was just a last resort. Through gritted teeth, Valentina explained, he was taken away. She didn't need to say more, Adrian knew who had taken him. Their enmity was piling up layer by layer, beyond count. Then let's start the treatment first. They had no choice. Leaving some after effects was better than losing a life. However, the healer, having finally calmed down during the journey, asked right away, "Can you really help me get my revenge?" He was smart enough to see that Ryan's condition was very serious. Since they sought him out, it meant only he could treat Ryan. Naturally, he decided to drive a hard bargain. Adrian slowly turned his head to look at him, his gaze cold and laced with a hint of menace. You need to understand one thing. Without Dot, you're not much different from other healer mutants. The only difference is whether you heal faster or slower. In the past, Adrian might have taken the time to win over this person since healer mutants were very precious, especially capable ones like this. But after suffering repeated setbacks and seeing his brother end up this way, he had neither the mood nor the patience. Perhaps I should tell you who you've offended, Valentina interjected, sensing the strange tension between them. Worried that the healer might refuse to treat Ryan, she quickly added, "That woman is not an ordinary person. Have you heard of the Zombie King? Surely you know about the raid on the small base that failed, despite several major bases joining forces, including the largest survivor base, Fengcheng? Especially given his status as a precious healer mutant, he would have access to more insider information and knowledge of what happened back then." He had heard of the Zombie King, the Devil Girl, and other such tales. Realizing something from Valentina's words, his expression became increasingly grim. "Your meaning is, Everly who made you a eunuch is the Devil Girl Kirsty," Valentina said softly. "Knowing her identity, you should understand that even if you are a one-of-a-kind healing mutant, no one will kill Kirsty for you, and no one can. Besides, you're not irreplaceable. You can only choose to cooperate with Fengcheng because we have a grudge against her too and also want revenge. You have no other choice." The healer's expression grew darker and darker. He hadn't expected that he had offended Kirsty, but giving up on revenge was impossible. He had lost what mattered most to him. However, this did not stop him from bargaining, considering it was common knowledge how much Adrian cared for his brother. Even if he had no choice, he had to seize this opportunity to negotiate for better terms. If Ryan was healed and then he tried to negotiate, it would be too late. The healer was about to speak when Adrian slowly said, "They are very powerful, and I must admit this fact. So I will unite all forces possible to find a way to kill Ahmed and Kirsty. I know what you're going to say, and I can tell you that as long as you heal Ryan, any reasonable conditions will be met. You should have heard of my name and know that I won't lie to you. If your negotiation delays my brother's treatment." The healer paused for a moment, then extended his hand. "I believe you." His expression gradually twisted, fierce like a devil. "No matter what, I will kill Kirsty. No matter the cost, no matter how long it takes." He would become a venomous snake, constantly watching her, waiting for the right moment to strike. Chapter 127, Dot's Almond. Kirsty had never visited a jewelry store in this world before. Today, while accompanying Dot, they ended up playing around one such place. There were quite a few jewelry stores near the amusement park they visited, with several clustered together. The golden, orange-red, and dark red signs competed for attention. One could easily imagine that before the apocalypse, once night fell, the lead signs would light up sequentially, dazzlingly bright, almost vulgarly garish. Among these, gold and silver ornaments shops were the most numerous, followed by jade items. Crystal and gemstone stores were relatively fewer. In the world where Kirsty was from, crystals and gems were abundant, and these minerals were relatively suitable for setting up magical arrays. Therefore, her first target was crystal and gems. While searching for them, she noticed some jade items and found that the quality of the jade was quite good as well. Although she had never used jade before, it could be worth trying. Thus, she casually gathered some jade items, intending to take them all back. Even if they weren't used, they were still beautiful to look at, right? Kirsty even tried injecting her magic power into different minerals to see which materials allowed the magic to flow more smoothly and retained it longer. Those were considered high-quality materials. Then she discovered that most of the crystals and other minerals in the jewelry stores weren't of particularly high quality, filled with flaws and impurities, only ordinary in terms of texture. In contrast, the jade was much better in quality, relatively transparent with fewer impurities. This might be due to differences in geology between the two worlds. She could bring some jade raw materials back when she returned home and give them to friends as gifts. They would likely appreciate it. Fortunately, Kirsty still had a few high-quality crystals and gems in hand. When setting up an array later, she could use these higher quality ones as the core and supplement them with the lower quality ones to compensate for the inferior quality with quantity. It should work out fine. Kirsty scavenged for quite some time, gathering a lot of things. She was contemplating what form of teleportation array would be convenient to set up when she heard a commotion at the door. With her keen hearing, she quickly stashed the last piece of jade she liked into her extra-dimensional space and walked out. Upon exiting, she saw two people dragging Dot outside the shop, loudly questioning her. "I am your father," the man yelled desperately. "I raised you, and I even found a large base for you as a stable place to live. Now that your life is comfortable, do you not think about your father anymore? Even if you don't think about me, shouldn't you think about your younger brother? He's still so young, barely getting enough food to eat every day, and now he's not growing taller. Do you feel guilty towards your mother? Towards me? Towards your brother and sister?" Before Kirsty opened the door, she already heard the commotion outside. She was somewhat taken aback, realizing just how shameless some people could be. Hadn't Dot been sold by her own father? How could he now accuse his daughter like this? Kirsty glanced up and saw Ignatius rambling incessantly. He looked worn out recently, slightly emaciated and gaunt. But his gaunt face was twisted with a grotesque expression, making him look repulsive. Dot probably didn't expect to encounter her biological father here either. Since she wasn't familiar with jewelry, she hadn't been able to help much inside the shop, so she came out to breathe some fresh air. Shortly after stepping outside and aimlessly tearing open a pack of dried meat to snack on, a passing car suddenly reversed and stopped in front of her. Two people got off the car, one of whom was her father. When Dot's father saw her, his eyes lit up with excitement, a greedy gleam appearing in his cloudy eyes. After selling his own daughter, he indeed received a substantial amount of supplies, enough for the remaining 4 family members to live comfortably for a long time. However, holding a large amount of supplies without the ability to protect them was like a child carrying treasure but unable to guard it. Moreover, he didn't know how to hide his wealth and dared to offer resources to pretty widows. This attracted unwanted attention. Soon, most of his supplies were robbed. With 4 mouths to feed at home, his wife, who originally was a mistress, saw the situation and ran away, leaving him with 2 children to raise. He had to venture out to find more supplies to support his precious son, leading a very hard life. Many times, he regretted having sold his daughter for a one-time gain. A healing-type daughter was so precious, even if he were to sell her, he should have shopped around and sold her to the highest bidder rather than making a rash decision. But it was too late to regret since he had already sold his daughter long ago. He no longer had a second daughter with abilities for another sale. During this time, he constantly thought about this matter, feeling increasingly regretful. He regretted selling his daughter too cheaply and not hiding the supplies well enough that they got robbed. However, he never regretted the act of selling his daughter. Today, while out looking for supplies with others, he kept mumbling, "If my daughter were still here, would I be living such a life?" Then as the car passed by, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. At first, he did not dare to recognize her because Dot was standing on the roadside with her head down, tearing open snacks in her hand. She had grown some since the last time he saw her. Her originally thin and weak body gained some weight after staying at Kirsty's base for a while. Combined with the resolution of her grudge after taking revenge and meeting someone who loved her dearly, she recently looked radiant and more beautiful. It was normal for Dot's father not to recognize her immediately, so even after the car passed, he frequently turned back, trying to confirm if the person standing on the roadside was his daughter. Holding a glimmer of hope, he made the driver turn back. While still in the car, he wasn't completely sure. But once he got out of the car and saw Dot lift her head, revealing her beautiful face that grew more familiar with each glance, confirming it was indeed his daughter, he became elated. Dot looked well fed and well cared for, indicating she had been living comfortably. Instantly, jealousy surged within him, and he started questioning Dot the moment he got out of the car. "Your life seems to be pretty good lately, but your family is struggling. Haven't you thought about us?" Chapter 128, Actually, I'm just naive and sweet. Dot really didn't expect that her father would have the nerve to say such things. She was so taken aback that she didn't react for a moment. Her father immediately pressed his advantage and said, "Your brother and I haven't had food for days. We've been starving during this period. You're living well, so why haven't you come to find us?" While he spoke, his eyes never left the meat strips in Dot's hands, swallowing saliva continuously. Supplies in the city were running low now. It wasn't like before when they could raid a small supermarket and take supplies back in bulk. With numerous survivor bases ransacking the city, the supplies wouldn't increase but rather dwindle away as people kept taking. Most of the bases had started finding ways to be self-sufficient. Hardly any base dispatched large groups into the city to search for supplies anymore. Only people like Dot's father, who lived poorly and had no other survival skills, came to the city with others in similar situations, hoping to find overlooked supplies, pick up some leftovers, and barely get by. Now it was almost impossible to find supermarkets with supplies. They could only explore every household, looking for any quick foods the owners might have left behind. It was tedious work and yielded little, which most people were unwilling to do. He could hardly find much after a day of searching, yet there were children at home needing to eat. At the sight of food, everyone became envious. After all, Dot was still a child. Confronted by the father who sold her, her eyes instantly welled up. How can you even dare to say these things to me? Didn't you sell me yourself? You still want me to find you? Do you deserve it? He acted shamelessly, unconcerned if his words sounded unreasonable. When you awakened your ability, it was quite powerful. If someone else caught you, I couldn't protect you. The situation might have been worse. So I found a big base and entrusted you to them. As a healer-type ability user, how could you live poorly in a large base? He continued assertively, you are my daughter, and I am your father. How could I sell you? Now, in the apocalypse, life is hard for everyone. I just wanted to find a better place for you, where they could protect you. Do you think I don't know how many supplies you took from them? Dot retorted angrily. He quickly changed his demeanor, clutching his chest as if deeply pained. If I had taken many supplies from them, why would I still be searching for food just to give your brother a good meal? Have you been deceived? Maybe they want to use you. Therefore, they hope. He babbled incessantly while Dot grew increasingly red-eyed, remembering the conversations she overheard back then, making her understand her father's true nature. However, being too young and inexperienced with dealing with scoundrels like him, she was temporarily speechless and unsure how to refute him effectively. Just then, Kirsty emerged from the jewelry store, silently approaching Dot from behind, observing the man briefly. Dealing with such people was something Kirsty had experience with. She placed a hand on the child's shoulder to calm her down, then slowly stepped forward, smiling at the man. Are you Gabriella's father? Yes, I am, the man responded, noticing Kirsty's well-dressed and carefree appearance. Seeing her seemingly naive face and that she stood alone without the two men, he sensed an easy target ripe for deception. Dot's father instantly put on a broad smile, displaying some acting skills. One moment he was expressing deep sorrow. Gabriella, is there some misunderstanding between us? Abdullah really loves you. If given a choice, I wouldn't have handed you over to those large bases. The next moment, he appeared dejected and somber. I know leaving you alone in an unfamiliar base must have made you hate Abdullah. But compared to that, I hope you could have a better life. It seems you're doing well now, and Abdullah is relieved. I only hope you don't misunderstand Abdullah. Then, he added pathetically, if you had stayed with Abdullah, not only couldn't I protect you, but your future would be just like mine, hungry and cold. You're Abdullah's first child. How could I not wish for you to live well? He wiped away tears as he spoke, and anyone who didn't know better might have believed that he truly loved his children. Kirsty slowly said, Gabriella, I think there should be some misunderstanding between you and your father. There's no overnight grudge between father and daughter. Why don't you reconcile today? She looked down at Dot with a smile. Dot was originally very angry, pained, and felt wronged, wondering how Kirsty could say such things when she knew what had happened. Thinking about this, Dot soon realized that Kirsty was aware of her experiences and her father's true nature, so why would she try to reconcile them? She looked up into Kirsty's eyes, blinked for a couple of seconds, and suddenly understood that Kirsty was planning something. So Dot immediately replied, but I hate him. He abandoned me and traded me for supplies. Should I forgive him? Kirsty wore an expression like a naive and sweet girl. You see, it wasn't intentional, and he regrets it. You two should reconcile. He will make up for it, right? Dot's father kept nodding. If he could bring her back, he would have a steady money-making tree. If not, getting some benefits from her would also be fine. His current life was so terrible that he couldn't wait to get some advantages from his daughter to improve his situation. The Ignatius's eyes darted around, becoming increasingly affable. Of course, I am willing to compensate my daughter for the rest of my life. Come back and live with me. He put on a hypocritical tone. Your brother and I have been looking forward to your return. Last night, your brother cried and called out for his sister, perhaps missing you. Seeing this, Kirsty silently sighed in her heart, amazed that there were such shameless people in the world. Chapter 129 The Strong Man Locks the Man. Dot made a scene for a while, subtly showing a mix of anticipation for paternal love and hatred for his previous actions. The Ignatius sensed an opportunity and pleaded earnestly, nearly wearing out his lips before Dot reluctantly nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll forgive you. Before the Ignatius could rejoice, Kirsty smiled and said, since you've reconciled, that's wonderful. Let's now discuss compensation. The Ignatius looked puzzled. Compensation? What compensation? When you sent her to that base, you should have known the consequences. It was me who paid to get Capri out from there, and she said she would repay me with interest. Since you love your daughter so much, you should be willing to pay off her debt. After all, if not for you sending her there, she wouldn't need to borrow money from me to repay her debts. Your love for your daughter has moved me, so I will reduce some of the interest. You only need to repay this amount. Kirsty casually listed a large amount of supplies, making the Ignatius's face turn ashen. He had been wondering if Kirsty might also be from that base and unaware of the truth. But now, he wished he could strangle his former self who had just been spouting about father-daughter affection. After a long pause, the Ignatius, torn between wanting nothing and greedily exploiting his daughter's value, gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to rob me? Meow meow, come with me, let's leave here and find somewhere else to live. There must be bases willing to uphold justice for you. His plan was clear, He wanted to get his daughter back to exploit her value again but didn't want to pay anything, so he decided to simply run away with her. With such a strong ability, any base should be willing to take them in. With a base protecting his daughter, he wouldn't fear anyone coming to demand supplies. Just as he finished speaking, several big men appeared in front of him. Bram and Gordy weren't particularly muscular types, so standing next to number 2 and the others, they looked somewhat thin. Upon noticing the situation, Kirsty immediately set up a small teleportation array. Bram had personally chosen the strongest men and robust zombies, assembling dozens of imposing figures that indeed looked intimidating. A group of these burly men surrounded the Ignatius, leaving him overwhelmed and cornered. If this continued, he might even break into a cold sweat. The Ignatius's face froze. He felt like this was a setup, but he had walked right into it. Bitterness filled his mouth as he glanced at his daughter and the surrounding men, feeling numb. What do you want to do? I've already said, since you love your daughter so much, you should use supplies to pay off her debts. She owes me quite a lot, and one person might struggle to repay it. If you refuse to provide supplies, no problem. At your age, your organs should still be in good condition, right? There will still be people interested in them. Kirsty smiled sweetly. I never suffer losses willingly. Do I need to take action, or will you give them voluntarily? Dot almost burst out laughing but maintained a sad expression on her face. Armand, you love me, don't you? You're willing to pay off my debts, right? I heard everything you said. I'm willing to accept your compensation and live with you. The Ignatius. He wanted benefits, not more debt. Suddenly, the actor who had been declaring his boundless love for his daughter moments ago changed his tune. I was joking. He felt resentment toward Dot for trapping him in this unfavorable situation. What supplies can I provide? You've been in this city for 2 days, haven't you? How much have you scavenged? Hand it all over to me. Kirsty beckoned and said, it doesn't matter if it's not enough now. I'll come to collect regularly. Remember to stock up, after all, you love your daughter so much. Paying off some debts for her is nothing, right? You must be willing, aren't you? The Ignatius exploded with anger. He kept retreating, trying to escape, but there were too many people around, including some tall, hooded figures whose faces were hidden, forming a stark contrast to him. His mind was buzzing as he kept backing up until he bumped into the car door behind him. Seeing a group of burly men closing in, he turned pale and finally burst out in curses. Yes, it was me who sold her. I won't repay even a penny of her debt. What nonsense about deep father-daughter affection. We have nothing to do with each other. You go find her, not me. I just wanted to take advantage of the situation. What does her debt have to do with me? I don't have any supplies on me. You won't find anything. So poor. Grab him then. Check which organs can be used later. Don't waste them, Kirsty said with a smile, waving her hand. Immediately, a group of burly men pounced on him. The Ignatius was terrified, rolling around on the ground. He seemed to realize something as he watched himself being restrained, and someone approached with instruments, seemingly ready to examine his organs and remove what could be used to pay off the debt. The Ignatius let one cry after another, alternately claiming he had no relation with Capri and begging for mercy by offering supplies, pleading not to be killed. After enjoying the spectacle long enough, Kirsty made him hand over his supplies. He had only been in the city for a few days and had not gathered much. Those few items might just be enough to feed 2 or 3 people for a few days. After receiving the items, Kirsty looked at them disdainfully. Is that all? You, a penniless wretch, dare to talk big? Get lost. Once you collect more supplies, I'll come find you. Work hard and don't slack off. There's still a long way to go. The Ignatius hadn't expected to lose both his potential gain and dignity, sobbing and crawling away in disgrace. As soon as he left, Kirsty and Dot burst into laughter. After Kirsty finished laughing, she took out a small mouse she had prepared earlier and released it to secretly follow Dot's father. Chapter 130. What kind of beast? Dot's father was almost driven mad with anger. On his way back, he kept cursing Dot and Kirsty. He didn't believe that Kirsty truly had the capability to come after him for debt collection, nor did he notice a little mouse quietly crawling onto their vehicle. All the supplies he sought out over these days were for nothing, and now he would have to start all over again. The man next to him continued sarcastically, your daughter owes so much money. How could she owe this much and you never bothered to inquire about it? Don't mention it. With a gloomy face, he replied, let's go find more things. Kirsty strolled slowly along with Dot, looking down at her and asking, are you feeling any better now? Yes. Dot couldn't help but laugh. She had never imagined that someone would do these things for her. It was something she wouldn't even dare to dream about. Now that it actually happened, it felt surreal. I'm really happy, Dot said with a smile, let's go play up ahead. They spent several days enjoying themselves in the city before finally returning to the base. Kirsty took out all the gems and assorted items, preparing to set up a large teleportation array. She chose the exact center of the entire base as the location, which was where the council hall was planned to be built. Perhaps they would also construct a small square here later on so everyone could gather and play together conveniently. As Kirsty began setting up the gems for the teleportation array, Dot's father was preparing to head home. He had wandered around the city for a long time without acquiring much, but if he didn't return soon, the supplies at home would run out, and what if something happened to his son from hunger? He returned home with what little he had gathered, with the little mouse silently trailing behind him all the way to the base he now lived in. His current residence was a medium-sized base, not too large in scale but densely populated. Since his wife ran away, he had been living alone with his children here. When he left for the city, The two young kids relied on each other for survival. His son was spoiled and already had many bad habits despite his young age. Although his sister was younger than him, all the household chores fell to her. The 8-year-old sister had to cook, wash clothes, and clean the house, while the teenager only lay around waiting to be fed, always complaining about being hungry. When Dot's father arrived home, his precious son was throwing a tantrum because, by normal standards, his father should have returned with food a few days ago. However, due to being tricked by Kirsty, he came back several days later than expected. His son had missed a meal already. Abdullah. His son jumped up happily when he saw him. How much did you bring back? I'm starving. Why did you take so long to come back? I haven't eaten for a day. He hurriedly brought out some food, instructing the little girl to prepare a meal for his son. His face was still sour, and as his little daughter cooked, he continuously observed her. This time, the amount of food he brought back was meager, not enough to last him another week-long trip to find supplies. His son mustn't starve, and this was unacceptable. Unfortunately, his little daughter was only 8 years old, still growing. The little girl barely managed to prepare dinner, but could only wait on the side, eating leftovers after her father and brother finished. She was in the prime of her growth stage. While her brother complained about missing one meal, she hadn't eaten the day before, eagerly waiting for just some broth. But the little girl dared not say anything. Her mother had abandoned her during her escape, and in this household, her father clearly favored her brother, treating her as dispensable. At only 8, she had nowhere else to go if she left. The little girl crouched in the corner, her stomach growling, yet not daring to say a word or even mention her hunger. The next morning, the little girl woke up early, cleaned the house thoroughly, and was about to prepare breakfast when her father suddenly approached. I exchanged for some meat. Let's stew it for lunch today. The little girl couldn't help but swallow, as she hadn't eaten meat for a very long time. Was there really going to be meat today? She knew that even if her father could get some meat, the quantity would definitely be minimal, and it would prioritize her brother. But even just some scraps or broth would be good. She took the meat and cut up many potatoes, cooking them together. The little daughter's cooking skills were not very good. After all, she was only 8 years old. Before the apocalypse, she hadn't suffered much either, so her dishes were just edible. But this was meat. When the aroma of the meat spread through the air, her eyes, already blurred from hunger, couldn't resist secretly ladling a little bit of soup to drink. When her father entered the kitchen, she was there sipping the soup in tiny mouthfuls. Seeing her father made her afraid, worried that he would scold or hit her for stealing food. She quickly put down the spoon in her hand and softly explained, I just wanted to taste the saltiness. Today, her father was unusually kind, stroking her head, it's okay. Later, scoop more meat. You get half, your brother gets half. Kids should eat more meat. The little daughter looked at him fearfully, not understanding why her father was so gentle today. She didn't dare to really give herself half of the meat when dishing it out. She scooped about a quarter of the meat from the pot into her bowl, dividing the rest between her father and brother. As she carried it out, she kept glancing at her father, afraid that he might change his mind, but today, not only did her father not go back on his word, he even gave her some meat from his own bowl. Her brother was still unhappy, yelling that their father was favoring her and that he wasn't full. In reality, that one piece of meat, divided into 3 parts, would only be about the size of a fist each. But with the large amount of potatoes added, along with some staple food, everyone could have been full. When the little daughter ate, her eyes welled up with tears, probably thinking in her heart that her father was finally willing to be a bit nicer to her today, perhaps making her future life a little better. After finishing the meal, she tidied up the tableware. Suddenly, her father called her. She immediately stopped what she was doing and followed her father outside. A kind-looking, chubby uncle stood at the door. Her father pushed her gently, from now on, you'll live with Brant. Chapter 131, The Fate of a Beast. The little daughter was still naive and didn't really understand what this meant. She just turned to look at her father with red eyes. I don't want to. Armand's face darkened, as cold as usual. Are you disobeying me? Do as I say. Going home with Brant will mean you'll have food to eat every day, and it's for your own good. Although young, the little daughter vaguely knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was the end of the world. Who would want to adopt an 8-year-old child who might not adapt easily? I don't want to. Abdullah. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped across the face. Her small body couldn't bear the force and she fell to the ground. The chubby uncle nearby wasn't pleased. What if you hit her too hard? Who wants a damaged face? Her father gave an embarrassed laugh, just used to being strict. Sorry. The chubby uncle pulled her up from the ground and said, You've checked the goods, so I'll take her now. Too young to express her fear, she could only cry incessantly. Just then, a little mouse bounced out from some corner. Then a large door appeared on the mouse's back, suddenly unfolding. Selling off your elder daughter and now the younger one, but you won't part with your son? Kirsty hadn't wanted to get involved in this matter. But seeing a child so young, only 8 years old, being sold by one beast to another, what could such a small girl be bought for? Surely not out of kindness, most likely to satisfy base desires. After all, some people in this world were naturally twisted and depraved, capable of lust even toward children. Kirsty did not want the tragedy that befell Charlie and Chauncey to happen right before her eyes. If she hadn't seen it, perhaps she wouldn't interfere, but since she saw it, she wouldn't stand by. A pale hand emerged first from the gate, its slender fingers slowly closing together. At that moment, the chubby uncle who held the little girl suddenly seemed compressed by something unseen. His plump body jiggled uncontrollably, eyes and tongue bulging out helplessly. After about 3 seconds, his bulky frame exploded like a water-filled bag pierced by a needle. With a loud pop, he burst open. Dot's father, standing close by, was caught off guard, getting splattered all over his face and body. He had been opening his mouth to speak when the blood and flesh sprayed into his mouth. Now he was kneeling on the ground, retching, even bile coming out. The little sister beside him, despite being closer, remained miraculously untouched by blood. Upon closer inspection, a transparent shield seemed to protect her. Kirsty stepped out and looked down at the little sister who had been scared stiff. She was just 8 years old. In pre-apocalypse times, she'd be in 2nd grade. Though she had witnessed some terrifying scenes since the apocalypse, the sight of a living person exploding beside her, leaving a mess of blood and flesh, was new to her. She looked like a frightened stray kitten, her thin body trembling, frozen in shock. Kirsty hadn't seen such a skinny child in a long time, so she picked her up and weighed her. She didn't weigh more than a bag of rice. A normal 8-year-old should weigh around 40 kilograms or more. This child probably didn't even reach 30 kilograms, her wrists bony from malnutrition. Too afraid to speak, she silently cried, not daring to cover herself. It was a conditioned response. Whenever her father was unhappy, he would vent his anger on her with punches and kicks. If she tried to dodge, he would beat her harder. So she had learned to endure without resistance or loud crying. Kirsty hadn't encountered anyone as beastly in a long time, finding it somewhat rare. I was planning to leave you to Dot. In Kirsty's mind, there was nothing wrong with letting a child take revenge on their father. It wouldn't leave psychological scars. She was merely waiting for the child to grow a bit older, at least to adulthood, where they could take responsibility for their actions. Only then would she ask if they wanted to personally eliminate their hateful father. Everyone needs to grow up. After Dot avenges herself, she will definitely still have a hurdle in her heart. Her father will become her shadow, haunting her for a long time until one day she fully comes to terms with it, or the shadow dies. Kirsty is not the type of person who likes to make things difficult for her own child. Rather than waiting for her to come to terms with it, it's easier to directly eliminate the source of the shadow. So, her decision was this: on Dot's 18th birthday, she would give her worthless father as a gift, leaving her free to deal with him as she wishes. But today, Kirsty couldn't bear it anymore. Her tolerance for scum is very limited, and Dot's father's actions had already far exceeded her threshold. Scum like this contributes more to the world dead than alive. Kirsty held the small child, who was about the size of a cat. This child wasn't quite the same as Dot in her eyes. The child of a third party was born with original sin. Even if the child hadn't turned out bad, as a beneficiary, she felt guilty toward Dot. Dot was her own child, naturally treated differently from others. Although Kirsty wouldn't do anything to this child, after all, she wasn't that third-party mother, she wouldn't be as gentle as she was to Dot, and even idly asked her, "Am you afraid if I kill your father?" The child, QAQ. She trembled so much she didn't dare speak, whimpering and looking even more like a kitten. Her father hadn't expected to see Kirsty again so soon. His face stiffened, especially after standing up after vomiting and hearing those words. The remains of the fat man who exploded were still stuck on him, and he absolutely didn't want to die. Panic-stricken, he pleaded, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll pay off Capri's debt." He took out the supplies he got from selling his daughter, which he hadn't even had time to enjoy, and gave them all to Kirsty. "I can earn more. Don't kill me." Chapter 132, Rich Experience in Procurement. Kirsty accepted the supplies. Just when he thought he had escaped a calamity, Kirsty's palm slowly landed on his head. "I thought about it and still feel that you don't deserve to live." The Ignatius's face instantly turned grotesque. He wanted to say something more, but it was already too late because his head had exploded. The little girl shivered violently but didn't dare to make a sound. Kirsty reopened the door and carried this small bundle back. She had been busy with important matters before she came over. If not for the situation reported by the spy seeming somewhat off, Kirsty wouldn't have come here at all. After she casually killed someone, she returned. The few people assisting her saw her coming and going and returning with a child, teasingly saying, "This can't be your illegitimate daughter, right?" "Oh no, I just slaughtered her father. Seeing her age so young, I thought she might have difficulty living alone, so I brought her back," Kirsty said calmly. The others laughed ha-ha for a while, but then felt it wasn't quite right. After a while, one of them finally reacted. "What? You killed her father?" "Dot's father," Kirsty added a sentence. "Oh." The group who were initially shocked suddenly became calm. Someone asked, "So how do you plan to settle her?" "There are people in the village who previously lost their children. Ask if they're willing to adopt her. If they agree, that's best. Otherwise, we'll see." Kirsty never planned to adopt this child from the beginning. She had enough kids to take care of, and Dot might get jealous. Most villagers were rescued by Kirsty from that beast-like village. Some lost their children when the apocalypse began, some lost them in that village, and perhaps there would be someone who wanted to adopt a child. Living with her should be 10,000 times better than being sold to that scumbag. The little girl didn't know what would happen and was trembling with fear. Kirsty didn't bother explaining to her either. Anyway, as long as she lived in the village for a while, she'd understand that no one wanted to harm her. Kirsty casually handed the child over to Brecken, who had just arrived, explaining her thoughts. She hadn't finished setting up the teleportation array yet and couldn't leave, so finding parents for the child was left to Brecken. Understood. Brecken took the child and walked away. Not far from where he went, he met Dot out for a walk. Dot recognized the child from a distance and was stunned for a moment as she got closer. So, she cast an inquiring glance at Brecken. Brecken explained calmly, Your father intended to sell her to a pedophile. Kirsty happened to pass by, beat your father until he exploded everywhere, and picked up this child. Just say he's dead. Why exploded everywhere? Also, what does happen to pass by mean, even at such a distance? But didn't say anything. Even though her father had died, her expression didn't change at all. She only asked, is he really dead? Brecken tactfully replied, he's stuck to the shoes now. Got it. Kirsty asked me to ask you if you can accept having your sister stay at the base. Used to be very kind-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked exposing her powers to treat her younger siblings after they were injured. Even though she suffered after being sold by her father, and although her sister's mother was that mistress, didn't turn her pain into hatred towards the child. I don't mind. Anyway, she hasn't done anything to harm me. If she wants to stay, let her. I'll go find her adoptive parents then. Brecken shook the child a bit. The child, staring blankly at finally recognized her and cried out sis. Barely acknowledged it and walked away. As long as Kirsty didn't adopt her, wouldn't care much. She magnanimously thought. Brecken visited many people who had lost children or were around the same age, asking if they were interested in adopting a child. A couple who had lost a child close in age to the little girl, feeling compassionate, decided to adopt her. With the child placed in foster care, one minor issue was resolved. When Brecken returned to find Kirsty, she waved her hand before he could speak. Finding adoptive parents is fine, no need to tell me details. Oh, did you come to find me for something else? Brecken remembered he had come to find Kirsty for an important matter. Recently, people have been lingering around our base, possibly discovering that we've established a base here, and the news has spread. Don't worry about it, Kirsty said, arranging the gems in her hand without looking up. It's only a matter of time before they know we are here. It's just a bit earlier than expected. They shouldn't have the guts to attack us in the short term. We'll see when they make a move. During this period, all human bases should be trying to enhance their combat strength, gathering more psychics, and searching for someone who can counter Kirsty. They probably neither have the spare capacity nor the audacity to do anything. They would at most secretly monitor us. As long as we don't stir up any trouble, the human side wouldn't dare to take the initiative. Even if they were given 8 chances, they might still not dare to make a move. Kirsty chuckled slightly, a mocking laugh. Brecken shared the same thoughts, so he was quite calm too. You're right. He sat down and watched Kirsty fiddle with her objects. She held a large pink diamond-like gem, but on closer inspection, it wasn't a diamond but probably a special kind of gem from Kirsty's world, sparkling beautifully under the sunlight. One of the assistants praised, I've never seen such a large pink diamond. How much did that famous pink diamond sell for last time? Over 100 million? If this were auctioned, it would fetch over $1 billion. Kirsty didn't look up and replied, indeed, very expensive. Back then, it sold for a high price of 2 million gold coins during the auction. That was gold coins, not silver ones. Even the sanctuary would feel a slight pinch spending that amount. As for why it was in her hands, well, she had also made a purchase at the sanctuary. Chapter 133, What level of pirate ship is this? Kirsty spent a great deal of time setting up this teleportation array. After all, it was her own property and needed to be built solidly for many years of future use. Once the inner and outer walls were completed, construction began on various buildings. Everyone worked enthusiastically because this would be their future home. They felt as if they were building their own homes, so naturally, no one slacked off or did things half-heartedly. The feeling of building their own base was completely different from building one for someone else. Almost everyone was fully engaged, paying meticulous attention to detail in an attempt to build everything to perfection. Kirsty finally managed to take some time off and patrol the base, where she noticed that her base was quickly taking shape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it was almost finished and then could be refined bit by bit. Ely had been working himself to the bone recently. When Kirsty ran into him, she barely recognized him. Ely wasn't particularly handsome, but he was decent looking. However, after a period of hard work, dark circles under his eyes looked like they could serve as makeup-free props in a horror movie, and due to lack of sleep, he seemed like a walking corpse. Although Kirsty hoped the base would be completed soon, she wasn't heartless enough to overwork her people mercilessly. She patted Ely's shoulder. I'll give you a few days off. Go get some good rest, and pay attention to your health. Ely raised his head with a dazed expression and loudly protested, no, I still have important tasks unfinished. No holiday. Kirsty, you're not happy about getting a break. After speaking, Ely suddenly perked up and stormed off in one direction. Kirsty. While running, Ely muttered to himself, as if enchanted, almost done, once this part is done, I can rest. People need a psychological pillar. If he pushed through all at once, he might collapse afterward for a long time, but if he stopped and rested now, he would be reluctant to continue later. So Ely chose to finish it all at once. Better to strike while the iron is hot. If he paused, his resolve would weaken. After making a round, Kirsty found everyone's morale was quite high, except for Ely. For most people, this base was indeed their home, built with their own hands, a place truly belonging to them, not like those outside bases. So everyone was highly motivated, working very efficiently without needing any coercion, even volunteering to work extra when bored. A capitalist would cry seeing this. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Kirsty had less to do. After patrolling the area, she couldn't find much to do, standing there feeling rather melancholic, realizing times had changed. Previously, the Holy Hall would recruit people to construct places like its halls and towers. Those people were unwilling to come, and some even fled elsewhere to avoid working for the Holy Hall. Perhaps only fanatics would willingly undertake such tasks. Zack passed by just then and asked upon seeing Kirsty's complex expression, "Is there nothing left for you to do?" Yes. Currently, the only task Kirsty had was periodically adjusting Zack's body. This job became easier as Zack's body adapted, similar to how medicine initially has the strongest effect, which diminishes over time. Kirsty simply said, "I think I'll go play in Wind City, otherwise I'll be idle anyway." She had also mentioned to Stone that she wanted to stock up supplies. She heard Wind City was raising many fish, which sounded delicious. "Have some people dig ponds. I will set up a teleportation array, so you can transport water back. Let's raise some fish later." Zack knew this meant trouble for Wind City, but he remained calm. It was Wind City's misfortune, not his problem. "Sure, need any help?" No, Kirsty intended to handle this alone and didn't need more people. She called Stone over immediately. Zack also found some ability users to prepare to dig ponds and invited Ely over to choose a suitable location that wouldn't affect other constructions. Ely was in a dazed state, mainly due to exhaustion affecting his mental state. When he heard about digging ponds, he was still confused. Where are we going to get the fish? Kirsty has already gone to Wind City to purchase them. She should be back soon, so we need to have the ponds ready. Before Zack could finish, Ely laughed. "Wind City can supply us? Do they wholesale their fish fry? This is the first I've heard of it. Ha 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 ha." As he laughed, he felt something was off because everyone else was looking at him strangely. Someone who knew the situation murmured, "Have you never seen our leader restock before?" "Ely." Someone quietly filled him in on the history between their base and Wind City, the recent incidents, and the grand spectacle of their leader's last restocking trip to Wind City. Ely's foggy brain suddenly cleared. He had always known he had joined a pirate ship, but since he lived in a rural area with his mother after the apocalypse, he wasn't well informed about what had happened at the base or the grievances between Kirsty and Adrian. Now that he knew, his numb brain started hurting intermittently, and his vision kept blacking out. He had always known he was on a pirate ship, but never imagined it would be so huge and terrifying. Ely's vision went dark, and he finally fainted happily. When he woke up, his mother was by his side, tears streaming down her face as she scolded, "Didn't they tell you to rest? Look at you, exhausted to faint." "Ely. Sour, let's move." He didn't faint from exhaustion, but from fright. Chapter 134. He was going to be enraged. Kirsty took Stone, who was familiar with the route. When Stone knew about this matter, he was quite delighted. "You're finally preparing to go and purchase supplies. Hey, let's go." The two of them were in perfect collusion, slinging their arms around each other as they opened a teleportation portal. Since a permanent teleportation portal had already been installed in their base, after this trip, they could carry even more items. After setting up a corresponding portal on the other side that would synchronize with the one here, they could then open a large, stable portal, making it very convenient to bring in whatever amount of supplies they wanted. Stone shed 2 crocodile tears in advance and then enthusiastically led Kirsty through the spatial door to the other side. When they appeared in midair, many people saw them. Those who had experienced the previous incidents already recognized Kirsty and looked up with somewhat numb expressions. "Here she comes again." There were also those who had only recently arrived at the base and didn't recognize Kirsty, asking the people beside them, "Who is hanging up there in the sky? Why are they so audacious? This is Wind City." Adrian had received the news early on, his face expressionless as he instructed his subordinates, "Leave her alone, let her do whatever she wants." Just as Adrian was receiving reports from his men, he happened to be beside his younger brother. Ryan's body had just begun to recover, but not fully, and he still suffered from many lingering effects. Upon hearing that Kirsty had come, his eyes immediately turned red, like those of a rabbit's. "Brother, let me out. I'm going to fight her to the death." If it weren't for Kirsty, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It was all Kirsty's fault. He wanted to kill Kirsty. Adrian was almost driven mad with anger. "Have you not learned your lesson after all this? If you hadn't acted so rashly earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I've told you countless times, you must be cautious, but what did you do? If I let you face Kirsty now, do you really think you can win?" Ryan's reddened eyes became even redder, and he lowered his head to look at his arm. His right arm was much thicker than a normal person's right arm, and if the sleeve were pulled back, one could see strange patterns covering it, looking as if a tattoo had swelled up. Moreover, it was covered with vein-like structures, with prominent veins bulging out. These were all gifts from Brecken and the others. His right arm was virtually useless, unable to use any abilities. To utilize his powers now, he could only rely on his left hand, as this one had completely lost its responsiveness. "Brother." Ryan looked at his brother somewhat aggrieved. In the end, Adrian couldn't bear to be too harsh with him and whispered, "We will have our chance to avenge ourselves eventually, but for now, you must endure. Wait for me to gather strength. If you act rashly, we might ruin everything." "I understand, brother." Ryan clenched his teeth tightly, trying his best to control himself. It wasn't just him who had to hold back, there was also a certain eunuch who had to do the same. The healer with healing abilities had also received word of Kirsty's arrival in Wind City. If he hadn't been a healer with little combat ability, he might have rushed forward to confront Kirsty already. "I must endure. I must endure." He knew that Adrian had been gathering manpower, seeking reliable and powerful psychics, so what he needed to do now was endure until their side became strong enough to stand against Kirsty. Kirsty had no idea about all these thoughts bubbling below. She was leading Stone in search of the fish farming locations in Wind City. Wind City was indeed vast, just the breeding zones comprised 2 districts, with fish farming spread across separate areas. Without a local guide, Kirsty might not have found them easily. She strolled lazily with her companion, asking along the way, "Adrian seems to have been making a lot of small moves lately. Have you heard anything about it?" Stone, who had many friends, stroked his chin and said, "I have friends still in Wind City. They recently mentioned that Adrian has rallied a group of psychics with various abilities. Some are very powerful, while others have peculiar abilities. Perhaps he's targeting you. I think we should be a bit cautious." Having witnessed Kirsty's numerous capabilities, he believed there was no need to worry about what Adrian might do, but one shouldn't be overly confident. Overconfidence could lead to trouble. They still needed to exercise a bit of caution. Therefore, she shared some information her friends had told her. Kirsty was a little curious but didn't intend to provoke Adrian again. This time, they were really just here for supplies. The 2 of them gathered quite a lot of fish. The variety in Wind City was impressive, and some were already very plump, ready to be caught and eaten. They could have boiled fish for dinner tonight. But the most important thing today wasn't this. Kirsty left Stone to move things around and quietly went to find Carly. Carly hadn't seen Kirsty in a long time, so she was pleasantly surprised when they met. "Why did you come looking for me?" "I came to Wind City for some business today and decided to drop by to see you," Kirsty said calmly. Carly already knew about Kirsty's identity since Kirsty had been openly bold during her visits, showing no intention of hiding it. But she had learned from Kirsty before and knew well that Kirsty wasn't like what Adrian described. She trusted the Kirsty she knew rather than the one described by others. What happened didn't affect their friendship at all, especially considering they were teacher and student. "I've established a base now. If one day you decide to venture outside, you can come visit me directly." Kirsty gave her the location of the base, chatted with her for a while, played a couple of games, and packed a bunch of snacks prepared by Carly before leaving to meet up with Stone. Stone knew about her connection with Carly, so he marveled, if Adrian finds out about this, he'll cry, right? His fiancée had been lured away by another woman, who happened to be his arch-nemesis. It meant his charm couldn't compete with a woman's, which should be a huge blow to him. Hopefully, Adrian wouldn't go crazy when he found out everything, as going crazy wouldn't help anyway. Hee. Chapter 135, Fiancé ran away. Kirsty brought back a lot of supplies, and when she left, Adrian actually sighed with relief. He had made extensive preparations over this period, all aimed at dealing with Kirsty. Fortunately, Kirsty was indeed just there to restock and didn't detect anything unusual. He still needed time to prepare because if they wanted to kill Zack and Kirsty, they would not have a third chance. It had to be a one-hit kill, because they had already wasted one opportunity. Kirsty wouldn't give them another chance after that. Adrian thought a lot about what to do next, identifying gaps in their plan. That night, someone came looking for him, saying Carly's father wanted to see him. What could Carly's father want? Adrian got ready to meet Carly's father, but then another messenger arrived, informing him that Carly's father had already gone out with people to look for Carly and did not want to waste time coming over. So he simply told Adrian that Carly had disappeared. He asked Adrian to send some men to help search for Carly. Adrian. He had an ominous feeling for some reason. After finishing her supply run, Kirsty returned to her base. She watched everyone dig a large pond and even discussed whether to plant lotus roots in it. Lotus roots are delicious vegetables, whether stir-fried, made into sticky rice-stuffed lotus root, or lightly blanched for a cold dish. Moreover, planting lotus is quite convenient, with byproducts like lotus seeds to eat as well. Just thinking about it made her feel delighted. They were discussing this, and Kirsty also agreed, figuring the pond might as well be used since it was empty anyway. So she told them they could proceed, and the group cheered excitedly before going to get the lotus seedlings. Lotus seeds are actually the seeds for planting. As long as they aren't cooked, they can grow, as lotus seeds are resilient plants that can sprout even after being stored for a long time. Zack recalled some news about ancient lotus seeds germinating after being unearthed from thousands or hundreds of years ago. Plant some regular ones and maybe try a few others. Kirsty suddenly remembered something important. In her extra-dimensional space, she had some lotus seeds, not many, bought during a shopping trip when she was under attack. She had wanted to make lotus seed soup and so bought a few in a human market. These weren't ordinary lotus seeds but high-quality varieties cultivated by the Holy Hall. She wasn't sure if they would survive here. After thinking for a moment, Kirsty decided to take out the lotus seeds and let everyone plant them. She mixed in a bit of spirit liquid to the pond. Whether they survived would be up to fate. Having done all this, Kirsty yawned and went to sleep, saying, "Call me if there's any issue." The teleportation array used many gems and crystals. Kirsty infused her magic power into it until depleted, ensuring it wouldn't malfunction before then. To stabilize the array further, she added some cores extracted from zombies, making minor modifications. For a long time ahead, it should remain worry-free. Kirsty granted a few individuals permission to activate the array, so they could return directly when gathering resources outside, cutting travel time significantly. Kirsty retired to her room, while others continued working. The base construction progressed faster than expected, and within a week, the first residential area was completed. Everyone received a house, needing only to decorate it themselves as the main workforce was still building other areas. They thus spent idle hours after work bringing zombies home to repair their houses. It looked peculiar. Though odd, this had become routine for the base. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before their base was fully operational. Carly arrived a week after Kirsty's supply run. After escaping Feng City, she wandered around to enjoy the scenery before heading toward the direction Kirsty mentioned. Since the location was exposed, many knew the base was established by Kirsty. Various bases had sent spies to monitor this area discreetly. So when Carly arrived with her small baggage, Adrian had already received the news. He was completely flabbergasted, having no idea when his fiancée had met Kirsty or how she had been swayed to run away from home. All these events struck him so hard that his feelings were extremely complex, especially when Carly's father learned where his daughter was and was terrified, repeatedly urging his son-in-law to bring her back immediately. After all, she was his treasure, his only daughter, his heart's half-life. Adrian felt even more distressed. If he could go get her, would he be holed up in Feng City doing nothing? However, Carly's father controlled a significant portion of Feng City's power, and Adrian couldn't afford to lose his support. Therefore, he continuously consoled Carly's father while secretly devising ways to bring her back. Carly didn't know that her fiancé was nearly pulling out his hair. She was now very happy because she had always wanted to run away from home before. But without strength at that time, any danger she faced would ultimately hurt her father. She didn't want her father to suffer due to her selfishness, so she obediently stayed in the base. Even though she disliked her fiancé, she never rebelled. Until she met Kirsty. Kirsty taught her some self-preservation methods and gave her the power to protect herself. Then, she boldly ran away from home. Before leaving, she left a letter for her father to avoid making him worry. Unbeknownst to her, her father almost had a heart attack upon reading it. Because the letter read, Abdullah, I really don't want to marry Adrian. The closer the wedding gets, the more unbearable I feel. So after careful thought, I've decided to run away from home. The world is so big, I want to see it. Don't worry, I'll come back when I've had enough fun. P.S. I now have enough self-defense ability, as you've seen before, so don't worry about me. P.P.S. I'm staying with a strong friend, so you really don't need to worry. Her father. When Carly arrived at the base, she looked up at the high walls and busy zombies. Kirsty's construction of the base, though medium-sized, had unusually tall walls. Humans and zombies worked harmoniously, a sight that astonished every newcomer. Carly stood by the gate, whispering to herself, I knew she wasn't like that. According to her father and fiancé, Kirsty was an irredeemable villain who protected the zombie king, consorted with zombies, and was humanity's enemy, one that must be eliminated. Everyone told Carly this, but she had seen Kirsty personally. Kirsty was neither evil nor cruel, nor irredeemably wicked. She seemed like just another ordinary, beautiful, and lovely girl, far removed from those strange descriptions. To Carly, Kirsty was adorable and had taught her many things, giving her freedom. Upon seeing the base, the reality differed significantly from the rumors. The humans showed no fear or reluctance, they were voluntarily living with the zombies. The zombies did not harm the humans, they coexisted harmoniously, even taking orders from humans, contrary to expectations. Carly became increasingly excited, eager to meet Kirsty. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted towards the wall, Hello, I'm Kirsty's apprentice. Can I come in? Could you call Kirsty for me? Those working on the wall heard her and saw a pretty girl shouting. Kirsty's apprentice? Someone replied, Wait a moment. He quickly informed Kirsty. Upon hearing her apprentice was coming, Kirsty was happy. First, they got along well and had developed a certain bond. Second, anything that bothered Adrian made her happy. Adrian unhappy made her happy. Kirsty put down everything and happily went to welcome Carly, waving as she approached. Why are you here? Carly, carrying a small bag and bursting with energy like a cannonball, exclaimed, I ran away from home, already toured around outside, but found it wasn't as interesting as I imagined. So, I came to find you for some fun. As she spoke, she started giggling. I also brought lots of stuff. Kirsty guided her into the base and soon discovered what she had brought along. Carly brought a stack of snacks and gaming devices, and with a touch of nostalgia, said, You don't have electricity here? That's troublesome. Many games can't be played. However, it didn't matter because she also brought several portable gaming devices. After all, she needed something to play during her journey. The two immediately clicked and started playing as soon as they entered the base. Ahmed, upon hearing that Kirsty's apprentice had arrived, specifically came over to check. He knocked on the door, but receiving no response, he pushed it open and found both of them engrossed in a game inside. While playing, Kirsty chatted with her little apprentice. Did your father agree to you coming here? I left him a letter. Carly giggled, whether he agreed or not. Well, I'm already here. Can I stay here for a while? It feels like it would be very interesting here. Carly asked hopefully. Of course there's no problem. Let's have a party tonight. Kirsty had been hosting parties frequently recently when friends came over, after making progress on projects, or even when returning from shopping trips. Everything seemed like a reason for a party. Today, her apprentice was visiting her, so naturally, a party was in order. Yeah. Carly, who had been confined at home with nothing much to do except gaming, cheered up. Even the most enjoyable games could get monotonous over time, especially when played alone without any companionship. Carly wanted to run away from home partly because she didn't want to marry Adrian but couldn't refuse outright. She lacked the ability to protect herself back then, and her father wouldn't be swayed by empty words. Another reason was sheer boredom. She had few friends, and those she could really bond with were even fewer. Over time, she felt lonely and needed company. Now, staying at Kirsty's base, where there were more people, unique scenery, and the unusual sight of humans and zombies coexisting harmoniously, it was infinitely more interesting than staying at home. So, Carly settled down. That evening, Kirsty threw a welcome party for her, and everyone had a blast. I'm glad I came here. Carly smiled. It's just as fun as I imagined. You can stay as long as you want. Kirsty patted her shoulder. I won't kick you out. After Carly's arrival, her relationship with Dot gradually improved. Initially, there was a bit of an awkward atmosphere between them, perhaps because Dot felt she was Kirsty's closest girlfriend. Being younger and pampered made her feel this way, but after Carly arrived, Dot realized Kirsty had an apprentice. Although she might have felt a little sad at first, their relationship quickly warmed up, and they began sharing things they liked with each other. Sometimes, they even stayed up late playing and slept together. Kirsty, curious, secretly observed them one day. Chapter 136, Price. Carly loves playing games. Dot hadn't played much since she was young, possibly due to her father's influence, so she focused on studying and had little exposure to entertainment. After meeting Carly, Kirsty would often be invited by Kirsty and Carly to join their gaming sessions, gradually learning how to play as well. Kirsty still had important matters to attend to and wasn't always available to accompany her apprentice, so occasionally the two of them would game together. When Kirsty secretly observed, it was usually during these gaming sessions. To make sneaking around easier, she sent a small mouse controlled by her magic to spy from a crack in the ceiling. She saw the two girls happily gaming together. The atmosphere was decent but not overly harmonious. Soon, Aiden arrived, strolling over and opening the door just in time to see the two girls gaming inside. Dot is still young. How can you take her gaming every day? Aiden gave an unapproving look. A few seconds later, both girls scolded him simultaneously, which improved their mood and the atmosphere. Kirsty. Got it. The base construction wasn't complete yet, but the lotus flowers had already sprouted. Ordinary lotus seeds were just starting to sprout, not even showing tiny leaves yet, but the seeds Kirsty planted were standing elegantly on the water's surface. Lotus leaves unfolded gracefully on the water, distinctly different from regular lotuses. The leaves were bright green with delicate patterns that seemed to glow under a gentle breeze, making them especially beautiful. In the morning, dewdrops rolled on them, catching everyone's eyes. Many people gathered nearby, mainly because the leaves were too stunning, and they grew surprisingly fast. They didn't know what kind it was, only finding it incredibly magical. So, when idle, they would gather around to admire the unusual growth. Once the lotus bloomed, everyone was even more astonished. Normal lotuses are mostly white or pink, some red, but the ones Kirsty cultivated came in three colors: light green, pale purple, and normal red. Three-colored lotuses hidden among the leaves revealed soft yellow stamens when they bloomed, similar to regular lotuses. How can it grow so fast? Zach wondered while passing by and asked Kirsty. Kirsty replied calmly, it's a variety bred by the Holy Hall. I infused a bit of magic into it, otherwise, you'd see pure white lotuses, which are quite pretty too. So its rapid growth makes sense, it isn't exactly an ordinary lotus. Eating it shouldn't be a problem, it might even taste better. It looks almost ready. In a couple of days, we'll have fresh lotus root to eat. Thus, once their lotus roots matured, Kirsty planned another party, a lotus root feast where all dishes would be lotus-related. For instance, lotus powder, glutinous rice stuffed lotus, dishes like stir-fried lotus slices, lotus dumplings, and various other dishes. They would also prepare drinks to enjoy at the small square for a night of fun. Most people should be very willing to join. Kirsty was always joyfully hosting parties or playing with friends, while Adrian, who couldn't visit Carly and had to deal with her father, appeared significantly older after just a few days. He felt he could barely endure it anymore, so he reviewed his plan repeatedly. Once Valentina returned, he asked her, have you found the person? Found and convinced. Valentina felt somewhat exhausted, having been running errands constantly. She knew more about future powerful psychics than others, so only she could find them effectively. Even if she gave detailed information to others, they wouldn't be as quick. How many are left? Valentina carefully considered and answered, 2 remain. One is particularly important. Due to the butterfly effect, I didn't find her where she should have been, so it will take a bit more time. But I think it won't take long, so, we need to prepare in advance. Millimeter. Adrian was a very cautious person. Compared to his younger brother, his caution seemed almost excessive. But when facing an enemy as powerful as Kirsty, one could never be too careful. He reviewed his plan again and again, looking for any loopholes, then discussed at length with Valentina before going to see his younger brother. Ryan still couldn't stand up. His body was still weak, and each day he could only be helped by someone to slowly walk back and forth for rehabilitation. Seeing Adrian come over, Ryan's expression twisted for a moment. Brother, very soon I will seek revenge for you, so you must calm down and not think about all those chaotic things. Adrian patted his arm. That slightly swollen arm had not returned to normal over time. On the contrary, it appeared even more swollen than before. The patterns on it were also getting darker, gradually turning pitch black. Following his brother's gaze to his own arm, Ryan's already twisted expression became even more distorted. His arm had turned like this because when the healer came to the base, the zombie virus in Ryan's body was almost uncontrollable. If Dot had treated him, she would have simply amputated the injured limb filled with zombie toxins or inflicted another injury to instantly return him to a normal state. But the healer wasn't Dot. That healing psychic could only force all the toxins into Ryan's arm, preventing the toxins from spreading from the arm to other parts of the body to stop Ryan from mutating. In other words, that arm had been abandoned. From now on, there was no difference between Ryan and a disabled person. Chapter 137 finally here. Kirsty was not short of enemies. Indeed, there were too many who hated her. She did not mind being hated by those people. Most of the time, she was thinking about how delicious this lotus root was and whether it could be grown more extensively. Perhaps due to the infusion of magic power, this lotus root tasted even better than what she had eaten in her original world. Especially the lotus seeds, which could be eaten raw as snacks once the bitter core was removed. They were crispy, fresh, and sweet. Using them for cooking porridge also made it quite tasty. Almost everyone in the base found that, from the lotus root to the lotus seeds, even the lotus leaves could be used like steamer cloths to heat food, imparting a faint aroma of lotus leaves, making it very fragrant. Anyway, everyone in the base liked it very much and unanimously hoped that Kirsty would grow more. If there were other varieties, they could plant those as well. All were welcome. Kirsty herself also wanted to investigate whether it was because of the magic power, so she conducted some new experiments, such as irrigating crops with magic power. After some time, the crops that grew indeed tasted better than before. Everyone loved them, so Kirsty just sprinkled her magic power on whatever she planted. As the crops gradually matured, the base's construction was nearly complete. After a rough outline was established, the structures inside began to be refined in detail. It was estimated that before long, the entire base would be fully constructed. When their base was nearly finished, Adrian also finally completed his plan. He gathered many people and talked to each one individually about humanity's future and the terror of the zombie king. Valentina, having been reborn, met every person in charge and could speak confidently, making vague predictions about events that were to happen and recounting experiences from the past. Due to Valentina's presence, many leaders gradually believed that the zombie king would indeed do terrible things and destroy all humans. Sometimes Adrian had to sigh gratefully, thankful for Valentina, as Kirsty and Zack remained very quiet despite continuously developing their base. Occasionally they would raid Feng City, but they didn't commit overly outrageous acts. The most severe incident involved killing many high-ranking officials in a large base. But everyone knew that Kirsty did this because the high-ranking officials had imprisoned a healer named Dot. This healer seemed to have very powerful abilities and was constantly exploited within the base. Kirsty killed many high-level officials in revenge for this girl. The mid to lower ranks who did not resist Kirsty continued to live peacefully, even now competing for power. This made Kirsty seem slightly harmless since she neither used her strength to invade other bases nor indiscriminately killed innocents. Dot sounded like a relative of Kirsty's. Acting out of familial love was understandable. But with Valentina around, Valentina predicted immediate events and recalled past incidents, including many secret matters unknown to most. This confirmed Valentina's ability to prophesy. Thus, the likelihood of Zack becoming the zombie king and destroying all humanity became much higher. There was an old saying, if he is not of our race, his heart must be different, which many humans firmly believed. Although zombies were human before, they had become monsters that fed on humans. Even if Zack retained his rationality and intellect, wouldn't he use his immense power to conquer the world? Many people put themselves in his shoes and imagined if they were Zack, they might find it hard to resist. This is what it means to empathize. After assuming the worst of a good person, Adrian's actions went somewhat smoother, and he slowly gathered many people. Then one night, several months later, they attacked Kirsty's base. By then, Kirsty's base was nearly perfect, with recent efforts focused on landscaping and detailing. Patrols were usually handled by zombies because they acted as Kirsty's eyes and ears, relaying external conditions to her. So when they sneaked over quietly, Kirsty actually noticed from afar. She had been sleeping, only diverting a small part of her consciousness to the leading zombie on patrol. Then, while patrolling back and forth, this zombie saw people approaching from a distance. She opened her eyes rapidly and controlled the zombies to notify everyone in the base. The person near the teleportation array was a Chabod, who promptly activated it. The red-clothed female zombie, usually not stationed in the base, was immediately transported back. The number of zombies in the base was fewer than expected because after the base construction neared completion, Kirsty only kept a few zombies working inside. The rest were sent out to recruit new subordinates and search for supplies in towns outside. The supplies referred to here were new comics and gaming consoles. After all, they had plenty of food and clothes in the base. Then, all the humans were awakened and gathered on the square with their weapons ready. Kirsty wasn't afraid at all. She looked at Mitchell beside her and said, "Didn't you go out a couple of days ago? It seems you developed quite a few subordinates. How about it? Do you want me to open a teleportation portal to bring them over?" Kirsty could open a portal outside because she projected her consciousness onto one of her subordinates. Through that subordinate's body, she could activate a portal. Even when going to Feng City, she first sent controllable rats, then teleported through the formation on their bodies. If there were no subordinates of Kirsty's in a certain area, she couldn't create a portal there out of thin air. "Yes, I'll have them gather." Mitchell hadn't been idle either. He had diligently expanded his own power and recruited several subordinates from outside. He differed from Kirsty, who signed contracts with zombies making them her subordinates. Mitchell could control any zombies within his range as long as they weren't Kirsty's subordinates. Therefore, his only task was to conquer independent high-level zombies. Once a problem arose, he would command these high-level zombies to herd the lower-level ones together for direct control. As now, Kirsty found a subordinate in the city Mitchell mentioned and projected herself onto it. Using this subordinate's body, she created a teleportation array. Mitchell then controlled the high-level zombies to herd surrounding low-level ones into the portal. Countless zombies appeared in their base through the portal. Once in the vicinity, Mitchell could control them. Most were low-level zombies, some were mid-level, and very few were advanced, similar to number 2, unable to think independently but possessing partial consciousness, making them hard to control. Mitchell generally had to defeat them first before recruiting them as subordinates, which was more troublesome than Kirsty. The number of zombies in the base increased continuously. Viewed from above, it was a sea of zombies. There were fewer high-level zombies, mostly weaker than number 2, who had followed Kirsty for a long time and undergone multiple evolutions due to her spiritual nourishment. Some special zombies, like the red-clothed female zombie and Ava, especially the latter, might eventually evolve to be like a zombie king. In other words, one day Ava might have the qualifications to compete with Mitchell. Mitchell couldn't let his subordinates evolve quickly unless he allowed them to constantly devour humans. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he couldn't facilitate rapid evolution. What would happen in the future was unknown since he was still evolving himself. Kirsty counted her subordinates and said, "I suspect Adrian has mustered all available resources and manpower this time, wanting a decisive battle. Although I don't think he can do much, our base still has many ordinary humans. Humans who died stayed dead, even if they could become like Ju Tianxiao's sister or Con and Corey, who would willingly choose that? Since they followed Kirsty, they became her subordinates, and she had to consider how to protect them." "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Mitchell whispered. "The number of current psychers is limited, he can't possibly attract all the psychers to his side. In this situation, the combat strength between us won't differ much, and our side might even be stronger. So I suspect what he wants to do isn't kill all zombies but catch the king first." Mitchell knew what kind of person Kirsty was and knew that no one in this world could harm her. But Adrian didn't know. Adrian had a mindset limitation and would only consider Kirsty as a psyker, just an exceptionally powerful psyker. Any psyker could be defeated. Because no matter how strong a psyker might be, they were still human, not a deity. He wouldn't think for a moment that Kirsty was a necromancer who could rival a deity. Yes, maybe during the age of magic, Kirsty was still far from being a deity, but now wasn't the age of magic, it was the age of waning spells. In a world where humans couldn't possess any unscientific power and finally obtained psychokinetic abilities after the apocalypse, saying Kirsty rivaled a deity wasn't at all inappropriate. With this mindset limitation, Adrian wouldn't recognize just how powerful Kirsty truly was. Thus, every tactic he came up with would be targeting a strong psyker, not a necromancer. Therefore, Mitchell wasn't worried about Kirsty. He needed to think only about himself. I suspect he found some way to counter psychers or even zombie kings. Kirsty stroked her chin, feeling quite curious about what Adrian could find to target her. "Let's go and see." Kirsty led her companions up to the city wall. All humans in the base started skillfully commanding their zombie counterparts, transporting weapons up the wall to prepare for the impending attack. They built many defensive installations on the city walls, plus countless zombies guarding the city. Even though they knew the leader of Feng City, along with countless other bases and a myriad of psychers, was outside, most people still felt somewhat confident. The least confident person was probably Ely. Upon hearing the situation outside, Ely climbed onto the wall and looked out, tearing up. "It's not that I'm afraid of dying, but..." He didn't want anything to happen to his mother. After all, he wasn't an ordinary mama's boy. He deeply loved his mother, too. Kirsty cured his mother's eyes and brought them from that place to somewhere they could live in peace. There was no way he could escape by himself. But regarding his mother, Norris happened to pass by, pushing up his glasses calmly and patting Ely on the shoulder. "This is the second time. This time we're better prepared, have more manpower, and it will definitely end like last time." Ely didn't need to ask what the result of the last time was because if it hadn't ended well, he likely wouldn't have met Kirsty at all. Ely could only keep praying, "We have to win, we have to win, we have to win." All those with fighting capabilities, including Carly, had climbed up to the wall. Carly was persuaded to retreat as soon as she reached the top. "Go back, find a room to sleep in, and don't participate." "Why? I live in this base and am practically a member of this base. Why can't I participate?" Carly looked at Kirsty with a hurt expression. Kirsty sighed and said, "If your father were there across the wall, could you really fight against them?" Carly was stunned by this question. Kirsty crossed her arms and calmly said, "I didn't bring you here to use you as leverage, making them hesitate over your safety and forcing a father to make such a difficult decision, or worse, let a father harm his own daughter. I can't do that, even if you weren't my disciple." Chapter 138, taking on all of you. Go back to your room and get some sleep. If you can't sleep, play some games. Everything will be over soon. Kirsty patted her head and said, "I won't harm your father. You can rest assured." Caught between Kirsty on one side and her father on the other, this was indeed a tough choice for Carly. She rubbed her face vigorously and then said apologetically, "Then I'll go back." "Go ahead." Kirsty waved her hand casually. "I haven't even taken your ex-fiancé seriously yet. It will all be over quickly." After Carly left, Kirsty slowly began counting the number of people. Adrian probably knew that Kirsty had noticed him, so he boldly brought his men to surround the place. When he reached the base entrance, he hypocritically said to Kirsty, "If you hand over Brecken now, we can immediately retreat. Past grievances will instantly disappear as if nothing ever happened. What do you think?" Kirsty leaned forward, shielding her eyes with her hand to look out. There were indeed many people this time. It seemed Adrian had gathered everyone he could, staking all his chips on this operation. Even though their information was asymmetrical, Adrian should not be underestimated. "You are really annoying," Kirsty said unhappily. "Not again." This is already the second time you've come to attack me. If you withdraw now, I might give you another chance. The past grievances would vanish as if nothing ever happened. What do you think? She threw his words back at Adrian, who could only say, it looks like you're determined. I've said many times, but I'll repeat it just once more today. Brecken is mine. I will never give him up, nor will I hand him over to you. He won't destroy the world. Things won't develop according to your expectations. If you didn't bother me, I wouldn't have bothered you either. This is my last warning. Maybe you don't need it, but others should listen carefully. Adrian frowned slightly, worried that others might be swayed. So he quickly changed the topic. As long as Brecken lives, we cannot reach a consensus. I really don't want to start a war with you because it means many deaths. Too many have already died. But for humanity's future, we have no other choice. Kirsty was resting her chin in her hand when she suddenly smiled upon hearing this. All right, how about I give you a chance? I assume you came prepared this time and brought people capable of countering us. How about we settle this one-on-one? She swiftly jumped down from the wall, landing in front of everyone, smiling at them. One-on-one or tag team is fine. You send anyone you want until there's no one left. Since you don't want more deaths here, this method seems quite fitting, right? For a moment, Adrian didn't know how to respond. Kirsty's proposal did seem friendlier to them, but precisely because of that, he suspected it might be a trap. Kirsty idly said, listen, although you keep scolding your brother for being reckless, has anyone ever called you cowardly? Let me put it this way, you only have 3 seconds to consider. If you think it's unacceptable, we'll continue fighting. 3, 2, agreed. Adrian spoke quickly, let's do as you say. He initially wanted to act more reserved, maybe saying tag team might be too much or something like, we are gentlemen and shouldn't do such things. But those words remained unspoken. He quietly signaled to a muscular man beside him to step forward and test Kirsty. They had never seen Kirsty fight before, so they didn't know her true powers or how strong she was. The appearance of the muscular man made Kirsty seem even more petite by comparison. On the wall, a circle of people led by Dot cheered madly, like an enthusiastic support team. Kirsty looked up to see Stone waving fire in both hands, just like waving glow sticks. It reminded her of a scene from a manga. For a moment, Kirsty was lost in thought, and just then, the muscular man suddenly charged at her. He lifted his hands, and an invisible barrier pressed toward Kirsty. Many people, seeing his muscular build, would assume he was a strength-type ability user, but that wasn't the case. He was a very powerful ability user because he could manipulate air, compressing it to suffocate nearby people, for example. Those who encountered him for the first time were often unfamiliar with his abilities. The surrounding air would be instantly vacuumed out, causing immediate bleeding from the 7 orifices and dizziness, leaving them helpless before him. Raising his hand to press down, he attempted to empty the air around Kirsty but failed. Muscular man. Seems, something is not right. He exerted more force this time, nearly using his full power. After a few seconds, the air around Kirsty remained unaffected. Kirsty stood there motionless, calmly watching him and gesturing invitingly. Muscular man had never faced such a situation before. He was completely dumbfounded. Kirsty slowly said, done yet? Are you swatting flies? I was curious about your abilities. You're not here just to cheer, are you? A cheerleader? Kirsty slowly stepped aside and said, then show me. The muscular man felt stung but still had one trick left. As he attacked, he covered his fist with a layer of air like an invisible wall, achieving a similar effect to striking from afar. As he punched toward Kirsty, everyone clearly saw her gently lift her hand in a move similar to what the muscular man had done. In the next second, the muscular man staggered, and blood suddenly gushed from his 7 orifices. His usual victims were always caught off guard, and today he found himself equally defenseless. Kirsty raised her small fist and smashed it into his face, sending him flying with one blow. Kirsty, just that? Next. Chapter 139 I Want to Go Home. The crowd was stunned, especially those who had witnessed Kirsty's abilities before. The skill she used this time was completely different from her previous ones. It even seemed as if she had imitated the skill of the burly man standing in front of her, leading some people to start doubting whether Kirsty's ability was mimicking others' powers. Someone came forward to help the burly man down, while another stepped up. Let me give it a try. The one who stood up was an attractive woman, apparently in her early 20s, but she had lost one eye. Her remaining intact eye was emerald green. She stood firm in front of Kirsty and said, I'm sorry, but I need something, so I won't hold back. The beautiful woman lifted her hand, and more than 10 green vines emerged from the soil under Kirsty's feet. Each vine had sharp green thorns with white flowers blooming at their ends. These not-so-thick vines shot out towards Kirsty all at once, wrapping her tightly into a cocoon. Many people sighed in relief, knowing that the woman's power wasn't just about controlling vines. After the vines wrapped Kirsty into a cocoon, the small flowers on top quickly opened, and toxic green mist spewed from the stamens, filling the cocoon. This green mist contained deadly poison. A small amount could make someone feel weak and gradually fall into unconsciousness. If one stayed too long or inhaled too much, their internal organs would slowly dissolve. The beautiful woman shouted loudly, if you admit defeat now, I will immediately withdraw the toxins. It's still not too late. A group of people cheered on and encouraged her. Opportunities like this are rare. We must thoroughly eliminate evil. At this moment, a soft laugh echoed from within the cocoon. The beautiful vines began moving silently, their color changing as well. Originally, all the vines were emerald green, almost translucent, resembling green jade or some kind of gemstone. But now, black started spreading from the base, slowly creeping upwards, turning the green vines pitch black within moments. Even the tiny flowers turned from pure white to a striking red. The vines slowly dispersed, hovering around Kirsty, gently moving and brushing against her body. Their originally hard thorns seemed to have softened somewhat, perhaps not wanting to harm Kirsty. Kirsty lowered her eyes, softly stroking the black vines, and said, "I think your words just now made perfect sense. Go ahead." In the next second, the black vines shot out rapidly. The beautiful woman felt that she had lost control over the vines and hastily summoned new ones to protect herself. Despite both being vines, these black vines had been previously summoned by her. Yet, when the two types of vines clashed midair, her green vines were no match for them. In an instant, her green vines were shattered by Kirsty's black vines. Then the remaining vines instantly entangled the beautiful woman, just as she had done to Kirsty earlier, forming a cocoon around her. The bright red flowers on the vines puffed out poisonous mist inside, while Kirsty stood nearby with crossed arms, saying coolly, "If you admit defeat now, I can remove the toxic mist. There's still time." The beautiful woman. This toxic mist was undoubtedly an enhanced version of her own. A slight inhalation left her feeling weak, causing her to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. I concede." The beautiful woman surrendered quickly. True to her word, Kirsty removed the black vines. The vines each brushed against Kirsty before quietly retreating underground. Those who were cheering moments ago, now watching the sudden shift in the battle, were taken aback. Their smiles froze as they were overwhelmed by the dramatic change. In just 2 short confrontations, Kirsty had shown 2 distinct abilities, each perfectly matching those of her opponents. Adrian's expression grew grave as he recalled Kirsty's other abilities she had displayed earlier. He started to suspect that Kirsty might be able to replicate other people's powers. However, if her skills were indeed copied, it was astonishing. Such unrestricted replication, where the copied abilities weren't weaker but rather superior, wasn't this like cheating? Just how many abilities has Kirsty demonstrated? If she can replicate without limits, there's no telling how powerful she could become. Next, Kirsty beckoned them with her fingers, completely unfazed and without a hint of exhaustion despite fighting 2 consecutive battles. Although it was only after 2 rounds, the morale on Adrian's side had dropped significantly. Every time, their abilities were replicated by Kirsty, resulting in immediate defeat without leaving any mark or fatigue on her. This made people feel that Kirsty was an invincible existence, creating a sense of helplessness and inability to defeat her. It's like when you're playing a game, as long as the monster in front of you shows a health bar, players would still have confidence even if the damage is minimal each time. As long as there's a health bar, gods can be defeated too. But what if the opponent doesn't have a health bar? What if all your attacks are misses? Kirsty was now like a boss who didn't show a health bar. She didn't demonstrate overwhelming power like one-hit kills or earth-shattering ultimate skills. Yet, everyone still felt extremely helpless, with a sense of despair about not knowing where to start. If she weren't the enemy and they weren't afraid of being instantly killed, someone might want to grab Kirsty, shake her around like an Cheongyao drama, and demand an answer. "We're all ability users. Why are you so strong? Don't you have any limits?" This kind of power didn't seem human at all. In gaming terms, most players have limited strength, but Kirsty looked like she was using cheats. And these cheats included invincibility plus infinite skill cooldowns and endless mana. How can we fight this? They had vaguely arranged an order for taking turns, thinking they could wear Kirsty down bit by bit since she said it could be a relay battle. But at this moment, even thinking of taking turns couldn't dispel the feeling of helplessness. "Maybe we should just go home." Chapter 140. I really hate all of you. Almost everyone turned their gaze toward Adrian. After all, he was their mainstay, and even Adrian felt somewhat numb. He had known Kirsty was strong before, but because Kirsty had never fully demonstrated her strength or fought with all her might, their understanding was limited. Now, as they started a one-on-one round-robin battle with Kirsty, Adrian finally began to glimpse the tip of the iceberg that represented Kirsty's strength. As the saying goes, a glimpse through a tube may reveal much of a leopard. Adrian's heart sank slightly, but there was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. Even though he sensed unease, there was no option for retreat. Qingwei. Valentina stepped forward. She exhaled deeply, feeling some pressure. Before today, everyone thought Valentina's ability was prophecy, but the reason she could predict events was because she had been reborn. Everything she foresaw had either happened or been spoken of in her previous life, not truly predicted. So what was Valentina's true ability? She had never shown it, so she seemed like a beautiful but non-combatant figure, useful only for foreknowledge. But if Valentina really had no combat ability, how did she survive until the end of her previous life and witness Ahmed destroy the last base? How could she know about powerful psychics' backgrounds, experiences, and possible appearances? The reason she knew all this was that Valentina herself was a powerful psychic. Before her rebirth, she handled intelligence and seldom engaged directly in battles. Because once she did, it would be a lose-lose situation. Without a strong healer to protect her, she wouldn't be able to fight at full power. This was why Valentina desperately wanted to recruit Dot to her side. Dot's abilities were too perfect a match for her. If Dot joined, they could form a highly lethal duo. Unfortunately, however, there were now several stronger healing psychics in their base, so she could fight without worrying about dying after using her powers. The moment Valentina stepped forward, the unattractive healer psychic, along with 2 other healers, appeared behind her, clearly ready to rush in to heal her the moment the battle ended. The unattractive healer looked at Kirsty with intense hatred, probably ranking among the top 3 people who most wished Kirsty dead. Facing Kirsty, Valentina felt immense pressure. She understood why Adrian had chosen her. Their morale was dropping, and if they couldn't immediately hurt Kirsty to show that she could be injured and killed, their morale would plummet further. Eventually, some might lose all courage to face her. This was what Adrian didn't want to see, nor did Valentina. Therefore, now was the time for her to act. Valentina's gentle and beautiful face hardened. Looking at Kirsty, she said, "I thought you would stand on the side of humanity, and we might become comrades in arms." Valentina's expression showed deep disappointment. "I won't be lenient anymore. Kirsty, if you want to fight, just fight. Why all the unnecessary talk?" She detested how some always tried to appear righteous, seeking moral high ground before a fight, then lecturing from an elevated position. Wasn't it interesting? Whether in the world of magic or the post-apocalyptic world, it was all about the survival of the fittest. Valentina was merely relying on the Wind City base's overwhelming strength to wield supposed justice. They easily judged life and death. If they were truly just, why didn't they first punish their relatives who bullied others and caused countless deaths within the base? Fulton's sister had done nothing wrong, yet she was tortured to death. If they couldn't achieve absolute justice, they weren't fit to enforce it. Like how deities have the right to judge because they are omnipotent and omniscient. For example, the saying heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. In reality, it means that in the eyes of heaven and earth, all beings are equal. Because of this equality, entities like heavenly Tao and deities can judge right and wrong. When you yourself are not upright, how can you use righteousness and the interests of all humanity to oppress others to prove that you are enforcing justice? There's no need for that. It would be better to directly and frankly admit it's for your own benefit. It would be more honest. Kirsty detested such hypocrites, just as she loathed the Holy Order. She occasionally claimed to be a very devout believer, but it was often in jest, for amusement. In her world, gods waged war against other gods for the sake of faith. Gods with personal desires were no different from more powerful humans. They might be omniscient and omnipotent, but they are not entirely benevolent. Perhaps they are incredibly powerful, making humans seem like mere ants in comparison, but gods do not equate to justice, nor does it mean that everything they do is right. Even gods are not qualified to say they enforce justice. What were Adrian and Valentina blabbering about? After hearing this, Kirsty recalled why she had initially disliked the Holy Order. It was because the Holy Order always used grand and lofty names to exploit innocent people, purge dissidents, and kill innocents. Healing witches were burned at the stake, drowned, or buried alive. Necromancers were hunted down and pursued for having completely opposing beliefs, their bones ground into dust. Ordinary believers of the Aiden were exploited openly, while those who didn't believe were labeled as heretics the moment they committed even a minor wrongdoing or possessed something desirable. Perhaps these few people before her were far less evil compared to the Holy Order, but in Kirsty's eyes, they were merely reservists of the Holy Order. She, a necromancer, knew that no one has the right to judge someone who hasn't committed a crime, even if they were the descendants of criminals or exhibited antisocial personality traits. As long as they haven't harmed anyone, there is no justification for killing them preemptively to prevent potential harm. "I'm getting angry," Kirsty muttered to herself. Unable to fight the Holy Order now, she'd beat them up first to let off some steam. Chapter 141, Surprised, aren't you? Kirsty rubbed her fist, contemplating her next move when Valentina raised her hand. A small object that resembled a scarecrow appeared in her palm. The small scarecrow had a piece of white paper stuck on its face. As Valentina gripped it, Kirsty's name slowly appeared on the white paper. With a casual toss from Valentina, the small scarecrow merged into her body. Ordinarily, she would wait for the opponent to initiate the attack, but today, Valentina didn't hold back. She swiftly drew a small knife from her waist and, with lightning speed, plunged it into her right leg. Punch! Blood splattered instantly. The wound was deep, almost exposing the bone, showing just how ruthless she was. At the same time, a noticeable wound appeared on Kirsty's right leg as well. Blood flowed out instantly. Kirsty stared in shock for a moment before her first action was to quickly take out a small bottle to collect the blood. No waste allowed. As she collected the blood, the crowd erupted in cheers again. When they thought their godlike being could be injured, they felt a renewed sense of confidence. Being capable of injury means they can be killed. Dot was standing on the city wall, nearly jumping down in excitement. She wanted to treat Kirsty's wound. Brecken grabbed her arm. "Calm down." "But," Dot urged anxiously, "but Sister E is hurt. Can you let her fight with injuries? If she needs your help, she'll call you," Brecken whispered. "You need to learn to trust her." Dot bit her lip. The girl who had never been loved before cherished anyone kind to her as her true family. She was still too young, unable to keep her composure, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked down at Kirsty below. Kirsty placed some collected blood in the bottle, then turned to look at Valentina with surprise. "Your ability is quite interesting." Seeing her attacks effective, Valentina quickly stabbed the knife into her other leg, causing blood to spurt from Kirsty's left leg. Valentina knelt down with a thud, weakly raising the knife in her hand. She had to cause enough damage to Kirsty while she still could. Since it was one-on-one, if Kirsty sought Dot for treatment, they would intercept her and gang up on her since Kirsty broke the agreement first. No matter if Kirsty chose to continue fighting with her wounds or get treated by Dot, the outcome would be beneficial to them. She plunged the knife into her stomach, immediately creating a wound on Kirsty's abdomen. Valentina's ability was that she could create a scarecrow that served as a doppelganger for her enemy. By merging with this scarecrow, any harm she inflicted on herself would also affect the enemy. During battles, she usually integrated the scarecrow into her body, so any attack against her was an attack on herself. During the duration of this ability, she was invincible unless the opponent managed to attack during her cooldown phase, otherwise, she remained absolutely safe. Due to its effectiveness for surprising powerful opponents, she kept it hidden after reincarnation, intending to use it for a decisive strike. All she needed was to inflict continuous self-harm to incapacitate the opponent, then have her teammates finish them off. However, while the same injuries rendered her kneeling, Kirsty strolled over and pulled the knife out effortlessly. Blood gushed out, and Kirsty examined the small knife. Hid it for quite a while, huh? What a pity. Kirsty squatted down, tapping Valentina's cheek with the back of the knife, immediately covering her face with blood. Want to die together? I can give you that chance. Smiling, Kirsty thrust the knife into Valentina's heart, her eyes widening as she watched blood spurt from Kirsty's chest, puzzled. She couldn't understand why Kirsty would harm herself. I forfeit. Valentina admitted defeat amidst intense pain, blood gushing from her mouth. Several healing-type ability users rushed forward the moment she said it. One quickly formed a pink heart-shaped bubble, continuously pouring into Valentina's body. Valentina was now in a near-death state, convulsing on the ground. If it weren't for the unique ability of a healer in their base, she might have already breathed her last. Kirsty clapped her hands and stood up. Despite having several holes in her body that were bleeding, including one right over her heart, she looked as if she hadn't been injured at all. Your ability is quite impressive, but too bad you're facing me. She snapped her fingers, and this body suddenly melted before everyone's eyes. After a few seconds, something like black mud moved on the ground and slowly reshaped into a new body. Kirsty reopened her eyes, stretched her limbs, and at the same time, one of the zombies outside glanced down at itself. It suddenly had several holes in its body, but for zombies, even with a hole through the heart, they wouldn't die. Like only you can play with doppelgangers. Kirsty rotated her neck, feeling her current condition perfect. When it comes to using doppelgangers, necromancers are the originators. Because necromancers control corpses, and no matter what damage these corpses suffer, they won't die again, they're already dead. Poking 10 holes in a corpse would be ineffective damage, period. Moreover, most necromancers are rather fragile, except for Kirsty. The first thing they learn is how to protect themselves. Transferring damage to the corpses they control is a basic skill, and Kirsty couldn't be more proficient. So, to kill a necromancer, one must not harm their physical body but destroy their soul. Valentina's ability was indeed effective, but for a necromancer, cutting off her own head wouldn't do any damage to a necromancer. At most, it would just cost a corpse. Chapter 142, A Wrong Choice. Valentina was still unaware of her precarious situation. If she really did die, she would probably die with regrets because this was no different from suicide. Kirsty was well and able to run and jump, even having the energy to taunt them. If Kirsty hadn't been unconscious just now, seeing this might have infuriated her to faint. The next one, Kirsty beckoned at them with her fingers. Anyone else? Adrian didn't expect that the first part of his operation plan would not only fail but also lower their morale. Someone blurted out, "Are you even human? Who the hell are you cursing?" Kirsty got angry on the spot. If you want to fight, then fight. Why curse? Do you still have any sense of decency? Everyone was speechless. Hurry up, hurry up. Is there anyone else? If not, just admit defeat. Don't waste my time. Kirsty made a gesture as if checking the time and said, 1 minute per person. With so many people here, it's thousands or tens of thousands of minutes wasted all because of you. So familiar. It seemed like something heard before. Someone pondered for a moment and then slapped his palm heavily. Wasn't this what his teacher had said? Adrian felt a drop in his pressure. All the plans he had previously prepared were completely ruined, forcing him into the second stage. But if the second phase of the plan was destroyed as well, Adrian couldn't afford to think about that right now. He turned his head to look at a young boy beside him. The young boy timidly came forward. He didn't look good-looking, with 2 small buck teeth, resembling a rabbit from a distance. His demeanor was quite timid, making him look even more like one. Hi. The young boy spoke hesitantly. I will fight you. Kirsty tilted her head and looked at him. All right, make your move. He summoned his courage and nodded, then placed his hands together. White light slowly spread from his body, covering just enough space to engulf Kirsty. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. Nothing happened to Kirsty. She walked over, lifted her hand and poked him. The young boy fell down, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How? What's your power, anyway? The young boy, tears brimming in his eyes, answered, It's transformation. His power could transform people into animals, but it was random. According to his experience, the more powerful the ability of the target, the weaker the animal they would become. For instance, Adrian would turn into a little puppy, an underdeveloped kind, biting someone without leaving any marks. Given how powerful Kirsty was, she should have turned into some very weak animal, like a little rabbit or mouse. But Kirsty remained unchanged, even tilting her head while poking him continuously, making him fall back repeatedly. After getting up and being poked down again. Listening to his explanation, Kirsty laughed. This power was similar to Valentina's, essentially altering a person's soul temporarily. However, Kirsty's soul was too strong, that of a necromancer. It wasn't something a minor ability holder could alter. She quickly flicked his forehead, turning it red. It doesn't work on me. Next. Adrian clenched his fists behind his back tightly, obviously deep in thought. After a few seconds, he quietly waved his hand, signaling the surrounding ability holders to disperse slowly. Then an ability holder stepped out from the crowd. I'll go. This ability holder was a loyal follower of Adrian. Now, except for the loyalists, most others' fighting spirit had been significantly dampened. Powerful attackers couldn't beat Kirsty, and special abilities had no effect on her. Wasn't this a cheat code? What difference did this make from being invincible? Could such a person really be killed by them? Adrian must have lost his mind. While they were complaining, the ability holder rushed toward Kirsty. His power involved countless droplets silently condensing in the air, forming ice crystals, looking like daggers, aiming directly at Kirsty. Kirsty, tired of playing around, didn't bother using a similar power to defeat him. A black halo quickly surrounded her body. As soon as the ice crystals collided with her, they melted back into water, dripping to the ground. Kirsty, shielding herself from the continuously stabbing ice crystals, slowly moved forward and slapped the ability holder away. Too weak. Send someone with a more special ability. I'm losing interest. As that ability holder fell to the ground, he kept firing ice crystal-like objects. Countless ice crystals melted like a waterfall on the black barrier. Just as Kirsty's vision was momentarily blocked, the slowly spreading ability holders suddenly surged forward. Among them, one ability holder was flung out by another, encased in a shield provided by yet another ability holder. Thus, he managed to pass through the black barrier with great difficulty, slapping Kirsty. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. I touched her. The next second, Kirsty, whose mood soured at being touched, frowned. Even though they were enemies, she hadn't been wantonly killing. She let go of those she defeated because bullying kids wasn't fun, and not all of them had come to kill her. Many ability holders were fighting for Adrian because they needed something from him. To Kirsty, they posed no threat, so she could choose to crush them like ants or brush them off. At this moment, an unhappy Kirsty chose to crush the ant. She whispered, I hate it when people touch me, especially strange men. That man didn't realize what was about to happen. His smile hadn't faded, still reveling in touching Kirsty. Then, in the next second, his body collapsed like it had been drained of bones, turning into a pile of mud on the ground. The group of ability holders who barely made it to her side. This was wrong. The person in front of them was indeed a deity, right? If not a deity, why was she so powerful? Chapter 143, It's time to teach them a lesson. The mud on the ground was supposed to be Adrian's trump card. The man's ability was that everyone's power who he touched would disappear, and the duration of the disappearance depended on the strength of the target. The more powerful the ability holder, the shorter the duration of the power loss. But even for the strongest, it wouldn't be less than a minute, which was an unchangeable rule. Yet everyone looking at the mess on the ground couldn't say with any sincerity that his power had taken effect. It didn't look like it had worked at all. This guess resurfaced in Adrian's mind. Was Kirsty really a superhuman? Kirsty's face was cold as ice. She gently patted the place where she had been touched, muttering, I hate, no, despise it when someone touches me without my consent. Such actions are nothing but harassment. Kids, don't follow such bad examples. As she spoke these words, she slowly lifted her head and glanced at Adrian. I've given you so many chances. Your constant provocations have tested my patience beyond limit. Do you truly not know when to stop? How childish must you be? Repeatedly provoking adults could only end well if the adult continually held back out of consideration for them being young. But if that adult no longer held back, then anything could happen. Kirsty stretched her shoulders slightly, her body disappearing and reappearing right before Adrian as if by teleportation. Adrian didn't even get a chance to activate his own power before a slap sent him flying through the air. Ryan also showed up this time. His eyes widened in anger as he glared at Kirsty. Kirsty. At this moment, Brecken led countless zombies and a few humans out of the base. Younger ones like Dot were loudly scolding Adrian. Do you have any shame left? Letting you fight one-on-one was already too much leniency. Seeing you couldn't win fair, you resort to surprise attacks and mobbing us. Is this your idea of justice? Old Hand Stone, familiar with Adrian's tactics, jeered sarcastically. That's just typical behavior from them. Don't be angry, little sister. Even if they did gang up, they still can't win. Countless zombies instantly surrounded them. Ryan's face darkened. He suddenly smirked coldly and slowly raised his healthy hand to lift his disabled one. I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have this power. He snarled. Zombies, come here. The zombies remained motionless. Some even turned to look at Ryan. Ryan. How could this be? Ever since his arm was ruined, he'd been in pain. Yet instead of wallowing in despair, he went out daily to battle zombies, training his other arm. During this time, he discovered that the unique toxin gathered in his injured arm, likely due to coming from a top-tier zombie that controlled countless others, granted him limited control over zombies. Ryan wanted to seize control from Brecken, Kirsty, and Ava. He thought he could at least gain partial control, creating chaos and perhaps seizing a moment to kill Brecken. But none of the zombies moved. Brecken seemed to realize something, chuckling softly. His handsome eyes lowered slightly, looking almost pitying. You think you're competing for control against whom? Not mentioning the underlings controlled by Kirsty, even he, the Zombie King, couldn't forcefully take control. As for Ava, the zombies she could control were far beyond Ryan's reach. Ryan could only command those scattered, unwanted zombies. To think he could snatch control from them, was he dreaming? Look around. Standing here were incomparable beings, practically gods among men, the Necromancer, the supreme king of zombies, and Ava, mutated from a new strain of the zombie virus, akin to the lesser Joker in a deck of cards. What made him think he could match them? A mere newbie infected by their power and transformed twice. Ryan. When he stood there with a dazed look, countless zombies had already surged forward. The number of zombies even outnumbered the human psychics, directly surrounding them and then staring at them with fierce eyes. If not for Kirsty's gesture to stop them from moving, the zombies would have already attacked. Kirsty lazily clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. She slowly floated up into the air, her smiling face extraordinarily beautiful. Though her gaze was as sharp as a blade, it still caused people to be mesmerized. I've given you countless chances, but it seems you don't value them much. So, I've decided to teach you a lesson today. In fact, Kirsty had never really fought with them before. Just like how humans only need one finger to crush a bunch of ants, she could easily destroy a crowd of humans with just one finger. But was that interesting? No. Kirsty didn't want to stoop to their level, so she hadn't shown her true strength. However, Kirsty now realized that some people won't give up until they hit a dead end or suffer a severe setback. She needed to make them clearly understand the immense gap between them, like the difference between heaven and earth, mortals and gods. Ants are always ants, they should know their place if they wish to survive. She lowered her head and slowly opened her arms. Between her arms, black flames began to burn fiercely. As Kirsty moved, the flames spread out in all directions from her. Like a spreading halo. Many felt a shiver of fear, worried they might be annihilated in the next second, disappearing from this world forever. A few seconds later, they cautiously looked down, finding their bodies intact, unharmed. Ha ha ha, maybe Kirsty was just scaring them. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, excruciating pain silently struck. Within the affected area, whether psychics or ordinary people, all collapsed to the ground in agony, unable to get up again. Chapter 144, Too Late to Regret. The agony felt like it was coming from the soul. Despite their bodies being unharmed, they couldn't control the pain, as if their souls were about to split open or were ignited and burning fiercely. Many writhed on the ground in agony, their cries of suffering continuous. They could not help but smash their heads against the ground, rocks, or anything strange around them, as if the pain of the flesh could lessen the damage to the soul. No one could escape this pain, not even Adrian. The invisible flames kept burning their fragile souls, causing a sizzling sound, showing how easily Kirsty could kill everyone. She was demonstrating that just because she hadn't done it yet didn't mean she couldn't. She warned them all, I have tolerated you for long enough, my treatment of you has been generous. Don't be foolish anymore. I hope you understand something, said Kirsty, looking down at them arrogantly. Even the most powerful psychics are nothing more than chickens, rabbits, or even ants to me. Every time I face you, I have to restrain myself so I don't accidentally kill you. But starting today, I will no longer hold back. Anyone who provokes me should know death is your own fault. She said patiently, this is the last time I'm telling you this. Do you understand? Many people were torn between the desire to live and unbearable pain, which tortured them endlessly. They regretted it deeply but couldn't even plead for mercy. Kirsty leisurely picked out the ugly healer among them and lifted him up. Now I'm going to kill you. Kirsty smiled. Do you feel any regret? The healer, too pained to speak, eyes wide open, had almost shed bloody tears due to the excruciating pain. He finally understood why Kirsty hadn't killed him earlier. It wasn't necessary because he could never defeat her no matter who he aligned with. Kirsty let him suffer longer before giving him false hope of revenge only to crush it utterly. This situation happened because Kirsty really hated those men who violated women's will. Kirsty held him by the neck as if holding a chick, lifting him up in front of everyone. Then, right before the group of agonizing psychics, she completely incinerated his soul. The lifeless body fell to the ground. In that moment, some people felt a tinge of envy. At least he was free now, weren't they? Kirsty did not let them off easily. The hellfire burned fiercely for a long time until most lost the strength to scream. Lying there lifelessly, they looked like walking corpses with vacant stares. Only then did she gradually stop and walked forward, effortlessly destroying Adrian's psychic ability. Destroying someone's psychic ability was simple, just destroy the crystal-like core in their brain responsible for it. Afterward, that person would become useless. Good luck. Kirsty made a gesture of encouragement, unenthusiastically. Having offended countless bases and lost his psychic abilities, would Adrian ever rise again? Or fall into obscurity? Kirsty was quite curious. Her character was always nasty. Compared to killing someone, she preferred tormenting them. Killing someone was easy, and she could do it casually. If Adrian showed more potential, letting him live a bit longer wouldn't hurt. Adrian was almost out of strength, his face pale like a ghost. Realizing his complete defeat, he asked what he had long wondered, who exactly are you? Kirsty confirmed his suspicion, he was right, she wasn't a psychic. After stroking her chin, she smiled and said, I heard you call me a devil. That's fine. I am a necromancer, just like the ones in novels, TV shows, or comics. Adrian. How could there be necromancers in this world? No matter how much he refused to believe it, this was a fact. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have, and ended up in such a situation. One could only say he got what he deserved, or that it was inevitable. Kirsty did not kill all the people here. After all, if she eliminated all the psychics, ordinary people's lives would not be easy either. After all, those who could fight zombies were still psychics, and this was only the beginning of the apocalypse, with many more days to come. Zombies would evolve, and so would humans. The ones left at the end could be zombies or humans. Kirsty would not interfere too much. She was originally the kind of person who was relatively gentle towards ordinary people. So she only took out those who looked particularly distasteful. From the start their expressions were full of arrogance, always calculating for their own selfish desires. The rest crawled away on their own. Better crawl faster. When I wake up from my nap, if there's still anyone within my territory, you will die, Kirsty said with a smile. That group of people. They could only crawl out like caterpillars, heading towards the distance with great difficulty. Ryan still had some conscience left. While crawling, he also carried his girlfriend along. After all, his girlfriend was still unconscious and couldn't leave on her own. The two brothers carrying Valentina, crawling outwards clumsily, looked extremely pathetic. It was as if they had won a lottery to be able to escape alive from such an existence. Without discussing how they managed to crawl away, after Kirsty landed from the sky, she lazily stretched her arms and turned to head back. Let's go back to sleep. There shouldn't be any blind fools harassing our base again, right? Ely, who toughed it out and decided to stay and share hardships with everyone, QAQ his choice was not wrong. Chapter 145, Aftermath. Among those people, one remained unscathed, the biological father of Carly. Watching the others struggle to crawl out while he remained untouched, he knew that he had benefited from his daughter's good fortune. Carly's father felt a mix of emotions and did not muster the courage to call out to his daughter to come home. Staying by such a powerful person's side, wouldn't she be safer? Foam City, on the other hand, was in a completely different situation. Today's events led Adrian to lose his abilities and authority. Moreover, because he led everyone into a fatal trap, he incurred grievances from countless people. Ryan exposed his ability to control zombies, which would make him highly coveted not for alliances, but for study. If Adrian couldn't stabilize his position moving forward, Ryan would be in grave danger. Valentina was still critically injured and nearing death. Even with healing ability users, it would take some time before she could fully recover. By then, the power dynamics in Foam City might have changed multiple times. Adrian's only support now was his younger brother, who still had some combat strength, along with his own wits. But no matter what, he could never be the all-powerful leader of Foam City as before. Therefore, Foam City would be in chaos for quite some time. It would be safer for his daughter to stay with Kirsty. After deep contemplation, Carly's father left alone. In a way, this indirectly fulfilled his lifelong wish that his daughter would live securely and without worry. He didn't need to worry that after his death, his daughter would be left alone in this world, unprotected, with people coveting his wealth and power, turning around to harm her. Was this turning misfortune into blessing? Kirsty, who resolved the crisis swiftly and decisively like a thunderbolt, soon turned her attention back to her base. The base was still under construction, primarily refining details. Everyone was working enthusiastically, seemingly in high spirits. After all, the crisis was resolved, and they discovered their leader's unmatched strength and Zack's ability to control zombies, ensuring their lives in this apocalypse would be both safe and comfortable. Who was so smart and forward-thinking to choose to ally with Kirsty back then? Oh, it was us. The ordinary people were very grateful that they encountered Kirsty in that terrifying village. They were also grateful that when they met Kirsty again, they chose to stay with her out of gratitude. Precisely because they still had a conscience, morals, and made the right decision at critical moments, things turned out the way they are today. Thank God. Thank ourselves. Thank our leader. After returning, Kirsty didn't proactively investigate what was happening in Foam City because she was extremely busy. She was leading a group of zombies to farm. Yes, farming. Kirsty continuously experimented with improving seeds using mana, finding that most crops grown with it tasted better and grew faster. This outcome wasn't surprising, given that mana is essentially pure energy, capable of being converted into life-giving or destructive power, depending on its user. Since Kirsty could use holy light, it showed she could convert her power into light, a transformation that wasn't difficult for her. The holy sanctuary also modified plants, mostly fruits and flowers, former for enjoyment and latter for offering to deities. In any case, it had little to do with ordinary people. Kirsty hadn't expected that mana could also benefit the crops in this strange world. Recently, during her idle moments, she researched this, concluding that she could even write a thesis on the impact of mana on crops. Her interest in this stemmed from the fact that there weren't many survivors in their base, so the food consumption was low. A small amount of crops sufficed. After all, they numbered less than 40. Even if these 30-odd people ate to their heart's content, how much could they consume in a day? Yet, they grew far more than needed. One reason was that Kirsty had nothing else to do but experiment with improving crops through mana. The second reason was due to psychological scars from earlier times when many struggled with hunger, leading to a habit of stockpiling food. They could definitely store the grains they harvested. After all, as long as grains were dried properly, there was no need to worry about them not lasting for a long time. They could be stored in warehouses and taken out whenever needed. It was fruits that needed to be eaten quickly because they had a shorter shelf life. If not consumed promptly, they would spoil very soon, which would be such a waste. Therefore, every day during this period, their base was like a continuous party, aimed at consuming all those fruits to prevent wastage. While life inside Kirsty's base was incredibly joyful, it starkly contrasted with the suffering of the people outside. The wounds on their souls left lingering effects, and the pain from the burning sensation lasted for quite some time, at least a month, before completely fading away. The pain gradually diminished, with each day being slightly less painful than the previous one, giving them a glimmer of hope and preventing immediate suicide. Not all psychics participated in this battle, and amidst countless bases, ambitious individuals seized the opportunity to launch coups. Chaos erupted everywhere, and more people died during this turmoil than those eliminated by Kirsty. Many base leaders or their strongest psychics who came here were incapacitated, leading to new leaders rising in numerous bases within just a few short days. In such a short span, many bases underwent regime changes. Only a few bases, those whose leaders were relatively benevolent and were not very large, managed to escape the chaos due to the lack of ambitious individuals. In summary, everything was indeed in disarray, and amidst this chaos, some people developed ulterior motives, such as Layla. About a week after being besieged, on a certain day, Layla suddenly arrived at Kirsty's base, seeking an audience with her. Chapter 146, Deal. Kirsty was in the field when she received the message. She was inspecting her young seedlings to see how they were growing and whether any of them had pests. Around her, there were many zombies, their faces a mix of greenish-white hues, with varying degrees of decay or unhealed wounds as they worked in the fields. Some were plowing, some fertilizing, and some weeding. Just watching what they were doing, one wouldn't have realized they were zombies at all. Those closer to Kirsty were more intact in appearance. The more decayed ones stayed far away due to their foul smell, looking at Kirsty pitifully from a distance. After all, they benefited from Kirsty's mental energy. Being closer was advantageous. As subordinates, they instinctively wanted to be near their leader. If they gained her favor, they would receive benefit. Layla knocked politely at the door, asking to see Kirsty. The nearby patrol team immediately reported this. Kirsty put down the seedling she was holding and tilted her head. What did she say? She said her name is Layla and she wants to see you. The human Rosalie responsible for patrolling repeated what Layla had said, not recognizing her either. Kirsty couldn't recall when she had met someone named Layla but figured that if she had come to see her, it must be for something important. Let her in and bring her here. Kirsty poked her seedling and added, prepare some tea for me as well. Yes, boss. The human Rosalie excitedly replied, I'll do it right away. Though they had stayed out of gratitude, honestly speaking, they hadn't really done much for Kirsty while she had continuously provided for them. For instance, Kirsty had given them a place to stay and a means to live, protected their safety, ensured they didn't lack food or clothing, and let them freely choose what they wanted to do. Even the establishment of the base wasn't something they did for Kirsty since this was also their home, and they were merely building a home for themselves. So, in retrospect, they hadn't achieved anything and had only been receiving benefits. Therefore, even just preparing tea, any act that could help Kirsty made them happy. Chard. Go prepare tea for the boss. Kirsty understood what boss meant and couldn't help but touch her chin, finding her subordinates amusing. Stretching her legs, she lay down on the lounge chair her subordinates had brought specifically for her. Shortly after, someone came with tea, freshly cut fruits, and newly baked small cakes. Kirsty hadn't lain there for 2 seconds when the human Rosalie returned with Layla. Kirsty pushed up her sunglasses and began to look at who it was. She stared for a long time, perhaps because she had recently eliminated a healer mutant and still remembered. You're the one who could sleep with even an extremely ugly man. Layla. Could you please skip the prefix? Your memory points are truly peculiar. Layla secretly criticized and then forced a smile. Yes. So what brings you here this time? Kirsty asked curiously. Layla bowed politely. This is what I want to talk about. I wish to propose a deal with you. As you know, my base is quite small, and there are almost no resources left around it. I heard that you are cultivating crops here. So I hope that in the future, we can trade other things for grain, should there be any surplus. Do you now lead that base? Kirsty asked curiously. What about your husband and father-in-law? Layla instantly showed a sorrowful expression, as if genuinely feeling heartbroken over her supposedly cuckolded husband and the father-in-law who had raped her. My father-in-law bled excessively because we didn't have a powerful healer mutant in our base, and he passed away. My husband couldn't bear the loss of his father and fell ill from grief. He soon followed. Kirsty bit into an apple, suddenly understanding. Oh, so she had taken care of both her husband and father-in-law. Can they accept you as the leader of the base? It is possible for now. Layla was very polite and even brought gifts for Kirsty. As long as I am in charge, our base is willing to trade with you. Kirsty pushed a cup of tea towards her, watching her closely. Layla was leveraging the situation. She wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, her base indeed lacked food, but their base wasn't close to Kirsty's. The fact that she chose a longer route suggested there was a second motive. She wanted Kirsty's protection. If such a small base could establish a trading relationship with Kirsty, it would be considered a sort of partnership, at least in name. This would deter attacks on their base. Additionally, since Layla would be the one to negotiate this deal, no one would easily challenge her position. It wouldn't be worth risking one's life over a small base leader's position, especially if it might anger Kirsty. This woman named Layla was indeed smart. She could endure an extremely ugly healer mutant, biding her time for revenge and power for so long, displaying both cunning and ruthlessness. She was quite interesting. So, what can you offer me in exchange for grain? Kirsty asked curiously. It depends on what you need. Our base may be small, but it's near a mine. We have constant supplies of coal and jade, much of which is stored in our warehouse. We consume very little of it, so most can be used for trade. Layla spoke fluently, listing benefits that were advantageous to Kirsty. What she could provide was indeed abundant. While it might not be highly valuable to ordinary bases, it held some utility for Kirsty. Kirsty couldn't help but chuckle lightly and said, "You're quite interesting. I'm willing to take a bit of a loss. However, to facilitate the trade, I'll go back with you for a while." Setting up a teleportation array at her place would make travel more convenient. Chapter 147, Who is Short-Sighted? Kirsty accompanied Layla back to the small base she was in. The development of small bases after the apocalypse has been very limited and difficult, unless one is willing to invest a large amount of resources and has enough time, manpower, and formidable strength, there would be little chance of developing into a large base. But how many people meet all these criteria? And how many large bases are there now worldwide? Most ambitious but underpowered base leaders can only expand their small bases a bit, and even more have no room for development and can only muddle through. Especially nowadays, with fewer resources outside, small bases have even less chance of developing when they need to cultivate their own resources. From the current situation, all small bases will only have two paths in the future: develop themselves into medium or large bases, having the ability to cultivate various resources including planting, breeding, power generation, and other miscellaneous skills, ensuring that the people in the base can survive peacefully, or join another base and find a way to live. Apart from this, there is no other possibility. Layla was well aware of this, but she wanted to choose a third path relying on a sufficiently powerful base. This option was almost harder than developing on her own because normal bases would not let a useless small, broken base rely on them as it offers no benefits. Especially if they were far away, seeing neither mutual assistance nor special local products, why would they let you rely on them? Surely not just for the sake of appearances. This was why Layla tried hard to probe Kirsty. She did not want to merge into a large base, nor did she wish to see the small base decline, thus, she had to forge a new path herself. It turned out that she bet correctly. Kirsty indeed differed from all the base leaders, possibly due to being overly powerful. This made Kirsty not so concerned about profit, she valued more whether one was interesting and could bring her amusement. In modern terms, she appeared somewhat chaotic neutral and was also an entertaining person. The most important thing was that Kirsty was strong, even terrifyingly so. She could ignore conspiracies and others' likes and dislikes, setting her standards and making others follow them. Mundane interests could not sway her, but things within her standards could. She was the type that those who hated her truly despised, and those who loved her genuinely admired. Layla envied this but knew it was hard for her to become such a person. So, what she needed to do was win Kirsty's favor. Layla planned clearly and wisely, treating Kirsty extremely well. After arriving at their destination, Layla first led Kirsty back to the base, intending to entertain her before visiting the mine the next day. Upon returning, she immediately instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner, as although life in the small base was tight for everyone, the upper echelon still enjoyed relatively better living conditions. After giving the instructions, Layla took Kirsty to look at accommodations. Kirsty waved her hand, "Where I stay doesn't matter, find me a place to set up the teleportation array first." Layla nodded and found a suitable location for the teleportation array. Kirsty brought sufficient materials, rolled up her sleeves, and got busy. Layla couldn't help much, so she simply supervised the dinner arrangements, which must be impeccable to avoid giving Kirsty any impression of carelessness. After she left, someone approached her. It was her current lover. Although Layla was in charge of the base, her lover was not idle, he also helped manage things. He merely lacked power and influence compared to Layla. Ever since breaking ties with her ex-husband and encountering her overbearing father-in-law, Layla's character became increasingly extreme. She believed that power must be held in her hands for one to enjoy freedom. Only then does one qualify to decide whom they sleep with. To choose between sleeping and being slept with was not the same. Thus, she chose a lover with some talent, relatively controllable, and unable to challenge her rule. Of course, he was good-looking, a crucial point. What's wrong? Seeing her panicked lover approach, Layla raised an eyebrow, her smile sweet and enchanting. Her lover couldn't help but lose his train of thought for a moment, then he remembered his purpose. How can you possibly cooperate with her? Kirsty was now the public enemy of many bases. They were all large bases, almost sweeping up half of the forces in the country. And that was a conservative estimate. To be precise, it was 2/3. Cooperating with Kirsty at this time, wasn't this courting death? Those who couldn't handle a big base like Kirsty, could they not deal with a small place like theirs? Even if any one of those large bases wanted to crush them, they could do so effortlessly. Had Layla gone mad? Seeking cooperation from Kirsty during such a critical period, what would happen if they got revenge? Sure enough, women have long hair and short sight, only thinking about benefits and ignoring the dangers. This matter I have discussed with your father and elder sister, we reached a consensus. Layla could see through what he was thinking at once, feeling somewhat disappointed. Although she didn't care if her partner was just a figurehead, he shouldn't interfere blindly like this. But there was still some affection between them, so Layla gave him a chance. You can discuss the specifics with your father later, then you'll understand our plan. I have other things to do now. Her lover stopped her. The old man is like he's been given a love potion, listening only to you. What answer will I get by asking him? In short, I disagree. This is too dangerous. Find a way to get rid of her. Harel, fine. Layla casually replied, sending him away first. As he left, he turned back to warn her. You must listen to me. Don't cooperate with someone like, even if we want to cooperate, we can find other bases. Sure. Layla squinted her eyes and thought. I'll definitely change. I'll change my lover. Chapter 148. Are you poisoned by witchcraft? Why didn't she notice how foolish and clueless he was before? Layla was utterly puzzled. What gave him the confidence to think that a regular large base would come for targeted poverty alleviation? Even if those big bases suddenly went mad and wanted to alleviate poverty, why would they choose to help them? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, let alone pies falling from the sky. If such a pie did fall and conveniently landed right in front of them, then there was probably only one possibility. The pie had been poisoned by someone and deliberately thrown in front of them. She could accept a man who was like a vase, useless but handsome and not prone to unnecessary talk, whether or not his family had means. After all, she had chosen him for appearances, but she couldn't tolerate a vase who was intellectually impaired and tried to interfere with her decisions under such circumstances. To make matters worse, his suggestion was so foolish it could be diagnosed at a hospital as brain damage. Why keep him around? Waiting for the day when he ruins her life? Naive, stupid, reckless, and lacking self-awareness, these were the most dangerous traits, especially when combined with a lack of self-awareness. Keeping such a person as a lover was equivalent to sleeping next to a bomb every night. It's just good luck if nothing happens. Once something does, there might not even be enough ashes left to scatter. Smart people don't gamble on the odds of something going wrong. Get lost. Layla originally planned to properly entertain Kirsty as a host should, leaving a good impression in Kirsty's mind. However, after witnessing her lover's foolishness, she changed her mind. She was mainly worried that this idiot might act on his own, causing trouble. The actions and thought processes of fools were incomprehensible to normal people. If his foolishness caused the cooperation with Kirsty to collapse, Layla would tear him apart and feed him to dogs. But if things really came to that, it would be too late. It was safer to nip any danger in the bud. She immediately informed her lover's father and elder sister, both of whom were more rational and served as her true partners within the base, not her lover. They had discussed this matter before Fengcheng launched its second attack, which is why Layla could arrive so early. When Fengcheng joined many others to attack the base where Kirsty was, Layla set off. They agreed to observe upon reaching nearby areas, watching which side would win. If Kirsty won, it meant she wasn't afraid to stand against the entire world. If she were indeed so powerful, they wouldn't need to care about the number or identities of their enemies. Then, finding Kirsty for cooperation would solely depend on whether Kirsty agreed to collaborate with them. Other factors didn't matter since they approached her based on her victory. After Kirsty won, if anyone dared to attack the small base she protected, it would be sheer idiocy, only possible by an imbecile like her lover. But if such an imbecile could become a key figure in a base, capable of making decisions against the majority without benefit, offending higher-ups, how long could that base last before closing down? So they observed, waiting until everything settled after Kirsty's victory. Layla then approached her immediately. She wanted to be the first to offer help. Well, maybe there wasn't much snow, but she aimed to be the very first. That way, success would be more likely. In the end, her lover's father and elder sister, being rational, knew clearly who to cooperate with, why to cooperate, and who would work with them under these circumstances. Upon receiving the news, they looked like their worldview had collapsed. They couldn't believe that despite having the same parents and growing up in the same household, the elder sister turned out normal while the brother became a mental defective. The elder sister even anxiously asked her father, "He's biologically related, right? He's not your illegitimate child, right? He wasn't adopted, right? And Sarah hasn't cheated on you. Almond. What are you saying?" But even the father wondered why bamboo could produce a bad shoot. He lamented, "Your brother's birth was difficult. We were poor then, and your mother refused to spend money on a cesarean section, insisting on natural birth. In the end, they used forceps to deliver him. Could he have damaged his brain then?" Sister. After speculating for a while, they finally realized the most important thing now was to subdue their intellectually impaired son, younger brother, first. They couldn't let his foolishness ruin everything. What kind of person was Layla? If it really failed because of his impairment, Layla might actually drown their whole family in the nearby river. Moreover, they didn't want to fail either. So, they split up. One went to detain the impaired brother, and the other found help to lock him up, so he wouldn't be a hindrance at a critical moment. The lover was delayed by his own sister and then captured and locked in a small dark room by his father and others. When he was locked in, he still looked bewildered and even somewhat angry. "Abdullah, what are you doing?" He turned his head to look at his sister. "Didn't you agree with me just now?" "Persuade Abdullah. I suspect he's been bewitched. Otherwise, how could he not help his own son but instead help outsiders?" His sister crossed her arms, filled with the desire to criticize, especially after realizing that her brother might be genuinely impaired, not pretending. She pondered for a long time and finally said sorrowfully, "Considering you were injured during birth, I won't scold you." His father also said, "Anyway, before everything is settled, I will watch over you personally to prevent you from doing something stupid. You must behave yourself." Perhaps thinking that rational arguments would be beyond his son's understanding, he resorted to threats. "If you don't behave, just get lost. Go wherever you want. From now on, consider yourself disowned." Having raised him for so many years, even if it was like raising a stone, some affection had developed. He still hoped his impaired son could become a bit smarter. But if he only dragged them down, it would be better to let him go. After all, there were others in the family. They couldn't risk multiple lives for one. Albin. Chapter 149, Don't Corrupt Kids. Layla handed over the matters to her lover's sister and father before returning to her busy schedule. In the evening, she did not throw a grand banquet for everyone but set up a small table only for herself, Kirsty, and her lover's sister. Women generally prefer socializing with other women over drinking, as male drinking culture is quite different from that of females. Initially, Layla didn't want to invite her lover's sister either, but later she thought that though a more intimate atmosphere would result from just two people, it would lack someone to help facilitate conversation. Whether discussing matters or building relationships, it wouldn't be as convenient without an intermediary. Thus, she invited one more person. The three of them sat down at the small table. Despite only 4 dishes and a soup, the food was meticulously prepared, and the flavors were delightful, showing great care. Layla wasn't sure if Kirsty could drink, so she brought some fruit wine and red wine with low alcohol content, just in case. While drinking culture might have its bad reputation, there was indeed some truth to it. People become more talkative after a little drink. It's a good time to build rapport, discuss collaborations, or strike deals. Kirsty seemed interested in the fruit wine. She tilted her head and watched as Layla poured her a glass. The fruit wine was Yangmai, Chinese bayberry wine, which looks somewhat like red wine with its bright color. It has a strong fruity aroma, is sweet and sour, and especially refreshing when served with ice cubes. Kirsty took a sip and her eyes lit up immediately. Seeing her enthusiasm, Layla quickly said, "Do you like it? This comes from my hometown. I remember when I was young, there were Yangmai trees on the streets. When the berries ripened, we kids would gather them with baskets. I loved the sweet and sour taste, so I always picked the reddish ones that weren't fully ripe yet and asked my mother to make them into Yangmai wine. If you like it, I can teach you, it's quite simple." Kirsty became instantly excited, sitting primly with her hands on her knees, listening attentively as Layla shared the secrets of brewing Yangmai wine. She learned this to teach stone. They wouldn't run out of Yangmai wine again, their base had plenty of space, they could definitely allocate an area to grow Yangmai, whether for eating or for making wine, it would be a great choice. A cup of Yangmai wine successfully bridged the gap between them. Gradually, the three started chatting, and by the end of the meal, they were already calling each other sisters and putting their arms around each other. Her lover's sister didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol. Since she rarely drank before, she didn't know how many glasses it would take to get her tipsy. By now, her speech was already slurred, yet she still insisted on introducing a boyfriend to Kirsty. But from the way she talked, it sounded more like a casual hookup rather than a serious relationship. If you like him, go ahead and sleep with him. If not, forget it. Our base isn't big, but the men here are quite good looking, at least physically speaking, not necessarily smart, she chuckled. The world's ending sooner or later, so why not enjoy life while you can? Who knows when any of us might die? Might as well enjoy ourselves when we can. That way, even if something bad happens, you won't regret it, right? Kirsty was intrigued. Layla was very different from some women she'd met who couldn't live without men. Those women clearly couldn't live independently without relying on a man, a vine needing a tree to survive. They needed a mainstay, like vines that must cling to a tree to live. But Layla wasn't like that. She was self-reliant and held power in her own hands. She wasn't a woman who depended on any man to grow or a foolish one who hid her capabilities and resources behind a man. Her lover's sister also seemed similar. Yet both of them kept having men, as if men were an essential part of their lives. This left Kirsty, who had lived for centuries and remained single, not only curious but also puzzled. When Kirsty raised her question, the two women laughed heartily. They probably thought Kirsty was young because of her appearance. After all, Kirsty looked like she was barely an adult, no more than 18 years old. So the two women sandwiched Kirsty in the middle and started sharing their experiences, trading witty remarks. This kind of comfort depends entirely on whether the guy is good in bed. If he's good, it's comfortable. If not, it's sheer torture. At this point, Layla rolled her eyes. And men have this strange sense of self-esteem. They're just a little bit long and they ask you every day if it's big enough or if it feels good. They don't even look in the mirror, it's not even as good as a sprout. So it's very important for women to have status. It decides what kind of men you can choose, who will make you happier. If life isn't good with one, switch. If he's too greasy, switch. If he doesn't know himself, switch. There are plenty of men in the world, goodbye is goodbye, and the next one will be more obedient. Her lover's sister chimed in immediately, you're right. If it doesn't work, switch. There's always one who is obedient, listens, and performs well. This kind of thing is really stress relieving. When I'm in a bad mood, under pressure, or bored, I find a man to relieve my boredom. It's truly enjoyable. As long as you don't talk about feelings, it's just more happiness. But if you really want to find a man, Layla started sharing her experience, you must keep your eyes open. First, you're relatively young and lack experience in this area. Second, you are powerful enough that they can get a lot from you. They will always try to take something from you. If their ambition is small, it's still manageable. But those with big ambitions can do anything. Anyway, just remember 2 things. Choose someone easy to control, and don't talk about feelings. Yes, 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 keep it all in bed. Kirsty, caught in between them, felt dizzy from all the talk. For some reason, she thought of Bram. Although she wasn't as young as they said, she indeed lacked experience and was confused by their advice. Even though she wasn't drunk, she looked like it. When the 3 finally went back to their respective rooms to sleep, Kirsty tossed and turned, her mind filled with the words spoken by the 2 beautiful sisters. She couldn't fall asleep, her cheeks flushed red, looking truly as if she were drunk. Bram was also not sleeping. Bored, he was sitting at the back of the house where there was a very small strawberry patch, Fulton's experimental field. He was squatting there watching the strawberries when suddenly a portal opened before him, and a head popped out. Are you living well, Bram? Chapter 150 Round Off. To ask any man such a question is an outright provocation. No man would think himself incapable, especially not in front of a girl he liked. Sitting there, Zach's mind had been blank until that moment when it suddenly brimmed with strange thoughts. And the foremost question at present was not why Kirsty would suddenly ask such a question, nor why she came back so late at night, but, with a bit of reserve yet lacking true restraint, Zach said, "You can give it a try. Only by trying could one rate good or bad, average or terrible." Zach believed he deserved a good review. After hearing this, Kirsty sized up Zach from head to toe, hesitated as if about to speak, then after a while, her small figure retreated. Yes, she retreated, and the portal slowly closed, as if it had never opened. Having implicitly suggested with reserve, Zach now filled with anticipation. He sat there for a few more minutes, but the portal did not open again. It seemed that Kirsty's sudden appearance and questioning were merely a beautiful dream. What did she mean? Those with many thoughts tend to overthink things. Zach, leaning there, pondered back and forth, suspecting that Kirsty had encountered something unsuitable after leaving with someone else. In a dazzling world where beauty captivates, she had just repelled many attacks from major bases, and her fame was gradually spreading. There were countless people wanting to win her favor. These days, it was hard to impress someone with offerings, as powerful people lacked neither resources of which they already had plenty nor status, especially someone as strong as Kirsty. She was the boss, and others couldn't lure her with positions. So they could only offer peculiar items. The most common tactic, naturally, was the beauty trap. Put simply, sending handsome men, strong men, or skilled men. And even worse, some might take action personally. Considering all possibilities, Zach couldn't sit still. The wildflowers outside may not be fragrant, but they certainly caught the eye. He stood up, pacing back and forth, thinking about what to do next. Just then, he saw Bruce walking back. Zach felt a mix of emotions, and as he passed Bruce, he couldn't help saying, too weak. Didn't he want to compete? Yet he couldn't even attract Kirsty's attention. If outsiders got ahead, how embarrassing. They had been vigilant, yet let others reap the rewards. It would be humiliating to admit. Bruce. Completely unaware of what was going on, Bruce, who was mysteriously scolded, suspected Zach had lost his mind. He frowned and asked, "Why are you acting crazy? How have I offended you?" Although they were indeed rivals who often found each other annoying due to Kirsty, they managed to coexist peacefully out of necessity. But given the chance to undermine each other, they wouldn't hesitate. However, they wouldn't stoop to personal attacks without cause. That would be childish and low class. So today, Zach's behavior was indeed unusual, prompting Bruce to wonder if something had hit him hard, making him. Before Bruce could figure it out, Zach looked at him oddly and asked another strange question. "Have you seen Kirsty today?" "Of course not," Bruce replied, nearly convinced that Zach had indeed lost his mind. Hadn't Kirsty left on business and not returned today? Upon hearing this, Zach's smile grew even stranger, almost pitying. "Oh, that's how it is." Stepping forward, Zach patted his shoulder and said, "Get some rest, it's quite late." His demeanor was unusually gentle, as if their unspoken conflict had suddenly ended on one side, anyway. Yet this was impossible, as everyone knew Kirsty didn't have those intentions toward anyone. Some even bet on when Kirsty would finally notice love and find a boyfriend. There were rumors of new bets on who would be her boyfriend if she ever had one, with Zach and Bruce at odds of 60 to 40. There were also obscure fan pairs, mostly minor players not worth mentioning. So how could the invisible war possibly end? Unless Zach was ready to give up. Bruce was extremely puzzled tonight, mainly because Zach's behavior was truly strange. He frowned deeply, not wanting to continue the conversation with Zach. After brushing off his hand, he walked towards his residence. After walking a certain distance, when he turned back, he could still see Zach standing there with a smile, looking in his direction, his eyes filled with joy and a sense of achievement. For a moment, Bruce even felt a chill run down his spine, feeling as if his rival had been possessed by something strange. Otherwise, why would he act so bizarrely? The more Bruce thought about it, the less he understood, and he remembered the last question Zach had asked him. He began to suspect that perhaps Kirsty had returned while he wasn't aware. So Bruce took a turn and went to ask the few sleepy companions, including the most important cook in their base, yes, probably the one who was particularly important to Kirsty. Stone and the others all looked bewildered. "No, we didn't see her." Bruce's confusion grew even deeper. He had no idea what had gotten into Zach tonight. Was it because he couldn't catch up with Kirsty for so long that he developed some kind of hysteria? If that were true, then Bruce felt a bit of pity for him, so he stopped thinking about it. After saying goodbye to everyone, he returned to his room to sleep. He probably wouldn't know what Zach was thinking at that moment. Zach was thinking, "Kirsty only asked me if I was good at living. So, rounding it off, she wants to sleep with me, not Bruce. What should we name our future child? Should we invite Bruce to the ceremony? I wonder if Kirsty prefers boys or girls. What a sweet problem this is." Chapter 151. This is not the point. Kirsty was unaware that someone had already imagined their life together for decades after marriage. After she turned off the portal, she lay down on her bed and began to ponder, could such things really be as enjoyable as they claimed? Perhaps it could be. Recalling the group of beasts that had harmed Little Black and Little White's brothers, those people wouldn't let any beautiful child go, whether boys or girls, regardless of age, just for that pleasure. Thinking about this made her feel a bit physically disgusted. It seemed that the minds of humans and beasts were worlds apart. Once she associated this matter with such evil acts, all interest vanished from her mind instantly, and she fell asleep resolutely. Mainly, it felt somewhat repulsive. When she woke up the next morning around 9 o'clock, not too early or late, the young lady who drank with her yesterday, the sister of her paramour, was waiting at the door. She didn't knock, presumably to avoid disturbing Kirstyke's sleep, but waited quietly until Kirstyke opened the door herself. Beside her stood a Grayson, seemingly in his late teens, handsome and sweet-smiling. "Kirstyke," the sister of her paramour said calmly, "didn't we discuss this last night? So today I brought someone over." She chuckled. "Take a look, will you like him? If you do, you can give it a try. If not, we can change to another one." Although she clearly mentioned changing in front of him, the Grayson did not seem angry at all, only looking at Kirstyke with an expectant gaze. Kirstyke. She had never seen such a scene before and was momentarily unsure how to react. The sister of her paramour added fuel to the fire beside her. These days aren't like the past, people should live a bit more freely. Besides, everyone here is consenting. There's no coercion involved. Why not give it a try? "So, is he good?" Kirstyke asked curiously. After all, defining good in this context was something completely unclear to her as a novice. Humans have curiosity, and curiosity is essential to them. It's the source of knowledge and the driving force behind development and invention. So, it was quite normal for Kirstyke to be curious. Without this curiosity, she wouldn't have become a necromancer. The sister of her paramour covered her mouth with her fist and coughed lightly, then said, "I'm not sure, because I haven't tried." There was indeed a difference between gifts for others and personal use, especially considering Kirstyke looked very young and inexperienced. So she had specifically chosen someone young and pure. After subtly expressing this point, the sister of her paramour touched her chin. Just as she was about to speak, someone rushed by nearby. He came in a hurry, and seeing the situation from afar, he moved even faster. In 2 strides, he reached Kirstyke's side, quickly positioning himself between her and the Grayson, blocking his view. "You asked me something last night, and I haven't given you an answer yet." Brecken lowered his eyelids, looking slightly aggrieved. "Why did you rush away so suddenly?" Seeing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, and noticing Brecken's striking looks and unusual demeanor, the sister of the paramour immediately appeared enlightened. She grabbed the Grayson and started apologizing. "Sorry, I didn't know. Well, anyway, I'll leave now and not disturb you. Need anything? Breakfast, perhaps?" "Need." Brecken loosely encircled Kirstyke with his hand and rapidly replied, "Thank you." The sister of her paramour promptly dragged the Grayson away, although she felt Brecken might not be enough alone, but knowing there were pure lovers who preferred one-on-one relationships, it was better to be cautious. After they left, Kirstyke had time to look at Brecken. "How did you come here?" "How did you get here?" Brecken replied softly, "Didn't you already set up a portal between the 2 bases?" "That's how I came." Kirstyke had indeed completed this on the first day, so she repeated her first question. "Then why did you come?" "I'm afraid you don't know what it means to live well and might be deceived by those who live poorly outside." Brecken's gaze became even more melancholy. "You didn't finish talking yesterday, why did you run off?" Kirsty looked up at the sky, unsure of how to cover her unease. After a while, she suddenly became defiant. "Didn't you just say that yourself? I don't know what's good or bad. So, even if you're bad, you could still deceive me by saying it's good. How would I be able to tell the difference then? How can I answer you?" Brecken. What an apt application of learning. But he had already gotten used to Kirsty's unmatched mouth, so he changed his approach. "Who taught you these things?" "That person just now." "This isn't important." "This is very important." Brecken had always been restraining himself, holding back from doing anything strange or saying anything excessive, waiting for Kirsty to come around on her own so they could naturally progress. But look what happened. Their home was almost burglarized. If this continued, how much worse could it get? He wanted to vent his anger on those who were teaching his child such things, but getting angry wouldn't solve anything. It would only make him seem petty and spiteful. So, Brecken lowered his head, looking straight into Kirsty's eyes. His demeanor softened slightly as he spoke in a gentle, guiding tone. "I'm mainly worried that you might be deceived by outsiders. You should know, that kind of thing is indeed pleasurable, but it's not the most pleasurable. The most pleasurable experience happens when the person doing that with you is someone you like. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is..." He silently pulled out a book, spreading out the diagrams he had painstakingly gathered in front of Kirsty, then whispered like a demon, "Do you know what genital warts are? Today, I'll teach you some new knowledge." 5 minutes later, Kirsty's face was deathly pale, feeling like her health bar was nearly empty. How could there be such terrifying things? "Sir, I have no worldly desires anymore." Chapter 152. Are you an EU king? About 10 minutes later, Kirsty and Brecken appeared in front of Layla. Layla had already gleaned some information from her lover's sister but refused to believe it. When these 2 people appeared one after another before her, Layla asked with a smile, "Was the person just now not to your taste? How about I call a few more over for you to choose from? Surely one of them will suit your fancy." Kirsty quickly put on a serious face and declined her offer. "Don't we still have important matters at hand? Let's attend to those first." Layla said nothing aloud, but inwardly she marveled. She always felt that Kirsty was different from everyone else, being a woman who placed herself above all else, never interfered with by others nor changed by them. Though her personality was a bit strange, it was very interesting. Now it seemed even such a person could be influenced to this extent by someone. "Looks like I'm prying unnecessarily," said Layla with a bright smile. Since that's the case, let's get down to business then. Yeah, Kirsty responded rapidly. Let's finish the business first. Layla personally led the two out of the door. Not far from their base were the mines. Before the apocalypse, the locals relied on these resources, living relatively comfortably. But after the apocalypse, neither jade nor coal could bring them profit anymore, so the mines were abandoned, gradually becoming desolate. This was partly why Layla chose to do business with Kirsty. Their base had very little to offer, and there was even less that would interest larger bases. In this situation, they also had to consider the possibility of the other party deciding to raid instead of trade. Thus, potential partners were few and far between. Kirsty was almost her only remaining choice, indeed her last hope. This was also why Layla quickly distanced herself from her former lover. It wasn't scary that a person was foolish. What was truly frightening was when a foolish person thought themselves wise, lacking self-awareness. Her previous lover was exactly such a person, stupid, without self-awareness, and looked down on smart people. It was as if he had stacked numerous buffs on himself. Layla thanked her lucky stars that she had seen through his stupidity and ignorance and decisively left him before anything bad happened. Truly blessed by heaven. The location of the mines was neither too far nor too close. They arrived by car in about 20 minutes. Here remained unsealed mine shafts from previous mining operations. The apocalypse came abruptly, leaving many things abandoned here. From afar, you could feel the desolation of the place. It would make a perfect setting for a horror film. If you plan to start mining here, you should consider a few issues, Layla said straightforwardly, knowing it was best not to hide anything from Kirsty. She disliked dealing with enigmatic people. Our base is too small, and we lack manpower. This was currently the biggest problem. Without enough people, it would be impossible to operate the mine. If Kirsty intended to mine here, she would need to send more people. But Kirsty's base didn't seem to have many people either. This is easy, Kirsty said while drawing an array on the ground. Upon completion, the array emitted a beautiful emerald light, bright and intense, almost resembling liquefied jade, astonishingly beautiful. The content and quality of the jade are excellent, Kirsty remarked after clapping her hands. Later, I will set up an array here. When operational, I can teleport workers here and conveniently send the raw stones back. However, my available manpower is limited, so you'll need to send a batch of people to my base for training. Kirsty also mentioned her requirements. They need to be quite resilient, not easily startled, and don't need to be overly strong, just healthy. This requirement wasn't high. Layla quickly gave an okay gesture, preparing to look for suitable candidates among the experts within her base once she returned. In this partnership, Kirsty was contributing far more than they were. So, they needed to contribute more in detail. One couldn't keep relying on others for aid forever, right? Even if someone did provide aid, it wouldn't last indefinitely. Moreover, as time went on, everyone would gradually come to understand this. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that once news of them receiving aid spreads, and they become the first ones to benefit, the remaining small bases will absolutely want a piece of the pie. When competition increases, all providing aid, why should they choose to help these particular ones? This is why even though the cooperation had been reached, Layla was still trying hard to please Kirsty. This is a long-term matter, one needs to look at it in the long run. Although Kirsty had already used her array beforehand to perceive the quality of the jade mines in the mountain and how much remained after extraction, she didn't leave after sensing it. She still went down once. At the bottom, she could see many traces of mining, while abandoned mine shafts were cold and damp. Brecken held up a lamp, illuminating a small area. Layla had done her homework in advance and explained the situation like a tour guide. By the way, we once mined a very famous piece of jade here, which seemed to sell for quite a high price. I think it was called Imperial Green. Talking about Hatien jade, Lantien jade, and emerald, they are all types of jade, but among them, Imperial Green emeralds are priced the highest because their color is the purest and most intense, making them the most beautiful. What's Imperial Green? Kirsty asked curiously. Layla immediately gave a serious explanation. After listening, Kirsty looked contemplative and slowly walked in a certain direction. After a while, she picked up a stone and asked, holding it up, is this it? Layla laughed. Imperial Green emeralds are very rare, how could you just pick one up randomly? Brecken held the lamp, and the light shone on the stone in Kirsty's hand. There was a tiny chip on the stone, faintly revealing a bit of green. That green was so intense it seemed like it could flow out from the gap. The laughter suddenly stopped, becoming awkward. Layla's pupils dilated in shock. She pinched her face hard, while nearby Kirsty casually tossed the stone aside. Oh, not that. Layla. Chapter 153, New Partner. She lunged forward and caught the stone just in time, preventing an expensive imperial jade from smashing to pieces on the ground. Yes, it's imperial green. The differences between people are really too vast. Some people can't earn 1,000,000 yuan in their entire lifetime, forced into 996 work hours just to make ends meet, burdened with mortgage and car loans, supporting elders and children, never having true freedom for most of their lives. Some people, with just a casual pickup, get several million. The gap between lucky ones and unlucky ones is just too wide. Laylahan handed the stone to Kirsty with teary eyes. The size of this jade was unknown since it wasn't fully cut open, but judging from the existing window, it was at least as big as a fist. Moreover, its color was very pure and transparent, indicating high quality. Kirsty didn't take it but motioned for Zack to play with it. Laylahan envied her greatly. Although jade wasn't valuable after the apocalypse, this symbolized an attitude. It symbolized the affection from the leader. After wandering around the mine for a while, they left. Kirsty inspected the distant coal mine, confirming that both mines had abundant resources. Once she found the right opportunity, they could start mining, and she left contentedly. The coal resources were mainly needed by the base, while the jade resources were for Kirsty. She planned to gather reliable subordinates back at the base and research some tools before coming over to mine. Ideally, she'd extract all the resources she needed before winter came, as the base was going to undergo its second phase of construction. This second phase referred to things not necessarily essential during normal times but completely attainable given their wealth. Like greenhouses. With greenhouses, fruits could be grown even in winter. They also needed to research power generation. Norris said he would bring a group of researchers he previously knew. They hadn't started this project earlier because their base's reputation wasn't great. Aside from those closely associated with him, others might be unwilling to come. But now it was different. Their base now enjoyed a widespread reputation. Just their strength alone was enough to convince many undecided individuals. Even if they had enemies among other bases, they couldn't defeat them. Working for a powerful force was also a form of safety in the apocalypse. What used to be their weakness had now become a strength, like controlling zombies. Previously, this was a disadvantage because the relationship between humans and zombies was irreconcilable, akin to predators and prey. Now, however, both Zack and Kirsty could control zombies. Didn't this mean they would never be harmed by zombies? Good. Viewing things from different angles led to different conclusions. Everyone now looked at this situation positively. Soon enough, people would actively seek employment at the base. After touring the mountain, Kirsty set up 2 teleportation arrays here, one near the jade mine and one near the coal mine. Afterward, they each returned to gather their respective teams. Laylahan would go back to select a batch of experienced miners who were brave, healthy, and would later be sent to Kirsty's base for training. Then they would be employed. Kirsty would return to choose reliable zombies and provide them with simple vocational training for mining. Those coming from Laylahan's base would lead the teams, just as humans acted as team leaders when building the base before, leading the zombies. Kirsty and Zack returned to the base first, planning to select 2 batches of subordinates, one for mining and one for transportation. Jaren had nothing much to do, so he could serve as the overall team leader, giving himself something to do. As soon as she got back to the base, Aiden approached her. "Boss." Aiden jogged over and said, "Someone's looking for you. They say they're your old acquaintance. I don't know them, so I arranged for them to wait in the living room." If Kirsty hadn't returned today, Aiden would have accommodated them nearby, keeping an eye on them to prevent any mischief. "I'll see." Kirsty delegated tasks, instructing Ayla and Zack to select suitable subordinates, then entered the guest room. Just reaching the door, she heard someone muttering inside. "Is it really the same person? Could it be a coincidence? What if we've come to the wrong place? We'll know for sure once we see her, right?" This voice sounded familiar. Kirsty pushed the door open and poked her head in, only to be greeted by a surprise. They were indeed acquaintances. Sitting on the left was Chris, and on the right was the former Deputy Rosalie from back in the day, all of whom were friends she had made at the Tobias Survivor base. After issues arose at the base, they all went their separate ways and never crossed paths again. Sometimes, Kirsty would think about these old pals. After all, they were among the first people she met when she arrived in this world, which held a different significance. "Wow, it really is you." Chris spotted Kirsty entering the room and couldn't help but wave his hand. "We've come to join you." The Deputy Rosalie elbowed him, giving him a look of disbelief. "Can you calm down a bit? People should show some restraint." So what if they were old friends? They hadn't shared hardships together. Now that Kirsty's base had gained some standing, their coming to join seemed a bit opportunistic. Though it was also because of recent events that they learned Kirsty was here. But still, others might not believe or accept this. Kirsty didn't mind at all, and she was even quite happy. "Sure, stay as long as you want. There aren't many of us at the base yet. You can stay over and we can hang out together." Kirsty grabbed each of them and started dragging them out. "Come on, haven't you guys eaten yet? Let me take you out for a meal. After dinner, I'll show you around to pick your houses. You can choose wherever you like to stay." Chris, Deputy Isabel. Kirsty hadn't eaten either, so she quickly contacted Stone and the others. Since she was just heading home anyway, why not have a party tonight? When Kirsty went to contact Stone, Chris was still hooking arms with the Deputy Rosalie behind her, saying, "See, I told you. Kirsty hasn't changed." Deputy Isabel. Alright, naturals do seem to understand each other's brain circuits. Chapter 154, I'm not leaving. The party planned for that evening didn't materialize because everyone was busy harvesting. So instead of a party, they all worked. After a hurried meal, they joined the others in the fields and only by around 10 at night did they have the chance to choose rooms to stay in. The deputy team leader rubbed his waist, feeling quite mixed emotions. "Are we here just to provide free labor?" Chris gave him a questioning look. "You don't want to work and just eat. Dion, your comprehension is deteriorating every day." It was peak farming season for their base. Harvesting old crops and planting new ones left no one idle, even Kirsty had her tasks to handle. Plans for the party were put on hold. The first batch of miners had been selected with Jaren and the deputy team leader as leaders. The deputy remained in his deputy position. One was responsible for leading the squad into the mines while the other took care of transportation back and forth. Layla brought a group over and, following Kirsty's request, chose about 30 people. Kirsty and Ava were in charge of teaching them. Ava lay on Kirsty's shoulder, curiously watching these strangers, then flashed a friendly smile. From the human perspective, however, it was a baby-like zombie bearing sharp fangs, even drooling as if ready to devour them. Though Layla said they were here for training and had serious business to attend to, they couldn't help but speculate, what if they weren't here for training but as food? Thankfully, Layla had some authority, so nothing went awry. Kirsty divided them into 3 squads of about 10 each and said, the first thing you need to learn is how to get along well with your future teammates. Learn this and everything else will be fine. Line up according to teams and follow me. Once Layla handed over the group to Kirsty, they felt like orphans who lost their parents, fearing mistreatment with no protection, their hearts filled with anxiety. This unease peaked over the next half hour. Because Kirsty led them into a group of zombies. Over 100 zombies, led by Hemlock, with Xiaohei and Chauncey called over to assist. Except for Kirsty, there wasn't a single human around them. So, it was normal for them to suspect they'd be eaten. Trembling, some were on the verge of tears, already contemplating their last words. Of course, this state didn't last long. They suddenly noticed that the zombies were not paying attention to them but were moving grain. Kirsty's base, though short on living humans, had many zombies. After completing the base construction, they cleared more land for the zombies to work on. Those responsible for farming did so, those for growing fruits grew fruits, those for raising fish tended to fish, pigs for pigs, chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, all sorts. So much was produced that Kirsty was somewhat worried about the surplus. That's why when Layla approached her, she agreed without hesitation, their storage was too full. Grain could be stored dried for years, but vegetables, fruits, milk, and eggs couldn't last long. Some were made into preserved goods to extend shelf life, but still, part of the harvest needed to be consumed or it would go to waste. Fulton began considering reducing the variety planted next time, focusing more on grains rather than perishables. But not planting. That wouldn't do. Post-apocalypse, almost everyone developed a hoarding habit. Discarding excess was unheard of. Even if they couldn't consume it all or use it all, it must be stockpiled at home. Only with such stockpiles did they feel secure. Only then could they sleep peacefully. During peak farming seasons, both humans and zombies in the base got extremely busy, leaving no room to spare a few zombies to entertain them. Instead, they had to help the zombies with the harvest. The 30 people were scattered among the zombies. Led by Xiaohei and Chauncey, they assisted the zombies in harvesting and transporting crops. If they worked hard, they could join everyone at the canteen for lunch. Stone was in charge of cooking, with 2 helpers, ensuring everyone got enough rice and steamed buns, meat and vegetables, and 2 eggs per person. Having gotten used to irregular meals, worrying every day about what to eat the next day, for a moment they even suspected this was their last meal. If it wasn't a last meal, how could it be so lavish? In an instant, everyone's expressions resembled the famous shouting meme. They couldn't believe that people in the outside base lived such good lives. It must be putting on a brave front. But as they thought about all the grain they had helped those zombies transport, tears slowly trickled down from the corners of their mouths. Their hands holding the bowls trembled slightly. Initially, some couldn't accept working alongside zombies. After all, untrained people couldn't readily take on tasks like feeding tigers or lions. Even if others kept telling them, they won't bite you, you're not as tasty as the meat in the feed, fear of wild beasts is human nature. Zombies were even more terrifying than wild animals. After all, wild beasts might not attack humans when full, but zombies would always attack humans. This caused them to uncontrollably observe the zombies constantly while working, checking if the zombies had any sudden urges to attack. They felt a constant chill down their spines, not daring to lower their heads for too long or turn their backs on the zombies, leading to very low work efficiency. Some even considered asking Layla if they could be replaced by others because they truly couldn't do the job. Of course, this was their initial thought. After this meal, everyone's mindset completely changed. Even those who were initially very scared now had eyes that shone like spotlights. Here, they could have their fill of food. Not only could they eat until full, but there was meat, vegetables, and eggs. After dinner, there was even fruit. They heard that occasionally they could even get pudding. Whenever Stone had free time, he would make many desserts. What a life of bliss. I'm not leaving. Dead or alive, I'm staying here. Chapter 155, Dreaming. The meat, eggs, milk, and fruits produced in their base had very high yields and were often in surplus. Therefore, when Stone had spare time, he would make some pastries and put them in the cafeteria for everyone to take freely. Today, they were lucky. After finishing their meal, a fruit platter, pudding, and egg tarts were all transported out and displayed on the shelves. Anyone who wanted to eat could just take it themselves. The locals who had lived in the base for a long time weren't very interested, but those who came from Layla's base were far from being so calm and composed. Especially those who loved sweets but hadn't had them for a long time. The scene could be described as enthusiastic. Stone hadn't seen such enthusiasm from diners in a long time and was somewhat unaccustomed to it. He turned to ask the person next to him, "Are they outsiders?" They didn't look like they had lived in their base for a long time at all. They seemed to be here for training from another base. "I'm not quite sure." The auntie beside him sighed and said, "But I can understand." She often felt that life was too blissful to feel real. This was the apocalypse, after all. For many people, families with enough assets to have 3 meals a day were rare. Most families couldn't even afford 2 meals a day on average. Dot's father even continuously sold his daughter to ensure his son could have 3 meals a day. But in their base, Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all provided for free by the base. Fruits frequently went to waste and had to be made into canned goods or jams to prevent spoilage. Because the number of cattle and sheep raised in the base wasn't yet substantial, they needed to let them breed and produce offspring, building up a larger population to ensure future freedom in meat consumption. Therefore, they seldom ate meat except during parties, where slaughtering one animal would suffice for several days because there were fewer people in the base. However, milk and eggs were abundant, with supplies never cut off. Even Fengcheng couldn't claim its average living standard matched this place, let alone these small bases that lacked resources from the start. Go tell them they don't need to rush. If it's not enough, they can come ask me for more. Stone couldn't help feeling relieved that he had run away with Kirsty back then. Where else could one live such a luxurious life now besides here? And because of the small population, most residents were either friends of Kirsty or acquaintances, ensuring harmonious coexistence without much conflict. Such a life was hard to find anywhere else post-apocalypse. Those 30 people had been training here for about 4 or 5 days, adapting to living with zombies and even learning to command them simply. They could return to work soon. Upon hearing they were leaving tomorrow, they immediately complained bitterly. After all, life here was too blissful, and no one wanted to leave. If possible, they hoped to live here forever, willing to pay any price. While they were crying and pleading to stay, Kirsty was still over at the pigsty, with Bruce squatting nearby. Bruce seemed to like small animals, often coming over to feed chickens, ducks, and pigs during his free time. Not long ago, while feeding chickens, he helped with a sow having difficulty giving birth, gaining some unusual experience. Now, the two of them were squatting in the pigsty, researching another issue. Their pigs could be divided into 2 categories, those intended for eating, which would be fattened up for slaughter, and those reserved as breeding pigs, kept separately to produce offspring. Once the pig population increased, the base wouldn't lack pork anymore. Pigs differed slightly from other animals. Without castration, the meat would have a certain stench, making it less appetizing. In rural areas before, there were specialized castrators for pigs, responsible for cutting off testicles, but there were few who could do this work, and none existed in their base. Thus, they had to figure it out themselves. Kirsty and Bruce looked incredibly serious, almost as if conducting significant research. Then someone came over, saying those 30 people didn't want to leave and were acting spoiled. Without lifting her head, Kirsty replied, "Find a way to kick them out. If every batch of trainees only wanted to eat without working, who would do the labor? Furthermore, even if their base needed to increase its population in the future, they wouldn't recruit from these small cooperative bases. There was no need for that. Just tell them, if they refuse to leave, neither base will want them in the end. Let them find their own way to survive. And if it comes to that, they'll have to pay back the living expenses for this period or else I won't be polite. I'll take care of this." Dot happened to pass by and took on the task after hearing the news. She used a combination of carrot and stick, telling them that their base would provide vegetables, fruits, and grains, and they could go to Layla's base. If they worked diligently, 3 meals a day would not be a problem. She also informed them that this base would not accommodate them, and if they continued to cause trouble, they would be expelled and required to pay back the living expenses, which would be counterproductive. With this dual approach, the group finally calmed down, leaving with tearful eyes and lingering steps, unwillingly but inevitably. What they are reluctant to leave behind is this life where they don't need to work much to live well, but why should they get it for free? The original residents of the base were either Kirsty's friends or skilled people recruited here, including ordinary people who sought refuge with Kirsty at the most dangerous times. Even those ordinary people did not expect to eat without working. The reason why there were always surpluses of various foodstuffs in the base was because they felt too idle during normal times, which they thought was not good. Therefore, they continuously opened up new fields, planted more crops, leading to the current prosperity of their base. Those who only dreamed of getting something for nothing and wanted to stay in their base were just dreaming. Aiden witnessed Dot handling everything and couldn't help patting her shoulder. "You have real talent. Study hard, and come take over my job in the future." Chapter 156, Is she implementing precision poverty alleviation? The first batch of crops was finally fully harvested, giving them time to throw a party. It was a great time for a celebration with such a bountiful harvest. Thus, everyone prepared early. Crops were stored in the warehouse, produce that should go to the kitchen was taken there immediately, and all necessary preparations were made ahead of time so as not to waste precious moments the night of the party. For example, vegetables needed to be sorted and washed in advance and arranged neatly. As for fruits, juicing had to be done just before serving because pre-squeezed juice would not stay fresh until it was time to drink. Fruit platters followed the same rule. Therefore, the main items needing preparation were actually the vegetables and meat. Especially meat, which needed to be marinated well in advance. If this step was rushed, the flavor would not properly set in, and the food wouldn't taste as good. The entire base suddenly bustled with activity. From people to zombies, no one was idle. Even those who had gone out to mine came back through the portal to join the party. Layla also came along since parties usually happened at night, a time when everyone was free. Chris still vaguely remembered the painful experience of the last party, but the joyous atmosphere blinded him, leaving no room for negative thoughts. He even rubbed his hands excitedly, asking a resident who had lived in the base longer, "When does the party usually start and end? Any new interesting activities?" Johnny was very enthusiastic, telling him many amusing stories from previous parties, making Chris even more excited. Primarily, other bases rarely organized such events, otherwise, Fengcheng's night market wouldn't be so famous, becoming a must-visit tourist spot. In most bases, ensuring enough food and clothing was exhausting enough, let alone having time for parties. People there simply weren't so idle. So, someone like Chris, who loved organizing things, found life outside boring. That's why he immediately rushed over upon hearing Hayden's name, not even sure if it was the same Hayden he knew. He brought his deputy and charged straight over. Among everyone present, Chris was perhaps the most eagerly anticipating the upcoming party, his excitement plain to see on his face without any attempt to hide it. As preparations became more complete, people kept coming back home via the portal to prepare for the evening's party. Chris grew more and more expectant. Hayden soon arrived, waving happily at everyone from afar. She seemed quite pleased too. Chris straightened up, his excitement increasing. However, before she reached them, she was stopped by someone. As the head of the base and the leading figure, Hayden's presence was essential for the party to begin. Everyone waited. Disappointed, Chris sat back down again. About 20 minutes later, Hayden returned, and Chris instantly stood up once more, eagerly awaiting the start of the party. She walked another 20 meters forward, only to be stopped again. Chris. After this happened 3 times, Hayden decisively said, "Start the party without me. I'll join later." Only then did the party officially begin. During these repeated standing and sitting episodes, Chris's enthusiasm had been considerably dampened. By the time the party started, he felt somewhat less excited. They were all gathered around a barbecue, paired with juice to cut through the richness. When Chris complained, nearby people heard him. "Is Hayden always this busy? She got stopped 3 times in just an hour." Cough, cough. Layla looked guilty up at the sky for a moment before saying, "Maybe it's because of me." Chris silently turned his head and stared intently at Layla. She explained, "Not long ago, my base and Hayden's base formed a partnership. This definitely needs to be publicized to let everyone know that my current backing is Hayden, and gradually change her image and the isolated status of this base to slowly dismantle the small alliance led by Feng Cheng. While martial strength could solve most problems, some issues still required diplomatic means, something Hayden certainly wouldn't do. And since she had basically surrendered to Hayden, she couldn't just take the benefits without contributing. So she began using her strengths, such as influencing public opinion, to play her part. Thus, many smaller bases were tempted. The more cautious ones didn't dare to come directly for fear it was a trap. The bolder ones, after much deliberation, thought they shouldn't let Layla reap all the benefits alone. So they brought gifts to initiate cooperation with Hayden. They brought all kinds of things. One even brought a handsome man. Hayden. Since it was already evening, Hayden simply had them stay overnight in the base and postponed discussions until the next day. She also invited them to the party. So when night deepened and there were fewer visitors, Hayden came to the party, trailed by 4 or 5 people. Chris couldn't help but joke with Hayden, "You're busier than I imagined. From what it looks like, being able to wait for you for just half an hour when I first came to the base must have been divine luck. Today is an exception." Hayden waved her hand and entertained the visitors from other bases. Honestly, they were all somewhat apprehensive when they arrived, as Layla's offer sounded too much like a trap. To exchange coal and jade mines of little value for a large amount of food, vegetables, fruits, grains, where else could such a good deal be found? One wouldn't dare to tell lies so brazenly. Even better, besides acquiring a large quantity of supplies, they would also receive protection from a powerful base. What base leader was this brainless? Could she really be doing targeted poverty alleviation? If not for Hayden being a woman, they would have suspected she had designs on Layla. Before coming, they all believed that either Layla exaggerated or it was a scam. The possibility of it being genuine targeted poverty alleviation wasn't zero but highly unlikely. But after witnessing this scene, their thoughts were overturned. Holy crap, they are truly wealthy. Chapter 157, The Spirit of a Worker. Tears kept streaming down the corners of the mouths of the envoys from other bases, their faces filled with envy. They had never seen such wealth concentrated in one place before. It was normal for the upper echelons of a base to be relatively wealthy. Even in the post-apocalyptic human society, the social structure remained pyramid-like. The people at the top were fabulously rich, while those at the bottom could barely afford meals, often witnessing people selling their children just to survive a few more days. Therefore, the prosperity of the upper levels within a base did not mean everyone was wealthy. A small number being extremely rich while the majority lived in poverty was the norm today. But this base was genuinely prosperous, with abundant fruits, vegetables, meats, and grains casually placed on tables for anyone to take. Led by Stone, several chefs each manned a barbecue grill, providing barbecues exclusively. Those who wanted to eat barbecue only needed to pick their desired ingredients from nearby tables and bring them to the chefs. Those interested or skilled enough could also grill on their own, with plenty of available grills. Self-grilled food might not be as delicious as what the chefs prepared, but it certainly offered a unique experience, didn't it? In any case, quite a few chose to grill themselves, including some unconventional choices like grilling fruits. Kirsty wouldn't stop them from doing so as long as they didn't waste food and consumed what they grilled themselves. The visitors were thoroughly stunned. Even though they had more exposure than previous trainees after all, they were part of the upper echelons with a comfortable lifestyle and occasional luxuries. Their daily lives still fell short of the ordinary people's lives in Kirsty's base. Envy mixed with a hint of bitterness. Any previous doubts vanished, and they resolved to negotiate seriously with Kirsty the next day to establish cooperation. Currently, the most urgent need for most bases was resources. While some bases attempted farming, it required significant manpower and resources that small bases found challenging to manage self-sufficiency. Only large bases could barely achieve self-sufficiency, and this required a well-established system. Most lands within bases belonged to the bases themselves, not distributed to individuals. Clear rules regarding compensation for labor and field maintenance were essential, considering the limited space left for cultivation after accommodating living areas and other spaces. Feng City managed extensive agricultural and livestock areas because of its immense size. Ordinary bases couldn't match this scale, hence their farms could only be constructed near the bases. Security personnel were needed to protect these areas from theft and ensure workers' safety from passing zombies. Without comprehensive regulations, sustainable farming was unfeasible. Consequently, most bases couldn't be self-sufficient, let alone develop substantial agricultural zones. How could 2 acres of crops feed anyone? Another significant factor was Feng City's large farming area, allowing surplus produce for trading with other bases. However, this uniqueness might soon change. In terms of combat power, Feng City couldn't compete with Kirsty, who now had ample grain reserves. If she wished, she could expand her arable land further, turning into a major grain producer. In such a scenario, what did Feng City matter? Large bases that previously revolved around Feng City for favors would now see no reason not to praise Kirsty. Thus, even before the party ended, the envoys looked at Kirsty with intense admiration. Had it not been late, they might have sought overnight discussions. Therefore, when an envoy came early the next morning, he found someone already squatting outside Kirsty's door. The last time he saw such an early queue was at the Civil Affairs Bureau on May 20th. He promptly joined, sharing his breakfast with his peers, trying to forge connections regardless of their usefulness. When Kirsty woke up, a group was already waiting outside her door. Kirsty. Without a word, she summoned Aiden. Handle it as we discussed. She handed these people over to Aiden and slipped away. Kirsty left everything to Aiden without further ado, as she had already discussed with Aiden before. The goal of cooperation was singular. The other party must have something they needed. She also gave Aiden a list and instructed him to follow it. If they had nothing on the list, it didn't matter. They could send people to work. The reason Kirsty's base hadn't opened new land was that for their base, the existing food and fruits were already abundant, and at the same time, they lacked sufficient manpower. Although zombies could handle most of the work, there were still some tasks that required humans. After all, zombies were only capable of mechanical tasks. When it came to things that required brainpower, they were out of luck. For example, carrying bricks was something zombies excelled at compared to humans because they hardly felt tired, and their strength was greater than that of ordinary people. Moving bricks from one place to another, which requires no thought, they did quickly and steadily. But if you ask them to design, draw plans, or study layouts, please don't give zombies such difficult task. During planting, humans and zombies always cooperated. Humans were responsible for choosing locations. Different pieces of land suited different crops. They would select the seeds first, then let the zombies do the planting. This also applied to tasks like mixing medicine and fertilizing. Once humans completed the preliminary work, the remaining mechanical tasks could be handed over to the zombies. Therefore, once the planting area expanded, more human workers would be needed to manage more tasks. If they had nothing valuable to offer, they could send people to work for wages. This was also acceptable. However, the negotiations here were not yet finished when news of another incident came from outside. There was trouble outside. Chapter 158, a new variant has emerged. As the incident unfolded, Kirsty was crouching by the lotus pond, observing the new batch of flowers that had grown after reselecting and cultivating new seeds. To ensure they could grow outside of summer, she had lined the edge of the pond with jade stones and set up an array. Yes, she wasted jade and gems like this, which is why she so desperately needed a jade mine. Layla could be the first lucky one for a reason. After all, having resources in any era always helps. Kirsty had set up arrays in many places, even their greenhouses were protected by such means. These arrays maintained a constant temperature, prevented theft, repelled pests, and condensed moisture from the air to water the plants automatically. The entire process, except for planting and harvesting, was almost entirely automated. However, Fulton still checked every place daily. Recently, he had been assisting Kirsty with seed cultivation. Besides taste, other factors also mattered during normal breeding. For instance, whether it attracts pests, how adaptable it is to climate changes, and its yield were all considerations. But in their base, many of these factors were less important. They only needed to focus on one aspect: how good it tastes. This was the most crucial factor for their base because everything else could be resolved using unconventional methods, such as arrays, such as magic. So the final variety they selected only had one advantage: it tasted good. But the latest strain they recently cultivated was still unstable, so whenever Kirsty had free time, she would come over to observe, looking for any potential issues that could be improved upon. She intently watched the blooming lotuses in the pond and the increasingly plump fish swimming leisurely beneath them, her gaze becoming increasingly sharp. At that moment, the squad leader responsible for patrols rushed in, shouting before even approaching, "Boss, something's happened." The fish under the lotus leaves scattered in fright, some bumping into the lotus stems, causing the leaves to sway. Kirsty calmly raised her head. "Is there something we can't handle? If not, there's no need for such panic." "Right." Recalling this, he immediately calmed down and quickly said, "Boss, a group of people, about a few hundred, I think, are near our base and are being pursued. They'll be at our doorstep soon if they keep running." Should we intervene? Being pursued. Kirsty silently stood up, dusted off her hands, and prepared to climb to the city wall to see for herself. As she reached the top, a Grayson beside her quickly handed her a pair of binoculars. Though Kirsty didn't really need them, she paused but still accepted them, looking through the binoculars toward the distance. Since they had already been spotted from afar, the people being chased had not yet approached the city. But they seemed to have noticed the city and were now sprinting toward it, apparently seeking refuge. Initially thinking they were chased by humans, Kirsty took a closer look. It was zombies. Pale-skinned, slightly bluish, and with skin slightly decaying zombies. Driving cars? Wait, driving cars? Kirsty let go of the binoculars, enhancing her vision with magic to prevent any illusions. She carefully looked again, and exclaimed, what the hell? Zombies really were driving cars chasing humans. It looked like a zombie version of Fast and Furious. Kirsty was flabbergasted. While some of her subordinates could drive, zombies that could drive must have evolved twice, making them high-level among zombies. Of course, Hemlock couldn't either. Mainly because there weren't any vehicles with cabins large enough to accommodate a giant like Hemlock. Kirsty had a group of high-level zombies under her command because she continuously nourished them mentally, causing them to evolve faster than wild zombies outside. Currently, the majority of outside zombies were still low to mid-level, with fewer high-level ones. So how did several appear at once? Just those driving numbered 7 or 8. This was definitely not a spontaneously formed zombie group. There must be a leader. Possibly something like Ayla. If Brecken were the emperor of zombies, then beings like Ayla would be vassal kings ruling territories. If they were to fight Brecken, they would certainly not stand a chance. However, compared to other zombies, they were like dominant rulers in their own right. But Ayla now only mewed cutely and had no interest whatsoever in going out to be a dominant ruler. Kirsty's interest was piqued. It was quite normal for there to be several special zombies under a zombie king. There were billions of people in the world initially, weren't there? At the beginning, nearly 1/3 of the population turned into zombies. Later on, during the chaos, many more people were torn apart by zombies and infected with the virus. This meant that the base number of zombies was definitely much higher than that of humans now. In this situation, it was perfectly normal for some mutants to appear. Like the red-clothed female zombie, who could control zombies over a small area and drive them to form a zombie tide, or like Hemlock, who underwent individual mutations and was nearly invincible at the same level. There wouldn't be few of such cases if only considering numbers. But existences like Ayla wouldn't be many at all. Kirsty had always been very interested in zombies, otherwise, she wouldn't have saved those zombies, nor picked up so many strange zombies as subordinates. Now encountering such a scene, her interest instantly flared up. You guys don't need to come. I'll go take a look. She leaped down from the wall, preparing to go and see the commotion when the fastest driving zombie already forced the humans' vehicles to stop. Its displayed intelligence was a bit terrifying. It even knew how to ram other cars. The poor vehicle was directly flipped over by it. The zombie's car and the overturned car almost blocked the entire road. The gap left open was definitely not enough for other vehicles to pass through. Then, while the humans were at a loss, the remaining vehicles surrounded all the humans from all directions not far from the base ahead. The human side couldn't advance an inch. Such intelligence was no different from a smarter human being. Was this its evolutionary direction? Chapter 159, What kind of thing are you? The doors of 7 or 8 vehicles swung open, and an untold number of zombies poured out. Just like you can never know how many people can get out of a minivan, or how many people can ride on an Indian motorcycle, you can never know how many zombies can come out of these 7 or 8 cars. Anyway, there were clearly more zombies than humans. They gradually approached the humans, who didn't know whether they should get out of their cars or not. If they got out, they would have to face all the zombies directly, but staying in the car wouldn't make much difference either. For zombies, it's no different from opening a can. Do you think zombies can't open car doors? In fact, it's much easier for zombies to open car doors than for humans to open cans. Humans might need tools when facing a stubborn can, while a slightly higher level zombie could shatter glass with one claw, and even tear through metal to drag you out if it's even stronger, then feast happily. The humans must have been well aware of this. The leader seemed to have some pride left. He gritted his teeth and led those who could fight out of the vehicles, armed with both cold weapons and firearms, but mostly cold weapons as firearms are hard to come by. Form a circle. The elderly, sick, and weak should move to the center. The leading youth looked about 27 or 28, not particularly striking in appearance but exuding a strong warrior-like aura. He was likely left-handed, holding a gun in his left hand and keeping his right on the hilt of a knife at his waist. Knowing today wouldn't end well, his eyes were cold and fierce. The first zombie that rushed in was decapitated as soon as it entered his attack range. Decapitating someone in one strike is incredibly difficult. In anime, novels, or TV shows, it looks easy, but the human cervical vertebrae are quite strong. Professional executioners spend years practicing, and their subjects don't resist, making the task much simpler. To decapitate someone in battle requires a highly skilled and powerful fighter. By the time Kirsty arrived, they had already gone through 1 round of combat. Several individuals were injured during the fight, looking grim, fighting recklessly now, trying to kill as many zombies as possible before turning into one themselves. Behind them were their loved ones and family members. Retreat wasn't an option. Both men and women, old and young, whoever could fight chose not to stand in the center for protection. Instead, they picked up weapons, choosing to die with dignity. A woman had been fighting at the front lines. After being wounded, she became even more ferocious, killing several zombies in a row. She wasn't a scion, but held her blade shakily, sensing her body transforming rapidly. Soon, very soon she would become a zombie. She glanced back at a young child among the crowd, her eyes filled with longing, then raised her blade without hesitation, aiming it at her own temple. She had to end it before losing her mind, ensuring she wouldn't harm her child as a zombie. As she stabbed down, a pale hand suddenly grabbed the blade. The hand was white and tender, contrasting sharply with the blood-stained, sharp blade. It reminded one of roses amidst gunfire, and caused an instant, empathetic pain. But no blood flowed. The blade made a crisp sound, as if hitting metal. Not so bad, not so bad. Kirsty muttered, pinching the woman's face with her other hand. A large amount of black gas surged into the woman's body. With a thud, the woman knelt on the ground, black smoke beginning to seep from her body. Kirsty wasn't turning her back into a human. She could save those newly infected, but only if caught early enough. This woman was too far gone, not a scion, and hadn't had her virus suppressed immediately after infection. However, Kirsty made sure she retained her willpower. So, she could be a rational zombie. Kirsty wasn't sure if this counted as living, but it was better than dying completely. Make your decision when you regain consciousness. If you want to die then, I won't stop you. Kirsty stood beside the woman with her hands on her hips, then turned to look at the zombies. Strange indeed. She had previously deduced that there were several high-level zombies among this batch, at least those driving the cars were. But now that she was in close contact and could sense the condition and rank of these zombies, she realized the highest-ranked zombie here was indeed a high-level one. But there was only one. The rest were all mid to low level. Her originally not-so-high interest surged to its peak because this indicated something abnormal and special. Interesting. While Kirsty was observing each zombie with keen interest, she was also being observed by others. Kirsty didn't look like someone who would be here at all. She had an adorable appearance and a sweet smile that brought to mind many pleasant things. Spring flowers, summer rains, autumn fruits. But not winter snow. So, she seemed out of place amid battle and blood. Johnny took a step forward, about to speak, when a zombie suddenly pounced. It was one of the high-level zombies that had been driving earlier. But its current aura was just that of a mid-level zombie, yet it wasn't entirely mid-level either because its eyes were very lively, and it even tried to ambush. The moment it lunged, Kirsty turned her head and smiled at it. Yes, she had a good impression of zombies. After all, they were high-quality materials for her. But if it was an enemy, she wouldn't hold back. Let's see what you really are, I'm really curious. Kirsty said with a smile. As she spoke, she lightly swung her fist, but her pale hand was enveloped in black gas, giving off an ominous vibe. Fart. Kirsty's fist landed on the zombie's head with ease. The next second, the head exploded like a watermelon smashed under Liu Huaxiang's hand. It went splat. Chapter 160. So that's how it is. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, and Kirsty squatted down to poke it, finding it no different from any ordinary mid-level zombie. It was as if the intelligence it had once displayed was but a fleeting moment, and now that moment had passed. Kirsty moved so swiftly, and the death of that zombie was so sudden, that neither the surrounding humans nor the other zombies reacted in time. By the time they did, 7 or 8 zombies gradually approached, encircling Kirsty. Among them was the only advanced zombie in the group. It seemed to be lending support to the others, hanging back at the rear, observing the situation. Kirsty showed no panic at being surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies. On the contrary, it was the group of humans, especially the Grayson leading them, who looked extremely worried about her and wanted to come to her aid. Before they could approach, they saw Kirsty charge into the group of zombies on her own accord. She effortlessly crushed any zombie that came near her, except for the advanced one. There was another one among them that had driven a car before, seemingly possessing some degree of intelligence. She cleared out the others first, leaving just that one and the advanced zombie. In front of the advanced zombie, she slapped the other zombie's head. A large amount of magic poured into it instantly, along with a trace of Kirsty's blood, turning the zombie into her subordinate, a process she had mastered perfectly. But this time, she felt something was off. This zombie was resisting, refusing to be controlled. A spark of interest flashed in Kirsty's eyes, and she injected even more magic. At that moment, grey-black smoke uncontrollably erupted from the zombie's orifices. The influx of magic was so immense it was like pouring a large bucket of water into a kettle. If not for the fact that water could flow out, it might have burst. The moment the contract was completed, the advanced zombie trembled all over, stepping back and collapsing to its knees. Had zombies been capable of sweating, it would likely have been drenched. You can control zombies. Such beings exist among humans? It looked at Kirsty with complicated emotions, as if encountering a natural enemy. Wow, you can speak. Kirsty became even more curious. She had only ever met 2 speaking zombies, one was Brecken, and the other was right in front of her. But this one gave her the impression of an ordinary advanced zombie, perhaps a bit stronger than number 2, comparable to the red-clothed female zombie, if not weaker. Surely it couldn't have only evolved the ability to speak. That would be too useless. Kirsty felt an itch in her hands, almost wanting to dissect it to see what was really going on. Her gaze was so peculiar that the advanced zombie felt an eerie chill. Despite being a zombie, it felt like prey under the eye of a predator, sensing unseen knives slicing open its body, exposing rotted insides. Advanced zombie. For some reason, it felt an uncontrollable sense of fear, panic, and discomfort, so it spat out a final threat. You are strong, but that is all. I look forward to our next meeting. I will make you one of us. After saying this, it resembled a power-deprived robot, its eyes dimming until its head dropped. Several seconds later, it raised its head again, devoid of the previous vitality. Wow! Kirsty suddenly realized that not all of them possessed intelligence, someone was manipulating them in secret. And clearly, the puppet master was powerful, able to control multiple zombies simultaneously, making them appear intelligent. No wonder those mid-level zombies could drive, and this not-so-strong advanced zombie could speak. Kirsty rubbed her chin, feeling a bit regretful. The puppet master hadn't shown up, having fled looks like it wouldn't be caught today. What a pity. Without the puppet master's control, the zombies lost their leader and became disoriented. Johnny seized the opportunity, leading his fighters forward. At the same time, Kirsty's subordinates arrived, swarming toward the confused zombies. For a moment, the Grayson didn't know whom to attack, hesitating before targeting the familiar ones based on memory. It was just under 200 zombies, and they were quickly cleared out. Kirsty called her subordinates, then picked up the woman on the ground, turning to look at her child. Do you want to come with me? The child looked at his mother and resolutely followed. Kirsty gave him a thumbs up. Good job. Without much hesitation, he made a decisive decision. The kid was pretty brave. Many thanks for what you did today. Johnny wiped the blood off his face and came over. If it weren't for you, we might all have died here. Upon seeing those controlled zombies, he realized who Kirsty was and what kind of base this was. After all, though Kirsty's reputation had already spread far and wide, not everyone had visited her base. They only heard stories about such an existence, maybe talked about it with friends, or perhaps never discussed it, and might even never come into contact with it. Just like most people have heard of Jeffrey, and even watched his videos, but how many have truly seen him? The news of Kirsty leading the combined forces to drive the Fengcheng army and other bases' armies into chaos had long been common knowledge, possibly spreading overseas. But who Kirsty was, what she looked like, and where that base was located, most people still didn't know. Johnny came from a small base. He had heard rumors but had never met Kirsty before. When he finally did, he found her different from what he'd heard. Kirsty waved her hand to show it was no big deal and prepared to leave with her group. Johnny added, though it's awkward to say, may we take refuge in your base for a while? Just one night would be fine, and we'll pay for our stay. He was sincere, and indeed, the people around him were injured or exhausted, looking quite miserable. After considering for a moment, Kirsty agreed. Sure, I have some questions for you too. Chapter 161, I've taken a shine to him. A disheveled group followed Kirsty and her team back. Kirsty's subordinates were extremely enthusiastic, even helping them carry supplies. Initially, those people were somewhat panicked. After all, zombies were nearby, but the zombies were actually helping them move boxes. Once they realized the zombies wouldn't harm them, the group calmed down slightly and began to observe the zombies with curiosity. Aiden greeted them from afar, quietly approaching Kirsty to ask what had happened. After hearing the explanation, he stepped forward and called out to everyone, follow me, I'll help you arrange accommodation. Their base had plenty of new houses. When building the base, it was made quite large, but there were very few people inside. It wasn't just that the base wasn't fully occupied, even a small corner of it wasn't filled up. Let alone accommodating 100 people temporarily, it could easily handle several thousand. After most people were settled in, the Grayson came to find Kirsty on his own since she had mentioned needing to ask him something earlier. When he arrived, Kirsty was examining the woman, while her child watched anxiously from the side. Kirsty tried to scare the child, saying, your mom will turn into a zombie, just like the one you saw before. They bite, ayo. Are you scared? Tears welled up in the child's eyes, yet he stubbornly raised his head, she's my mom. I'm not afraid. Johnny. What's the point of scaring a child? After he entered, Kirsty wiped her hands clean and led the child out. The child kept looking back at his mother, clearly worried. Despite being young, this boy seemed wise beyond his years due to the early trials of the apocalypse. He looked up at Kirsty and asked, can I stay here to take care of my mom? Kirsty patiently replied, your mom might not wake up until tomorrow. Do you want to stay until then? The child nodded silently, looking at Kirsty with pleading eyes. Kirsty agreed to let him stay and would send someone with food soon. Kirsty and the Grayson walked out of the room one after the other, heading to the living room where they sat down. Xiaohei and Chauncey served pastries and tea, then stood aside. Ordinary people often felt uneasy when seeing Xiaohei and Chauncey for the first time. After all, not everyone can accept skeleton maids. Though steady by nature, the Grayson still glanced over a few times and politely thanked them when he took the teacup. Where did you encounter that group of zombies? Kirsty had many questions, especially about the mysterious mastermind behind them. If that mastermind were a zombie, it would be an exceptionally unique one. In some sense, Kirsty had a bit of a collector's streak. Whenever she encountered peculiar zombies, if she couldn't collect them, she'd feel a bit itchy. Therefore, she wanted to locate it and bring it back for thorough study. As for the possibility that it wasn't a zombie, please, it had said, as it fled, next time we meet, I'll make you my companion. That implied it would turn Kirsty into a zombie. So it must be a zombie. Not being a zombie was also a kind of being a zombie. At worst, she'd have her partners turn it into one. After hearing this, the Grayson was curious. You don't know what's been happening outside. Kirsty, looks like you don't know. Johnny immediately recounted how a group of zombies had suddenly appeared, burning, killing, and looting ruthlessly. Initially, people didn't take it seriously because similar events had occurred before, zombies attacking smaller bases. Since these attacks were against remote locations, it didn't cause much alarm. It wasn't until multiple bases were destroyed with few survivors that people realized 4 or 5 bases had vanished without their knowledge or attention. Originally, they would have united to wipe out the zombies, but this happened right after Fengcheng joined forces with several bases, only to be repelled by Kirsty shortly after. Many large bases were in chaos, lacking leadership. Those not involved were entangled in power struggles, making the situation less than ideal. Thus, for a while, no one even tried to punish that group of zombies, allowing them to continue their rampant activities unchecked, growing larger and more brazen. Our base was breached. Johnny's expression turned somewhat bitter as he spoke, but we had a bit better luck. Some of us managed to escape. However, those zombies were clearly determined to wipe out everyone, so they kept chasing after the survivors. The base they came from wasn't particularly far from Kirsty's, but there were other bases even closer. In the chaos of fleeing for their lives, they couldn't tell directions and just ran in one direction, which led them here. Perhaps it was fate. Kirsty stroked her chin. So, they've been on a spree? Saying it that way isn't wrong. I have a few people here from other bases, but they don't seem to know about this. It might be because the scope of their spree is limited. After a detailed discussion, Kirsty began to feel a little worried. If these zombies were operating in such a mobile manner, and if the mastermind could control other zombies without showing itself, it would be incredibly difficult to catch it. If that zombie master was a coward, hiding away and only sending out others to do its dirty work, pulling back its consciousness at the first sign of danger, Kirsty might never find it. How annoying. You should go rest first. You haven't eaten yet, right? Kirsty let the Grayson leave and then got up to find the zombie she had forcibly subdued earlier. Maybe she could find some clues from it. If she couldn't find any leads, she might have to rely on fate. If they were fated to meet, they eventually would. After all, the world wasn't that big. Thinking of this, Kirsty calmed down a little and then pulled out her scalpel. Chapter 162 Divine Descent. The new little brother she had recently subdued looked no different from ordinary zombies on the outside. If placed among a horde of zombies, he would be just another face in the crowd. After all, he was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, and lacked any distinguishing marks. Even his degree of decomposition was utterly unremarkable. In a sea of zombies, no one would pay him special attention first. Kirsty brought her little brother into the laboratory and skillfully performed a basic autopsy on him, starting by opening up his skull. She suspected that most of the zombies were controlled by the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes. Mental manipulation would inevitably leave some traces, varying only in size or significance. When her little brother's skull was opened, revealing the brain inside, Kirsty indeed discovered some issues. The brains of zombies differed from those of humans because zombies didn't rely on their brains to drive their bodies. Instead, they depended on a crystalline core within their brains, which was their source of power and one of the primary reasons these lifeless bodies could still move. Therefore, most zombie brains were abnormal. Either the color was wrong, as if it had gone bad, or there was a hole due to injuries. There were virtually no normal brains. However, this particular zombie was different. Its brain had completely shriveled up, like a spoiled walnut, leaving only a wrinkled shell enclosing a small amount of what used to be brain matter. This resulted in the crystalline core inside its brain being completely exposed to the outside, clearly visible when the skull was opened, with cracks all over it. It must have been manipulated before. A mid-level zombie's crystalline core couldn't withstand such powerful intrusions and was already on the brink of shattering after several manipulations. A few more operations would cause its core to shatter entirely, meaning the zombie would die for good. Well, so much for the mastermind's minions being disposable tools. But higher-level zombies might endure more manipulations, given their larger and better quality cores. Kirsty suddenly thought of the so-called divine descent. Yes, the Holy Cathedral always claimed that they could let a deity descend upon a pure and spotless sacred son or sacred daughter, providing guidance to humanity. Indeed, the Holy Cathedral maintained its rule over the years partly due to genuine capabilities. They held grand divine descent ceremonies, which Kirsty had witnessed twice in her long life. Once, when she was still young and not yet a necromancer, she was merely part of the audience, clapping her tiny hands and shouting amazing. After that divine descent ceremony, the Holy Cathedral's status significantly rose. Even the king frequently worshipped at their church, venerating their god. Divine authority far outweighed royal authority, yet no one felt anything amiss. However, soon afterward, the very young sacred daughter disappeared, replaced by a new sacred daughter. Sacred sons and daughters typically had excellent talents and should have lived long lives, as exceptional abilities generally led to greater power. Like Kirsty herself. At hundreds of years old, she had only spent a small fraction of her lifespan. But over these centuries, she had seen many changes in sacred sons and daughters. Especially after a divine descent ceremony, the sacred son or daughter who experienced it never appeared again. She suddenly recalled her jealous teacher, who envied not only young people but especially talented Kirsty. Her teacher had once intended to kill Kirsty's soul and seize her youthful body to achieve greater success and live longer in this more gifted body. Connecting the dots between the Holy Cathedral, her teacher's ambitions, and the current situation, Kirsty began to doubt whether the so-called divine descent was truly the arrival of a deity. As a necromancer, she had never seen gods of death or dark deities descending into someone's body. What she did see were powerful mags nearing the end of their lives, cultivating young, talented apprentices, and then occupying their bodies while erasing their souls to gain new life. So, were the young sacred sons and daughters having their bodies taken by aged, powerful spirits under the guise of divine descent? Or perhaps, like this zombie, They were used as vessels to convey messages. Only, the entity that descended was much more powerful than the mastermind behind the scenes, so it only took one time for the soul of the sacred son or sacred daughter to shatter, just like this crystalline core about to fragment. Kirsty had never hesitated to speculate on the holy cathedral with the worst intentions. After all, a place that could commit such atrocities would not seem out of place doing anything. Now, shifting her perspective, she felt this possibility was quite large. Perhaps if she ever had the chance to return to that world, she could investigate what they called divine descent. To expose the ugly face of the holy cathedral. Kirsty pondered for a long time and re-examined her new little brother again but found no other traces. It seemed very difficult to find the mastermind through him. She sewed up her little brother's skull again, though the additional scar made it look less appealing. But its crystalline core was nearly shattered, and it wouldn't live much longer anyway. Even nurturing it with spiritual energy would only extend its life slightly. So why bother with appearances? Kirsty glanced at her little brother with pity, stroking its fur, preparing to let it spend its twilight years in this base. Not really. As she left after checking her little brother, she happened to see Brecken not far away, directing several zombies to move items. Kirsty trotted over and told Brecken what she had just discovered. Brecken raised an eyebrow. After a moment, he said, "You want to find it out?" Yes. When it came to coming up with schemes, Brecken was indeed better. Kirsty tiptoed to reach Brecken's shoulder and whispered, "Quick, think of something." Brecken mused for a while and then said, "Don't act rashly next time. If the zombie behind the scenes is ambitious, there will definitely be further actions. In a way, humans and zombies are the same. Without rivals, they grow arrogant and reveal their flaws." Chapter 163. You're just a piece of wood. But wouldn't that result in a lot of deaths? Kirsty has always been kind to ordinary people because every dead body after death has the potential to become her material. It's like medical students respecting their anatomy teachers. Only by humans reproducing well can it be beneficial to Kirsty. Compared to the holy sanctuary, Kirsty might even be more friendly toward humans, which is why she has so many friends and exerts such charm that draws people to her. Of course, if enemies are supposed to die, they must die. Brecken was quite calm. Once threatened, those large bases would take action first. They may seem weak from your perspective, but not necessarily for the mastermind behind the scenes. Kirsty instantly calmed down. Though she has a good impression of humans, she isn't everyone's mother and doesn't have to baby all humans. Moreover, letting humans fight on their own is a better choice. If she shelters all humans under her wings, it wouldn't be much different from keeping them in a cage. Humans would gradually lose their unique qualities. They would stop thinking, stop creating, and their souls would no longer sparkle. Any race grows through trials of blood and fire to leave its mark in history and survive until today. Humans, although fragile, are resilient enough to overcome any hardship. They display more brilliance in the face of pain and despair. Perhaps only humans can destroy themselves. It is for this reason that Kirsty still harbors some expectations for humanity and continues to love human existence. So after hearing Brecken's words, she said decisively, "Let's wait and see." Kirsty promptly returned to eat. Today's chef was Little Hay and Corey, who prepared dishes that Kirsty loved. When Kirsty came back, Little Hay was pressing a large squid tentacle on the cutting board, still moving, until Little Hay smacked it with a knife twice and sliced it into rings. Kirsty's expression became odd immediately. Although there is no relation between squids and genital warts, she still associated them and refused the delicious fried squid rings and iron plate squid. Brecken's expression also changed slightly. Oops, he exaggerated on purpose to avoid certain things, possibly leaving psychological scars on Kirsty. This effectively cut off external distractions but might have also cut his own way out. Is this what they call sowing one's own downfall? Thinking about this, Brecken's face showed agony. After several seconds of deep thought, he had an idea. After finishing dinner, Brecken did not leave. Instead, he told Kirsty, "You seemed very interested in that before, so I found something. We can." Totally not interested. Kirsty quickly responded, "Not at all, Brecken." This time he dug a big hole for himself. Indeed, rushing leads to unwise actions and lifelong regrets. So he informed Kirsty that healthy boys don't have those things, only unclean ones do. Thus, proper behavior is essential. Stopping eating due to choking isn't reasonable. He even used himself as an example. "When you examined me, didn't you see everything? Did you find anything?" Kirsty crossed her arms, serious. Do you think I didn't check myself later? They say it can grow inside your anus. How would I know if you have it or not? Brecken. He closed his eyes painfully. "Don't look up strange knowledge. Normal men won't have those things. Listen to me, not them." Before Kirsty could say something, her mouth was covered. Brecken looked extremely pained, struggling to tell her, "I was wrong last time, scaring you like that. Please listen to my explanation again, I beg you." Kirsty's eyes rolled playfully as she pushed his hand away. "Turns out you were scaring me. I hold grudges. I'm apologizing." Brecken replied wearily, "Why don't you dissect me again later? To let off steam? I'm not that kind of person. How could I seek revenge in such a way? You're slandering me," Kirsty said, and started contacting Con and Corey to clean up the previous lab bench. Brecken. Fortunately, he was already used to it. After Kirsty finished babbling beside him, she jumped onto his back, humming and indicating she didn't want to move, asking Brecken to carry her back. Moreover, just now she was shouting that she wasn't interested at all, but now she whispered, "What is it? This time you cannot scare me. Otherwise, I will really be angry. Brecken was exhausted from the constant back and forth. He thought about finding some girl-oriented materials later, good-looking ones, to broaden Kirsty's horizons. Brecken suspected that although Kirsty had dissected countless men, she knew nothing about that area, even less than girls who took physiology classes in junior high. It was time for Kirsty to learn some new knowledge. If she remained in a state of ignorance, she might never understand it her whole life. He would have to wait forever. When he vaguely hinted at something, Kirsty angrily pounded his back with her small fists. I do understand. Con and Corey were. Thinking about this made Kirsty feel somewhat depressed. All people in this world wear human skin, but not everyone has a human heart beneath their skin. There are some things she is not unaware of, she just doesn't want to delve deeper into them. Like how she once didn't understand if venting desires through such acts could truly bring happiness to one's soul. If she repelled such matters so strongly, she naturally wouldn't want to understand them. Brecken racked his brain to find suitable materials for girls to view, and then the two huddled in the room to sneak a peek. Brecken tried his best to give Kirsty some basic knowledge education. And as for Kirsty, her expression looks very painful. Was she hit? Brecken. She won't learn no matter what. Chapter 164, Come Work For Me. Teacher Zach had finally managed to get Kirsty out of her state of reluctance, a complete lack of interest. The effort left him so drained that he lay there listlessly, looking as lifeless as a dried fish. On the contrary, Kirsty seemed brimming with energy, like she'd absorbed some strange knowledge and was now filled with an eagerness to experiment. Occasionally glancing at Zach, she looked like she wanted to say something but held back. Zach's attitude had become oddly serene, almost inviting, prompting Kirsty to approach curiously. Is this what they call the sage mode? Zach. We didn't even start anything, how could there be any sage mode? He already lacked worldly desires, feeling that he was reaping what he had sown. The only piece of good news was that Kirsty had returned to normal, no longer extremely repelled by such matters. She occasionally felt curious, eager to try but hesitating due to lack of experience and partners. Like a little snail cautiously extending its feelers outside its shell, retreating if danger looms, but becoming bold if everything seems safe. The next day, the Grayson brought several people over. His name was Archer. In the previous base, he wasn't the leader or the deputy. He was merely the Rosalie of the guard. After the incident, he happened to be away and led a group back, rescuing some survivors and starting a mass exodus. The supplies they brought out were limited, part of which was paid to Kirsty as rent for the night. Their resources became very tight immediately after. Where do you plan to go? Kirsty asked curiously. Do you have somewhere to seek refuge? Archer fell into thought. There were places they could seek refuge, but whether they were reliable was uncertain. Moreover, things outside weren't as safe as before. No one knew which base the zombies would attack next. Under these circumstances, nowhere seemed particularly secure. Archer had an idea but found it hard to bring up, considering they had been saved once and tolerated staying in the base for a day. Asking for more seemed a bit too much. However, during his stay, he saw and felt many things. After much hesitation, Archer said bluntly, "We want to stay." Of course, he quickly explained, "We're not planning to freeload. What I mean is, the city is vast and underutilized. If you need help, we can stay temporarily." He carefully explained his thoughts, emphasizing that all those who stayed would take full responsibility for their own needs, akin to ancient tenant farmers paying rent. Kirsty found this reasonable. She stroked her chin and said, "I can provide your living needs for the first few months. Once you've harvested crops from the land you lease, you can repay me gradually. Those who don't know how to farm can find other jobs here, but you must meet 3 conditions to stay. First, the city has its rules. Violators will be subject to my judgment without any complaints, or they'll be expelled. Second, ensure you can accept coexistence between humans and zombies in this city. Don't force yourselves. If you can't accept it and do something improper, I won't hesitate to kill. Lastly, I won't support any idlers. Those who want to farm can farm, those who want to raise livestock can do so, and those with special skills can work accordingly. Idleness is unacceptable. Even if someone is willing to support an idle person, I won't allow it. I'll designate a specific area for you to live. You're free to leave whenever you want, as long as you pay the required rent, and our agreement ends there." After finishing, Kirsty crossed her arms lazily and said, "Take your time to think and make your decision." After pondering for a while, he replied, "All reasonable. I have no objections. I'll ask everyone right away. Those who wish to stay can remain. For those unwilling, can I escort them to another base and then come back?" Kirsty made an okay gesture, indicating that there was no problem at all, and Archer left very gratefully. When Archer left, Zach came out holding a bowl of pudding. He had heard everything and was somewhat curious. "Why are you willing to let them stay? We keep opening up new farmland in our base, and we will need more and more manpower in the future. I have been considering getting some day laborers from other bases and paying them with grain or other goods. But day laborers tend to be too mobile, which is troublesome. If Archer and his group stay, they would be very much like ancient tenant farmers, making it relatively easier. It would also be easier to manage and avoid the shortage of manpower due to high mobility. In a certain sense, it's much more convenient than hiring workers. People who have lived among us for a while wouldn't want to leave anymore. People betray each other mostly for benefits. For most ordinary people, being able to eat and drink without starving is the biggest benefit in this apocalypse. Their base's standard of living is incomparable to others. Apart from those with ambitions, most people would be willing to do anything for this comfortable life after living here for a while. To make them betray? Sure, give them something better. How many existing bases can offer better conditions and safety than theirs? So I think keeping a batch of people to work here is pretty good and worth trying, Kirsty summed up her thoughts. Of course, we still need to see how things develop. Most ordinary people are quite honest, so it shouldn't be a problem. Zach handed her the caramel pudding in his hand, as long as you're happy. Chapter 165, Stay Here. Among the more than 100 people, 80% chose to stay, but some still opted to leave. Those who chose to leave generally fell into two categories. They had relatives or friends they could rely on, which seemed like a better option to them. Or they simply couldn't bear living with zombies and would rather live in other bases under harsher conditions than stay here. This was understandable. It had been quite a while since the apocalypse began, and many people had lost their loved ones to zombie attacks. Some could accept this rationally, but others couldn't. People with strong emotions often hoped for the best and feared the worst. How could they willingly live in the same base as zombies, constantly crossing paths? Archer escorted these people away to survive elsewhere, and Kirsty asked Bruce to accompany him to prevent any incidents before reaching their destination. When Archer was escorting the group, the mother regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt bewildered, as she had chosen to commit suicide when she was about to turn into a zombie, looking at her young child with regret and concern in her final moments. In those last moments, she agonized over her decision, even feeling a tinge of regret because her child was so young. Without her protection in the apocalypse, the chances of survival were slim. There's a saying that women are inherently weak, but become strong mothers, regardless of its accuracy. Many women indeed gain a deeper sense of responsibility after becoming mothers, growing stronger and more resilient to protect their children. According to her memory, she should have died, despite her reluctance and sorrow. Could she have turned into a zombie in her last second of losing consciousness? Or perhaps... While the woman was deep in thought, her child entered the room and, upon seeing his mother awake, rushed forward joyfully, hugging her tightly. Sarah. Everly's first reaction was anxiety. She wanted to push her son away to prevent hurting him if she lost control. When she raised her hand, she noticed her greyish nails, long and sharp like small swords, capable of easily slicing through human flesh. Kirsty rushed over when she heard the news and found the woman struggling, wanting to hug her child yet afraid to. She seemed aware that she might have turned into a zombie but couldn't speak. You're awake. Kirsty peeked inside, assessing the woman. She had completely transformed into a zombie but retained some consciousness, similar to Fulton's sister, Mariana. Of course, Mariana looked more non-human since she had become a skeleton, whereas this woman still maintained a basic human-like appearance, except for being unable to speak. After seeing Kirsty enter, the woman recalled the last scene before losing consciousness and anxiously climbed out of bed, trying to ask Kirsty questions but unable to speak, making the situation seem odd. Kirsty casually poured water for both the woman and her child, then explained, "You've indeed turned into a zombie. Today is your first day fully converted. Do you feel anything wrong? If there are any issues, tell me, and I can adjust." Everly felt overwhelming anxiety, wanting to ask many questions. Her son, however, remained calm, repeatedly handing the cup to his mother and saying, "Sarah, drink some water to calm down." Woman. How could she calm down when she had turned into a zombie? Zombies eat people. To support her son, she usually engaged in dangerous work, fighting zombies, and understood their behavior and nature well. She couldn't accept turning into a zombie, even if she seemed rational now. What if she lost control later? She couldn't imagine such a scenario. Kirsty sat lazily with her cup, explaining slowly, "I interfered with your transformation process. Now, you're a zombie under my control, retaining your consciousness and thinking normally. You were about to lose consciousness at that moment, so I couldn't ask for your opinion. But it's not too late for you to make a decision now. Do you really not want to live as a zombie? Would you rather die?" Kirsty sized her up and down before continuing, "No matter what choice you make, your son can live well here in this base. You don't need to worry about anything. Just think carefully about what you truly want." Oh. Realizing the woman couldn't speak, Kirsty sprang up and fetched a pen and a piece of paper, placing them in front of her. Everly's fingers holding the pen trembled constantly. After a while, she wrote a sentence. Can zombies really live decent lives? Even if she retained her own consciousness, so what? Would others believe her? Would they refrain from discriminating against her child because of her? She didn't believe it. Children without fathers or mothers were often discriminated against by other kids. How much worse would it be if their mother was a zombie? He might not only be discriminated against but also harmed, ultimately hating his mother. Kirsty suddenly realized that the woman had been unconscious too early and hadn't seen anything. She simply dragged both of them out into the sunlight. Under the sunlight, countless zombies were carrying seeds that were about to be planted, moving orderly towards the distance like a colony of ants. Humans mingled among them, seemingly already accustomed to such scenes, showing no signs of fear or unusual emotions. Occasionally, someone would greet the zombies, like number 2, which some girls would proactively chat with. Everly was stunned, momentarily even suspecting she was dreaming. She must have died, and this was the last beautiful dream presented by her brain. Beside her, the little boy held her hand tightly. "Sarah, we can live together here." Children in the apocalypse matured early. He looked up at his mother, "The two of us together." Chapter 166, Social Anxiety and Social Butterfly. He probably realized that his mother was about to make a cruel choice for him. She could not live without him, but could he live without her? He couldn't understand what was on her mind, only knowing to hold onto her tightly, as if letting go would mean losing her. Everly only needed to lower her head to see her son's stubborn face filled with fear, not because she had turned into a zombie, but from the dread of losing his mother. For a moment, he couldn't even comprehend why he might lose his mother, but that instinctive terror had already branded itself into his soul. Her heart instantly softened, unable to control herself, and finally, she hugged her son back. Zombies don't cry, but her expression looked like she was weeping. Kirsty understood her choice, raising her hand to pat her shoulder. Live well with your child. There's nothing that requires solving with lives, at least not yet. For a while, the base suddenly had many more people, whether newcomers or locals felt a bit uneasy, but this discomfort didn't have a major impact. It was more like a village suddenly having a large influx of migrant workers, even outnumbering the original residents. The newcomers felt a bit out of place, finding everything new and exciting, looking for amusement. This was unavoidable, but over time, they would gradually get used to each other. After all, Kirsty saw locals and the newly arrived migrant workers grilling together on the square just a couple of days after moving in. There is indeed a difference between social anxiety and being a social butterfly, but it shouldn't be too significant, right? By this time, they had already negotiated with several bases. Kirsty set off again, following them to each base to establish teleportation arrays. This would make transporting workers and goods much easier. In the future, as more bases collaborated, the teleportation arrays linking their bases might form a network, allowing travel to any city or base through here. At that point, if there were to be a capital among the bases, it might very well be their base. This journey involved visiting several bases, so Kirsty spent a considerable amount of time outside. She also wanted to use this opportunity to see if she could catch the zombie pulling the strings. What if she found clues during the trip? Even finding some leads would be better than nothing. But on the way, she did not encounter any unruly zombies, only seeing some people who had been displaced due to zombie attacks. Kirsty naturally wouldn't actively invite them to live in her base, but she would talk to them, trying to gather information. She wanted to find out where the group of zombies had gone. If she could find them, she would make them feel happy. Almost everyone told Kirsty they didn't know. When the base was breached, survival was paramount for most people. No one had the luxury to track where the zombies went. Additionally, there weren't many survivors. Those lucky ones like Archer's group managed to escape in batches of 50 or so, while the unlucky barely survived. After encountering Kirsty last time, the zombie possibly felt urgency and began frantically expanding its followers. Everyone in the bases it reached was either turned into a zombie or became food, with almost no survivors. Occasionally, she met a few individuals but couldn't get any useful information from them. The only valuable piece of data was the time they were attacked and became displaced. From this, she could estimate how far the group of zombies had traveled since leaving, then pick a direction and try her luck to catch their trail. First, she visited a few bases, establishing teleportation portals at each, then had them return to Kirsty's base via the portals, transporting people and goods back and forth. It's worth mentioning that among these collaborating bases, one was particularly fortunate. They were eager to collaborate but didn't have much to offer, which worried them. However, by coincidence, one of the envoys seeking cooperation was a manga artist. Unexpectedly bringing up this topic, Kirsty asked him if he had ever created any works. "Ah yes, The Moon, which was my last serialized work." After hearing this, Kirsty became very angry. "So that was you. You want to cooperate? Fine. Finish that series for me." The others in their base felt no guilt in betraying their fellow member and left him behind to continue drawing. As they were leaving, they patted his shoulder gently, with a look of kindness. "Make sure to finish it quickly, don't keep them waiting. The cooperation between the two bases depends on you." "That person. You bastards RRR." He covered his hair with tears streaming down his face, feeling that he might lose a lot of hair over the next long period. Would he end up bald from losing so much hair? Just thinking about such a future made his tears flow even more. Once all the teleportation arrays in the bases were set up, Kirsty focused on finding survivors while making her way back. She rubbed her hands together eagerly, wishing the zombie mastermind would suddenly come out and confront her head-on rather than playing hide-and-seek, which made it difficult for her to find anyone. After secretly cursing Thea in her heart, Kirsty took a different route back. Since she was relatively idle anyway, she could leisurely stroll back. If she found something, it would be a great gain. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. She could treat it as a trip. Kirsty almost wore the word leisure on her face. When she returned, she was alone, and it was still quite rare to see a girl walking alone after the apocalypse. Danger did not discriminate by gender, but criminals did, and due to various reasons like physical strength, most robbers were male. Walking alone, Kirsty instantly stood out. Chapter 167, How could this be? On the way, she encountered a few small groups who invited Kirsty to join them, saying it would be safer traveling together. If it weren't for the somewhat malicious and impatient expressions they wore, perhaps someone might have fallen for it. Kirsty had been feeling particularly down due to her lack of clues. When these groups approached her, she gave each of them a knee to their vital parts without any expression on her face. They would likely behave more honestly for a considerable amount of time in the future. Before long, among those who frequently traveled outside, rumors began to spread about a testicle-crushing maniac who wouldn't spare any passing men. If you saw a lone and seemingly adorable girl, you'd better run. She wasn't just an ordinary person. Kirsty was unaware of this rumor. Most of the people she encountered knew nothing and were fleeing in one direction as if their lives depended on it, with the look of survivors after a catastrophe. Some were even incoherent. Feeling increasingly bored, she even considered going back. Then she met a group that looked relatively organized but was still disheveled, with many carrying injuries and moving hastily in a grim atmosphere. Kirsty happened to pass by as they were resting and gathering their belongings. The presence of numerous injured members made the scene rather melancholic. She suspected they were survivors of an attack and approached them. "Where are you coming from?" While striking up a conversation, Kirsty offered some medicine, handing it over. "Your injuries look serious. It seems like your supply of medicine isn't enough. I have some here, take it and use it." The leader of the group was a Desiree around 26 or 27, wearing a camouflage t-shirt and grey pants. She had a delicate appearance marred by a scar from the corner of her mouth extending to behind her ear, looking more like a wound caused by sharp claws than a knife. Even though it had healed, that bright scar would always remain, inviting speculation about what she had endured. The Desiree refused politely. "Medicine is very expensive, and we are strangers, we cannot accept it." But she wasn't reluctant to answer. "We come from a small base to the east. Don't go there, it's dangerous." Kirsty tilted her head. "I encountered a few others from the east earlier. They said their base was attacked by zombies." "Did you?" The Desiree nodded. "There's a pack of zombies in that area that has breached several small bases. Many people died there. It's best to take a detour." Indeed, Kirsty immediately thought of checking it out herself and handed all her medicine to the Desiree. "I have plenty of medicine. Take it now. Infected wounds won't do you any good. If we meet again in the future, you can return it then." With a quick wave, she left. Kirsty slightly adjusted her route and headed toward the direction the woman mentioned. By the next day, she could see traces of damaged bases here and there. It turned out that the zombie horde had launched attacks not far from where she was when the incidents occurred. Or perhaps not so close, since she hadn't been nearby at the time. Kirsty entered one of the abandoned bases to investigate. The scene was brutal, bodies almost entirely stripped to bones by zombies. After 2 days in hot weather, the remaining flesh was beginning to change color and emit a putrid odor. After quickly surveying the area, she left and continued moving forward. As she traveled eastward, the bodies in the raided bases became fresher. In the last base she visited, the pink human tissue on the bones hadn't changed color yet. Feeling a bit excited, Kirsty picked up the pace, hoping she might catch a base being attacked next time. Manipulating both humans and zombies required a certain distance. It's like using a remote control to change channels at home. It works well within range, but if you took it to the office, it wouldn't control your TV at home anymore. The principle is similar. However, manipulating zombies could involve a medium, like attaching an antenna, allowing brief control from farther distances, though not as convenient and with time limits. Therefore, when attacking smaller bases was one thing, but for larger-scale base attacks, to prevent any issues, it probably wouldn't stray too far. Otherwise, once the signal was cut off, it wouldn't be able to control the situation anymore. This was also the best opportunity for Kirsty to catch it, simply put, while it was controlling the zombies, preventing it from retracting its mental energy from the brains of the zombies it controlled. Then, by capturing that mental energy before it dissipates, use it as a guide to find the location of that zombie. Kirsty made all kinds of preparations. When she walked into the next base, she found that this base had not been attacked and was still in perfect condition. Only because nearby bases had been attacked with terrible consequences, the people in this base were living in constant fear. They wanted to move away but were afraid of encountering danger on the road, thus they were in a dilemma. When Kirsty passed by, some of them even asked her, "Where are you coming from? Didn't you encounter anything on your way?" After Kirsty explained the situation, they packed up their belongings and fled that night. Actually, only a part of the people left initially, but those who remained grew increasingly terrified. After all, the fewer people there were, the more dangerous it would be if they encountered zombies. Even without zombies, with so few people, daily life would be harder. It might be better to leave together. Thus, in the end, over 80% of them left, and the remaining ones were packing up, preparing to go to other bases. Now, the only safe bases were likely the large ones. It could be predicted that in the coming period, many large bases would see a surge in population. Only Kirsty had a look of bewilderment on her face. Did I take the wrong direction? Something seems off. Chapter 168, Living a Good Life. Whether the group of zombies had changed direction or they decided to stop in time, no more attacked bases were seen after this point. Kirsty walked further east with a regretful and speechless look on her face, even doubting that these zombies truly mastered the art of prophecy, knowing well that continued recklessness would get them caught, so they stopped in time. Valentina. After Kirsty confirmed that the group of zombies had withdrawn, she had no choice but to leave. According to past situations, these zombies would strike here and there. Once they ravaged one place, they'd immediately relocate, perhaps even to an entirely unrelated location, sometimes in completely opposite directions. In other words, these zombies wouldn't come back here for some time. Alright, might as well head home. Kirsty tidied up her things and prepared to return. On her way back, she would pass through Feng City. Ever since that last incident, it had been a long time since Kirsty had seen Ryan and others. She missed them for a moment. After all, not everyone carried that distinct air of the sanctuary. Kirsty paused her forward movement for a moment, silently opening a door, entering Feng City, unsure if Adrian was still in charge. At that moment, Kirsty let her mind wander. Would Feng City change its name if someone else took over? It was mid-afternoon when she entered Feng City. Since she used a special route, no one knew their city had an unexpected visitor. Coincidentally, when Kirsty arrived, two familiar faces were arguing nearby. One was Adrian, who now looked much more haggard than before. He had lost a considerable amount of weight and had dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't rested properly in a long time. The other was the girl she had encountered before, with a scar at the corner of her mouth, leading many survivors who had escaped from those zombies. There was also an unfamiliar person, a chubby fellow who resembled a smiling tiger when he laughed, but whose words were anything but pleasant. Do you have the right to let them stay? Not to be rude, but there are too many people already. We're not running a charity in Feng City. We can't just take anyone in. Adrian's expression was blank except for a flicker of anger in his eyes. You know what has been happening recently. Accepting these survivors will help us expand our forces. Why not send them to other bases then? Anyway, Feng City isn't accepting them. The chubby man said decisively. Kirsty squatted on the eaves watching with great interest. It appeared that Adrian indeed wasn't in charge anymore, or rather, Feng City wasn't ruled solely by Adrian anymore. This chubby man must have seized power during a previous opportunity, now wielding more authority than Adrian. However, Adrian wasn't a pushover either. Although his position had diminished, he hadn't fallen into despair. Evil shall be punished by greater evil. Kirsty touched her chin. Her originally downcast mood, due to not catching those zombies, now lifted. Fight. Fight. Unfortunately, no fight happened. As Adrian and the chubby man were deadlocked, the Desiree interjected, since that's the case, we'll go elsewhere. There's always somewhere for people who aren't wanted here. Adrian wanted to hold on to her, but without persuading the chubby man, he couldn't make the decision himself. At this moment, he yearned for the days when Feng City was under his sole command. Back then, he could do as he wished, unlike now, where he was constantly restrained. Recalling how things turned out this way made Adrian's expression even uglier. He felt utterly helpless and could only apologize to the woman, watching her leave with her group. People willing to seek refuge in Feng City at this time were rare. If other bases kept receiving refugees from smaller bases and growing stronger while they remained stagnant, the gap would widen, making it questionable for Feng City to be called the top base. Adrian couldn't understand why the chubby man opposed him like this. Wasn't this self-destructive? He was doing everything for the good of the base. Why couldn't the chubby man take a longer-term view? Inner strife was one thing, but harming the base's interests was wrong. Adrian grew increasingly irate, even suspecting this chubby man might be a spy from another base, sent to ruin theirs. He stifled his anger, trying hard to reason with the fat man. However, the fat man just picked at his ear and said impatiently, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. If this continued, one day he would be literally angered to death. Adrian was all too aware of this, filled with the urge to curse. The thought of how this fat man had risen to power only made him more furious. He also wanted to curse Kirsty but didn't dare. Kirsty couldn't possibly hear him curse her secretly unless she was a god, yet the thought of her made Adrian's scalp tingle. After being bested by her multiple times, even now, when he thought of Kirsty, it felt like she was watching him from the shadows, despite knowing full well she couldn't be here. This was probably the result of psychological trauma and PTSD. Even thinking about Kirsty now gave him an eerie feeling, as if she were silently observing him. But Kirsty wasn't here, it was just the shadow of his trauma playing tricks on him. Adrian rubbed his face vigorously, starting to think of other ways out. He had to find a way to bring this brainless fat man down, even if it meant letting someone else take over. It would be better than having this fool constantly opposing him. With muttered curses in his heart, Adrian left, not daring to say even a single hidden insult about Kirsty. On the rooftop, Kirsty clicked her tongue and started contemplating where to go next. She hadn't been to Feng City for some time. Her previous visits were solely for resupplying, coming and going in haste. This time, it felt more like a vacation. Perhaps she could stroll around and see if the night market street still existed. Thinking of this, Kirsty gently descended from the roof, taking a roundabout path to avoid running into Adrian and triggering her lingering presence in his mind. Then, she saw someone else. Carly's father. Chapter 169, Save Me. Kirsty and Carly's father's relationship was still quite strange. Although she and Carly got along very well, in his eyes, Kirsty might as well be a human trafficker since she had taken away his daughter during the time when they were opposing each other. If it were Kirsty, she definitely wouldn't let go either. What was more important was that Carly had become addicted to playing and hadn't come back yet. This made Kirsty even more like a human trafficker. If possible, she didn't want to meet Carly's father who held such an awkward position, but fatefully, as soon as she came down from the roof, she turned around only to see Carly's father standing behind her. When Carly's father saw Kirsty, he also looked somewhat awkward. He wanted to scold her, but aside from not being able to fight with her, everything was fine with Carly over there. She wasn't being mistreated at all. Moreover, Kirsty was genuinely strong, which meant his daughter would be well protected by such a person, giving him peace of mind. However, if he didn't scold her, their positions were actually different, almost to the point of harboring some enmity. It seemed cowardly to say nothing. Carly's father's thoughts spun rapidly in his head, and finally, both of them put on a dry smile at the same time. Come to play? Out for a stroll? After speaking simultaneously, they fell silent for a moment, then said in unison again, Have you eaten? Kirsty. Carly's father. Kirsty honestly replied, Not yet. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Carly's father invited Kirsty proactively. After all, his daughter was still staying in her base, so he naturally needed to treat her nicely and avoid any complaints. Kirsty really followed him. Among the servants in Carly's father's household, there were those who knew Kirsty. Upon seeing her, their expressions twisted momentarily before forcibly controlling themselves. Carly's father quickly instructed, "Tell the chef to prepare dinner." What do you want to eat? Just name it. Kirsty casually picked 2 dishes, then sat down on the couch nearby as Carly's father gestured. As they slowly chatted, the awkward atmosphere eased up considerably, especially when they talked about Adrian. When mentioned, Carly's father felt a bit complex. After all, Adrian had once been his prospective son-in-law. Although things didn't work out due to various reasons, they used to have a good relationship. But after their last failed siege on Kirsty's base where they met Carly, something changed. Carly's father could no longer treat Adrian as he did before, regarding him like a half-son, nor leaving his resources virtually defenseless against Adrian. Especially after his daughter clearly expressed her unwillingness to marry Adrian. Now Carly's father stood as a neutral party in Fengcheng, neither helping one side nor the other, focusing solely on his own safety. He and Adrian, along with the Ellsworth whom Kirsty had seen before, formed a tripod of power. However, their influence varied. The strongest among the 3 now was the Ellsworth, who integrated many dissatisfied or opportunistic factions, forming a formidable force after that incident. Second was Carly's father, whose personnel losses weren't significant. After all, Adrian suffered the most severe damage. So, the weakest among the 3-legged stand was Adrian. Thus, the power balance was controlled by the chubby guy. Unlike Adrian, who was absolute and widely respected, the chubby guy was more like a puppet pushed forward by the forces he represented. In terms of ability and other aspects, he was inferior to Adrian and even Carly's father, but he had support from many people behind him. Coupled with being the public figure, he appeared to be the decision-maker in the entire base now. Adrian will never be content with this situation. He'll surely try to make a comeback, but I'm not planning to get involved, Carly's father said while glancing at Kirsty, obviously concerned that she might not agree and be displeased. Just as Kirsty was about to speak, someone informed Carly's father that Adrian had arrived. He just took a hit and is probably feeling frustrated, trying to talk to you and win you over. Kirsty thought back to what happened at the entrance, finding Adrian slightly pitiful. She stood up and went inside. Talk your heart out. Carly's father. What to chat about when my daughter is in your hands? How could I stand on Adrian's side? The moment he stood up, many thoughts raced through his mind. He first gestured for someone to bring Adrian in. As soon as Adrian entered, he said with a casual attitude, "Brant Jiang, I haven't seen you these past 2 days, what have you been busy with?" His manner was very natural and familiar, clearly trying to bridge the gap between them and use their old-time titles to remind Carly's father of the good times they once shared. Carly's father felt a bit stiff, mainly because he was well aware that Kirsty was still inside and could hear everything. So he struggled to say, "Let's get straight to the point. But I want to make it clear, I will always remain neutral and will not favor any one person." Adrian had probably anticipated what Carly's father would say before coming, so he wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he bluntly replied, "But if things continue like this, Fengcheng might deteriorate into a third-rate base. In internal strife, it could fade away like a falling star. Are you really content with that? I understand about Tian's situation. If that's her choice, I will respect it and won't let this matter create any rift between us." Adrian spoke sincerely about his thoughts, including the future development of the base, etc. Only Carly's father sat there feeling extremely uncomfortable. He could only keep muttering, "Oh no, oh no." Expressing his stance through decisive refusal, Adrian started to feel something was off as he talked. Although Carly's father usually maintained a neutral stance, they once shared camaraderie, so he had always treated Adrian relatively kindly. Why is he being so polite and cold today, almost as if he's afraid of refusing me too slowly? Adrian couldn't figure it out. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the door to the inner room was half open, revealing a familiar small face peeking out silently, watching him intently. Suddenly faced with his psychological shadow, Adrian. Chapter 170, No, we won't go. At that moment, Adrian even felt his scalp tingling. Although it had been a long time since the extremely failed battle, this person in front of him had become a psychological shadow, making him doubt that he was actually having a nightmare when he saw him. Adrian instinctively rubbed his eyes. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Kirsty, his expression looked somewhat numb, and his movements were quick. I suddenly remembered there's something very important I haven't dealt with yet. I'll go take care of it first. If there's anything, we can talk about it later when I have the time. His actions were seamless. He apologized, turned around, opened the door, and fled. At that moment, Kirsty even wondered if she was a devil. Otherwise, why would this person run away so fast? Kirsty said softly, "Is he afraid that if he runs too slowly, I'll hit him?" Cough, cough. Carly's father coughed, not knowing what to say, looking somewhat awkward. After a while, he said, "Maybe he really has something urgent." This insincere statement seemed unbelievable even to himself, so he could only look up at the sky, pretending he hadn't said anything. Actually not planning to do anything, Kirsty watched as Adrian ran away. It seemed that Adrian finally came to his senses, realizing that he was a nobody, and had the courage to face the facts. Sigh, if he had realized this earlier, he wouldn't have gotten beaten. Now, he probably regrets it, but it's too late for regret. All the bitter consequences have been brewed, and it was his own choice, so who can he blame? Kirsty didn't bother thinking about how he felt now and wasn't really planning to do anything either. After dinner, she left, telling Carly's father before leaving, "Do whatever you want, collaborate with whoever you want. You don't need to consider so much because it won't affect me at all. You understand? I understand. Carly's father looked somewhat complicated, realizing that no matter whom he collaborated with, it wouldn't affect Kirsty. Only being strong enough could give one such confidence, and the person in front of him was strong enough. If Kirsty wanted to rule the world, probably no one in this world could shake Kirsty. Imagining that scene made Carly's father feel strange, so he could only murmur vaguely, I understand. After chatting with him, Kirsty left, taking some local specialties that Carly's father had prepared in advance. Carly's father also warmly invited her to stay overnight, but she declined. Kirsty originally planned to stay in Fengcheng to do something, but after finding out the situation there and discovering something more interesting, she gave up on staying and left the city that night. She continued walking forward and, as expected, encountered the person she was targeting not far from Fengcheng. The Desiree led her companions and hadn't gone far, as the area around Fengcheng was relatively safe. Fengcheng regularly sent people to clear the zombies nearby. Besides, they left when it was already getting dark, so they couldn't walk far. It was better to camp near Fengcheng and rest for the night, then search for new targets when it got light. Since Fengcheng rejected them, they could only find a new large base. For a moment, they didn't know where to go. Sitting together, they discussed with worried expressions, where should we go? Other large bases are quite far away, and we might not be accepted even if we go there. They brought little supplies originally. If they were continuously rejected, they would likely end up starving. Imagining that scenario made them feel somewhat heartbroken. Life was too bleak. The Desiree pondered for a moment and then said, I have a friend who passed by here a few days ago. He told me he had settled in a base, which is pretty good. If possible, we can go there. They instantly became excited and asked eagerly, why shouldn't we go there? With your friend there, we should be able to integrate faster, right? Exactly. Is that base far away? Are you worried that if we go there and get rejected again, it will be troublesome to find another base? No, the Desiree sighed. The only problem is that the base belongs to Kirsty. Oh, so what if it's Kirsty's base? It's just Kirsty. Damn, Kirsty. The expressions of those who had just started speaking changed. They had heard the name Kirsty before. Were they really going to seek refuge with Kirsty? What they worried about was not following a world enemy. After that recent incident, so many bases had united their forces and still failed. Even if they now disapproved of Kirsty, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. It would be useless unless they could eliminate her. Even being a world enemy, she still lived well. Their real concern was that Kirsty might look down on them and directly refuse them. If they were rejected by Kirsty, word would spread, making it much harder for them to find acceptance at other bases. Comparatively, this was what truly caused worry. Thus, they looked at each other, their expressions showing some hesitation and interest. Finally, they all said, if she agrees to accept us, it's not impossible. As they spoke, there was a hint of bashfulness in their expressions, but we don't have any special skills or many psychics. Why don't you ask your friend? If your friend says yes, then we'll go. The others nodded furiously, indicating that if Kirsty agreed to take them in, it would be best. As for the people in that base controlling zombies, damn, that would be amazing. They wouldn't have to worry about being killed by zombies anymore. They wouldn't have to suffer displacement due to zombies as they do now. Almost everyone's face showed the same thought. There's such a good thing. The Desiree hadn't expected them to agree so easily and was momentarily stunned. After a while, she responded, then I'll ask. At that moment, Kirsty came to knock on the door. When the tent door opened, Kirsty peeked her head in, coughed slightly, and said, you guys don't have any other base to go to, right? Do you want to come with me? The group quickly waved their hands. We already have a place to go. Whoever sent someone out to recruit must be a big base. Chapter 171. Foolish, aren't you? Kirsty felt a bit regretful. She had this thought after seeing them being rejected by Fengcheng. The fact that they could lead so many people out of the zombies' attack indicated that their leader had some capability. Their base was currently recruiting workers, and since they had already accepted one batch, it made sense to recruit more. Kirsty just had this idea of asking if they wanted to come, as there was still plenty of room in the base with houses ready for immediate move-in. But they refused, and Kirsty sighed. There was nothing she could do. Perhaps they had relatives or friends in another base. Alright then, sorry for disturbing you. Kirsty left reluctantly, feeling slightly disappointed at not being able to harvest the spring onions she liked, even a little sad. They exchanged pleasantries, and then Kirsty left. After she left, they continued chatting. Although her base seems small, she came over to invite us personally, which shows she is quite nice. It's too bad we have better options. If we were rejected by Kirsty, I wonder if she would still. But smaller bases aren't safe, as history has shown. Even if we go, it must be to a larger base. After discussing, they ate a bit and went to sleep. Kirsty returned to the base. Upon her return, everyone in the base was bustling with activity. Both new arrivals and long-term residents were busy working, especially since the teleportation arrays in various bases had been set up. People were now flowing in here to work, transport materials, coming and going, making the whole base look lively. The base was now starting to take shape and no longer looked desolate due to a lack of residents. Kirsty took a look around and commented, maybe our base can become a trade center and one of the busiest places in the future. Aiden greeted her and laughed, not maybe, it's certain. To become a prosperous base and a trade center, a few conditions are needed. First, safety. Only when it's safe enough will others dare to visit frequently and consider it a place for trading. Secondly, convenience. Our location might not be perfect, But if teleportation arrays can be set up everywhere, it will bypass any location issues, making it incredibly convenient. This might make up for its initial disadvantage. Lastly and most importantly, the base leader needs to be strong enough. Only when strong enough can one establish rules that everyone follows, ensuring no one dares to cause trouble here or challenge Kirsty, allowing the trade point to flourish gradually. They already have most of the conditions in place. If Kirsty wants to do it, it can definitely be achieved. We'll see about that. Kirsty walked forward as Aiden briefed her on what happened during her absence, highlighting important and interesting events. Zack and others came over upon hearing she had returned. It was mealtime, so they all gathered to eat together. A few skilled cooks in the base prepared food, while Archer had just escorted those people back and was also pulled into helping. He rolled up his sleeves cheerfully and said, "I'm a great cook, usually responsible for cooking at home. My fish dishes are especially delicious. Let me show you my skills soon. That reminds me, I'll catch some fish." Dot quickly got up, followed by Ely who shouted, "My mom loves fish. Catch more. I'm worried there won't be enough." With more hands available, Dot caught 6 or 7 fish. Half were used for pickled cabbage fish, and the other half for Sichuan pepper grilled fish. Archer didn't exaggerate, his fish dishes were indeed delicious. Although Stone's barbecue was tasty too, the novelty had worn off from frequent consumption. Everyone praised Archer's cooking during the meal. Stone felt hurt and complained, "For the next month. No, 3 months, I will only cook for Kirsty. You guys eat fish." In the middle of the meal, someone came in saying someone outside was looking for Archer. Archer, engrossed in enjoying his own fish, reluctantly put down his chopsticks and said, "I'll go check." Kirsty reclined in the chair, with Xiaohei on her left passing her a clear soup, and Chauncey on her right removing fish bones for her. Zack was pouring wine for her. The scene looked very leisurely. When Bruce came over with an ices slush, he saw Kirsty open her mouth, and Chauncey eagerly fed her the prepared fish. In the world of those who know how to enjoy life, Kirsty must have a place. Bruce tried to find a spot to sit down but found that all the seats around were taken, and no one seemed willing to give up their place for him. Holding the edge of the bowl, he was thinking about how to claim a seat for himself when Kirsty already reached out and took the ices slush. "Wow, it's ices slush. Thank you." Bruce lost his excuse completely and could only walk away with a frustrated look on his face. He would probably come back after finding a new excuse. They enjoyed their meal in the house, chatting about Kirsty's journey and the events in the base, as well as the newly recultivated crops. Archer did not return for quite a while. Did something happen? Fulton, who was closest to the door, stood up to go out when Archer pushed the door open, looking a bit embarrassed. Boss. I have a friend, her base also had an incident, and she wants to bring the survivors to our base. Can they work here too?" Archer, who had just arrived and hadn't fully gained trust yet, felt a bit awkward asking such a favor. Kirsty tilted her head and said, "If they are your friends and can abide by all the rules I've set, then it's fine." "Great, come in." Archer sighed with relief, opened the door fully, and let the person outside come in. A Desiree walked in and saw Kirsty. Chapter 172, Giving You a New Leg. The Desiree brought several key members of her group to meet Kirsty. However, upon entering, she immediately spotted the familiar girl sitting among the crowd. Kirsty's striking beauty was hard to forget, making her quite noticeable. The Desiree was momentarily stunned as memories flashed back the recent event when Kirsty had knocked on their door asking if they wanted to join her base. She felt a bit embarrassed in that moment. After rejecting Kirsty's offer, now it seemed like they were coming here willingly. Fortunately, Kirsty didn't seem to hold any grudges and happily waved at them, saying, "What a coincidence. It turns out that the base you all mentioned wanting to visit is here." Archer looked between Kirsty and his friends, unaware of what transpired, and felt rather cheerful. "It really is fate. I didn't expect you two to know each other. This is perfect." The Desiree cleared her throat and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be. Let's sit down and have something to eat first, then we can talk." Kirsty patted the spot next to her, warmly inviting her. The Desiree sat down beside her, while the others found their places. Kirsty took the initiative to explain the conditions she had previously laid out. Archer followed all the rules and kept his people in check, which allowed him to stay in the base. "If you wish to stay, you'll need to follow the same rules and will receive the same treatment." "Yes, Archer told me about this, and my friends and I have discussed it. We can accept these terms," the Desiree replied. "If possible, we would like to stay." Kirsty agreed readily. "Aiden, are you done eating? Once you're finished, you can take them to find housing. They'll stay here tonight, and we can discuss anything else tomorrow." Aiden quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and raised his hand. "Okay, but let them eat first. I'll lead them to the cafeteria." Stone also stood up. "I'm almost done eating too. I'll get someone to prepare more meals." They quickly got busy with various tasks. The Desiree still felt a bit embarrassed, but Archer reassured her, "There's nothing to be shy about. We're all going to be family from now on, right?" "Yeah." She nodded and stayed behind. As they talked, Kirsty learned her name was Stacy. Her delicate features and sweet appearance perfectly matched her name, though a scar at the corner of her mouth marred it slightly. But that didn't matter much since it was already the end of the world. No one cared if names and appearances matched anymore. When Stacy stretched out her leg to sit down, Kirsty noticed for the first time that her left leg was a prosthetic. Due to the lack of maintenance in the post-apocalyptic world, her artificial leg looked old and worn, which might affect her walking ability over time. "Do you want me to get you a new leg?" Kirsty tapped her prosthetic leg lightly, but there was no malice in her tone. Stacy paused for a moment and asked, "Is that possible?" "Sure, it will be better than the one you have now." Kirsty spoke confidently. "And it will look cool. Of course, if you prefer an ordinary prosthetic leg, that's also an option, but I can't do that." Dot, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed, added, "I can do that, but I need to observe you first and decide if you're worth it." "No, just a prosthetic leg is fine." Stacy also tapped her leg. "To be honest, I'm used to it. A normal leg might feel strange to me. This is the price I paid, and I'm willing to remember it for life." She didn't go into details about how she lost her leg, mentioning it with a light heart as if it didn't matter. So Kirsty scheduled the surgery for her accordingly. The next morning, after being assigned rooms, the newcomers started integrating into the community. With Archer's people leading them, the integration process went smoothly. Especially during work assignments, things moved very quickly, showing signs of efficient teamwork. Fulton was eager to get started. As the self-proclaimed Minister of Agriculture, he was responsible for most of the farming-related activities in the base. There was already plenty of arable land, but farmers always craved more. Fulton was no exception. He quickly led the newcomers to cultivate new farmland, excitedly declaring, "I want to grow some mushrooms and beet." And among the fruits he had previously planted, some were still growing on trees. They planted relatively fewer of these because they grew slowly and occupied a larger space. Therefore, the fruits they mainly grew were grapes and such. Fruits like apples and peaches, which are perennial woody plants, were planted in even smaller quantities. Though there were enough for internal consumption, even with some to spare, planting more wouldn't hurt. "Once we clear new land, I'll plant some chestnuts. Chestnuts are really delicious." Kirsty eagerly nodded beside him. "Great. Do you want to plant anything else? I can open up a new greenhouse. Even if you want to plant tropical plants, it's completely feasible." That greenhouse was no ordinary one. It could even grow coconuts. "I've never grown tropical fruits before, so I need to get some seeds first." Fulton was instantly motivated and even volunteered for a business trip to find suitable seeds. Kirsty was worried about him since his combat ability was quite limited. Alright, his combat ability was really poor. As a precious talent in the base, something bad happening to him would be undesirable. Kirsty quietly glanced at all her companions. Bruce wanted to pass this task to Bram, but he couldn't refuse Kirsty's request. When Kirsty looked over, he sighed and said, "Alright, I'll take care of this." "Great." Kirsty was delighted and took out Ava, handing it to Bruce. "Let Ava go with you. This will make it safer and give me peace of mind." She hugged Ava, then hugged Bruce. Initially unhappy about leaving Kirsty, Bruce blushed slightly but suddenly felt happy. "Don't worry." He patted his chest. "I'll definitely protect Fulton." Fulton, deeply moved. Chapter 173, Are Gods Born, Not Made? After Fulton left, Ely took over his job and started a new project with a group of people. After all, the base was almost completed, and Ely had been idle recently, so he wanted to find something to do. Kirsty then led Stacy into the operating room. Just as Stacy lay down, Kirsty handed her several sheets of paper. "Choose a design. Which one do you like?" Stacy took the blueprints, and her expression gradually turned strange. After reviewing all the designs, she wanted to say that she preferred a slightly more normal leg and didn't like these, either overly extravagant or awkwardly designed legs. After all, she was still an ordinary person. This one?" Stacy struggled to choose the most common design. Kirsty felt a bit disappointed. "I think this one looks pretty good." She pointed at one design, but Stacy hesitated and showed no interest in the strange leg covered with patterns reminiscent of snake scales or dragon scales. Even when Kirsty said, "It has very high defense, bullets can't penetrate it." "No way." Stacy firmly chose another one. "I think this one looks nice too." "Alright." Kirsty reluctantly went to select materials and returned after a while. About half an hour later, the two came out of the operating room. Everyone knew Stacy had gotten a new leg, so they couldn't help but secretly look at her leg when they saw her. During the surgery, Stacy's trouser leg had been cut off, and she hadn't changed into new pants yet. As a result, everyone could see her indescribable leg. It was a flawlessly white leg, so white that it seemed abnormal. Upon closer inspection, one could tell that the material forming the leg was bone. If forced to describe the feeling, it was like grinding bones into powder and reshaping them into a human leg. Normal bones are slender because they are covered by muscles and skin, which give the leg its shape. But a leg made entirely of bones looked peculiar after prolonged observation. Kirsty even thought the leg looked too plain, so she added some patterns, making it even stranger. With beautiful swirling patterns, no hint of flesh, completely composed of bone indeed, it looked incredibly solid. When Bram asked about it curiously, Kirsty smiled confidently and explained, "Of course, it's not as simple as it look." She pressed somewhere on Stacy's thigh, and a hollow compartment immediately popped out. "You can store weapons or important things inside. No one would ever find it." "Stacy, there's also this part. These patterns aren't just any decorations, they are actually magic runes. I've reinforced the leg to resist high temperatures and bullets. In emergencies, you can detach it and transform it into a shield to protect yourself. It might be very useful in dangerous situations." Stacy, Bram. Both of their feelings became complicated. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, because the design was indeed brilliant but also really eerie. Stacy could only comfort herself that it was genuinely useful. But this caused a problem: she couldn't wear long pants anymore. Otherwise, how would she retrieve items stored inside? She couldn't start taking off her pants in the middle of a fight. Just imagining that scene was weird enough. Fortunately, a seamstress heard about this and modified 2 pairs of pants for Stacy. There was a zipper on the outside of the prosthetic leg that aligned perfectly with the hidden compartment, making it easier to access items. As for the leg transforming into a shield, that required a spell, and the instant transformation would tear apart the pant leg, so there was no need to worry about that. Stacy's mood became even more complex after hearing this. The design was unique and eerie, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could come up with. However, she successfully got a new leg and no longer had to worry about her old prosthetic breaking. That prosthetic had accompanied her through many battles, braving wind and rain, and was already close to breaking. This new leg seemed quite sturdy, and Kirsty offered lifetime maintenance. Thinking about it, maybe it was somewhat comforting. What truly comforted Stacy was the base's group of people with unconventional thinking. Upon hearing about this, they expressed envy and wished they could have such a leg too. Some even said, "Why are both my legs intact? I want a leg this cool too. If it could transform into a gun instead of a shield, that would be even better. So awesome. So envious. I want one with wheels under the foot. It would make walking much easier, right? Boss, can you install one for my feet? Stacy, is there something wrong with your brain circuits?" Since she came to this base, Stacy had encountered many strange people she hadn't seen before. The natives here all had peculiar thoughts and were great at praising Kirsty. Kirsty was indeed powerful and very kind, but don't you guys go a bit overboard with the praise? In their eyes, Kirsty seemed almost like a deity. When Stacy complained about this, Kirsty happened to pass by and heard her, couldn't help but scratch her chin, then said, "Speaking of which, I suddenly remember something important. Lately, I've felt myself getting stronger, although not very quickly. It's kind of like gaining experience slowly in a game. A little bit at a time, but it's definitely growing. Come to think of it, could it be?" Kirsty was somewhat suspicious but not entirely sure, because of faith. In their world, they fought day and night for faith because it made deities more powerful. Deities also had distinctions in power, with higher and lower deities, and different deities seemed to have significant differences. So they kept fighting over faith to become stronger deities. But could humans possess faith too? What would happen if humans were worshipped? Or perhaps, are deities born, not made? For a moment, Kirsty even felt this thought was somewhat terrifying. If deities could also be transformed from humans, then could she? Chapter 174, Gods and Humans. In the world where Kirsty lived, every deity had their own legend. Take the Aiden worshipped by the Holy Temple, for instance. According to legends, he was born from the sun, being the first life in the world. As the Aiden walked upon the earth, he found it void of all things, and thus created humans and other animals. Hence, the Aiden was also known as the creator god. However, Kirsty had always felt something was off. In the stories of other deities, tales related to the creation of humans occasionally appeared as well. Apart from the deity symbolizing darkness whose story revolved around death, some lesser-known deities, denounced by the Holy Temple, also had legends about creating humans and animals. For example, in the tribes on the southern continent that were yet to be civilized, they venerated the Paisley. She was their faith goddess, who, according to their legend, swallowed a colorful seed and gave birth to the first human. After bearing the first human, she found that one person was too lonely in this world, so she made the first man using mud, lightning, and stones for her daughter. Their union produced offspring, generation after generation, leading to the establishment of their tribe. Thus, people in their tribe referred to themselves as descendants of Thomas. Their society was still matriarchal, and most of their deities were goddesses, with the main deity being the Paisley. Their customs were extremely fierce. The people from the Holy Temple once tried to preach there but were driven away, pants stolen and returned home in disgrace. Their territory was not vast and relatively barren. The Holy Temple wouldn't expend much effort to conquer such a place. Besides, their belief was solid, and eventually, they were left alone. The northernmost regions were similar. They worshipped the Kira, believing she was born from the eternal ice because she saw no living beings in the extreme north, so she created humans and creatures that could live in the icy wilderness. In their legends, fish were also created by the Kira. Seeing her creations dying of hunger, she created fish so humans could have food. Similar tales of human creation existed among 10 famous deities, 8 of whom had legends like these. One did not create humans but taught all humans how to use fire, tools, and even reproduce. The last one was the Stefan. His story was more unique, focusing on events after humans were created. Given the short human lifespan, many died and their souls wandered in the world, harming others and finding no rest. So, the Stefan created hell, where unclaimed souls could find peace. Then comes the question, which of these legends is true? Everyone claims to have created humans, so who is lying? Did they really come from the sun or from ice? Kirsty was uncertain before. Now, suspecting that she had gained faith, she began to vaguely feel that perhaps all deities were once humans. Those tales of creating humans might just be myths spun after they became deities, aimed at gaining believers, gold-plating themselves, if you will. Like every trade trying to find a legendary forefather to boast about, even those strange professions would claim a renowned ancestor. For instance, comedians in this era worshipped Aristide. Would Aristide say he was a comedian? Some peculiar professions, like beggars worshipping Wu Zishu, would Wu Zishu acknowledge this? Or brothels claiming Guanzhong as their forefather, would Guanzhong even know? So it seemed quite normal for each deity to have a creation myth. Boasting wasn't uncommon. If they were humans who became gods, everything would seem logical. Firstly, the struggle for faith. If deities lost faith, they would weaken, hence the desperate fight for believers because they feared becoming human again. Given that gods were once humans, they possess emotions, joy and anger, favoritism towards someone. To quibble over bits of faith, even start wars, under the possibility that they were once humans, it seemed more reasonable. This explained why despite the holy temple committing so many evils, covered up beautifully beneath the surface with countless victims, the gods neither punished them nor protected ordinary believers. Secondly, and most importantly, if gods were once humans, then the vague timeline before human history was never recorded could be explained. That was the time of the divine war. The final winners became gods. They did not want more gods to appear, so they erased that history, ensuring no one would ever know. This way, they could sit comfortably on their thrones, fighting only for faith without worrying about anyone climbing up step by step to overthrow them. After that, no one in the human world became a god again. Only those ancient gods remained, continuously consuming their pitiful believers in the struggle for faith. This can be understood. After all, the world is only so big, and there are only so many believers. If another person comes to share the spoils, the gods will have less to eat. How could they be willing to give birth to new gods? How could they willingly share their believers with others? Even, what if the number of god positions was fixed? For instance, this world could only accommodate 13 gods at most. The birth of a new god meant the fall of an old one. Only by stepping on the bones and blood of predecessors could new deities be formed. Would those old gods join forces to conceal the fact that humans could become gods? All these possibilities pointed to one possibility: humans have the potential to become gods, as long as they have enough faith, as long as enough people worship them as gods. Of course, these were all speculations. But Kirsty had lived in that world for so many years and was the pinnacle among necromancers. She had long vaguely sensed something. She remembered the most powerful necromancer who once visited her before his downfall. She recalled the talented sons and daughters in the holy temple, who seemed never to live too long. She remembered how so-called geniuses in that world would always die mysteriously at a certain age or when they reached a certain level. Kirsty covered half her face and couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Chapter 175, New World's Cami. Stacy watched as Kirsty continued to laugh, and she couldn't help but touch her own arm, noticing goosebumps had risen on it. Ah, are you okay? Fine. Kirsty looked at Stacy with a very warm and gentle gaze, then stepped forward to pat her on the shoulder. Thank you. You made me realize something very important. What? Stacy scratched her head, completely bewildered, trying hard to understand what realization she had given Kirsty. Kirsty, with her hands behind her back, skipped away happily, her mood as pleasant as could be. Because she had discovered something extremely significant, it concerned her life and future. As everyone knew, Kirsty possessed extraordinary talent. While she dared not say that no one would surpass her later, among necromancers, she was indeed unprecedented. Living for less than 500 years, she was already reaching the pinnacle of human capability. If her conjecture was correct, humans could indeed become deities, and the existing deities had conspired to suppress this information to prevent new deities from being born. Then, once her power advanced further, becoming unparalleled among humans, she would either be restrained by the gods or die accidentally, or never advance any further in her life. But, due to the random teleportation scroll, she had come to a different world, a world without mags or gods, at least not those lousy gods led by the Holy Cathedral. Therefore, there would be no deities fearing that their positions would be usurped or that fresh blood would cause unrest, thereby exterminating these geniuses. She was safe, and she might even become a deity. Only by becoming a deity, as powerful as the Aiden, would she be safe when she returned to that world. Kirsty patted her chest. Fortunately, she discovered this early. Otherwise, if she found a way back and returned happily only to discover this, it would have been too late. With dark humor, Kirsty clasped her hands together. Blessed by the Stefan Tilda. After discovering this, Kirsty became exceptionally active. She wanted to try whether faith was what gradually made her stronger. If so, it would almost confirm her guess. Then she would need to find a way to become a deity in this world before returning. If becoming stronger wasn't due to faith, and her guess was wrong, she would still need to build an army before finding a way back, just to take on the Holy Cathedral. Chard. Brave Yi fears no challenges. Zack noticed that Kirsty had been particularly active over the past few days. Her attitude towards every member of the base was remarkably gentle, whether they were her comrades, indigenous people, or the recent workers. Kirsty's demeanor was as mild as a spring breeze or a winter sun, utterly friendly, looking at each person as if they were flourishing leeks. This wasn't her usual style, causing those who knew her well to feel quite uneasy, even remarking, "Why don't you act normally? This is scary." Kirsty ignored these small fry, seriously pondering how to achieve her grand goal. Not hitting anyone because of this comment made her seem even more terrifying. Something's off. Why isn't she angry? People's faces clearly said, "I don't believe it. There's something wrong. What's going on? Is the world ending?" Oh, it already ended. Only Zack thought a bit deeper, his face growing more ominous. He suspected Kirsty had found a way back. Unless she was preparing to leave and never return, why else would she be so gentle, regardless of what happened, not losing her temper? They had even criticized her face to face. A sense of crisis suddenly washed over Zack's heart. He had always thought there was plenty of time, that he could slowly win her over, melting ice mountains or wearing through rocks with persistent drops of water. Even wood would sprout roots if nurtured long enough. Zack firmly believed that one day, Kirsty would be warmed by him, forgetting that she might leave any day. Just because she hadn't found a way to leave yet didn't mean she wouldn't eventually. Now, it seemed likely she had found a way and was preparing to go. Her current attitude was like saying goodbye. Maybe one day, possibly tomorrow, Kirsty would suddenly tell them, "I'm leaving. See you when we meet again." She might even leave without saying anything, quietly departing one morning, leaving no trace of where she went. In this base, there was Zack who could control the zombies, Ayla, Ichabod and his team of powerful psychics, Aline, the most potent healing psychic, and Aiden, who managed the base efficiently. The base had all the necessary resources and skills. Even if Kirsty left, it could still grow into a massive entity. Could it be that because of this completeness, she felt secure enough to leave without worry? Zack found this possibility increasingly plausible as he pondered, lost in thought about how to keep her here. The more he thought, the more troubled he became. This news he just discovered felt like an unavoidable disaster. Their relationship had been improving steadily, they were getting along better, progressing positively. They had even started watching some slightly colored things together. Why did this happen? Zack felt deeply struck by this revelation. With Ichabod absent, he couldn't even find his biggest rival to gauge his thoughts or try to ally with him. And he couldn't share this with too many people. If it alarmed Kirsty, she might confess and leave immediately. Maybe he should test the waters first. But how? While Zack was deep in thought, Kirsty approached him eagerly. She didn't mention faith because telling her companions about her desire to gain more faith and become a god sounded rather middle schoolish and weird. So Kirsty said, "Is there any way to increase the population in the base? I think we're developing too slowly. I want to see more people come out." Zack's automatic translation: "Once the base grows bigger, I can leave with peace of mind." Chapter 176, Make Her Love Me. Brecken was a very intelligent person. After hearing Kirsty's words, his first reaction was to find a way to buy time. He couldn't let Kirsty leave without any ties. So, after some thought, Brecken calmly said, "It's not the right time yet. We need to be patient and wait." Their base had never actively harmed anyone, but due to the inherent hostility between humans and zombies, it had a bad reputation, an issue that could be improved. However, Brecken had never considered improving the reputation of his base because there hadn't been a need until now. Now, the greatest threat to humanity is not us. You have personally encountered them and must understand how terrifying they are. As long as they don't stop attacking, more bases will fall victim. Eventually, people will unite just like when Feng City teamed up with other bases against us. Brecken smiled slightly. Small bases that can't survive on their own will eventually merge into larger ones, and new bases will rise during this process. Medium-sized bases would naturally develop into large ones as they accommodated more people, a trend that was unavoidable. But what if they still couldn't defeat that zombie? All it takes is one person to lead the charge, someone with influence, who seeks your help. Everything could change then. Kirsty's eyes widened, and she suddenly exclaimed, "If you were in my world, the Holy Order would definitely recruit you." Brecken. He couldn't tell if this was praise or an insult. Was she implying he had a heart of stone? Probably. Kirsty touched her chin thoughtfully. They can't easily eliminate the mastermind unless someone has an ability that counters it, coupled with enough intelligence to devise a trap, and enough people to collaborate. Meeting all these conditions while having the perfect timing and circumstances made it extremely difficult. Especially now, Adrian's reputation was ruined, the only person with significant influence and intelligence was out of the picture, and internal strife made it even harder. After much consideration, Kirsty felt that although Brecken's idea might seem ruthless, it could work. To become a godlike being, wouldn't the required faith be immense? Though they were thinking about different things, Kirsty and Brecken reached a mutual understanding. She tiptoed and patted Brecken on the shoulder, saying, "Then I'll leave this to you. I believe you'll do a great job, Brecken." Of course, he would try his best once he found a solution. After discussing this with Kirsty, Brecken immediately called over her close friends and shared his suspicions with them. Those he invited either already knew Kirsty wasn't from this world or reacted positively upon learning so. Brecken had carefully selected a few reliable people before sharing the situation with them. When everyone arrived for the meeting, they had no idea what was going on or why it was kept so secretive. But once they heard the news, everyone. The one who reacted most strongly was Susan. She abruptly stood up, eyes wide. "I don't believe it." She was different from others who viewed Kirsty as a friend. To her, Kirsty was someone like, well, a mother figure. Despite Kirsty's young appearance, she was indeed the most maternal presence in Susan's life. Susan couldn't help but rely on Kirsty and love her as if she were a mother. Moreover, besides Kirsty, she truly had no one else to rely on. Before coming here, her life revolved around hatred alone. Now, although she had gained some friends, she clearly understood that without Kirsty, this place would be no different from anywhere else. Thinking of the possibility that Kirsty might leave someday, knowing they belonged to different worlds and might never meet again, Susan felt devastated. She refused to accept it, completely refuse. On the other hand, Norris, who already knew Kirsty wasn't from this world and would leave someday, remained relatively calm. Kirsty hasn't left yet, has she? As long as she hasn't left, anything is possible. They exchanged glances, and once everyone had processed the news and calmed down, their views became remarkably consistent. "I think staying in this world isn't so bad. We all love her." Though they all knew that someone like Kirsty wouldn't lack people who loved her. She was incredibly charming, and anyone who spent enough time with her would be captivated by that charm. That love might not be romantic, but rather as a companion, a friend, or an admiration between individuals. But there must have been many people who loved Kirsty, making them seem uncompetitive. Thinking about this, the faces of those who spoke up just now darkened. They started to ponder if they had anything special to offer, anything that could make them slightly more competitive. After thinking it through, they realized they had nothing. For a moment, no one in the room said a word. Despair filled their hearts, as if they were about to lose Kirsty. Finally, Norris, who had spent more time with Brecken and knew him relatively well, broke the silence. Look, you definitely have some ideas, right? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what you're thinking. In an instant, all eyes turned to Brecken. They looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to provide a solution. The warm sunlight filtered through the window, casting a faint shadow over Brecken's handsome face. Lowering his eyes, he said, "Make her love me." Susan immediately flared up. "I refuse." She regarded Kirsty as a mother figure, which meant that if Kirsty were her mother, then Kirsty's boyfriend would be her father. At least something similar. Just imagining Brecken in the role of a father figure made Susan feel nauseous. She wouldn't allow it. She couldn't accept it. Brecken was taking advantage of the situation. However, after some thought, the others came to a conclusion. It seems this might actually work. Give her a reason to stay tied to them. Chapter 177, Things Backfired. Zack wore the phrase taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position boldly on his face. But this taking advantage referred not to Dot, but to Ichabod. Since Ichabod was away and wouldn't be back for some time, he could take full advantage of this interval to finalize everything. By the time Ichabod returned, even if he wanted to cry, there'd be no point. Crisis was also an opportunity. Now that Kirsty wanted to leave, everyone didn't want her to go. In such a situation, they would definitely help him achieve his wish. Zack's plans were ticking over with a rapid click-clack sound as he squinted like a wily old fox, observing Dot, who was fuming and almost crying from anger. She shouted loudly, "Absolutely not. I disagree. In that case, Kirsty will return to her world," Zack said calmly. "How do I know you're not lying? Another world sounds like something made up. Do you really think so?" Zack sighed and then continued, "If I lied with a story like this, wouldn't it be easily exposed?" Deep down, Dot knew that Kirsty indeed did not behave like someone from this world. She seemed clueless about many things that should be common knowledge, yet strangely proficient in some peculiar skills only seen in TV shows. Moreover, if this were just a lie, one could easily verify it by simply asking Kirsty, making such deception unnecessary. Dot pondered again, her eyes starting to turn red, but she found herself unable to come up with any counter-arguments. Because compared to Kirsty leaving this world never to return, having her date Zack was still slightly more tolerable. However, not everyone agreed, such as Aiden. "Why does it have to be you?" Aiden wasn't in love with Kirsty, nor was he vying for her. He simply felt that Zack's personality was too unpredictable. What if one day Zack and Kirsty broke up? It would be better to find a more stable man. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Zack smiled and said, "Among all men, I'm different in Kirsty's eyes." Yes, at least he was regarded as her possession, though he couldn't say this out loud. "This doesn't count for anything," Dot struggled on. "I am the only one who has shared a room and slept with her. Dot. We've even watched those kinds of movies together." Dot was thoroughly defeated, collapsing with a vacant look, clutching her chest, clearly unwilling to accept the reality. Thus, everyone else was convinced. They exchanged glances and provisionally agreed with Zack's proposal. "But I think we should take a two-pronged approach," Stone coughed and suggested. "We need to let her feel our affection for her too." Kirsty noticed everyone had been acting a bit strange these past couple of days. Since discovering the possibility of becoming a deity, she felt energized and incredibly joyful. According to Zack, they needed to be patient and wait a bit longer. So Kirsty became somewhat bored, spending her days feeding pigs, watching newborn bunnies and chicks, walking Ely's dog around the base. Occasionally, she inspected the newly cultivated fields to see if any new fruits were ripe. Recently, they planted mulberry trees for silkworms, which produced mulberries as a bonus. A few days ago, the mulberries were still green, but recently they started turning slightly red. However, red mulberries weren't sweet enough yet. At this stage, they were more tart than sweet. They would only taste good when fully ripened to a dark purple. Purple mulberries were juicy and flavorful, and Kirsty remembered eating them before. Seeing them growing at home reminded her of their taste, so she visited the plantation every day, fearing she might miss them ripening. Every time she went out, she kept bumping into people. On one occasion, she met Stone, who approached carrying freshly made barbecue meat. "I've made a new sauce with lemon juice added. Would you like to try it?" Yes. Kirsty happily took it, savoring the food while praising, "Delicious. The lemon flavor complements the grilled meat perfectly without overpowering it, and the subtle hint of lemon makes it refreshingly tasty." On another occasion, she met Dot returning with a small cake, already cajoling her from afar. "Please try this cake. It just came out of the oven." Kirsty took a bite of the cake. It was red velvet, very fine textured and delicious, sweet but not greasy. She could finish one in one breath and still feel that it wasn't enough. Kirsty quickly gave a big thumbs up. In the evening, when she got to her room door, she would encounter Zack, who always brought some little snacks and then invited Kirsty here and there. Kirsty. By the time the mulberries ripened, Kirsty didn't even get to experience the joy of picking them herself. Her frequent trips to the mulberry grove these past 2 days were noticed by others. Early one morning, they woke up, picked the ripe mulberries, and cleaned them spotlessly. Mulberries are hard to wash clean, so to ensure this, they even used their superpowers. When Kirsty woke up earlier than usual to pick the mulberries, she brushed her teeth and went into the living room only to see a large plate of mulberries on the table. Purple mulberries lay in a transparent dish, with droplets of water on them, looking fresh and appetizing. But, sniffle sniffle, she wanted to pick them herself. While Kirsty was standing there in a daze, Zach walked in. He was about to tell Kirsty that he had picked the mulberries when he noticed her expression looked off. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? You're not eating them? I saw you running over there every day like you really liked it." Everyone noticed and decided to help you pick them. Kirsty felt as if thunder had struck. All gone? There are still some that aren't ripe yet. All the ripe ones are picked. Kirsty. She sniffed loudly, looking pitiful. I wanted to pick them myself. Picking mulberries is also a kind of fun she had never experienced before. She had been looking forward to today for a long time, thinking she would finally get the chance now that they had them at home. Who could have thought? Wah, Zach. Oh. Chapter 178. Why did everything turn out this way? In the end, Brecken could only warn everyone not to pick any more mulberries. Not all of the mulberries had been picked, some were still not fully ripe, with green and red hues still hanging on the branches. They waited a bit longer until the remaining mulberries ripened. Brecken personally accompanied Kirsty with a small basket to pick mulberries. Ripe mulberries are very soft, just a light pinch gives the feeling that they are about to burst, leaving a purplish-red juice on your fingers, exuding the unique fragrance of fruit. Kirsty had never picked mulberries before. She happily plucked one after another from the branches and put them into the basket held by Brecken. Brecken simply watched her with a gentle gaze that could not be concealed. Kirsty hadn't looked up much, so she didn't notice the unhidden gentleness and deep affection in his eyes. Until she held up an exceptionally large and perfectly ripe mulberry to show off to Brecken, lifting her head and meeting his eyes, which made her momentarily dizzy. Kirsty paused for a second, then regained her composure. She calmly stuffed the mulberry into Brecken's mouth, splashing purplish-red juice onto his lips, making it look like he was spitting blood or like the color of zombie blood. Kirsty couldn't help but giggle, while Brecken sighed helplessly. Why do you always think of doing bad things to me? Kirsty indignantly placed her hands on her hips. What do you mean by doing bad things? I gave you the biggest and sweetest one. I'm so sad. Though she said she was sad, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Brecken was used to this and could only bear with her, continuing to follow behind her. Kirsty hummed a little tune and continued picking mulberries. In the end, they filled the basket to the brim, far too many to finish themselves. They decided to share with everyone. Thus, the restaurant's special offering that day was mulberry juice. Although there wasn't much, the number of people in their base was also limited, so those interested could still have a taste. Before they figured out how to make Kirsty stay permanently, something happened outside. The first large base to be attacked was the one that had captured Dot. Back then, because of Kirsty, most of the high-ranking officials and many ability users in the base had died, reducing it from a top-tier large base to barely stronger than a medium-sized base. Though it had recovered somewhat since then, it still lagged behind other bases of its original size, becoming something of a soft target among large bases. When they were first attacked, almost no one was prepared because until then, zombies had only targeted small bases. This made people feel that the zombies' numbers were limited, so they would only pick easy targets. But the attack came unexpectedly. The number of zombies far exceeded their imagination. Before the news spread, they were already surrounded, leading to a brutal battle. Given the large population of the base, unlike smaller bases, most people were not slaughtered, and the base wasn't completely destroyed. Many managed to escape, but because the base was breached, they could only temporarily seek refuge in other bases for safety. Just as they arrived at another base seeking help, new news arrived. On the same day, the group of zombies had attacked yet another base. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and they moved like insatiable locusts, buzzing from one base to another. Being greedy and unsatisfied, yet extremely powerful, they remained humanity's greatest enemy, creating a nightmare scenario. The slower reacting human side finally convened a meeting. Adrian, although no longer the top leader of the base, still had the authority to participate in meetings. At the meeting, he was criticized again. Isn't this humanity's real enemy? If we hadn't diverted most of our forces into that battle back then, the situation now would likely be much better. Though the speaker did not specify, everyone knew he was referring to the battle initiated by Adrian against Kirsty. That battle indeed resulted in heavy losses for humanity. Many powerful ability users never returned, and those who did often had severe injuries, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness or leaving lasting effects. Adrian was being criticized by so many people because of this very reason. Humanity had suffered too many unnecessary casualties in that battle, losses that could have been avoided. Because of this, people harbored deep resentment, seemingly forgetting that they had all agreed to it at the time. Adrian initiated the battle, but their response to his call was also swift. However, when mistakes are made and heavy prices paid, someone needs to take the blame. Who better than the initiator who has already lost his standing? Adrian said nothing, probably realizing it wouldn't make a difference. He sat silently in his seat, pretending not to hear anything. Before coming here, he had inquired about Valentina. Her injuries back then were severe. Although timely treatment saved her life, her condition remained poor, and she was bedridden with lingering effects from her wounds. She and her boyfriend, who also had lingering issues, seemed like a pair of ill-fated lovers. Valentina's expression at the time was complex. The new zombie that emerged later had never appeared in her previous life or had caused no significant disturbance. It was as if a butterfly effect had taken place. Due to one person's change, everything was altered. What she witnessed in her previous life and what was unfolding now were entirely different. Brecken did not lose his sanity and start eating humans or controlling other zombies to attack humans. Instead, he lived well, his mind clear and his thinking normal. Although he still ruled over zombies, he never harmed innocent humans. Instead, a strange zombie that had never appeared before took on Brecken's role from her previous life, manipulating zombies to attack human bases and constantly expanding its power, while humanity's current strength was far less than what it was when facing Brecken initially. Did I do something wrong? She looked so bewildered. If heaven did not intend for her to change everything, why let her be reborn with memories from her past life before anything had happened? Chapter 179, Not Afraid of Godlike Opponents. Was it destined for her to relive just to witness an Oedipal tragedy? Her futile struggles only made things worse. Adrian sat by the bedside for a while after getting the answer. Seeing Valentina's pained expression as she pondered, he offered some comfort. You didn't have evil intentions. You just hoped that humans could be better. So don't think too much, and things are not that bad. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Valentina forced a smile, but she still looked dazed. She still couldn't understand why everything had come to this. Surely, she thought, if I was allowed to relive, it wasn't just to torment me, mock me, and let me realize that even with knowing the script, I'm nothing more than useless, right? As Adrian was about to leave, he heard Valentina muttering to herself, I thought everything would get better. She who was once so spirited when she first relived now appeared as disheveled as she was bewildered. It was as though she finally realized she wasn't the main character or even an important supporting role. In any case, Adrian learned that such events did not occur in her previous life. Now, this zombie that was on a rampage against humans might have emerged due to the butterfly effect. Perhaps because there was no Brecken around to destroy humanity, these zombies needed a new leader. Just as they fought Brecken back then, they can now do the same with this zombie. Although human strength has somewhat declined, this zombie is definitely not stronger than Kirsty and Brecken combined. So, there is still hope for humanity. If only there weren't people holding us back. After briefly berating the zombies, they finally got down to serious discussion. Many bases, small and large alike, were already under attack. If they don't unite soon to annihilate these zombies, they will become increasingly powerful. Because in their constant attacks on bases, they are continuously turning humans into their kind. The zombie population will slowly expand while humanity continues to weaken. This trend of waxing and waning means that even if things don't reach the catastrophic level of Brecken's last lifetime, humanity will still suffer great losses. Therefore, they must eliminate the zombies before they grow too strong for humanity to control. Adrian pondered for a long time how to propose this idea. But he knew it wasn't appropriate for him to suggest it, as the group here still suffered from PTSD. The psychological scars left by Kirsty meant anyone could bring it up except Adrian. But smart people were plenty, someone would raise the issue eventually. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Sure enough, soon enough, someone spoke up. I think we should unite and quickly exterminate those zombies. We can't let them grow any further. Otherwise, the situation will escalate to a point beyond our control. Beside Adrian, the chubby guy was sitting cross-legged, listening leisurely. Hearing this, he suddenly said sarcastically, these words sound familiar. I've heard them somewhere. He put on a thoughtful look, then suddenly exclaimed, oh, right. I heard this last time from Adrian, using exactly the same words. Isn't that right, Adrian? At that moment, Adrian wanted to grab a knife and stab the fatty. He knew that among the leaders of human bases, some were not very bright, but he forgot the most stupid one was in his own base. This was someone who harmed others without benefiting himself, willing to attack Adrian at any cost. If there was a pig teammate among humans, it would surely be this person. Apart from causing internal strife, he did nothing else. His brain seemed less capable than a pig's, which, at least, could think and isn't considered unintelligent among animals. Adrian restrained his urge to scold fiercely, and then said, though I wouldn't mind arguing with you, now is not the time for this. What he just said makes sense. If this continues, we'll lose control over the zombies sooner or later. These zombies aren't like Kirsty, they've destroyed countless bases, treating humans as reserves, converting them into their kind. Many small bases have been destroyed, and now many medium-sized bases and larger ones have been attacked. He had to first admit that his previous actions were inappropriate, thus he spoke earnestly, my methods back then were indeed improper, and I've suffered the consequences. But the situation now is completely different from then. I hope everyone can seriously consider this without being misled. His preemptive measures against Brecken and Kirsty had turned out to be not just rain but possibly hail. As a result, he was thoroughly humiliated, suffering greatly. But the current situation was different. The zombies had already shown their clear intentions and actions, which were extremely obvious. They couldn't let the foolish comments of the chubby guy stir up memories of the fear they once felt under Kirsty's control, discouraging them from resisting. Otherwise, as the zombie population grew larger, it would become increasingly difficult for humans to easily eliminate them. Kirsty, unaware of the stormy meeting, impatiently awaited the outcome. She wanted to see how the humans would fare against the horde of zombies led by the shadowy figure, to gauge their current potential. Though she was powerful, she would eventually leave this world. What would happen when these humans faced similar situations in the future? They would have to deal with it on their own. Even if Kirsty became a god one day, she wouldn't place this world in a protective glass case. Thus, she was quite eager to see the outcome. If not for knowing that things wouldn't develop so quickly, she might have already set up a chair to watch. Do you think what they'll do? Brecken replied calmly, they may not unite immediately, especially given past precedents. I believe they can unite, though not everyone will join. How about we make a bet? Kirsty asked with enthusiasm. Brecken pondered something, then said, making a bet is fine, but shouldn't we have a stake? Chapter 180, let's make a bet. Kirsty rubbed her chin. Indeed, boring life needed some spices. Betting could be an interesting pastime, so she said, okay, what do you want to bet on? Brecken laughed. Norris, a few days ago, brought several researchers and restored the power supply within a small area. Now it was almost exclusively supplied to the research institute. Kirsty had been busy playing around these days, eagerly awaiting mulberries, so she didn't go over there to conduct research at all, thus she wasn't aware. I have a bit of film reel here, including your favorite magical girl movie. If you win, I'll take you to see it. Kirsty, what do you want in return? With her arms crossed, she began to seriously consider what Brecken might desire or need. Everyone has desires, even herself was no exception. Even saints have their ambitions, most of which offer peace and prosperity in the world, let alone ordinary people. Brecken deliberately made a thinking gesture before saying, bring me along next time you go out to play. Is that it? Kirsty looked at him with a pitying glance. Even if I'm bound to win, you should ask for something a bit more challenging, right? But that's what I want. Fine. Kirsty huffed twice, then said, anyway, I'm definitely going to win. Dot still didn't quite understand why Brecken would make such a bet, as the chances of winning were too low. Brecken said, you're too young to understand. Was winning important? No, it was the date. It would be perfect if he lost. They'd go watch the movie together, and that already sounded like a great start for them. Only someone inexperienced would obsess over winning or losing. Dot. Indeed, he was a crafty old fox. How many people joined forces, how many arguments they went through, and what conclusion they finally reached, none of this mattered now. The only thing that mattered was whether they could succeed. Kirsty's incident had already dealt them a severe blow. Another failure might cause them to lose confidence entirely. They had held 3 or 4 meetings already. Finally, someone couldn't help but say during the last meeting, why don't we ask Kirsty for help? She can control zombies, surely better than whoever is now using zombies to besiege human bases. Plus, she has Brecken with her. If Kirsty agrees to help, this matter would be easily resolved. Although he didn't explicitly state it, everyone instantly understood his meaning. Whether anyone was tempted by the idea wasn't discussed further. After a brief moment of thought, no one responded, and they naturally shifted the conversation elsewhere as if no one had ever mentioned it. When the meeting ended, the person who raised the question couldn't help but ask his superior, was my idea wrong? Why did you stop me back then? His superior sighed, then said, you were hurting their pride. As long as the situation isn't desperate, they would never bow down to Kirsty for help. Bowing down meant admitting defeat. Seeking help from a girl, especially a child, was humiliating to them. They would rather die than do such things unless they had no other way out. However, after holding 3 or 4 meetings, they finally came to a conclusion. Several bases agreed to work together to clear out the group of zombies. But before they moved forward, they needed to gather first. And who would lead, who would command, and how much effort each party would contribute, all needed further discussion. Large groups always bring such troubles. Last time, they could mobilize quickly because they had a commander with absolute authority. But that commander had lost his authority now. Yes, specifically speaking, Adrian. Adrian regretted it deeply. Losing authority was genuinely painful. His reputation plummeted, and his status dropped significantly. Although he still retained some power, compared to before, it felt like being in heaven versus hell. Previously, faced with similar issues, he wouldn't need 5 meetings. Just discussing with a few core figures would yield quick and unanimous decisions, far more efficient than now. But now, he couldn't even convince O'Brien. This time, the Brian didn't plan to join the Allied force. Later, under the provocation of others calling them cowards, they suggested that if they lacked true capabilities, they should hand over the top position to another base. It was only then that the Brian agreed to send people out to help, but to be honest, he sent very few people, and most of them were from Adrian's command. When discussing this, the Brian even justified himself. Weren't you eager to? Didn't you persuade me earlier to send people out? How come now you're unwilling when it's your turn? Adrian, King idiot. This damn fatso knew nothing but how to create internal strife. Aside from this, he was utterly useless. He really couldn't understand what those who chose him as a puppet leader were thinking. Indeed, stupid people are easier to manipulate, but the trouble they bring when they think they're clever is 10 times more than what smart people cause. He restrained his urge to assassinate the Brian, suppressing all those thoughts, and hurriedly left without wanting to look at the Brian again. He feared that the more he looked, the more the killing intent in his heart would grow until it might become uncontrollable. He found that since that day, with each passing day, his regret deepened. Especially when dealing with this dead fatso, the pain and remorse fermented like wine, becoming more intense. If he could be reborn, he would warn himself to stay away from Kirsty for safety. Don't provoke those who shouldn't be provoked. Life is already short enough, don't create shortcuts for yourself. Ultimately, Adrian still sent people from under his command because this was an important matter, and Fengcheng couldn't afford not to participate. Otherwise, over time, Fengcheng's status would gradually decline. He didn't want to end up losing everything alongside that damned fatso. Fengcheng was Adrian's lifelong achievement, built by his own hands. Even if he was no longer the top figure in Fengcheng, he still hoped for its prosperous development. It was his child. The number of people Adrian could use was dwindling, and in the end, the person he sent to lead the team was still Ryan. Thinking about it made him feel quite desolate. Chapter 181, The Outcome of the First Attempt. It was their first time uniting to deal with the zombie, and out of boredom, Kirsty took Brecken, who had just placed a bet with her, to secretly observe. They found a high spot. Charlie and Chauncey took out a table from the extra-dimensional space and set up hot tea and snacks. Sitting at the highest point, the two watched the unfolding events with anticipation. This bet was virtually won by Kirsty, but neither of them really cared about winning or losing, it wasn't mentioned. Instead, Brecken brought up the plan to watch a movie afterward. Seated at opposite ends of the table, they kept an eye on the battlefield below. It was interesting that this mastermind behind the scenes was extremely cautious when facing Kirsty, barely appearing after their initial confrontation. Occasionally, they caught small traces of it, but it quickly disappeared. The behavior suggested a very careful, strategic zombie that avoided brute force. However, when faced with the coalition of several bases, it chose direct confrontations, fighting fiercely in stark contrast to how it was completely dominated by Kirsty's side earlier. They traded blows back and forth. Kirsty arrived slightly later due to tidying up the tea and fruits, thus delaying a bit. To summarize, because they united and information was more readily available, an allied base near the attacked one immediately surrounded and approached the conflict area. And then the battle began. By the time Kirsty and company arrived, the fight had already turned into a chaotic melee. The scene was incredibly brutal. Kirsty specifically looked around to see if she could find the mastermind but noticed it was indeed being cautious and did not appear. She felt a bit regretful. All she could see were the high-ranked zombies it controlled leading the charge while the rest stayed in the back, completely disregarding the number of humans. It probably didn't care if its zombies were wiped out here, as this was definitely not all its subordinates, and even if they were, it could always cultivate new ones. It would never lack for manpower, while the human side, once depleted, couldn't be replenished quickly. In the midst of this, Kirsty munched on sunflower seeds and chatted with Brecken. How long do you think they'll take? At least an hour. Both sides had substantial numbers unless one side retreated, in which case the battle wouldn't end so quickly. Upon hearing this, Charlie and Chauncey promptly began bringing out a small grill through the extra-dimensional door, preparing iron plates for cooking. Apparently, they planned to roast some food as snacks for Kirsty. Charlie also drew a barrier nearby to prevent the smell from drawing attention. How awkward that would be. Charlie and Chauncey were almost like Kirsty's apprentices. If not for their non-human status, they would truly be her disciples. Because of their current condition, there were many things they couldn't learn. Without flesh and blood, and no place to store mana, they usually used gems storing Kirsty's magic power for minor spells. Their future was destroyed on the day they were chosen by the Holy Cathedral. Now they had become speechless, powerless, somewhat eerie skeletons. But Charlie and Chauncey didn't seem particularly anguished. Perhaps because on the most painful and despairing day, Kirsty descended from the heavens. Covered in the blood of those wicked men, she led 2 souls out of the Holy Cathedral, appearing like a true deity descending to earth. Thus, their souls were saved, willing to follow Kirsty eternally, regardless of hellfire or mountains of knives, without any regrets or fear. If one could be redeemed by someone in a moment, past pains seemed to turn into light scars that vanished upon reflection. Of course, now what mattered most was the ongoing fight below. Charlie and Chauncey had prepared thin slices of meat and other vegetables like potatoes and cabbage early on, ready to grill on the iron plate. Since the space was limited, a larger barbecue grill wouldn't fit, so they opted for an iron plate instead. Coated with a thin layer of oil, whatever they grilled smelled delicious. The cooked food was placed on plates in front of them, with tea to cleanse their palates and sweets like pudding to enjoy a simple yet delightful life. This stood in sharp contrast to the humans and zombies desperately fighting below. Kirsty supported her chin, observing the battlefield intently. She wanted to see if the mastermind had any other tricks up its sleeve. Understanding these would make future attempts at capturing it much easier. The battle indeed lasted over an hour, with almost all the zombies being wiped out. The human side also paid a heavy price, many were wounded and maimed. The healers in the backup team treated each injured person one by one. Those with severe injuries were given priority treatment before being quickly sent back to the medical ward. For those with lighter injuries, they were simply bandaged by the nurses. Despite the elimination of many zombies, some faces did not look too pleasant, including Adrian's. Probably because of what happened to Ryan last time, Adrian was now hesitant to let his brother go alone, so he came to support him. Ryan had gradually adapted to his current condition, even feeling a bit stronger, though it might have been an illusion. He excitedly returned to Adrian and said, "Brother, it's all taken care of." Adrian's expression remained somber. He patted his brother on the shoulder and said, "Gather the troops, you lead them back first. I have some things to do." "Okay." Ryan never argued with his brother. He grabbed a bandage and wrapped it around his arm before starting to gather their people. Gradually, everyone left, evacuating from here. Soon, there was hardly anyone left except for the original base members. Oh, and Adrian. Kirsty crunched on potato chips, glancing down to see Adrian lifting his head. It seemed he had noticed Kirsty's presence. Yeah, probably after multiple encounters, he had developed some sort of Kirsty radar. "Shall we go?" Brecken was still planning on going back to watch the movie, but Kirsty waved her hand. No rush, I have a guest who wants to chat with me. Chapter 182, The Morality of Beasts. The visitor had mixed feelings. Perhaps he thought he would never have another face-to-face conversation with Kirsty, especially not on his initiative. But life is unpredictable. Therefore, when he realized that Kirsty did not stop him from approaching and even Xiaohei was pouring a third cup of tea nearby, his emotions became even more complicated. Adrian had met many people in his lifetime, all kinds of types, but someone like Kirsty was the first for him. She was unconventional, every action she took easily surprised Adrian. She was a person difficult to describe with specific words. She was like a sudden gust of wind, a fiercely burning flame, an incomparably sharp knife, and an inexplicable fog. The longer he spent with her, the more he knew about her, yet the more bewildered he felt. Adrian had never felt this way about anyone before. He wanted to stay as far away from her as possible, ideally never having to interact again. But sometimes it just couldn't be helped. Adrian sat down cautiously beside her, paused for a moment, and then said, I thought you would choose to kill me or do something else, rather than. A tiny ant climbed onto my shoe, trying to bite my foot, but it couldn't even pierce the leather surface before being flung away by my standing up. Would I crush this ant intentionally if I met it again? Kirsty put down the sweet pastry she was holding and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief passed by Bram. Her expression was calm, without any hint of mockery, but Adrian felt especially bitter. So, similarly, you wouldn't want to hear what the little ant has to say, right? Not necessarily. It depends on what you have to say. If it's boring and annoying, then I would crush the ant. Kirsty smiled as she continued, our perspectives have always been different. You assumed I would seek revenge, kill you, or do something cruel, right? But what's the point? From her vantage point above, she watched humans make decisions, observed their every development, just like humans observing monkeys in a zoo. No one would kill a monkey because it attempted but failed to attack a human. At most, they might isolate it due to its aggressive behavior and continue observing it. Kirsty sensed no threat from this man. Even if he had intended to kill her initially, she harbored no hatred toward him. Hatred arises most easily in the weak when faced with those who harm them. Without harm, it's hard for such feelings to arise. Looking at Adrian, Kirsty saw him as a clown whose actions amused her. Why would she want to kill Adrian? Realizing this, Adrian suddenly felt an uncontrollable pain and helplessness, akin to how a person feels in the presence of a lofty deity. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time before asking, so why did you come here? And why did you come here? Adrian thought for a long time but still didn't know how to speak to Kirsty. He had prepared a lot of words and thoughts on how to communicate before coming, but now nothing came out. He felt utterly disheveled. On the day he fully acknowledged his defeat, he wasn't this disheartened as he was in this moment. All the questions and probing he had planned vanished in an instant. He awkwardly bowed and ran away. Bram handed Kirsty a new sweet pastry. What was he doing here? Surely not just to see you. He wanted to know my attitude, to see if I would intervene if things went to the worst-case scenario, Kirsty said while eating the pastry. I despise him. He reminds me of the Holy Order, those selfish hypocrites who exploit others while masking themselves in righteousness and greatness. But, she tilted her head slightly, he genuinely wants humanity to survive, which isn't wrong. So apart from the part of him I detest the most, he still has some value. At this point, Kirsty showed a peculiar smile. Humans are indeed a peculiar existence, both strong and fragile, great and despicable, capable of the cruelest acts and giving birth to the holiest souls. It's precisely because of infinite possibilities that humans remain human. I like both the virtuous and the wicked, well, except for those in the Holy Order, they have no human rights in my book. Bram could see Kirsty puffing her cheeks in a huff, looking like a little squirrel stuffed with countless nuts, just by tilting his head slightly. Then he couldn't help but laugh and added, I hate them too. In reality, Bram was someone who lacked sufficient values. He always had many bizarre and despicable thoughts, and at times, some terrifying ideas would cross his mind. What held him back were just a few lines he refused to cross, and Kirsty. If, hypothetically speaking, if Kirsty were an utterly evil person, perhaps everyone would witness Bram handing her a knife when she kills and then helping her wipe the blood off her hands and face after the deed was done. Fortunately, Kirsty was a necromancer with humanity, so she became Bram's moral. In a certain sense, this was quite an interesting situation, like putting a collar on a beast, one that it willingly accepted. Kirsty yawned, having lost interest in what was about to happen next. So she asked, when are we going to watch the movie? We've been putting it off long enough. She crossed her arms and said, we agreed to watch it. This isn't me flaking out on you, you were the one who insisted on watching this play first. Bram could only say helplessly, we can go whenever you want. She quickly regained her enthusiasm for the upcoming event, jumped up, and dragged Bram back towards the base. Xiaohei and Chauncey were left to pack up the things, but they probably got used to it by now. The two returned to the base one after another, while on the other side, the real battle was about to begin. Accurately speaking, today's clash was merely a prelude. Chapter 183, Let's Seek Help from the Big Shot. The movie was watched twice, after which they viewed some others. Finally, during a relatively boring piece, Kirsty leaned against Zach's shoulder and slowly fell asleep. Zach didn't have the heart to push her away or do anything similar, he simply sat there as a human cushion until Kirsty woke up. When the girl woke up, she yawned, with a bit of moisture still at the corners of her eyes, making her look like an ordinary girl at that moment. My neck feels so stiff. Kirsty mumbled pitifully, why didn't you wake me up? However, after saying this, she did not actually blame Zack, and if he had truly woken her up at that time, she would have been angry for being disturbed. After finishing these words, Kirsty skillfully climbed onto Zack's back, rudely letting him carry her back. Zack carefully adjusted his arms to avoid placing them in inappropriate spots, then said, "Is today enough for you? There are still some I'm interested in. We can talk about them tomorrow. If we finish too quickly, I will definitely feel bored without new stuff." Kirsty lay on Zack's back, softly yawning. Clearly still sleepy, her voice was low and listless. Does the comic artist in the base write any follow-up? His production speed is too slow. Is it because he knows I am very tolerant? I should have scared him a little. She murmured again and fell asleep, which was actually good news. Because of trust, she could fall asleep anytime near him, which, in a sense, was a positive sign. Zack carried Kirsty back to her room. The next day, he willingly brought her to watch new movies again. He was responsible for finding resources while Kirsty watched. They even prepared popcorn and various snacks at home, making it more enjoyable for her to watch movies. While Kirsty lounged at home watching movies, humanity clashed with zombies many times. The mastermind likely understood that as long as the coalition of humans was exhausted, the morale of the human side would be greatly dampened. Even if their spirits weren't dampened, their situation would deteriorate significantly, and its opportunity would come. Moreover, the mastermind did not care about how many underlings were consumed. Once consumed, it could always catch new ones to control and turn more humans into zombies. As long as the number of high-level zombies remained sufficient, there was no need to worry about the rest. Therefore, it did not resist direct battles with humans, constantly using its kind to wear down human psychics. Zombies were produced quickly, evolving faster than humans. Once human psychics were excessively expended, replenishment became difficult. Indeed, it was a smart zombie, worthy of its title as the mastermind behind the scenes. The human side was complaining bitterly. They couldn't capture the mastermind and could only kill its subordinates, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Meanwhile, they could not stop. They had to continue investing more troops and find ways to locate the hidden zombie. But they didn't even know that these zombies were controlled. They believed these advanced zombies had continuous independent consciousness. With each one expended, the enemy lost one. Under such imbalanced information, the human side gradually fell into a disadvantageous state. As losses grew worse, someone finally spoke out about a proposal once mentioned but ignored before. "Why don't we seek help from Kirsty?" They were already in dire straits. Continuing like this would make things worse, and this situation was even worse than when facing Kirsty previously. Kirsty was still relatively friendly towards humans, and did not retaliate much afterward. But these zombies were different. If this continued, it might develop into what Valentina knew, just with a different actor leading the zombie horde instead of Zack. The outcome would be the same. Though no one spoke up, those hesitating noticeably increased. At this moment, someone else added, "I support seeking help from Kirsty. Previously, we all said only by uniting could humans get through this crisis. Kirsty is also human, right? She's so powerful and can control zombies. If she helps us, things would be simpler." Adrian glanced over. The speaker was a base leader, who coincidentally was a friend of Carly's father. After someone broke the ice, the idea of seeking help from Kirsty didn't seem as hard to utter. They naturally started discussing this matter and raised a question: will Kirsty really help us? We did, or before. It was then that Carly's father spoke up: if we seek her help, we will have to pay a price. No matter how far those zombies develop, it won't affect Kirsty but it affects us. But the price we are paying now is already too high. I don't think the price we'll pay in the future will be higher than the one we need to pay to seek Kirsty's help. Many people fell silent, realizing that what Carly's father said made sense. But still, no one dared to bring up the issue directly. Instead, they exchanged glances, wanting to gauge their closest allies' thoughts first. Some were observing Adrian. Everyone present knew about the enmity between Adrian and Kirsty, a story everyone could recite by heart. Seeking help from Kirsty, Adrian would definitely protest, right? Tim thought so too, so he quickly expressed his agreement. I also think we can seek some help. What's a little price? How can there be a pie falling from the sky for free? Of course, there must be a price to ask for help. I'm just worried that when the time comes, the other party might want Adrian's head. Would we give it or not? Tim spoke with obvious schadenfreude, clearly looking forward to such a scene. When he got to this point, he feigned concern. Adrian, you wouldn't vote against it because of your safety, would you? Then we would. I agree. When Adrian spoke, many people were stunned, even instinctively turning to look at him. Adrian had to repeat, I agree. Chapter 184, this sour yet refreshing taste. The entire meeting hall fell silent in an instant. No one could figure out what Adrian was thinking at that moment. If Kirsty really proposed to kill Adrian, to be honest, not many people would speak up for him. Just as he had once said, the interests of humanity came first, and surviving was more important than anything else. What did sacrificing one person matter? They even suspected that Adrian might have given up on himself at this very moment, leading some to joke, you won't back out at the last minute, right? It'll be too late if you do. No, you can rest assured, Adrian felt a trace of comfort at that moment, probably because he had been opposing Kirsty all along, only to face misfortune and setbacks by himself. Now, as the most knowledgeable person about Kirsty, and with the authority changing hands, any future mishaps wouldn't be his concern. Instead, he could take advantage of the information gap, watching others' reactions like a spectator, feeling somewhat satisfied. Whether it was finding joy in hardship or something else, at least he found pleasure in this moment. Adrian's mood gradually brightened as he asked, "When are we going to make contact? Such matters should be done promptly without delay. Who will be responsible for communication? These things need to be discussed beforehand. I suggest we not waste time and get to the point quickly." Even Fatso was dazed for a moment, muttering to himself, "You aren't really giving up completely, are you?" Life in the small bases had become miserable ever since the first encounter. To compensate for their losses, the zombies attacked these bases with limited fighting power as if they were crazed. They enjoyed sudden attacks, gathering unexpectedly and striking one base after another, not caring whether they fully breached the defenses but focusing on how many humans they could infect at once. Many small bases were filled with anxiety. Initially, people took a sigh of relief when they heard that the higher-ups were convening, and several bases joined forces to deal with the zombie threat. Now, they deeply regretted not moving away then. As time passed, the primary targets shifted from small bases to medium-sized ones. They excelled in guerrilla warfare, almost as if directed by someone behind the scenes. After gaining a few more members, they would leave without lingering. Often, reinforcements arrived only to find the battle already over. Human resources were limited, especially in terms of psychics. A large base couldn't possibly send all its psychics to protect smaller or medium-sized bases without risking itself being attacked. How could they protect their home if they left it unguarded? In such circumstances, the humans decided to form a scouting team of speed-based psychics dedicated to passing messages. Once signs of zombie activity were detected, they would prepare forces for support. However, due to the continuous guerrilla tactics employed by the zombies, the humans often arrived too late, finding only devastation. Gradually, with the increase in numbers and the growing scale of the zombie tide, the situation for humans worsened even further. If not for the increasingly dire circumstances and human resources stretched thin, they wouldn't have thought to seek Kirsty's help. The smarter among them clearly sensed what humanity was experiencing and where it was headed. At this crucial turning point, caring about appearances and refusing assistance could lead to Valentina's prophecy becoming reality. Humanity facing extinction like the dinosaurs. Some hot-headed individuals even began suggesting the use of certain unspeakable weapons, but they were mostly rejected. Firstly, the long-term harm to humanity was immense. Just look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. No one wanted to become the next target. Humans still needed to thrive on this land. Secondly, there was insufficient information about who controlled the zombie tide. Acting rashly would be no different from walking into a death trap. Only in superhero movies from countries like America would leaders recklessly fire such weapons around. Someone joked, "At least we haven't been invaded by aliens yet, so let's not be so pessimistic." So they ultimately chose Kirsty. Before seeking Kirsty's help, they held another small meeting to discuss who should go and who should not. Eventually, a negotiation team of 5 or 6 people was formed, led by the nominal second-largest base's leader, who, in reality, could be considered the strongest due to Fengcheng's inability to maintain its current status. The team also included Adrian and Carly's father. There were specific reasons for choosing these two individuals. Carly was currently in Kirsty's base and had a good relationship with her. The flower planters excelled at building connections. Even if there was just a distant familial tie, they would never abandon it. As for bringing Adrian along, that reason was interesting. The leader at the time said, "Mainly he will serve as a symbol of atonement. We hope you can take the initiative then, all for the sake of humanity." Previously, Adrian always stood on the moral high ground, sacrificing others. Now, it was others standing on the moral high ground to sacrifice him, a strange feeling indeed. He suddenly recalled the words Kirsty said when he wanted to kill Brecken for the future of all humanity, to enforce so-called justice. What if the person being sacrificed is you? What if it's Ryan? Can you still speak so boldly and unhesitatingly kill yourself or your brother? True justice is different from hypocrisy. Some superhero stories may seem absurd, but they often share a common plot worth pondering. When a train approaches, and on one side stands an innocent person while on the other side are dozens of bound people. They wouldn't choose left or right but would do everything to save everyone. When your justice requires sacrificing any individual, even if they're a criminal, then your justice no longer deserves the name. It merely reflects personal desires, regardless of your intentions. This is why Kirsty said, "You'd better be a real villain than a hypocrite. At least I can somewhat respect the former. One shouldn't be too sanctimonious." Chapter 185. You are so pathetic. They arrived at Kirsty's base as a group of 5 or 6. When she received the news, Kirsty was lying on Zach's lap watching a movie. She had gone through most of the genres she liked and was now randomly picking from her resources. She happened to pick one that was, well, slightly erotic. The male lead had an exceptionally attractive back, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and nicely defined but not overly bulky muscles. Especially when sweat slowly slid down from his shoulder, tracing every muscle contour, leaving a trail on his tanned skin before gradually disappearing below the waistline. It was stunningly beautiful. Kirsty's eyes were wide open, her left hand resting on Zach's thigh which was covered with a thin layer of muscle. At a critical moment, she sighed, "Feels so much worse. Zach." He could see Kirsty licking her lips like a cat, her cheeks flushed slightly, looking rather excited. Zach wanted to tease her countless times if she wanted to try. Why didn't she just go ahead? He was right there. If she wanted to do something, he would be more than happy to accompany her. Why did she always get so excited watching movies but never followed through? She was the embodiment of tormenting little devil. She was really tormenting him. So, this news came as a relief. Kirsty reluctantly got up, smoothing out her wrinkled clothes, and said, let's go and take a look then. This was something she had been looking forward to, even though it was arriving a bit late. Important matters came first. Kirsty couldn't help but glance back, sighing heavily before heading out. Zach. Together, they arrived at the reception hall where Adrian and his group had already arrived early, being entertained by Aiden. Xiaohei and Chauncey were also helping, one was brewing hot tea, and the other was serving pastries. However, both seemed to dislike Adrian. While everyone else had both tea and pastries, Adrian only had tea without any pastries, and his tea wasn't even warm. Adrian. Even if you want to target someone, don't make it so obvious. He still had his pride. As soon as Kirsty sat down, Xiaohei and Chauncey instantly left the guests to serve her, giving her all kinds of delicious treats and drinks, even personally inserting a straw into her beverage. The drink was popular recently, a fresh mulberry juice topped with milk foam and a few ice cubes, very refreshing. Kirsty had just finished eating popcorn, her mouth sweet and sticky, so she took a sip of tea to clear her palate before sipping her mulberry juice and asked, why are you here? Spit it out quickly. Xiaohei and Chauncey nodded knowingly, pulling out guns with menacing flames in their eyes, making the scene look like a gang leader with her henchmen. Perhaps because Kirsty had just finished watching some intense action dramas. She held the straw in her mouth like a cigarette. Hurry up and finish talking. Don't waste my time. The leader of the group, who looked to be in his 40s, coughed twice, stood up to speak, but Kirsty gave him a cold glare and barked, let Adrian speak. I want to see what he can say. Zhongyuan. Reluctantly, Adrian stepped forward and said, we came to ask for your help. Why should I? Kirsty sneered, just because you brought over a dozen people to cause trouble. Was it fun? Zhongyuan. If not for his pride, his eyes might have welled up with tears. Fortunately, Adrian was getting used to Kirsty's personality. He knew she was intentionally bullying him because she disliked him, similar to how Xiaohei and Chauncey had behaved earlier. Sorry. Zhongyuan realized he had never formally apologized before, yet doing wrong required an apology. Had anyone else been in his place, they would have long been fed to zombies. He survived only because Kirsty didn't think it worth her effort to kill him. Recognizing this, Adrian's misplaced pride vanished instantly. He bowed deeply and sincerely said, I'm truly sorry. I admit I was wrong before. I apologize to you and offer compensation, hoping you won't blame everyone for my actions. Kirsty chuckled and then said lazily, is it just you? But the people who did this thing are not just you. If you want me to calm down, it's fine, but everyone's compensation must be in place first, and then we can talk about cooperation. They had considered that Kirsty would ask for compensation during their meeting beforehand, so their attitude was quite calm. The Ignatius was about to speak when he was glared at again by Kirsty. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? The Ignatius. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. So, he shakily raised his hand. The main reason is that our base also participated back then. Alright, go on. We discussed beforehand, if you have any compensation requirements, feel free to propose them, and we will do our best to meet them. The Ignatius put it tactfully, in addition to compensation, there will be rewards. However, the amount of food in the rewards might decrease, but the proportion of other items can increase. Outside was currently in chaos, with each base having a high demand for food, yet they were hesitant to grow crops outside for fear of being attacked by zombies. They could only cultivate inside the bases enough to feed themselves. Therefore, if Kirsty needed food, they wouldn't be able to provide much. Just as the Ignatius finished speaking, Aiden couldn't help but laugh aloud, causing everyone to look at him. He quickly wiped the tea from the corners of his mouth and said, our base lacks everything except food. You shouldn't have failed to inquire about this before coming here, right? Their base had provided food to countless small bases. Were these the leaders of one of the top-ranked major bases now? A bit weak. The Ignatius. He felt somewhat embarrassed, perhaps because he was too nervous. Despite having experienced many challenges and seen many big scenes, and being the top leader of a local base, he was still incredibly nervous just facing Kirsty. What on earth? Chapter 186, Differences in the World. After the awkward moment, he covered his mouth with a fist and coughed a couple of times before saying, ha ha, sorry, I forgot about this matter. However, being the head of an ultra-large base, he quickly adjusted his mindset. In any case, our sincerity is genuine. What are your thoughts? Kirsty lounged lazily against the chair back, flattening the straw with her teeth. For a while, she didn't speak, and her attitude was unclear. Every second she remained silent, they had to wait another second. They didn't dare or have the right to complain, they could only quietly wait for Kirsty's response. Much later, when sweat silently trickled down their foreheads, Kirsty finally said, cooperation isn't impossible, as long as you offer enough. After all, I'm not a devil who would watch you hit a dead end, Aiden. Kirsty beckoned to her reliable subordinate and continued, you list everything I need for compensation and give it to them. Notify me once everything's ready. She left with the straw in her mouth, clearly not intending to participate further in the conversation. Aiden looked over with a smile and said, you've heard her. The follow-up will be handled by me. Let's talk details slowly. Just from his expression, one could tell they were in for significant losses, but they had no choice. They glanced at each other, then sighed secretly, so be it, significant losses. Their thoughts aligned. After one collaboration, the second and third would become easier. Kirsty's resources were abundant, and she commanded unique talents from various fields. Could they guarantee they wouldn't need her help one day? So this collaboration today aimed primarily to benefit all surviving humans, and secondly, to break the ice. Building relations with such a powerhouse was something that never required regret. Everyone had their own calculations and ideas. Carly's father stood up straightforwardly and said, "Feel free to continue chatting. I'll go find my daughter, we haven't seen each other for a while, might chat longer and maybe have dinner. You don't have to wait for me." The group wanted to comment, but remembering only he had a familial connection which might significantly aid their future matters, they endured and dealt politely with Aiden. In the end, everyone suffered significant losses. Adrian, as the primary instigator, lost the most, appearing dazed, clearly devastated by losing all assets and now feeling regret. But there's no medicine for regret. People must take responsibility for their actions. After Kirsty left lazily, Brecken followed up, "We can soon move to the next step, but first, we need some planning." "Planning what?" Kirsty tilted her head curiously. "Planning your grand entrance," Brecken smiled. "Do you know when people are most likely to feel dependent on, respect, or experience various emotions towards others? When faced with mortal danger and no one can resist it, then someone appears like a celestial deity, saving them." Brecken calculated how to secure some devotion for Kirsty. Devotion is hard to cultivate, especially in their country. Their country is peculiar. Though it's considered atheistic, many actually believe in deities. Yet, their faith is strange. If you're useful, they believe in you. Once they don't need you anymore, they switch to believing in someone else. So unlike in certain places abroad where anything can be deified, in China, every deity has its role. For example, some grant children, some protect wealth, and some, like Wenchangstar, ensure success in college entrance exams. Those without roles, power, or fame within similar roles, gradually fade away during development. It's almost like competitive job postings. This is also a characteristic of Chinese people. To gain devotion, Kirsty needs to be immensely powerful, showcase that power to everyone, and make them genuinely revere her as if she were a god, not just admire her as a person. Admittedly, it's complicated and requires careful planning. Kirsty seemed half understanding, scratching her head. Indeed, different worlds really are different. Perhaps because there were too many disasters in her world, ordinary people led miserable lives. Thus, they especially needed beliefs to support them through their mundane existence. If you're suffering in this life, with no happiness and nothing but hardships, then you need some strange, the word doesn't fit well here, let's rephrase it, such as believing in reincarnation or an afterlife paradise, only then do you seem to have the strength to live on. Kirsty never thought that having a belief was a wrong thing. She wouldn't criticize others for their beliefs either. What she detested was using others' beliefs to exploit and harm them. Take the holy sanctum for instance. Faith itself is not sinful, it becomes sinful when it turns into a tool for others to commit evil deeds. But this world seems different. Perhaps due to the highly developed science and technology, life has become increasingly happy, even spiritual entertainment can be fully satisfied, so faith has become less necessary. After all, from a certain point of view, the reason why many people who suffer in life believe in a god is actually to find a way to escape. Your world is wonderful. Without the apocalypse, it should have continued developing splendidly, becoming more prosperous and powerful. Even though peace ultimately leads to war, most people's lives should have been pretty good. Kirsty sighed and said, "The situations of both worlds differ greatly. I don't quite understand it, so I'll leave it to you." Brecken naturally took over this task and started analyzing what they should do next for Kirsty. At first, Kirsty listened attentively. Later, she felt her mind go numb from listening and quickly made a rejecting gesture. "Just do it yourself. I trust you, Brecken." "Fine." He sighed helplessly and stroked Kirsty's hair. "Wait a little longer, soon you will get what you want." Chapter 187 The Path to Divinity. Aiden spent nearly 2 hours haggling with them and finally secured a large haul of good things, then returned happily to find Kirsty. "Most of what you wanted I've got. Treat them to dinner tonight, we should at least be courteous." "Okay." Kirsty didn't mind at all. After all, their base lacked many things except food. She could let them have dinner here so they'd get a taste of how prosperous and wealthy this base was. That night when they had dinner, Adrian and his party went to the canteen and saw firsthand how the people in this base lived. Honestly, their feelings were complicated, especially Adrian's. He rubbed his forehead, wishing more than anything that he could travel back in time and smack himself for making that decision. Everyone makes mistakes at some point in their lives. But some decisions only have small impacts on the future, while others leave you regretting for the rest of your life. They had a meal in the base, stayed overnight, and took a tour as well. As Adrian toured around, he realized the livestock like cattle and sheep, the fish in the pond, even the chickens and ducks, were all brought from their Fengcheng base. It was as if the prosperity before him was based on stolen goods, now multiplying over time. But there was nothing he could say. So, he kept his mouth shut and continued the visit. Compared to the livestock area, the farming zone looked much grander and was expanding rapidly with new crops being planted continuously. Recently, they started planting medicinal herbs. When the group came to visit, they happened upon someone weeding. Fulton ran over screaming, "Don't touch those. They aren't weeds but herbs." Only when everyone had enough to eat did they have surplus energy and space to cultivate herbs. After touring the entire base and returning to their quarters, the visitors quietly discussed whether Kirsty should buy some grain from them. Honestly, the supplies in their own base were depleting, and though they had enough for now, if this disaster persisted, without resupplying, the grain would run out soon. Also, a major base without any emergency reserve would face starvation if anything unexpected happened. Hence, they planned to stockpile grains. After all, stored grain wouldn't spoil easily, and it didn't matter much if it wasn't fresh in these apocalyptic times. While discussing, Adrian passed by. One of the younger men couldn't help but ask him, "Didn't you know Kirsty had no intention of doing anything against you?" "Who knows?" Adrian didn't answer directly, calmly saying, "Maybe it's just luck." The next morning, they were about to leave, and Kirsty also prepared to go with them. Before departure, she selected who would accompany her. "You stay here, we need combat-ready individuals to protect the base. Bruce and Ayla are not around, so it has to be you." Brecken felt mixed emotions. If Bruce were here, he could have left with Kirsty. However, one can't have everything. He replied, "All right, I'll protect our base, but you must keep in touch, as our plans need adjusting at any moment." "I understand." Kirsty made an okay gesture. "I'll set up a teleportation array at our destination, making travel convenient. Also, I'll extort some money from them. If they're unwilling to pay for the array, I'll dismantle it once I'm done using it." Ahmed chuckled, finding Kirsty super cute and amazing. "Fine, have Hierhai and Chauncey prepare the materials for you. So I'm off." Kirsty only took 2 people this time, Dot and Mariana, mainly because it was convenient for the girls to live together. Mariana hadn't left the base for a long time and was rather excited. Her bones crackled, and Fulton was constantly reminding her, "Be careful outside. If you encounter any annoying guys and can't fight them off, call Kirsty, she'll protect you." Mariana? As just a skeleton, why worry about personal safety? Better worry about Dot. Kirsty took the 2 of them and left with Adrian's group. They first went to the territory of the second largest base, where these people had held their meetings. This was mainly because Fengcheng's current status was already waning. In terms of influence, it was inferior to the second largest base, becoming a titular first base that no longer truly existed. What was missing now was someone proposing whether they should switch positions, which would mean reversing the titles of the first and second bases. Even the third might aspire to become the second. When they arrived, those who had attended the meeting had not yet dispersed, meaning representatives from the major bases were still there. Some of these people had met Kirsty before, while others had not. Those who hadn't seen her were all surprised, likely because they hadn't expected Kirsty to look so young, beautiful, and adorable. She seemed like an endearing little sister next door, the kind who could be very sweet. When her lively eyes swept over someone, it made them feel as if she were their sister, they would happily do anything for her, even pluck a star from the sky. But the moment they realized this person was Kirsty, such thoughts quickly subsided. This is Kirsty, the demoness Kirsty, who once became a figure people were unwilling to mention, pretending she didn't exist simply because they couldn't defeat her. Occasionally, when they talked about her, it was usually about her cruelty, terror, and power. Once Kirsty and the adorable girl in front of them were completely associated together. Except for those without much brainpower, everyone else fell silent. After the silence, they approached one by one, hoping to get closer to Kirsty. Mariana, acting as a bodyguard, decisively extended her arm. The snow-white bones blocked everyone's path. Dot played the role of secretary, formally stating, "Sissy has just arrived. Shouldn't we let her rest first?" She adjusted her plain glasses. Is a room prepared for her? Indeed, she carried herself quite like a secretary. Chapter 188, People Can Change. Kirsty couldn't help but laugh, mostly because the child at home was just too cute. The head of the second base hurried forward. "Your accommodation has been arranged. Please follow me, it's almost lunchtime, and you can rest for a bit. We can discuss serious matters after lunch." The group had no choice but to disperse, though they really wanted to get closer. But if their actions had adverse effects. For now, Kirsty settled down in the base temporarily. After lunch, they sat together to discuss what should be done next. During the discussion, everyone had different opinions. Some thought that since Kirsty was so strong, she could just control all the zombies directly. Others felt they shouldn't underestimate them and should remain cautious. Kirsty had been listening on the side, holding a glass of orange juice, finding it somewhat peculiar since she had never attended such a meeting before. She soon got bored and tilted her head to ask them, "You guys don't know anything about those zombies, do you?" Everyone looked puzzled. Only then did Kirsty realize they knew very little, shockingly little information. She sighed and said, "Behind those zombies is a special zombie. This one can control other zombies by attaching its soul to them. Each controlled zombie is like one of its avatars. Under these circumstances, there's no way to take over control, and even if you did, it wouldn't matter. What good would taking control of a couple of zombies do? It could immediately give up on those 2 and manipulate new ones instead. That's why catching it is quite troublesome. So the only way to catch it is to let its guard down, lure it into a trap, and I'll seize the opportunity to lock its soul, preventing it from escaping from any host body." Kirsty sounded a bit disdainful when she said this. "If I had known you didn't even know this much, I should have charged more for the intel." The group laughed awkwardly. Indeed, they had little knowledge about those zombies. It was mainly because regular people couldn't dig up much information. The enemy was mysterious and hard to track, leaving them in a passive state, barely reacting without taking any initiative. Because they simply didn't know where the zombies would come from. In such a situation, the information they could gather was extremely limited, and being mocked was justified. "If you're so incompetent, give me the command." "I doubt you'll object." Kirsty's expressive face was almost saying words aloud. On the left, "Seriously? You are so incompetent, you still want to act on your own?" On the right, "I don't want to do this either. Being in charge is exhausting. Don't act like you're getting a bargain." She was absolutely ruthless. Absolutely ruthless to the extreme. The group was at a loss for words. They wanted the command badly, especially after Adrian stepped down. Since then, they hadn't chosen a leader with absolute authority and status like him, a kind of invisible chief akin to an ancient martial arts alliance leader that everyone wanted to sit in. And now was a great opportunity with several major bases joining forces. Although each had their own agenda, officially, they lacked a leader. Whoever became this alliance leader would be the next Adrian. Wait, mentioning this might not be so auspicious. Adrian reacted the fastest among them, quickly saying, "Indeed, command should be handed over to you. Only you are most suitable. What do you think?" The others wanted to swear but dared not with her right there. So they could only reluctantly agree, "Though we have no objections, we don't know how others feel. Perhaps we need a vote." Adrian quickly replied, "Then I'll tally the votes. One by one, if anyone thinks Kirsty should lead, I'll mark a stroke on the blackboard. We'll see how many tally marks we get. How does that sound?" They secretly swore inside. They wanted an anonymous vote, not this public tally. Who wouldn't vote if it were public? If you don't vote, neither will I, and we'd all remember who skipped out. Inside, they were cursing Adrian mercilessly, yet outwardly smiling warmly. "That sounds fair. I vote yes. Absolutely. I personally think there's no problem at all. After all, no one understands that zombie better than you. If you don't lead, who should? Right. The command is very important and should be given to the most important person. So giving it to Kirsty is perfect. I have no objections. When does the plan start? Commander, what do you need me to do?" Others couldn't help but glare at him, thinking he was too sycophantic, not caring about details, and shameless. "You bastard, you've said everything that could be said, leaving nothing for others to say. Lackey." Adrian seriously started recording votes on the blackboard, driven by his belief that if he wasn't having a good time, neither would they. He successfully became a troublemaker. A troublemaker like this is truly disgusting. He harms others without benefiting himself, preferring to cover himself in filth just to stink them out. Everyone pinched their noses, acknowledging Adrian's disgusting nature. In the end, almost everyone voted for Kirsty. "Since you all voted, I assume you all trust me. If you refuse to follow orders when I command..." Kirsty glanced around, but before she finished, Adrian quickly interjected, "Handle as you see fit. Refusing to follow commands is harmful to humanity. If it's harmful to humanity, any action is justified. Why not throw them to the zombies?" Adrian gloated, "I'm sure everyone has no objections, right?" "No. No way." Thus, Kirsty's command position became firmly established and real. Afterward, those who knew Adrian but weren't close friends surrounded him once Kirsty left. "Adrian, are you crazy? Adrian, since you're miserable, you don't want others to be happy either. Adrian, you made Kirsty develop Stockholm Syndrome." Adrian smiled and held up something in his hand. "I recorded this." "What did you say?" "The group." Chapter 189, Maybe a Chabod Shouldn't Come Back. Adrian had always made himself appear to be an upright gentleman, at least on the surface, until he met Kirsty. He was just short of writing "I quit being human" all over his face. What was so great about being a gentleman? Even if it were a hypocritical one, it required him to maintain appearances at all times. It was exhausting. It was much better to let loose and be himself. Adrian held the voice recorder and happily left. Never before had he felt as carefree and happy as he did now. But this was also because he no longer held such a high status, allowing him to act without restraint. If he were still in his former position, he wouldn't have dared offend anyone like this because he represented Fengcheng City, and Fengcheng City represented him. This was something that those in power must consider. Of course, Kirsty was an exception. She was powerful enough to disregard everyone's thoughts, resolving issues with simple brutality. But ordinary people couldn't behave like her. Thus, once adults entered society, they first learned to become tactful and lose their sharp edges, which allowed life to go more smoothly. In a sense, it was tragic. If given a choice, who would willingly bow down continuously, yielding to life and fate, even losing themselves? After making the decision for the overall commander, things became easier to discuss, especially after 2 days when Brecken arrived. When Kirsty saw Brecken, she thought he was just visiting, but Brecken indicated that he could stay here long term. Did a Chabod come back? No, but Norris set up a small alarm system to notify us if anything happens. Brecken silently praised his reliable buddy. Norris really put effort into getting Kirsty and him to develop feelings. All right then. Kirsty patted his shoulder with a serious look. You'll be my strategist, I need you. Brecken, can we leave out the doghead part? It's all the same. Kirsty gleefully told Brecken that she had secured command and now it was up to him. After hearing the situation, Brecken stroked his chin. To gain their trust and admiration, we need to do one more thing. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Great. Kirsty trusted her friend and waited quietly for Brecken to take action. Brecken spoke with the leaders in Kirsty's name, quickly giving her a confident nod. I have a plan, just wait a little. Kirsty cheered, realizing such matters should be left to reliable brainpower, while she reaped the benefit. Brecken's subsequent actions were unclear to Kirsty. She spent her days waiting and being pampered by the kids, receiving gifts from other base leaders who wanted to get closer to her. Kirsty accepted the gifts without doing any work, living comfortably. After a few days, Brecken informed her everything was ready and would soon start. Kirsty was eagerly waiting while Brecken managed the plan. When she was needed, he would inform her. Until then, there was nothing requiring her personal involvement. I feel like such a slacker, Kirsty whispered to Dot. I strangely feel a bit guilty. Dot peeled an orange for her. Why feel guilty? Brecken is perfectly willing to be exploited. Her tone carried a hint of disdain. It seemed she couldn't accept Brecken as her little dad. Thinking of that future, she closed her eyes, feeling a bit melancholic. Her voice turned harsh. You don't need to be so gentle. Let him do it, he's very willing. What else do you want me to get you? Kirsty thought for a moment, realizing that exploiting Brecken was indeed enjoyable. He belonged to her anyway, so why feel guilty? In an instant, she felt justified again. Meanwhile, Brecken was chatting with other leaders. As he stood up to leave, he saw Adrian nearby. It seemed Adrian had been waiting for him. Leaning against the wall with arms crossed and eyes closed, Adrian opened his eyes as Brecken walked past. Did you tell Kirsty about your plan? Brecken slightly turned his face to look at Adrian standing beside him. The smile on his face seemed perfect but carried a faint hint of inhumanity and distance. Seems like you don't have the right to ask me this question. Adrian said, perhaps I really don't, after all, we were enemies not long ago. So it doesn't matter if you don't answer. I was just thinking, if Kirsty knew about your plan, she would probably be angry, right? She's a very strange person. Although she is overwhelmingly powerful, unmatched by anyone, she still has some kindness and benevolence toward ordinary people. And your plan is bound to sacrifice some innocent lives. Is this really right? I say, Brecken lowered his eyebrows to look at Adrian. Aren't you like me as well? You are an unscrupulous hypocrite, while I am an unscrupulous true villain. It's unnecessary for you to come and preach to me with such false sincerity, as if you genuinely care about those ordinary people. And Brecken sneered, she is different from what you think. Her kindness isn't boundless kindness, and her benevolence isn't boundless either. Compared to those outside, she would choose me. So even if she finds out, Kirsty would only say, don't do this next time, nothing more than that. Brecken had no intention to chat more with Adrian and turned to leave. Adrian sighed and then said, if I hadn't met Kirsty, do you think things would have gone as predicted? Perhaps I should thank Kirsty, for she locked the devil in a cage. Without looking back, Brecken walked away. He had nothing to talk about with Adrian. It would be better to spend that time continuing to develop feelings with Kirsty. Time was running out, and Ichabod could return at any moment. Once this rival came back, his pursuit of Kirsty wouldn't be so smooth anymore. Just thinking about that scene made him feel troubled. Maybe Ichabod shouldn't come back. Chapter 190, Zombie Tide approaches. When Brecken returned, Kirsty was lost in thought. She was mentally simulating the path to godhood and always felt like something crucial was missing. To ascend from human to deity involved not just an increase in power, it included a critical turning point. Kirsty was currently at the stage where 6 of her 7 apertures were open, leaving 1 more to go. The last unopened aperture. In her mind, becoming a deity was akin to changing species altogether. Could this be achieved simply by accumulating power? What role did faith play? Why did deities constantly vie for it? As she daydreamed, Brecken sat down beside her and suddenly asked, what will you do when we return? I don't know, Kirsty replied bluntly. Brecken? Too many things I want to do, Kirsty said lazily, so much so that I don't know where to start. Maybe I'll meet up with some old friends first. Then, she wanted to take action against the Holy Order. If she truly ascended to godhood, then maybe she could speak directly to the so-called Aiden. If she proved stronger than the Aiden, she'd beat him senseless. But if not, she'd lay low until she became strong enough to give him another beating. Kirsty had never shown much reverence for deities, beyond boasting casually that she was a fervent believer in such and such a god. Ask her to recite any god's principles or doctrines, and all she could do was look skyward. In her time, such an attitude would have marked her as a blatant heretic, out of sync with everyone around her. Here, however, Kirsty seemed to fit in better. She spread her arms wide, striking a rather cheesy pose, and declared, I want to create a world of free belief. Since gods exist because of humans, they shouldn't lord over us. True divine favor should win worshippers instead of forcing them into submission. In short, it should resemble this world, where atheists and various believers coexist, and deities serve specific functions and compete for devotion. That would be reasonable. Kirsty mused that back home, if anyone knew her thoughts, they'd call her a devil and a heretic, and try to eliminate her on the spot. It was witnessing this world firsthand that sparked such ideas in her. I've come this far without regretting a thing. Satisfied, Kirsty resolved to bring revolution to the stale, decaying world. Reclining backward onto Brecken's thigh, she idly pinched him. I'll adjust you again in a couple of days. Your current state isn't normal. Time needs to flow through you, and you need to build more muscle. Kirsty yawned, preparing to sleep right there. Brecken, obligingly, played the part of a human pillow. To observers, they appeared cozily nestled together, a magician from another world and a unique being born from zombies. Behind the scenes, the mastermind sensed danger and began expanding its ranks while hiding deeper. It sought safety in numbers and secrecy. Zombie attacks on mid to small bases grew increasingly frequent but seemed aimless, as though randomly decided by drawing lots. This chaotic unpredictability made it difficult to anticipate their moves. Predictable behavior would be easier to counter. Counting its followers, the mastermind felt slightly emboldened and started organizing. Not long ago, it sent a zombie to scout near a human base and noticed unusual activities, leading it to suspect humans were setting traps. Its initial instinct was caution, avoid falling into a trap. After deliberation, it decided to turn the tables. Humans wanted a quick resolution. Couldn't it exploit this desire? Thus, on a predetermined day, a large-scale attack was launched on a major base. Zombies flooded in relentlessly, exploiting an unknown gap in the defenses. The assault came during early morning hours, the dead of night when humans are most vulnerable, catching everyone off guard. Panic swept through the base. People screamed in terror, trying to flee, while others rallied with weapons to defend their homes. It was a strange and chaotic battle, with zombies surging like a flood, overwhelming the unprepared humans in an instant. But those engulfed by the flood did not give up. They struggled fiercely, like survivors on a tiny island searching for driftwood in water. If this continued, many would die here. Despair filled countless hearts. They didn't know why there was a gap in their defensive structures, nor why the zombies seemed to have known about it and launched an attack when everyone was most vulnerable. Some even suspected a mole within their base, but who among them was foolish enough to betray their own? People might sell each other out for profit, but what gain could come from handing over fellow humans to zombies? Not only was there no profit, but such betrayal would also lead to their own doom. Few people willingly invited wolves into their homes, especially when humans were just part of the zombies' menu, and zombies were the natural enemies of humanity. In the chaos, the large base failed to immediately organize a proper defense force. Instead, people spontaneously picked up weapons to protect their families and friends, to safeguard their homes. After weathering the first wave, the base barely managed to assemble teams that escorted civilians out in shifts while attempting to defend the base, hoping to repel the zombie tide. Honestly, seeing the relentless surge of zombies like a flood, most knew their base was doomed, right here and now. Many fought with bloodshot eyes, and amidst the chaos, someone asked the leadership, "Have we contacted for support? Have we notified other bases?" "There is." The leader hesitated initially but then became resolute. "Hold on, help is coming soon. Our reinforcements will arrive immediately." Chapter 191, I'm really awesome. This senior member was almost like a prophet. Not long after he spoke, many people suddenly shouted and surged over, approaching their base from the outside. Now, the situation became that the survivors in their base were surrounded by zombies, who were then surrounded by the new reinforcements. It looked like a layered cookie or a millfuel pastry. The people inside were greatly encouraged. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, hold on." Humans fear most losing hope. Once they see a glimmer of it, even those utterly exhausted can feel a surge of new strength as if humans are sponges, always able to squeeze out a little more. There's people with special abilities, who were trapped in the zombie wave, were already thinking about how to survive when the reinforcements came. They fought the zombies with greater force. However, some astute individuals sensed something was wrong and quietly asked a familiar senior member nearby, aren't we being used as bait?" This reinforcement came too fast, abnormally fast. The senior member lied with his eyes wide open. "If we were bait, wouldn't we have run away earlier? As far as I know, our top 3 leaders haven't been seen since this morning." The man killed a zombie and then poked his friend's belly. "Didn't you just not get the chance to run?" The senior member. "Damn, discovered." He glanced around and could only admit softly to his friend, "There seems to be such a tactic, but we didn't expect them to come so quickly, so our response was a bit hasty. But the reinforcements arrived in time, so it should be fine." He indeed was a prophet, just of the wrong kind. Because right after he finished speaking, countless zombies surged out from the darkness, surrounding their reinforcements. Even a 4-layered cookie now looked strange, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. How could this happen? The senior member had managed to stay calm until then. After all, their original plan was to execute this strategy ahead of schedule, which seemed to go well. But why did this happen? His brief calm shattered instantly, and sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. If there was any shred of confidence left, it was that other bases wouldn't abandon them. But the ordinary people felt differently. They didn't even know about this plan, going through despair, finding hope, and falling into despair again. Many people's mental states broke down. The already chaotic scene became even more chaotic, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Some people hugged their young children and cried out in despair. How could this happen? In both Eastern and Western legends, there are stories of world-ending floods. In the West, it was because the Creator God was deeply disappointed with humanity, thus initiating a flood to destroy the world, sparing only the righteous people and God-favored species with an ark. In Eastern stories, it was about you the Great controlling the Great Flood. Both tales seem to imply that such disasters threatening humanity are divine punishments. So, what caused this disaster now? Is it because of human greed and sins that heaven decided to destroy humanity once again? The believers sincerely prayed, praying for the disaster to pass quickly, praying to survive. It was deep night, and Kirsty was sleeping soundly. When Bram pushed the door open, he could still see her little belly exposed as the blanket had been pushed entirely to the side of the bed, half of it hanging off. Little Black rushed up to cover Kirsty again but was stopped by Bram. He walked forward and gently shook Kirsty awake. "Wake up, it's time to do important things." Kirsty, who was sleeping sweetly and suddenly woken up. Many people have morning grumpiness, and Kirsty was no exception. She was about to throw a tantrum when she heard Bram say, "The plan has entered its second phase, it's your turn to act." Kirsty silently lay back down. Why is it at this time? She looked pitiful, clearly unable to accept having to work in the middle of the night. Eventually, after rolling around on the bed for a while, she reluctantly clung to Bram's back, letting him carry her to the site. The night breeze was cool, blowing across her face and carrying away part of her drowsiness. Bram briefly explained the situation and what needed to be done, then asked Kirsty, "Do you remember?" Kirsty, who wasn't fully awake yet, Bram. Despite his frustration, he patiently explained it again. Kirsty wriggled there like a worm, utterly unwilling to face the reality of the impending work, but when she thought about it being one of the most important steps on her path to divinity, she calmed down. After a while, she said, "Got it, got it." Kirsty struggled to get off Bram's back, stretched her limbs. "Everything is ready, right?" "Yes, and didn't we check everything last night? There's no way anything can go wrong." Bram reached out to help Kirsty tidy up her disheveled hair by her ears, then said, "Go ahead." Kirsty looked back, and there he stood behind her, eyes gentle. The originally pale face now bore a faint smile. The first time she met Bram, she thought he was like a withered bamboo, slightly cracked under the assault of wind, frost, rain, and snow. That gaunt and pale man only needed a tiny trigger to completely fall apart, turning into an emotionless devil emerging from hell, neither sad nor happy, just cruel and vengeful. The smarter he was, the more harm he could inflict on this world. The stronger he became, the less anyone could restrain him. But now, that withered bamboo seemed to have regained vitality. He was as if watered or found new joy in a life that had been dull. Finding meaning in life, even devils would voluntarily impose constraints on themselves. Why did he walk this earth? He walked this earth for me. Suddenly realizing this, Kirsty couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and thought, "I'm really awesome." If Bram knew what she was thinking, he might have died of frustration on the spot. Fortunately, he didn't know. Kirsty waved her hand and said, "I'm off." She left like a superhero wearing his underwear over his pants, bidding farewell to her companion to save the world. Chapter 192, I'm Stuck. The scent of blood spread through the air, extending far and wide. The struggle between humans and zombies looked no different from that between humans and beasts. Of course, this referred to weaponless humans. Whether they were in despair or held on to hope, all humans behaved the same at this moment. They were fighting for their lives and for those they cared about. No one would stop struggling because of despair. It was only natural for them to have more thoughts in their minds or pray for a miracle that could save them. Hero-themed movies have remained popular over time, both abroad and domestically, with high box office numbers. There is a reason for this phenomenon. Most people are ordinary and yearn for someone like Fraser, Jeffrey, Jared, Aziel, Catherine, and perhaps even Conway for Chinese audiences to come and rescue them in times of crisis. In short, they wished for anyone who symbolized a hero to come and save them. Countless people secretly prayed for divine justice to descend and rescue them from danger. There are just too many zombies. The person saying this was screaming hoarsely, even spitting out blood as he spoke. His heart was filled with despair, unsure how they could possibly survive such a dire situation. Especially as the battle dragged on, many weaker psychics had already reached their limit, not to mention ordinary people. It seemed the number of zombies never diminished and even grew as more people became infected. Battles against zombies inevitably lead to scenes of utter despair. As long as there were ordinary people around, they would be infected by zombies, and even psychics couldn't guarantee their own safety. Do they really have a future? Do they really have a chance to survive? Honestly, their ability to hold on until now was due to a powerful psychic in their base. Like a flag waving in the wind, the girl hovered in midair, her angelic presence unfolded with white wings behind her, continuously emitting glowing white spheres from her palms to attack the zombies below. As long as the strongest among them remained active on the battlefield, it seemed like they still had hope. But even the powerful psychic couldn't withstand such exhaustion. Moreover, she was ambushed by advanced zombies manipulated by a hidden mastermind. When the angelic girl fell from the sky, countless eyes saw the flame of hope extinguished instantly. Some people began to cry out loud, feeling that death was imminent. The number of zombies increased relentlessly, dark and oppressive, like black floodwaters threatening to engulf everyone. Without a metaphorical Noah's Ark, more and more people collapsed into despair, losing their composure. Just as everyone thought they would die and death was imminent, Kirsty descended from the sky. Her beautiful eyebrows drooped, and her usually adorable face appeared somewhat compassionate. Her delicate features, reminiscent of a younger sister next door, showed a touch of divinity amidst the sorrow, which left a profound impression on those suffering. Although that touch of divinity quickly faded, it left an unforgettable mark on those enduring hardships. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. When Kirsty said this, she didn't expect many to listen, but it seemed her timing was perfect. After a brief hesitation, most chose to follow her command. They quickly squatted and covered their heads. Some reacted faster than they thought, while others hesitated or found themselves in too dangerous a situation to comply. Then, the next second, they saw a black wave of light slice through like a scythe, level with the human neck. In that instant, countless zombie heads shattered into dust, dispersed by the wind. Those who didn't squat instinctively touched their heads, terror in their eyes. According to legend, if a blade was fast enough to sever a head instantly, the person might still have awareness in that split second before realizing they were dead. They wouldn't. Almost everyone standing checked whether their heads were still on their shoulders, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming they were still alive. Their heads were still attached. Relieved tears welled up in their eyes. This escape from death felt incredibly exhilarating in a twisted way. In that instant, Kirsty only cleared out a part of the zombies. This was mainly because their battlefield was quite large. Nearby people, seeing this, all squatted down and covered their heads. While squatting, they remembered to hold their weapons in hand, frantically poking at nearby zombies to prevent being attacked during this gap. Kirsty swept through area by area, quickly clearing away more than half of the zombies. In fact, even before she had cleared half of them, the mastermind behind the scenes sensed something was amiss. Its first reaction was to immediately withdraw its soul from the zombies it was controlling. As long as it could protect itself, it didn't matter if all its minions died, it could always find new ones. The number of zombies it could control was limited. It didn't control all the zombies but instead manipulated a few powerful ones, using them to control the weaker ones. This layered control meant it only needed to control about a dozen of the most powerful zombies at the top. So it split its soul in half, then divided this half into 12 parts, injecting these into the bodies of the zombies it controlled, creating the current situation. If it wanted to leave the bodies of those zombies, it would be simple. It just needed to retract the 12 parts of its soul from their bodies, recombine them, and return to its own body. The mastermind did this, acting very quickly, clearly experienced. Then, it failed. The souls scattered across the zombie bodies were like being nailed firmly in place with a big nail. No matter how hard it tried, no matter how much power it used, they didn't budge. The usually confident and calm mastermind finally panicked at this moment. It had always relied on its special ability that no one could locate it, but now, over half of its soul had nowhere to run. Mastermind, am I stuck? Chapter 193. Why bother? This was the first time such a situation had occurred since it awakened its abilities, and it happened at a critical moment. It's like when you encounter a bug or lose internet connection during a crucial point in a game. Imagine being in a battle, only to return from a 460 ping spike to find your entire team wiped out, with teammates furiously calling you a noob. Or perhaps you're raiding with friends, finally defeating a key boss after much effort, only to drop offline. When you reconnect, the boss is back to full health. While those situations are frustrating, there's still games where you can always start a new round. But life doesn't give you a second chance. There's no respawn armor or coin. Once you're dead, you're dead. As a human, maybe there's a chance to turn into a zombie, but when a zombie dies, that's really the end. In that moment, it even considered a 7-day no questions asked return. But fate isn't Daobao or Pinduoduo. There's no way to return anything, and it will strike you without warning. Life is just that cruel. As the mastermind pondered a new path for itself, Kirsty slowly descended, still floating in midair, just closer now. What was once unreachable had become within reach. She hovered above the zombie with the thickest soul force, curiously observing her prey. This creature was an exceptional runner. If not for the array set up beforehand, which turned the entire base into a prison locking souls in place, it might have slipped away again. Where is your physical body? It's not too late to surrender. I'll count to 10, and if you surrender within that time, I'll treat you leniently. Kirsty wasn't lying. Its surrender would indeed make things easier. Even saving a bit of time would be worth it. But clearly, it had no intention of surrendering. Instead, it seemed ready to fight to the bitter end. After all, the worst outcome was losing half its soul, while surrendering meant handing over its fate to someone else, trusting Kirsty to keep her word instead of killing it outright. If it were kinder, it might trust Kirsty, but it wasn't. It felt like shouting to the heavens, my fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Kirsty expressed regret, extending her hand. A black storm surged, instantly sweeping away all surviving zombies. Then, with precision, it shattered every zombie carrying part of the mastermind's soul. The storm was darker than a sandstorm, blinding everyone. When it cleared, no zombies remained, as if Kirsty had slain them all with a wave of her hand. No mere human could do this, not even the strongest psychics. It seemed almost divine, many thought. Only a few knew that only the zombies possessed by the mastermind were destroyed, the others had been relocated. Humans provided faith, zombies offered combat power. Which group made better followers? An adult would choose both, of course. Only children make choices. Kirsty held a small orb of light containing half the mastermind's soul. With this, she could locate its whereabouts. Capture it, put it to work, use it for experiments, make it work around the clock. Kirsty already planned its uses in her mind, as if the small zombie embodying the mastermind were already in her grasp. And indeed, it couldn't escape. She glanced at the rescued people, who wore expressions of excitement, gratitude, and reverence. Recalling how Brecken had spoken, Kirsty flew away. Brecken had said not to interact with them further, as doing so might weaken the image of strength and authority she had built. Kirsty understood. On some level, their thinking aligned. She needed to be seen as a deity rather than just a powerful person to gain faith quickly. After Kirsty left, Brecken would handle the cleanup. So, holding the light orb, Kirsty simply departed. She prepared to find the mastermind immediately, fearing it might run far away and become difficult to catch. With this thought in mind, Kirsty quickly refined the light ball formed by the soul cluster, extracting a portion of it to create a beacon, essentially a tracker. She could follow its guidance to locate where the other half of the soul was. Although the small zombie had rationality and intelligence, it had never encountered a wizard before and didn't know that someone could use half of its soul to track its location. Therefore, it merely changed its hiding place cautiously and then began considering how to gather new followers again. With half of its soul lost, it became much weaker than usual, with diminished abilities. After all, one can't divide the soul too much. If the remaining soul is too little, it cannot sustain itself. So, it had suffered a significant loss. Without being able to recover its soul, it would be as if its health bar and various limits were cut in half. The mastermind was worried about this while contemplating where to recruit new followers. It now had to come out itself, which was much more dangerous. Moreover, it needed to stay far from where Kirsty was, for she might be its natural enemy. Thinking of this, the mastermind's gaze sharpened. It packed up its belongings and prepared to run. Just after leaving its hiding place, it saw a young girl skipping over not far ahead. Frankly speaking, after such a blow, it was deeply impressed by Kirsty. It had reached the level of even if she turned to ashes, I'd recognize her. Upon seeing Kirsty, its heart almost stopped. Oh right, it didn't have a beating heart. In any case, at that moment, the mastermind felt an overwhelming fear. It had no idea how Kirsty found it and instinctively wanted to escape. Kirsty waved at it from afar and said, I told you before, surrender and you wouldn't be harmed. Why make things so difficult? Mastermind. Chapter 194, didn't expect it, did you? The mastermind behind the scenes had never anticipated this day. It possessed unique abilities that rendered it practically invincible, not because its combat prowess was unparalleled, but because no one could ever kill it. Until today, it had always believed that to be true. Then it encountered Kirsty. If it were truly intelligent, it would realize that nothing in this world lacks a predator. Rabbits eat grass, foxes hunt rabbits, and eagles prey on foxes. Even with weapons, humans hold a high position in the food chain but can still be killed by diseases. Nothing is truly invincible. Many causality-related powers could end it, yet it failed to recognize this fact. It was smart, but not quite enough, which led to its current predicament, cornered by Kirsty. The mastermind swiftly used its abilities, trying to control Kirsty, but since it could only command zombies and not humans, this act was futile, a last-ditch effort in vain. Kirsty smacked its head harshly. Pretty impressive, huh? Organizing a zombie wave attack on human bases. What are you thinking? Want to be the boss? Not your turn yet. Its combat strength was very limited compared to Kirsty, leaving it rolling around helplessly, looking utterly miserable. After thoroughly beating it up, Kirsty suddenly smiled. I'm giving you 30 minutes now. Run if you can, I'll come after you in 30 minutes. This is your last chance, make good use of it. The mastermind never expected Kirsty to give it a chance. Without a second thought, it turned and fled. 30 minutes seemed plenty for a distant escape, sure that Kirsty would regret this decision. 30 minutes felt long enough. Kirsty opened a portal and went back for a meal, even taking some snacks with her. Brecken was busy tidying up after Kirsty, so they only met briefly, during which he asked her all the decisions. Kirsty, with meat still in her mouth, responded unclearly but quickly, you can decide anything. Your decisions are mine, don't ask me. I trust you. As they say here, you'll be regent from now on. Handle everything yourself without consulting the Emperor Emeritus. Brecken. Typical of Kirsty to take advantage at any time, still playing the father figure even now. What about you? I have important things to do. Have those zombies sent back been dealt with yet? Urge Hierhai and Chauncey along. There might be more coming soon. Brecken didn't think why there would be more so soon until later when he heard about the outside events. Kirsty excelled at recycling waste. She chased the mastermind into large cities, mostly inhabited by zombies rather than living people. To protect itself, the mastermind absorbed zombies madly as minions, then deployed them to obstruct Kirsty. Kirsty continuously received these packages, sending the small zombies back through portals for Hierhai and Chauncey to transform into her own minions. Delightful. Driving the mastermind across numerous cities, Kirsty amassed a multitude of new minions until finally, it couldn't run anymore, realizing it was being manipulated all along. It lay lifeless, like a dried fish. When Kirsty approached and kicked it, get up and run, don't slack off. The mastermind. What level of capitalist are you? Even exploiting zombies, are you still human? No, you'll end up hung on streetlights like that. I won't move. Kill me if you can. Lying on the ground, it cried out, the victor becomes king, the loser an outcast. Do whatever you want. I can't run anymore, nor do I want to. How long has it been? You really can't do better. Kirsty kicked it again, unpleased. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. The mastermind thought, if I fear not death, what else should I fear? Is there anything worse than death in this world? Then it was taken back to the base. When Kirsty returned to the base, much time had passed since that day. Multiple bases had already held 2 meetings and established some cooperation. This swift progress was largely due to Brecken's efforts, otherwise, with the usual inefficiency, these meetings might not conclude until next year. The vacant rooms in the base have been rented out. Now, there are only about a quarter of the houses left unoccupied. The rest have all been taken by people from various bases. They rent our houses and land, paying rent and protection fees like taxes. If they don't renew the lease, they need to end the contract 2 months in advance because many others are eagerly waiting to move in. Brecken calmly explained the current situation. After Kirsty descended from the sky that day, not only did she solve the zombie problem, but she also intimidated many leaders of various bases. Before that, many only knew Kirsty was strong, but they didn't really understand how strong she was, mostly hearing it from others. Those who originally came with Adrian to besiege Kirsty were not the top leaders of their respective bases. They wouldn't put themselves on the front line where danger was most intense. They would only stay in the rear, waiting for results. Without directly facing Kirsty's power, it was hard to truly comprehend her strength until today. To be honest, they had secretly devised some ways to deal with Kirsty. After all, they could accept powerful individuals but not invincible ones. Even Adrian didn't become the leader of Fengcheng due to his personal combat prowess. Even some highly renowned ability users were strong but not invincible. As long as one wasn't invincible, there were always ways to counter them, and they wouldn't fear. But Kirsty was different. Kirsty's strength made people doubt if she was even human. Her overwhelming power led to despair. No one could think of how to deal with her. Thus, the final result was to compromise before finding a solution. There were many ability users in this world, and eventually, someone might appear who could handle Kirsty. That was the only hope they had left, giving them at least a glimmer of optimism. So what? Brecken replied, so, we need to set up trade points next. You will likely be busy traveling to different bases to establish teleportation arrays. Chapter 195, just like this. Kirsty first threw the little zombie, the mastermind, into the base to be locked up. Then she went to set up teleportation arrays in various bases that had reached cooperation agreements with them. After the meeting ended, it was agreed that a market would be held regularly in Kirsty's base in the future. Different bases could bring their products here to exchange for what they needed. Of course, individuals could also come, but if they wanted convenience, they would have to arrive via the teleportation array of a certain base. Therefore, Kirsty's teleportation array would charge a fee. Before the apocalypse, taking a bus required a ticket. Her method was much faster than a bus and wouldn't cause motion sickness. It was more convenient. She would charge fixed rent, while those bases could also charge fees to people using the teleportation array. It seemed like a win-win measure. In summary, all participating bases agreed, as it was beneficial to them. The first place Kirsty went was Fengcheng. Connor initially wasn't too happy because he felt that once they cooperated with Kirsty's base, they would be one step lower. But as other bases gradually agreed to cooperate, they risked being excluded otherwise. Moreover, bases collaborating together would definitely share common interests. If anything needed discussion or sharing, it would definitely prioritize insiders. At this rate, not only would they lose their top-tier status, but they might even be completely left behind. Although Connor wasn't very smart, the person behind him wasn't foolish, so Fengcheng eventually joined. When Kirsty came to Fengcheng to set up the teleportation array, Adrian accompanied her. It was unclear what Connor was thinking at the time, perhaps internal competition still occupied his mind. Adrian remained calm. After all, he had apologized and compensated for the damages. Kirsty wouldn't suddenly attack him, so there was nothing to fear. The two walked through the base, and Adrian asked, "Where do you want to set up the teleportation array? Choose the location and tell me. I'll send people to clear the area for your convenience. Let's choose that spot. It's spacious, which will make ticket collection easier for you. You can start preparing while I go dismantle the small teleportation array I previously set up in your base to avoid conflicts later," Kirsty said, familiar with the area. Each time she returned, it felt like coming home. She smiled as she turned around. "I'll get to work." "Adrian, you don't hide anything. So you had already set up a teleportation array in our base before. No wonder you always appeared and disappeared so suddenly when restocking." For a moment, Adrian felt some resentment, but given the many things he'd endured, this was nothing compared to the others. He silently sighed and then turned away to give orders. On the way back, they encountered Ryan and Valentina. Both were injured and had lingering side effects from the battle, making them a couple who had both suffered. Ryan knew about Kirsty setting up the teleportation array. Seeing his older brother, he couldn't help but fall silent for a moment, then asked, "Is this how it ends, brother? Or what?" Adrian sighed. "What else do you want?" Ryan felt even more wronged. Although he now possessed the ability to control zombies, honestly, it had limited use. Moreover, the modified arm caused him more inconvenience, physically and mentally. He had to endure pain and inject medication regularly, likely bound to this condition for life without relief. Not to mention, Valentina almost died in that battle. Their relationship had always been good, and every time he thought of his girlfriend nearly being killed by Kirsty, his heart twisted further. And his brother, who had once held power and status, now struggled to regain influence under constant scrutiny. Is this really how it ends? He felt it shouldn't be this way. It simply shouldn't be. Wasn't it also said? The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. Kirsty's treatment of us has been quite lenient. Tiani, life is a gamble. Even if you sail smoothly in the beginning and win continuously, as long as you lose one big bet, you will lose everything. At that moment, what you should do is not to blame fate and ask why it doesn't let you continue to be successful. Instead, you should accumulate capital, or else you won't even qualify to participate in this gamble anymore. Adrian was one who could see things through clearly. He patted his brother on the shoulder. The decisions we made from the start were wrong. If we had won, no one would have blamed us, but our success would have been built on the bones of others. Now that we've lost, we can't blame them either. He hesitated over something he found embarrassing to say, but after pondering it carefully, he still spoke. If someone told you that your brother, Adrian, would become the mastermind behind humanity's destruction, and they wanted to kill me before that happened, would you let them do so? Of course not. Ryan shouted loudly, "You are my brother." After he finished speaking, he fell silent, finally trailing miserably behind his brother like a drenched puppy. But all your years of effort. A crisis can also be an opportunity. Who knows what the future holds? Adrian walked ahead with a smile. In this regard, you should learn from Qingwei. She is already considering how to gain more benefits from this cooperation. Valentina smiled awkwardly. After all, things turned out this way because of me. No, it's because of our selfishness. He placed his left hand on his brother's head and his right hand on his sister-in-law's head. At least humanity won't be extinct, isn't it? After going through this ordeal, he became more enlightened. Looking back at his past self now, he indeed saw himself as Kirsty described, a selfish and mean-spirited hypocrite. And now, although he has lost much, his brother is still here, his family is still here, and most importantly, it seems Kirsty doesn't mind them clinging to her. Johnny muttered to himself as he walked, At least we're aboard a ship sailing against the wind. Even though it might be a pirate ship. Chapter 196. Are you a deity? Kirsty went from base to base setting up teleportation arrays and collecting, not protection fees, but rent. She left the other matters to Zach. No problem. She visited many bases, but because she had to choose sites on site and clear them out, this task didn't proceed very quickly. By the time she had covered all the cooperating bases, set up the teleportation arrays, and returned to her own base, there was already a bustling market day here. Kirsty was thoroughly familiar with her home coordinates, so she didn't compete for the regular teleportation array but created a small one to come back. As soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array, she saw various stalls lining the usually sparsely populated streets. There were personal stalls and official ones from different-sized bases. To encourage this street stall phenomenon, Aiden inquired around to see if anyone was free to set up a stall. Fulton, who happened to be less busy recently, ended up setting up a stall selling fruits and sundries. After hearing about it, others stuffed his stall with more goods including dairy products, agricultural produce, and even Norris added 2 vials of potions to support him. Fulton asked curiously at the time, "What kind of potion is this? What's it used for?" Norris replied, "It's a potion that can turn humans into zombies. It uses the latest toxin extracted from Xiaohong's body." Fulton. "Take it back. Who wants to sell something so dangerous?" Norris got turned down miserably and felt dejected right away. When Kirsty came back, she saw Fulton wearing a little straw hat and running a stall. His sister came over to check on him, carrying a small pot filled with chilled juice. Then Kirsty successfully intercepted everything. "How many days has the market been open?" "Looks pretty lively." Fulton watched the juice he should have gotten disappear silently into Kirsty's mouth while explaining through tears of grievance. Zach's idea is that markets shouldn't happen too frequently, maybe twice a month, but since this is the start, like a grand opening, it needs to run for a few more days to build a reputation, so 7 days straight. After 7 days, it will revert to once every half month. Kirsty found it reasonable. Since she had entrusted the whole operation to Zach, it wasn't appropriate to doubt him, she should just wait for the results. But she was still curious about what Zach had done during this period, so after confiscating Fulton's juice, she started wandering around nearby. Since the monetary system had collapsed post-catastrophe, everyone was bartering. How could they ensure equal value between exchanged items? If both sides felt fair, that was enough. If any disputes arose, they could go to the management party for judgment. Fremont was responsible for this, possessing excellent combat abilities. Most people couldn't match him, and those who could might hesitate to take action here due to potential retaliation. Currently, the duty rotated, similar to mining shifts, taken by whoever was available. They considered it a vacation. When tired from fieldwork, they would return to manage local security for a period until they rested up enough to resume fieldwork. Fremont happened to be the first on rotation. He seemed to enjoy this job, patrolling the streets several times a day to prevent issues, displaying dedication. But because of the previous deterrent effect of Kirsty's actions and the fact that this was Kirsty's territory, troublemakers thought twice, remembering how Adrian ended up and cooled down. So far, no disturbances had occurred. Civility had improved drastically overnight, even loud quarrels were rare. This civil society seemed to form overnight. Occasionally, when disputes arose, people directly approached Fremont for adjudication. Fremont, what a reasonable argument. Fremont, the opposing side also has a reasonable point. Well, whose word should we follow then? Zach, come settle this. Zach. After walking around a couple of rounds, Kirsty saw scenes reminiscent of world-famous paintings. She nearly laughed at her friend's whims but realized they seemed genuinely happy. Perhaps while everything wasn't over yet, they had found their place. Even if Kirsty were to leave this world one day, they would likely continue living well. As for the matter of not leaving, Kirsty had never considered it. Friends are not meant to be together forever, everyone has their own life. After a brief or long intersection, they will eventually part ways. Even if they are not together, even if they are far away in another world, as long as they still remember the good times they once had and those touching friendships, it is enough. Perhaps they will meet again someday, or perhaps they will never gather again. As long as the feelings remain unchanged, friendship will also remain unchanged. While wandering around, Kirsty happened to encounter an elderly woman. The old lady was dragging a bag of rice, heading towards the market. The bag wasn't very large, but for someone her age, it was quite heavy. Kirsty simply went forward and helped the old lady carry the rice. The old lady was quite happy and kept thanking Kirsty. Kirsty asked her, "Are you moving into this base?" She originally wanted to feel out the situation and check on the circumstances of the people who had moved into the base. Unexpectedly, the old lady immediately started praising. Yes, I never imagined there would be such a good place before. You see, for someone my age, it's really hard to survive in other bases outside because I'm not useful and can't obtain supplies. If I don't have family, I might as well wait to die. Thanks to Kirsty, the person in charge of the base, she introduced new policies. For elderly people like me, we get a lot of rent reductions. We can also find work we can do within the base. After calculating the monthly income, after deducting rent and food expenses, there's still some surplus. In the latest policies, there are specific provisions for the elderly, especially widowed seniors. I put aside 1/3 of my monthly surplus to pay social security, and when I get too old to work, the base will support me until I die. If it were any other base, I wouldn't dare to believe it, but here, I can. Kirsty must be a goddess descended from heaven, and I hope she stays in this world a bit longer. Chapter 197. How can such an awkward thing exist in this world? Kirsty didn't expect to receive such praise and was momentarily stunned. After a while, she replied haltingly, "Are really that good as you say? You don't understand." The elderly woman looked at Kirsty with a kind gaze. Society after the apocalypse is one way for young people, and another for the elderly. As you young folks would say, life for you post-apocalypse is difficult mode, but for the elderly, it's hell mode. Forget about dying of old age, surviving another day is a luxury. The older lady's mood grew more complex as she continued. I really never thought I'd live to earn my own meals again with my own hands. And this base has taken in many seniors like me, orphans who lost their parents, and disabled patients. Who would do all this for free these days? That's why I said I met a deity without exaggeration. She clasped her hands together, muttering softly, "If she isn't a deity reincarnated, I wish her virtue complete, and may she become a deity. If she is a deity reincarnated, I beg heaven not to take her back too soon. What if she did all this for selfish reasons?" Kirsty tilted her head curiously and asked. The grandmother smiled. "Have you heard a story? Once, the tide went out, and when someone visited the beach, they found a child picking up fish stranded by the receding water and throwing them back into the sea. So, the person asked the child, 'What you're doing is futile, who cares anyway?' The child picked up a fish and said, 'This one cares,' then picked up another and said, 'This one cares too.' We, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, are no different from those fish. Kirsty's actions resemble that child's. Helping those fish does her no tangible good, and even if it did, so what? She gets something, but we get to live." Kirsty took a deep breath. While outside, she felt her power increasing, suspecting more faith had flowed in. But only a short time had passed since her midnight rescue. Even if her belief had increased, it shouldn't have happened this quickly. Today, after hearing this elder speak, she understood. In her absence, Zach worked hard. The easiest to generate faith were the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled because they were most helpless and lived the hardest lives. Treating them kindly generated gratitude, which could be channeled into faith. The cost to Kirsty wasn't much, just some food and supplies, which were plentiful at their base. Compared to the influx of faith, what did a little food matter? "Zach, you're indeed impressive. We're here." Kirsty helped the elderly woman place the bag of rice on her stall. "If you can't carry your items on the way back, ask the patrol team for help. They'll assist you. I can manage. Thank you." The old woman sat down at her stall, displaying a note detailing what she needed. It appeared she wanted to trade the rice for some medicine. Having just arrived at the base, the old woman likely brought the rice with her. Kirsty glanced at the note on display, noting her requests were mainly for anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications. After standing up, Kirsty crouched down again. "You might not find what you need here. If you really can't trade for it, head south to the lab within the base where all kinds of medicine are available. You can trade or borrow some there. It's okay. So you're part of the base staff too. Earlier, I thought you were an outsider," the old woman remarked, assuming everyone in the base respected Kirsty highly, thus finding it strange when Kirsty doubted herself. Kirsty scratched her head, unsure what to say. Just then, Chris led his patrol group by, spotting Kirsty and waving cheerfully, "Kirsty, you're back." "Old woman." Kirsty. Caught in an awkward state after being praised by the old woman, Kirsty's embarrassment was tolerable before her identity was revealed. The old woman didn't know her praises were directed at the deity right in front of her. Now exposed, Kirsty felt her cheeks burning intensely. The old woman mumbled to herself, "So this is what a deity looks like. Kirsty, please, stop." She swiftly fled the scene before Chris could say more, leaving him bewildered. Why run? The elderly woman approached as if she were a fan meeting her idol, and asked cheerfully, "Was that just our base leader Kirsty? Didn't they say she was out lobbying other bases and was busy elsewhere? Has she finally come home?" Chris didn't dare admit he knew nothing, so he could only respond with forced laughter. "Haha, maybe she just got back today. I'll go check." Once Kirsty's identity was exposed, everyone knew she had returned, and they quickly located her. The first person to find her was Zach. Zach, having heard about her frantic sprint back, joked as he walked over, "I heard you ran off before hearing everything. Could it be you were shy?" Kirsty was there patting her cheeks when she rolled her eyes upon hearing this. "I give them faith, and they get the supplies they need to survive. I thought it was an equal exchange." Yet, they praised her so highly, as if she truly had a heart like a deity. How could anyone bear such praise? But for them, every word they said was true. It's their genuine sentiment. You think it's an equal exchange, but for them, what they gain far outweighs what they lose, so any gratitude they offer is more than earned. You really don't need to be shy. Before Zach could finish speaking, Kirsty pounced and pinched his face. "Stop talking. No more of that. Tell me what's going on." Zach raised both hands in surrender, mumbling indistinctly, all right. Let's head back. I'll tell you in detail what I've been up to and what's coming next, okay?" Kirsty then jumped onto his back. "Giddy up." Zach, resigned to his fate, carried Kirsty on his back and recounted the events of the past few days as they walked. The sunlight was warm, and so was his heart. Chapter 198, Family. After Brecken's detailed explanation, Kirsty finally understood everything he had done these days. The first priority for helping the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled was not only out of kindness but also because those who have nothing to lose are most likely to accept change. They already have it worst, what else could go wrong? Why not give it a try? Next were those who lost their base during previous chaos. Like Archer and Stace's situation. After confirming their character, Brecken selected some of them and arranged for them to settle in their base. But none of this was critical, as their base was limited in size, and they could only help so many people. He needed to expand his policies across the majority of bases, making everyone realize that their current way of life was due to Kirsty. This would attract more people to join Kirsty and become part of their base, sincerely grateful to her, almost worshipping her like a deity. Gradually, their base could grow stronger and fulfill Kirsty's goals. Kirsty became extremely excited after hearing all this and slapped Brecken on the shoulder. Pretty reliable. I made the right choice in trusting you with this. Put in your best effort. Whether I can become a god, it depends on you. She had never been this explicit before. Brecken was taken aback for a moment. He quickly looked at Kirsty and she explained, I can gain believers from them. The more believers I get, the higher my chances of becoming a real god. So, I've been working hard towards that goal. Once I become a true god, I'll have the power to resist and even destroy the Holy Cathedral. Then, I'll be qualified to return. Brecken instantly grasped the meaning. Oh, Kirsty planned to leave this world after becoming a god. That was quite reasonable. When returning home, one should bring back something unique, like achieving divinity. Isn't the Holy Cathedral so arrogant because of their divine support? A god obsessed with every bit of faith, incredibly picky and extraordinarily powerful. If Kirsty became a god, she would have a fighting chance upon her return. If gods gained strength from faith, he could make the entire world believe in her. In such a scenario, wouldn't she stand a chance against the so-called light god? Brecken tried hard to forget about Kirsty leaving once she became a god. People can't help but struggle with actions that contradict someone they love's wishes. One could selfishly delay time or keep her here, but what's the point? Would she be happy? Truly loving someone means prioritizing her desires. If she is happy and content, that's enough. Yet selfish thoughts tormented Brecken's heart, burning like fire. He struggled to put all his energy into the future plan. That was her world. If she returned there, she would meet her family, friends, and everything important to her. Except Brecken. To Kirsty, Brecken wasn't crucial enough to sacrifice everything for him. Brecken lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Kirsty leaned bonelessly on him, yawning slightly. She said, everything from now on is up to you. I aim to be the youngest god in the world and overthrow the detestable Holy Cathedral. All right. Unfortunately, just as they were about to proceed with the plan, a small incident occurred. Since forming alliances with other major bases, Kirsty's status and reputation had improved greatly. Almost everyone acknowledged that Kirsty's base was the largest, in reality, not in size but in influence, and compared her to Adrian of olden times, an unseen leader. In this situation, many bases wanted to please Kirsty, even after establishing cooperation. Whenever visiting Kirsty's base, they often brought gifts, not necessarily expensive, but definitely rare. And they would strive to cater to her preferences, trying to leave a good impression. During one such visit, someone brought a gift. Kirsty had just finished discussing with Brecken and was preparing to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. She had mentioned making this little zombie regret its existence, and thus couldn't let it off easily. Thanks to Brecken being too busy lately to assist with experiments, she now had a new specimen. As soon as she stepped out, two people walked up to her with extreme warmth. Sis Yi, just finished working? Kirsty. She had no clue who these two were, and thus had a blank expression. The two quickly rushed over and started introducing themselves. They came from a base of moderate size, relatively close by. They had hitched a ride at one point and were among the first batch to join, right after Layla. But since their base didn't have much to offer, they could only send people over to work, which was why Kirsty had trouble remembering them. To build a good relationship with Kirsty, they had specially brought gifts this time, hoping to get closer to her. Since Kirsty often received gifts, she was actually quite looking forward to what she might receive this time, eagerly waiting with her hands in her sleeves. Then, the two brought several others over. 2 men and a woman, looking like a family of 3. All 3 were thin, clearly not living well, especially the woman, who was emaciated to the point of being skin and bones, only her large eyes standing out on her skeletal face, making her look somewhat frightening. The younger one, presumably Haldan, seemed a bit better off, likely due to his parents' care. He still had some flesh on his cheeks, at least looking human. Kirsty. Didn't they say they were here to give her a gift? Where was it? Seeing Kirsty's confusion, the gift givers quickly explained, these are Brecken's relatives. One of them, perhaps trying to take credit, patted his chest and boasted, it's fate, really. They happened to be passing by our base when they were chased by a bunch of zombies. We heard they were Brecken's relatives and immediately rescued them, bringing them over overnight. Kirsty narrowed her eyes. Pchem. Relatives who pushed Brecken into a zombie horde. Chapter 199, Self-Inflicted Misfortune. That would be quite a good gift. Kirsty curled her lips, not expecting that someone would actually deliver themselves to the door. She still remembered the day she first arrived in this world and saw Zack. Johnny with a slender build lay among corpses, his body covered in wounds, his eyes filled with despair, quietly waiting for death. Zombies gnawed at his flesh and bones, yet he seemed numb and indifferent, cold as black mud. Kirsty was protective. If it were anyone else, she might have forgotten what happened, but this was someone very important to her. Just by looking at the person before her, she recalled how pitiful Zack had been at first. After hearing her words, 2 base leaders who had no time to feel happy saw Kirsty lift her hand. Suddenly, the frail Grayson was drawn into her palm, his neck tightly clutched. She held him high, like a dead pig being lifted up. His parents rushed over instantly, their voices frantic. "Let my son go." Kirsty was protected by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to get close. They could only wave their arms helplessly outside the shield. Kirsty asked curiously, "How can you still dare to come to our base after doing such things to Zach?" The two base leaders were terrified, not knowing what exactly had happened. From the conversation, they vaguely understood that Zach and his family were not on good terms. They probably tried to curry favor but ended up in trouble. "Did you think that since Zach didn't die and became successful, he might overlook past grievances and take care of your family of 3? She threw the Grayson on the ground forcefully, and people around heard the sound of bones breaking. He let out agonizing cries, while his parents went mad, slamming into the protective shield until they were bleeding. The more they acted this way, the angrier Kirsty became. "Wasn't Zach also your son? Zach was pushed into a zombie crowd. Was Zach's life not worth anything, while your own son's life became so precious?" Kirsty casually called Xiaohei and Chauncey to find Zach. As these two cried and shouted, the Grayson lay on the ground, sobbing. Soon, Zach arrived, and others who heard the commotion followed. Since Xiaohei and Chauncey couldn't speak, Zach didn't know what happened until he saw the scene. He thought he would be furious, but he wasn't. Seeing the people lying on the ground and the couple crying, his heart was unusually calm. If it hadn't been for meeting Kirsty, he would probably have torn apart this family of 3 by now. But Kirsty gave him a life 100, 1,000, 10,000 times better than in that home. He gained love, friends, and a family. That family he never truly belonged to seemed insignificant now. Pain only comes from desire and harm. But he felt fortunate. If he hadn't been pushed into the zombie crowd, maybe he wouldn't have become a zombie king. If he hadn't become a zombie king, maybe he wouldn't have met Kirsty. This, of course, didn't mean he forgave them. Zach reached out to strangle them casually but was stopped by Kirsty. "If you don't mind, let me handle it," Kirsty smiled. "Since fairness is important in our base, it should be dealt with fairly. You, as the victim, can just sit aside and watch." Zach was forcibly pulled aside. Xiaohei and Chauncey even brought a chair for him. Surrounded by his friends, they curiously watched the family, some bringing snacks and tea. The scene looked bizarre. Zach seemed completely detached, watching Kirsty deal with his former family. Kirsty rolled up her sleeves enthusiastically. "I've always believed in fairness. So, I'll give you a chance to live." Their faces showed eagerness. Having run out of options, they had surrendered. Just as Kirsty said, they thought Zach survived and became powerful. A once obedient child, if spoken to nicely, might support his family. After all, he was their father. How could he be so unfilial as to not care for his own father? But they never expected that they would encounter Kirsty the moment they arrived. Under their eager gazes, Kirsty said, "You will be treated just as you treated Zach back then. Zach survived by his own strength. If you can survive too, then you may leave." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately began cursing loudly. What Kirsty meant was to throw them into the zombie horde, wasn't it? How could anyone survive being thrown into a zombie horde? Kirsty wanted them dead. Kirsty didn't care about their thoughts, their regrets, or what they cursed at her. She directly summoned several hundred subordinates. Zombies ranging from low-level to mid-level filled the area. There was no need to bring in high-level zombies since these 3 were mere rookies with no fighting ability. The only one that could be considered a high-level zombie was Hemlock. Tall and strong, it stood out like a wall even among the crowd of zombies. Kirsty gave it a nod, and Hemlock immediately moved forward silently. With one hand each, it picked up the couple and threw them in first. While being thrown in, they were still shouting, "Aran, save me, Aran. Are you going to watch your own father be dragged off to die by this woman?" Everly also shouted, "I never harmed you." "I didn't." Their cries had just echoed when they abruptly stopped. Kirsty picked up the culprit who was still groaning on the ground and hurled him out. She swung him hard, landing right on top of the other 2, almost knocking the breath out of them. Chapter 200, When it's time for a person to die, they will die. The family of 3 fell among the pile of corpses, their agonizing screams continuous. Kirsty had specially instructed her minions not to kill them instantly but to prolong their torment. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too merciful? The scene was extremely bloody. It might be rated beyond 18, maybe 21, forbidden. By the time the mass of bodies dispersed, there was nothing left, not even bones. Only some brownish liquid seeped into the soil and fragments remained. Kirsty turned and instructed Xiaohei and Chauncey, "Clean up thoroughly, don't leave any mess on the ground." Xiaohei pulled out a cloth, while Chauncey grabbed a shovel, both quickly indicating they had heard and would do the job. The 2 base managers, sweat glistening on their bald heads, if one looked closely, could see their legs still trembling. As Kirsty passed by, she thanked them casually, seemingly not intending to do anything further. Only then did the cold sweat on their foreheads gradually disappear. They exchanged glances. This was something they must never do again. Otherwise, death would surely follow. Kirsty walked over to Bram's side and extended her hand. Bram, slumped in his chair, silently took Kirsty's hand and stood up. The 2 walked back together. Halfway through, Bram whispered, "You don't want me to commit patricide?" Kirsty whispered back, "The cultures of the 2 realms are different. In our world, those who kill their parents will go to hell after death. I don't know how it is here, but I don't want even the slightest possibility of that happening to you." Her expression was calm as she spoke, yet Bram felt warmth in his heart. Kirsty was such a good person, anyone who became her friend would inevitably grow fond of her over time. It was only natural for him to develop feelings for her. No one could resist Kirsty. Bram, everything is over now, Kirsty said without looking back. Just keep moving forward, focus on the future. The incident with the family of 3 didn't have much impact on the base. At most, it was brought up during tea breaks, someone remarking that they hadn't expected Bram to be such a tragic hero. People talked about it with friendly jests, and Bram wasn't about to reprimand everyone for discussing it. At most, he gave them an eye roll, telling them to get back to work instead of gossiping. This led to Bram's story spreading widely. It was normal. Kirsty was at the center of attention, like a superstar before the apocalypse, except superstars were followed by paparazzi, and she was watched by everyone. News about her, true or false, spread quickly. False news was soon clarified, while the truth, well, no one cared to manage it. Being close to Kirsty, Bram received similar treatment. Before long, his story had spread across much of the post-apocalyptic world. Many people knew he became a zombie because Haldan of his mistress pushed him into the zombie crowd. Previously, this kind of information would elicit only indifferent reactions from most people. Everyone has their painful pasts. But now it was different. Bram had achieved sufficient status. His base was almost the core of all bases. Under these circumstances, people's tone when talking about this changed completely. He was also a victim. If not for this incident, he might have become an esper. He never wanted to be a zombie. We can't discriminate against him because of this. Almost all the comments were positive, at least openly. One could say that with a different status and reputation, public opinion changes drastically. If Bram heard their comments, he'd probably roll his eyes to the sky. Who says I ever wanted to be a zombie? If he hadn't become the zombie king, he wouldn't have met Kirsty. And if he hadn't met Kirsty, his life would never have changed. What nonsense are you guys spouting? But that didn't matter. What mattered were the current policies. With sufficient military power, high status, and abundant resources, they had absolute say. Especially with winter approaching, resources in this base were becoming limited. Not every base was like Kirsty's, able to construct greenhouses and use formations to protect crops from the cold and seasons. For most bases, if they hadn't stored enough food inside the base before winter, it meant that many people would go hungry. A large base like Wind City was less affected, but the medium and small-sized bases had hardly stored any food. When winter arrived, many bases fell into a state of panic. They needed heating, needed food. Especially after the apocalypse, temperatures changed, making winters exceptionally cold. It had only just turned to early winter, yet there had already been 3 major snowfalls. The snow was so deep it almost reached the knees, making travel extremely difficult. And the coldest times were not when it was snowing but when the snow started to melt after a snowfall. This winter was actually much better than they had imagined due to the teleportation array. At least, travel wasn't impossible, but the biggest problem remained unsolved. That was food. Because of the heavy snow and the freezing outside temperatures, even windows had cracked. They couldn't go into the city to scavenge for remaining supplies to barely get through this winter. They could only look for solutions elsewhere, hoping that fewer people would die this winter. It was at this time that everyone's attention turned to Kirsty's base. All those who came from other bases to this base were stunned. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation gate, it felt like they had returned to spring. The entire base was incredibly warm, giving no sense of the severe cold outside. Food filled all the warehouses, with some even piled up on the square because there was no room left. Even in winter, their base continued to grow crops and harvest them. Many who had only come to trade were momentarily overwhelmed, blood rushing to their eyes. Is this heaven? Can I not go back? Chapter 201, Gods and Faith. How cold was this winter? Even zombies started to have difficulty moving. Ordinary zombies can't start fires. They wander day and night through deserted cities and wilderness. Once the wind blew and snow fell, slightly melting and then freezing again, their joints stiffened and couldn't bend properly. They moved clumsily like marionettes, twisting and turning on the snowy ground, making for an odd scene. Only some high-level zombies with a bit more intelligence knew to take shelter from the wind and snow. Although zombies aren't afraid of the cold, this weather still affected them. As a result, humans, at least, faced a slightly reduced threat from zombies. This was perhaps a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Later, several major bases joined forces to seek help from Kirsty. This time, it wasn't just for themselves but also for other medium and small bases. When they arrived, Kirsty was holding a zombie, educating it. This zombie was the mastermind behind the chaos, having undergone many experiments recently, leaving it completely numbed. Initially arrogant, believing nothing was scarier than death, it no longer thought so now. What's even scarier is Kirsty. It was almost brought to tears, becoming much more obedient, following orders without question. After behaving so well for a long time, it finally received not a contract, but signed a covenant, earning a chance at redemption. It has been venturing out in the harsh winter to find high-level zombies, bringing them back as underlings for Kirsty. The captured zombies initially resisted, but upon arriving at the base, damn, is this heaven? Indeed, both humans and zombies agreed that this place was paradise and didn't want to leave. Working for others was impossible unless it was for Kirsty. Kirsty, sorry, I want free labor. She finished educating the zombie, instructing it to lure fellow zombies back using benefits rather than splitting souls and parasitizing, which harms other zombies. It had to bring them back without parasitizing, as soul damage is irreversible, and Kirsty couldn't fully heal them. It was an unacceptable method for good zombies. Except for this, the little zombie, with limited combat abilities. I can't fight. Kirsty, that's your problem, don't complain to the boss. The mastermind. After talking to her underling, she met with the heads of the bases, bringing along Zack. Upon meeting, they expressed their ideas. Kirsty rubbed her chin. Fine. I can assist any base, even setting up arrays so you can grow food unaffected by winter. However, the specific procedures will be according to Zack. This. No problem, absolutely no problem. They were incredibly excited, seeing Kirsty as a living bodhisattva. Kirsty, sigh, I should be able to harvest a lot of faith this time. So, just when Kirsty had some spare time, she got busy again, traveling between bases to set up arrays. Due to limited gemstones and jade, not all bases could be covered, but after mentioning this, bases rushed to contribute their stock, even giving away gems and jade freely. Humans are like this, they unite during disasters, willing to give up everything, yet may turn on each other in peace. Wherever Kirsty went, she received adoring glances akin to those for a deity, and gained some faith. Zack insisted she go personally and appear before everyone, even demonstrating divine miracles publicly. Kirsty did as told. Traveling from south to north, her power accumulated rapidly. Every day, she felt closer to being a deity, gaining new insights. Her transformation was evident, even those who lived closely with her noticed changes. Especially Zack. One morning, Zack suddenly asked, "How do you feel now?" Kirsty clenched her fist and then said, "If I were to see my past self when I first arrived in this world, I would feel that she was incredibly weak. The gap between a human and a deity is like the difference between heaven and earth. I was merely someone who built a tall tower on the ground and stood at its peak. Yes, I could look down upon most humans, but how much closer was I to the heavens standing atop that spire? Those powerful enough are called demigods, leading people to often believe that humans at this stage are very close to deities. But it's not true. As each day brought her closer to becoming a deity, she gained a clearer understanding of the vast distance between humans and deities. Zack suddenly reached out to touch her face. "Don't forget your original intentions." "I won't," Kirsty said firmly. She could never forget why she wanted to become a deity. Therefore, as she progressed further down this path, she would not lose sight of her purpose or the goals she aimed to achieve. "If I forgot my original intentions, I wouldn't be me anymore." When Kirsty said this, she noticed a trace of fear lurking in Zack's eyes, as if he was afraid of something, but not of her. Kirsty tilted her head, unable to understand. By the time winter was nearly over, Kirsty had almost unified humans and zombies. 80% of zombies had become her followers during this process, with her contracts spanning the entire country. Even though she supported such an enormous number of zombies, she didn't feel the slightest bit weary. At the same time, almost all humans sincerely acknowledged Kirsty as their leader. She saved countless lives in the harsh winter, and with Zack's help and promotion, many people subconsciously began to view her as a divine existence. Every day, she received an immense amount of faith, her aura becoming increasingly formidable, until one day it seemed to return to simplicity. On the morning when winter was about to end, Zack was the first to discover that Kirsty had fallen into a deep sleep, unresponsive no matter how hard he tried to wake her. Chapter 202. This is my territory. Just yesterday, everyone had a party to celebrate the end of winter. Kirsty was still fine then, celebrating with everyone else. She sat among the crowd, her eyes twinkling, clearly in high spirits. Almost everyone had a little drink, including Kirsty, and then they all went back home to sleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when Kirsty still hadn't appeared, that someone noticed something was wrong. The first person to realize this was Brecken. Kirsty rarely slept in these days. Every time Brecken came to find her or saw her outside, she was always awake and it was usually very early. After sensing something was not quite right, Brecken immediately went to knock on the door, but no one answered. He eventually forced the door open and saw Kirsty in the room. She lay in bed, a smile on her face, seemingly still asleep. But something was off. Brecken approached and tried to wake Kirsty, but she showed no sign of waking up at all. It seemed as if she were deeply entranced in sleep, or perhaps unconscious, even like her soul had left this world and returned to her own homeland. Brecken sat quietly by the bed for a while before he decided to contain the news. This information must absolutely not be allowed to spread out, despite their base remaining powerful and Kirsty's reputation being impeccable, almost like a deity in the eyes of everyone. However, if this news got out, it would surely cause some trouble. Brecken only called over those few people who initially surrounded Kirsty and could be trusted. Everyone who knew the news wore a bewildered expression because before today, Kirsty had been the symbol of strength and invincibility. It was unfathomable for anyone or anything to defeat her, so this situation was far from anyone's imagination. Dot, who normally had a slightly cold demeanor but would joke and show her warmth around insiders, was panicking like an underage girl now. Fear was written all over her face. What on earth happened? The Desiree shakily asked, is she hurt? Or sick? Will my power be of any use? She had never been more eager to use her power than at this moment, just to save the person before her. Don't panic, Brecken looked calm and said, she will be fine. I didn't call you here to make you afraid or to discuss solutions. Instead, I want you to know that things will resolve soon. Don't let your imaginations run wild, and don't spread the news and cause chaos. Everything will be over soon. If Kirsty wakes up to see our base in disarray, she wouldn't be happy, would she? How can you remain so? Tears still welled in Dot's eyes. She couldn't believe how composed Brecken was now, facing such news, especially after he claimed to like Kirsty before. It felt like his love was fake. Because I love her, I have to protect what she cherishes. Because I love her, I know she'll definitely be fine. Brecken raised an eyebrow slightly and added, I'll bring her back, absolutely. Dot wanted to say something more but was stopped by Ichabod. In a low voice, Ichabod said, I understand his thoughts and feelings. He is right on one point, we need to trust Kirsty. Dot wiped her tears hard and nodded. Though worry filled her heart, her power indeed wasn't useful in this case. If so, she might as well calm down and do what she could. Despite being young, she had experienced too much since the apocalypse began. Once her emotions subsided, she could think normally again. Gradually others calmed down too, especially Ichabod. Upon returning, he sensed the unusual atmosphere at home. It turned out Brecken had started pursuing Kirsty under everyone's tacit approval. Before he could express his anger or devise a plan to compete with Brecken, this incident occurred. But he was among the earliest to calm down, helping soothe others. Like Brecken said, he believed in Kirsty and could only believe in Kirsty. After everyone left, Brecken sat by the bed. He was the only one in the base who knew what Kirsty was doing and could vaguely guess that this situation might be related to the so-called way to become a god. Saying he wasn't anxious at all would be ridiculous. The person lying there was the most important to him, his anchor, his direction, his everything. But in front of others, he could only remain calm as if he wasn't affected at all. After a long time, he finally had Xiaohei and Chauncey brought over. They were able to maintain their current composure for another very important reason. Neither the controlled zombies nor Xiaohei and Chauncey had sensed any disconnection in their mental link. As long as the mental connection was still there, it meant that Kirsty was fine. She had just fallen into an inexplicable deep sleep, but the situation hadn't worsened. This was the best news so far. Xiaohei and Chauncey couldn't speak. They had lost all organs inside their mouths that could produce sound. Due to her mental link with them, Kirsty could instantly understand what they wanted to express, but others couldn't. When Xiaohei and Chauncey arrived, they started gesticulating wildly in front of Brecken. Their signing skills were so poor that everyone fell into deep thought immediately, but no one could figure out what they were trying to convey. Finally, Xiaohei and Chauncey exchanged a glance and then suddenly came forward to pull on Brecken. The two small skeletons grabbed his arms from either side. The ghost fire burning faintly in their eye sockets suddenly flared up, spreading down from their heads along their arms and onto Brecken's body. The moment he was enveloped by the ghost fire, Brecken felt no scorching or burning sensation. Instead, he felt a strange warmth that seeped into his soul. In just an instant, Brecken became drowsy, unable to keep his eyes open, and instantly fell into a deep sleep faster than if he had taken a sleeping pill. In a daze, Brecken seemed to hear someone calling him. Hey! A childish voice said, this cave is mine. He opened his eyes and saw a little girl squatting in front of him, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, with features somewhat familiar. Chapter 203. Was she too adorable? Brecken quickly realized why this face seemed familiar to him. The child in front of him looked like a miniature version of Kirsty, proportionally reduced. Only because she was young, her eyes appeared rounder, slightly different from the almond-shaped ones she would have as an adult, looking more innocent and naive, as if she had no knowledge of worldly affairs. Oh, she was indeed only a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Brecken's scalp tingled. He sat up and observed his surroundings. He was lying in a narrow and dark place that looked like a small cave, with some dry grass spread in the corners, slightly damp. The little girl squatted in front of him, pouting unhappily. Her face was dirty, like a little kitten. Despite the cold air, she wore very thin clothes, and even her shoes had a hole through which one toe peeked out shyly. The little girl who resembled Kirsty seemed not to be living very well. Brecken had never asked Kirsty about her childhood or whether she had any family members. Now, looking at the child in front of him, Brecken got a rough idea. Thus, Brecken paused for a moment, then asked, how do you claim this cave is yours? Can you call it, and it will answer? The little girl's eyes immediately widened, clearly surprised that this person would be so shameless, trying to snatch an old, dilapidated cave from a mere 5 or 6-year-old. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she emitted pitiful sobs. I sheltered you because you were injured. How can you do this? I live here alone with no family. You are an adult, wouldn't you let your benefactor freeze to death outside? Young Kirsty was too inexperienced now, so her act was quite obvious, especially when those cunning big eyes looked over. Brecken knew she was pretending to be pitiful, yet couldn't help but feel heartache. His mind raced, sighing once again. Kirsty was truly worthy of being Kirsty. Normal kids her age could barely speak logically, but Kirsty could express herself fluently and clearly, even putting on an act of pity to gain sympathy. She was indeed a genius. Brecken thought expressionlessly. He complimented Kirsty inwardly without mercy, while appearing innocent and alright. I'm wrong. Please forgive me. So, may I stay here for a while? As you can see, I'm seriously injured. It seemed his body had regressed to the day he first met Kirsty, the day he was thrown into the zombie crowd, bitten all over by zombies, nearly dying. In short, he looked miserable enough to seem on the verge of death. The little girl stood like a grown-up, hands behind her back, sighed, and said, of course, if I leave you outside alone, you'll certainly die, just like my parents did. When talking about her parents' deaths, she remained eerily calm, unlike what one would expect from a mere 5 or 6-year-old, even giving off an impression of someone who had seen life and death as trivial. Brecken had intended to ask where her parents were, wondering why such a little girl was left wandering outside. Now, hearing her words, he felt a stab of pain and indescribable bitterness in his heart. Although he had long been accustomed to separation and death, having been abandoned himself in the post-apocalypse world where all kinds of tragedies were common, once it came to this person, this face before him, he couldn't help but feel sorrow and pain. He shouldn't have asked, but he still wanted to know what had happened. When asked, young Kirsty stayed calm. She spoke with a detached, even numbed tone. My father was conscripted by the Holy Cathedral to build a church. While working on the high tower, he fell down badly injured. But we didn't have money to treat him, so my mother took him to the Holy Cathedral, hoping they would provide medical fees. However, they said my father was punished by God for his lack of respect, so it was his own sin, and thus, the Holy Cathedral refused to help. My mother had no choice but to take my father home. We sold everything we could sell to buy holy water for his treatment, but it wasn't enough. Then, my mother started selling her body. Even people from the Holy Cathedral became her customers. They entered and exited my mother's room, spending a little money and saying terrible things. My mother endured it all until my father died, and soon after, so did my mother. The little girl lifted her head, her somewhat numb eyes looking so innocent. Is there really a God in this world? If there really is a God, why weren't those people from the Holy Cathedral punished for coming to my house? Why was my dad punished instead? He never did anything bad or disrespected God. Why? Brecken felt as if a blunt knife was slowly cutting through his flesh inside his chest cavity. He couldn't help but hug young Kirsty, unable to imagine what this child had gone through. The small Kirsty quietly said, I hate God. Have I also disrespected God? Will I die too? Will I go to hell? No, Brecken whispered gently. The ones who should go to hell are the Holy Cathedral and its God. Perhaps because they had both spoken ill of the Holy Cathedral and secretly cursed at God together, in the eyes of young Kirsty, this slightly odd big brother before her now shared some revolutionary camaraderie with her. Brecken could feel that although his wounds had reappeared on his body, they were not fatal. He was still slowly transforming, just like before, being infected into a zombie. This left him temporarily unable to act, frequently falling into deep slumber. Though he was an adult, he was no different from a useless person. After long periods of sleep, when he woke up, sometimes young Kirsty would be by his side, other times she wouldn't. When she wasn't there, she was mostly out searching for food. Due to her young age, the food she could find was extremely limited, not just a handful of wild fruits, but also some unsellable or possibly discarded expired food. Occasionally, she would bring back a small fish or two tiny crabs, probably due to the nearby river, and sometimes she would come back empty-handed. But she always remained cheerful, holding up the small crab she picked up and saying to Brecken, Look, this crab is much bigger than your thumbnail. Brecken thought, she's so adorable. Chapter 204 Unparticipated Past. Brecken, this good-for-nothing gentleman, was almost taken care of like a child during his recuperation. The food she scavenged was originally limited, and she still had to share some with Brecken. In fact, Brecken wasn't that hungry because he was gradually turning into a zombie. During this transformation, his appetite decreased, and so did his need for food. However, this transformation seemed much slower than the previous one. 3 or 4 days had passed, yet he hadn't completely turned into a zombie, and Brecken didn't know why. Even though his need for food continuously decreased, he wouldn't starve to death but would feel uncomfortable. Xiao Kirsty didn't seem to think this way. She always looked at the grown-up in front of her with a worried gaze, thinking that this grown-up might die. Because in her small world, when an injured adult stopped eating, it was a sign they were about to die, just like her father. Her father couldn't eat anything near the end, only holding Sa's and her hand, repeatedly murmuring, Sorry. It's my fault. If I hadn't blasphemed against God, our family wouldn't have become like this. Forgive Abdullah, sweetheart. And forgive me too, Karina. Then Mom would cry, her tears soaking the neckline of her shirt. The night father died, she came home pushing open the door and saw Mother hanging there, her body swinging gently. That emaciated body, which weighed less than 80 jinn, felt so heavy at that moment. So an injured adult not eating meant dying. Little Kirsty still didn't understand why her mother, who was not hurt, also died. She handed the food in her hands to the grown-up with a heavy expression, trying to persuade him, eat something. You just cursed God with me. If you die, you will go to hell. Then Brecken asked her, Aren't you afraid? Why do you curse God too? Little Kirsty replied, They say my dad offended God and will go to hell. Sarah sold her body and committed suicide, so she'll also go to hell. I want to go to hell to reunite with my parents. By the 5th day, Brecken hadn't fully transformed yet, but things weren't as bad as before. He could barely get up, and since Xiao Kirsty hadn't returned, Brecken decided to go out and look around, wondering why she hadn't come back yet. Once outside, he discovered that the small cave was located on the edge of a village. It wasn't a large village, at most, there were about 100 households. It looked like a remote, insignificant village. He slowly walked along the path and soon heard arguing voices. Among them, a small but clear voice unmistakably belonged to Xiao Kirsty. Hearing the content of the argument, Brecken's expression turned serious immediately. He now had some combat capability and could protect Xiao Kirsty. When Brecken arrived, he saw Xiao Kirsty facing off against 5 or 6 men dressed in what resembled clerical robes. Her cheeks and eyes were red, looking like an angry kitten that had been hurt. Why can't I pick this? I just want to take it to save the injured. One of the men said in a mocking tone, this herb grew only after being bathed in divine light, given by God to his faithful believers. How dare someone like you, a whore's daughter, even consider picking it? Wouldn't that defile God? My mother is not. The little girl screamed hoarsely, refusing even to say the filthy word. But the vicious adults used even more cruel words to attack the girl in front of them, something unimaginable anyone could do. These supposed holy church officials, these servants of God and proclaimers of divine will, treated a mere child with such cruelty all because she wanted to pick a wild herb to treat her rescued, injured adult. Brecken suddenly remembered how the adult Kirsty once spoke in a matter-of-fact but slightly disdainful tone, saying that the holy hall was rotten to the core. At that time, Brecken hadn't truly grasped the extent of corruption within the holy hall until this moment. He felt something stirring beneath his skin, within his veins, inside his flesh. What happened afterward became a bit blurred in his memory. All he recalled was blood and shattered flesh flying, bones and internal organs dancing, deafening screams, and a moist, fear-free gaze watching him intently. It was possible that Brecken, at the last moment of his transformation, lost control under the provocation and killed those holy hall members. The last thing he heard was Xiao Kirsty saying, "Are you leaving?" When Brecken regained consciousness again, he found himself lying in a wooden hut. Before he could react, someone pushed the door open and came in. "Are you all right?" A familiar voice spoke. "Little junior brother, you got hurt like this from such a small slope. How about changing your career? Don't be a necromancer, it has no future." Brecken looked up and saw Kirsty, with a hint of baby fat on her face, now looking like a girl of 13 or 14, standing at the doorway in a black robe, smiling warmly at him. He hadn't fully recovered from his previous emotions and felt dazed for a moment, unable to tell where he was in time. He even wanted to get up and hug the person in front of him, as if this was a long-awaited comfort that had been delayed for 7 or 8 years. Because Brecken knew clearly that if all this was a reflection of past events, then when Kirsty was harmed and humiliated back then, no one stood up for her. Images of little Kirsty kept flashing in his mind, speaking in an innocent yet cruel tone. "I want to go to hell to reunite with my parents," and her red eyes, screaming at the top of her lungs, "My mother is not." Just as he tried to crawl up to hug Kirsty, he fell face first onto the side of the bed with a thud in the next second. The intense pain from his right leg left Brecken stunned. It took him a while to recall what Kirsty had just said. Little junior brother, and he had fallen and broken his leg. "Brecken." Kirsty chuckled, grabbed Brecken by the back of his collar, and lifted him up. "What are you doing? With a broken leg, you should just lie down quietly." Brecken was lost in confusion. Which part of the story is this? Chapter 205, this time, not too late. Kirsty's entire past was something Brecken had never been part of. Thus, he couldn't determine from the stories he had heard how old Kirsty was at this moment or what she was about to experience. However, if he was now a junior disciple, it meant Kirsty hadn't yet killed her trashy master and gained independence. Everything was just beginning. His current identity was rather troublesome since one of his legs was broken. Brecken had once tried dragging himself away with his broken leg, only to find it unfeasible. It seemed that the broken leg acted more like a compulsory buff placed on him, not truly broken but forcing him to stay in bed. He couldn't leave this bed, he was even more useless than last time. At least then, he could move around, even lean against the wall to seek help. Now, he was genuinely unable to do anything, stuck in bed like an invalid. At first, Brecken didn't understand why such a compulsive buff was placed on him, but soon he figured it out. On the third day of lying there, their master finally showed up, an elderly man who looked dried up, his face wrinkled like an orange peel, lifeless. He fit people's stereotypical image of a necromancer, unlike the lively and adorable Kirsty who didn't match the imagined profile of a necromancer. The moment he appeared, he sent Kirsty off to buy medicine for Brecken's leg. Brecken's alarm bells were ringing in his head, sensing something was wrong. Clearly, this old coot harbored no good intentions. Kirsty, however, didn't seem to notice anything amiss and happily remarked that it was perfect timing as they needed to restock groceries anyway. The old man utterly disregarded Brecken. As soon as Kirsty left, he cut his wrist, spilling blood, and drew peculiar symbols on the floor. "What are you planning to do?" Restricted to the bed, Brecken could not escape. The old man smirked coldly after completing the symbols. "Rest assured, I have no interest in someone with your talent. As long as you remain silent and don't make a sound, nothing will happen to you." A flash of realization struck Brecken. He finally understood which part of the story this was. An aging necromancer, nearing the end of his lifespan, found a highly talented apprentice, trained her until she could house his soul, then planned to take over her body to extend his life and acquire a better vessel. Kirsty had once casually narrated what happened, briefly mentioning her counterattack, and now Brecken would witness everything firsthand. Even knowing Kirsty would ultimately win, he still did not wish to be a mere spectator lying here. It shouldn't be like this, her life should not be marred by constant pain and loss. Such a wonderful person deserves all the beauty in the world, deserves everyone's love. She should proceed merrily with the love of everyone, until she slays the evil god and brings down the false deity. Not like this. Brecken recalled the ancient saying, heaven imposes great responsibilities on those it chooses, so it must first break their hearts and bodies, starve them, exhaust them, and frustrate their every action, to strengthen their resolve. But it was too harsh. In the stories she glossed over lightly, nothing seemed sweet. I cannot allow this. Yes, this is history, long over. No matter what he does, he can't change what has already happened, his actions are futile. Yet, he couldn't stand watching these events unfold again, even if it were merely an illusion. When Kirsty pushed the door open and entered, she unknowingly stepped into a trap. The array was invisible, not visually, but perceptually. As soon as she crossed the threshold and saw the array, it was already too late. Confusion filled the young girl's eyes. She had no idea what was happening, nor did she understand why her normally kind and doting master now stood in the center of the room, looking grotesque like a demon. My dear disciple, the aged necromancer finally revealed his true nature. I've nurtured you for so long, taught you so much. Now it's time for you to return the favor to your master. This youthful, exceptionally gifted body offered him the chance to live longer, reach higher peaks, go further, and explore greater possibilities. He even had the chance to glimpse the realm of gods, to achieve true immortality. The thought of such a future made his gaze grow increasingly intense as he stepped closer and closer to Kirsty, who was now under the control of the array. Kirsty seemed to have realized something and was struggling hard. His greedy eyes crawled over her exceptionally gifted and youthful body like worms. You're too young. If I let you live a few more years, I wouldn't be able to control you anymore. Now is just right. Give your life to me, my dear disciple. I will remember your sacrifice forever and ever. The girl was momentarily dazed. She had lost her family at a young age until her master brought her here. She thought she had found a new home. But this illusion shattered in this moment. She never had a home, not really. Why did it have to be this way? Her beautiful pupils once filled with light were now breaking, and an endless night slowly descended, driving away the light and crushing the last remnants of gentleness. Just then, the room rang with a sharp sound of bones breaking and a shout. Kirsty. Someone had severed his own leg, splattering blood in the air, just to rush to her side. She lifted her head, and the Grayson looked like a moth flying into the flame, his blooded appearance strikingly familiar. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, his worried eyes solely focused on her. It was as if the uninjured her appeared more pained in his eyes. Younger brother. No, she shouldn't have a younger brother. Johnny crossed the blood-soaked array and held her tightly in his arms, his eyes astonishingly bright, especially when he looked down at her. The scent of blood became increasingly unbearable as his warm blood flowed from the severed limb onto her. What would he say? He said, this time, not too late. Chapter 206 The Price of Becoming a God. Brecken was breathing heavily. The pain from severing his own leg bone became more intense after everything settled down. He hadn't had time to think about it then, or even consider whether severing his leg bone would really allow him to escape that situation. What if it didn't? He hadn't hesitated for even a second, thinking only of Kirsty. The scene shifted once more. It was like playing a game without saves, tutorials, incredibly difficult and with no end in sight. He didn't even know how to complete it, considering Charlie and Chauncey didn't give any instructions when they pulled him in. No one would buy this kind of game on Steam. He vented his complaints quietly to keep himself more alert. Expecting to enter a new scene soon, but Brecken waited and waited, surrounded by darkness. Just as he wondered if he'd gone blind, a light finally appeared in the dark space. Hesitantly, he moved towards the light. Light doesn't always mean an exit, but darkness definitely means nothingness. Brecken reached the end and found a door, formed from white light with a twisted outline. There seemed to be something moving inside, almost eerie to look at for too long. Brecken placed a hand against the door, and easily passed through it. Not knowing what lay beyond, he was about to pull his hand back when another hand gently grasped his. Brecken. Before he could react, the hand released him. Previously hesitant, Brecken plunged forward, finding Kirsty on the other side. Definitely there. Brecken hadn't thought about his childhood or his chaotic family for a long time. People in happy times don't frequently recall bad things, as it does nothing but ruin the mood. But now, he remembered returning to that home, where his grandparents told him to be obedient so that his father would like him, allowing him to live well. His grandmother said, "Grandpa and I will get old, we will die. Who will take care of you when we're gone?" He was often ill as a child, requiring a lot of money for treatment, thus depending on his father. When he returned to that home, he brought along a small, adorable white rabbit. It was a pet raised by his grandmother because he couldn't go out to play, fearing he'd get bored. On the first night at the new home, the little rabbit died. Choked to death by his nominal younger brother who handed it over to the housekeeper to prepare for dinner. Brecken vomited uncontrollably while his father simply said, "Brother didn't know. I'll get you a new one." Of course, he never fulfilled his promise, as Brecken wasn't important to him. Brecken suddenly recalled this incident, unsure why these negative emotions and memories attacked him now. After passing through the door, he appeared in midair, hearing loud noises below. Looking down, he saw Kirsty covered in blood among a crowd, effortlessly taking the lives of everyone around her. A surviving voice screamed in horror, Quickly inform headquarters. It's the Necromancer on the wanted list." Before he finished speaking, a slash appeared on his neck, blood gushing out. He clutched the wound, making choking sounds before collapsing on the ground. Kirsty wasn't alone. Two familiar skeletons followed her, newer than Charlie and Chauncey seen later, their bones faintly pink as if newly risen from corpses. They were weak, offering only encouragement from behind. Oh, this was the time Kirsty killed an entire branch of the Holy Order for Charlie and Chauncey. Brecken wanted to go down, but found himself floating, unable to move. Initially appearing in person, then with a strange identity as little junior brother, and now not even human. He hovered like a soul above, powerless except to watch. And Kirsty didn't seem well. She showed no reaction to killing, her eyes empty and dull, acting purely on instinct. Even Charlie and Chauncey, usually enthusiastic supporters, followed Kirsty in a robotic manner. Until the ghostly flames in their eye sockets suddenly deepened, the two little skeletons suddenly lunged forward, grabbing hold of Kirsty from both sides, as if trying to restrain her movements. But even in her younger days, Kirsty was not someone that two small skeletal figures could contain. So Xiaohei and Chauncey kept flying out, only to crawl back again. They couldn't make any sound. During the process of being continuously thrown away, shallow cracks began to appear on their bones, yet they did not let go. At one point, Xiaohei lifted his head. He seemed to be able to see Brecken floating in the sky, making sounds like bones clacking together, yet producing no actual noise. But Brecken seemed to understand. Xiaohei was saying, "Save her, stop her." This appeared to be the reason Xiaohei and Chauncey had brought him here. Brecken tried once more but remained in a state like a disembodied soul, unable to interfere with anything around him. Just then, Chauncey suddenly let go of Kirsty, leaped up, and grabbed Brecken. Instantly, Brecken felt as though he were thrown into a washing machine, being pulled into Chauncey's body. Clack, clack. Brecken opened his eyes, instinctively wanting to call out Kirsty's name but only managed to produce the sound of bone grinding against bone. It seemed he had borrowed Chauncey's body. In the moment he tightly embraced Kirsty, Xiaohei came close, unknowingly slamming his head hard into Brecken's, transmitting a large amount of information into his mind. A young voice sounded within his thoughts. "We can't stay for too long. If you like Sister E, you must bring her back." Xiaohei said that only when taking the final step did Kirsty realize becoming a god didn't mean discarding emotions but did mean forsaking humanity. Chapter 207, I Like You. At that moment, she could no longer stop and could only have Xiaohei and Chauncey create the final interference, which ended up dragging Brecken into the situation. There's no more time left. Xiaohei muttered to himself. Indeed, he could still control his body when he first came in, but now. Brecken clenched his teeth tightly and held onto Kirsty with all his strength. He couldn't speak and could only keep repeating words in his mind. Kirsty, under any circumstances, you must not lose yourself. Under any circumstances, you cannot yield. Don't become like those deities you despise. If you fall to such a point, then you're not you anymore. Kirsty, remember your original intentions, why you wanted to become a deity, what you want to do next. If you even lose your basic humanity, then you lose yourself. The one who becomes a deity won't be Kirsty, but an unfamiliar soul born within your body. He remembered their first meeting. Despite living for centuries as a supreme necromancer, she looked like an innocent and carefree young girl. Do you want to come with me? He reached out his hand, changing his life forever. Xiaohei and Chauncey were almost expelled and could only anxiously entrust Brecken before they disappeared. In that fleeting moment, a flash of inspiration struck Brecken's mind. Is the contract between Kirsty and me bound to our souls? Xiaohei paused for a second and nodded. Other zombies didn't have this connection because their souls were confined within their bodies in a chaotic state, not even conscious. Only Brecken was different. His contract was unique, closely resembling the state of Xiaohei and Chauncey, meaning, if Kirsty agreed, he would be her other half. Help me, Brecken said rapidly. Then Xiaohei was expelled. The most critical issue now was that while Kirsty's soul slept, it continued to change under the influence of overwhelming divine power, eroding her humanity and making her increasingly cold and numb. By the end, the selfless and humane Kirsty would not be much different from the St. Hall's deity of light. She would forget all her friends, her initial aspirations, why she wanted to become a deity, and what she planned to do afterward. She would drive her believers to fight for faith, no longer feeling compassion for the cries of the weak or disliking how deities exploit humans. She would become selfish, cold, and cruel. That wasn't Kirsty. Brecken was using Chauncey's skeletal body, which was now cracking under Kirsty's attacks, soon to shatter completely. But Xiaohei must understand, Brecken hoped. Xiaohei did not disappoint him. As the body shattered, Brecken's soul was instantly struck by descending light. Simultaneously, he saw Kirsty's soul flying out of her body. Given the contract, using certain methods, he could temporarily obscure his soul's nature, preventing those powers from recognizing him as an outsider. Seizing this brief opportunity, he could use his soul power to repair Kirsty's damaged soul. Johnny didn't hesitate for a second. Using the simple yet brutal method passed on by Xiaohei, he divided his soul. The relatively unimportant part, the part that wouldn't affect his identity, was forcibly inserted into Kirsty's soul. Let me remember those important things for you. After you become a deity, I will preserve your humanity. This person who never uttered that sentence now, without even a physical form, gently touched Kirsty's soul like giving a kiss. I like you, Kirsty. So you really dared to do anything, Kirsty remarked with a hint of disdain. Soul is such an important thing, and you just learned how to do it on the spot. If you had slipped once, you might be brain damaged now. Brecken. He lay immobile in bed, suffering severe damage to his soul. He felt dizzy and weak, truly appearing as a frail youth. Even speaking would burden him, causing an urge to vomit. But Brecken couldn't help but comment, have you really become a god? How come I don't feel any changes? Thanks to you, you added an extra memory bar for me. During the process of Kirsty becoming a deity, it was like formatting a computer, her humanity would be deleted and replaced with so-called divinity. Brecken's actions were like exploiting a loophole, adding an extra memory bar to store everything that should have been deleted. Once she became a deity, it could simply be copied back. He must have had a great epiphany at the end, apart from him collapsing, no one else was hurt. In short, this could be considered a perfect outcome. Forget it, let's not talk about you anymore. Kirsty stood up and said, I'll go collect some herbs that can heal the soul, brew you a bowl of medicine, you lie here quietly, and don't speak again. She got up and left. After a while, Xiaohei and Chauncey came in as if they were ordered to take care of Brecken. Lying there motionless and unable to speak, Brecken felt extremely miserable. Unable to hold back, he asked Hihai and Chauncey, who had developed revolutionary camaraderie, "Do you think that day she heard my confession? If she didn't hear it, it would be too tragic. If she heard it without responding, did she not know how to refuse?" His life seemed suddenly hopeless, barely containing his sorrow. Hihai and Chauncey exchanged glances, their two skeletal faces showing genuine pity. Because the two little skeletons moved aside, the door opened silently. Kirsty peeked her head in, emphasizing, "I wasn't eavesdropping, I just remembered there was something important I didn't say, and I heard it." Brecken. Chapter 208, Sidebar 01. I want to go home. Brecken gulped down the medicine that Kirsty had brewed for him. Honestly speaking, it was as bitter as it could be, dark and murky with odd cotton-like substances floating in it, all dyed black while small bubbles continuously emerged. The feeling of drinking it was even more terrifying. It tasted like a mix of rotten potatoes and cotton candy, but after lingering in the mouth for a while, its texture felt more like sand and even irritated the throat. Brecken. He suspected Kirsty was tricking him. Kirsty then covered Brecken's mouth with her hand, no spitting out. Brecken. After being accused by his eyes, Kirsty coughed. "Isn't there a saying in your world that good medicine tastes bitter? And I'm doing this for your own good. You'll get better once you drink this medicine, otherwise you might need another half-year bedridden. Wouldn't that be a problem?" Brecken continued to silently accuse her with his eyes. All right. Kirsty sighed and said, "Don't stick out your tongue." Brecken. A second later, the hand covering his mouth released, replaced by something softer, sweeter that covered over. He finally understood why Kirsty forbade him from sticking out his tongue. Seconds later, looking radiant, Comrade Brecken tactfully asked, "Will there still be medicine tomorrow?" Kirsty. "Hurry up and tell me if you're just thinking about naughty things." Brecken. "No. Even if you do, it's not a big deal." Kirsty patted his chest. "Get well soon, then we can play some fun games." Kirsty was ready to go home. With the power equivalent to a deity, she could easily open a spatial passage to return to her own world. The newly ascended deity was itching to return to punish the holy temple. But before leaving, there were still things to be done, such as inform the leaders of each base to come for a meeting later. "I have something very important to announce." When Kirsty called her friends to make this announcement, Dot's eyes immediately reddened. She knew Kirsty was leaving. Although she had long anticipated this day, when it really came, she found it hard to control herself. Why did she have to go back? They could give her love no less than anyone else, so why couldn't she stay? Did they not deserve Kirsty's attachment? Because large bases had teleportation arrays, everyone gathered for meetings very quickly. Even the slowest would not take more than half an hour to assemble. They held the meeting on a small square. It wasn't cold in spring, so they moved a bunch of small stools over, placed 2 tables, and served some tea. Everyone sat together to chat, a casual meeting style, highly efficient though informal. The efficiency was largely due to Kirsty's decisive decision-making, where nobody dared to oppose her decisions. They hadn't had a meeting in a long time, mainly because there was nothing to discuss. Occasionally, they would gather just to chat or play cards. Therefore, someone very curiously asked while munching on sunflower seeds, "Why suddenly call for a meeting? Is there new policy to be announced?" This stirred interest among many who had been listless. During winter, they expected many to die from freezing or starvation, leading to a drastic decrease in population. Unexpectedly, because of Kirsty, they passed the winter peacefully with increased numbers. Despite everyone having work to do and being busy, working meant being well-fed, warmly dressed, and having a place to sleep. Being slightly diligent could even allow them to save enough money for social security and enjoy a comfortable life. All of this was thanks to Kirsty. The higher-ups didn't worry much about starvation but were still concerned about humanity's future. Many were conscientious, unwilling to see more people perish in the snow. Therefore, most base leaders had great respect for Kirsty, truly seeing her as their leader. "No, I only have 2 announcements to make." Kirsty was also eating sunflower seeds, cracking them at a lightning-fast speed, clearly a skill honed over the winter. The crowd reluctantly sat up straight to listen. Then they heard Kirsty say, "Firstly, I'm not actually a local, I come from another world, and I'm a necromancer." Surprisingly, most people were not shocked but rather nodded with an I-knew-it expression, for Kirsty had always behaved neither like a superhuman nor a common person. So, everyone managed to stay composed after hearing this news, some of them even calmly took a sip of tea. The next second, they heard Kirsty say, "And recently, I ascended to become a deity, and now I'm preparing to return home." Poof! Tea spewed into the air from countless mouths, followed by chaos. Some people begged Kirsty in fear, hoping she wouldn't leave because it was clear that having a reliable leader made their meeting efficiency much higher. Plus, Kirsty could suppress anyone, which led to less quarreling and honest development. Life became better as a result. Moreover, magic was indeed very convenient. They benefited greatly from it. Others pursued her, asking what becoming a deity meant. Was this deity the kind everyone knew about? Was this not a joke? Although post-apocalypse psychics were flying around everywhere, becoming a deity still sounded exaggerated, almost like changing species. In the midst of the panic, Dot finally couldn't hold back any longer, rushing forward to hug Kirsty and crying miserably, "I don't want you to go. Why do you have to leave? Is there something wrong with me? Please don't go. I want to be with you forever. I don't want you to leave." "Oh." Kirsty clumsily hugged Dot, patting the child's back while looking for help at Brecken. Brecken was still dazed, lost in thought, perhaps thinking that he had almost fully recovered, wondering when Kirsty would cough. "Kirsty." Useless man. Can't rely on him at crucial moments. Dot was still sobbing. If you really want to leave, take me with you. No matter where we go, as long as I can be with you. Nothing else matters to me. Sure, Kirsty said cheerfully. Dot had many more things to say but was stunned by this response, staring tearfully at Kirsty. Kirsty scratched her head. I called this meeting to ask if anyone wants to come with me for a visit. People must stay behind at home, so sign up quickly if you're interested. Thinking it was a farewell, Dot had broken down in tears. Chapter 209, Extra 02 Wait for me, my lord. Kirsty was patting the back of a child at home while comforting the child and explaining the situation to everyone. Then she said, now I can open spatial gates freely, so it's very convenient to go back and forth. If you're interested, you can also visit. But some people should stay at home, we can't all leave. So let's discuss this. Those who want to go can come find me tomorrow to sign up. Honestly speaking, after being hit by one shock after another today, everyone was a bit dazed. Once they calmed down, many felt an itch in their hearts. It's a completely different world out there. And with a deity's protection, who knows, we might even get to join in toppling the power of another deity. It's such an intense and thrilling experience, it feels like a big loss if we don't go. Moreover, Kirsty mentioned that the slots are limited. If too many human strong men were taken away, something might happen here, leaving humans unprepared, which would be too dangerous. Thus, an invisible and silent war began. The fastest reactor was Adrian. He didn't leave after the meeting but directly approached Kirsty. At that moment, Kirsty was whispering secrets into her boyfriend's ear. Seeing Adrian coming, she nudged Brecken. Go prepare quickly. After Brecken left, she asked Adrian, what brings you here? I'd like to book 2 spots for Valentina and myself. Adrian smiled. You always said I had a sanctum flavor when opposing you before. I didn't know what sanctum flavor was back then. Now that I do, I'm naturally curious. Since you think we're somewhat similar, why don't you take me along? Let me annoy them for you. Kirsty. It's tempting. She indeed disliked Adrian, but if he weren't an enemy but one of hers, using him against the sanctum could be accepted. Do you not bring your brother? No need, he needs to toughen up. If I'm always around, he won't grow, Adrian seriously explained. This is a great opportunity, let him stay and guard home. Alright, I'll reserve 2 spots for you. Satisfied, Adrian left. Soon after, Fulton arrived, holding 2 puddings, looking suspicious as if he did something wrong. Coming closer, he quickly handed the puddings to Kirsty. I think you must bring me if you go. Fulton solemnly continued, as the saying goes, logistics comes first before the army moves. Without my support, there will be many problems. Kirsty thought this made sense. In the world she's going to, fruits aren't diverse due to food scarcity. Taking Fulton would significantly improve living quality. Nodding in agreement, a head quietly popped in from outside the door. Stone softly said, by the same logic, you should take me. So 2 more spots were occupied. They hadn't left yet when Zhong Jinsi came over, asking, do you need me there? Why? I want to examine your world's environment and available natural resources to develop suitable sciences. Only on-site research can allow me to integrate both worlds' conditions, researching the best for your world. Just like tangerines become oranges across regions, science can also suffer from water-soil disagreement. Zhong Jinsi adjusted his glasses. For instance, electric power, if developed in your world, might soon bring anime to life there. Kirsty. That makes perfect sense. Fine. You're in. Then I'll also bring some assistance. No problem. As for Dot, it was decided during the meeting that she'd follow Kirsty. Worried about being forgotten, she reiterated that evening. Don't forget me, I was the first to ask to follow you. Otherwise, I'll be sad. Therefore, when Aiden finally came over, Kirsty had to turn him down. You won't be of much use there without any base to manage. Guarding home is more important. Plus, there are already enough people going. Bringing more would empty our home. So no, you can't go. Aiden, QAQ. How can this be? He finally realized how important it was to have a special skill. Look at him, he couldn't do anything except manage the base. In this situation, he didn't even have a reason to squeeze in an extra spot. Aiden knelt on the ground and wept loudly. He wanted to go sightseeing in the other world too. He wanted to travel there and didn't want to stay home watching over it. He wanted to go out and play. And that's another world. Which boy hasn't dreamt of being reincarnated into another world? This time, although they weren't reincarnated, they could still play in another world. Alas, because he lacked appropriate skills and had no expertise, he couldn't compete with others for the spots. The final list included a few heads from other bases and several capable psychics from those bases. Then came Fulton and his group. Those who stayed to guard the base were Aiden, the deputy leader, and Chris, Jaren, and others. Carly originally wanted to go too, but her father cried out vehemently against it, so she eventually stayed behind. Carly held onto Kirsty's hand tearfully. If there is a second batch of visitors, please take me along. Kirsty, sure. In summary, a few people remained at home, including Archer, Stacy, and others leading their teams. It should remain fairly safe. Apart from taking the most powerful fighters, almost all of the remaining were technical workers. Ely also left his mother reluctantly and went along. It was mainly because he could be useful. To be honest, what he received from the base far exceeded what he contributed. His mother's eyesight had been restored, and she made many friends who danced in public squares and did what she loved. Now he could follow Kirsty to conquer the other world with peace of mind. Great. Let's get going. What Kirsty took the most of were actually zombies. She, full of bravado, led countless minions, along with her boyfriend, embarked on the journey back home. She glanced back at her army. Sanctum. Get ready for us. Cleanse yourselves. Chapter 210. This is the Holy Hall. They landed in a desolate place. Once the large hole opened, people dropped down like dumplings. Kirsty hadn't returned to this world for a long time, and for a moment, she felt somewhat melancholic. So, according to the plan, we split up. Adrian shaded his eyes as he gazed into the distance. He found that the area was much more desolate than expected. However, it was better this way. At least they would be safer and less likely to be discovered by the Holy Hall. Right, we'll split into 3 groups. The first group included Adrian with several specially selected talents from other bases. Bruce would escort Fulton and others, who specialized in infrastructure, along with some zombie followers. Kirsty and Zach would lead part of the zombies. Each group had different tasks. For example, Fulton's team was to establish a base to serve as their foothold and main headquarters in this world. As for Kirsty, being an ace, she shouldn't be easily used. She needed to meet her old friends first and coordinate with them. In case of conflict, this could boost their combat strength. Adrian, or out of curiosity, whenever Kirsty looked at him unfavorably, she often scolded him for being too Holy Hall, or complained that he smelled of the Holy Hall, which was so overpowering it gave one a headache. He wanted to see for himself what exactly the Holy Hall smell was like. At the same time, the people he led were responsible for conducting social surveys to prepare for future development and earning money for the base. Leaving aside Kirsty, who was returning with her boyfriend to visit old friends, Adrian was the first among all to encounter someone from the Holy Hall. Upon entering the city, they dispersed. Only Adrian and Valentina remained together, preparing to stroll around this metropolis. This city housed the headquarters of the Holy Hall and was also the most prosperous city in the world, known as the Holy City. Adrian had secured some activity funds in advance and then started exploring the city with Valentina. He sighed as they walked. Is this where Kirsty came from? It doesn't seem like it at all. Perhaps due to her remarkable adaptability, shortly after arriving in their world, she quickly integrated into it. She indulged in fast food, comics, collectibles, cosplay, and video games, using modern slang effortlessly. Who would believe she had just arrived from a medieval-style, magical world? The technology here was far behind their era. Nobles still traveled in carriages, albeit pulled not by ordinary horses but by magical beasts. One could identify the rank of nobility by the beast pulling the carriage. Lower nobles usually had ugly, rough-looking creatures, while nouveau riche preferred dragon-like ones, which looked imposing but bore little resemblance to actual dragons except in name. True nobles used snow-white pagazi with tiny wings, with whiter ones being more valuable. The carriages themselves had an eerie mechanical feel, with metal bodies that could transform, similar to the scissor doors or butterfly doors on Lamborghinis, extending metal steps automatically for ease of boarding. The transformation of the carriages had nothing to do with science but was powered by magic crystals. These crystals were condensed magic energy used as power sources. Judging by the attire of commoners, the social productivity here was low. Mags who did not worship the Aiden were like rats on the street, hiding to survive. Those who did worship the Aiden were mostly in the Holy Hall, believing themselves above manual labor. Mags only engaged in healing, researching advanced spells, or eliminating their kind. Occasionally, they dabbled in alchemy but never farming or animal husbandry, as it would tarnish their image. Like Kirsty, few Mags researched how to use formations to improve crop growth or protect livestock. Such practical applications were rare. After touring and observing trade, civilian life, and various aspects of this world, Adrian concluded, Kirsty fits better in our world. I thought you'd prefer her staying here, said Valentina, observing as well. With her gone, wouldn't you have more opportunities? It's not the same, Adrian replied with resignation. She does far better than I. If it were him, he would not have been able to ensure the survival of most people when that winter came. If it were him, he also wouldn't have truly convinced everyone and formed such a stable alliance, because his strength didn't reach absolute dominance. It's like some people score 100 because the full score is 100, but their true strength goes far beyond that. Kirsty indeed accomplished many things that he couldn't, which cannot be denied. Their world became better because of this and will continue to improve in the future. Valentina chuckled. I was a bit worried before, but now I see that you've really figured it out. That's good. As they chatted, they continued walking. Although they were on foot, looking just like ordinary civilians, their demeanor and attire made them stand out from the crowd. They walked for a while and suddenly heard someone shouting ahead, "Get out of the way." Adrian instinctively took a step to the side, pulling Valentina with him. They reached the roadside and looked up, only to see a carriage racing toward them, pulled by a snow-white horse with tiny wings, looking incredibly beautiful. But at that moment, the magical beast seemed to have gone mad, charging wildly through the street. A pedestrian who wasn't fast enough didn't manage to dodge in time and was flung into the air, smashing into a fruit stall, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Adrian and Valentina exchanged glances. Adrian quickly moved forward, seizing the opportunity as the beast collided with something to stop the carriage forcefully. Meanwhile, Valentina approached to examine the civilian who had been knocked away. At this moment, a head poked out from the carriage, and instead of feeling remorse for hitting someone, the person started cursing, peasant scum, asking for death. How dare you block the road? Adrian glanced at the emblem on the carriage. Oh, so this is the Holy Hall? Chapter 211 Special Chapter 04 Undercover. After the man finished cursing, another person emerged from the carriage. She was a young girl in white. The girl shot him an angry glance, then turned her head to look at the commoner on the ground, her attitude immediately becoming gentle. She smiled benevolently, like spring rain nurturing the earth. Are you all right? Be more careful next time. Then she raised her hand and cast a holy light, which fell upon the commoner. The superficial wounds on his body healed instantly. The people nearby instantly wore looks of fervor, worshipping this miracle while praising the holy chamber. In their eyes, the girl who willingly used holy light to treat an injured commoner was almost a saint, seeming to have completely forgotten that it was their carriage that had hit him. Even the injured commoner was frantically bowing his head, thanking the girl for saving him. Adrian and Valentina exchanged a glance, gaining a deeper understanding of how brainwashed the commoners in this world were and the conduct of the holy chamber. Because the commoner on the ground was about to die. All that had healed were the superficial wounds, the damaged internal organs only felt no pain but had not received any treatment. It wouldn't be long before he died due to worsening internal injuries once he got home. At this moment, the two people were about to get back into the carriage when Adrian suddenly said gently, "Please drive carefully, otherwise it can be dangerous." The girl looked back at Adrian, nodded, and then went inside. After the carriage left, Adrian smiled and whispered, "The horse will go berserk." Valentina immediately knew what Adrian intended to do and quickly reached into her bag. Each of their personal bags contained a small teleportation array connected to Kirsty's other dimension. She threw a piece of paper in and then quietly took out a scarecrow as they walked forward, making preparations. Not far away, the horses on the carriage suddenly went mad, dashing wildly uncontrollably, even worse than before. The youth who initially spoke rushed out trying to control the white horse, but instead, it became even crazier. Finally, they heavily collided with a wall on one side. People inside the carriage were thrown out. Holding the scarecrow, Valentina watched the flying youth. Due to her abilities, she has always been ruthless to herself. Despite speaking in a soft tone, her working style was extremely decisive. While ensuring nobody noticed, she directly broke her lower leg using roadside stones. The youth screamed in agony as he landed, his left leg deformed. Valentina's face slightly paled, but there was no change in her expression, as if the broken leg wasn't hers. She then covered her leg with the open bag, and a hand came out from it, lightly touching her. Dot quickly made an okay gesture and withdrew her hand because staying in the other dimension for too long was somewhat uncomfortable. After being treated, Valentina followed Adrian forward. The two helped the youth and the girl, rescuing them first. Adrian touched the youth's leg and said, "It's fractured." He raised his hand and began the casting motion for holy light, as Kirsty had taught Carly and Adrian. Although Adrian had talent, having studied for only a short time limited his skill. However, it didn't matter as he discreetly crushed a magic stone, storing inside Kirsty's one-time holy light. Her holy light was powerful, able to treat internal injuries unlike those like the girl. Talent is shared in this way, like Charlie and Chauncey who can both be necromancers or chosen by the holy chamber. Though their attributes may differ slightly. For example, their adaptability to light might be 8/9, but their adaptability to necromancy is 10. However, 8/9 is already outstanding for ordinary people. And Kirsty, her talent was so exceptional that even if her adaptability to light was slightly inferior, if placed in the holy chamber, she would still become the strongest light mage of her generation. Thus, her holy light, even intentionally weakened, could instantly heal the youth's broken leg when applied. This was truly divine holy light. The youth and the girl, whom Valentina helped up. "Are you also from the holy chamber?" the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Not exactly," Adrian smiled kindly. "I found an injured person and took her back for treatment. She taught me." The young girl and the youth exchanged a glance, instantly seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They quickly asked, "What was that person's name?" Adrian shook his head. "She never told me." "What did she look like then?" She looked to be in her mid-20s, with a deep scar just below her right cheek, almost revealing the bone. Moreover, her eyes were different colors. The left one had a normal color while the right one was gray. Adrian made a thinking expression before continuing. "She said that if one day I met someone from the holy chamber, I should help them if I could. She said we didn't have the fate of master and disciple, but helping them would be repaying her for teaching me. It's her. It must be her." The youth became excited all at once. "Where is she? Where is she now?" "Sorry, I don't know either," Adrian replied with apparent regret. "After she recovered, she left without telling me where she was going." The young girl thought for a long time and then stood up. "Can you come back to the holy chamber with us? This matter is very important. Please come along, and since you've learned holy light, if possible, I hope you can join the holy chamber." This. Adrian seemed to hesitate for a moment, and after a while he responded, "Do I really have the qualifications to join the holy chamber?" "Of course, the holy light you just cast shows that your talent is excellent. The holy chamber needs talents like you." The young girl smiled, "And you were taught by her. Even if she says there's no master-disciple relationship, if it weren't for some bond, she wouldn't have taught you. Don't worry, once everyone knows who taught you, they will welcome you." "All right then," Adrian pointed at Valentina beside him. "Can I bring my sister along?" The young girl nodded. "Of course. We can test her talents as well. If she has the talent, she can join together. If not, it's fine too." Adrian, mission accomplished. Chapter 212, Bonus Chapter 05. You have quite a few rivals. On the other side, the group responsible for infrastructure had already found a suitable location and started building their base. Dismantling the holy sanctum was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. After all, their brainwashing techniques were quite effective, and many people devoutly believed in the holy sanctum. Even those who had been severely oppressed remained fanatical followers. This wasn't their fault, but it did cause considerable trouble for Kirsty. They could only establish a base first and develop gradually. Progress on both sides was going well. Kirsty still had some friends, mostly necromancers and witches, professions easily targeted by the holy sanctum. They were like a group of pitiful souls huddling together, often sitting around to complain about the holy sanctum, forming a certain level of camaraderie because of this. However, due to their small numbers and some being too laid back, unwilling to oppose the holy sanctum, they couldn't organize any significant resistance. After returning, Kirsty first sent messages to everyone, asking them to attend a meeting. The meeting place was chosen at a friend's house, a witch named Bet. Bet was Kirsty's friend. When Kirsty brought Zach to Bet's house, Bet almost cried out loud, "Wara, you suddenly went missing. I heard it was during a holy sanctum raid. I couldn't even find your soul location. I was so worried." Bet genuinely feared something had happened to Kirsty. Not being able to locate her soul suggested. At the time, she was extremely anxious, searching for a long time without success. The tall, beautiful witch hugged Kirsty tightly, sobbing, "Where did you go? But it's good you're back, it's good you're back. I used a random teleportation scroll and was transported to another world." Kirsty's face was buried in Bet's chest, nearly suffocating. She struggled for a moment before lifting her head. "It's okay, Bet. I'm fine. Oh right, I brought lots of things back. Here, this is for you." She quickly dumped out a pile of items from her pocket dimension, things she found interesting and delicious. Only then did she remember Zach, quickly pulling him over. "And this is him, my boyfriend, Bet." Bet had noticed Zach from the start, and sensing a contract between them, she assumed it was merely a contractual relationship. She hadn't considered anything else. Hearing Kirsty's words, Bet was stunned. How come? Back in their world, many attractive men and women had pursued Kirsty, all of whom were rejected. Yet in just a short time in another world, she found a boyfriend. Kirsty, so innocent, adorable, and pure, couldn't have been deceived by some guy from another world, right? Bet selectively forgot how strong Kirsty's intuition was, instantly seeing through anyone with ill intentions. In her mind, Kirsty was an easily deceived little cutie. Bet's eyes turned fierce as she stared intently at Zach, already thinking about ways to dissect his soul and inspect it thoroughly. After introducing her boyfriend, Kirsty threw herself onto a soft cushion. "I've gathered everyone here to discuss important matters at your place. Though I can give you a hint, I want to take action against the holy sanctum." Bet, who also had a grudge against the holy sanctum, hesitated upon hearing this. "But, you know me. I wouldn't suggest anything without being sure. Trust me. It seems your trip to the other world was very fruitful." Bet smiled. "All right, I'll make some soup for you. Rest here." Zach opened Kirsty's pocket dimension door effortlessly, retrieving something akin to pear soup, saying, "I'd like to use the kitchen too." "Follow me then." Bet led Zach away, while Kirsty lay on the cushion, yawned, and decided to doze off. As Zach followed Bet towards the kitchen, she abruptly turned around, staring sharply at him. "I don't care what kind of world you come from, nor what you're thinking. Just know that if you dare to deceive Kirsty, I will make sure your soul vanishes too." Zach was quite calm. "I've heard of you, you're Yi-Yi's friend. Since you are Yi-Yi's friend, there are some things I don't need to hide from you. If you're not reassured, you can come and feel it." He pointed at his head with his finger. "Witches can perceive other people's souls, right?" Bet squinted her eyes. Witches could not only perceive other people's souls but also manipulate them. This man in front of her sure had some guts. She reached out and placed her hand on Zach's forehead, then sensed for a moment. First, she could detect the contract between them, and indeed all the control was in Kirsty's hands. Secondly, you are missing a part of your soul, and that part is on Kirsty. Bet was stunned on the spot because if it were involuntarily torn apart, the damage would be greater now. In an involuntary state, there would definitely be resistance. With such a large chunk of soul missing, Zach would at least have become intellectually disabled, or even dead in severe cases. But Zach was fine, neither his thinking ability nor his sanity had any issues. In this situation, there was only one possibility: he voluntarily tore his soul apart and gave part of his soul to Kirsty. Perhaps something happened to Kirsty, forcing him to do so, but to give up part of his soul for her, risking death or becoming an idiot, clearly showed that he truly loved Kirsty. The witch sized up Zach from head to toe. If this person was Kirsty's choice and he deeply loved her, then she wouldn't do anything. However, you'd better prepare yourself. Kirsty has many admirers. There will soon be a meeting among mags, and when that happens, Zach. Chapter 213, Extra 06 I'm the real Empress. Both of them prepared some food and then went back. Kirsty took a little nap on the mat. When she woke up, she found steaming hot soup, juice, and some snacks in front of her. The three sat down and started chatting while eating. Soon, wizards began to arrive one after another. Some directly opened portals nearby, though they wouldn't dare to open them right at Bet's place, and Bet wouldn't allow it either. But it was fine to open them nearby, they could just come over and knock on the door. Other witches arrived on brooms or other specialized witch flying devices, gradually gathering as well. A few stragglers with different beliefs and abilities also came over after receiving the message. As the strongest necromancer at present and the most powerful among them, Kirsty still had considerable influence. They entered and immediately asked, "Kirsty, where have you been during your disappearance?" We heard you were besieged and then went missing. We were all so worried. Kirsty, holding a spoon in her mouth, waved her hand upon hearing this. Come in and sit first. As for where I've been and what happened, let me explain everything during the meeting. Otherwise, I'll have to repeat it for each arrival, which will tire me out. When everyone finally gathered, Kirsty counted and then asked Bet to close the door. This wasn't referring to the front door of the room but the magical array surrounding Bet's wizard tower. In short, no latecomers allowed. Kirsty called out Little Black and Little White first to arrange tea and snacks. Once everyone gathered around the table, Kirsty carefully explained what had happened. Crowd. What the heck, another world. She even released a few zombies for everyone to study. The necromancers went crazy, they had never seen such specimens before. Several necromancers immediately surrounded the zombies, muttering incantations, studying the differences between these undead bodies and ordinary corpses. With the soul still inside the body but unable to think normally or retain human sanity, yet regaining sanity gradually with increased power like unsealing a soul. However, no matter how much sanity returned, it would never be the person from before, only slightly smarter than regular zombies, almost like new zombie souls were born within these bodies. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Their fascinated expressions looked almost deranged. If not for the fact that low-level zombies don't have complex emotions, one might even feel scared. Being targeted by maniacs who would dissect zombies, that's scary. Calm down a bit. There's plenty of time to research later. The most important thing now isn't this. Kirsty tapped on the table to quiet them down and then said, I want to deal with the Holy Order. As soon as Kirsty spoke, many fell into silence. Honestly, there were many here who had grievances against the Holy Order. As wizards with faith fundamentally different from the Holy Order, they had long been hunted. Many got injured or lost dear friends and family in the process. After all, wizards' friends were mostly wizards. Many wizards died during these pursuits, causing their loved ones to resent the Holy Order. Over time, more and more living wizards bore grudges against the Holy Order. Wizards live incredibly long lives. Throughout their lifetimes, they would lose countless friends due to the Holy Order, forced to hide, lose disciples and mentors, and others they cared about. This was unavoidable. However, most people couldn't shake the enormous entity that was the Holy Order. They could only bury their pain and anger deep within, occasionally cursing the Holy Order during meetings. Not much more could be done beyond that. Breaking the silence, someone remarked, we can't do it. Our numbers are too small compared to the Holy Order. Although I really wish. But we can. I brought many helpers, just like the zombies you saw earlier. I brought hundreds of thousands, and most are of higher ranks. Apart from those, there are special ability users from that world, all quite strong. Kirsty smiled brightly. If I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't have gathered you all here to deal with the Holy Order. I value my life as well. It's because I've gained countless helpers, obtained terrifying weapons, and become much stronger myself that I can sit here and propose this to you all. Over the years, everyone must have suffered greatly at the hands of the Holy Order, right? You should also want to overthrow it, bring it down, and make it disappear from this world entirely. Now is the best opportunity. I don't urgently need your strength. To me, you would just be the cherry on top. She leaned back, her posture resembling a big sister figure. Brecken immediately passed her a drink. Kirsty held the straw, sipping while speaking. I just hope you'll seriously consider whether or not you want to seize this opportunity and do something. Of course, if you join, it would save me some time. Bet quickly raised her hand. I'll join you. Kirsty glanced around. Anyone else? After a long pause, someone said, I need to see the helpers you mentioned. If they are as powerful as you say, I'm willing to join. Others began to nod one after another, showing they agreed with this man. Apart from a few who were particularly close to Kirsty like Bet, most shared this view. There was also a Grayson wearing glasses who came closer, extremely excited. He lowered his voice softly. Kirsty, I support you. Whatever you want to do, I will be with you, even against the Holy Order. Brecken, who had been standing at the back, stepped forward and separated the two. Move over, don't get so close to someone else's girlfriend, or I'll be jealous. Johnny with glasses? What are you talking about? At the same moment, numerous heads turned sharply, and everyone's eyes shone like spotlights, focusing on Brecken's face. Standing in this dazzling spotlight, Brecken remained calm, exuding an air of being the undisputed main partner. Chapter 214, Special Chapter 07. How could there be such an annoying person? Kirsty was quite famous among niche mags. After all, she was very powerful, a necromancer, no, the strongest mage of the present day. But this was not her end. Given her age and talent, this was just the beginning. Many people stood at the foot of the mountain looking up to her as if she were standing at the peak. But in Kirsty's eyes, she had only climbed halfway up the mountain, with higher and farther, endless roads waiting for her. This was a mage who was out of reach for others, someone who could only be looked up to. She was also very beautiful and cute. When she looked at you with her lively eyes, you simply couldn't refuse her requests. Beautiful, adorable, protective, and gentle towards the weak. She was unique among mags but so captivating. Kirsty herself didn't know that countless suitors pursued her in secret. There were men and women of all ages, ranging from teenagers who were saved or briefly met by her, falling in love at first sight, to those who were about 500 to 600 years old, secretly infatuated. And even older ones, 700 to 800, or even 1,000 years old, experiencing late-blooming emotions. The reason few dared to confess was due to their inferiority complex. The talent gap was just too wide. They were unwilling to let someone without such complexes take her away, so they collaborated to form a web, keeping most of the suitors outside. Who would have thought, in less than 2 years, they would have their homes stolen? Mags had many ways to spread messages, and plenty enjoyed gossip, so the news quickly spread. Almost everyone in the same profession knew soon enough, though not those in the Holy Order. Kirsty was in love. A group of people's pupils widened in shock. They couldn't accept this fact. The ones most affected were those before her, frantically scrutinizing Ahmed, even using various abilities to see through him clearly. His talent was passable, but he didn't seem like a mage. His appearance was okay, but nothing more. Why? The air suddenly smelled sour, a lemon-like scent. They couldn't accept it and crazily belittled Ahmed in their hearts, comparing themselves to him. Carissa glanced around and sneered. A bunch of cowards who didn't dare to confess, only daring to curse at the rival in secret. Compared to them, Ahmed seemed much better, at least he was bold. All right. After talking with Ahmed, Carissa saw these people's cowardice and felt relatively inclined towards Ahmed. Now is the time for serious business. Whatever thoughts you have, save them until after the meeting. The group had no choice but to back off temporarily. In front of Kirsty, they couldn't do anything even if they were unwilling, waiting for the official matters to conclude. Near the end of the meeting, someone asked Kirsty boldly, "Is this your standard for choosing a partner?" Kirsty. His expression showed some anger, dissatisfaction, and grievance. "I think he doesn't deserve you." The young girl stood up, her usually cute face suddenly covered in ice. The person who said that felt like being punched in the gut, flying out and slamming against the wall. The first time is just a warning. If there's a next time, I will get serious. So, she scanned the room and then said, "Ahmed is not a mage, but he is mine. I hope you can give him basic respect. And, this is my choice." Kirsty grabbed Ahmed by the collar, bending the tall Ahmed over. She planted a kiss on his thin lips, giving a public display of a deep French kiss. After about 3 minutes, she released Ahmed, wiped her mouth boldly, and declared, "If you understand what's going on now, I think you should know which words can and cannot be spoken." The crowd fell silent. They could understand, since Kirsty was known for being protective. Their loose alliance had little real significance, but if someone was being hunted by the Holy Order and sought refuge near Kirsty, they could get protection. Even if she wasn't familiar with the hunted person, she would still help. Especially if it was a friend, anyone who tried to harm her friends would be hunted down until death. Needless to say, it applied even more to her boyfriend. Many people looked grim, as they had once considered finding faults with Ahmed secretly. Now it seemed impossible to do so. After all, no one wanted to be hunted down by Kirsty. If Ahmed complained, they were 100% doomed. If Ahmed was killed and couldn't complain, Kirsty would find out who did it and turn that person's bones into ashes. Thinking of this, jealousy bubbled up in their hearts like boiling water, swelling with each thought. Why Ahmed? What makes Ahmed so special? He didn't seem particularly extraordinary at all. Just an ordinary man. What did he have that won Kirsty's heart? She can't possibly be blind. But no matter how jealous they felt, after Kirsty said those words, no one dared to challenge her again. Ahmed even clung closer to Kirsty with a teasing tone. "Their looks are so scary. Are they planning something against me? They're terrifying, unlike me, who just wants to be close to ye." Kirsty nearly rolled her eyes. She knew her fighting capabilities. Few here could beat her. Moreover, he could summon minions for a gang-up fight. Not all necromancers had Kirsty's astonishing combat power, most were quite fragile. Despite being equally adept at summoning, his numerous minions and formidable strength left them helpless. Regardless, she chose him herself, and Kirsty wouldn't embarrass him in public. He has always been mischievous like this, and what else could she do about her boyfriend except indulge him? "Don't worry, I'll protect you," Kirsty replied rather offhandedly. The surrounding mags. So shameless, how could there be such an obnoxious and detestable person? Thinking that this person was the beloved Ahmed whom they couldn't get, their expressions turned even more pained. Kirsty must be blind. Chapter 215, Extra Chapter 08. Never seen such tactics before. Brecken successfully found himself on countless people's blacklist. One could say that if being disliked by others was a talent, then he certainly was exceptionally gifted. Had it not been for Kirsty protecting him, he would likely have ended up on numerous assassination lists by tonight. When the police came to examine his death scene, they might only conclude that his body had countless weapons stuck into it, resembling a beehive, with no definitive fatal wound, and it was preliminarily determined not to be a suicide. In short, after this meeting, many people formed a distinct impression of Brecken as incredibly annoying and wishing he would die soon. Thinking about how such a person like Brecken could gain Kirsty's love twisted their jealousy even more. After the meeting, Kirsty first contacted her other teammates. Once she confirmed that their base had taken its initial shape, she led a group of mags there. The mags were impressed by Kirsty's vast zombie army and various psychics but still hesitated a bit. However, this hesitation quickly vanished when facing Kirsty. Kirsty was sufficiently confident, and now that God resided in the divine realm, he would not easily descend, meaning that this war was among humans. On this basis, their combat power indeed was not far inferior to that of the Holy Sanctuary. If so, how do you plan to make your move? Someone asked Kirsty. Kirsty smiled. Of course, we start from another war. Directly attacking was something only fools would do. The similar combat power meant more deaths during the battle. Zombies were no longer human, but they were still her subordinates. How could she let them suffer meaningless losses? For example, starting from the propaganda war. She learned a lot from another world, like how important public opinion and information dissemination are, and since this was a war of faith, starting from the foundation of faith was crucial. She had learned countless methods and brought many experts skilled in these techniques here. Thus, from a certain day onward, in some remote small villages, mysterious news started circulating. Attend a speech, and you get 1 pound of rice for free. Those who don't like rice can exchange for an equal weight of wheat. Take it away upon leaving. Absolutely free, no strings attached, all you need is to listen to the speech. And the content is very harmonious, just chatting about life and ideals, nothing inappropriate. At the end of each speech, they even teach practical skills, including agricultural techniques, making it worth every bit. After the speeches, if you have any questions or concerns, you can discuss them with the lecturers. They will patiently address your issues, whether it's for venting or seeking answers. It didn't take long before people from larger towns would come specifically to attend these speeches. The chosen lecturers had undergone psychological training and were well versed in those peculiar techniques. After all, everyone had personally experienced attending strange school lectures with parents during high school or junior high, going through processes like crying with mom or washing parents' feet on the spot. And they had also seen various cheap seminars that sold health products at high prices to elderly people. Just by changing the tactics slightly and adding a few elements, adapting them locally, it wasn't much different from brainwashing for the residents who hadn't experienced the information age. An existence like the Holy Sanctuary could brainwash people so thoroughly that they were impoverished and couldn't afford medical care, yet still willing to sacrifice everything for the sanctuary. Oh, right. Kirsty provided every lecturer with an assistant, all of whom were healing psychics. These healers were relatively low-level and unremarkable back in their original world, only capable of treating minor injuries and illnesses. In this world, however, they were revered like gods. After all, people here couldn't afford the holy light treatment at the Holy Sanctuary and usually relied on home remedies passed down orally. Whether these remedies worked depended on luck. Those with a little money could seek doctors, but doctors were scarce and mostly used outdated and questionable treatments like bloodletting, leading to dismally low success rates. The most effective practitioners were witches, but everyone knew the situation regarding witches. Any who dared show their faces were burned alive, leaving ordinary people without any options. After listening to a few speeches and chatting with the lecturers, not psychiatrists, the lecturers would offer help if they hinted that someone in their family was sick or injured and couldn't afford treatment. The lecturer would say, "If you trust me, bring your loved ones here, and I can treat them." They looked at the people before them with compassionate eyes and said, "Though you are neither my siblings nor my kin, I do not want to see you suffer. If you trust me, give it a try." After this series of emotional appeals, when these people were gradually softened, they would be guided to a new venue to receive real indoctrination. Want to know more? I'm willing to tell you about our Kami, the benevolent and great Lady Kirsty. While the Holy Sanctuary had no clue, they were already being infiltrated from within. Moreover, Kirsty was advancing on 3 fronts. Some had become moles, infiltrating deep into the Holy Sanctuary. Because their style matched perfectly with the Holy Sanctuary, they were reportedly being promoted rapidly. It was unknown if they would send a message back one day saying, "Boss, when do we make our move? I'm already the second in command at the Holy Sanctuary. If things continue like this, I will take out the top boss and become number 1. If so, that would be great. Come on, Adrian." While crazily constructing the base, cultivating good farmland, starting livestock and planting, those who had completely changed their faith and were destitute were led here. They called it Peach Blossom Village. By the time the Holy Sanctuary vaguely heard news, Kirsty's side had already developed quite significantly. A group of mags continued to research zombies with Kirsty, making new progress. With 3 prongs moving forward simultaneously, it wouldn't be long before the Holy Sanctuary was gradually weakened. At this point, the Holy Sanctuary finally heard some rumors. Have you heard of Peach Blossom Village? It is a paradise without pain, without hunger, where the righteous thrive. Chapter 216, Extra Chapter 09, The Holy Sanctuary is a deceiver. The Holy Sanctuary was furious. Although there had been small-scale cults emerging in the past, these were quickly suppressed and hardly survived for long. This time, however, one had quietly developed right under their noses without their knowledge. Astonishingly, it didn't take long for it to grow into a colossal entity. This negligence was unacceptable, especially since despite not fearing any challenge to the Holy Sanctuary status, this matter already brought considerable embarrassment. It must be resolved immediately. This so-called utopia has emerged from who knows where, and we cannot let it continue its expansion. Who would like to take on this task? The current Leighton of the Holy Sanctuary was rather elderly, his hair and beard white. Seated at the highest point, he indeed exuded an air of divinity. Flanking him were rows of senior officials from various branches, forming the core strength of the entire sanctuary. A man raised his hand with a smile. Perhaps I could handle it. Since I've recently joined the Holy Sanctuary, I need an achievement to establish my loyalty. The speaker was Adrian. Despite joining recently, he had rapidly risen to the upper echelons. Though still new compared to others, his position was undeniably high-ranking. He fit seamlessly into the Holy Sanctuary, just as Kirsty had predicted. He had a distinct aura that resonated well with the place, thus leading to his rapid ascent. Of course, the person who taught him also played a crucial role. Adrian claimed his teacher was the elder sister of the current Leighton, a relationship that once drew much speculation due to their deep bond. Had they not been master and disciple, with her being the top expert and him destined for papacy, they might have ended up together. After a particular battle, the elder sister went missing. The Layton searched extensively but to no avail. Kirsty said she was dead, long gone. Pretending to be the disciple of a deceased person was simple. All one needed was familiarity and some fabricated stories, making for a perfect cover identity. Adrian's quick rise benefited greatly from this identity. He knew how to use some of the Holy Sanctuary's skills and could recall his elder sister's habits convincingly. Whenever asked about the Holy Sanctuary, he credited his knowledge to her teachings. Joining the ranks was natural and unchallenged. The members of the Holy Sanctuary deliberated briefly and agreed that assigning this task to Adrian was feasible. They did not believe that this supposed utopia posed a real threat to their dominance. Just another sect, which would soon be eradicated by the Holy Sanctuary. It would be good practice for the newcomer, wouldn't it? They unanimously agreed to assign the task to Adrian, providing additional personnel to ensure his success. Even the Layton hinted at a promotion if he did well, promising career advancement and rewards. Adrian, Having obtained permission and gathered a team, Adrian began passing back messages while maintaining his cover. Communicating regularly with Kirsty, their deception became increasingly sophisticated, so intricate that every report sent to the Layton was filled with encouraging news. Today, pushing back 800 miles. Tomorrow, capturing hundreds of members. The day after, eliminating key figures, all leading to what sounded like imminent victory. His reports, though excessively flattering, used elegant language that made it hard to detect the flattery. The Layton marveled. What talent! While the Layton reveled in satisfaction, Kirsty's followers increased significantly under Adrian's cover. Her utopia expanded continuously, attracting more people who joined to cultivate land and build better lives. Under the Holy Sanctuary's oppression, many struggled daily to find enough food, sometimes not even having a proper meal. Some lived in caves or under bridges, uncertain if they'd eat tomorrow. Entering Kirsty's base meant immediate sustenance and shelter for those willing to work. It felt like paradise to them. To these people, eating and living comfortably was already a dream come true, reminiscent of survivors during the apocalypse. Most of the preachers came from the apocalypse era, so they empathized deeply, gradually converting people to join their cause. If there was no way to undo the brainwashing of the Holy Sanctuary, then another round of it would suffice. However, compared to the promised afterlife or life in heaven by the Holy Sanctuary, what they offered was genuine happiness. This was why this spontaneously formed faith spread like wildfire across the globe in such a short time. All these people wanted was to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Just satisfying their basic needs earned them the most devout faith. If their psychological wounds could be healed, they would become fanatical believers. Some even left Utopia on their own accord to persuade their friends to join. The mags would secretly protect them, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed by the Holy Sanctuary. Those who returned to their hometowns, now shaped in heart and mind by Utopia, went around persuading all their relatives, friends, and neighbors. Has the Holy Sanctuary truly brought you happiness? No. Only heavy taxes. They endlessly drain blood from each person, then promise an afterlife, where you'll be born into a wealthy family to exploit others for your happiness. But is there really an afterlife? The enlightened people passionately advised their loved ones, if there really is an afterlife, would it be our turn to live such a good life? I don't believe it. Wealthy people donate more money to the Holy Sanctuary, would they still be rich in the afterlife? If everyone is rich, would there be any poor people in the world? Where do the poor in this world come from? This is a scam by the Holy Sanctuary. If I can, I only want to live a good life in this lifetime. I just want to be well fed and clothed in this lifetime. I only wish that in this lifetime, my parents, my wife, my children, won't starve to death, instead of worrying about the afterlife or heaven. Chapter 217, Supplementary Chapter 10, Do I Allow It? To be honest, it's not that easy to wake everyone up with a few words. Especially for those who have been brainwashed and exploited by the Holy Chamber for years. They believe they are born with sins and only by paying more money to the Holy Chamber can they redeem themselves, enter heaven, live carefree happy lives, or be reborn into wealthy families in their next life. This is the only hope they have had all their lives. How could they let go so easily? If they admitted now that they were deceived by the Holy Chamber, wouldn't that mean admitting that all the hardships and tortures they've endured before today were all for nothing? Another group firmly believes that the Holy Chamber has genuine deities, and not believing in it would lead to divine punishment and falling into hell. Only these two types of people are wavering between thinking what others say makes sense and still feeling the Holy Chamber might not be wrong. After explaining the reasoning, some people would tell them how much better their own lives are, forming a stark contrast. Indeed, some people were moved by this, but more were afraid of divine punishment and dared not act even if they were swayed. However, just by looking at this situation, Kirsty knew that the rule of the Holy Chamber was already being shaken. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for them to step out into the open. During this time, the others did not idle either. For example, Norris combined unique elements of this world, like magic stones, and recreated items such as generators, mobile phones, electric tricycles, etc. Agricultural fields have also become fully automated, requiring much less human labor. They are gradually getting on track, while the Holy Chamber is weakening. They didn't know that there were informants in their midst, constantly passing messages to Kirsty. At first, they acted like Adrian kept winning victories one after another. Later, as things developed here, they changed tactics, making Adrian request reinforcements. When he brought the reinforcements, they would lure them into traps. Every time the reinforcements were wiped out, it weakened the Holy Chamber. Although the Holy Chamber is vast and has many people, Not every member is a mage, and their combat capabilities are limited. Adrian was quite impressive too. After losing so many waves, he managed to keep persuading the higher-ups to send him manpower until so many died that even the Leighton felt there was a significant problem and stopped sending reinforcements to Adrian. He even recalled people from the front lines to interrogate them personally. Even at this point, the Leighton doubted Adrian's capability, not suspecting he was an insider. Adrian was indeed excellent at being a mole, proving that although he isn't a good person, it's amusing to watch him sabotage others once he's on your side. Adrian entered the Grand Hall, where the Leighton sat above, his expression grim. During this period, they lost too many personnel, making even the Leighton, who had seen the Holy Chamber stand firm for centuries, feel somewhat uneasy. The recent stability after eradicating all opponents left the Holy Chamber unprepared for this sudden shock, allowing Adrian to drag things out for so long. What's been happening during this period? The Leighton demanded angrily. At the beginning, you would tell me everything was going well, reporting achievements, but now? You've disappointed me greatly. Standing below, Adrian looked at the fuming Leighton and couldn't help but respond. The Holy Chamber has been too stable over the years. That's why you're so slow to react, slow to the point of numbness. Are you saying what? What do you mean? Only then did the Leighton realize something was amiss. Adrian smiled and said, from the start, I was on the other side. Initially, I just wanted to see what kind of existence the Holy Chamber is, but found it extremely disappointing with too many loopholes. So, I couldn't resist and am really sorry about that. Yes, he initially didn't plan to be a mole, but he always prepared a backup plan. Plan B unexpectedly came into play. The Leighton was stunned, unable to comprehend that everything Adrian said was a lie, including, what about my senior sister? Adrian hadn't expected that a leader would think of his love interest first even in such circumstances. It seems rumors are true, the Leighton indeed harbored deep feelings for his senior sister. With a leader like you, it's not surprising the Holy Chamber has fallen to its current state. Though I would love to have a heart-to-heart talk with you, I'm here on official business today. I represent my belief in Yunshin and formally declare war on the Holy Chamber. This war is for glory and for all ordinary people who have been exploited, oppressed, and persecuted by the Holy Chamber. I hope the Holy Chamber is ready. The war starts now. The Leighton had been sitting there until this moment when he abruptly stood up. Adrian, you have some nerve. To appear here after betraying the Holy Chamber. On behalf of the Holy Chamber, I accept your challenge. And you won't leave here alive. I will use your blood to cleanse the Holy Chamber's humiliation, and your head to consecrate our banner. But Adrian showed no fear. He spoke gently. I thought you had some understanding of me over this long period, but it seems you don't know what kind of person I am at all. If I didn't have the confidence, do you think I would show up here? As he finished speaking, he spread out his hands, utterly disregarding the glowing sphere formed at the tip of the Leighton staff. Just as he was an effective tool when he wasn't on their side, being on the same side with Kirsty made him feel at ease. She protected all her companions, ensuring none of them died needlessly, including Adrian. Even though he was once an enemy, as long as he was now a companion, Kirsty would include him in her protection. Even if Adrian was in the heart of the Holy Chamber's headquarters. Rip. A huge black hole appeared behind Adrian, as if someone had torn through the space itself. Before the Leighton's attack could land, a delicate, pale hand reached out from within. With a gentle pinch, it shattered the Leighton's glowing sphere. I said, who gave you permission to attack my subordinate? Did I allow it? Chapter 218, Extra Chapter 11 I will initiate a divine war. Adrian, his eyes welled up with tears. How had he been thinking back then? To have such a strong ally and not seek their protection but instead constantly run into trouble, it was like asking for death. Standing on the same side as this powerful ally would be so satisfying, especially an ally who is protective of those close to them. One wouldn't need to worry about personal safety. No matter what kind of opponent one faced, everything would be fine because the ally would handle it. Just thinking about how he used to stubbornly refuse help from such a formidable supporter made him feel awkward now. But, now it's his leg. He can be arrogant now. Adrian quickly hid behind Kirsty, grinning arrogantly at the Leighton. You can't seriously think I came here without any preparation, right? You must really be out of your mind. Why don't you find a younger Leighton, someone sharper? It's no good having someone so impaired in charge. Leighton. He clenched his staff tightly, wanting to bash Adrian's head in with the staff. How could anyone be so insolent and love stirring up trouble? He had never realized Adrian was this kind of person before. Seeing the Leighton about to act again, Kirsty calmly waved her hand and said, the gap between us is too great. I hope you understand this and put down your staff, doing what's right. And what does Sir consider right? The Leighton gritted his teeth, realizing that when Kirsty crushed the light ball effortlessly, it was clear she was stronger, much stronger than him. If he was unlucky, it might not be him keeping Adrian here but Kirsty crushing his head. Please call upon your god. This is a divine war. You, mere mortal, are not qualified to participate. Kirsty chuckled. I guess I was being too polite. Alright, I'm a deity now. When new deities come, resources must be reallocated. I have my eye on the resources in the hands of the Aiden. Do you understand? Tell your god I will challenge him. Some things become evident once one becomes a deity. For instance, there are gaps in power even among deities. The difference between higher and lower deities is similar to that between humans and gods. The Aiden is currently the strongest existing god, apart from the deity worshipped by necromancers who poses a slight threat to him. No other god dares contest his believers. The more believers he has, the stronger he gets, a positive feedback loop beneficial for him but a vicious cycle for other gods. Kirsty not only intends to seize faith from the Holy Temple but also directly challenge the Aiden. She plans to reshape this world, making belief and humanity free. Even deities cannot force people to believe in them. Such actions will naturally invite enmity from the Aiden due to vested interests. Since this is inevitable, why not inform him directly? Unfortunately, Kirsty, newly ascended, isn't familiar with other gods and cannot send messages. Thus, she entrusts the message to the Leighton. After delivering the message, Kirsty took Adrian and left. As the black hole slowly closed and disappeared, the Leighton stood there, bewildered. How could a new deity be born? It didn't make sense. Clearly after so many years. As the Leighton, he knew better than anyone else. Under the joint blockade of deities, it was impossible for anyone to become a new deity. If the intruder wasn't a deity, how could they dare challenge a deity? The Leighton fell into deep thought, then suddenly sneered after a while, no matter how you became a deity, daring to provoke the mighty Aiden right after becoming one. Do you think being a deity makes you invincible? Deities aren't all the same. Too naive. Just a newly born deity, without accumulated believers, and already causing trouble, she'll regret it. The Aiden can crush her easily. If she orders her followers to continuously gain new believers until becoming a colossal force, accumulating enough believers, maybe she'd have some qualifications to challenge the Aiden slightly. But she's too impatient. Grabbing just a small portion of believers, she thinks she can shake the Holy Temple. He sat back in his seat and after a long pause called someone in. Adrian has defected. Issue a new arrest warrant. Kill him on sight without mercy, and summon the Holy Maiden. There are only two ways to notify a deity. The most convenient one is for the Leighton to pray devoutly, but this is like sending a letter, there's no telling when the deity will read it. While divine possession is more troublesome, it is much faster. Moreover, once a divine war is initiated, the Aiden would need to find a host anyway. His true form cannot easily descend into the mortal world. This is why there are many tales of gods in the world, but most people have never seen one. On the other side, Kirsty set Adrian down, and Valentina was already waiting here. She had been brought back earlier. When Adrian landed, he asked her, the last step. Done. Valentina gave an okay sign. The Holy Temple's healing arts can indeed heal most wounds, except for bodily deficiencies. Only a deity, or Dot, could achieve that. During this period, Valentina had been working to turn those with wavering wills, some conscience, and various attachments. Through their families and themselves, she softened them. Their chosen targets were all appropriate, mostly succeeding. With Dot and Kirsty around, they could strike directly at their weak points. All the people who had been turned, along with their families, had already been moved away. The real war was about to begin. Let's organize our fighting force first, Kirsty said eagerly as she walked out of the room. Her base originally had no name, but it had become known as Daoyuan Village through word of mouth. This name was so convenient that even insiders occasionally called it by this name over time. It did look very much like Daoyuan Village, where every passerby wore a smile, genuinely feeling happy. Though there was no rule mandating daily prayers, they all prayed every day. Even the content of their prayers differed from other believers. They did not pray for personal wealth and honor, but wishing that our deity would be invincible, forever protecting us. Chapter 219, God Descent. Kirsty gave the order, and the combat forces within the base gradually emerged from various locations. Comprising mainly of zombies, supplemented by mags and psychics, they formed an army. The light magic should be quite effective against the undead. Zombies may not be as affected as ordinary undead, but there is some effect. So once a full-scale battle begins, you must provide protective spells for everyone. Kirsty instructed the mags first. Lottie was the most enthusiastic. No problem, leave it to us. Civilians must not be harmed. Our targets can only be the people of the Holy Order. We begin gathering our forces today and set out officially tomorrow. Kirsty patted the shoulders of the few people standing in front, then picked up Ava from the ground and placed her atop number 2's head. Everyone remembers our goal, right? To eliminate the Holy Order. Every single person present was extremely excited. The Holy Order had been tyrannical for far too long. They had endured endless oppression, hunted like rats on the street, never imagining that there would come a day when they could turn things around and beat the scum of the Holy Order. You gather here first. I have something very important to do. Brecken, after the gathering is complete, lead them out first. I'll be there soon. As she spoke, Kirsty grabbed Brecken and kissed him, right in front of everyone. Kirsty didn't leave alone but took a zombie with her, the one who used to pull the strings behind the scenes, then got caught and forced into labor. During the day, he had to work hard, and at night, he had to assist everyone in experiments. He was almost working 007, with no days off. If you do well this time, you can escape the 007 life afterward. Kirsty smiled sweetly, then you can become an ordinary citizen in the base, with the most basic human rights. The zombie named Shoutsai shed tears of emotion immediately. It was mainly because his previous days had been too bitter. He deeply regretted provoking Kirsty back then. It was sheer madness. If he hadn't provoked Kirsty and surrendered properly when he should have, would he still have to live a miserable life where he worked every hour of the day, even resting on the operating table? If this were a game, he would have made the worst choice, entering the worst storyline, without even remembering to save. How much he wished he could start over. So when he heard that doing well this time meant less suffering afterward, he almost howled in relief. He nodded eagerly, indicating that he would work diligently, regardless of the task. Under normal circumstances, a god descent ceremony requires extensive preparation, often taking 4 to 9 days, notifying all commoners to witness the event. Most of the time was spent on preparations. Even the royal family would attend the god descent ceremony, considering it an incredibly fortunate event. For ordinary people, it was even more significant. Upon receiving notice, some would bring their entire families, traveling for 10 days or even half a month, just to witness the ceremony. That was why it took 4 to 9 days to prepare, as the ceremony was also a good time for the Holy Order to stabilize faith and authority. However, this time, the Leighton wouldn't even wait 7 days, let alone 49. If not for insufficient materials, the ceremony might have been held that night. No one else was notified, only the top-tier members of the Holy Order were qualified to participate. By the 3rd evening, the materials and other items were prepared. In haste, they hastily conducted the ceremony, presided over personally by the Leighton, as any mistakes were unacceptable. All the participating high-ranking officials wore simple white clothes with no decorations, kneeling in a circle. In the center was the current pharaoh. The current pharaoh was still young, seemingly only 16 or 17 years old, much like Dot. Although Dot harbored hatred at that age, after being rescued and raised with affection, she gradually grew into a typical teenager under everyone's love. However, the pharaoh before them lacked any hint of youthfulness. She looked excessively mature, with a serious expression filled with zeal for self-sacrifice. Her rapidly aged soul showed no trace of innocence or joy that belonged to a teenage girl. It seemed that her life ended the moment she became the pharaoh, living solely for the gods, ready to offer herself to them at any time. The Leighton coughed, stepping forward proactively. He first complimented the pharaoh. "Good child, it is your honor to dedicate your life to our God. You should be grateful to God, to our great almond. Thereafter, you will go to heaven, to be by the side of the almond, to the Eden without worries." The young girl could not hide her fervent expression. She murmured, "Thank you, God, thank you, my almond." Seeing this, the Leighton quickly had people start preparations while he knelt down and began chanting spells or something similar. If listened carefully, almost all were praises for the Eden, essentially just flattery. To recite so much without blushing was perhaps a testament to the Leighton's capability. Once everything was prepared, they officially started to invoke the descent of God. The Leighton was slightly nervous. This was only the 3rd time in his papacy that he had conducted the god descent ceremony. The previous 2 times could be considered both successful and failures. God did indeed respond to their rituals, but only with a fleeting glance, not fully descending into the body. Even so, the chosen one who underwent the god descent either died shortly after. If he could complete a true god descent within his lifetime, if he could truly see his God, it would indeed be a very fortunate thing for these believers. With some fervor in his heart and immense anticipation for the god descent ceremony, the Leighton did not notice that there was an extra person and a zombie in the room. More accurately, it should be a god and a zombie. With Kirsty's help concealing them, they could not detect Pat's presence. At that moment, the 2 of them were actually squatting on top of their heads, even conversing. "Can you do it? If not, I'll give you a hand. Anyway, that so-called Aiden won't come down today." Pat had never tried controlling humans before but didn't want to admit he couldn't do it. So he clenched his fists and blinked hard. "Try it. Boss, let me try it." Chapter 220, Bonus Chapter 13, Now She's Our Pharaoh. "Don't worry, I'll protect your soul." Kirsty patted her little brother and then said, "Leave the rest to you. The resilience of a deity's soul is completely different from that of a human. Therefore, when a god descends into a human body, even for an instant, the human soul will be utterly destroyed. After the deity leaves, the body becomes nothing more than a hollow shell, though it may still appear alive on the surface. In reality, its soul has already died, and eventually, even the flesh. Thus, the act of divine possession destroys highly talented young men and women who are well aligned with light. Yet they didn't seem to find it terrifying, rather, they felt incredibly honored. To become the vessel of a deity, especially the deity they worship, was such a blissful matter. It was honor, glory, and the privilege to accompany their deity. In comparison, Cal was gentler. Every time he used someone else's body, he would only cause minor damage to the soul. As long as he left quickly enough, the damage was negligible. Even if he didn't leave fast enough, as long as it wasn't repeated multiple times, the impact on the person wouldn't be significant. Kirsty helped monitor the situation. Just as the ritual was about to end, she gave the order, and Cal's soul instantly departed from his body and rushed towards the girl known as the Pharaoh. Normally, he couldn't control ordinary humans, but this ritual was essentially inviting another soul into her body. The only difference was that this invitation was targeted, specifically written for the Aiden. What Kirsty needed to do was shield the Aiden's perception at the moment the ritual completed. It only required a few seconds because after those few seconds, Cal had already taken over the body. The Leighton and others were unaware of what was happening in secret. They maintained the ritual, chanting the name of the Aiden, and as the ritual slowly took shape, everyone's face showed excitement. They were about to witness a deity descending to give them guidance, perhaps even to see a war between gods. What a terrifying yet exhilarating experience. Right now, Kirsty pushed Cal, who reacted swiftly. His soul instantly separated and attached itself to the Pharaoh's body. At that moment, the Pharaoh sensed something wrong and tried to resist, but with the help of another deity, Cal effortlessly occupied her body. When the Pharaoh opened her eyes again, everyone instantly knelt, each one more devout and fanatical than the last, yet none noticed anything amiss about the pharaoh. Or perhaps they did notice but didn't think there was any problem. It might just be how the deity appeared. Seated on the altar, the pharaoh suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, pounding the ground beside her. Her beautiful eyes, now profoundly deep and eerie, exclaimed, "You can't even recognize your own god." Unlike them, no matter what body Kirsty occupied, he could identify her within seconds. This was due to the instinct formed from enduring torment. The Leighton? What the hell? I'm taking your pharaoh away. Goodbye. Tilda Cal, using the pharaoh's body, quickly entered the passage Kirsty had opened, faster than a rabbit. Inviting a deity's descent wasn't easy. The chosen holy children possessed special talents. Ordinary people couldn't house a deity's soul, not even for a moment. Therefore, by taking away this pharaoh, they wouldn't find a new candidate for divine possession anytime soon. The Leighton screamed in agony, "You said you wanted to start a divine war. Are you regretting it now?" Kirsty didn't appear, only her voice echoing from afar. "Are you stupid? War is ruthless, not like turn-based card games. Figure it out yourself." Having been angered several times in succession, the Leighton finally reached his limit and spat out a mouthful of blood. They had lived too long without a proper challenge, always avoiding worthy opponents. Now, suffering a great loss, they vaguely remembered that it used to be they who acted ruthlessly, and the ones who spat blood in anger were the other side. What should we do next? Cal, using the pharaoh's body, blinked large eyes and looked at their leader, only to be slapped. "Don't look at me with such a look." Kirsty couldn't forget that his essence was a male zombie. "Stop being cute. And don't use a girl's body to act cute. After preventing the descent of the Aiden, of course we're going to counterattack. I've already gathered my team. Are we going to play cards with them instead of fighting?" Kirsty held a cell phone made by Norris and dialed as she walked. "Are you all ready? Good, we'll be there soon." Countless zombies stood there, densely packed together, making one's scalp tingle. At the forefront were Bram leading several advanced zombies like Ava, Hemlock, and the red-clothed female zombie. Beside them stood some mags and psychics, all looking excited. However, the reasons for their excitement differed. For the psychics, it was because this was an interworld war. Participating in such a war would give them enough stories to brag about for decades. For the mags, it was nothing less than a revenge battle. They had suffered under the holy sanctuary for far too long. Some even had generations-old grievances with the holy sanctuary. Now was the perfect chance for vengeance. Why wouldn't they be excited? The chances of becoming a deity were extremely slim. In many future years, they might not get another leader like Kirsty. This was an opportunity, the only one they could hope to see in their lifetimes. "Is everyone here?" Kirsty looked around and asked. "Everyone's here. We left some people at home to guard against surprise attacks. The rest are all here." After all, there were still people who joined after arriving in this world, most of whom were ordinary people without combat capabilities. It was better to have them stay home and farm. The best learners had already mastered driving tractors and farming efficiently, ensuring no worries about reserve resources. So, let's go. Chapter 221, Unexpected, right. The massive army set off in grand procession. When passing through a town or village, it would often frighten the locals into staying indoors. The accompanying propaganda team would then comfort them, and even have zombies help out with simple tasks in the villages. Though it wouldn't completely eliminate their fear, people who found themselves unharmed would still breathe a slight sigh of relief. Each member of the propaganda department carried a list of the 8 sins of the Holy Sanctum along with a small megaphone. They shouted wherever they went to ensure everyone knew what the Holy Sanctum had done over the years. Even if not everyone believed it, each doubt sown was a potential victory. They also planted some accomplices in the crowd to hype up the atmosphere. For example, when the propaganda department passed by and loudly recited the sins of the Holy Sanctum. First accomplice. Yeah. My cousin's niece was taken away by the XX branch of the Holy Sanctum because she was too pretty. They said she was going to be a nun, but in reality, she was. Oh, so sad. When she tried to escape, she was caught, her legs were broken for being disrespectful to God, and she was recently returned, but she's insane now. Second accomplice. Yes, I've heard of this incident too. My wife's sister's little daughter lives nearby. When she visited us last time, she mentioned how tragic it was. The stories told by these accomplices were mostly adapted from real-life incidents, like those of Chauncey and Charlie, or Kirsty's childhood, and other cases where people were oppressed by the Holy Sanctum. Adapted with an 8:2 ratio of truth to fiction, and hyped up by these accomplices, many could resonate with them. Over the years, the Holy Sanctum had grown more and more arrogant due to its exalted status, doing increasingly outrageous things without even bothering to cover up. If anyone objected, they'd simply say that person was disrespectful to God. Under the name of the deity, they suppressed all those who dared to resist or speak out by beating or crippling them. This had been their modus operandi, both major and minor offenses alike, accumulating grievances. At first, no one dared to speak, but as more people were victimized, whispers of resentment started to surface privately. Still fearing divine retribution, they never dared express their dissatisfaction openly. But once guided to find their voice and discover that telling the truth wouldn't bring down God's wrath, the long-suppressed complaints would erupt like a volcano. Yes, someone who wasn't an accomplice yelled from the crowd, "Even if I'm punished by God, I must speak out. We did nothing wrong. Just refusing to let our children be conscripted means we have to pay huge sums for indulgences. Why? We just don't want our kids working to death building churches. Is God that cruel? Is it sinful not to build churches? I have to speak too. My child, so young, was taken to the church because they said she had talent and could become part of the holy sanctum. What happened? She got sick, and they sent her back wrapped in a mat. She died in agony. If the people in the holy sanctum are holy, why would they do this to my child? She was only 13. Are rapists and abusers protected by God? The holy sanctum says I'm poor because I sinned in my past life, so I need to spend all my money on indulgences every year, which almost depletes my wealth. If I refuse to buy them, the holy sanctum won't treat my family members even if they're ill. They say it's because we are sinners. If such sins can be redeemed with money, is it fair? What's the difference between God and a merchant? With someone leading the way, more voices rose, filled with pain and resentment, recounting their sufferings. Finding no divine punishment following their words, more people grew bold. Human anger, sparked by Kirsty and her team, spread with the propaganda team's efforts, like a tidal wave, becoming stronger and more intense, rushing towards the holy sanctum. The holy sanctum tried to suppress it, but realized the more they tried, the more backlash they received. After all, God never appeared. Only these self-proclaimed representatives of God wanted to punish them. If God really existed, why didn't he punish them directly? Or perhaps everything was just done under God's name by the holy sanctum? Or maybe God doesn't exist at all, cannot intervene, does not know what's happening. While the holy sanctum was in a state of chaos, Kirsty and her group continued to advance. More people joined them, emboldened enough to pick up farming tools like hoes, discovering that those zombies didn't intend to harm them, making them even braver. Perhaps this journey would end in death, but no change came without bloodshed. If they could overthrow the holy sanctum, perhaps there wouldn't be such heavy taxes in the future, and beyond taxes, they wouldn't have to buy things like indulgences. They had to stand up for themselves and for their descendants. Protect them well, Kirsty instructed. Because these people were sparks that couldn't be extinguished, seeds of fire that would not be doused. Only she or only the mags standing up wouldn't make a difference. Everyone's mindset had to change, and they must want to bring about change actively. Only then could the world welcome a brighter future. Kirsty looked up at the sky and murmured, "Before God descends, I will make the holy sanctum disappear from this world completely." By the time the Aiden finally glanced down and discovered something was wrong with the human world, it would already be too late. She, as a new god, wasn't sure how much weaker she was compared to the Aiden. Of course, she needed to weaken him as much as possible before the battle began. A divine war was very dangerous, the weaker side might die. Behind her were many people, lovers, friends, and countless ordinary people who believed in her and sought protection. She couldn't afford to lose, so being cautious was never excessive. After some thought, Kirsty kicked Pat, more precisely, Pat using the Saintess's body. "Have you finished your lessons? If you're done, hurry up and get to work." Pat, shedding tears inwardly but appearing as a sacred and gentle girl on the surface, had a face full of compassionate smiles. "Yes, just learned. I've learned it, I'll go now." He would use the identity of the Saintess to become a part of the propaganda department and strike down more believers of the holy sanctum. Chapter 222, You Are Also Qualified? Kirsty's propaganda department was indeed formidable. After all, for this world, they had yet to experience so many marketing tactics and didn't know that even after haggling fiercely, it was impossible to get something for free. They didn't realize that buy one get one free could mean buying a pair of shoes and getting a pair of socks free. And they were unaware that limited time 60% discounts often entailed raising prices first before lowering them back down, essentially rounding up to no discount at all. The simple people of this other world, who hadn't been exposed to marketing storms, found it hard to be suspicious of others, thus being easily brainwashed by the Holy Cathedral. If they could be so effortlessly brainwashed by the Holy Cathedral, they would naturally be able to be deprogrammed just as easily by Kirsty. Given the multitude of tactics employed by the propaganda department one round after another, it was extremely rare for anyone to maintain their brainwashed state or stay clear-headed. No, correction, to remain in the brainwashed state of the Holy Cathedral. After all, those with such willpower wouldn't have been brainwashed to such an extent by the Holy Cathedral in the first place, not wavering at all. Perhaps only that group of fanatical believers could. But over time, even the fanatics began to doubt their lives, questioning whether the Holy Cathedral was absolutely right. Those who now still stood by the Holy Cathedral, apart from the fanatics, were those with vested interests, those who committed atrocities like Ezekiel and Corey did, and were sheltered by the Holy Cathedral. They could never leave the Holy Cathedral, otherwise, misfortune would surely befall them. They might even be torn apart alive by the people who hated them, by Kirsty's side, or by the Holy Cathedral itself due to betrayal. They had no other choice but to go down this dark path to the end. The propaganda department's power was truly strong. Under their efforts, ordinary people wouldn't even feel scared seeing zombies anymore, they would even cheer them on. Especially those who had once been oppressed, even elderly gentlemen holding walking sticks would stand at the entrance specifically to send them off. Please win. Not everyone in this world was brainwashed. Many who suffered greatly could see through the true nature of the Holy Cathedral. But they were mere commoners, unable to resist, only enduring until death. To witness someone attempting to overthrow the Holy Cathedral within their lifetime, if only they were younger and unimpaired, perhaps they too would join the ranks. Many people spontaneously prepared food to offer to Kirsty's group but were turned down. "We don't lack food, so please keep it." Public sentiment, though manufactured by themselves, the current reality was indeed such. Under these circumstances, if they still lost, nobody could defeat the Holy Cathedral. The two sides finally met for the first time outside a city close to the Holy Cathedral's headquarters. Their response was genuinely slow, They only gathered their forces when the battle was almost at their doorstep. Kirsty once suspected that if their speed had been faster, they might have already begun attacking the city gates before the Holy Cathedral could organize its forces. The Holy Cathedral had become corrupt, decadent, and numb in an environment without serious competition. They had forgotten what war looked like, gradually losing their fighting spirit amid peace and prosperity. It had only been 200 years since their last war. It can only be said that falling into luxury is easy, while returning to frugality is difficult. Life without enemies was too easy, and they completely forgot what they should do when picking up weapons or how they should react to enemies. Finally, when the two armies faced each other, one side was fully prepared and brimming with aggression, while the other appeared lax and confused. The contrast was stark, like a public execution. The Leighton's expression was grim. It wasn't easy to find people with the constitution to become Vlads or holy daughters. If it were easy to find another candidate, they would have done so long ago for backup. Therefore, in this short period, they hadn't found another Vlad or daughter, nor had they managed to summon divine intervention. They could only deal with this wave first. As long as they survived this, they would have more time to find new candidates. Age didn't matter, voluntary or not, they needed only a vessel. Kirsty had no idea what the opposition was thinking, though she could vaguely guess. When she saw them appear outside the city, she laughed heartily, leaning back into Brecken's embrace. Ha ha ha, are they idiots? They have a huge city with comprehensive defensive structures that aren't used often, but instead abandoned their foundation, running out of the city to fight us head-on. What kind of brain must you have to make such a decision? Isn't this better? Brecken said with a smile, we can resolve this faster. No, it's just that I feel my former self was too naive. Facing such opponents, I was overly cautious. Do they even deserve it? Kirsty patted her boyfriend and floated into the air. She wouldn't be participating in the upcoming battle. All she needed to do was conserve her strength and wait for the light god's arrival. Soldier against soldier, general against general, wasn't this perfectly fitting? This way, it seemed more fair. Mainly, Kirsty felt that facing this crowd of ragtag foes, she didn't need to intervene at all. It would be better to save her energy for another god. A god should be strong, right? At least much stronger than she, a newly ascended deity. So, she might as well conserve every bit of strength she could. There was still a tough battle ahead. Charge. Bring down the Holy Cathedral today, and we can celebrate tonight. We'll throw a party. Her subordinates were very familiar with this routine, so each one was more excited than the last, their yells making them seem even more like zombies. Brecken led Ayla and Pat, dividing the zombies into several groups for easier command. The Leighton also hovered in mid-air, looking down at the countless sea of zombies. Though he didn't know what they were, he could sense the necromantic magic aura from them. They must be some kind of undead creature. There were too many, truly too many. But it didn't matter, light magic was naturally the nemesis of necromancy. The Leighton comforted himself. Attack. He waved his hand, for the glory of the Holy Cathedral. For our God. For. He didn't finish his sentence before being slapped out of the sky. Kirsty, towering above, said, who allowed you to be at the same height as me? Get down there. The Leighton plummeted with a thud into the crowd, rolling for several circles. Leighton. Chapter 223, Another Vlad. Even before he became the Leighton, due to his outstanding talent, he was always in the limelight like stars circling the moon. He had never suffered such humiliation or hardship. But ever since he met Kirsty, either he was crawling on the ground or losing things of great importance to him. Last time, he even spat out blood from sheer anger. Was she his bane? Yes, Kirsty must be his bane, but it didn't matter, they would win this battle. At the start of the fight, both sides clashed together. The Leighton envisioned that light spells would cause significant damage to undead creatures, evaporating a large area of them upon collision. However, reality turned out differently. There were many mags present, of all types, even alchemists, shamans, druids, and other strange professions mixed among them. They cast all sorts of protective spells they knew onto the front row zombies as if these spells were free. Psi users surrounded the battlefield on both sides, throwing various bizarre skills wildly at their heads. For instance, the Leighton, who floated back up but not too high, caught the attention of Valentina. Suddenly, a scarecrow appeared in her hand, and then Valentina stabbed herself in the stomach. The hovering Leighton suddenly started bleeding profusely, unsure how he was injured. Meanwhile, several Psi healers went crazy casting abilities on Valentina. Dot stood nearby, looking quite authoritative. Use whatever you need. I'll cover for you. With me around, you can't die easily. There were only two people on site leading groups of healing Psi users. One was Valentina, and the other was Dot. Their capabilities were vastly different. One specialized in dealing damage, while the other excelled in healing. The reason Dot needed Psi users to heal her was that although she recovered quickly, she couldn't instantly recover from injuries. However, with help from others, she could almost immediately regain full health. In essence, Dot healed more severe injuries for others, while other healing Psi users kept her health topped up. Though the Leighton hadn't fought in years and was somewhat dull, after suffering several blows, he realized it was caused by special abilities from the opposite side. He quickly cast double layers of protection on himself to prevent curses and ranged attacks. Meanwhile, others were frantically casting holy light on him. But the initial shock did indeed intimidate the entire cathedral, followed by increasing panic as they found it incredibly difficult to kill the zombies. Even without arms or legs, the zombies could crawl up and rush at them again. Yet once bitten by the zombies, they would quickly turn into zombies themselves. Quora, originally having special abilities, controlled subordinates that, once they bit or scratched someone even if they were a mage, would rapidly transform them into zombies. Although light spells did slow down the transformation process by a few minutes, Ahmed was still aiding by accelerating the toxins inside their bodies. With these dual strategies and a so-called holy girl causing chaos everywhere, the scene became chaotic, and Kirsty's forces grew larger while the opposing numbers steadily decreased. Those cathedral mags who turned into zombies targeted their own comrades upon rising, and many mags, initially unprepared, were attacked and converted into zombies. The Leighton, just healed from his injuries, noticed the situation turning drastically against them within mere minutes. How is this possible? They had assumed, no matter how dire the situation, it would at least be an even match. After all, the cathedral had operated in this world for so long, with such vast power. How could they lose to a fledgling force that only developed over a few months? Thinking it would be an even match already gave them face, considering there was a god on the other side. But now, Kirsty hadn't even moved, yet their forces were crumbling, making them look more like a ragtag group than a powerful organization. Yes, a ragtag group. The Leighton, recovering from his injuries, spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, someone came to assist him. Your Holiness, should we retreat? Maybe we should withdraw into the city. Turn around, the Leighton said numbly. Do we even have a retreat option? Early infiltration teams had convinced many oppressed civilians and gained control over key figures, firmly shutting the gates long before the battle began. When the fight started, any hope of retreating was already gone. How can this be? How can this be? This was the most frequent phrase the Leighton had heard today. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, reminiscing about the time he was first chosen by the Holy Cathedral. He seemed to have once thought about helping the commoners, making their lives better so they would wholeheartedly believe in the Aiden, feeling grateful for his mercy. He came from a commoner's family too. First, he was chosen as a Vlad. During that period, there happened to be no god-descending rituals, so after growing up step by step, he eventually reached his current position. But in this process, it seemed he forgot his original intention, became corrupted, and even actively persecuted others. Did the Holy Cathedral deserve what it got today? The people around were in a panic, with some already beginning to cry. Are we going to lose? Where is our God? Where is our deity? If the Aiden could descend, he would surely save us devout believers, wouldn't he? There's no way, the Pharaoh is there, we can't ask for the god's descent. Can't we find a new Pharaoh or Vlad? Where are we supposed to find one? If we could, we would have found one long ago. We're finished, completely finished. No, the Leighton suddenly said. We still have another Vlad. His voice was neither high nor low, just enough to attract everyone's attention nearby. The Leighton adjusted his crown and calmly stated, there's still one Vlad, right here. Someone asked in pleasant surprise, where? When did we find him? The Leighton began the gestures for the god-descending ritual, using the abridged version due to the environment. He didn't know what he was thinking at that moment. Was it his original intention? Was it his deceased senior sister? Was it his faith in the deity? Perhaps all of these thoughts were present, or perhaps none of them were. He simply whispered softly, I am also a Vlad. Chapter 224, Side Story 17. Even if you are a god, so what? Almost everyone had forgotten that the Leighton was once a Vlad before becoming the Leighton. Perhaps there were people who remembered, but no one dared to mention it, for bringing up this matter was equivalent to urging the Leighton to his death. No one wishes to die. Putting oneself in others' shoes, they would kill anyone who wanted to send them to their death first. But the Leighton mentioned this himself, he had also once been a Vlad. Although it was consistently claimed that the Vlads and daughters required for the divine descent ceremony must be pure and chaste virgins, only then would the gods willingly descend, this was merely an excuse to enhance the Leighton's image. It wasn't necessary. As long as one had a special constitution, even if they had given birth 2 or 3 times and slept with countless members of the opposite sex, they could still invite the gods to descend. The gods didn't care about this, but humans did. In human eyes, only the pure and unblemished Vlads and daughters were worthy of divine descent. Just like how only the most precious jewels deserved to be placed on the golden statue of the god, and only the most beautiful flowers were worthy of being offered to the divine, the same principle applied here. To put it bluntly, it was like modern celebrities having personas, even the gods needed an aura. Similarly, like celebrity personas, these were all false. This meant that the Leighton could use his own body to allow the god to descend, but if the god really descended, it would also mean his death. After becoming the Leighton, he had sacrificed others as well. When those Vlads and daughters were sacrificed, he would gently tell them that it was a great honor, that they were chosen from among millions, and should feel happy. Being able to go to the side of the gods was something even he, as the Leighton, couldn't achieve. They should embrace this opportunity with gratitude and dedicate themselves to the god. But he knew very well what dedicating oneself to the gods meant. Death was just death. One wouldn't go to the so-called realm of the gods or attain eternal life. It was simply a matter of dying. But at this moment, there was no choice. He was the Leighton, enjoying wealth and power, with even kings bowing to him. Yet, when it came time to pay the price, he had to pay it, much like ancient princesses raised in luxury who still had to enter into marriages of convenience for the sake of the state. Great and merciful God, he said, please descend upon the earth and save your devout believers. I am willing to offer my body to bear your glory. In that final second, he thought of Fallon. The god responded extremely quickly, perhaps sensing the great anomaly that had occurred in the world. For the gods, faith was extremely important and could not be abandoned. Only by possessing boundless faith could he continue to be the supreme god. Only then could no other god challenge him. In this aspect, he was no different from a worldly businessman. The Leighton's slightly brown eyes slowly closed, and when they reopened, they had turned into golden irises. In the realm of the gods, he could only sense his faith diminishing but didn't know what was happening in the world. This was also a limitation placed on the deities, otherwise, the gods could run rampant on earth, acting according to their whims, which might have led to the destruction of humanity long ago. Therefore, if the gods wanted to know precisely what was happening in the world, they could only do so through divine possession, borrowing the eyes of believers and using part of their power. Upon seeing what was happening in the world, he instantly became enraged. His believers. His faith. Intense light exploded from his body, radiating toward all the nearby zombies. He would kill these undead creatures. How domineering. I haven't interfered with earthly matters, yet you kill my subordinates without asking for my consent. That adorable voice rang out, and an instant surge of dark power rushed toward the Leighton, or rather, the Aiden now. The clash of black and white forces in the air sent shockwaves that hurled everyone and every zombie who were engaged in combat flying. The Aiden almost mistook his opponent for his old nemesis, the Joe. Primarily because that divine power truly resembled it. But when the glow dissipated and the real figure appeared before him, he confirmed that it wasn't his old adversary. Moreover, this goddess in the form of a young girl was even stronger than his old enemy. When had such a powerful deity appeared? How did he not know? The Aiden hadn't felt a sense of crisis for many years. Like the Sanctum, he had lost his competitors for too long, leading to such complacency. Until this unfamiliar young goddess appeared, he vaguely recalled the cruel and frequent wars between deities in the early days of his divinity. The Aiden stared intently at Kirsty, and after a while, his expression turned to one of shock. Impossible. This divine power was completely unfamiliar, but it was absolutely impossible for any new gods to be born, because the gods had worked together to cut off all possibilities of humans becoming gods to secure their positions. There would absolutely be no new gods, let alone one that emerged without notice. He hadn't detected anything. You, Kirsty scoffed, have been sitting too high up for too long, which is why you can say such absolute things. You gods always love to use such self-centered words, making things seem so absolute. But I still appeared, meaning even the world's consciousness couldn't bear to watch anymore, so it created a new god to break the current rotten status quo. So in the eyes of the world's consciousness, you existing gods are all trash. Kirsty was brutally honest. If you understand, then scram. Don't waste my time, I'm waiting to create a brand new, less trashy world. After becoming a goddess, Kirsty believed more and more that her crossing over to this world was not by accident but by design. The world needed change, and she was the chosen agent of that change. These old gods had long been abandoned by the world, by fate, by everything. They hindered the world's development, keeping the whole world stagnant in its current state, like a cancerous existence. In other words, I will win inevitably. She was the true destined cloud seed. The Aiden, of course, wouldn't believe such words. After all, he was a god too. But at that moment, he clearly felt the worlds will bestow favor upon the goddess before him. The Aiden's face underwent a drastic change as he refused to accept this reality. Kirsty intensified her attack. You old relic cast aside by time, just die already. Hand the era over to the young. Chapter 225, Extra Chapter 18. The Aiden was momentarily taken aback because the needs of a god and those of the world are different. Gods seek their own benefits, while the world desires better development. But when this world was controlled by the Holy Hall, constantly purging dissidents, talented mags either corrupted themselves or were hunted to death. Ordinary people struggled just to survive, leaving no room for creativity or invention. The entire world had become stagnant like a dead pond, unmoving for centuries or even longer. Occasional ripples would quickly settle back down. This was wrong and misguided. Obstructing the world's development meant being a cancer and a hindrance that needed to be eliminated. But his moment of hesitation lasted only an instant, for those who became deities were all exceptional figures with unshakable willpower. Enough sweet talk. You die too. He was the most powerful deity and would absolutely not lose to Kirsty. Before she grew strong enough, before she could match him. Bang. The Aiden's face was hit off-center by a punch enveloped in divine power, almost dispersing his physical form. Immediately, another punch followed, and he began to scream again. Impossible. How can you be here as your true self? This doesn't make sense. Even a powerful god like him could only descend into this world with external assistance. Why could Kirsty manifest in her true form? So I've been telling you. I was chosen to clean up filth like you. With every punch from Kirsty hitting flesh, it was clear that necromancers without melee skills didn't last long. Who didn't know that a mage's true form was the most vulnerable, especially for those who dabbled in summoning? Usually, eliminating the true form solved everything easily. Thus, the stronger necromancers learned to protect themselves. As the most powerful necromancer, Kirsty not only excelled at close combat but also feigned weakness well. Every day, she would exclaim, I'm just a fragile mage. What more do you want from me? Yet now, this necromancer struck with deadly precision, her punches sending blood flying. Filth like you who only leeches on human blood should roll back to your divine realm and wait for me there. Kirsty, in front of a group of Holy Hall members, thrashed their god until he rolled around helplessly. One was at the peak of his power, the other borrowing someone else's body. The outcome was predictable. The Aiden realized this, looking as pitiful as the fleeing wolf, lamely leaving a threat behind. You wait for me. I'll make you understand the gap between gods is far greater than you imagine. He was an old god built on centuries of faith, not something a newcomer like Kirsty could challenge. As the divine soul left the weakened vessel, Kirsty struck. She had provoked the Aiden precisely for this opportunity. Dark mist poured out of her body like hungry snakes, latching onto the god's soul still airborne, biting into it during his brief separation from the Leighton's body. The god fled back to his divine realm, intending to escape. But Kirsty wasn't about to let him go. Zack, she shouted while ascending, take care of things here. She was going to follow him into the divine realm. No mercy for the vanquished, especially for a weakened god like this. Kill him at his weakest. The Aiden fled all the way back to his realm, returning to his original body. The instant he arrived, cold sweat broke out. Fortunately, his soul hadn't been injured, otherwise, weaker gods lurking in the shadows, eyeing his power, would have torn him apart. Stop. Kirsty, qualified to enter the divine realm, stormed in with murderous intent, startling many deities, even those who had grown disinterested due to repeated defeats at the hands of the Aiden. Kirsty burst into the palace of the Aiden, divine energy pulsating around her like black flames. Though the Aiden had suffered minor injuries earlier, he paled upon hearing her voice. Leaping from his throne, he glared at Kirsty. You seek death. Despite not knowing how she became a deity, this newly ascended god dared to chase into the divine realm and provoke him, an ancient god. As his anger surged, white lotuses blossomed from the stone slabs on the ground, layer upon layer, a result of his overflowing divine power, too strong to contain. It's you who seeks death. Kirsty showed no panic. She hadn't gained much faith from this world yet. After all, it had been too short a time. But she possessed another world, one filled with countless people's faith. While her being chosen by the world was initially meant to disrupt and provoke the Aiden's thinking, even if she wasn't the chosen one, she would still create a new world today, right now a new era of prosperity. However, Kirsty didn't get the chance to continue beating the Aiden, as more and more gods arrived, both powerful and weak, including even the Stefan. They all sensed an unfamiliar divine power challenging the Aiden here. It had been many years since any god dared to challenge him. Perhaps they were hoping for some entertainment, or waiting for an opportunity to gain something, or maybe the divine realms had been too peaceful and boring for too long. In any case, almost all the gods came here. This was the perfect moment to establish his authority, the Aiden thought. Then, he was brutally beaten. Yes, light indeed restrains darkness, but sufficiently powerful darkness can also restrain light. Just as water can extinguish fire, but a large enough fire can evaporate water. Kirsty's divine power boiled within her, madly assaulting the Aiden. He was already injured, and what terrified him most was realizing that even if he weren't hurt, he might not be Kirsty's match. This newly ascended goddess before him was terrifyingly powerful. She seemed like a true chosen one, powerful, fearless, and full of zeal. Wait, stop. Feeling fear, the Aiden appealed to those around him. Don't forget the covenant we once established. If I lose, she will be the next me. There won't even be peace like before. Get lost. Kirsty smashed a punch into his face. Are you insulting me? Who's going to be the next you? Chapter 226, Epilogue 19, I will be crowned king. The Aiden's head was thrown back, and he flew quite a distance before landing with a tremendous crash. If it weren't for the divine power enveloping his body, he might have shattered into pieces. Even so, he felt as if he had a concussion. How could this be? How could Kirsty be so powerful? She's just a newly born deity with very few followers. How could she be so strong? He glanced around and found that none of the surrounding gods were willing to help him, all watching the drama unfold. This was hardly surprising. Over the years, the Aiden had offended countless deities by seizing believers, forcing weaker gods to retreat step by step from their divine realms, even preventing them from interfering in the human world. He monopolized almost all the faith in the human world, leaving other deities with only scattered followers who were even being hunted down by his own followers. Almost the entire vast world was dominated by the believers of the Aiden. He wasn't willing to share even a fraction with other deities. Not because his faith was overwhelmingly powerful, causing him to be at the peak. Even the Joe was much weaker compared to him. Had it not been for his strength, all the other gods would have united to eliminate him long ago and divided the large human world among themselves. Now that he was in his weakest state and someone else stood up against him, who would be foolish enough to save him? For all the surrounding deities, any god was more suitable to be the supreme deity than him. Such an ungenerous one should die anyway. Moreover, after their battle, Kirsty might become significantly weakened, and then things wouldn't be up to her anymore. Each god had their little calculations, so they could only watch as Kirsty beat the Aiden. The Aiden realized he was utterly alone in the heavens. Having served as the Aiden for so many years, despite having no rivals and becoming arrogant over time, the fact that he once became the supreme deity and a king among myriad deities indicated he did have some capability back then. Sensing the situation turning dire, he knew he was done for this time. Even if Kirsty didn't kill him, the surrounding gods wouldn't let him off either. He would surely die here, with his soul shattered to pieces. If that was the case, a glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Aiden. Even if he died, he would take a bunch of others down with him. Kirsty instantly noticed what he intended to do, so she casually took a couple of steps backward and said leisurely, I'm different from you. My physical body can descend into the human world, so even if the divine realm is destroyed, it won't affect me at all. But it's not the same for you, right? These gods could only reside within the divine realm, and even to reach the human world, they had to possess suitable humans. If the divine realm were truly destroyed, they would be doomed. The group of gods almost cursed inwardly. Kirsty crossed her arms, watching without any intention to help. In the end, it was the Joe who took the lead, and all the gods joined together, concentrating their divine powers into a huge net enclosing the Aiden. Despite this, the backlash of the Aiden's self-destruction caused many weaker gods to spit blood. Even the stronger gods were affected, albeit less severely. As they formed this protective net-like thing, a tiny light attempted to escape from within. Kirsty was standing in the direction it wanted to escape, and with a casual swat like killing a mosquito, she smacked the light onto the ground. So many people have died because of you, their families torn apart, endless wars between nations. You don't think you still have a chance to leave here alive, do you? Planning to find a place to recuperate and then make a comeback? Too naive. After completely annihilating the Aiden, Kirsty turned to look at the other gods. To intercept the Aiden's self-destruction, nearly all of them were injured. Surprisingly, Kirsty was the least hurt among them. This turned the tide unfavorably for them again. They worried Kirsty might become the next Aiden, controlling the entire divine realm, and she was even more terrifying than him. She could freely enter the human world, and if they attacked her collectively, she could fight when she could win and run away otherwise, returning when she healed to continue tormenting them, placing her in an almost unbeatable position. Thinking about it, it seemed better when the Aiden was alive. With him, they had a chance, but with this person in front of them, it was far more desperate. Yet, given the circumstances, they had no choice. Kirsty clapped her hands and walked forward to observe each deity. When she encountered familiar ones, she happily called out, "Aren't you so-and-so?" She spent the longest time observing the Joe, then clasped her hands together. "So you're the Joe. I used to be your follower. Please take care of me. Please take care of me. Joe, you don't look like you were ever a follower at all. Ah, you're the god of beauty, right? So can you make me look better? God of beauty. Can't you show some awareness that you're the strongest god?" After taking a round, Kirsty finally said, "I am different from the Aiden, so I want to sign a new contract with you all. If you would please listen quietly." Kirsty explained her ideas about how the human world should be in the future and how faith should be distributed. When she spoke about freedom of belief, even the Joe couldn't help but ask her, "Is it because you are newly become a deity that you are so close to humans? Compared to being a deity, you seem more like a human, but before long, compared to humans, your sense of self will lean more towards being a deity. What will you do then? Will you still maintain this system, or establish new rules?" "No." Kirsty smiled. "No matter what I become in the future, this rule will not change, because I know very clearly that only in this way will the world become better. Deities should not interfere too much with the human world, remain in your divine realms." Kirsty felt there was no need to talk so much with them. As long as the contract was signed first, they would gradually see the changes happening in the human world, and by then everything would be clear to them. "Hurry up and sign the contract," Kirsty said with a hint of disdain. "I have other things to do. How can I waste time here? Speed it up." They had no choice but to sign the contract first. At least this contract seemed beneficial to them, the rest could be dealt with later. Soon after, Brecken and others, who had successfully taken over the entire cathedral, saw their deity happily descending from the sky, holding something like a crown in her hand. "Would you like to attend my coronation ceremony?" After a long pause, cheers finally erupted. They had won. Chapter 227, Extra Chapter, Level 20 Black Room. Kirsty mostly resides in the other world, but she occasionally comes to this post-apocalyptic world. After all, in terms of development, this side is progressing faster, especially after humans and zombies started coexisting peacefully, technology rapidly advanced again, and prosperity gradually returned. She had crossed worlds this time to attend a comic convention and had agreed with Dot to cosplay as Wataka Tsukimori. However, the moment she arrived, she sensed something was amiss. Firstly, the post-apocalyptic world that had been rebuilt shouldn't have ruins everywhere. Secondly, she encountered many zombies on her way, none of which were her subordinates, which was unusual because almost all zombies in this world were under her command. How could there be any stragglers? Lastly, she had traveled with Brecken, but when they arrived, she was alone. Realizing something was wrong with this world, Kirsty immediately headed toward the base she had previously established. However, before she walked far, she saw a large number of zombies surrounding a base. With enhanced senses, Kirsty saw from afar who was leading the zombies. It was Brecken. But this Brecken looked different. His eyes were crimson like congealed blood, and his clothes were soaked in it. The face that often carried a faint smile was now expressionless and cold. An evolved human had fought his way through to Brecken's side. "Die, Zombie King." His face showed excitement, clearly feeling elated at having the chance to assassinate the Zombie King. In the next second, Brecken crushed the man's head, literally crushed it, sending blood splattering everywhere, some landing on Brecken's lips. His lips were vivid red against his exceptionally pale skin, easily reminding one of a vampire-like creature. Brecken narrowed his eyes, flicking out his bright red tongue to lick up some drops of blood. Wow! Kirsty had never seen Brecken like this and was momentarily stunned. She was sure this wasn't her world and that she must have come to a parallel universe, but she didn't know the exact timeline. From what she could see, this world felt off. Kirsty didn't intervene immediately. She floated high into the air and entered the besieged base to observe the situation. There, she saw a familiar face on the wall. "What can we do?" Valentina's eyes were red from lack of sleep. They had been the last surviving base for days. If this base fell, humanity would have no hope left. Adrian stood beside her, looking equally exhausted. He had barely slept for 2 days, especially after his only younger brother was killed yesterday. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his brother's death, making rest impossible. There was no time for mourning, the dead were piling up, and the base was about to fall. Survival for humanity now depended on how long they could cling to life. Why? Is it fate to let humanity perish? How else could such a zombie king like Brecken exist? Do humans really have no chance? At this moment, someone ran over excitedly. Jiang Hankyun is coming. With him here, we should be able to hold out for a while longer. Adrian closed his eyes, trying hard to ignore the image of his brother drenched in blood. He thought carefully about their next move. This is our only chance. We cannot waste it. Jiang Hankyun was powerful, but still inferior to Brecken. Adrian had to use all his resources to set a trap. If Brecken could be killed, humanity might be saved. If not, there might not be another opportunity. Brecken would surely become more cautious, possibly breaking them down one by one. As they prepared plans A, B, C, and D, Kirsty floated in midair, silently wondering, is this the timeline Valentina remembered? Valentina had once admitted to being reborn, saying that before her rebirth, their world had been destroyed by the zombie king, Brecken, who had wiped out all humans and bases. The last desolate land was left with only zombies and a few scattered survivors. It was estimated that before long, the human race would be completely extinct. Given the current situation, this world line seemed quite accurate. Brecken was already in the process of destroying the last base. Kirsty rubbed her chin. Wow, she had arrived at a very interesting place indeed. She just didn't know where her Brecken had ended up. If 2 zombie kings appeared at once, wouldn't it scare the Valentina of this world to death? Kirsty rubbed her chin again and decided to wait patiently. If Brecken realized something was wrong with this world, he should come looking for her. While Kirsty floated around idly, Jiang Hankyun had already arrived. This world's Jiang Hankyun looked vastly different from the one in their world. He was extremely depressed, with several scars on his face, and standing there, staring blankly, one could almost think he had no desire to live. Adrian tried to discuss what they should do next with him, but Jiang Hankyun merely replied, do whatever you want, just let me know when you're ready. Kirsty couldn't help but sigh, what a terrible world. Oh right, she also saw Dot. She didn't know how many years had passed, but their little Yang Yang had grown into a beautiful girl. She wore a black dress, sat on the city wall, and had a single eye patch on, possibly because she lost an eye while helping someone. The young girl looked extremely exhausted. When she heard about the plan, she simply said, whatever, I just want everything to end quickly. So depressing. Her friends and everyone were so depressed. This world line was truly terrifying. Indeed, she couldn't be absent. Brecken arrived 2 days later. Because a part of his soul was split with Kirsty, they had a special connection, and Brecken easily found Kirsty. He then said, we should leave. No, there's still something very important to do, Kirsty said, crossing her legs and watching the other Brecken below. He must be caught and locked in a small black room. Brecken. Chapter 228 Side Story 21. Can you have some sense of shame? Brecken said in a solemn voice, isn't one like me enough for you? Do you still want to play 3? Kirsty didn't let him say that English letter, mainly fearing that it would corrupt the children. The youthful god hung on Brecken, covering his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. 3 is of course for experiments. She looked at Brecken below, let's call him Brecken number 2, with a slightly mesmerized look. I have always wanted to dismantle you inside out and study you thoroughly. However, after having indulged so close to home, she felt embarrassed to do anything further with what was nearby. After all, what if she couldn't put him back together once dismantled? What would she use at night? Now another Brecken had appeared, and Brecken number 2 was severely eroded by the zombie virus. Although he still maintained his consciousness, his thinking pattern and all other aspects were already becoming abnormal. Wasn't it just right to dissect him? Brecken. He also couldn't bring himself to say something like come and dismantle me then. Though possessiveness made him slightly upset, his girlfriend's happiness was most important. Dismantle, dismantle. Brecken's expression even turned somewhat sinister for a moment. Yes, dismantling was the safest choice. Even though he clearly knew that different versions of the same person from different timelines fundamentally remain different individuals with distinct souls, Kirsty wouldn't be interested in another Brecken in that way. But possessiveness kept haunting him, filling him with the urge to eliminate Brecken number 2. Or else I help you get rid of, capture him. Brecken said, trying to cover up. Don't rush. Kirsty stroked her chin, I need to observe first. Brecken unwillingly said, all right. Relax. Kirsty leaned in and gave Brecken a quick peck on the cheek like a bird chirping, you know I'll only love you. Only you are my beloved, the other half of my soul. If I want to do such things, I will only do them with you. Glancing at the situation below, seeing no urgency, she reached out and pulled some clouds, shaping them into a bed. Then she glanced down again, it's early, we can do some loving things first. Speaking of which, last night's pose was great. Let's try it again today. Brecken, he tactfully replied, there are many people watching below. Isn't this not quite appropriate? Mainly because it's too intense. Bad guy, you obviously want to too, why pretend? Don't worry, I've set up an array to hide our figures. No one can see us. Do you want to or not? It's not that we've been doing it too often lately, right? Kirsty couldn't finish the latter part because Brecken had already covered her mouth. They fell backward into the soft clouds, which were solid enough to support their weight, with mist swirling around Kirsty's ankles. Kirsty's voice was gentle and sweet, like honey melting slowly, if I don't say stop, don't stop. Adrian and the others had no idea what was happening right above their heads. They were still trying hard to kill Brecken. The main forces of their team were Bruce, Adrian, Susan, and Valentina, while others supported them and cleared a path towards the Zombie King. They would mobilize the entire base's power to kill Brecken number 2. If they failed this time, their base would be finished. So, no psychic powers shall be left behind in the base. All those who can fight must come out. Victory or death, this is our only chance. Adrian pushed his cracked glasses up and sternly said, to ensure everyone can survive, there are some things we must do. I don't want to see anyone running away. I hope you understand that running away is futile. In a world almost dominated by zombies, how long could you live as a few survivors without food and full of danger? Death would come faster and more cruelly than you imagine. We must and can only fight for a future for humanity with our lives. Do you understand? Yes. They were prepared to die. Some acted without hesitation, while others, despite fear, understood that fear served no purpose. To save more people and themselves, they must brave through dangers and find a way to live amid despair. The battle between the surviving humans and the zombies was about to break out, and it was especially brutal. Kirsty still had time to give everyone a small protective charm so more people could survive. Then Brecken felt aggrieved. You still have attention for them? Kirsty hurriedly kissed his cheek. No more, all for you. With the protective charm, they finally made their way to Brecken number 2. Die. People struggling and suffering fiercely attacked Brecken number 2. Only his death could save humanity and allow it to continue. Even after that incident, Susan, who disliked humans very much, was working hard to treat everyone. Her wounds never healed, the blood from her injuries pooling red beneath her feet, yet she acted as if she felt no pain, sternly ordering, those with severe injuries come to me. Are there any other healing psychics? If you still have some strength, don't stop. A few healing psychics lay scattered nearby like they were paralyzed, one of them looking utterly miserable. There's nothing left, not even a drop. They couldn't understand how Susan was still standing, still treating others as if she didn't know fatigue. Bruce had come over with a large reward. He was already the strongest psychic among humans, but he was still significantly weaker than Brecken number 2. Covered in blood, he couldn't leave the battlefield to find Susan for treatment. I'm losing too much here, Bruce kept muttering. Although he had become moody and increasingly brutal in character due to what happened back then, he was exceptionally loyal because of it. Since he had agreed to help and received payment, he wouldn't retreat. Everyone would die sooner or later anyway, so dying here wasn't much different from dying later, except the latter might be lonelier. Chapter 229 Epilogue 22, You're a fool. No, we can't give up. Adrian, equally battered and bruised, shouted with all his remaining strength. They had used Valentina's scarecrow to weaken Ahmed number 2, then threw all their efforts into healing Ichabod, with Adrian by their side and several people with special abilities assisting. Injured Ahmed number 2 then dragged over a nearby zombie, something red like blood pouring out from the zombie's body, swiftly merging into Ahmed number 2's. Despite being covered in wounds, he was entirely healed after the red liquid flooded into his body. Moreover, the speed of recovery was incredibly fast, almost comparable to Dot's ability. However, when Dot used her power, she would bear the cost, essentially transferring others' wounds onto herself. Yet, the Ahmed number 2 before them was completely restored. This was an ability he had never shown before, he had concealed it. You won't win. Ahmed number 2 sneered and said, as long as there are zombies around me, I am indestructible. You should accept your fate and stop struggling. How could Adrian accept such an outcome? Grinding his teeth, he coordinated with the others and once again wounded Ahmed number 2. Ahmed number 2 instantly repeated his previous action, coming back to full health. It was truly disheartening. Clearly, Ahmed number 2 was immensely powerful, so much so that even if humans gathered all their remaining strength, it was difficult to kill him. And now, he had this immortal ability. Did the heavens truly intend to wipe out humanity? If not to exterminate humanity, why would the heavens create such a powerful Ahmed number 2? Adrian, who did not believe in any gods, couldn't help but say at that moment, if there really is a god, can you tell me, is humanity destined to be wiped out? If so, tell us why. I wish, if there were any gods, they would save humanity. Valentina, covered in injuries, leaned against a wall, panting heavily. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above. I'm on my way, don't worry. Kirsty descended from the sky, punching Ahmed number 2 right in the head. Like a nail, he was pounded into the ground with only his head exposed. Ahmed number 2? Everyone looked at this girl who fell from the sky. She looked very pretty, adorable, and delicate, with a faint hint of desire in her eyes that made her pure face instantly add a touch of charm. The girl stepped on Ahmed number 2's head and smiled sweetly at everyone. Because I heard your sincere calls, I'm here. Who are you? I already told you, I'm Kami, the Kami of Otaku. Kirsty said sternly, do you want to believe in me? A group of people. Someone was even close to breaking down. At a time like this, how can you still joke around? But I'm not joking. Kirsty said unhappily, how can you treat Kami like this, showing no respect at all? The Ahmed number 2 underfoot frowned instead. Who exactly are you? Why does my toxin have no effect on you? His toxins, which he had never used in public, could instantly turn humans into zombies. He had released it the moment he was slammed into the ground, yet it had no effect whatsoever, as if he hadn't used it at all. Kirsty suddenly tossed a small black ball, saying mockingly, I told you, I'm a god. Besides, even if I weren't a god, your toxins wouldn't affect me because... She waved happily at the sky. Are you dressed yet? A stylishly descending Ahmed. Wife. What are you saying, wife? Because my boyfriend is another world's Ahmed, if I got poisoned by you, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Kirsty stood there proudly with her hands on her hips, then stomped twice on Ahmed number 2's head. I can help take him away and also control the remaining zombies, so you don't have to worry about humanity's destruction anymore. Though Adrian didn't believe this girl was a god, even with the presence of Ahmed number 1, he worried where Ahmed number 2 might be taken and whether he would return. But they had no choice. If they didn't let Kirsty take away Ahmed number 2, their world might end. Therefore, after some thought, Adrian smiled. Of course, no problem. Do you need us to help you pack? Ah, I can do it myself. Kirsty was quite happy to meet someone familiar from another world, so she simply instructed her boyfriend to pack up Ahmed number 2 while she chatted with them. She looked at each one of them, excitement evident in her tone. So this is how your world developed. Sighs, no one came to save you. Did you escape on your own? Smoke, you're awesome. Wasn't it the same in your world? Of course not. In that world, you were someone I picked up. Kirsty described the situation in detail, and couldn't help but press her lips together. No one had saved her. No one had saved her in this world. That's why it took her several more years before she escaped from that hellish place. Kirsty was very fond of whom she had raised like her own child. She even raised a hand and released images of their interactions. She watched the otherworld version of herself being protected and pampered, slowly melting, and even smiling sweetly. Suddenly, she felt as if a lemon had entered her mouth. Smoke is my favorite little cub, Kirsty declared proudly. Ichabod curiously leaned in. What about me? Do I know you? You do. I picked you up too. Kirsty recounted their story and released some images of their interactions. Ichabod. Why did people in the other world get saved and even awakened stronger abilities? The second lemon fell. Surely you don't know everyone here, Valentina whispered. Pretty much. She knew most of them, which piqued Adrian's curiosity. Then what was I like in that world? Kirsty silently glanced at him and said, a fool. Adrian. Chapter 230, Extra Chapter 23, You got served. Adrian finished reading the excerpts Kirsty gave him and admitted that he was an idiot. After all, what he had done did indeed look quite foolish. It turns out I am such a fool. He doubted his life, his intelligence, everything. Now do you believe I'm a god? Kirsty tilted her head. Even if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter because I will take people away anyway. How about this? Come play in my world. Kirsty, suddenly struck by inspiration, happily opened a passage. Those who are interested can come over and have a look. If not, I won't force you either. Thus, a few people exchanged glances, all becoming somewhat interested. Just as they were about to walk in, Kirsty clapped her hands together and remembered something important. Right. Adrian, do you care if your brother becomes non-human? Adrian, I don't care. As long as his brother could be by his side again, no matter what form he took, it didn't matter. Then bring your brother's remains over. Kirsty thought that this should prove she was a deity, right? Adrian is truly very suspicious, making it hard to completely dispel his doubts. And since Adrian became her subordinate, he indeed did much work for her. Even though this Adrian was from a different world, transforming him into a skeletal figure wouldn't require much time or energy. Helping him wasn't a big deal. Kirsty looked at Adrian with affectionate eyes. Although Adrian felt goosebumps all over his body, he still personally dug up his brother's remains. In front of everyone, Kirsty performed a partial resurrection. In short, she turned Ryan into a self-moving skeleton. The main reason was that his flesh had rotted away, turning him into a zombie would be too ugly, and a skeleton looked cuter. At this moment, Adrian was thoroughly convinced that Kirsty was a deity. Even if she weren't a deity, just with these abilities, she was already a god in his heart. Reuniting with his brother, Adrian said, there's still a mess here to clean up, so I won't go over. I've completely believed you are a god. Valentina also decided to stay behind, while those who eventually went over were mainly Susan and a few others. Another person who was forced to go was Zack number 2. Zack carried Zack number 2 through the portal and arrived on the other side with the rest. The so-called apocalypse there had already passed, with humans returning to cities and living alongside zombies. Mags had developed potions for the zombies, which led to some regaining partial sanity after a few years, though they couldn't recover their memories. But they could live like normal humans. They passed by a street performance and saw humans and zombies cheering for an idol on stage. The scene was bizarre yet oddly harmonious. In the city center stood a giant teleportation array, not leading to any city but to another world. People could travel between worlds as easily as riding the subway, so it was common to see mags and people in ancient attire walking out of the teleportation array into the city. On the streets, regular cars drove by, alongside carts pulled by magical beasts and vehicles powered by magic. Planes flew in the sky, accompanied by witches riding brooms. Some walked by with a two-headed teddy dog, while others walked by with a three-headed hellhound. Upon arriving, Susan and the others were left speechless, looking up at the sky, making incomprehensible sounds. This is welcome to my world. Kirsty smiled sweetly and said, I'll make some nameplates for you all to wear so you can be distinguished from the local versions of yourselves. Then you can explore freely, but remember to take some money with you. The currency here might differ from yours. Susan number 2 and Gordy number 2 each received money and nameplates before leaving. Kirsty and Zack then brought Zack number 2 back to the base. Though the base still existed, it had almost entirely transformed into a dedicated place for cultivation and farming, much like a large company. Zach number 2 had a gloomy expression as he tried to contact his subordinates, but failed. Kirsty had other matters to attend to, so she left him in the laboratory. Please watch him closely for me, make sure he doesn't run away. Zach made an okay gesture and replied, just go ahead. Kirsty then left. After they were alone in the room, Zach number 2 sarcastically said, looks like in this world, you've been living off of women until now? Not bad, fawning over women has at least kept you alive. Zach was not ashamed but rather proud. Yes, I'm still alive while you might not be. Zach number 2. He felt disgusted. Was the otherworldly version of himself really that detestable? He narrowed his eyes and said, do you think it's okay to always stay beneath a woman? If I were you, I would know what you feel. You must be very unsatisfied, right? You probably feel humiliated too. What if we join forces? Together we can seize this world. With both of us working together, we will surely win. And you are her intimate partner, you have many opportunities. Phut. Zach couldn't help but laugh. So the otherworldly me is such a foolish existence. Do you really think these words can persuade me? It might work on kids. Zach number 2 was somewhat confused. If you are me, I don't think you would love anyone. Aren't we the most selfish type who only love ourselves? Aren't you staying by her side for power? For the day when you could. Zach suddenly lowered his head and looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. You have never loved anyone, have you? And you have never been loved either. He said boastfully, I have, so I'm different from you. I already have the most precious thing in this world. Only someone as pitiful as you would crave for a bit of power. As he spoke, he took out a lemon and forced it into Zach number 2's mouth. Zach number 2? Chapter 231 Extra Chapter 24 We will be together forever. On the lemon tree hang lemon fruits, under the lemon tree are you and me. Meanwhile, someone is squeezing lemons while feeling like crying, referring specifically to Dot and Bruce. As they were walking outside, they encountered Aiden. From a distance, he started shouting even before he got close. You two are slacking off here. At such a critical time, not lending a hand. Hurry up, hurry up. Then he grabbed one of them by each hand and dragged them away. Dot. Bruce. Aiden said as he walked, admit it, Kirsty's wedding is such an important event. Every detail counts. We must ensure she has the most perfect and memorable wedding possible. So both of you have to come and help. Time is running out. The two people. It turned out that Kirsty was getting married soon to Brecken tomorrow morning, in fact. Therefore, her visit wasn't just for the comic convention but also for her wedding. Yes, it was just convenient. To put it in Kirsty's words, I don't really see the necessity of marriage at all. Everyone knows we're together anyway. Our souls are already intertwined, much more reliable than the vows of marriage, which can be dissolved easily. But if this is what society expects, I guess I can comply too. Just consider it giving Brecken some form of recognition. Brecken. The two were forcibly dragged to the wedding venue. Upon arrival, Aiden realized there was another Dot and Bruce and these two were having an argument. Dot looked close to tears, plaintively shouting, it's all your fault for not being proactive. Always just having a crush, doing nothing else except admiring from afar. In the end, Kirsty didn't even know you liked her. Now look, Brecken is going to be my stepfather. Do you understand how terrifying that is? Bruce. Do you think I wanted this either? He loved Kirsty too. Who would have thought that after returning from a field trip, Kirsty would have developed feelings for Brecken? Perhaps from the very beginning, he had been lagging behind. More precisely, he lost at the starting line. Brecken and Kirsty had a special bond. Kirsty never treated Brecken as an outsider, their relationship was far closer. He couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected, muttering to himself, I don't want to lose either, as if I had a choice. Dot almost burst into tears, sitting down beside him dejectedly, wiping her face, and expressing a defeated tone, I really don't want to call Brecken my stepfather, sob. Bruce, the second. Dot, the second. They seemed to have discovered something very alarming. They quickly turned to look at each other, speaking in unison. Is Kirsty my adoptive mother? Did I have a crush on Kirsty? After calming down, everyone could finally communicate normally. They explained where they came from and inquired about their situation. After hearing everything, Dot immediately expressed her satisfaction. Life in this world is truly great. I was saved early and didn't suffer like I did there. Bruce agreed with a smile. Although I failed in love, Kirsty treats me well and didn't turn me into someone as depressed as you. It's really a good thing. Bruce, the second, and Dot, the second, were almost ready to hit someone. A lemon tree seemed to appear before them, with countless lemons falling and hitting their heads. Why was Kirsty in this world instead of theirs? Tears fell. Kirsty went to send invitations to the gods and returned to see Brecken, the second, lying there like a salted fish with a lemon stuffed in his mouth. She completely ignored him and reached out to pull Brecken. Let's go to the comic convention, it's about to start. The two happily went around playing, returning later to do some joyful activities. The next morning, the wedding was set to begin. There were many guests, including the so-called gods who brought gifts. Dot, the second, and Bruce, the second, attended, leaving Brecken, the second, forgotten in the lab. Kirsty wore a very beautiful white dress today, adorned with blessings from various goddesses, shimmering. She held her long train awkwardly, it's so long. Do ordinary humans wear such things for weddings? Am I really not going to trip? Dot lifted the train behind her, whispering, there are usually helpers like me to hold the train. And, you look very beautiful today. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and after saying this, she still felt a bit shy, really, really beautiful. Do I not look good normally? Kirsty's focus was predictably strange again. Dot hurriedly said, you always look beautiful, but especially so today. Only then did Kirsty walk forward happily. Their wedding was simple, skipping many unnecessary steps. After all, since Kirsty herself was a goddess, no other deity was needed to witness the ceremony. The reason she wore a wedding dress was because she thought that if they were getting married, there should be some elements of a wedding. If they skipped all other steps, at least wearing a wedding dress would give it some face. Aidan was in charge of the ceremony, and he too looked handsome in his suit today. Once the bride and groom were both present, he started speaking into the microphone, rambling on, today is a wonderful day, it is. Before he could finish a sentence, Kirsty rushed forward and grabbed the microphone from him, holding it in her hand. You're talking too much, move aside. Aidan. Kirsty held the microphone happily and waved at everyone. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. In short, I'm getting married today. Treat this like a party. Have fun everyone. Everyone. Turning a wedding into a party sounded so strange. Well, if it was Kirsty, it wasn't unusual. Brecken didn't seem to mind his wedding turning out this way either. He just looked at Kirsty with a gentle gaze, and after everything was over, he quietly reached out to hold her hand. He was already very happy now, happier than owning the whole world. He didn't care about anything else as long as Kirsty was happy. Brecken leaned down to kiss Kirsty. We will be together forever, right? Right. Kirsty kissed him back and then said, let's skip to the bedroom directly. Let's skip the other steps. Hey, not playing with us. Aidan whined pitifully. Interrupting people on their honeymoon is grounds for getting your head bashed in. Kirsty raised her fist menacingly, and Aidan instantly shut up. Kirsty immediately jumped onto Brecken's back, her long dress trailing behind her, looking stunningly beautiful. They would be together forever, until the end of the world. Half a month later, Kirsty, who had sent off the visiting Bruce number 2 and Dot number 2 and went on a trip with them, suddenly remembered, I think I forgot something important. Still locked in the lab, Brecken number 2, who hadn't seen daylight for half a month, the lemon in his mouth was starting to stink. End of story.